Roman's tumultuous life began with that sinister Black Lantern ring, steeped in dark power, and ultimately came to an end beneath the radiance of the White Lantern. Back in the chaos of the Ring Wars, he slipped on the Black Ring and, for a time, was at the height of his infamy. But his reign didn't last long. The White Lantern's bearer utterly defeated him, bringing his villainous career to an abrupt close. Can you imagine it? He was actually reborn at the age of 30. By all rights, after everything he'd done, he should have gone straight to hell. Yet fate dealt him a wild card, a second chance at life, as if the universe itself had bent the rules for him. Now back at 30, his parents were gone, leaving him the sole heir to both the company and a vast fortune. His looks remained striking, his blonde hair as dazzling as ever. With all this in hand, he made a decision. He would walk the path of sin once more. The first thing he did was to give the woman by his side a severe lesson and then throw her out. He wasted no time in bringing in Maria Green, appointing her as his personal assistant and handing her full control of the company's affairs. Meanwhile, he retreated into the shadows, carefully rebuilding his underground empire and plotting his next move. Though his destined clash with Batman had yet to unfold, nothing stopped him, now donning the Black Mask, from founding an organization called the Masquerade Society within half a year and rapidly expanding its power. With memories from his previous life and more than enough capital, it was all effortlessly within reach. He even drew Maria into his operations, and she proved herself exceptionally capable. Her performance exceeded his expectations, confirming his wisdom in bringing her on board early and saving him a world of trouble. Yet, Batman continued to foil his plans. Just recently, another arms deal of his had been ruined by the Dark Knight. It was then that he remembered the future adversary destined to shake Gotham, Red Hood. Like father, like son, Roman resolved to make Batman pay dearly for his interference. He raised his glass and downed the wine in one swift motion before asking Maria, "Maria, what's the date today?" "March 4th, XXXX, sir." "Excellent. That's just what I needed." As he flipped through the documents in his hand, he noticed a report from a few days prior. Jason Todd's mother had died of a drug overdose. He asked her, "How's the manor coming along?" "It was all finished 2 months ago, just as you requested. Everything's been rearranged, and the furniture is brand new. And the adoption papers, are they ready?" "All set. Just waiting for you to choose the child." "Let's go then. To Crime Alley. It's time to bring the boy home." Finding Jason Todd was no challenge. He parked his luxury car at the entrance to Crime Alley, knowing it wouldn't be long before that little fish would take the bait. Sitting in a corner cafe, he waited at his leisure for his target to appear. Sure enough, a slight, wiry figure appeared at the end of the street, moving with careful, measured steps. He glanced around, scanning every corner to make sure no one was watching, then quietly took out his tools and began to remove the car's wheel. One of his men wanted to step in and stop the boy, but he held him back. He was curious to see just how his future heir would go about stealing a tire. He still remembered the first time this child ever encountered Batman. It was because he'd brazenly tried to steal the Batmobile's tire. The boy was utterly absorbed in his work. As he focused, the man crept up behind him and shouted suddenly, "So, you even dare to steal my tire?" The boy jumped in fright at the unexpected voice and tried to bolt, but someone who had been waiting in ambush grabbed him from behind. The boy struggled fiercely, kicking and punching, but the man who held him was too strong, keeping a tight grip on his arms. The man stepped in front of the boy, studying him carefully. The boy thought he looked somewhat familiar. After all, this man's face often appeared in the newspapers, and rumor had it he was volatile and unpredictable. "You're Roman Siones, aren't you? I swear, I didn't know this was your car. I won't ever do it again." Although a little frightened, the boy's years surviving in Crime Alley had toughened him. He did his best to appear calm. The man moved closer, pinching the boy's chin and examining his dirty little face before asking, "What's your name?" "Jason Todd," the boy answered honestly. In Crime Alley, reading people's moods was a survival skill. Trouble should be avoided if possible. "Your father's Willis Todd? Your mother's Catherine?" Jason gave a small nod. "I knew your mother, Catherine. She's gone now. From this moment on, I am your father." "No, I don't need a father." Jason struggled with all his might. Impatience flashed across the man's face. He raised his hand and slapped the boy. Instantly, blood trickled from Jason's nose. Wiping at it, the boy finally fell silent, but defiance and anger still burned in his eyes. The man opened the car door. His assistant checked the wheels, making sure nothing was damaged. Jason stood his ground, refusing to get in the car. He snapped back, "I'm not your pet. You can't just take me home. I can take care of myself." That earned him another slap. The 2 consecutive blows left Jason dazed. He bit his lip as tears streamed down his face. His father had long since disappeared, and his mother had died only days before. Now, out of nowhere, a rich stranger wanted to adopt him. How could he believe such luck was genuine? Growing up in Crime Alley had taught him well. Behind every stroke of luck, there was usually a trap waiting. Looking at the helpless little boy before him, who would one day become the Red Hood, he let out a cold laugh. Put him in the car. His men immediately shoved the boy inside. Stop the bleeding, he ordered. Maria hurriedly grabbed some tissues to wipe away the blood from the boy's nose. Boss, he's taken care of. Only then did he get into the car himself. Take us back to the manor. Maria sat in the front passenger seat, stealing glances at him through the rearview mirror. She had only worked for him for half a year. She'd seen his infamous temper, but he had never truly made things difficult for her, only occasionally snapping or shouting. He paid her far more than any job she'd ever had before. He sat in the back seat, Jason beside him, still sobbing quietly. He looked at this 10-year-old boy and thought to himself, this child is all too easy to control. Already, he was plotting how to mold Jason into his own heir, someone who could stand against Batman, someone who would become the Red Hood he so despised. He spoke to the boy. You're an orphan now. I've already filed for your adoption in court. Do you understand? Jason only choked back tears, glaring at him with open hostility, refusing to answer. From now on, you're my heir. He gave a mirthless chuckle. What I can give you won't be any less than what Batman can. The luxury car rolled to a stop before the Sionis family estate. When he got out and tried to pull Jason from the car, the boy began to struggle desperately. He showed no patience, instead giving Jason a sharp slap. If you don't listen to your father, you'll regret it. You're not my father. Jason screamed, fighting back. If I say I am, then I am. Another slap. Finally, the child got the message. After 2 blows, he climbed out of the car on his own. Grabbing the boy by the wrist, he dragged him into the manor by force. He turned to Maria. Is everything ready? Maria nodded. As soon as they arrived home, he ordered the servants to bathe Jason, cut his hair, and dress him in new clothes. Once everything was in order, the servants brought the boy to his study. Jason still wore that look of defiance, his eyes burning with anger. He smiled and said, Come here, call me Dad. Roman folded his hands, leaning back in his armchair, studying Jason from behind his desk. I know what you're thinking, but you're my chosen successor. You can't run away. You can try to test my patience, but I have plenty of ways to deal with disobedient children. This is illegal imprisonment. I'm going to report you to Child Protective Services. Roman scoffed at that. Such a young child, already trying to use the welfare system as a threat. Isn't this better than Crime Alley? Here, you'll have your own room, a warm bed, and all of my attention. You're nothing but a lunatic who kidnaps children. You can say whatever you like at home, but when you're in court, you'd better be smart about it. Now call me Dad. My patience is wearing thin. Stubborn as ever, Jason pressed his lips together and refused to give in. This child was truly unlikable. He'd be far easier to deal with as an adult. In the end, though, they were both the same, unyielding to the core. He couldn't help but wonder what trick Batman had used to earn Robin's unwavering loyalty. Piece by piece, he tried to recall the memories of the past. Roman glanced out the window. His subordinate stood nearby, anxiety written all over his face, afraid of provoking his temper. Roman's moods were always so hard to predict. After a moment's contemplation, Roman resolved to handle things in his own way. He got up, walked over to Jason, and said, It's all right. We have plenty of time. But for now, you should get some sleep. With that, he took Jason by the wrist and led him to the bedroom that had already been prepared. Jason wanted to pull away, but with Roman's steady gaze fixed on him, he relented and let himself be led. Be a good boy, Jason. Roman pressed a gentle good-night kiss to his forehead, then, instead of leaving, settled onto the sofa nearby, watching over Jason. Jason crawled under the covers, eyes wide open, meeting Roman's gaze. What is it? Do you want to tell Dad something? Roman asked. Why haven't you left? Jason whispered. Would you like me to tell you a bedtime story? Roman countered. Jason mumbled a few words, pulled the covers over his head, and turned his back, leaving only the back of his head visible to Roman. The bed was so soft, and after a day filled with fright, Jason soon fell into a deep sleep. Roman watched the little boy who would surely give him headaches in the future, a faint smile playing at his lips. Once he was certain Jason was asleep, he rose, turned off the light, and slipped out to continue working on his plans. Still refusing to talk, he asked as he returned to his study, addressing the heavy curtains. His subordinate answered at once, Yes, sir. He's very stubborn. The curtains were slowly drawn back, revealing the glass room behind them. Roman glanced over and, satisfied, said, No need to rush. Late into the night, Jason's eyes fluttered open. He quietly sat up. Roman, when he left earlier, had intentionally left the night light by the bed glowing softly. Jason scanned the room warily. Ever since he'd been brought to this mansion, Roman had thrown out all his old clothes and shoes, leaving him only with a pair of slippers. With no other options, Jason slipped on the cotton slippers and tiptoed to the window. The window was left unlatched, a stroke of luck that made Jason's heart skip in delight. He pushed it open and glanced down at the 5 or 6 meters to the ground below, deciding it would be safer to try the door instead. He quietly opened the bedroom door and peeked out. The hallway was dimly lit, with not a soul in sight. At 10 years old, Jason crept downstairs, careful not to make a sound, and dashed toward the front door. He opened the main gate with ease and slipped into the courtyard. Too easy, he thought to himself, convinced that these wealthy folks weren't as clever as they seemed. Meanwhile, Roman was watching Jason sneak out through the security monitor. He strolled to the window, gently swirling his glass, and observed the little boy darting from shadow to shadow in the yard, searching for an escape. Roman finished his drink in a single gulp and decided to fetch Jason himself, rather than send one of his men. "My son, where do you think you're going?" Just as Jason was climbing over the gate, a sudden shout startled him. He lost his footing and tumbled down, landing straight into Roman's arms. "Naughty children must face the consequences," Roman said with a faint smile. Under the dim glow of the street lamp, that smile took on a chilling edge. "Let me go. I want to go home. This isn't my home," Jason screamed, kicking and punching in furious defiance. "No, child, this is your home now." Roman carried him back inside, unfazed by Jason's resistance, as if it were nothing at all. Compared to what Jason would become as Red Hood, his struggles now hardly amounted to anything. Roman had never had children, nor had he learned how to deal with them, so he had no idea what a 10-year-old boy should weigh. Still, it was obvious Jason was undernourished and frail. Even if he fought with all his might, Roman could restrain him effortlessly. Back in the study, Roman set Jason down. The scuffle had cost Jason his slippers, and now he stood barefoot on the polished floor. Roman noticed and ordered a servant to bring another pair. Jason, still sulking, kicked the new slippers aside. Standing beside Jason, Roman turned and addressed one of his men. "Come here." The man obeyed, and Roman suddenly struck him with a swift blow to the jaw. The man cried out in pain, his voice cracking as if his jaw had shattered. Little Jason stared, frozen in shock, his mind going utterly blank. Then Roman's handsome face came close, those cold, gray-blue eyes boring into him. He crouched down, gently drew Jason into an embrace, smoothed back the boy's hair from his forehead, and spoke in a soft yet merciless tone. "I won't punish you, but your mistakes must be corrected. So, he will take your punishment." That punch was for sneaking out of the house. He continued, slowly and deliberately, "Tomorrow I'll have carpets laid in every room on the 2nd floor, so you can go barefoot as you please. But if you refuse to wear your shoes now, he will lose his feet." "Please, young master," the man pleaded, his voice trembling with fear. The servant placed the slippers at Jason's feet. Jason lowered his head and quietly slipped them on, his heart pounding with the realization that this man was truly terrifying. Roman watched as he put on the slippers and nodded in satisfaction before continuing. "If you refuse to acknowledge me as your father, he will be killed right in front of you." This time, Jason's eyes flew wide open. "Are you insane? He's one of your own men." "You've reminded me," Roman replied calmly. "I could just as easily go out onto the street, pick a happy family at random, kill the parents, and send their child to an orphanage. Of course, I'd torture them in front of you first. Whether they survive or not would depend entirely on your choice." "You're sick." Roman laughed and made a gesture. "Go wait at the entrance of the cinema and bring back any happy family you find. Don't forget to bring the child as well. Let him see with his own eyes who is responsible for his parents' deaths." His men immediately pulled back the curtain, revealing a glass room behind it. Inside, 3 people were bound, a child tied up in the corner, staring at his parents with wide, terrified eyes. Jason's mouth fell open in shock. "You really are mad. Had this man prepared all of this in advance, expecting him to resist? You'll understand soon enough." Roman picked him up and walked toward the glass room. "This is a one-way glass room. They can't see or hear us, but you'll hear every scream of their pain, and their child will see everything that happens." Roman lifted a hand, and desperate cries instantly echoed from within the glass room. "Please, whoever you are, let our child go. I'm begging you." "Mom, Dad." The child, only 7 or 8 years old, was sobbing with heartbreaking intensity. "Let's start with the gentleman." Roman's tone was gentle as he turned to Jason. "How about we carve a J on his face, son? You'll go to hell for this." Jason tried to punch him with his small fists. "I don't mind," Roman replied indifferently, catching Jason's hand and nodding to the people inside the room. At Roman's signal, someone slashed a knife across the man's face. The man's anguished scream reverberated through the study, and the child shrieked in response. Jason flinched at the sound, instinctively moving closer to Roman. "Please, stop this," Jason pleaded through his tears, truly afraid now. He had just lost his mother, becoming an orphan without anyone to protect him. Though he came from Crime Alley and had stolen to survive, he had never hurt anyone or put another person in danger because of himself. "So, do you know what you have to do now?" Jason sobbed. "Please, make them stop." But Roman remained unmoved. The screams from the glass room grew even more harrowing, carved Jason's mark on the lady's face as well. Someone grabbed the mother's face. She screamed in terror. "Dad, please stop." Jason cried out desperately. "Good boy." Roman gently stroked the back of his head and signaled the executioner to stop. Roman grasped Jason's chin, making him look directly into his eyes. "Now, do you understand you shouldn't define me?" Jason nodded again and again. "That's right. It's already 3 o'clock. You should be in bed, fast asleep like a good boy." With that, Roman was about to carry Jason back to the bedroom. "What about them?" Jason asked, his voice trembling with tears. "Are you talking to your father, Jason?" "Dad, will you let them go?" "That depends on how you behave, son." "Excellent." The first step in taming this stubborn little fellow was complete. That night, Jason cried himself to sleep, and until dawn, the thought of running away didn't cross his mind again. Roman was quite pleased with this outcome. Early the next morning, Jason woke up rubbing the sleep from his eyes. The waiting servants immediately came forward to help him get up. "I can do it myself," Jason said, a hint of impatience in his voice. He took the clothes from the servant, dressed himself, and, under their guidance, went to the bathroom to wash up. The servants fixed his hair and made sure he looked neat and proper before leading him to the dining room. Roman was already waiting for them at the table. The servant seated Jason to Roman's right. Jason sat down sullenly, head lowered, not saying a word. "Jason, did you forget something?" Roman prompted. Jason looked up at him, confused. "What should you say?" Roman pressed on. "Good morning," Jason muttered, his face falling. Roman didn't respond. He only watched Jason in silence. Jason frowned, his cheeks puffing up. "Good morning, Dad." Only then did Roman nod, signaling that breakfast could begin. "Did you let them go?" Jason summoned his courage to ask, hesitated, and then added, "Dad." The servants brought out breakfast, lifting the covers from each dish. "Of course. I sent them home first thing this morning, together, all safe and sound," Roman answered, taking a bite of his sandwich. At last, a smile lit up Jason's face. He grabbed his sandwich eagerly and took a big bite. He'd hardly eaten anything yesterday, and after the turmoil of the night before, he was starving. Roman watched quietly as Jason devoured his food, saying nothing. He knew there would be plenty of time to teach him, little by little. The meal was soon finished, and Jason finally felt satisfied. He habitually licked his fingers, but Roman stopped him. "Jason, after meals you should use a napkin to clean your hands." Jason scrunched up his face, but obediently wiped his hands and mouth with a napkin. "I have business to attend to today, but I've arranged for a tutor to come and teach you. When I return this evening, I'll check your assignments." With that, Roman rose and left. He had specially hired an etiquette tutor. Roman felt that Red Hood style was far too casual, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity to correct it. Jason made a face at Roman's back as he walked away. The morning was taken up by the etiquette lesson. The teacher appeared quite elderly and was extremely strict in manner. Whenever Jason made even the slightest mistake, the teacher would correct him at once, though never with a heavy hand. After lunch, Jason returned to his room for a nap. Just as he was drifting into a deep sleep, the butler came to wake him, reminding him to get ready for the next lesson in half an hour. Young Jason felt a swell of grievance. He'd only gotten 4 hours of sleep the previous night, endured 2.5 hours of strict instruction that morning, and now, just as his midday rest had begun, he was being woken up again. He sniffled quietly, clearly displeased but too afraid to show it. He was terrified of angering Roman again and causing trouble for innocent people. The butler led him to a study that had been prepared specially for him. To his surprise, the afternoon lesson was a culture class. He adored this subject, and the teacher was a gentle red-haired lady named Mona, whose blue eyes reminded him of his mother. Her voice was soft and soothing, and whenever she spoke of literature, Jason felt a flutter in his heart. He truly enjoyed his time with Ms. Mona. Their conversations always left him feeling relaxed and happy. "Miss Mona, your eyes are really beautiful," he said as the culture class came to an end. Mona seemed a bit surprised, but she smiled kindly and gently patted Jason's hair. "Thank you for your compliment, young Mr. Sionis." Jason wrinkled his nose at the title. "I'm not young Mr. Sionis. My name is Jason Todd. You can just call me Jason." Mona shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, I can't do that. Mr. Sionis is very particular about how he wants the tutors to address you. Young Mr. Sionis, I must go now. I'm already 5 minutes over." At that moment, the butler knocked on the door. After a brief exchange with Mona, she hurried out. "Young master, Sir has returned and is waiting for you in his study. If you go out and turn right, it's at the very end of the hall, the butler said, opening the door for Jason. Jason acknowledged him, his feet clad in white socks, sinking quietly into the plush carpet as he made his way to Roman's study. Roman had, in fact, ordered the entire floor to be covered in thick carpeting, and for 3 days, Jason was forbidden to wear shoes. This was yet another punishment from Roman, and it left Jason quite unhappy. 2 guards stood at the entrance to the study. Jason glanced at them, hesitating for a moment. The guards opened the door for him and gestured courteously. "Young master, please come in. Sir is waiting inside." He raised his eyebrows slightly, swallowed nervously, and slowly stepped inside. Roman stood by the window, his hands tucked into his pockets. Hearing movement behind him, he turned around and studied his adopted son intently. "Dad." Jason hesitated for a few seconds before he finally spoke. "Come here to me." Roman crouched down and opened his arms wide. Although he was reluctant, Jason braced himself and walked over, stepping into Roman's embrace. Roman lifted him up and said, "I've looked into your health. You weigh several pounds less than other kids your age, and you're quite a bit shorter as well." Roman turned to face the window, both of them gazing out at the yard together. "So, I've put together a nutrition plan for you. Soon, you'll be as healthy and smart as any other child." Jason frowned deeply. He wasn't sure if staying with Roman would really make him healthier. "The hearing will be held in 3 days. By then, you'll officially become a member of the Sionis family, my heir, and the new master of this criminal empire." "I won't be a criminal. Coming from a boy who steals tires, that's not very convincing." Roman chuckled under his breath, lifting Jason's wrist and noticing a bruise. "What happened here? Did your teacher punish you?" "I accidentally bumped into a door frame." Roman nodded. The hearing was just the day after tomorrow. He didn't want to see any more marks on Jason before then. "Did you enjoy your lessons today? Do you like Miss Mona?" "She's all right, I guess." "Don't lie to me, son. Post said you two got along quite well." Post was the Sionis family's butler. Full name, Benjamin Post. Jason pouted. "I just like talking to her about the stories in our books." "Good. Keep it up." Roman smirked inwardly. He wasn't worried about finding this boy's weaknesses. His kindness toward others was his greatest vulnerability. A child from Crime Alley, yet still clinging to a sense of justice. How rare that was. As for himself, born into wealth and privilege, he'd never been a good man. Justice had no place in his heart. What he needed to do was turn all of Jason's sense of justice toward himself, and then use that justice against Batman. "Dad," Jason wrapped his arms around Roman's neck. "I want to go home, my old home, to pick up a few things." "No need. I've already had it burned down." Jason's eyes went wide. His lips trembled, and his hands clenched tightly around Roman's neck. Tears filled his eyes. His mother's photo was still there, one of the few things he had left to remember her by. "From now on, stay by my side, and whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Put me down. I want to go back to my room." Jason sniffled. Roman tilted his head slightly and set him down. The child dashed away without looking back. "Jason, mind your manners." Jason stopped in his tracks, his shoulders trembling ever so slightly. "Dad, I'm going back to my room. Turn around and say it to me." The boy turned around slowly, tears streaming down his face. Yet he still looked up at Roman, choking back sobs as he said, "Dad, I want to go back to my room." "Go on then. When dinner's ready, I'll have someone call you." Jason turned away again, crying as he ran back to his room. He threw himself onto the bed and wept bitterly. Roman paid no mind to his tears. From now on, Jason would only have him as family. There was no need to hold on to the past. Exhausted from crying, Jason eventually drifted off to sleep. When dinner time arrived, Roman came to call him in person. "Jake, time for dinner." Roman gently patted Jason, helping him sit up. Still half asleep, Jason leaned against Roman's shoulder, his voice soft and childlike as he called, "Dad." Roman arched an eyebrow, his hand brushing over the back of Jason's head again and again. Slowly regaining his senses, Jason realized who was holding him. His tone turned petulant. "Put me down. I'm not a little kid anymore. I don't need to be carried all the time." Roman gave a short grunt and set him down, but he still kept hold of Jason's wrist, leading him toward the dining room. "I can walk by myself. I know the way." Trailing behind, the boy kept insisting that he could walk on his own. Roman, however, paid him no attention. Suddenly, the child's tone softened. "Dad, I really can walk by myself. Could you let go of me? My good son, you're slowly growing up, turning into quite the little gentleman." But this time, Roman let him go. Jason's face was full of defiance. He was sure there was something wrong with this man, something seriously wrong. Roman simply glanced at him and said nothing. After dinner, Roman sent Jason to the training room and trained him personally. During their session, Roman repeatedly pointed out his shortcomings. Too slow. Still too slow. After an hour, Jason was left panting for breath, completely spent. Though Roman never used too much force, Jason always pushed himself to the limit, trying to land a hit, even if he rarely succeeded. All right, that's enough for today. Go get some rest. A servant immediately led him back to his room. The moment Jason entered, he collapsed onto the bed. Just as he was drifting into sleep, the door opened again and a servant stepped in. Young Master Jason, Mr. Roman asked you to take a bath. If you're too tired, I can help you. That snapped Jason wide awake. Seeing the servant approach, he shot up and bolted to the bathroom. No, I can do it myself. While bathing, Jason muttered curses under his breath about how Roman meddled in everything, never letting him be. When he was done, he returned to bed in his bathrobe, ready to go back to sleep. But just then, the servant entered again, this time holding a hairdryer, ready to help dry his hair. Jason perked up immediately, grabbing the hairdryer and insisting on doing it himself. After finally drying his hair, Jason could at last sleep soundly. The day had been so full and eventful that he soon drifted into a deep slumber. When Roman had finished with his business, he walked into Jason's room and, as always, gave him a good-night kiss. You haven't said good night to your father yet, son. Jason mumbled a sleepy response, barely audible. Roman didn't mind. He turned off the lights for him and quietly left the room. The next day unfolded just like any other. But when evening arrived, they received an unexpected visitor. Roman, you've taken in a young boy. What exactly are you planning to do? At that moment, Roman was seated in his study, hands clasped, facing the sudden arrival of Batman. News certainly travels fast, he thought. I'd like to clarify something, Batman. This isn't a kidnapping. Jason and I get along very well. For personal reasons, I can't have children of my own, so I've decided to adopt him and make him my heir. Is he willing? Batman pressed. Roman shrugged. You can ask him yourself. With that, he pressed a bell on his desk. Meanwhile, Jason was happily reading in his own room when the butler knocked and entered. Master Jason, sir would like you to come to the study. Though a little reluctant to stop reading, Jason carefully put his book away and hurried to Roman's study. When he opened the door, he paused, surprised to find a legendary Batman there as well. But he quickly regained his composure. Dad, did you want to see me? He was the picture of obedience. Come here, child. Roman smiled at Jason, holding out his arms. Whenever Roman did this, Jason always responded to his embrace. Jason walked over and settled comfortably into Roman's arms. Roman lifted him onto his lap so they could face Batman together. Son, Batman suspects that I kidnapped you. What do you think? Jason's lips twitched as he answered. No. Dad treats me very well, and he even hired a tutor for me. If he's forcing you, you can always tell me. I promise I'll protect you, Batman assured him. Jason shook his head emphatically. I sincerely want to adopt Jason, and Jason likes me too. Isn't that right, son? Roman prompted. Jason nodded. Yes. You see, Batman, why do you still refuse to believe me? With a gentle smile, Roman continued before Batman could reply. Honestly, I was inspired by Bruce. Batman's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Bruce is both your friend and mine. Ever since he adopted Dick, he's been so much happier every day. So I wanted to follow Bruce's example and experience the joy of raising a child myself. As it happened, I crossed paths with Jason, a little guy who tried to steal a tire, and I saw real potential in him. That's why I decided to take him in. He was eager to see the expression on Bruce's face beneath the Batman mask at that moment, but unfortunately, it was hidden from view. He had managed to adopt Jason a step ahead of Bruce, meaning Bruce would miss out on having a second son, and Batman would no longer have a second Robin. Roman knew Batman's true identity, though Batman himself was unaware of this fact. Batman turned to Jason. I'd like to speak with Jason alone. Son, Mr. Batman would like a word with you in private. Are you willing? Roman lowered his head and asked his future adopted child. Jason looked up at Roman and nodded. All right, I'll give you two some time alone. Roman kissed Jason on the cheek, then set him down, preparing to leave the study. No, I want to take him outside to talk, Batman said. Roman frowned, feeling Batman was being overly cautious, and found it hard to agree. Dad, let me go out with Mr. Batman for a while. I really admire him. I promise, Batman will bring me back in an hour. Jason's eyes went wide, and he spoke in a gentle voice. Isn't that right, Batman? Hearing Jason's promise, Roman decided to let them go. Since you want to go, I'll agree. I trust Batman will keep you safe. Batman pressed his lips together and said, I'll bring him back on time. But if you're forcing him, I promise you'll end up behind bars. So you still don't quite trust me, Batman. Due to a few minor clashes between them over the past 6 months, Batman had already suspected that Black Mask's true identity was Roman, but had never found the concrete evidence needed to expose or arrest him. Roman took pleasure in seeing Batman's frustration and helplessness. He had his men bring over a coat and leather shoes, personally helping Jason get dressed neatly. I'll be waiting here for you to come back, son. All right, Dad. The Batmobile was parked outside the manor, and Jason left together with Batman. They rode in silence, neither speaking a word until the Batmobile drove into the Batcave. Batman immediately had Jason remove his coat and thoroughly checked him from head to toe, but found no tracking or listening devices. Just to be certain, he activated a signal jammer. Jason, meanwhile, was completely awestruck by the Batcave. Aside from a few gasps of amazement, he was left speechless. Batman's expression grew grave as he asked, "Are you really doing this of your own free will?" He had only found out today that Roman had taken in a boy and had set fire to the boy's house. He knew full well that Roman was actually Black Mask, the head of the False Face Society, and then in the past 6 months, Black Mask's power had expanded rapidly. Almost the entire East End was now under his control. Jason's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. There's no way this is voluntary. Batman slid the plate of treats across the table toward him. "These desserts and milk are specially prepared for you." Jason said nothing. "Give them a try. These little cookies are quite popular." "But I don't like milk," Jason muttered, eyes fixed on the tips of his shoes. "That's all right. You don't have to drink it." Jason picked up a cookie and took a bite. It's really good." Batman waited until Jason had finished eating before speaking again. "So, what exactly happened?" "I stole his car's wheel, got caught in the act, and he brought me back to his mansion. He said he wanted to adopt me. The hearing is the day after tomorrow." Jason's tone was calm. "You..." Batman started to scold him, but remembering that the boy before him was only 10 years old and had no idea how to stand up to the threat of Black Mask, he faltered. He fell silent for a moment. After a while, he asked, "Is he treating you well?" "It's all right." The boy swung his legs, still staring at his toes. In truth, he'd only been slapped 4 times and threatened to call the man dad. "Do you want to go back?" "Why wouldn't I? There's food, a warm place to sleep, a big house. I won't have to go hungry or freeze anymore." Batman wasn't sure if he should tell this child the truth about Black Mask, so in the end, he simply said quietly, "If you don't want to go back, that's fine. I'll protect you." "No, thank you for your kindness, but I still want to go back." "Look at me and say that again." Jason lifted his head and met Batman's gaze, enunciating each word. "I want to go back." The two stared at each other in silence. "You should take me back now. He'll be worried about me." Batman suddenly realized just how kind-hearted Jason was, so kind of made his heart ache. "Did he threaten you?" Batman asked quietly. Jason sighed, his expression far older than his years. He hung his head, a note of impatience in his voice. "He really didn't. I just want to stay with him, be the adopted rich kid, that's all. Plenty of kids dream of being taken in by a wealthy family. Not everyone gets that kind of chance." If Batman couldn't sense the resentment and frustration hidden in Jason's words, then he didn't deserve the title of world's greatest detective. So Batman ventured, "If I could help you find a better family to adopt you, would you want that?" "For example, who?" "Bruce Wayne." Jason joked half seriously. "He looks pretty good, and he's the richest man in Gotham. Definitely wealthier than Roman. I think I could like him." "No problem, let's go with him. I know him well. I'm sure he'd agree." Jason opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Batman asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm just wondering why you care so much about me. I'm just a poor kid from Crime Alley, someone who was never meant to get this kind of attention." He was young, but he understood his own situation all too well. Ever since his father disappeared, he'd learned how to keep the household running, even if that meant stealing. But that was just to keep himself and his mother alive. Now, with 2 powerful figures suddenly showing concern for him, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Batman was silent for a while before he finally said in a quiet voice, "You're a good kid." He'd heard those 3 words, "good kid," so many times before. His mother, Catherine, would tell him he was a good kid whenever she was sober. Then she'd weep and apologize to him. But no matter how hard he tried to be good, nothing ever changed the reality. "Thank you, but I think I should go home now." Tears shimmered in Jason's blue eyes. "I'm a little tired, and I miss my mom." Batman draped his coat over Jason's shoulders and drove him back to the Sionis Manor in the Batmobile. At that moment, Roman was anxiously pacing in his study. He was uneasy. If the little bird he'd worked so hard to win simply flew away, he would be devastated and might go to any lengths to get him back. He'd already scolded everyone around him because of this. The Batmobile pulled up smoothly at the door. Roman glanced out the window and saw Jason get out, following Batman into the house. Not long after, footsteps echoed on the stairs, and the study door swung open as Batman walked in with Jason. Roman smiled, walked over, and scooped Jason up in his arms. "Good boy. I was honestly afraid you'd leave with Batman. He is, after all, a very charming man." Jason leaned against Roman's shoulder and spoke softly. "I've explained everything to Mr. Batman. He won't be suspicious of you anymore." "Good. It's already late. Are you feeling sleepy?" Jason answered with a drowsy murmur. The butler brought in a cup of milk. Here, drink your milk, and I'll take you to bed. Jason wrinkled his nose, but took the milk. Jason, Batman said quietly, if you don't like it, you don't have to drink it. Roman shot Batman a look, eyebrows raised. No, Dad says drinking milk will help me grow taller. Jason finished his milk in one breath, set the cup back on the tray, then tilted his head to rest on Roman's shoulder, letting out a long yawn. Jason is already 10 years old. You don't have to treat him like a little child. Batman paused for a moment. But go ahead and hold him. Holding my own son is none of your concern. If you've noticed, he's not developing well. He looks more like a 7 or 8-year-old, Roman replied, passing by with a confident smile. If you don't mind, I'm going to put my son to bed. You'll have to excuse me, he added. Jason lay slumped on Roman's shoulder, gritting his teeth, wishing he could bite him right then and there. If you're interested, you can attend the hearing the day after tomorrow as an observer. But bats don't usually like to come out in the daylight, do they? Roman said. Batman turned and left. When the sound of the Batmobile faded into the distance, Jason lay in bed, staring at Roman. Dad, this time, can you let them go? I'm back now, Jason asked. Roman raised his finger to his lips in a hushed gesture. Sweetheart, first of all, I didn't lie to you. But that gentleman's injuries were quite severe, so when I arranged for them to be sent home, I made sure he went to the hospital for treatment as well. Secondly, I later thought it would be better to wait until the adoption is finalized before letting them go, so I asked them to stay as our guests for a while. I haven't made things hard for them. In fact, I've given them the best food and care. And finally, once the adoption is complete, I'll give them a generous sum as compensation. Jason pursed his lips, turned away, and ignored Roman. When the butler summoned him to the study, he even showed Jason a video clip, footage of Roman holding the family under guard. As Roman had said, there was no abuse. On the contrary, their hospitality had been excellent. Roman wasn't bothered by Jason's coldness. In the end, he always came out on top. He sat by the bed and bent down to kiss Jason's hair. Good night, son. Good night, Dad, Jason replied gloomily. But Roman didn't leave. He just stayed there quietly, stroking Jason's hair. Jason found it a little odd. He turned slightly and looked at Roman in confusion. Roman smiled and said, I know your previous parents didn't have the habit of good night kisses, but you're my good boy, and I won't let you slip away from me. Jason thought for a moment, then understood what Roman meant. Though he was reluctant, he sat up, wrapped his arms around Roman's face, and gave him a quick kiss. Good night, Dad. He looked aggrieved, as if he'd suffered a great injustice. Good boy, now go to sleep. Roman gently patted his head and tucked the covers around him. Jason hid under the blanket, feeling gloomy and discontented. Once the adoption papers are finalized, you won't be able to use them to threaten me anymore. Otherwise, I'll tell Batman your secret. His voice was young, but his tone was resolute. Roman laughed loudly, turned off the light, and left the room. Now, this was more like the Red Hood he expected. But Roman was hardly bothered by this little act of defiance. In fact, he was looking forward to seeing Jason's true nature gradually reveal itself. After Roman left, Jason quietly sat up, turned on the small night light, and only then lay back down to try to sleep. The next morning, a servant knocked and entered the room, ready to help him get up. Jason felt as if he truly were a young master now, and the feeling unsettled him. He had to insist again and again that he could dress himself, hurriedly putting his clothes on as fast as he could. But the servant still brought him an outfit he really didn't like. A crisp white shirt, shorts with suspenders, and a pair of shiny little leather shoes. Jason gazed silently at his reflection in the mirror. He'd always known. He looked pretty good. His mother used to praise him, saying that even if they were poor, he had a handsome face. Now, at last, he understood what she meant. The servant brushed his bangs up and sprayed them in place with styling spray. All dressed up like this, he looked even more like a proper little gentleman. Roman was sitting at the breakfast table reading the paper. When he saw Jason appear, his mood visibly brightened. Good morning, Dad. Jason took the initiative and sat down beside him. Good morning, son. No school today. I'll take you out to see the sights of Gotham. Jason sipped his milk and thought to himself, what sights? There's nothing beautiful to see in Gotham. It took less than an hour for news of the Sionese patriarch taking a child out in public to spread across the city. People speculated about why Roman had suddenly decided to adopt, and some even worried if the boy would suffer under Roman's infamous temper. But when they saw the photos of the child's lovely face and those bright blue eyes, they could somewhat understand why Roman would make such a decision. The boy really was adorable. By now, Jason had tried on his 33rd outfit. Each time, Roman would glance at him and then tell him to try on another. Roman finally looked up from his phone, sensing that the child's patience was wearing thin, and asked, What's wrong, sweetheart? I'm not your dress-up doll. How many more outfits do you want me to try? Jason grumbled, unable to hide his annoyance. It's fine, just keep going. We'll stop when Daddy's satisfied. Roman replied offhandedly. Jason felt utterly frustrated. He blinked, then walked over to Roman, gently grabbing his hand, and with a soft, pleading voice, he said, "But I'm tired, Daddy. I want to go out and play." Roman smiled, thinking to himself how perceptive this child was, already learning how to please him. He gently ruffled Jason's hair. "Not yet. There's still a dozen more outfits to try on. Once we're done, we'll go, son. This afternoon, I'll take you to the amusement park." Though he was reluctant, Jason obediently continued trying on clothes. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, "They told me you were planning to adopt a child. I thought it was a joke. Roman, is it true?" Roman looked up and saw Bruce. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. So Bruce finally couldn't sit still and had to come see for himself? "This boy was meant to be yours, but now he's mine. It's not easy to see you in the morning, Bruce. The company had an early meeting today. I had no choice but to get up." Bruce sat down beside him. Roman knew perfectly well that was just an excuse. He smiled and replied, "Honestly, I found it hard to believe myself at first. After all, raising a child is no small thing, and I'm not like you. I've never been that great with kids. But you set a good example for me. After meeting Jason, I realized I could do this, too. I've already submitted the adoption papers to the court, and since I had the day free, I thought I'd bring him out to buy some new clothes." Bruce chuckled. "I never imagined I'd have such an influence on you, enough to get you thinking about something as close as family. I can hardly believe it myself, but what can I say? It's Jason." Roman couldn't help but burst out laughing. "How did you two meet?" Bruce asked. "I was handling some business in Crime Alley, and he actually stole my tire. Can you believe it? This kid really is something." Just then, Jason stepped out in a fresh set of clothes. Although he looked a bit displeased, he still presented himself to Roman. "Dad." This time, he wore a red hoodie and jeans, the look suiting the tough resilience he carried. It gave him an energetic, vibrant air. It was only then that he noticed the extra person next to Roman. The newcomer had a striking, distinguished appearance. Jason had only ever seen him in newspapers, but now, seeing him in person, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. He thought to himself, no wonder all of Gotham is taken by this man. That gentle dad made Bruce's heart skip a beat, softening his expression. He followed the sound and met Jason's curious gaze. Noticing Jason's curiosity, Roman stood up to block their line of sight and, with a swift motion, put a baseball cap on Jason's head. "Looks great. Come on, meet Dad's good friend, the famous Bruce Wayne." He led Jason over to Bruce and said, "Say hello to Uncle." Jason obediently called out, "Uncle Wayne." "Just call me Bruce." Bruce replied with a warm smile. Roman smiled and said, "Jason calls me Dad, so wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for him to just call you by your name? Maybe he should call you Uncle Bruce instead, right, son?" As he spoke, he sat back down on the sofa, drawing Jason into his arms. "The hearing is scheduled for 9 tomorrow morning. I pulled some strings to move it up. I can hardly wait for Jason to take my last name. Bruce Feignet surprise. It looks like this really matters to you." Only then did Jason realize that Roman's behavior today was clearly for show, likely intended for Bruce in particular. But why him? Jason couldn't help but frown. He didn't understand why Roman would want to show off to Bruce using him. Was there really anything about himself worth showing off? "Jay, didn't you just say you were tired from trying on clothes? It's almost lunchtime anyway. How about we invite Uncle Bruce to join us for lunch? It was only 10:30. Lunch already?" "Sure." Jason turned to Bruce and said slowly, "Uncle Bruce, would you like to join us for lunch?" "I'd be delighted," Bruce replied with a warm smile. Seeing Roman treat Jason like family, Bruce felt a twinge of uncertainty. He began to wonder if Roman was truly changing for the better. If that was the case, then Jason was undoubtedly a little angel, Roman's little angel. He knew he'd have to keep a close eye on Roman and make sure Jason wouldn't get hurt. Roman picked out a pair of sneakers and motioned for Jason to try them on. "I've had all the clothes I picked out packed up. They'll be delivered straight to the manor. I'm glad to see you making some changes. Let me take care of these clothes." Consider it a welcoming gift for Jason. Privately, Roman was unmoved. This was just typical Bruce, through and through. Still, since he'd already achieved his goal, he decided to let it go. "Jason, thank your Uncle Bruce." "Thank you, Uncle Bruce." So it was true. Everything Roman had done today was for Bruce's benefit. Jason felt a little disgruntled. He still had 16 outfits left to try on, but ever since Bruce showed up, Roman hadn't let him continue. Questions swirled in his mind. What exactly was going on between these two? The gossip magazines always made their relationship out to be mysterious, with rumors swirling everywhere. Was there really some secret between them? Roman scooped Jason up and headed for the door. Jason watched curiously as Bruce signed the check and walked over to join them, and he whispered, "He's really impressive." Roman shot Bruce a glance, ruffled Jason's hair, and murmured in his ear, "He can read lips, so be careful what you say." There was a warning in his tone. Jason turned his head, leaning in close to Roman and out of Bruce's line of sight, and whispered, "How do you know that? Dad knows a lot more than you think. Is there something special going on between you two?" Roman knew exactly what Jason was implying. He just ruffled Jason's hair and waited outside the shop, replying, "I don't like women, nor do I like men." Jason dropped his voice. "But he's Bruce Wayne. Who wouldn't like him? You must have something going on with him. That's why you're using me to get under his skin." Roman found his own intuition a bit ridiculous and merely met Jason's gaze with a faint, amused smile. Jason sensed that something was off and immediately put some distance between himself and Roman. You don't like little boys like me, do you?" He'd seen plenty of that sort of thing in Crime Alley, but he'd never let it happen to himself. If someone ever tried, he'd rather die. Roman swore that if Bruce hadn't happened to walk by just then, he would have smacked Jason. "My only passion is my work," he said, frowning. "Go ahead and ask around if you want. See if anyone says I have any weird preferences." Bruce saw the two of them talking quietly, his brows knitting with concern. He knew Roman didn't have any such inclinations, but he couldn't help worrying. Roman really did treat Jason differently. What if you change your mind one day? Jason muttered, giving Roman a light kick. Roman grunted, though, in truth, he was just trying to annoy Bruce. "What are you two whispering about?" Bruce chose that moment to interrupt, his timing perfect. "I was just saying I can walk by myself, but Dad insists on carrying me," Jason immediately explained, going along with it. "I just love my son so much. After all, I missed the first 10 years of his life, and now he's growing up so fast. Soon I won't be able to carry him at all." Under Bruce's gaze, Roman set Jason down, realizing he couldn't afford to act too over the top. "Jason looks pretty grown up already, Roman. You really shouldn't treat him like a child anymore," Bruce remarked. Jason stretched his arms and legs, then quickly grabbed Bruce's hand. "Uncle Bruce, you look amazing. I really like you. Dad says he's taking me to the amusement park this afternoon. Do you want to come with us?" Watching Jason take Bruce's hand so readily, Roman felt as though he'd just landed a few punches on Bruce himself. "You old fox, don't you dare try to steal my kid." Jason even shot Roman a look as if to say, "See, I'm helping you out here." At that moment, all Roman wanted to do was lose his temper. "Bruce is probably busy," Roman tried to refuse. "I'm free this afternoon," Bruce replied at once. "No, you're not." Roman gritted his teeth inwardly. He didn't want Bruce joining in on his father-son time with Jason, but faced with Bruce, he could only force himself to stay calm. "Jason really does like you." Jason took Roman's hand with his other hand, his face radiating innocence, making him seem especially sincere. "I like Dad the most, but Uncle Bruce is really cool. I like him too." "Very good. Keep stirring the pot. Who knows who'll come out on top today." Roman put on a fake smile as he held Jason's small hand. "If you get the chance, you should come visit Wayne Manor. Alfred is very fond of children," Bruce offered. Jason tilted his head up and said, "Sure, Dad. When can we go visit Uncle Bruce?" "Once the adoption papers are finalized, we'll find a time to go," Roman replied. During lunch, Jason already had a feeling that this meal between Roman and Bruce would soon become tabloid fodder, and he'd only be a side character tucked away in the corners. But before the news could even break, photos of the three dining together were already spreading like wildfire across social media. The restaurant itself buzzed with excitement. What Jason thought would be a quick 1-hour lunch was stretched by these two prominent figures into a 2.5-hour affair. One familiar face after another came by to say hello, and Jason couldn't understand why so many people would interrupt a meal. Was this really okay? But seeing Roman faking smiles and exchanging pleasantries, Jason felt a rush of satisfaction. It was obvious to anyone. Roman didn't enjoy these social gatherings, and being forced to put on a friendly front was endlessly amusing to Jason. Serve him right, Jason thought. After suffering the humiliation of trying on outfits all morning, it was finally Roman's turn to have a taste of discomfort. Watching someone else squirm was much more enjoyable than suffering yourself. Jason bent over his dessert, shoulders shaking as he tried hard to stifle his laughter. "Jason, if you want to laugh, just laugh," Bruce said kindly. "This sort of thing happens all the time. People are always curious." Roman's the one who didn't want to pick a quiet place. Who would have thought that the two of us, who usually have nothing better to do, would end up booking out an entire restaurant? Roman muttered through gritted teeth as he wiped his hands and gazed out at the sea. "It's your fault," he added. "You draw too much attention." Bruce shook his head slightly, disagreeing. "You've appeared in the tabloids almost as often as I have. People are just as interested in the Sionis family as they are in the Waynes." Thinking of tomorrow's headlines, Jason couldn't help but chuckle. "There you go, grinning like an idiot. I brought you here to enjoy the view, you know," Roman chided. "Okay, Dad. I really am enjoying it," Jason replied with a bright, sunny smile, completely forgetting just how terrifying his future adoptive father could be. Roman grabbed a napkin and gently wiped the cream off the tip of Jason's nose. Are you full? Once Jason had seen enough of the spectacle, the other guests gradually left, until only a few tables remained, their patrons talking quietly among themselves. Jason was starting to get bored as well. 2.5 hours. By now, even a pig would be full. Then let's go to the amusement park. If we wait any longer, it'll be time for afternoon tea, Bruce said, standing up and straightening his clothes. At those words, Roman paused in the middle of helping Jason with his hat, feigning casualness as he asked, "You're so busy. Are you sure you don't need to head back to the office?" "It's fine. Lucius manages everything well. I just need to make the important decisions and listen to the reports." Roman felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. I can already imagine tomorrow's headlines. Bruce Wayne dodges work to frolic at the amusement park with friends. If they wrote, "Bruce accompanies Roman Siones and a mysterious boy," that would be much more reasonable. Your picture would be right there on the front page with mine and Jason's. Roman's expression darkened. He was already considering whether he should track down those nosy tabloid reporters and teach them a lesson, just to stop them from writing nonsense. By contrast, Jason didn't seem to mind at all. In fact, he grabbed the hand of each adult, almost as if he were trying to stir up conversation. "Uncle Bruce, what does richest man mean? I see the newspapers always call you Gotham's richest man, but my dad never uses that word." The eager child looked up with bright, curious eyes. Richest man just means the person in Gotham with the most money," Bruce explained simply. "So that means my dad doesn't have as much money as you?" Roman didn't mind the question at all. Knowing what Jason was like as a kid, he thought nothing of it. Kids shouldn't poke their noses into these things. "Then what does playboy mean?" Jason pressed on, genuinely puzzled by the word. Bruce could tell Jason was actually asking a serious question this time. He exchanged a glance with Roman. "Roman, are you thinking what I'm thinking? You mean buy out that newspaper? Or just punch the reporter?" Bruce cleared his throat. "Let's not talk about violence in front of the child." "Then which one should you buy? Why not just buy them all, Mr. Gotham's richest? And while you're at it, pick up the TV stations too." Jason looked confused. He didn't understand why the adults were suddenly talking about buying newspapers. But even the smartest child can't fully grasp the adult world. Seeing that they didn't plan to explain, he didn't ask any more questions. The afternoon trip to the amusement park left Jason absolutely thrilled. Ever since his father left, or actually even before that, it had already been 3 or 4 years since the three of them had gone to an amusement park together. Afterward, his mother would rather spend money on drugs than take him anywhere, not even to the smallest amusement park. She always said they had to save money, that it shouldn't be wasted on things like that. Jason had thought he would never look forward to visiting an amusement park again, but reality proved him wrong. He was even more excited than he'd imagined. "This is awesome." The 10-year-old couldn't help but break free from the adult's hands, disappearing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. However, Roman and Bruce soon found him at the air rifle shooting booth. Jason was gripping the air rifle, his eyes fixed on the target as he squeezed the trigger with intense concentration. 10 shots, 8 targets down. For a kid your age, that's pretty impressive. The white-haired stall owner offered him a token compliment. "But you only get a prize if you hit them all," Jason replied, a little frustrated. "You can give it another go. The money you just paid is enough for 3 more rounds," the stall owner encouraged. The two men stood at the edge of the booth, watching Jason as he focused on his shooting. "Jason, your aim is pretty good," Bruce remarked. "Who knows where the kid picked that up?" Roman chimed in. "You hit them all. That's amazing." The stall owner handed him a small plush dog. Taking the prize, Jason pointed behind him at another toy, a plush bear. "I want that one. What'd I have to do to get it?" Following Jason's pointing finger, they all looked toward the glass display case, where several plush bears were lined up. Each was about half the size of a pillow, coming in brown, black and white, pure white, and jet black. Every bear's eyes were made of glossy, black crystal. The stall owner explained, "Those are the ultimate prizes. Only the toughest challenge can win you one." "You're not quite there yet." Jason pursed his lips, clearly dissatisfied. Bruce asked, "What's the toughest challenge?" The stall owner, who clearly recognized the two important figures standing before him, nevertheless kept his composure. He pressed a button, and the mechanism whirred to its maximum setting. The target wheel began to spin rapidly, and 5 rows of pop-up boards appeared and vanished in quick succession, their arrangement staggered and unpredictable. "That's it. If you hit any 10 of the figures on those boards, you win." "Honestly, that's already pretty generous," the stall owner said with a smile. Jason watched for a while, his face clouded with doubt. It did look incredibly difficult. By now, a sizable crowd had gathered around, some people already taking out their phones to snap pictures or record videos. Bruce asked again, "You've got darts here too, what's the rule for that?" "To win, you have to hit the bullseye 11 times, the stall owner replied. "Let me give a shot," Bruce said. He picked up a dart, tested its weight, and practiced aiming at the bullseye a few times before launching into a series of throws. Roman stood off to the side, hands in his pockets, silently observing. All 11 darts struck true, each one landing squarely in the bullseye. The crowd responded with a wave of impressed murmurs. Pleased, the stall owner unlocked the display case and let Jason pick out his prize. I'll choose in a minute. I want to try too, Roman said, then picked up the air rifle, took aim, and coolly knocked down 10 moving targets in a row. The crowd gasped once again in amazement. Wow, both gentlemen with you are really impressive, someone exclaimed. Jason nodded, choosing a black and white teddy bear, hugging them tightly with pure delight. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Uncle Bruce. Bruce chuckled. Not bad, Bruce, your aim is rock steady. Roman replied, still no match for you. You hit a moving target. I only had to focus on the bullseye. Bruce laughed. Don't say that. I go to the range every week to unwind, after all. The two of them watched Jason dash up ahead, teasing each other as they walked. After an afternoon of wild fun, Jason, completely exhausted, fell asleep sprawled across Roman's shoulder. As dusk settled, the two men strolled slowly along the avenue. Bruce joked, look at you. Now you really do look like a dad with his kid. He was still holding 2 teddy bears in his hands. Roman supported Jason's back with one hand, keeping him from slipping, and carried a plush puppy in the other. I'm taking care of a kid, after all. Bruce said sincerely. I'm happy for you, Roman. Roman replied with equal warmth. Thank you, Bruce. You mean a lot to me. His heart brimmed with joy. If Bruce ever found out Jason was supposed to be his son, who knows how he'd react. Roman hoped that, even then, Bruce would still be able to feel happy for Jason. Someday, this secret would come to light. Bruce would eventually sense the strange twist of time and fate between them. But even if Bruce never realized it, Roman didn't mind waiting for Jason to grow up and tell him the truth himself. In fact, he even looked forward to seeing the shock, confusion, even regret on Bruce's face. Should he let Jason get closer to Bruce? The thought had barely formed before Roman rejected it outright. If they truly became close, then adopting Jason would lose all meaning for him. He needed Jason to stand against Batman, to be at odds with Bruce. They couldn't afford to have too good a relationship. A luxurious sedan pulled up in front of them. After making sure Jason was settled, Roman stood by the car door and said, Thank you for making time for us. Jason had a wonderful day. Bruce handed him the 2 teddy bears. I enjoyed it too. Dick's been busy with school lately. Maybe next time, we can all bring the kids here together. Sounds good, Roman replied with a strained smile, then shifted the conversation. There's a hearing at 9 tomorrow morning. I hope you can come and listen in. He fixed his gaze on Bruce's eyes, so different from his own, yet as clear as sapphires, and continued, You're important to me, and tomorrow is crucial for me. I want you and Jason there, supporting me. But deep down, he couldn't help but think, no wonder Bruce likes Jason so much. Jason also has a pair of striking blue eyes, even brighter and purer than Bruce's, clear as crystal. All right, I'll be there. This time Roman smiled genuinely. By the way, don't forget about the banquet. You absolutely must come. I never miss events like this. See you later. I see Alfred's come to pick you up. See you tomorrow. Roman returned to his car, tossed the teddy bear into a corner, then gently gathered the sleeping Jason in his arms, making him more comfortable. Let's go back to the manor. Half awake, Jason blinked up at Roman and muttered, There's nothing beautiful in Gotham. With that, he curled up on Roman's lap and promptly drifted off again. Roman's lips twitched into a smirk. Isn't your Uncle Bruce considered one of Gotham's finest sights? But the boy was already fast asleep, his eyes closed, too tired to respond. Bruce sat in his own car, watching as the other vehicle disappeared into the distance, his thoughts a tangle of emotions. How was your day, Mr. Wayne? Alfred asked as he drove toward that evening's gala. Not bad. I have to admit, I didn't expect Roman to dote on Jason quite so much. It's surprising, really. It's been nearly 3 months since you last took Master Richard to an amusement park. If he finds out you took a stranger's child out for fun, I'm afraid he'll be green with envy. He knows I'm working on a case. He'll understand. Still, I can't shake this feeling of unease. Why did Roman suddenly decide to adopt a child? To be honest, sir, it's not so different from the time you brought Master Richard home. I was just as surprised then, but after a while it stopped feeling odd. It's not the same. Roman is Black Mask. He's never needed a reason to kill. Jason must have been driven by desperation. He just won't admit it to me. Your concern is not without merit, sir. But you should get ready for the gala. That night, a fresh batch of tabloids hit the streets. Bruce picked up a copy, the front page adorned with a headline about himself and Roman, and began to read. Gotham's 2 richest men take their sons out. Battle for Father of the Year. Lucius stood at his side, reading the headline aloud. I'm used to these stories about you by now. When Bruce ran into Lucius, he took the opportunity to discuss the possibility of buying out the newspaper. Lucius advised against it. He pointed out that even if they acquired this particular paper, it wouldn't stop other gossip outlets from spreading rumors. On the contrary, it might give the impression that Wayne Enterprises was trying to control the press. In the end, Bruce chose not to buy the newspaper. Meanwhile, that very night, Roman personally tracked down the reporter who fabricated the story about him and Bruce. Assuming his black mask persona, he gave the journalist a harsh lesson at one of his East End hideouts. The next morning, a new scandal appeared in the latest edition of the tabloid, rushed to print. The report subtly hinted at Black Mask's feelings for Roman, suggesting the two shared an intimate relationship. It also claimed that Black Mask, upon seeing news linking Roman and Bruce, lashed out at the reporter out of jealousy. Soon after, Batman appeared, rescuing the reporter and clashing fiercely with Black Mask. Later, the reporter described the quarrel between Black Mask and Batman as if it were a lover spat. The article even quoted Black Mask, "You left because of him and came here to find me." The piece stressed that the reporter would continue risking his life to uncover the tangled web between Bruce Wayne, Roman Sionis, Batman, and Black Mask. Should he meet an untimely end in the pursuit of the truth, he hoped readers would remember him. Roman tossed the newspaper into the trash, already considering how best to teach the reporter a lesson. What he'd actually said was, "Batman, you left the party just to come here and make trouble for me over this reporter." Yet, in the reporter's version, it became Black Mask unleashing his jealousy on Batman. Batman warned Roman that gossip would never truly be eradicated. Roman knew this all too well. He himself had once been the subject of rumors and had passed judgment on others. That was why he hadn't gone too far in dealing with the reporter. But to have Bruce personally inform him, to think that, just because of one paparazzo, Bruce had to leave the party halfway, don the Batman suit, and disrupt Roman's good mood, Roman had absolutely no interest in such nonsense. So, without hesitation, he gave the paparazzo a swift kick. Perhaps it was that very kick that caused the reporter's memory to become muddled. Next time, Roman told himself, he'd be more careful. He'd make sure the reporter wouldn't twist his words again. Just then, Jason walked into the dining room, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, looking perfectly presentable. "Good morning, Dad." "Good morning, son. Today's important. Once we finish breakfast, we're heading out. There's something big waiting for us at 9 o'clock. Roman sipped his coffee and picked up another newspaper. Jason only wrinkled his small brow, quietly drinking his milk and slowly eating his healthy breakfast. Even though yesterday had been fun and he was glad for it, Jason didn't really care whether Roman had enjoyed himself. The truth was, he didn't much like having Roman as a father. Roman was more difficult than anyone he'd ever met, so controlling, so hard to live with. He was beginning to regret not choosing Batman as his guardian. Was it too late to change his mind? Roman noticed Jason's distraction, but he was in good spirits this morning. After folding up the newspaper, he looked at Jason and said, "I've invited Bruce to the hearing." Jason's eyes widened as he looked at him. Roman spoke slowly. "You can look at me like that when you're being playful, but in formal settings you shouldn't. It comes across as impolite." Jason averted his gaze and lowered his head, focusing on his meal. The healthy meal Roman had prepared for him was always a generous portion, and Jason could never finish it all. This left him a bit frustrated. Still, Roman would always have someone clear away his plate without a word, as if he could always tell whether Jason was full or not. In fact, we really ought to thank Bruce. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have become father and son. "Dad, you seem pretty sure that the adoption will go through," Jason finally spoke up. Roman heard this and smiled sincerely. The future Red Hood had no idea just how much influence he held in Gotham. Their family name alone was enough to make the authorities look the other way, and Roman's underworld power as Black Mask could get anything done in an instant. But this time, he hadn't used any of those connections. The adoption process was completely above board, airtight and legitimate, with not a single flaw for anyone to find. Once the hearing ended, Jason Todd would officially become his adopted son. Since everything could be done in the light of day, why resort to anything underhanded? This way, Bruce would have no grounds to challenge Jason's custody in the future. As for dissolving the adoption, that would never happen. If that day ever came, Roman would do whatever it took to stop it. In short, this time, Red Hood would become a crucial piece in his ongoing game with Bruce. "Of course, I'm entirely qualified to be your father." Jason lowered his head and secretly rolled his eyes. He'd eaten enough already. Any more, and he'd just feel uncomfortable. "All right, time to go, Jay. We got a little while before the hearing starts. Let's talk about how to answer the judge's questions." These preparations might have been unnecessary. After all, the adoption was almost certain to succeed, and Jason was smart enough not to let anything go wrong. Roman's legal team was also top-notch. Still, a little precaution never hurt. There was no harm in reminding Jason one last time before they left. The hearing went off without a hitch, No surprises at all. Jason answered every question with poise and confidence. Bruce sat in the audience, his feelings a tangled mess. He had to admit, Roman was taking good care of Jason, but he couldn't shake the suspicion that it was all just for show, a performance for the court. After all, Roman also had a darker side, a cold and ruthless Black Mask. Just last night, for the sake of a tabloid story, Black Mask had assaulted a reporter. That incident left Bruce worried about Jason's future, but for now, there was nothing he could say. In the end, the judge brought down the gavel, formally approving Roman's adoption request. From this moment on, Roman held both custody and guardianship of Jason. The reporters, who had already caught wind of the news, gathered outside the courthouse, buzzing with excitement. The moment they saw them emerge, they swarmed forward, eager to begin their interviews. In Gotham, this was undeniably a major headline. After all, Roman Sionis had previously declared he would never marry for life. Yet now he was adopting a child from Crime Alley, no less. Although rumors have been circulating throughout the city for days, the official recognition by the court lent the story new weight and credibility. People were willing to pay attention to such a topic. As you can all see, Roman said, holding Jason in his arms as he faced the cameras, Jason is the light of my life, and I'm delighted to become his father. What do you think, Jason? Jason nodded at the camera with a smile. Yes, Dad. With that, he buried his face in Roman's shoulder. His well-behaved demeanor drew a wave of admiration from those around them. I must say, all of this wouldn't have been possible without my dear friend Bruce, Roman added with a warm smile. Many of the cameras now turned to Bruce, who stood off to the side. As one of Gotham's most prominent figures, he attracted attention wherever he went. Bruce offered his familiar smile and waved in greeting to the crowd. But today, the spotlight belonged to Roman. Bruce has always been a role model for me. The close bond he shares with Dick showed me the joys of raising a child. He's often shared those feelings with me, and his stories touch my heart. Even if I never marry, there's nothing stopping me from becoming a parent. It was then that I met Jason. I believe that he and I share a bond much like Bruce and Dick. I look forward to the happiness he'll bring to my life. Facing the cameras, Roman spoke candidly about his gratitude toward Bruce and his feelings about adopting Jason. Mr. Sionis, you once said you would never marry, but now you have an adopted son. Will he be your heir? Roman nodded with a gentle smile. Yes. Ever since my parents passed away, I've been grieving and even withdrew from others. During that time, Bruce helped me tremendously, and I'm deeply grateful. Yet despite his support, I couldn't escape the shadows. It wasn't until I met Jason that I truly believed he was the light in my life, the sunshine warming me through the winter. For him, I'm willing to change. So yes, Jason will take my surname, and he will be my sole heir. At this moment, Roman embodied the very image of a loving father. Jason whispered in his ear that almost sounded real. Bruce's brow furrowed slightly, but he was not the star of the show today, nor could he voice any objections with the cameras rolling. All he could do was feel his determination to protect Jason grow even stronger. Mr. Sionis, could you please take a photo with your adopted son? Both of you facing the camera. Let me ask Jason first. He's a bit shy. Roman turned his head gently to ask Jason, the closeness between father and son evident in his tone. Son, let's take a picture together. Put me down first, and then we can take one. All right, let's get a nice picture first, then I'll set you down as soon as we're done. Jason wrapped his arms around Roman's neck, pressing his cheek close to Roman's. Both of them looked into the camera, beaming with radiant smiles. After the shutter clicked, Roman kept his promise and set Jason back on the ground. Jason finally felt the solid joy of standing on his own feet, but Roman immediately crouched down and pulled him into another embrace, both of them smiling toward the flashing lights. Once the reporters were dealt with, Roman took Jason's hand and said, Bruce, we're hosting an adoption dinner at my place tonight. I mentioned it to you yesterday. Do you remember? How could I forget, Roman? I even prepared a gift. Bruce gently pinched Jason's cheek. Roman reached out to stop him. There isn't much on his cheeks yet. Wait until he puts on a bit more weight, then you can pinch him all you like. Bruce shrugged. All right, my mistake. I didn't expect you to be so possessive. I need to take Jason to update his information. After all, he's going to be part of the Sionis family now. He'll have my surname. Got it. I'll head back to the office then. Roman caught the look on Bruce's face and felt a secret sense of triumph. But since Bruce didn't know that Jason was originally supposed to be his own adopted son, Roman could only keep that satisfaction to himself. Dad, do I really have to change my last name? Yes, you'll share the same surname as your father. He wanted Bruce to understand that, in the end, it was the Sionis who had bested him. Jason couldn't help but wonder, if he called out to Batman, would Batman come to save him? Sadly, he had no way to reach Batman. He could only think to himself, if he shouted Batman out loud, would Batman appear? He quickly dismissed the thought. Why would Batman show up just for an ordinary kid like him? What about my old family? They're not your concern anymore, my good boy. You don't have to worry about them. Jason watched as his identity shifted from Jason Peter Todd to Jason Roman Sionis. He didn't understand why Roman insisted on changing even his middle name. Nor did he know if, on a whim, Roman might someday decide to rename him Sionis II. Well, whatever. If it made Roman happy, so be it. Jason recalled a word Bruce had mentioned earlier and couldn't help but repeat it silently in his mind. This overwhelming possessiveness is really exhausting. Roman was humming a little tune as he carried Jason in his arms. Maria had already pulled open the car door, and he cheerfully set Jason down, planting a kiss on his stiff little face. Once Jason climbed into the car, Roman took his own seat in the back. Maria closed the car door and moved to the front passenger seat. Ever since Jason had appeared at the boss's side, there was no longer a spot for her in the back. Boss, where to now? Back to the manor. The back seat of the luxury car was incredibly spacious. Jason curled up in a corner, gazing out the window at the crowds on the street. Those people looked at the car with envy written all over their faces. But inside the car, no one seemed happy at all. If they could read Jason's thoughts at this moment, they'd probably think he didn't know how lucky he was. Roman noticed Jason's gloomy mood. Is being my son really that hard for you? It's not that bad, really. Just a little hard. Roman stroked his chin. Jason wasn't as afraid of him as before, but there was still no closeness between them. This wouldn't do. If Jason didn't trust him, how was he supposed to use this chance to get back at Bruce? After returning to the manor, Roman took Jason to the study and pointed to a basket on the desk. These things were gathered from your old little room. I thought they might hold some memories for you. I had someone save them for you. Once the adoption paperwork is done, they'll officially be yours. Consider it a small gift, son. Roman poured himself a glass of wine, looking down at Jason. Winning hearts was the key. If he could win Jason over completely, that would be the best outcome. Hearing this, Jason's eyes lit up. He dashed forward, trying hard to pick up the basket, but he wasn't quite tall enough to reach the top box. In his eagerness, he nearly tried to climb onto the desk. The butler, Benjamin, kindly handed the basket to him. Master Jason, would you like me to take this to your room? Thank you, but I can do it myself. Jason took the basket and dashed out of the room. As he was opening the door, Roman called after him. Son, aren't you forgetting something? Thank you, Dad. Jason shouted back as he ran out, not even turning his head. Roman let out a low chuckle. Such a child. Then he asked, how's the banquet coming along? The ballroom is almost ready. Just a few finishing touches left. Invitations went out yesterday, and almost every socialite in Gotham is on the list. Though, since the preparations were rushed, a few declined. They don't matter. As long as Bruce shows up, that's enough. Roman swirled his wine, his mood impossibly bright. Back in his own room, Jason eagerly rummaged through the basket. The two plush toys he'd won at the amusement park, a bear and a puppy, sat on his bed as if they too were curiously eyeing the basket, wondering what he'd find inside. He didn't own many possessions of his own. The most precious among them was a book his mother had given him for his 6th birthday, Pride and Prejudice. At this moment, the book lay quietly on top of his basket. Many of the words in the book were still strange and difficult for him to understand. Even now, at 10 years old, he would spend his free time poring over its pages, puzzling over the text, yet unable to grasp every single word. After all, he had already been out of school for some time. Jason picked up the book absent-mindedly and flipped through a few pages, but his gaze was soon drawn to something else in the basket. It was a photograph of his mother, one of the few keepsakes he had. I miss you so much, Mom, Jason choked out, gently brushing his fingers over the glass of the picture frame. In the photo, Catherine was holding him as a small child, her face softened by a tender smile. He wiped away his tears, sniffled, and then turned the frame over, deftly removing the stand at the back. Behind a frame, he discovered a family portrait. Sometimes, he would find money that his mother had hidden here. Sure enough, this time there was a crisp 100-yuan bill tucked behind the photo. Jason pulled out the bill, but noticed that the original family photo was gone, replaced by a new picture he had never seen before. He slid the new photo out, catching a faint scent of fresh ink. It must have been developed only recently. In the picture, Catherine wore a long dress and held a bouquet of yellow roses, smiling gently at the camera. Jason's mind went blank. Almost without thinking, he turned the photo over. On the back, in Catherine's familiar handwriting, was a message. Sweetheart, I love you. You are a good child, but I'm not a good mother. Please take care of yourself. It felt like a message Catherine had left before she passed away. Jason's eyes stung as tears blurred his vision. He placed the photo and the money back where they belonged, carefully reassembling the frame, then hugged it tightly to his chest and curled up on the bed, sobbing. Only when his tears were spent and exhaustion overcame him did he finally drift off to sleep. No one knew how much time had passed before Benjamin woke Jason. Master Jason. Jason sat up, the picture frame slipping from his arms. It took him a moment to fully come to his senses. After weeping and then dozing off again for a while, he felt much better now. What is it, Benjamin? You should start getting ready for the dinner party. Jason made a sound of acknowledgement, his gaze landing on the photo frame and the book. I'll just keep these two. Please throw the rest away for me. Benjamin picked up the basket. Of course. Would you like to take a bath now? The water's ready for you. Jason nodded, slid off the bed, and walked toward the bathroom. As the sound of running water came from the bathroom, Benjamin placed the book on the desk and took away the picture frame. How amusing. Roman tapped his fingers on the table, reading the message on the back of the photograph. The job wasn't done cleanly enough. Should I? Roman raised a hand to interrupt Benjamin. How is he? Much more stable, not showing much resistance. That's good enough. Catherine's last bit of care for Jason is working in my favor, and that's all I need. Roman seemed quite calm about this little mishap. Send him back. I still have things to take care of. Once everything's ready, bring him to see me. Yes, sir. By the time Jason came out of the bathroom, Benjamin was already waiting in his bedroom. As soon as he emerged, Benjamin stepped forward and began to towel off his damp hair. I can do it myself, Jason insisted, trying to prove he could manage. But Benjamin didn't give him the chance. Let me help you. It'll be more efficient. His hands were gentle, the pressure just right, leaving Jason no room to refuse. 99% chance this was one of Roman's strange orders. Jason had no choice but to let him help. Watching himself in the full-length mirror, he asked, "What about the person who was here before? Where did they go?" "That's not important. From now on, I'll be handling your daily care." Benjamin's answer was so precise and formal, it left Jason a bit perplexed. "Are you always going to take care of me so attentively?" "You can think of it that way, though not in every matter." Benjamin put down the towel and brought over a fresh set of clothes. "I'll let you handle changing by yourself." Jason took the clothes, muttering, "I'm not that pampered. I've lived alone. I can even take care of others." Benjamin gave him a smile, the corners of his eyes creasing with the gesture. "Could you turn around? I'm not shy, but it's still odd having someone watch." "As you wish." Benjamin turned away. While changing, Jason asked, "How old are you? How did you end up working for Roman?" Benjamin cut him off. "Master Jason, please mind your words." Jason quickly adjusted. "How did you end up as my father's butler?" "Mr. Senes offers a generous salary." "Oh, I've finished changing." Benjamin turned around and helped him tidy up his sleeves and collar. "He's got a bad temper. Does he ever hit you?" "No. Sir needs me to look after the house." Jason watched as Benjamin smoothed his cuffs, then fastened 2 sapphire cufflinks for him, and pinned a rose-shaped sapphire brooch with tiny diamonds on his jacket. "It looks nice. Is it expensive?" Benjamin took out jars and bottles and gently applied creams to his face. Jason glanced at the labels. It was Janus Company's children's skincare, which belonged to Roman's firm. After that, Benjamin switched on the hairdryer and gave him a quick, neat hairstyle. Watching Benjamin bustling around, Jason couldn't help but compliment him. "You really know how to do everything." "A required course for a butler, young Master Jason." "Oh, how long have you been working here?" 2 months. Finally, Benjamin tied a bow tie for Jason, straightened his collar, and looked him over in the mirror. The boy in the mirror looked sharp, a hint of mischief glinting in his blue eyes. "All set. Before the banquet starts, Sir wishes to see you." Benjamin didn't accompany him to Roman's study. Instead, he went downstairs to check on the preparations. The main hall was bustling with people making the final arrangements. Jason made his way to Roman's study, familiar with every step. The guard at the door saw him, gestured for him to knock, and then, receiving permission, opened the door for him to enter. Jason thought, Roman always pays a little too much attention to ceremony. He walked in. Maria sat to one side, head bowed, hurriedly scribbling in a notebook. Roman set down his wine glass and stretched out his arms. "Come here, son." Jason kept a straight face as he walked over to Roman. Roman knelt down, draping an arm around Jason's shoulders and studying him closely, then pinched his cheeks. "Don't look so stiff, like you're at a funeral. Tonight's a big night." Jason didn't have much to say at the moment, but since Roman had pointed it out, he knew he had to play his part. He rubbed his face, worked his facial muscles, and managed a smile. "Much better. From today on, you're my son, Jason. Leave the past behind." Jason's eyes widened, a burst of childish indignation rising up. "I never begged you to be my father. You're the one who insisted on being my dad. Why should I just let go of everything because you say so?" Roman let him go. For a moment, Jason thought Roman might slap him. But Roman only glanced at him, then stood up and picked up his wine glass. "Maria, go get changed. Your dress is in the lounge." "Yes, sir." Maria looked up at his words and quickly excused herself. Roman was in good spirits today and didn't want to argue with the kid. He sat down on the sofa and beckoned Jason over. Resigned, Jason shuffled over and leaned against him. Roman pulled the child close and asked, "Where did you learn the phrase shameless?" "I don't remember. Who would bother remembering that?" Roman nodded, gazing into his glass of liquor, lost in thought for a long while without saying a word. "What are you thinking about?" Jason couldn't hold back and blurted out the question. "I'm thinking about how to train you to become the heir to my criminal empire, so you can one day carry on and expand my legacy." This statement left Jason utterly perplexed. "Do you actually have a criminal organization?" "Daddy really does. Are you going to report me to Batman?" Roman teased, brushing Jason's nose with his pinky as he balanced his drink, then took a sip. Jason's face twisted with doubt and confusion, a surge of anxiety welling inside him. He found Roman completely unreasonable. "Do you want me to turn you in?" Roman let out a chuckle, deep and low. "You ought to see how I deal with people who betray or disappoint me." He drained his glass, turned his head, and fixed Jason with his stormy, gray-blue eyes. "You wouldn't like it, and Batman wouldn't believe you either." Jason pouted. "He's the champion of justice, Gotham's Dark Knight. If he finds out you're up to no good, he'll stop you." "Well said. He visited us only a few days ago, but he didn't stop you from becoming my son." That's because, Jason faltered, giving up on arguing. Batman had tried to help him then, but Jason had turned him away. There was no point explaining this to Roman now. Roman burst out laughing. "If you're silent, that means my adopting you is a good thing. After all, Batman stops bad things from happening." Jason scrunched up his nose. Roman's logic was outrageous. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Benjamin entered. "Sir, the dinner will begin in half an hour." Roman nodded in acknowledgement and waved him away. "Come on, son, let's play chess." Roman scooped him up and set him on a chair by his side, taking a seat opposite him. Jason shook his head. His parents never had time to teach him chess, and nobody in Crime Alley wasted time on such things. "No worries, Daddy will teach you." Roman began showing Jason the chessboard and the pieces. As the evening banquet commenced, Gotham's elite began to arrive one after another. Roman, with Jason at his side, greeted guests at the door as the hosts. Maria worked diligently beside Roman, quietly providing him with information. Jason found it terribly boring. He could overhear Roman and Maria discussing the guests, mostly making snide remarks. Sometimes Roman would ask who someone was, and Maria would fill him in. Many of the guests were familiar faces from the newspapers, and some Jason had even seen in restaurants before. Roman, face masked, would exchange pleasantries with each guest, and the guests would, with feigned warmth, compliment Roman's son, remarking on how charming and handsome he was. Jason felt like his ears were about to grow calluses from hearing the same thing over and over, but he still played along with Roman, fluttering his blue eyes and politely greeting each guest. "You've got quite the eye. Your son looks absolutely wonderful." Jason felt a flicker of unease. The words themselves weren't anything out of the ordinary, but the man who spoke them had a rather sinister look, his eyes lingering on Jason with a greedy gleam. Then he glanced at Roman, his smile suggesting he knew some dreadful secret. With a decade of experience in the city's criminal underbelly, Jason could spot trouble from a mile away. Instinctively, he leaned back ever so slightly, subtly seeking the comfort of Roman's presence. Roman noticed right away. Without missing a beat, he lightly patted Jason's shoulder in reassurance. "Jason is the best. Why else would he be the light of my life?" Roman's gaze swept over the man before him, cold and warning, as if he were looking at a dead man. "Mr. Wolf, this way, please." Benjamin stepped in, ushering the man away. The guest shot Jason one last look, then, arm in arm with his companion, disappeared into the hall. "What an interesting fellow. Give me his file tonight." Roman paused, reconsidering. "No, put on my desk tomorrow." Maria dutifully made a note of it. "Mr. Ciennes, thank you so much for inviting us." "Congratulations." The newcomers were the Drake family. When they'd received the invitation, they'd been quite surprised. After all, the Ciennes family rarely mingled with them, and even business dealings were scarce, despite living not far apart. "Just call me Roman, Jack." Roman wore his mask perfectly, all charm and poise. "Since you have a son as well, I thought you'd understand. I hope the boys might become good friends." "I'm sure Tim would love that." Janet, holding her son's hand, nodded slightly. "Go on, say hello to your new friend." "Hi, I'm Timothy Drake. You can call me Tim." Tim extended his hand. "Jason, too." "Jason Ciennes." "Hello." For the first time that evening, Jason introduced himself with his new name. The two boys shook hands, almost ceremoniously, exchanging names and acknowledging one another. Jack handed a brocade box to Tim. "Give this gift to Jason. It's for you. I hope you're happy every day." Tim's manners were impeccable, thoroughly charming. This was how a good child should behave. "Thank you." Jason accepted the gift, giving Tim a curious look. Tim grinned at him, and Jason, a bit shy, returned the smile. "We'll head in first. You can find Jason to play later," Janet told Tim, and the Drake family entered the hall, greeting acquaintances along the way. Watching them go, Roman asked, "So, do you like your future playmate?" "Don't feel anything." Jason handed the gift box to Benjamin and quietly waited for the next guest. There was a small burst of exclamation outside the door. The two of them turned at the sound and saw Bruce stepping out of the car, accompanied by a young boy, as camera flashes lit up the scene. At the sight of Bruce, Roman instantly perked up, his spirits soaring. Bruce approached them, wearing the signature smile of Gotham's golden boy, while the young man behind him followed with a spring in his step. "Hey, Roman." Roman finally released Jason and walked over to Bruce. The two embraced briefly. "Bruce, you even brought your kid along. Aren't your studies keeping you busy, Dick?" "Bruce told me you adopted a child and are hosting a banquet to introduce him to Gotham. Compared to something this important, schoolwork doesn't matter at all. I had to see it for myself." With that, Dick slipped past Roman to greet Jason. "So you're the guest of honor tonight." "Hi, I'm Richard Grayson, but you can call me Dick." Freed from Roman's grip, Jason felt a wave of relief and subtly rolled his shoulders. He looked up, just as Dick's curious gaze found him. A bright, cheerful, and strikingly handsome boy. Jason searched his mental dictionary for the right words. And with such a playful name, it somehow suited the person perfectly. He had no doubt Dick brought Bruce a great deal of joy. Dick looked like the kind of person who could light up any room. But if Roman was to be believed, this was also the person responsible for his own adoption. That thought left Jason feeling a touch indignant toward Dick. "Hello, I'm Jason Cience. I heard from Alfred that Bruce took you to the amusement park for half the day yesterday. Dad came along too. Do you know, Bruce hasn't taken me to the amusement park in nearly 3 months? You're really lucky. But you look old enough to take yourself out and have fun." Roman watched the two boys, one older, one younger, chatting, a cold smile forming in his heart. So, Bruce wanted to investigate him and had sent Dick to work on Jason. "Jason seems to be in great shape. Is he wearing the same outfit as this morning?" "This is new, custom-made." The two adults stood off to the side, making small talk. "I have to admit, it's impressive. Very well done." Bruce spoke with genuine admiration. In just 2 days, Jason was noticeably different from when they first met. Perhaps because back then, the boy had been so downcast, while now, he seemed much more lively. No matter how he looked at it, Roman really had helped the boy improve. "No, I can't jump to conclusions so quickly." Bruce silently reminded himself not to let his guard down. Roman's lips curled, and his gaze toward Jason was full of sly satisfaction. "Absolutely." His thoughts continued. "Of course he looks good, Bruce. This is your taste, after all." Praise was praise, but Bruce's compliments always had a way of sounding just right. Jason called out sweetly, "Uncle Bruce." Bruce handed him a gift. "Go on, open it." Jason followed the instructions and opened the box, revealing an exquisitely crafted pen. "Thank you, it's beautiful. I really like it," Roman suggested. "Shall we go inside and talk? It's about time." Now that tonight's guest of honor had arrived, Roman couldn't care less who else hadn't shown up. "Maria, Post, please take care of the guests at the back." "Of course, boss," the two replied in unison. Ignoring Jason's look of "I knew it," Roman took his hand and led him into the hall. The banquet proceeded smoothly. After Roman solemnly announced that Jason would be his heir and finished his speech with an invitation for everyone to enjoy themselves, the hall echoed with applause. Music began to play, and the party reached its peak. Gentlemen and ladies took to the floor to dance. Roman watched Bruce and his childhood friend, Thomas Elliot, chatting and laughing together, silently calculating how many more years it would be before Thomas took the vow of silence. By his estimate, it would be a year or 2 after Jason's death, so another 6 or 7 years. A dreadful, fascinating, peculiar way of marking time. Roman tried out several words in his mind, and finally settled on peculiar. He tilted his head back and finished the last of his champagne, his gaze drifting instinctively toward Jason. Jason was skilled at finding places to hide himself. Now he lingered at the far end of the dining table, not really hiding, just staying in a corner where few people passed by, his eyes fixed on the dessert in front of him. None of the important guests paid him much attention. After exchanging a few polite words, no one really wanted to converse with a child. Even the children they brought along had no interest in talking to him. "Why did you steal a spoon?" Tim approached, having noticed that Jason had slyly tucked a silver spoon away when no one was looking. Unfazed, Jason pulled the spoon from his sleeve in front of Tim, scooped up a bite of dessert, and ate it. "First, I didn't steal the spoon, I just put it in my sleeve for convenience. Second, little detective, if you'd paid attention, you'd realize this is my home. I can put things wherever I want." Tim rarely met someone his age who spoke so bluntly, but Jason's annoyed expression was strangely endearing. Mimicking Jason, Tim picked up a spoon and took a bite as well. The once pristine dessert now sported two unsightly holes. The two boys looked at each other and then began sharing the dessert. Is it good? Jason asked, his words muffled as he ate. Yeah, Tim replied after swallowing. It's delicious. Benjamin made it especially for me, Jason explained, then added, just for me. Hum. Tim pondered the meaning of that. Since you're sharing it with me, that means we're friends. No, Jason replied seriously. I just wanted you to know, this dessert belongs to me, and me alone. Tim bit his spoon, racking his brains. Sorry? For eating your dessert with your permission? Idiot. Shouldn't you give me something in return? Make a deal with me. In Crime Alley, nothing was shared without something in return. Tim finished the last piece of pastry, then offered sincerely, then I'll give you my friendship. Now we're friends. Jason frowned. Friendship isn't exactly a tangible benefit. So what do you want? Your pin. Tim looked down at the bat-shaped badge on his chest, promptly unpinned it and handed it to Jason. Is this good enough? Jason happily pinned the badge onto his own collar. Not quite, dummy. Being friends with you is exhausting, Tim muttered, lips pursed in mock annoyance. Then don't be. Jason took off his own pin and fastened it onto Tim's shirt. Now it's good. Tim pulled at his shirt to look at the sparkling gem set into the pin. This looks expensive. Not really, Jason shrugged, tilting his head. Now we're friends. His features softened, and he broke into delighted laughter. Tim grabbed his hand. Want to go outside and look at the moon? It's a full moon tonight. Let's go. The grown-ups won't notice us for a while. Roman watched the two boys walk hand in hand toward the garden and sighed at how simple and pure boys' friendships could be. Maria, come. May I have this dance? With a gentlemanly gesture, Roman extended his hand to Maria. Calm and composed, she accepted, and the two began to waltz slowly to the music. Her boss often did unpredictable things, but on closer thought, it really did suit the head of the Sienese family. Her boss was a little bit crazy, and she was just a bit crazy herself. Roman paid her handsomely, making her one of his many masks. The two boys sat on the lawn, faces turned up to the sky. Tim leaned back on his arms. Do you know what I think about every time I look at the stars? Jason simply lay back on the grass, hands folded behind his head as a pillow, one leg crossed over the other. How would I know? It takes less than 9 seconds for sunlight to reach Earth, but even the closest starlight takes years to get here for us to see it. Most of the starlight we see left its stars tens of millions of years ago. You're about to wax poetic about the vastness of time and the universe, aren't you? You do know something after all. Tim perked up, excited by his response. The newspapers say you're from Crime Alley. My mom was worried, but Dad convinced her to come see for herself. Crime Alley. Jason repeated the words. I think you're great. And you know about the stars. You can't be all that bad. Jason felt that Tim must be a knowledgeable guy, and very friendly too. He was the first peer tonight to come over and chat with him. He didn't dislike Tim, but the truth was their backgrounds couldn't have been more different. If not for Roman, their paths probably never would have crossed. You should get my badge back, Jason said, taking off the bat-shaped pin as a clear signal to exchange it back. The sudden remark caught Tim off guard. His voice, tinged with disappointment, asked, Does that mean we're still good friends? But Jason simply leaned over and pinned the badge back onto Tim's chest, then took his own brooch and fastened it onto his shirt. The whole time, Tim remained where he was, hands braced on the ground, not moving at all. You smell really nice, kind of sweet like milk, Tim said. Roman makes me drink milk morning, noon, and night, Jason replied, lifting his collar for a sniff. It's a nice scent. I like it. That comment made Jason swallow back the words he'd been about to say. I hate milk. In the moonlight, Jason met Tim's eyes and, with great solemnity, declared, I hereby announce that we are now friends. Tim let out a soft, delighted laugh. You really are full of surprises. At that moment, footsteps sounded across the grass. Can I join your secret club? Jason glanced over and saw Dick heading their way, ice cream in hand. No, you can't. Jason shot down the older boy's request. I'm with him, Tim chimed in. Oh, come on, don't be so heartless. Would a serving of ice cream be enough to bribe you both? Dick handed cups of ice cream to the two kids, then sat down on Jason's right and started eating his own. You two picked a good spot. Your parent can see you, and you get a nice view of the night sky. He'd spent a bit of time chatting with the girls, and after spotting Jason and another boy heading into the garden, he brought 3 servings of ice cream over. Dick, Tim called out softly. Dick responded, You know me? Sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Richard Grayson. I know who you are. Jason guessed him was blushing because his voice kept getting quieter. This is Timothy Drake, he introduced him. Tim. Nice to meet you, Tim. The 3 of them settled into a companionable silence as they ate their ice cream. After a while, Dick couldn't help but ask, So, what were you two talking about out here? Just friends catching up. None of your business. How is it not my business? Dick teased. Don't you really like Bruce? Bruce said I should make more friends, so he brought me here especially to be friends with you. Dick invoked Bruce's name, trying to get on Jason's good side. Bruce was worried that Roman might use Jason for some underhanded scheme. So after some discussion, he and Dick decided that Dick should get closer to Jason and earn his trust as a way to protect him. And if, in the process, they could take down Roman's other, more secret identity, the Black Mask, all the better. But you seem really popular. How could you not have friends? Jason was puzzled. You're always surrounded by girls. That's just socializing. Doesn't really count as friendship. Right, Tim? Tim hummed in agreement, backing him up. How old are you two? Dick tried to keep the conversation going. I'm 8. I'm 15, so I guess I'm the oldest in our secret league. We haven't agreed to let you join yet. Jason stood his ground. Dick let out a dramatic groan. Come on, Jay. I know a great place. Let me join you guys, and tomorrow's Saturday. Perfect timing. I'll take you out for some fun. Jason's curiosity was piqued. Where to? Tim had a good guess, but kept quiet. The circus. There's all sorts of fun stuff there. You'll love it. Jason muttered under his breath, then finally looked up. I know the circus. Roman could take me, too. Unless you can convince Roman to let you be the one to take me out. So if I manage that, I'm in the league. Fine. I'll try to talk him into it. A cheerful grin spread across Jason's face. The members of the secret league started chatting away. After a while, someone approached them. Master Jason, the dinner is about to end. You and your guests should head back to your rooms. It was Benjamin come to remind them. Guests were beginning to slip away, one by one. This is my phone number. Tim handed Jason a slip of paper. Jason took it, a bit uncertain. He didn't even know the phone number for Roman's house yet. Luckily, Benjamin stayed close by after finding him, never leaving his side. Benjamin, what's the house phone number? I'll write it down for you. Benjamin produced a pen and paper, scribbled down the number, and handed it to Jason, who then passed it to Tim. See you next time. Tim clutched the note happily and ran to join his parents, who were waiting to leave. The family of 3 waved at Jason. Jason waved back, watching them go. Roman saw Bruce and Dick off at the courtyard, where Bruce's butler was already waiting with the car. Dick wants to take Jason to the circus tomorrow. Roman shook his head slightly. No, Jason has lessons tomorrow. Hearing Roman's refusal, Dick quickly pleaded. Just for the afternoon, Roman. I promise Jason will be back before dinner. He's missed too much schoolwork already. I don't want him getting distracted with too much fun. Roman's tone was firm and resolute. Dick was about to insist, but Bruce cut in first. All right, maybe next time then. The 3 exchanged farewells. Roman watched Bruce's car drive away, then glanced up at the night sky. Soon, it would be time for Batman and Robin to head out on patrol. He hummed a cheerful tune as he returned inside, only to see Jason, clearly exhausted but still doing his best to wear a smile. Roman walked straight over, smiling as he scooped up his well-behaved son and carried him upstairs, leaving the aftermath of the banquet to Benjamin and Maria. He showed no interest in acknowledging the other guests who tried to bid him farewell. Wow, he really hasn't changed a bit. But he acts so high and mighty just because he comes from an old and wealthy family. If he so much as reached out to you, and you didn't go running to him, I'd say you have some backbone. Let's drop the subject. Roman has always been like this. It's not as if adopting a child will suddenly change him. Gotham had long grown used to his unpredictable moods, and the guests quietly took their leave from the Sione's mansion. Roman never cared about gossip. He set Jason down. Go get ready for bed. I'll come check on you in a bit. Jason yawned, mumbled an assent, and walked back to his room. Roman then made his way to his study. The bodyguard, standing watch at the door all night, greeted him with respectful diligence and opened the door for him. Roman sat at his desk, pulled out his phone, and dialed his lieutenant's number. How did things go tonight? Boss, the deal went smoothly. The other party is even interested in placing a new order. The shipment's already on its way to Europe. If they dare to come back to Gotham, we'll take them out. With that, Roman hung up, gazing absent-mindedly into the pitch-black night outside his window. Once he judged enough time had passed, Roman got up and went to Jason's bedroom. Jason was lying in bed, clutching a photo of Catherine. At the sound of footsteps and the door handle turning, he quickly slipped the frame under the covers. Roman entered and, seeing Jason still awake, sat down on the edge of the bed and opened his arms. Son. Jason pushed himself up, hugged Roman, and planted a kiss on his father's cheek. Good night, Dad. Good boy. Roman rested Jason's head on his shoulder, gently stroking his hair, and spoke in a slow, almost dreamy tone. You wouldn't betray your father, would you? Now, what kind of loaded question was that? If he said yes, would Roman end him right here and now? If he said no, Jason worried he might one day break that promise. Jason didn't want to lie, so he stayed silent. After a moment, Roman let go of Jason. Once the boy had settled in, he bent down to press a good-night kiss to his forehead and tucked the blanket around him, a warm smile in his eyes. No need to be afraid. Your father will keep training you until you're strong enough to stand against me. Until then, I'll protect you. Jason's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of person says things like that? He must be out of his mind. Go to sleep, son. Roman walked to the door, turned off the main light, and left only the night light glowing. He knew Jason liked to sleep with it on. Once Jason was sure the footsteps had faded away, he got up, placed a photo frame under the night light, then crawled back into bed and soon drifted off to sleep. In the dead of night, the hour when the bat was most active. Jason, Jason. A gentle voice called out, waking the sleeping child. Jason slowly opened his eyes and vaguely saw a dark figure sitting by the bed, with two sharp points sticking up from its head. The figure raised a finger to its lips and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm Batman." Blinking a few times, Jason finally recognized that the person before him was indeed Batman. Not far away, the window was half open, letting the night breeze that made the curtains billow and sway softly. "Batman, what are you doing here?" Jason asked with heavy eyelids. His mind was awake, but his eyes still stung with sleep. Batman handed him a small, round object about the size of a bottle cap, marked with a black bat symbol. "This is an emergency call device. Squeeze both sides tightly, and it will send out a distress signal and your location to me. If you ever need me, you can use this to call for my help." Jason was fully awake now. He took the device and gave it a try. It lit up instantly, signaling it was working. "Exactly like that. When you use it, I'll come to find you." Batman pressed Jason's hand, switching the device off. "You'll really come for me?" He still wasn't sure he could believe it. Batman gave a quiet nod. "I will. I'm not dreaming, am I?" He glanced around. The curtains were dancing gracefully like silent performers, adding a touch of mystery to the night. "When you wake up tomorrow morning, you'll know this wasn't a dream." Jason gripped the device, turning Batman's words over in his mind. "Is Roman a really, really bad guy?" Batman paused. "No, not right now. He's just someone I'm keeping a close eye on." Jason lowered his head in thought. After a moment, he looked up and asked, "Do you need my help?" Batman was taken aback. He reached out with a gloved hand and gently ruffled Jason's hair, moved by the boy's question. This child knew nothing, yet still asked if he could help. "No, you just need to take care of yourself. Roman is my responsibility. You don't need to get involved." Jason yawned, snuggled back under the covers, and a sleepy tear slipped from the corner of his eye. He murmured, "That's good. Roman is my dad now, you know. Go to sleep. And remember, don't let Roman find the device." The child murmured softly in agreement and drifted back into sleep. Batman slipped quietly out the window, carefully closing it behind him before vanishing into the night. In the darkness, a pair of eyes watched the direction Batman had disappeared. In the morning, before the alarm could even sound, Jason was already awake. After a long, restful sleep, he was full of energy. It felt like something strange had happened last night. Jason thought for a moment, then found the emergency call device on his bed. Seriously, not even a phone number left behind. Jason looked the device over, turning it in his hands, then finally decided to hide the little gadget in his closet. By the time Benjamin arrived, Jason had already picked out his own clothes and was dressed and ready for the day. "Good morning, Benjamin." "Good morning, Master Jason. You're up early today." "I slept enough yesterday." "Has father gotten up yet?" "He woke even earlier," Benjamin replied truthfully. He drew back the curtains, opened the window, and glanced outside. Ever since they'd returned to the manor, no matter how late Roman went to bed, he would always wake at 6 in the morning. After a round of exercise and a wash, he'd sit in the dining room, reading the newspaper, waiting for Jason to come down for breakfast. So Benjamin would also rise at 6 to prepare breakfast. Roman didn't need his service. He simply asked him to look after the young master. Jason slipped on his slippers and dashed downstairs. Benjamin followed behind. "Good morning, father." Jason greeted Roman cheerfully. A slight flicker passed across Roman's eyes. This was the first time his son had greeted him with such bright enthusiasm. "Good morning, son." Benjamin began setting their breakfast on the table. Jason finished eating at lightning speed, a change that caught Roman a little off guard. He shook his head with a quiet click of his tongue. Children really do change fast. "Father, did Dick talk to you?" As expected, it wasn't just small talk. Roman casually flipped the newspaper to a different page, not even glancing at Jason. "I already said no. You still have lessons today." "But I'm full." Before Roman could respond, Jason shot upstairs like a gust of wind and headed straight for his study. "Ah, kids," Roman remarked. At last, he looked up from a newspaper and watched Jason's figure vanish down the corridor. Then his gaze landed on the barely touched glass of milk. "Take it up to him. Make sure he drinks it." Benjamin took the tray, placed the milk on it, and walked upstairs at an unhurried pace. He knocked, then entered. A while later, Benjamin emerged, carrying the empty glass. Roman glanced at it and went back to his paper, trying to play mind games with his old man. Not quite ready yet. Sir, someone broke into the young master's room last night, Benjamin reported quietly from the side. Roman barely reacted. No need to check the footage. I already know it was Batman. Only he could sneak into someone's house without setting off the sensors. Rude fellow. The footage was probably tampered with long ago. You'll never find a trace of him. Should we upgrade security? Or run a check on the young master? Roman put down his newspaper. Handle the security upgrades yourself from now on. But remember this, never, ever lay a finger on Jason. That morning's etiquette lesson only worsened Jason's mood, already irritable to begin with. The elderly etiquette tutor addressed him as young Master Wayne with every other sentence, which grated on Jason's nerves even more. Luckily, Roman left the manor for the company that morning, so Jason didn't have to face him. At lunch, Jason's spirits lifted, and he ate with much more enthusiasm. That afternoon, an extra math teacher came to tutor him in 4th grade math. Jason brushed it off as child's play, asking instead for something more advanced, and confidently declared that even 5th grade problems were no challenge for him. The math teacher pulled out a test paper, and Jason finished in just half an hour what was meant to take a full hour. So the teacher picked up a book on bird watching, and they spent the rest of the time chatting about a few common birds. Jason enjoyed this. He was thoroughly engaged in the conversation. Half an hour after the math lesson ended, Mona arrived to teach his literature class. Jason hadn't seen her for 2 days, so naturally, he was delighted. He hurried to his room and fetched his copy of Pride and Prejudice, asking Mona to read it with him. He noticed Mona looked even more beautiful today, her subtle makeup accentuating her bright blue eyes, making them all the more dazzling. Even her voice carried the gentle warmth of a young woman. As the lesson drew to a close, Jason asked, "Mona, how old are you? Are you still in college?" Mona smiled softly. "Yes, that's right. I'm working part-time to help pay for school." Jason responded with a simple "hello." Benjamin knocked lightly on the study door, signaling that the lesson was over. "See you next time, Mr. Zianes," Mona said as she rose to say goodbye. Jason nodded in return. "The car that will take you home is waiting at the door. I'll walk you down," Benjamin said, closing the study door behind them as he escorted Mona to the front entrance. Once they had left, Jason immediately immersed himself in the world of books. Roman spent the entire day at the company, listening to Maria's reports. But for the most part, he stayed in the collection room, admiring his treasures. His collection consisted of various masks, each capable of expressing a different emotion. Ever since he'd brought Jason home a few days ago, it had been 6 days since he last visited his collection, savoring those moments when his soul was left alone. As dusk fell, he decided to visit his club once more to patrol his domain. The club was in the East District, and the villains of Gotham would occasionally drop by to have a drink and share some stories. Especially on weekends, when everyone had time to spare, the place was always lively. That's why he had set up a secret lounge just for villains, accessible only to those who knew how to get in. For one thing, it made it easier to handle any trouble caused by drunken guests, allowing them to be carried off to a side room to sober up. For another, it prevented them from scaring away the regular patrons and ruining his business. "Maria, tell boss that I won't be coming home tonight. Have him take good care of the child." During dinner, the study door was knocked on again, and Benjamin entered. "Is something the matter, Benjamin?" Jason looked up from his book. "It's time for dinner, Master Jason. Also, sir won't be coming home tonight." "Really? That's great." Jason's face lit up with joy. At last, he wouldn't have to share a table with Roman. "You go ahead, I'll come down as soon as I finish this chapter." But Benjamin didn't leave. "Dinner is already ready, and it won't taste as good if it gets cold. I've also made your favorite dessert." "All right." Jason reluctantly folded a corner of his book to mark his place before getting up to follow Benjamin to the dining room. Roman had barely been sitting in his booth for 10 minutes when he began to feel unusually popular today. It was all too clear. The 2 women standing before him were already the 5th and 6th to try flirting with him. Annoyed, he took a drag from his cigarette. "Ladies, do yourself a favor and get out of my sight while I'm still in a good mood. Otherwise, I'll be happy to leave scars on those pretty faces." The 2 women paled in fright. They hurriedly apologized and left in a rush. He stubbed out his cigarette with force, then lit up another. Usually, when he sat here, no one dared to approach him. But today, this crowd of fools was really pushing his patience to its limit. He could feel that dark, masked side of himself itching to break free. Just then, a familiar, honeyed voice rang out. Roman looked up at the newcomer. She had a striking figure, a beautiful face, and her fiery red hair was impossible to ignore. He draped one arm over the back of the booth, the other holding his cigarette. He took a few drags, saying nothing. "Do you really not want to see me?" Her voice carried a hint of grievance. "Half a year ago, you broke up with me out of the blue. I still don't understand why." He exhaled a plume of smoke and jerked his chin at the seat across from him, his way of granting her permission to sit. Circe, the witch's name. Model. She was once the woman Roman fell for at first sight. Once, she was the one he wanted to marry, the person he dreamed of sharing a life with. But his parents looked down on her humble origins, forcing him to rein in his feelings and give up on the idea of marriage. Out of the last shred of respect and pity for his parents, he didn't marry Circe after they died. Circe was also the woman who broke his heart. When he lost everything, she left him without a second thought, tossing aside their love like it meant nothing. The moment Circe walked away was the darkest hour of his life. That was when he realized that only wealth and power could hold on to a woman as free-spirited as she. So, when he returned with his memories half a year ago, the first thing he did was beat her up and throw her out. Not ruining her beautiful face was the greatest restraint he could muster. Before, he had nothing. When he became Black Mask, he buried the first half of Roman's life with him. Years passed in his memory, and Black Mask became a cold-hearted madman. His emotions dulled, focused solely on building his criminal empire and hating Batman. Yet now, after 6 months, seeing this woman again, he had to admit, he still felt a flicker of something. The woman he once loved, for whom he'd felt so deeply. But that was all in the past. Roman was no longer that naive young man. He lit another cigarette. After being favored by Lady Luck, some things just didn't matter anymore. Roman thought about this with a careless ease. Circe met his gaze, her eyes brimming with tenderness. But Roman looked at her as if she were just another stranger. This unsettled her a little. Fortunately, she was no stranger to the world, and managed to remain composed. After leaving Roman, she still received modeling jobs, and there were no shortage of men infatuated with her and willing to spend freely. Yet in all of Gotham, there were few wealthier than Roman, and her standard of living had dropped considerably. The beating had left her somewhat traumatized. Roman had lost his mind that night, and in the end, he wrote her a check and told her to get out. Not a day passed when she didn't long to return to Roman's side. The desire grew even stronger when she learned he had adopted a child. She thought perhaps she still had a chance. After all, Roman had loved her deeply. After lingering at the club for 5 or 6 days, she finally saw Roman again. "What are you thinking about?" Circe poured them each a glass of wine and offered one to Roman. Roman didn't accept it. Instead, he picked up an empty glass and poured himself a drink. Circe awkwardly drew her hand back, though the smile on her lips remained as beguiling as ever. He leaned back in his chair, cradling his glass, his gaze sweeping over Circe. "Circe, you're as stunning as the day we first met. It's nearly impossible not to fall for you." Circe's blue eyes sparkled. "Roman, what happened? Why did you send me away? If you had to choose between Bruce and me right now, who would you pick?" Roman looked unusually serious. Circe's brows knitted together, a hint of sorrow in her voice. "What's wrong with you? I love you, Roman. I'd only ever choose you." Roman laughed. "Foolish." He took a sip of wine, letting the taste linger, watching Circe in silence. His stare made Circe uneasy. She knew Roman's temper. She had learned to go along with him, and he had never truly lost his patience with her before. She took a drink herself, trying to hide her anxiety. "You never really had a choice," Roman said softly. "You're just a model, Circe. Did you really think you'd be given the power to decide?" Roman took a certain pleasure in tormenting others without resorting to violence. He reveled in the way fear crept across their faces. A flicker of anger crossed Circe's face. She set down her glass, grabbed her purse, and turned to leave. "Sit down, Circe. Stay and keep me company." Roman called after her, watching her retreat. "You know I'm generous. When we broke up, I left you $1 million. Looks like you've already burned through it." Circe stopped in her tracks. After a few seconds, she hesitated, then returned to the booth, her earlier confidence gone. Had Circe walked out right then, Roman might have respected her a little more. By now, plenty of people had noticed the drama unfolding nearby, and were watching with eager curiosity. To the people of Gotham, Roman and his model ex-girlfriend had once been inseparable. But half a year ago, the billionaire grew bored and dismissed her on a whim. Now, as they crossed paths again, everyone wondered, would old flames be rekindled? "Roman, I miss you. I always thought we weren't husband and wife, but it felt even deeper than that." Circe tried to rekindle Roman's feelings for her by echoing the words he once said. "That's all in the past. I'll never fall in love with you again." He had indeed told Circe before that being together with him was as if they were married. But now, those words only filled him with revulsion. "We were so happy." Roman raised his hand, and she wisely fell silent. Roman then called out, "Maria, come here for a moment." Not long after, Maria appeared, standing politely by the table. "Boss, how can I help you?" "Sit." Roman gestured to the empty seat beside him. Circe watched as Maria took the place that should have been hers, a surge of resentment welling up inside her. Maria wore a professional outfit, her blonde hair pulled back neatly into a bun, framed by black-rimmed glasses. No matter how Cersei looked at her, in terms of looks or figure, Maria didn't measure up. Why did she have to sit next to Roman? Does the company still need any models right now? Maria glanced at Cersei. No, we have 1 for long-term cooperation and 3 for short-term contracts. Add 1 more then. Offer her a contract at twice the standard rate for a year, Roman said calmly. Noted. Maria quickly jotted it down, already planning to head back to her office at the club. Anything else, boss? Yes. Stay and have a chat with me. He set down his empty glass. With practiced ease, Maria added 3 ice cubes to his glass, poured in the liquor, and slid the drink over to Roman. That was how her boss was. When he was upset but didn't want to show it, he would drink in silence, sometimes asking her to stay with him. Now and then, they'd talk. Other times, he'd just sit and brood. Maria would take the opportunity to handle some business while sitting quietly by his side. Seeing the striking red-haired beauty glaring at them from across the table, Maria sighed inwardly. Clearly, tonight's troubles all began with the boss's ex-girlfriend. Miss Cersei, you can go now. Come to the office at 9 tomorrow, and we'll sign a contract. Roman told me to stay with him. Cersei protested, unwilling to leave. She had to seize this chance. It was Roman who asked her to stay, but now his female assistant was telling her to leave. Cersei, Roman spoke up. If you're smart, you'll make the most of this year, because there won't be a second year, Roman. I miss you. I always thought that. Though we weren't husband and wife, we were even closer than that. Cersei tried to rekindle Roman's feelings for her by repeating the words he once said to her. That's all in the past. I'll never fall in love with you again. It was true, he had told Cersei before that being with him was just like being married. But now, recalling those words only filled him with disgust. We were so happy together. Roman raised his hand, signaling her to stop. She fell silent, sensing his irritation. Then Roman called for Maria. Maria, come here for a moment. Soon, Maria appeared, standing respectfully by the table. Boss, what can I do for you? Sit. Roman gestured to the empty seat beside him. Cersei watched Maria take the seat that, in her mind, rightfully belonged to her, and a wave of resentment welled up inside her. Maria was dressed in professional attire, her blonde hair neatly tied at the back, black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. No matter how Cersei looked at her, she couldn't see how Maria's looks or figure could compare to her own. Why should Maria get to sit by Roman's side? Is the company still looking for models? Maria glanced at Cersei. No, we're not. We have 1 long-term collaborator and 3 short-term. Then add 1 more. Offer her a contract at double the usual rate for a year. Roman spoke in an unhurried tone. Noted, Maria replied, swiftly jotting it down, already planning to return to her office at the club. Anything else, boss? Yes. Stay and talk with me. He set his empty glass on the table. Maria deftly added 3 ice cubes to his glass, poured him a drink, and slid it back in front of him. That was her boss. When he was upset, but didn't want to put on a cold face, he drank in silence, sometimes inviting her to sit with him. Sometimes they talked. Sometimes he simply sat and pondered. She would take the chance to handle business matters quietly by his side. Noticing the fiery-haired beauty glaring at them from across the table, Maria sighed inwardly. The trouble tonight clearly started with the boss's ex-girlfriend. Miss Cersei, you may leave now. Come to the office at 9 tomorrow to sign the contract. Roman asked me to stay with him. Cersei wasn't ready to go. She needed to seize this opportunity. It was Roman who wanted her to stay, but now his female assistant was trying to send her away. Cersei, Roman spoke up. If you're smart, you'll make the most of this year, because I won't be renewing your contract. There won't be a third chance, and I'd appreciate it if you stopped hanging around in front of me. Cersei's eyes flashed with anger as she retorted coquettishly. So, have you changed, Roman? Are you so eager to get rid of me for a plain woman like her, just so she can take my place? Maria is my assistant. She manages the company on my behalf. What is it you do again? Maria forced a smile, knowing full well that Roman was aware of her credentials. Otherwise, he wouldn't have parachuted her directly into the role of Janice's deputy general manager. Business administration. Doctorate. Maria is the company's deputy general manager. She's your superior, Cersei, and you should show her respect. Maria helps me run the business, makes us money, and can terminate your contract at any time. Cersei pressed her lips together, picked up her purse, and left again. This time, no one tried to stop her. Watching Cersei walk away, obviously unwilling to give in, Maria, for once, couldn't help but chide Roman. Boss, could you not use me as your human shield? Roman slung an arm around Maria's shoulders, sipping his drink as he asked, Is there a problem? No, but you really didn't need to hire her. It's hardly worth it. It's just one more face on a poster. My crew of idiots cost me way more every day. Roman let go of Maria. With the boss putting it that way, what more could she say? She silently pulled out her tablet, ready to get back to work. Where's the information on Wolf? She'd handed it to the boss at noon. Clearly, he hadn't looked at it. Fortunately, Maria was used to his style. She located the digital file and handed the tablet to Roman. As Roman scrolled through it, he let out a derisive laugh. Seems I'm not the worst scum out there. There's always someone worse. My existence actually makes the world a little more delightful. Maria knew exactly what Roman was referring to. Wolf's grandfather had made his fortune in construction materials, capitalizing on municipal projects. Wolf himself later became a senator, forming shady alliances and profiting from public works. He was a pedophile. A victim's family once tried to bring charges, but lacking evidence, the case went nowhere. That family reportedly moved to another city, disappearing without a trace. What a bore, Roman said, handing the tablet back to Maria as he stood up. Maria immediately stood aside to make room for him. Roman rapped on the stage, and someone promptly handed him a microphone. Tonight, everyone drinks for free. Eat, drink, and party to your heart's content. The place erupted in cheers, whistles, and shouts of approval. Roman grinned broadly, waving as he strode toward the heavily guarded entrance. Only Maria was left mentally calculating how much they'd lose tonight. In the end, she gave up. She'd check the bill tomorrow. After all, it was the boss's money. After weaving through a series of corridors, Roman entered his private office, picked up his mask from the desk, and put it on, along with black leather gloves. The black mask gave Roman a sense of security and satisfaction. He unlocked the security door and stepped into the villain's hall. A gentle melody floated through the air. Black Mask glanced around. Apart from the attendant at the entrance, only two people were present. One at the bar, the other in the lounge area. They sat far apart, respecting each other's space, quietly sipping their drinks. This was an exceptionally secretive place, only accessible to villains who knew the way in. Originally, the villain's lounge actually had a bartender, but over time, they either ended up dead, crippled, or lost their minds, so Roman stopped assigning anyone to the post. These guys never paid for their drinks, and he couldn't be bothered to keep pouring money into the place. Black Mask, I hear you've taken his son, called out Two-Face in greeting. Two-Face, once known as Harvey Dent, had been a district attorney, a white knight, until the scars on his face awakened the darkness within, transforming him into the villain now before them. The papers have been talking about it for 2 days now, Harvey. Besides, only someone out of their mind would take in a kid, sneered the wicked side of Two-Face, his laughter edged with malice. I'm training him to go up against Batman, Harvey. You're really so dumb as to pit a child against Batman? Disgusting. But to do things your way. No offense, Black Mask. Should I get myself a kid too? Two-Face tossed his coin in the air, catching it deftly. No, kids are nothing but trouble. We're better off without them. Excuse me, Two-Face, looks like we've got a rare visitor. Black Mask, having seen Two-Face coin land dark side up, walked straight to the bar. He just realized who was sitting there. At the bar sat a red-haired woman, her attire leaving little to the imagination. It was Poison Ivy, Pamela Isley. She had once been a naive, easily swayed university student, shy and in love with plants, but an unscrupulous. Professor had used her as a test subject, injecting her with plant toxins. Against all odds, she survived, but she was never the same again. What was she doing here? Was tonight destined to bring him some bizarre encounter with a redhead? Ivy, Black Mask slid onto the stool beside her. You don't strike me as someone who'd like a filthy place like this. Mind if I ask what brings a gorgeous woman like you to my humble establishment? Relax, Black Mask. Word is this is a bar for villains. Am I not villainous enough to have a drink here? More than enough. I just prefer if you could tone down your charm. I don't want anyone in my club dropping dead in strange ways for offending you. If they have eyes, they'll know better than to try. When do we get to meet your protege? Two-Face came over and took the seat to Black Mask's left. For a moment, Black Mask thought he'd misheard. Your protege, the one called Jason Sionis. We want to see what he's like. Poison Ivy glanced sideways, listening in on their conversation. Wait, you're all here just to see my son? Ivy, you too. We got a bet going on how long it'll take before you put a bullet in him. Two-Face chuckled under his breath. You talk too much, Two-Face. I'm not going to kill Jason. Black Mask snapped. Wait, you're actually running a pool. I'm betting you'll snap and shoot him within 2 months, 2 million on it. I'm not going to shoot him. What the hell is wrong with you people? If you need something mild to calm your nerves, I can provide it for free. It's harmless to children, and it won't get adults addicted. Poison Ivy rested her chin on her hand, glancing over with a sly look. Who's organizing the bets? Ivy, did you place one too? Penguin. But the wager isn't about killing him. It's about when you'll abandon him. I put 2 million on you dumping him in less than a month. Damn it, I might just go finish him off right now. Two-Face held him back. He predicted you'd fly into a rage. That's why he's heavily fortified. If you set foot on his turf, he'll shoot on sight. By the way, he also bet you try to kill him. 10 million says you won't even attempt it within a year. If you don't, he'll double the payout and give you 20 million. Poison Ivy set down her glass of emerald green vegetable juice, adding, "Our Arkham support group will bear witness." The sharp-eyed Black Mask pushed down his anger, not for the 20 million, but just to spite them. "I'm not crazy enough to end up in Arkham." Two-Face let out a low laugh. "As soon as Batman gets you, it's just a matter of time." He continued, "Penguin said if you keep playing nice, he'll even let you place another bet. Again, our Arkham support group will guarantee it." Poison Ivy chimed in. "He just wants to make money in peace. Screw him. Using me to make odds and still expecting me to bet." Black Mask paused. "Which outcome has the best payout?" Two-Face replied, "Penguin only set up bets for the coming year. He also promised that if you don't abandon your son within that year, he'll return double the wager. 3 million on top of the original 2, so 5 million total. I'll set up my own bet. Starting at 100 million, I'll never abandon Jason. Don't make promises you can't keep. Let me meet your son. I'd be happy to teach him a trick or two. It's true. If he's to be the next king of crime, talk alone won't cut it. If he likes plants, I can give him a little potted one. Teach him how to care for it." Poison Ivy leaned in, a strange smile curling on her lips. Roman caught a whiff of fragrance like mint mingled with the scent of trees after rain. He instinctively edged away from Poison Ivy. "Thank you all, but I'll pass. I'll excuse myself now." "In such a hurry? Off to see your kid? Do men like you really go home every night and kiss their child goodnight?" Two-Face's mocking voice echoed from behind. Black Mask slammed a fist into a nearby waiter, grabbed the man's shoulders, and delivered a swift knee to his gut. The waiter collapsed to the ground with a wail. Black Mask straightened his suit, dusted off his hands. "Worry about yourself, Harvey." With that, he left the villain's hall. Tonight wasn't exactly a disaster, but it left a bitter taste. Still, when Roman returned to the manor and went to check on Jason, his mood eased considerably. The child slept soundly, his future features faintly visible in the soft light. Roman sat on the sofa, covering his mouth and nose with one hand. What did Harvey mean with those final words? What kind of person are you? Which kind was that, exactly? Roman sank into contemplation. What was Harvey really trying to say? He had to admit, his feelings toward Jason were purely utilitarian. Everything he did, every single move, was to get at Batman, to see Batman suffer. After all, he was a villain. Harvey was right about men like him. He was a villain, through and through. So why was a villain like him plagued by these trivial worries? To hell with it. It's just another mask to wear, that's all. Masks could reveal the soul, could give a man strength. He bent down and pressed a kiss to the boy's temple. "Good night, son." Half awake, the child mumbled, "Good night, Dad." The next morning, Roman was still nowhere to be seen in the dining room. Jason drank his milk in silence. "Benjamin, did Dad come home last night?" So it hadn't been his imagination. Apparently Roman had already left early this morning. "Sir won't be home for dinner again today." The child gave a quick okay and dashed off. The day passed in its usual routine, and Roman never came home. Jason found he didn't care where Roman had gone. The following morning, Jason saw Roman sitting at the table, reading the newspaper. He paused in surprise. "Good morning, Dad." "Morning, son," Roman replied absently. "Your teacher says you're very smart. Even though you missed a year, you can keep up with the 4th grade. Do you want to join the 3rd grade, or the 4th? Was he really allowed to choose? 4th grade. Actually, I could go straight to 5th. I've already gone through all the textbooks. 4th grade it is then. After breakfast, Roman took Jason to the school to register. Jason gazed up at the grand building before him, or written all over his face. His old street school was nothing compared to this. After meeting with the principal, Jason was assigned to a teacher. His new homeroom teacher was a beautiful young woman, her blonde hair shining in the sunlight. Her name was Sonia Bright. "Class, we have a new student today. Jason, would you like to introduce yourself?" "My name is Jason Ciennes." Jason delivered the line flatly, meeting the eyes of the dozen or so kids in the room. When it became clear he wouldn't say more, Miss Bright pointed to an empty desk in the corner. "All right, welcome. You can sit over there." The children immediately burst into applause. As he passed the boy, Jason caught a muttered taunt, "Crime alley brat." He set down his backpack and glared at the boy who'd insulted him. The boy pulled a face and turned away with a mocking chuckle. The last class of the afternoon was crafts, which required students to pair up. There had always been 11 kids in the class, but now, with Jason, they could finally form complete teams. The girls crowded around him, each eager to team up with him, which made the other boys unhappy. "Susan, don't hang around with that sewer rat." The speaker was Bill, the freckle-faced boy who'd insulted Jason earlier. Susan was a little beauty, blonde with blue eyes, and at this age, she'd already captured the hearts of quite a few boys. Bill, you should watch your mouth. But Jason is just so good-looking, said the girl sitting in front of Jason, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at him with dreamy eyes. Her name was Irina. He looks like a rat, scrawny. What's so handsome about that? Bill, fuming, hurled a wad of paper at Jason, hitting him on the forehead. It didn't really hurt, but it annoyed him all the same. Since it was the first day, Jason held his temper. He cherished being able to attend school. I'm warning you, don't do that again, or you'll regret it. So what? Bill poked Jason's cheek. Are you really 10? You're the smallest in our class. Being good-looking doesn't count for much, does it? Jason knocked his hand away, his eyes smoldering with anger. The boys burst into laughter, egging each other on. Crime Alley's not a good place. My parents say only lowlifes live there, and they told me not to hang out with them. He's from Crime Alley. Really? Jason, are you from Crime Alley? Yes, Jason replied without the slightest hesitation. Well, I think I promised Lena I'd work on crafts with her, Susan said brightly as she got up and left. The rest of the group quickly scattered as well. But Christy stayed behind. She had dark hair, brown eyes, wore braces and clunky black glasses, and held up a paper model, asking Jason. Don't mind them. They're always like that, spoiled rotten. They make fun of me all the time, too. Want to do crafts together. Usually, Christy was the 11th wheel, always left to do crafts on her own. But sometimes if the class decided to ostracize someone else, she'd get a chance to work with someone. Jason nodded. What do their families do? Bill's, he asked as they waited for the glue to dry, making conversation. Bill's parents made their money through investments. They hit it big when the market soared. So, basically they're nouveau riche? Yeah, that's about right. Their family's always trying to squeeze into high society. Jason found himself feeling a bit sorry for the Romanis. The Sionis' name isn't all that impressive. Then, if even the nouveau riche looked down on them. Seems like being a Sionis isn't so great after all. If you really were a Sionis, they'd be trying to suck up to you. You speak like a grown-up. My father's a writer. My mother's a professor at Gotham University. I grew up listening to them debate, so I naturally picked it up. Christy giggled. Your family must have a really warm atmosphere, Jason said as he carefully brushed color onto the little tree. It's not bad. We need to put more glue here. So, do they exclude you because you don't fit in, or because you know more than they do? We just don't run in the same circles. Christy placed a tiny tree in the yard. Wow, look at this ugly house you two made, Bill jeered as he walked around them. But let me add some color, and it'll look much better. The boy picked up a brush, dabbed it in paint, and started smearing it carelessly over the paper model they had worked so hard on. What are you doing? Why are you ruining someone else's work? Christy shoved him aside and confronted him. What work? Bill, regaining his balance, brushed his hand across the paper house Jason and Christy had made, scattering their creation. You! Christy shouted, her voice rising enough to catch Miss Bright's attention. Jason, who had been silently watching Bill act out, finally stood up. He stepped in front of Christy and urged her to step back. Bill grinned mischievously at Jason, who was half a head shorter than him. You're just a kid who got picked up off the street. Without warning, Jason punched Bill hard in the stomach. As Bill doubled over in pain, Jason grabbed the ruined paper house and smashed it into Bill's face, then brought the paint palette crashing down on Bill's head. Did you really think a kid from Crime Alley would be easy to push around? Are you blind, coming over here to provoke me? Bill shrieked, wiping shards of paper from his face. Red and green paint dripped from his hair. You're crazy. I'm telling the teacher. Sobbing, Bill ran off toward Miss Bright. You're done for. His uncle works for the government. One of the toadies pointed at Jason gloatingly. Oh, I'm shaking in my boots. I thought his uncle was the mayor or something. Jason shot back with a look of utter disdain. Getting into a fight at school meant a call to the parents. Roman ignored Miss Bright's attempts to reason with him and took Jason out of school, leaving Maria behind to handle the school's concerns. Well, kid, first day of school, and already they've called your folks in, Roman said, clapping Jason on the shoulder as they walked into a coffee shop and sat down at a random table. You've brought honor to your family. Back in my youth, I was a pretty good kid. I kind of regret never giving my parents the thrill of being summoned to school. Thanks for making that dream come true, son. He had planned to drop Jason off and head to the club, maybe work on expanding his turf and growing his influence. But before he'd gotten anywhere with his plans, he got the teacher's call. What's the worst that can happen? Expulsion? Can't afford a tutor? If the school's garbage, it's no loss. TSK. This is the school your dad and Bruce both went to. Didn't stop it from producing trash and scum. Sounds to me like you're throwing shade at someone, son. I didn't, Jason muttered. I don't even know what pointing at the mulberry tree and cursing the locust tree means. Besides, there's trash everywhere, no matter where you go. Roman lit a cigarette, leaning back into his chair to savor the moment. What happened? Tell your old man. A faint scent of tobacco drifted through the air. "Give me a smoke." Roman took a slow drag, exhaled, and peered at Jason through the haze. The kid's request was earnest. He really meant it. Roman considered for a moment, then handed over his pack. Jason deftly pulled out a cigarette, took Roman's lighter, and lit up. His movements were smooth, practiced, almost effortlessly so. "Well," Roman asked. "It's mild. Not strong enough. Nothing special," Jason replied. Roman squinted, cigarette dangling from his lips, and shifted his gaze to the window. "How old are you again?" 10. "Dad, you're so forgetful." Roman sat up abruptly, snatched the cigarette from Jason's hand, and stubbed it out in the ashtray. "You little rascal, who taught you to smoke?" Jason bristled. "All the kids in Crime Alley are lighting up before they can even run. No smoking unless your father says so. It's bad for you, stunts your growth." Jason shot back, defiant. "Come on, you're sitting here puffing away. Does it really make a difference if I do?" "Oh, so now you're picking on your old man. You're forcing me to breathe your smoke anyway. Why not just let me join in?" Jason showed no sign of backing down. Roman's face darkened. He crushed his cigarette into the ashtray. "Getting a little too bold, aren't you? This is a public place. If you hit me, I could go straight to the police. When we get home, I've got plenty of ways to teach you a lesson. No marks left behind." Jason frowned, locking eyes with his father. "Weren't you asking what happened earlier? Go on." Roman had meant to light another cigarette while listening, but thinking of how this kid liked to contradict him, he restrained himself. Jason recounted what had happened, skipping over the less important details, like the reputation of the Sionis family. "That's it." Roman sounded disappointed. He'd expected something dramatic, but this was all? "No need to fuss. Just redo your assignment and turn it in." Roman's tone was carelessly dismissive. "Next time, unless you put someone in the hospital, don't bother the principal. We'll just pay their medical bills and be done with it. If anyone wants to make a little cash off you for sparring practice, your old man will pay." This time, it was Jason's turn to fall silent. After a long pause, he finally asked, "Are you serious?" No matter how he looked at it, starting fights and stirring up trouble didn't seem like something a good kid should do. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Jason hugged his glass of milk, eyes wide as saucers. The impact of his father's words hit him like a tidal wave. "They bullied you. Shouldn't you fight back? If you want to handle it another way, your dad will support you too. Just don't make me bail you out of jail before you turn 21. In short, handle the small stuff yourself. For the big things, your dad will step in." Jason gulped down his milk in big swallows, tried to hide his shock. This Roman, how could he be like this? It was unnerving. Was he really the heir to a crime empire? He had no interest in inheriting any crime empire. All he wanted was to study hard, stay far away from Roman, and even farther from Gotham. At that moment, Roman's phone chimed, a video message from Maria. "Not bad, that punch. Small as you are, you sure can fight." Roman watched the video, offering his critique. "How else do you think I survived in Crime Alley? By selling my looks?" Roman narrowed his eyes. With someone as tough as Red Hood, he couldn't imagine that ever happening. For a kid, the things you say are far from childlike. And what? Do you expect a kid from Crime Alley to act all innocent and beg for your charity? They just pick your pocket instead. Jason's tone was sharp now, his anger plain to see. Roman began to wonder whether threatening Jason with harm to others would work anymore. The little cub had finally bared his fangs, snapping and snarling to keep everyone at bay. "Come on, son. Let's go for a drive. Aren't you going to school? I'll visit the principal after he kicks you out." With that, Roman dialed Maria. "Maria, let the principal know my precious son is too shaken up and unstable. I'm taking him for a drive. By the way, I'm fully behind his idea for improving education for underprivileged kids. Help me donate $1 million to his foundation." Once again, Jason was stunned. Roman truly did as he pleased. The first time a parent was called to school, and just like that, it was brushed aside. Roman took Jason to the circus. Even though it was a Monday, the place was packed with visitors. Dick hadn't brought him this time, but the dazzling sights, breathtaking performances, and the wild interplay between people and animals brought Jason pure joy. "This is amazing." As the show ended, Jason took Roman's hand, taking a big step to match the adult stride. "We can go to the zoo this weekend." "Really?" Jason let go of his hand, cheering as he dashed ahead, only to be drawn to a nearby ice cream stand. He tilted his head, waiting for Roman to catch up. "Boss has already prepared dinner at home." The child pouted. They stood off for a moment. "But you said before, whatever I want, you'll give it to me." Roman was genuinely caught off guard, his heart skipping a beat. "Boss will have the best ice cream ready for you." "But that's not circus ice cream," Jason argued earnestly. "Only circus ice cream at the circus makes for a perfect, memorable trip." Roman admitted defeat and walked over to the stall, telling the vendor, "One, please." "No, we need two." The vendor glanced at Roman for confirmation, and he nodded, giving silent consent. That'll be 4 yuan in total. The vendor handed Jason 2 ice creams. Beaming, Jason took a lick of his ice cream and offered the other one to Roman. After paying, Roman looked a bit awkward as he accepted the ice cream. Jason's face was full of anticipation, leaving him with no choice but to take it. He thought to himself, I should have just left this little rascal at home. It was just cheap ice cream, but Jason was thoroughly enjoying it. Roman, who hadn't tasted ice cream in years, could only accompany his son and finish it before they headed home. After returning from the circus and finishing dinner, Roman announced that starting the next evening, Jason would be learning various physical skills from Benjamin every night. Jason was quite surprised. Benjamin always looked so gentle and refined. He never imagined he was skilled in martial arts. Benjamin reacted calmly, simply saying, I will do my best to instruct young Master Jason, before he began clearing the table. Benjamin, are you really good at fighting? Jason followed Benjamin, peppering him with questions. A little bit. Roman glanced at Jason, then slipped away to his study to deal with gang affairs, leaving Jason to pester Benjamin. Ever since the adoption was finalized, Roman's men had stopped showing up at the manor. Now, only 3 people lived there, Roman, Jason, and Benjamin. Are you some kind of secret bodyguard my dad hired? No, I'm just a butler. Can we start lessons now? If you'd like to begin right away, that's fine, young Master Jason. But I need to finish tidying up the dining room first. I'll wait for you in the study. Since you're going to be my teacher, can you stop being so formal when you talk to me? Is it all right if I don't use honorifics? Before Benjamin could refuse, Jason jumped in. From now on, you're my teacher, so I should show you respect too. If you won't change how you address me, then I'll have to keep calling you formally as well. Benjamin's hand tightened around the cleaning cloth for a moment, then relaxed. As you wish, young Master Jason. Jason grinned from ear to ear and dashed upstairs to the study, his footsteps thudding lightly. The training that followed was lighthearted and fun. Jason already had some fighting experience, so he picked things up quickly, making noticeable progress in just one evening. Before bed, Roman finally emerged from his study to check on Jason, as was his habit. After the usual goodnight kiss, Jason spoke up. Dad, you smell like fresh grass and leaves, and it's really cool and refreshing. Roman sniffed at himself with a puzzled look, but didn't notice anything unusual. Time to sleep. You have school tomorrow. The boy immediately closed his eyes. After leaving the room, Roman ran into Benjamin. Do you smell any scent of grass or plants on me? Benjamin shook his head. No, sir. Roman simply chalked it up to Jason's imagination and didn't dwell on it. Good morning, Dad. Morning, son, Roman replied without even looking up. Jason shuffled into the dining room and took a seat at the table. But he didn't start eating right away. Instead, he stared at Roman with a serious expression. Roman sipped his coffee, browsed through the newspaper, and skimmed the gossip columns. Eventually, unable to withstand Jason's burning gaze any longer, he finally glanced at his precious son. What's wrong, Jet? You're acting strange. Roman's face twisted slightly. Haven't you always thought your dad was crazy? Jason thought for a moment. I guess that's true. Then he remembered what was on his mind. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. Then what is it? You give me a good night kiss, but you don't give me a good morning kiss. Roman held his coffee cup and looked at him as if he'd just sprouted horns. Was this kid actually asking him for a good morning kiss? Jason's expression grew a bit frustrated, and when Roman didn't move for a long time, Jason steeled himself. The child got up, circled around the corner of the table, walked up to Roman, pressed down the arm holding the newspaper, and wrapped his arms around Roman's neck, trying to pull him closer. But Roman just stared at the little creature with a complicated look, refusing to let himself be pulled. Jason, annoyed, had no choice but to stand on tiptoe and plant a quick, loud kiss on Roman's cheek. Fine, I'll give you the good morning kiss instead. Jason let go, happily returned to his seat, and started eating breakfast. Roman sat frozen in place, taking several gulps of coffee to hide his trembling hands. Now, in Roman's mind, Jason wasn't just a little creature. He was a little devil. This little devil had just tried to be affectionate with him. He certainly hadn't expected this. Yesterday, Jason holding his hand on his own accord had already been shocking enough. And today, well, it was downright unfathomable. Roman had definitely wanted Jason to be closer to him, but he hadn't expected Jason to be so forward. Right now, Roman was in a state of complete shock. He wasn't his younger self. He'd come back from the future, colder and more ruthless than ever. He only wanted to control Jason, not let this child upend his life or break into his icy heart. Expressionless, he went back to reading the newspaper and eating breakfast. Could a child's heart really be won over so easily? Fortunately, Jason didn't notice Roman's unease. He just ate his breakfast, lost in his own world. Later, Benjamin drove the father and son, one to school, the other to the office. Jason actually had a pretty smooth day at school. No one bothered him except for Christy, and that gave him some peace. During afternoon free time, the kids played freely while Jason sat in the classroom, engrossed in a book. A few children gathered around him, casting a shadow over his page. Bill pointed at him with a mocking sneer. Look, it's him. Thinks he can reach the skies just by slapping on a fancy last name. Jason closed his book, holding it in his hands. Standing beside Bill were two taller boys, who looked like they might be fifth graders. No matter what, the CNE's name is still better than your no-name family. Did you even get an invitation when Roman held his adoption banquet? That jab made the three boys shift awkwardly. Jason was just telling the truth. Their families hadn't even made it onto the guest list. You're nothing but a filthy rat from Crime Alley, Bill complained, shoving Jason in the shoulder. Jason stood up, hugging his book to his chest, ready to leave the classroom. Who knows what that odd old head of the CNE's family sees in him, anyway. Maybe it's just his face. That's the only thing he's got going for him. Mocking voices drifted after him, and Jason, tamping down his anger, turned back. You lot, with your lack of manners and brains, wouldn't survive a week in Crime Alley. Swine, who are you calling a filthy bitch? Bill shouted furiously, lunging at him. Jason sidestepped, watching as Bill smacked into the edge of a desk and then tumbled to the floor. The two boys rushed over to help him up. Utter fools. I wouldn't even bother fighting you, Jason scoffed, then strode out of the classroom, leaving trouble behind. After school, Bill, with a lump swelling on his forehead, bumped into Jason, then darted into his waiting mother's arms, glancing back at Jason as he spoke. Jason glared back with proud defiance. The flamboyantly dressed lady fussed over Bill's swollen bump, scolded him a couple of times, and ushered him into the car. Benjamin stood by the car to open the door for Jason, fastened his seatbelt, then closed the door and returned to the driver's seat. What happened, Master Jason? Benjamin had seen everything, and now turned in his seat to ask. It's nothing. I can handle it myself. Hearing this, Benjamin allowed himself a rare smile. I could teach you how to avoid the security cameras and how to read lips. That way, next time, you'll know exactly how they're insulting you. Jason's small face scrunched up in a frown. I hope you won't tell Dad. If you're planning something, I'll pick the right time to inform the master, Benjamin replied. His meaning was clear. He wouldn't interfere with Jason's actions, but he wouldn't wait too long. Roman would find out eventually. All right, thank you. And the things you just mentioned, I want to learn them too. No problem, but it'll take more lessons. I can read the books later. I want to learn more for now. As you wish. Benjamin started the car and drove Jason toward Roman's company. This isn't the way home. Where are you taking me? Sir is still at the office. He asked me to bring you by after school. Miss Mona is there to give you your literature lesson. Oh, Jason pressed himself against the window, gazing outside. Will it always be like this from now on? Miss Mona is quite busy with her studies, and the commute to the manor takes time. It just so happens that when you finish school, she's free, so this arrangement was made. After your lessons, you can do some homework, then go home with Sir. Do I still have to attend etiquette class? It'll be scheduled for half a day on weekends. That's not so bad. As the car turned onto the street where the Janus building stood, Jason caught sight of a dress in a shop window across the road. It looked just like his mother's long gown. Benjamin, what is this place? This is the Midtown Island shopping complex. Oh, it looks really lively. Is shopping here expensive? He really shouldn't have asked about the prices. Nothing was ever expensive in Benjamin's eyes. Do you think Dad would let me come here to have a look around? Maybe buy a little gift or something? The car rolled to a smooth stop. You can ask Sir about that yourself in a moment. Benjamin led Jason to a private elevator that took them straight to the executive floor. As they walked by, employees glanced at them curiously. Roman had specially arranged for a study next to his office for Jason, even adding a door for easy supervision. Mona was already waiting in the study. When Jason entered, she gave him a gentle smile. Young Mr. Zienis. Jason wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but today Mona seemed dressed a bit more provocatively than usual. Her outfit accentuated her figure, revealing a pale, graceful neckline. He replied, hello, and sat down at the desk. Mona took the seat across from him. He caught a faint, sweet-scented perfume that made him instinctively want to draw closer. For the entire hour, Jason couldn't focus on his books. That fragrance distracted him, and his eyes kept flickering to Mona, her fair skin, the elegant curve of her chest. His instincts, honed in Crime Alley, told him these changes in Mona had a purpose. It certainly wasn't to seduce him. Jason began to feel troubled, sighing without meaning to. What's wrong? You seem a little distracted today. Just something on my mind. What kind of thing? Would you like to talk about it? School stuff. He lied. School was the last thing on Jason's mind. Are you having trouble making friends? Mona's kindness and concern only made Jason more restless inside. No, he glanced at the clock. Time's up. I heard you've been busy lately, so I won't keep you. Mona paused, then smiled softly. It's all right. I can always listen to a young man's troubles. I still have homework to do. His hint to leave couldn't have been clearer. Sitting to the side, Benjamin immediately got to his feet. Miss Mona, shall I see you out? Mona had no choice but to leave. Jason took a deep breath, but that lingering scent tickled his nose again, making him sneeze. He'd had enough of this scent. After smelling it so often, it made his head spin. On the way home, Jason kept thinking about the dress in the shop window, but he didn't want Roman to know about it. Dad, can I go stroll around downtown and pick out a little gift? I want to give something to my classmate. I'll go with you this weekend, but I'd like to go on my own this time. Roman just grunted, giving no clear answer. Jason knew that was Roman's way of saying no, so he didn't press the matter. He turned to the window, already plotting in his mind. Wednesday morning. Today, Gotham's sky was heavy and gray again. Roman remarked that it barely stayed clear for a couple of days before returning to its usual gloom. Just before they left the house, Post brought Jason a long coat and reminded him to wear it whenever he stepped out of the classroom. Jason nodded in agreement. Aside from the annoying Bill dropping a few harmless jabs now and then, the day passed rather smoothly. At lunch, he even shared some of Post's cookies with Christy. The dreary weather was actually on Jason's side. Knowing Roman would never let him go shopping alone, Jason decided he'd skip school to check out that dress. He slipped out through a gap in the wall by a big tree. Climbing fences and sneaking around rooftops was practically second nature to him. As for dodging security cameras, he learned plenty back in Crime Alley, and Benjamin's advice from last night helped him leave without alerting any monitors. Relying on his memory from the day before, he walked nearly an hour before finally reaching the mall. At that moment, he couldn't help but resent Roman for being such a miser. He hadn't given Jason a cent of pocket money. In the shop window, a mannequin wore the very dress he'd seen. Jason dug through his backpack for Catherine's latest photo, comparing the two. Sure enough, they were exactly alike. A sign in the window read, "New Summer Collection." Jason tucked the photo away and pushed open the door to go inside. The shop assistant, seeing a child walk in alone, couldn't help but smile with amusement. "Little guy, did you skip school to come here?" "My mom's sick," he said, putting on his most pitiful face in a sweet, childish voice. "I'm here to visit her nearby." He played the cute and helpless card many times. Most kind-hearted people fell for it, and even Roman was occasionally fooled. He'd noticed a hospital nearby just yesterday. Lying came to him as easily as breathing. "Oh, I see. Is there something I can help you with? This dress is really pretty. I think it would suit her," he said, pointing to the long dress in the window. "How much does it cost?" "Well," the assistant replied, looking a bit embarrassed, "it's over 2,000. I guess beautiful things are always expensive. Maybe I'll just buy some flowers for my mom at the florist instead." "You're such a sweet and caring kid. Make sure you get back to your mom soon. Don't wander around alone." "Thank you." Jason pushed the door open and left, his mood growing heavier. How could Catherine have had enough money to buy such an expensive dress? He walked on, lost in thought, stopping at the crosswalk when the light turned red along with the other pedestrians. On the other side of the intersection stood old buildings rich in history, most of them now home to luxury boutiques. When the light turned green, he headed straight across the street toward a jewelry store, where he stared at a poster for a long while. The model in the ad wore the latest green agate necklace, its color vivid and crystal clear. Before her death, Catherine had once pointed at a necklace in a magazine, one he'd found discarded, and said she would buy one if she ever had the money. He stepped inside again, this time with no pretense left. "How much is the necklace in the poster?" The clerk was surprised by his bluntness. "Kid, are you here by yourself?" Another clerk seemed to recognize him. "Aren't you the foster child from the Sionis family? The necklace in the poster is 24,000. Jason didn't answer. Hearing the price, he simply hung his head and walked out. 24,000, 24,000, 24,000. In the photo, Catherine wore an identical necklace. The overcast sky finally released a steady, drizzling rain. He spotted a flower shop, yellow roses displayed outside the door. He felt the emptiness of his pockets and stood at the entrance. "Hey there, little one, looking to buy flowers? Who are they for?" "I heard every flower has its own meaning. What about yellow roses? What do they symbolize?" The shopkeeper pulled him under the awning and tidied his damp hair. "Yellow roses mean, I'm sorry. They're a way to apologize to someone you care about. If you want to say sorry, a bouquet of yellow roses is a good choice. If you give them to a friend, it means pure friendship and best wishes." "Thank you," he murmured, his eyes already rimmed with red. Jason wandered absent-mindedly into the gentle rain. But the shopkeeper stopped him, put a straw hat on his head, and handed him a small bouquet of yellow roses. "Best not to get soaked. Gotham's rain will ruin your hair. Since you asked about yellow roses, I figure they mean something special to you. This bouquet is for you. Now hurry home." Thank you. But I don't need the hat." He handed the hat back to the shopkeeper. Jason drifted down the street with no destination, walking straight, unless a red light forced him to turn right. When he reached a quiet stretch by the roadside, he sat down beside a trash bin. He couldn't understand how Catherine had managed to buy such expensive things before she died, unless someone had given her the money. But Catherine had never mentioned buying new clothes or jewelry. Jason kept going over the photos again and again. He remembered Catherine holding him and sobbing, apologizing to him before she died. The memory seared into his mind. Suddenly, everything became painfully clear. His mother had sold him. He'd suspected something was wrong the moment he saw the dress in the shop window, which was why he wanted to investigate himself, without Roman's interference. Realizing this truth brought him pain. He was only 10, yet he had to face such a harsh reality. I may be young, but I'm not stupid, Mom. Jason clenched the photograph in his hand, his eyes fixed on the message written on it. The rain had already blurred the words, the ink bleeding into the paper. He no longer cared whether Catherine was truly dead or not. You really weren't a good mother. You were awful, completely, utterly awful. With one swift motion, he tore the photo in two. When it was shredded beyond recognition, he tossed the scraps into the trash, along with the yellow rose, and curled up, hugging his knees as he began to sob. I've seen you sitting here for a long time. The rain's coming down hard. Getting soaked isn't good for a child. He didn't know how much time had passed when a gentle voice sounded above him. Jason looked up to see a woman dressed in vibrant green, her red hair vivid, holding a giant leaf overhead as an umbrella. Her emerald eyes brimmed with kindness as she gazed at him. Such tenderness made him unavoidably think of Catherine, the mother who had abandoned him. He lowered his head in silence, burying his face in his arms, unwilling to respond to Poison Ivy. The botanical garden's just nearby. Want to take a walk with me? Poison Ivy reached out her hand to him. If you'd rather not, I'll just sit here with you until the rain stops. Jason looked up at her again, surprise flickering in his eyes. If you want to control me and make me do bad things, go ahead. Poison Ivy sat down beside him. That's not very polite, you know, for a little gentleman to treat a lady like this. I'm not a gentleman. Well, your clothes say otherwise. Jason glanced down at his jacket. In the next second, he took it off and tossed it aside. Not anymore. Huh, your school uniform. Now that's not a school everyone can afford. Jason glared at her, his anger laced with hurt. It's not like I want to go to that school. Just leave me alone. I suppose raising rebellious kids is part of the fun of parenting. Poison Ivy stretched out her hand to catch the falling rain. Even Gotham's rain isn't free of toxins. We're both hurting. Why can't we be friends? Jason frowned in confusion. What happened to you? Well, I used to be a college student who loved plants. My professor tricked me into thinking I was in love, but really he just used me as a test subject, injecting plant toxins into my body and turning me into what I am now. Wearing gloves, Poison Ivy gently brushed Jason's cheek, wiping away his tears. I've told you my story. What about you? Why are you so sad? Jason lowered his head. I don't want to talk about it. But, as a trade, I'll go with you to the botanical garden. I like plants too. Poison Ivy chuckled softly, stood up, and offered him her hand. Jason tried to stand on his own, but as soon as he got up, he realized his legs were numb. He had no choice but to take Poison Ivy's hand and pull himself up. He rubbed his thigh and leaned on Poison Ivy as they walked slowly together. Poison Ivy hadn't forgotten to pick up his damp jacket. When a guard saw Poison Ivy coming with a child, he greeted them warmly and let them in. Poison Ivy handed the jacket to the guard, asking him to dry it for them. I can tell you're still not very happy. The next exhibit should cheer you up. After they'd visited many exhibits, Poison Ivy stopped at a doorway, looking at Jason. What is it? See for yourself. Poison Ivy pushed the door open and led Jason inside. Beyond the second door, a sea of flowers unfolded before them, along with 4 or 5 golden trees. Nothing special, Jason said. Poison Ivy stepped into the center of the exhibit. As she passed through the field of flowers, startled butterflies rose up, swirling around her and dancing gracefully. She lifted her arms, and suddenly all the golden leaves floated upward. Only then did Jason realize that the leaves were butterflies all along. Then Poison Ivy began to dance, and the butterflies followed her lead, fluttering through the air, at times like glowing clouds at dawn or dusk, at times like gentle, rippling waves, at times so dreamlike it seemed unreal. Jason was spellbound by the dance of butterflies, his sorrow forgotten, utterly captivated. As the dance ended, the butterflies dispersed, and Jason applauded enthusiastically. A small group of butterflies drifted over, circling him. That was beautiful, he whispered, careful not to disturb them. If this doesn't make you happy, I'll have to let you experience being eaten by a Venus flytrap, Poison Ivy said with a wicked, teasing smile. Jason caught a whiff of that fresh, leafy scent he remembered from Roman. Only now it was even more pronounced, coming from Poison Ivy herself. You smell comforting. Did he spend the night with you 2 nights ago? Roman has that scent too. We just had a drink. Come on, the botanical garden's closing. Time to get you home. Poison Ivy led Jason back to the entrance, retrieved his jacket, and draped it over his shoulders. What do you think of Roman? Jason hadn't expected her to ask that. He hesitated, then said, I don't really have an opinion. He's my dad, that's all. Oh, I see. Instead of taking him back to the manor, Poison Ivy brought him to Roman's upscale club. Do you know him? She asked the attendant. The attendant sized Jason up. Yes, I do. Then why don't you let your boss know? The attendant hurried off to contact Maria through the internal line. Roman was having a rough day. Even after he'd lost his temper 6 times that morning, people from the company still kept coming to butter him up as if they were fish swimming upstream. Had he suddenly become approachable? Were these people out of their minds? Maria, isn't this supposed to be your job? I've already told them to leave you alone, but it's as if they're under some kind of spell. Maria stayed by his side, constantly reminding him to keep his emotions in check, lest he attract negative attention to the company. Trying to clear his head, Roman escaped to the club. But as soon as he stepped out of the car, he was swarmed by people asking for selfies. With gentle patience, Maria reminded him not to let this affect the club's business. Gazing at the club entrance, just a few steps away, Roman could only force a smile to handle the crowd, then seized an opportunity to slip inside. Yet the crowd followed him in, and Roman experienced, for the first time in 4 months, the feeling of fleeing in disarray, the last time being when Batman nearly exposed his identity. In short, Maria followed him into the villain hall. She opened her laptop and immersed herself in handling company matters, arranging his schedule. A waiter approached respectfully, offering him a glass of wine. Roman took the glass, studied the new waiter for a moment, and said after 3 seconds, Go attend to the guests outside. From now on, no one's needed in here. The waiter left, his eyes dim with disappointment. Roman noticed, almost visibly, how much his popularity had improved. Did they all take something weird today? Maybe, Maria replied. Maria, let the staff know, when the indicator light is on, no one comes in here. Only come clean when it's off. Got it, Maria replied, her fingers flying over the keyboard. It's done. Sipping his wine, Roman started plotting ways to give Batman some trouble, hoping to relieve his bad mood. He hadn't even had enough time to stew in his annoyance when, right before school let out, he got word that his son was missing. Fantastic. Missing? Knowing Jason as well as he did, the boy had almost certainly slipped off campus. A fight the day before, skipping school today. This time, Roman went personally to the principal's office. Hello, Roman. Even though you brushed me off the other day, I figured sooner or later we'd end up meeting here, the principal said. Can you tell me what trouble Jason's had at school, Professor Brand? I just donated to your foundation. Professor, do you really think I did that out of generosity? The current principal was someone who had once been Roman's professor at university. I just want my son to have a happy learning environment. I hope you won't bother me with trivial things. Today you tell me he went missing on campus. Explain to me. How did you let that happen? Has your security really gotten this ridiculously bad? Roman, I'm just as baffled as you are. Jason seems to have evaded all the surveillance and climbed over the wall. We found signs someone climbed the big tree by the east wall, and there were footprints on the wall itself. Principal Brand was growing more irritated. This was the first time something like this had happened since he'd become principal, and the news would be disastrous for the school's reputation. Roman started considering the feasibility of putting a tracker on Jason. As soon as he found Jason, he'd make arrangements right away. Professor, I'm not here to lay blame, but if anything at all happens to Jason, I won't just let it go. Your days as principal would be numbered. Roman paced furiously in his office, snuffing out his 5th cigarette. His phone rang. It was Maria calling. Give me some good news. Boss, Poison Ivy just brought young Jason back. They're at the club now. Is everything all right? Other than being a bit unhappy, he's fine. Poison Ivy mentioned he got caught in the rain. All right, I'm heading back now. Roman hung up. Professor, looks like you got lucky this time. With that, he grabbed his coat and hurried out. Roman, you'll still be attending the charity gala this Saturday, won't you? I already confirmed with your assistant, the professor called out. We'll see, Professor. Depends on my mood. Either way, I hope you can make it. Gotham could use some hope, seeing you change. Jason sat in the lounge area, wearing casual clothes. Poison Ivy stood beside him, saying something softly. As soon as Roman appeared, Jason kept his head down and walked over. Roman raised his hand and slapped him. Getting bold, huh? Sneaking out behind your old man's back. I told you, you should have stayed with me. Your father's got a temper, Poison Ivy remarked, gently pulling a small child out from behind her. Jason cradled a small potted plant in his hands. 3 flower buds were waiting to bloom, Poison Ivy's gift to him. Roman frowned as he watched the Jason before him shift and morph into someone else. Clayface. You pack quite a punch, Clayface muttered, rubbing his cheek. He had once been a washed-up actor, greedy for miracle creams, until he became a formless mass that could mimic anyone's appearance. Dad, the real, Jason walked over to him. If you don't want to go to school, fine, Roman said sternly this time, without raising his hand again. But how could you run off behind my back? It won't happen again. The boy looked utterly dejected. Roman picked him up, grumbling as he left. Stay away from these freaks from now on. You're the first to get kicked out, Clayface called as he slipped behind the bar and poured himself a drink. Don't be so sure. If Black Mask abandons Jason, I'd be more than happy to take him in, Poison Ivy said, tossing her hair. Roman didn't linger at the club. He had Benjamin drive them straight back to the manor. After a bath and a change of clothes, just as instructed, Jason stepped out of the bathroom to find Roman and Benjamin both waiting in his room. A sense of dread welled up in him. What's going on? Come here, Roman ordered coldly. Jason glanced at Benjamin, then at Roman, and reluctantly shuffled over. He wished, not for the first time, that this room were as big as the world, so he'd never have to reach the other side. Roman looked down at him. You have two choices. Benjamin lowered the tray in his hands so Jason could see what was on it. First, here's an electronic watch equipped with a biometric data collection and identification system, a positioning system, a communications device, and a tracking device. It will help me keep track of your whereabouts at all times. Second, I can have a chip implanted under your skin, which will also allow me to track and locate you. The choice is yours. Sensible Jason picked up the black and red watch and obediently put it on his own wrist. Roman grabbed his hand and pressed the raise button next to the watch face. Jason yelped in surprise, feeling a sharp prick as if by a needle. He hastily pulled the watch away and saw a drop of blood on his wrist. It's just collecting your biometric data. It won't harm you, Roman said as he settled onto the sofa. Since you've chosen the watch, let me make one thing clear. If you lose it, you won't have a choice next time. Understood? The child nodded obediently. Are you going to punish me? Jason nestled into Roman's arms on his own accord. The clay figure already took the punishment for you. Then I want some pocket money. Roman was about to scold him, but hearing this, he narrowed his eyes at the cheeky child. He pulled Jason into his arms. How much do you think is reasonable? Would 1,000 a week be enough? He himself had only a few hundred per week when he was young. Hearing that number, Jason's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, 1,000. He'd never even seen 100 in a month before. Jason struggled to keep his expression in check, doing his best not to burst out laughing. He tried to sound calm. That sounds about right. It's enough. Post, what do you think? How much pocket money do kids get these days? Roman asked. Jason immediately turned to Benjamin, his big eyes blinking expectantly. It's reasonable. If Master Jason wants to buy a gift for a friend, perhaps you could add another 1,000. Jason's eyes widened again, his little heart reeling from the shock. Damn, what kind of present could cost that much? All right then, 2,000 per week for pocket money. This time Jason's mouth dropped open in disbelief. 2,000, just as weekly pocket money? Roman was amused by his reaction. Too much for you? I can always lower it. Jason grabbed Roman's hand and shook his head quickly. No, actually I think it's still a bit too little. Don't push your luck. If Benjamin thought it was reasonable, it was already a lot. Dad, are you really rich? Not especially, just enough to make others jealous. Roman waved Benjamin out of the room. Benjamin nodded in understanding. Dinner will be ready in half an hour. With that, he closed the door and left. Now, tell me what you were up to today. I just didn't want to go to my afternoon classes, so I climbed over the wall and snuck out. I didn't have any money to buy flowers or take the bus, so I wandered around for an hour or two. An hour or two? What time did you leave school? Around lunchtime, I think. Roman cursed that old bastard Blunt in his heart. There were at least 3 hours between lunch break and the end of school. Yet that old bastard only told him about Jason's disappearance after school. So where did you go after that? I just wandered around a bit, then ran into Poison Ivy. She took me to the botanical garden for a while. If you ever want to skip school again, you can tell Dad. Dad can take care of it for you, fair and square. Thank you, Dad. Jason's blue eyes spun mischievously. Dad, if you die, all your money will be mine, right? Dad, if you die, all your money will be mine, right? Roman was taken aback by Jason's bluntness, but deep down, he was thrilled. Now, this was more like the kid he liked. Full of personality, bold, and unabashed. In fact, this was truly his son, so young and already so ambitious. Roman stroked Jason's hair with satisfaction, his voice filled with pride. Already plotting to usurp my throne? But before you try anything like that, if you ever run away or skip school again without telling me, your allowance will be cut in half. Jason nodded. He figured his adoptive father's brain must be completely broken. Definitely crazy. He heard such rebellious words and wasn't even angry. On the contrary, he seemed delighted and even expectant. There was no way anyone could call Roman normal. Suddenly, Roman frowned, pushed Jason aside, and got up, clutching his head. "Come down for dinner later," he said, hurrying out of the room. Since being adopted, this was the first time Roman had ever pushed him away. Jason stood there, stunned. Just a moment ago, the mood had been so harmonious. At least Roman hadn't gotten angry at his outrageous remark. He scratched his head, deciding not to dwell on this abrupt shift. On a nightstand, there was a photo of young, beautiful Catherine, holding him and laughing joyfully. Jason walked over and knocked the frame face down. Still dissatisfied, he tossed the frame into the trash bin. After sitting by the bed for a couple of minutes, he fished the frame out again, wiped it clean, and tucked it away in the very bottom of the drawer. "That's enough, fate," he murmured. It was then that he noticed the potted plant on the desk had bloomed, a tiny flower, just a bit smaller than a coin, a single petal, white tinged with red. He was delighted, circling it for a long time to admire it. During dinner, Roman left the table early, complaining of a headache. "Is Dad going to be okay?" Jason watched Roman's retreating figure as he went upstairs, worry clear in his eyes. "Sir is an adult. He can take care of himself. Should I go check on him? Sir prefers not to be disturbed when he's alone in his room." That night, Benjamin canceled their training session on his own, using the rain as an excuse, which left Jason rather annoyed. But then Benjamin discussed some escape techniques with him, and that cheered him up again. Even so, Jason fell asleep without Roman ever coming to say goodnight, leaving him a little disappointed. It was only in the middle of the night that Roman finally left his room to check on Jason. But after leaving a goodnight kiss, he felt his head pounding as if it were about to explode, his whole body light and dizzy. He hurried away and headed to the training room to punch the sandbag in an attempt to ease the pain. "Sir, taking some medicine might help," Benjamin offered, bringing him a glass of warm water and some painkillers. "Don't worry about me. Go get some rest. Taking care of you is also part of my duty." Roman reclined on the seat and swallowed the medicine with the warm water. "Should I call the doctor for you?" Roman waved him off, rubbing his forehead. "No need. I don't have a fever. It's probably just nerve pain. A good night's sleep should do the trick." After taking the painkillers, he did feel much better. Benjamin helped him back to his room. The next morning, Jason didn't find Roman at the breakfast table. Is Dad still not feeling well? Benjamin brought out breakfast. Jason seemed a little downcast. The rest of the day, Roman was nowhere to be seen. By Friday, the school was already filled with a joyful atmosphere. Though there was still half a day before dismissal, the playground was already bustling with noise and excitement. Jason and Christy sat on the grass, poring over a book of fun math puzzles they'd borrowed from the library. Jason read out loud. "The sum of the interior angles of a triangle is 180 degrees. For a quadrilateral, it's 360 degrees. What about an irregular? Pentagon, hexagon, or heptagon? Based on this, can you figure out the formula for the sum of the interior angles of an n-sided polygon?" Christy picked up a protractor and held it against the drawing of an irregular pentagon in the book. "We can measure all the angles and add them up. The question wants us to prove it mathematically. Measuring will have errors, and it won't help us find the formula. Sometimes I really wonder if this is stuff elementary schoolers are supposed to be reading." Christy reluctantly took a pen and paper and drew a regular pentagon. "I think I know how to prove it," Jason said, drawing lines across the pentagon with his pen. A soccer ball came flying over and struck Jason right on the forehead, dropping onto the grass. Christy gasped. "Jason, are you okay?" Jason held his forehead, his mind a bit fuzzy. Laughter erupted from across the field, and Bill's obnoxious voice rang out. "No way, are you about to cry?" A boy in green chimed in. "Don't tease him. He's the frail little young master. Even the tiniest grievance, and he goes running to Daddy." "Oh, it's you guys again." Christy sprang to her feet, pointing angrily at the three boys not far away. "Can't you just leave Jason alone? He hasn't done anything to you." "Hey, kick us the ball," one of the red-haired boys shouted at Christy. "Apologize to Jason." The three of them broke out in another round of laughter. Bill snickered. "Give me a break. Who'd apologize to a dirty little rat from Crime Alley? Christy, you shouldn't be hanging out with him, either. Hurry up and kick the ball over here, man. I can't wait to take a shot. And what if I say no?" Jason stood up, holding the soccer ball in his hands, his eyes burning with anger as he stared at the three boys across from him. "Apologize to me, and this ends here. Do you seriously think you're some kind of prince now? You mess with me. What does it matter if I'm a prince or not? You're just a mutt that Roman Siones took in. Yeah, and when he gets bored, he'll toss you out like garbage. If you ask me, Roman Siones only adopted you because he liked your face." "Hey, we've talked about this," Bill complained loudly. "He's ugly as hell. There's nothing good-looking about him. Siones must be blind to have adopted him." Jason enunciated each word. "I want you to apologize. This has nothing to do with Siones. It's because you messed with me. We're not apologizing. Without Siones, you're nothing, so why act so tough?" Jason took a deep breath, forcing down his rage. He tilted his head slightly and spoke in a voice only the three of them could hear. Are you guys jealous of me? That I shot straight up into Gotham's high society, while none of you ever got that lucky. The three boys glanced at each other, their faces flushing red with anger. Do you resent your parents for not being dead, so you could hope someone richer and stronger would adopt you? What did you just say, you bastard? Just the truth. Your awful parents must have drilled all kinds of class prejudice into you. How to look down on anyone below you, and how to grovel in front of those above you. Are you begging for a beating? Jason kept talking, rapid fire. In fact, maybe your mothers are nothing but desperate hussies, flirting their way up the ladder, and your fathers probably stand by, clapping and cheering them on. With parents that disgusting, it's no wonder you turn out the way you did. Honestly, I pity you. Jason. Christy was completely shocked by what he'd said. Jason's words had completely infuriated the other boys. The three of them stormed toward him, faces twisted with rage. Christy, step aside. Jason told her to get out of the way before things got ugly. Bitch, how dare you talk to me like that? The red-haired boy jabbed a finger into Jason's shoulder, aggression radiating from him. Your dad's a pervert. Jason staggered back from the poke. Christy stepped between them. You'd better not fight. The teacher will be here any minute. All three boys were half a head taller than Jason and looked solidly built. Christy was genuinely worried he'd get hurt. Look at that. Needs a girl to protect him now. Jason was unmoved by Christy's plea and replied coldly. Christy, I told you to leave. This is between me and them. I'll handle it myself. If things get physical, you'll just get in my way. His tone left no room for argument, so Christy had no choice but to step aside. You little punk, you sure talk big. Think you can take on all three of us? Bill waved his fist, trying to intimidate Jason. You're this angry because I hit a nerve, didn't I? About your parents. Let's beat the bastard up. Before Bill's fist could land, Jason hurled the soccer ball he was holding with all his might, smashing it right into Green Shirt's face. Green Shirt let out a cry and staggered backward, tripping over his own feet. Almost at the same moment, Jason launched a swift kick at Redhead's groin. Redhead let out a wail and collapsed onto the grass, clutching himself and writhing in pain. Bill lunged at him, using his weight to pin Jason down on the grass, swinging wildly with his fists. Jason tried to grab Bill's neck, but couldn't reach, so he shielded himself with one arm against the flurry of punches. With his other hand, he fished a pin out of his pocket and jabbed it into Bill's thigh. Because the boys were dressed in soccer uniforms and shorts, it was easy for the pin to find bare skin. A scream ripped through the air as Bill clutched his thigh, staring in shock. Taking advantage of the moment, Jason used a leg sweep and side roll, just as Benjamin had taught him, to reverse their positions, pinning Bill beneath him. With the tables turned, Jason tossed the pen aside and proceeded to rain a flurry of punches and slaps on Bill's head. Bill, now in tears, begged him to stop. Green Shirt, having caught his breath, his face covered in blood, roared and charged at Jason. Seeing this, Jason jumped up and dodged, causing Green Shirt to trip over Bill. Two more agonized yelps rang out. At that moment, Miss Bright finally arrived and rushed to separate them. My goodness, what on earth happened here? Jason, still fierce, replied, They were asking for it. Miss Bright looked at the three boys groaning on the ground, then at Jason, who appeared small and frail in comparison, and couldn't help but shiver. Meanwhile, Roman, whose headache had finally subsided, was admiring his collection in the trophy room when the principal called, asking him to come to the school to deal with the situation. Is it serious? Roman asked lazily. What do you mean by serious? Are kids' fights ever trivial? If it's nothing major, don't bother me. The principal sighed on the other end. Jason hurt some kids. One's got a broken nose, another's thigh got stabbed, and his face looks like a punching bag. Another took a kick to the groin. Not sure yet if it's serious. Roman's heart skipped a beat. That sounded intense. He wondered how his precious son had fared. How's my boy? Is he hurt? Nothing major. Roman relaxed. I'll have Maria go over to my place and cover the medical bills. The parents of the three children are on their way here, preparing to file a complaint with the board. I think you should come in person. Is this going to be bad for my son? There's a video. The other side started it, but Jason hit back too hard. All right, let me see who dared to pick on my son. So Roman found Jason in the reception room, next to the principal's office. As soon as Miss Bright saw him arrive, she stood up and quietly left, leaving the room to father and son. Jason's face was bruised, but he wore an air of defiance, his presence radiating a 10-foot aura of simmering anger, warning everyone to keep their distance. Roman, wearing gloves, took Jason's chin and turned his face from side to side, cursing that old bastard, Brand, in his heart. What if those marks left a scar? And he dared to call this no big deal. Jason slapped his hand away. Have you stared enough? Are you trying to strangle me with that grip? That face of yours represents the Sienese family. What if it's ruined? Jason gritted his teeth and sneered. The so-called Siennies, what a joke. People still look down on us, no different from the Todds. Roman raised his eyebrows. You're getting bolder every day, daring to mock our family name in front of your own father. It's them, not me. I've always looked down on our family name. Roman decided to let the matter of the family name slide for now. The principal told me you took on 3 at once and knocked them all down. Now tell me what happened from the beginning. I already know how it ended. Jason began to recount the story, an undercurrent of grievance and anger in his voice. They started it. I was generous enough to let them off with their lives, he finished, sounding both fierce and boyishly petulant. Roman nodded. Anyone who's less hurt than you, I'll make sure to visit them personally. You're nuts. This is my business. You just deal with the adults in there. Good kid. You do the Siennies family proud. I did nothing wrong. They were completely in the wrong. If you're too weak to fight me, then don't provoke me. Not my fault they're all big for nothing. There's still a touch of mercy in you. Roman clicked his tongue. But you really are the heir I set my hopes on. Got my style. Satisfied, Roman ruffled his precious son's hair, left the reception room, and entered the principal's office. The principal gestured for him to sit and played the video of the fight for everyone to see. The 3 parents complained loudly to Roman, accusing Jason of injuring their children. Roman sat calmly on the sofa, listening to their complaints. The principal had already shown him the video privately, so he knew exactly what had happened. If Jason were there, he would have noticed the subtle tapping of Roman's fingers, a sure sign Roman was already planning how to deal with these 3 noisy parents. Principal, is that the case? Principal Brown nodded gravely. That's essentially correct. Jason injured one of his classmates and 2 fifth graders. Such violent behavior has no place in our school. Have you investigated what started it? It began with an argument during outdoor activities. What was the argument about, specifically? What else could it be? The red-haired boy's father wore a stern expression. The video's right here. My son already apologized to yours, but your son wasn't satisfied. He kept at them, hurling foul language. That's right, Mr. Siennies. Even if you want to adopt a child, you should choose carefully. Pick someone with better character, Bill's flamboyant mother chimed in. That boy's nothing but a street thug. If you hadn't adopted him, he wouldn't even be qualified to attend this school. This came from the mother of the boy in green. Roman cleared his throat. Excuse me, are you bad-mouthing my son right in front of me? Honestly, that's pretty rude. The 3 parents looked a bit unsettled. Roman pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Mind if I smoke? No one spoke up, but the red-haired boy's father said, Go ahead. You say my son used foul language, but with all the background noise in that video, it's impossible to make out what anyone was saying. Why should I take your word for it? The mother in green retorted. I'd feel dirty even repeating what your son said. Bill's mother added, It's not hard to imagine, considering where he came from. Roman exhaled a slow stream of smoke and began, My son is only 10, and he's been at this school for just a week. I seem to recall that on his very first day, he clashed with your son. He gestured with his cigarette at Bill's mother. Do I even need to remind you what started that? Bill's mother looked uncomfortable. We resolved that matter. The issue with the craft project was settled. Sure, I had Jason redo his work and hand it in. But your ill-mannered son called mine a sewer rat, and something from Crime Alley. What was that word again? I can't recall. The 3 parents exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Roman took a long draw from his cigarette, letting the smoke out in a relaxed sigh. On Tuesday, your son brought yours, and yours to provoke mine. Again, mocking the Siennies family name that's been passed down for generations. That's fine. I know the Siennies name isn't exactly beloved. The 3 parents now looked even more unsettled, their faces shifting from pale to flushed. Your own son acted foolishly and managed to bump his head. Can you really blame my son for that? But here's what puzzles me. How did the 3 of your boys come up with suggestive comments like, I like my son's pretty face? Do children just pick up that kind of talk on their own? Roman took a drag from his cigarette and looked at each of the 3 in turn. And for this whole past week, my son has been constantly bullied by your sons. Wouldn't you call that school bullying? That's nonsense. My son would never do such a thing. The red-haired father finally spoke up in protest. Then why is it your word against mine? My son is well-behaved too. He wouldn't go around making up nasty stories. The mother in green, summoning the last of her resolve, said, But your son did injure our children. Roman stubbed out his cigarette. So, what's your proposal for resolving this? The 3 parents fell silent and exchanged glances with the principal. Finally, Principal Brand spoke up. Roman, the other parents are demanding Jason's expulsion. And what exactly did my son do wrong? The 3 parents immediately began murmuring among themselves. Your son put my boy in the hospital. His nose is broken. My son's face is swollen, and his leg is hurt. He kicked my son. Roman cut off the red-haired father. I already asked Jason. He told me he didn't use much force. If he had, you wouldn't be sitting here arguing with me right now. These are just minor injuries, aren't they? Nothing that can't be taken care of. Now listen to what I have to say. Roman spoke calmly, as if entirely in control. My son weighs 25 kilograms and isn't even 1 meter 20. If any of your children are smaller than him, let me know. I'll write you a check for $1 million as compensation for bullying the weak. Everyone looked around at one another. None of their children were smaller than that. Well, seems like none. If I were in your shoes, I'd have the decency to write me a check instead for bullying someone weaker than yourselves. Roman didn't give them a chance to argue back. 3 of you, all bigger than my son, ganged up on him. And now you come to me, complaining because one of you landed in the hospital with a broken nose? I'm the one who should be upset here. 3 ill-mannered children bullied my son, but because he managed to defend himself and didn't end up in the hospital, suddenly it's all his fault. Aren't you even a little ashamed? Not one of you could win a fight. Fighting is never good. The mother in green tried to object, but Roman shot her a glance, and she fell silent at once. Roman crossed his other leg and continued. On Wednesday, my son skipped school because he was miserable here. When I got to the bottom of it, I learned he was being bullied at school. But he's kind-hearted and didn't want to get his classmates in trouble, so I respected his wishes and didn't bring it to the principal. On my way here today, I already contacted the school board. I have the security footage of your kids bullying my son, clear audio, and it'll be delivered any minute now. There's also video of the incident that started today's conflict, and I had someone read their lips. So, soon enough, we'll all know who's actually lying. In an instant, the office fell completely silent, and the 3 parents began to fidget, clearly uneasy. There was a knock at the door, and Principal Brown said, "Come in." The visitor handed a USB drive to the principal. The footage can only be viewed here. The principal took it, plugged it in, and projected the video onto the screen. As the video played, the aggressive expressions of the 3 parents, who had come ready to blame Roman, grew more and more uncomfortable. Every word spoken by their children was revealed, while Jason's words were only understandable at the beginning. Later, due to the camera angle, his part could not be fully made out. But there was no doubt now. Their children had lied, leaving them with no grounds to accuse Roman. The victim had suffered repeated bullying before finally fighting back. If word of this got out, the only ones likely to be expelled would be the bullies, their own children. Judging by your faces, am I right to assume you have no objection to what the video shows? Roman cast his gaze over everyone present. If I'm not mistaken, your children mocked my son, saying that I, Roman Siones, adopted Jason for ulterior motives. Roman let out a cold laugh as the others exchanged nervous glances. That's not true. There must be some misunderstanding. Oh, just childish nonsense, someone muttered. Childish nonsense? Roman retorted. Children usually pick up new ideas from their parents or other adults. Are you saying they suddenly came up with this out of nowhere? Or is it simply because Jason comes from the criminal underbelly of Gotham that they exclude him? Roman rose to his feet, adjusting his suit jacket. Consider the medical bills my charity to you. As for the rest, I'll be taking this up with the school board and pushing for your children's expulsion. If I were you, I'd withdraw them from school before night falls. At least that way, you can save a shred of dignity. Roman, perhaps we can settle this in private. The principal interjected, his calm voice giving the other 3 a sliver of hope. Settle it in private? So my son can keep being bullied, forced to defend himself, and then we go through all this again? He's my treasure. What if he gets hurt one day? Roman gave a tight, humorless smile. He's already been hurt today, you know. That beautiful face of his is worth quite a lot. It's the face of the Siones family, and I'm very fond of it. And from what I can see, he's bound to grow into a heartthrob, breaking girls' hearts left and right. What if he's left with a scar? I'm willing to pay $1 million as compensation, Roman. Let's just let this go, one parent offered. $1 million isn't even enough for one reconstructive surgery, Roman replied, unimpressed. $2 million then, and I promise I'll give my child a stern lesson at home, another parent added. Me too, the third chimed in. And so will I. Getting expelled from this school would be a colossal disgrace. They'd much rather pay up to make the problem disappear. Brown ventured cautiously. Roman, what do you think? Roman swept his gaze over the 4 people in the room, one by one. Kids get into scuffles all the time, isn't that right? The other 3 hurriedly agreed, yes, yes, yes. Feeling refreshed and unburdened, Roman strode out of the principal's office and headed to the lounge to collect Jason. Let's go, son, the matter's settled. After saying goodbye to Miss Bright, Jason obediently took Roman's hand and left with him. How did you settle it? I reasoned with them, appealed to their emotions, Roman replied, adopting a mysterious air. Jason figured Roman wouldn't tell him the details anyway. Judging by his father's relaxed and cheerful mood, Jason could easily guess, even with his eyes closed, that the negotiation had ended just as Roman wanted. Roman glanced contentedly at his precious son walking beside him. Jason, with his head lowered, was busy conjuring up mental images of how the conversation might have gone. In fact, on Tuesday evening, Poster had already told Roman about the minor incident after school. Since Jason had said he wanted to handle it himself, Roman had held back for the time being. But behind the scenes, he'd already had a friendly chat with Principal Brown and acquired the original security footage. Today, it came in handy. On the drive back to the estate, Roman took out 3 checks and handed them to Jason. Do you know what these are? Checks? $2 million each. Compensation to keep things quiet, Roman said, fixing his eyes on Jason. Or, as I see it, death warrants. Jason thought it over. I won the fight, didn't lose out, and now I get compensation too. You don't have to make things hard for them. I still want to go to this school. Roman closed his eyes and thought for a moment before replying, I won't, dear son. They're all replaceable people, no one essential. I promise you I won't kill them, but they will end up doing the sort of ordinary jobs they used to look down on. Whatever you say, Jason said, curling his lip. This $6 million, I'll open an account for you. Consider it your first pot of gold. Jason cocked his head. But you'll still give me my weekly allowance, right? Roman frowned. Money grubber. After a moment, he added, your little friend really stood up for you. Her name's Christy. Sometimes we discuss academic stuff together. When they got home, Benjamin helped Jason tend to the wounds on his face and assured him there would be no scars. Jason didn't care about that. A boy wouldn't die from a few scars. That evening during training, Benjamin reviewed Jason's sparring from the afternoon and praised him for a job well done. He pointed out that Jason's steps back when the red-haired kid struck were steady, and that he'd cleverly avoided the cameras while provoking his opponent, keeping himself on the right side of the story. However, he'd tangled with Bill for too long, giving the boy in green an opening. Your opponent was bigger than you. That made it more dangerous. If he knew any fighting techniques or managed to break free, he could have overpowered you. I watched them closely. They're all just bluster and no substance. Even her footwork is flimsy. Plus, I was keeping an eye on the other 2 the whole time, Jason protested, unwilling to back down. Benjamin gave a faint smile, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. You handled it well on your own, Master Jason. I know, Jason replied, bouncing on his feet as he threw a few punches at the sandbag, each one sharp and controlled, never overdoing it. Benjamin stood to the side, watching Jason train, offering occasional tips and corrections. When the training session ended, Jason returned to his room. After showering, he stepped out of the bathroom to a pleasant surprise. A second flower bud had unfolded its petals. It was even redder than the first, and a gentle fragrance lingered in the air. This new discovery filled him with joy for quite a while. Later, Jason went to the study to do his homework. He didn't realize it was already 11 o'clock until Benjamin came to remind him it was time for bed. Drowsy and sleepy, Jason gazed at the door waiting. At last, the door opened as he'd hoped. Roman came in for their nightly good-night ritual. Good night, Dad. Good night. Roman hesitated for a moment. Jay. He leaned over, preparing to kiss Jason on the forehead. Under the gaze of those expectant blue eyes, a wave of nausea washed over Roman. He pressed a quick kiss to Jason's forehead, hurried out of the room, remembered to switch off the light, and gently pulled the door shut behind him. Jason was puzzled and curled deeper under his blanket. Roman had looked deeply uncomfortable just now. Maybe his headache still hadn't gone away. Could it be that Roman had already developed some fatal illness, which was why he decided to find an heir for his vast fortune? Caught between the urge to persuade Roman to get a checkup and the absurd notion of simply letting him die, Jason drifted into a muddled sleep. At the bathroom sink, Roman retched a few times, unable to make sense of what was happening to him. He only knew that, moments ago, upon seeing Jason, he was suddenly and inexplicably overwhelmed by intense disgust, so strong it startled him. He pressed a cold towel to his face, trying to clear his head. The man in the mirror looked just as bewildered as he felt. Even back when Jason became the Red Hood, he'd never experienced anything like this. During his early dealings with the Red Hood, he'd felt irritation at first, but as he learned more about the tangled history between Red Hood and Batman, he'd actually grown to admire him, even feeling a bit of frustrated fondness. Despite the Red Hood constantly making trouble and sabotaging his operations, despite their clashing interests, Black Mask couldn't help but appreciate Red Hood's reckless energy, his fiery spirit, his wild defiance. No matter the time or the situation, he'd never felt the kind of aversion toward Jason that he felt today. At least he hadn't lost his mind enough to want to kill Jason. Roman stared at his reflection, trying to make sense of his own strange reaction. The headaches had started out of nowhere. Ever since he'd interacted with Jason on Wednesday, being near him brought on the pain. But as soon as he left the manor, the headaches faded, and even seeing Jason elsewhere didn't trigger them. Everything had gone smoothly today, until that moment before saying goodnight. With a roar of frustration, he punched the mirror. The glass shattered, shards clattering down and scattering across the sink. "You'd better not be up to anything," Roman snarled, his twisted reflection glaring back at him from the shards of broken glass. "Or you're digging your own grave." Using plant spores to influence and control people was Poison Ivy's specialty. At the moment, he had a theory. While he was unaware, Poison Ivy must have played a little trick on him, making him feel repulsed whenever he was close to Jason, so that he would end up abandoning the boy. Naturally, Roman thought of that potted plant. The most urgent thing now was to find out whether there was something wrong with it. But he couldn't go himself, so he called Benjamin and instructed him to take the plant away for testing. He hoped that by tomorrow morning, this strange influence would be gone. Otherwise, he'd have no choice but to avoid Jason entirely. On Saturday morning, Jason got dressed and noticed the potted plant on his desk was missing. He thought for 3 seconds. At 10 years old, he didn't believe a plant could just sprout legs and walk away, or grow wings and fly off. He thumped downstairs and ran straight to the dining room, where he found Benjamin bustling about, ready to demand an explanation. "Benjamin, where's my plant? Sir said there might be a problem with it. It could release some kind of toxin, so he asked me to take it for analysis." Hearing this, Jason was skeptical. Poison Ivy had sheltered him under her umbrella, shown him around the botanical garden, danced with butterflies just to make him smile, and even brought him back to Roman. Someone who did so much for a child. How could she possibly give him a poisonous plant? What kind of toxin? Could Poison Ivy be trying to harm Roman? Had Roman once wronged Poison Ivy? The world, Jason thought, was growing more and more confusing. A toxin that's harmful to the body. "Are you ready for breakfast, Master Jason?" Jason nodded and took his seat. Roman wasn't so strict about meal times that everyone had to wait for him to start eating, especially since lately, he'd often skipped meals with Jason or vanished altogether. As long as Jason was ready for breakfast, the meal could begin. "Morning, Jay," Roman said as he entered the dining room. Jason looked up, his face lighting up with a smile, ready to greet him. But Roman's expression suddenly darkened, as if he'd seen something utterly revolting, and before Jason could say good morning, Roman turned on his heel and left. Jason sat frozen in his chair, stunned, a heavy blow landing on his young heart. It felt as if he'd just been rejected. The look in Roman's eyes had been filled with undisguised disgust. Growing up on the streets, Jason knew all too well what contempt and rejection looked like. He couldn't have been mistaken. "Sir hasn't been feeling well lately, Master Jason," Benjamin said softly. Outside, the engine roared as Roman's car sped away. Head down, Jason quietly finished his breakfast. The whole morning, a gloomy atmosphere hung over the manor, so heavy that even the birds outside seemed to sing with weary voices. The etiquette class turned an already gloomy mood into an even heavier one, and things didn't get any better even after the class ended. It wasn't until the phone rang that the atmosphere finally shifted. Benjamin knocked on the study door. "Master Jason, your friend is calling for you." The child, head hanging low and feet shuffling in slippers, brushed past Benjamin. "Timothy Drake." "Hey, Tim." On the other end, Tim's voice rang out, full of energy, calling his name. "Why do you sound so down?" "Just tired from all the homework." Jason made up an excuse on the spot. "Did you need something?" There was a moment of hesitation on the other end. "You haven't called me since the banquet. Anyway, I just got back from school, and I'm planning to visit the observatory tomorrow. They're running a really cool science event, and I wanted to invite you to come with me." "I'm not sure." Jason hummed for a bit, then finally made up his mind. "All right, what time should we meet? Is 8 in the morning okay? My parents have to head into the city early, so they can only drop me off then." "All right, maybe I can ask Benjamin to pick you up. That way you won't need a rush." "That would be awesome. So, see you tomorrow?" "Yeah, see you tomorrow." After hanging up, Jason noticed Benjamin's face was tinged with disapproval. "What's wrong? Can't I hang out with my friend? It's not like Roman would care anyway." Still nursing his frustration, Jason stomped back to the study, his footsteps echoing down the hall. Janus Corporation headquarters. It was already afternoon. Roman had been restless ever since leaving the restaurant, his mind replaying Jason's startled expression as they parted ways. He thought moving the potted plant would help, but seeing Jason again only made his aversion worse. It seemed to chat with Poison Ivy was in order. "Sir, you can bring your child to the charity gala tonight. But if you make an appearance, it could really boost our stock price. Not that it's ever going to outpace Bruce's, but your net worth would get closer to Mr. Wayne's. And if you brought Master Jason to the event, our stock would benefit even more." "Why? Since you adopted Master Jason, our shares have been rising steadily. People love seeing you interact with him. It makes you seem more personable, and that confidence translates into trust in the company." Maria adjusted her glasses, glancing at the chair, turned away from her. "You and Master Jason together are more valuable than a whole lineup of models." "I'm not going. Even if our stock rises, it'll never top Wayne Enterprises. No, but if Mr. Wayne ever goes bankrupt, you'll surpass him. And how long would that take? A lifetime. Suddenly, the chair spun around, and Roman showed his first smile of the day. How about we kidnap Lucius Fox? Without him handling the business, Wayne's company would go under much faster. Lucius Fox, the CEO and Chief Technology Officer of Wayne Enterprises, helps Bruce manage the company. To Bruce, he is an indispensable figure, secretly designing all kinds of high-tech gear for Batman. Maria cleared her throat lightly. Boss, I'm just an assistant, here to support you in running the company. Lucius will be at the gala tonight, won't he? Generally speaking, yes. But if we wanted to kidnap Mr. Fox, it doesn't have to be during the charity gala. All right, then tonight we'll go after Lucius. Pick a few sharp ones, break into the venue, and kidnap Lucius in front of everyone. Meanwhile, I'll keep an eye on Bruce to make sure he doesn't meddle. She really shouldn't have spoken up. Her boss always had a plan. Should we bring young Jason along? We're going to cause some trouble. Why take him? It could boost public confidence and stabilize the stock price. Roman remained unmoved. There's also a gem exhibition at the gala, provided by a mysterious private collector. Young Jason might want to take a look. Maybe the effects had worn off by now. Last time the headache felt the same, and they were far from the manor now. Then let boss bring Jason to the office. Benjamin stayed with Jason in the reading room. Roman watched them for a long while through the two-way mirror, only entering once he was certain that strange wave of aversion wouldn't come over him again. Upon seeing Roman, Jason stared at him unhappily, neither enthusiastic nor angry. Roman rubbed his forehead and knelt down, gathering the boy in his arms. Jason's mood shifted in an instant. A brilliant smile bloomed on his face. Daddy, tonight, Principal Brandt is hosting a little dinner party, and there'll be a small gem exhibition. Do you want to see it? Jason nodded. All right, let's get going. The charity gala was held in the ballroom of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. When Roman appeared at the main entrance with Jason, camera flashes fired like a barrage, and the sound of shutters clicking filled the air. Maria insisted there had to be a clear father and son photo. So Roman crouched down, put his arm around Jason, and together they waved at the press. Faced with the photographer's request for more poses, Roman offered only a fleeting smile, then picked up Jason with a cold face and strode off. They're really pushing their luck, Roman muttered after stepping into the elevator and setting Jason down. Boss, you've worked hard, Maria said. Roman instinctively covered Jason's ears. Is everything in place? Yes, we'll be ready to move within 2 minutes after the power goes out. Jason didn't want to know why Roman covered his ears, but the elevator's mirror perfectly reflected their lip movements. He was still learning how to lip read. Benjamin had shared some tips, but it really came down to lots of practice. Once he got the hang of it, he'd be able to understand lip movements quickly. So, in daily life, he liked to observe those around him, guessing at their meaning. From Roman and Maria's conversation, he could only make out a few words. People, good. 2 minutes done. Was Roman here to steal the gemstone? A flurry of thoughts raced through his young mind. What kind of gemstone would be worth stealing? Why did Roman want the gemstone? What kind of gem would Roman have to steal because he couldn't afford to buy it? Did the organizers have security measures in place? What happened if Roman got caught stealing? Just then, the elevator doors slid open, and a lively noise from outside surged into the narrow space, snapping Jason out of his wandering thoughts. Instinctively, he reached for Roman's hand. Let's go, son. Ever since Roman had inexplicably become the center of attention on Wednesday, the excitement had faded a bit over the past 2 days, but he was still more popular than before. He wondered if this counted as one of the downsides of adopting Jason. Roman used the excuse of showing his son around the gem exhibition to turn down conversations, telling people to talk to Maria if they wanted to discuss business. Maria is in charge of all company matters. If you have ideas, speak with her. As curious eyes followed them, Roman looked calm and composed, leading Jason by the hand toward the exhibition area. In the past 6 months, ever since Roman had directly appointed Maria as vice president, he'd barely involved himself in company affairs, making people suspect he'd lost his grip on power. But the new VP, Maria, was something special. As soon as she took office, she restructured the company's strategy and pulled Janice back from the brink. After Roman's mismanagement had nearly sunk it, in these past months, the results were plain to see. Janice was not only back on its feet, it was thriving. There was even a beauty company that tried to poach Maria, but they failed, and instead, their own company went bankrupt and got bought out by Roman. After that, Maria became the president of the subsidiary. In a way, that could be considered a successful headhunt. Despite Roman repeatedly declaring he'd never marry, the rumor mill in Gotham still claimed Maria would one day become the lady of the Sionis family, since she accompanied Roman everywhere and enjoyed privileges his ex-girlfriend Cersei never had. At first, Roman would sneer at such stories. How could an assistant and an ex-girlfriend be the same? Ex-girlfriends were a bottomless pit. Maria could run the company, handle the gang affairs. She was leagues better than an ex. Besides, Maria was fiercely loyal. For over a decade, she'd worked for him without complaint and never once betrayed him. Most importantly, Maria had never shown any inappropriate interest in him. She was, in every sense, the perfect assistant. Dad, how did you hurt your hand? Jason grabbed his hand and asked. Broke a mirror, Roman replied. He glanced at the sapphire in the center of the display case, heavily guarded, then pinched Jason's cheek and studied those blue eyes of his. Not as good as yours, he commented. Jason blinked in confusion, then casually brushed Roman's hand away. He tilted his head back slightly, carefully studying the various gemstones displayed in the case. Although he couldn't name them, he could still appreciate the unique beauty of each, their facets catching the light in different ways. Pointing to a gray-blue diamond, he remarked, This one looks a lot like your eye color. Roman glanced at the diamond. It's nothing special. Hey, Roman. Roman frowned slightly. Cersei was here too. Dad's gonna have a quick word with the staff. When you're done looking around, come find me. Don't wander off, Roman instructed Jason, gesturing toward the nearby lounge area. Jason glanced at the two of them, immediately understanding, and nodded reassuringly at Roman, signaling that he'd be fine. He'd seen Roman and Cersei in the news before, the story of a billionaire's son and a Cinderella, though they never married. Jason figured it was probably due to those inheritance issues the tabloids love to harp on. He couldn't help but admire Roman's generosity, willing to leave his fortune to him. Cersei was beautiful, but the moment Jason saw her in person, he knew she wasn't to his taste. She was flashy, gaudy, her icy demeanor seeming forced and insincere. She looked the very picture of ambition. Roman really had terrible taste. Jason hoped Cersei wouldn't become his stepmother. His sharp eyes darted slyly between the two. Roman looked thoroughly impatient, while Cersei was trying her best to please him. It's quite interesting. Are you unhappy about your assignment? I am satisfied. I just wish I could be on camera more, instead of being a hand model. That's not my concern. But you're the CEO. Can't you? Cersei pleaded softly. Just for old time's sake, can't you say a word to Maria for me? Roman checked his watch, a hint of distaste in his voice. I'll mention it to Maria. The charity auction's about to start. I don't have time to chat. With that, he walked away and called Maria over from the other side of the lounge. Tonight's plan was to cause some trouble. Their target, Lucius, had already appeared, but Bruce was nowhere to be seen. It looked like the plan might need to change. Cersei shot them a resentful look as they walked away. Beautiful gemstones, she murmured. Jason watched Roman and Maria move off to the side, the two of them seeming to whisper conspiratorially. As he focused, trying to read their lips, a sudden voice startled him. He turned toward the sound and saw a woman in a dark blue evening gown. Black lace veiled her eyes beneath the brim of her hat, her complexion almost unnaturally pale, every gesture radiating elegance. She was as beautiful as a goddess in the moonlight. That phrase popped into Jason's mind from somewhere. He couldn't quite recall. But not as beautiful as your eyes, she said, her voice cool and clear like autumn moonlight. She was complimenting him. Jason understood in that instant what Roman had meant earlier. Roman had been giving him a compliment, too. Thank you, ma'am. You're beautiful as well, like a goddess of the night, Jason replied. He bowed politely, just as his etiquette teacher had taught him. It was his first time ever putting the lesson into practice. So, you're quite the little gentleman after all. The lady removed the velvet glove from her right hand and held it out at just the right height. Jason took her hand gently, noticing the coolness of her fingertips. He bent forward slightly, lowering his head as if to kiss her hand, but stopped 4 or 5 centimeters away. Instead of an actual kiss, he made a soft kissing sound with his lips. Then he raised his head, looking straight into her eyes beneath the veil. You're very beautiful, madam. He let go of her hand. She smiled warmly, withdrew her hand, and slipped the glove back on. I am Natalia Knight. And you, little gentleman? Jason Sionis. Oh, so you're Sionis' adopted son. The charity auction is about to begin. Perhaps you'd be willing to escort me to the hall. It would be my pleasure. Jason accompanied Natalia to the inner hall, just a dozen meters away, where many guests were already seated, waiting for the auction start. Roman had just finished arranging the latest plan, instructing his subordinates to await his signal, when he caught sight of Jason and Natalia walking past him. Jason seemed not to notice him. Jay, Roman called, taking a few quick steps to catch up. They stopped and turned to look at him. Jason seized the moment to introduce them. Dad, this is Miss Natalia Knight. Miss Knight, this is my father, Roman Sionis. They nodded politely to each other. Since your father's come for you, let's continue our conversation another time. Goodbye. Jason waved as he said farewell. Roman watched Natalia enter the hall, feeling a twinge of unease. He'd only been away for a few minutes. How had Jason already gotten acquainted with Nocturna? Natalia Knight, codenamed Nocturna, was once an astronomer. After being exposed to a strange scientific ray, her skin turned deathly pale, and she became sensitive to light. Together with her brother, Anton Knight, known as Night Thief, she'd turned to stealing jewels. The real problem was this woman had once fought Bruce for custody of Jason, and, with the help of a crooked mayor, had actually won. What started as a plot for Bruce's fortune became something more. Nocturna truly began to think of herself as Jason's mother, and even fell in love with Bruce. The more Roman thought about it, the more it sent a chill down his spine. He was certain Natalia wouldn't be able to take Jason from him this time, but he still didn't want Jason getting too close to her. Nocturna was as enchanting and as dangerous as the night itself. She was someone best kept at arm's length. The host, holding a microphone, asked everyone to take their seats and announced that the auction would soon begin. What's more, this time, a mysterious collector had donated a gemstone, with all proceeds going to the foundation to help children in need attend school. Suddenly, the lights in the hall went out, plunging the venue into complete darkness. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Please remain calm, everyone. This is a planned part of the program, just a quick test," the host reassured them. No sooner had he spoken than the lights blazed on again, restoring the room to dazzling brightness. "Now, if everyone could please." Before the host could finish speaking, clouds of smoke began to rise within the hall. A sharp, stinging odor quickly spread throughout the venue, sending the guests into a panic as they scattered in all directions. Roman cursed under his breath, frustrated at the turn of events. He hadn't even had the chance to give orders to his team before someone else disrupted the proceedings ahead of him. In the chaos, the frantic crowd separated him from Jason. In the blink of an eye, Jason vanished into the haze. Roman shouted his frustration, his voice muffled as he covered his nose and mouth, eyes stinging with tears, smoke bombs, and tear gas. So now even jewel thieves stooped to these lowly tactics? Was the age of refined, artful thievery truly over? Coughing, Roman pushed past the people blocking his way, forcing himself toward the spot where Jason had disappeared. "Jay, where are you? Jay!" But only the terrified shouts of the crowd answered him. There was no sign of Jason. Just then, the lights in the venue went out, and every piece of equipment fell silent. "Please, everyone, don't panic. Exit in an orderly fashion. The backup power will be online in 2 minutes," the host called out, still striving to maintain order. But the crowd paid him no mind whatsoever. Though Roman always thought Jason was sharp, worry still gnawed at him now. He made his way outside, where many others were also catching their breath. The backup power kicked in, and the hum of machinery and electronics quickly filled the hall once more. Roman immediately pulled out his phone, opened his tracking app, and was just then alerted by a call from Jason's wrist communicator. Jason's left wrist suddenly buzzed with vibrations. He glanced down and saw an incoming call. He pressed a button and connected. Roman's voice came through at once. "You little rascal, where have you run off to?" Peeking out from the crack of a door, Jason kept his voice low. "I'm out on the rooftop terrace, Dad." This floor where the ballroom was located had a sprawling rooftop terrace, usually open for guests to stroll and enjoy the view, just a few minutes walk away. "What are you doing out there? Get back here now." "Someone took Maria. I followed them to see what's happening. I think they mean her harm. And your ex-girlfriend is involved, too." Jason quietly reported what he had seen. Just moments ago, Cersei had delivered a thunderous slap to Maria. When chaos first broke out in the hall, he and Roman were separated. The smoke hadn't fully spread, yet when Jason saw Cersei strike Maria on the head with hip ache, he wasn't sure what Cersei said after that, but someone then clamped a hand over Maria's mouth and nose, dragging her away in the confusion. Unable to find Roman, Jason had chosen to follow and observe, trailing them all the way to the terrace. "Find a place to hide. I'll be there right away." Maria, utterly drained of strength, was being held up by a burly man as she gasped out a few words to Cersei. But this only seemed to enrage Cersei further. Cersei grabbed a fistful of Maria's disheveled hair and slapped her across the face, again and again. 5, 6 times in a row. "Who do you think you are? Roman is mine. What gives you the right to compete with me?" This time, Jason heard clearly. Cersei was shouting at the top of her lungs. "If you die, Roman will come back to me." Cersei lashed out and kicked Maria hard in the stomach, making Maria curl up in pain. "Throw her down." The people holding Maria immediately lifted her, ready to push her down the stairs. Jason hurriedly flung open the door, dashed out shouting, knocked Cersei aside, and then sent the burly man tumbling as well. He helped Maria to her feet. Both assailants were startled, especially Cersei, who took a long moment to recover from the collision. When she realized it was just a child, her malice only grew, and she ordered her accomplice to grab Jason. Jason brandished the silver dinner knife he had swiped, warning them to stay back. "So, it's you? The kid Roman just adopted." Cersei sneered as she walked towards Jason, her high heels ringing sharply against the floor, her figure swaying with seductive grace. "If Roman likes children, he can have one with me. 2, 3, as many as he wants. Stay back, or I won't hold back." Cersei smiled alluringly. "What does it matter if 1 or 2 die? Throw them all down." The burly man advanced on Jason. Jason gripped the silver knife tightly, and as the man lunged, he ducked to the left, slipping past him, and managed to slash the man's belly with the blade. The burly man roared in pain, grabbing Jason's right wrist and effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Jason twisted in midair, realizing he couldn't break free. He let go of the knife with his right hand, caught it with his left, and drove it straight into the man's arm. With another cry of pain, the man flung Jason off and hastily yanked the knife from his arm. Jason landed nimbly, bounced up, and leapt onto the man's shoulders, wrapping his legs tightly around the man's neck. For a 10-year-old of Jason's slight build, a chokehold was no easy feat. All he could do was hammer his fist against the man's head, desperately trying to knock him out. The burly man grabbed Jason's arms, trying to pull him off, but Jason clung to him with all his might. Finally, the man slammed himself, and Jason, onto the ground. Even dazed and dizzy from the impact, Jason refused to let go. Meanwhile, Cersei decided to finish Maria off herself. She grabbed her stiletto heel and strode toward Maria, who lay collapsed on the floor. Jason saw this and panicked. He released the man and rushed to help Maria. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Cersei dropped to her knees in shock and turned around, terror in her eyes. Roman stood there, gun raised, walking toward them. "Cersei, I warned you." Bang, a second shot. Roman fired at the burly man, hitting him square in the chest. The man staggered and collapsed. Roman pressed the gun to Cersei's head. "Tired of living, are you?" Cersei clung to his leg, looking up through tears that streamed down her face. "Roman, why did you abandon me? I did so much for you. I love you so much." Roman kicked her aside with disdain and strode toward Maria. "Do you love me, or do you love my power and money? I saw through you long ago, Cersei. If I lost my wealth and influence, you'd be the first to leave me, less loyal than any of my own executives." But Cersei, scrambling desperately, clung to his leg and sobbed, "I truly love you. I love you for who you are." Roman suppressed his anger, jabbing the muzzle of his gun hard against Cersei's head. "Let go." I won't, not even if I die." Roman fired a shot into her shoulder, making Cersei shriek in agony. "If you don't let go, the next bullet goes through your head." Jason watched in silence. Roman noticed him. "What are you staring at, you little brat?" "I'll take Maria to visit you in prison," Jason replied, feeling surprisingly calm. Roman let out a short, cold laugh. "Just don't squander your father's fortune while I'm gone. I'd hate to come out and find myself moving to Crime Alley." Suddenly, a shadow darted out from behind the door. Roman and Jason turned to see who it was. It was Batman. "What brings you here, Batman?" As he spoke, Roman raised his hand and knocked Cersei out with the butt of his gun. Batman swept his gaze around the scene. He checked Cersei's pulse. She was still alive, then moved to the burly man, who also had a pulse. After lifting the man's shirt to inspect his injuries, Batman said, "He's lucky. He was wearing a bulletproof vest, just knocked out." He pulled out a pair of handcuffs and restrained the unconscious man. Not so lucky, after all. Earlier, before Bruce entered the ballroom, he'd noticed members of the False-Face Society sneaking in, clearly up to something, likely, planning to sabotage the charity gala. So he didn't reveal himself, instead transforming into Batman to keep watch over the proceedings. But everything that happened next seemed to take Roman by surprise, allowing Batman to confirm that this chaos wasn't part of Roman's plan. While Batman was handling the situation inside, Roman slipped from his sight. Soon after, gunshots rang out from the terrace, prompting Batman to rush over, only to witness this very scene. He pieced together what had happened almost instantly. Cersei and her accomplice had kidnapped Maria and Jason, and Roman had come to rescue them. Though Roman had acted with brutality, he hadn't managed to kill anyone. "Jim, there's a kidnapping on the viewing terrace next to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel's ballroom. I need you to send officers and an ambulance." Roman gently lifted the still weak Maria in his arms. "Maria, are you all right?" Maria's face was streaked with blood, but she managed a faint nod. Now that the adrenaline was wearing off, Jason felt drained and exhausted. The night air, cold against his sweat-soaked skin, made him shiver. He instinctively edged closer to Roman, hoping to shield himself from the wind. In the end, the police took Cersei and the burly man away. After giving their statements, Jason and Maria returned to the manor. It was already deep into the night. Jason was already utterly exhausted. After a quick shower, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. Roman came to check on him, gently pulled the covers over Jason, and then left in a hurry. He lit a cigarette and gazed out of the pitch-black window. Today, the plan had been to kidnap Lucius, but things turned upside down. Maria ended up being kidnapped instead. If Jason hadn't rushed out to rescue her, Maria might not have survived. This kind of thing should never happen, not even once. But since it had, someone needed to be held responsible. His phone rang. It was an encrypted call. He answered. The voice on the other end began to speak. Roman listened in silence. To sum up, for attempted murder and attempted kidnapping, the maximum sentence is 20 years. If she shows remorse and we can sway the jury, she could be out in as little as 5. Give me a solution that ensures she never gets out. The main perpetrator seems to be mentally unstable. We could push for a psychiatric evaluation. In that case, after conviction, she'd be sent to a hospital, not a prison. Is there really any difference between an asylum and a prison? There is. But we'll do it your way. Just don't send her to Arkham. I only want her to never walk free. Handle the rest as you see fit. After hanging up, Roman stared out the window, lost in memories of his passionate days with Cersei. Come to think of it, in those 20 years, he lost everything, clawed his way back, founded the mass society, and still tracked Cersei down. For revenge, he ruined her face, mocked and ridiculed her, yet kept her close. From the first time he became Black Mask, he despised women like Cersei. Back then, his face was ruined, his mental state was even worse than now. After Batman caught him, he was sent to Arkham for treatment, which only worsened his mind. Eventually, he completely transformed into Black Mask. Roman was no more. Once he fully became Black Mask, he never let Cersei stay near him again. Later on, Cersei seemed to have gone mad as well, but that was no concern of his. Now, as if some cycle had repeated, Cersei had lost her mind because of him once more. He used to hope Cersei would settle down and marry a good man. If anyone bullied her, he'd intervene, just for the fun of it. But in reality, some people are simply not meant to settle down. A sharp pain stung his fingers. He glanced down and stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Then spend the rest of your life quietly in that institution. Cersei. Next time, it'll be death. Batman replayed the footage he'd gathered, the scene of Jason fighting the burly man. You've watched this several times now. He really is impressive, isn't he? Great technique. Robin stood nearby, sipping his hot tea. If he hadn't been too weak, that man's neck would already be broken. Batman's tone was laced with disapproval. He's only 10, and already his actions are so ruthless. Are you worried Black Mask will lead him down a path of no return? Jason needs the right guidance. He has talent, he has courage, and a passionate heart. Those qualities should not be used to aid evil. So what do you want to do? Kidnap the child? Roman would never allow that. Batman stroked his chin in thought. After a moment, he said, he needs a mentor, someone to guide him back onto the right path. And how do you plan to do that? Knock on the kid's window in the middle of the night and invite him out to learn? Roman won't even let me visit his house. He's overprotective. Batman switched off the video, carefully organizing today's files. We'll watch and wait. When the time is right, we'll pull him out. Early Sunday morning, Jason came thundering down the stairs and dashed to the dining room. Benjamin. Young Master Jason, don't run so fast. I overslept. It's already 7:30. I promised him I'd meet him at 8, and you said you'd pick him up. We're going to be late. Roman looked up from behind his newspaper, fixing Benjamin with a pointed stare, as if demanding an explanation. Yesterday, Timothy called and invited young Master Jason to the observatory. Jason agreed to go. And why am I only hearing about this now? Don't mind, Dad. Let's just go pick him up, or we'll be late. Today, Jason had dressed himself in a red shirt and sweatpants, paired with sneakers, and even wore his baseball cap perfectly straight. Sit down and eat, Roman commanded. Jason puffed out his cheeks but sat down begrudgingly. Benjamin began serving breakfast, dish by dish. The child made a racket with his cutlery, clattering the plates and utensils. Roman shot him a glance. Benjamin, go pick up the boy from the Drake house. At those words, Jason's sullen face instantly lit up. He hopped off a chair with a thud, hurried over to give Roman a kiss on the cheek, and chirped, "Good morning, Dad." Then he dashed back to his seat and happily dug into his breakfast. Roman couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He looked at his son as if he were a little gremlin. Was this little rascal rewarding him? He muttered to himself, feeling that something just wasn't quite right. Jason and Tim, all smiles, were driven to the Gotham Observatory by Benjamin, leaving Roman as the lone, solitary father at home. Gotham Observatory stands atop Gotham Hill and is one of the city's best spots for stargazing. To encourage interest in astronomy, the observatory was hosting a Discover the Night Sky event over the next few days. Many parents brought their children to explore and learn together. After escorting the two boys inside, Benjamin left, promising to pick them up at 4 in the afternoon to take them home. "Wow, look at this," Tim said, holding the newspaper so Jason could read along. A collector, deep in gambling debt, pretended to display his jewels at a charity gala while secretly plotting to steal them and claim the insurance. Batman saw right through it, caught the thief, and recovered the gems. "Batman is amazing," Jason said with genuine admiration. "He can solve cases right on the spot." The article says it's because 5 out of the 12 jewels on display were actually cheap fakes, nowhere near as valuable as claimed. That's how Batman figured it out. 5 of them. So, with a very low investment, he could have gotten a huge insurance payout, and with all 12 jewels stolen at once, no one would notice which 5 were the fakes. Talk about a lucrative scheme. Exactly. But it was that greed that got him caught by Batman. Apparently, similar schemes have cropped up in Europe before. "All right, let's put that away. The lecture's about to start," Jason reminded him, hinting the science talk was about to begin. Tim quickly folded the newspaper and tucked it into his bag, ready to listen, looking every bit the diligent student. The lights in the hall dimmed. Overhead, a model of the solar system appeared, projected in 3D, drawing gasps of wonder from all around. Children craned their necks, eyes wide with amazement. A graceful, captivating woman walked onto the stage. Jason thought she looked familiar, but in the dim light, he wasn't quite sure. As the presenter began to introduce herself, Jason suddenly realized she was the beautiful woman he'd met the night before. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to Gotham Observatory. I'm your speaker today, Natalia Knight. You can call me Miss Knight, or just Natalia. Today, we'll be learning about the solar system, our home in the cosmos. There are 8 planets in the solar system, each with its own unique beauty." Natalia spoke with poise, her knowledge of the solar system unfolding like a story. On the big screen behind her, breathtaking images of the stars and planets appeared one after another. That's why we call Mars Earth's sister planet. Scientists believe that billions of years ago, Mars might have supported life. And that brings us to the end of today's Science Talk. Please, feel free to explore and enjoy the rest of the observatory. If you already know a lot about the solar system, you can join our special quiz contest. Everyone who participates gets a souvenir, and the top 3 wins special prizes. The children burst into applause, their excitement filling the hall. The lights came back on, and under the guidance of their parents, the children moved on to explore other exhibits. "Jason," someone called out to him just as he was about to leave. "Hello, Miss Knight. Call me Natalia," she replied with a warm smile. "Is this your friend who came with you?" "Yes, this is Tim Drake." "Tim, you know who she is now." "Hello, Miss Knight. What delightful children you are. Didn't your parents come with you today?" Tim replied, "They're busy." Jason added, "Today is friends time. Well, since we've met here, would you like me to join you for a stroll?" "Really?" Tim's eyes sparkled with curiosity and eagerness to learn. "I still have some questions about magnetic fields and the atmosphere." The magnetic field shields the atmosphere from being stripped away by the solar wind, which in turn protects the Earth. What we usually call the aurora is actually a display of the magnetic field's power. It's believed that over billions of years, as Mars's magnetic field weakened, it could no longer protect its atmosphere. That's why Mars's atmosphere was gradually eroded by the solar wind, leaving the planet bare as we see it today. Jason walked alongside the two, listening to their discussion about the solar system. From time to time, he smiled, showing he was paying attention and not letting his mind wander. At the Sionis Manor, in Roman study, Benjamin entered, holding a letter. "Sir, the potted plant has been checked. It only has a calming effect, no toxins. Also, poison ivy sent a messenger with a letter." He handed the letter to Roman. Roman took the envelope, which was made from fallen leaves, and drew out the letter. A cool, refreshing fragrance wafted up, instantly clearing the mind. There was only one sentence written: "Sunday night at 8, see you at the Villain's Lounge." He couldn't help but correct. It's really just a hall, not a bar. Since the plant wasn't poisonous, there wasn't much left to discuss with poison ivy. Still, since she'd reached out to him first, he supposed he ought to go. Jason and Tim spent a wonderful Sunday together. Natalia led them to observe Jupiter's great red spot and Saturn's rings through a telescope. The two boys were filled with awe at the breathtaking sights they saw. Tim participated in a competition and won first prize, a copy of the Milky Way Stargazing Guide, and a pair of binoculars for sky watching, sponsored by Wayne Enterprises. On the way home, Jason used the binoculars to scan the overcast, gloomy sky. Occasionally, he spotted a sliver of blue peeking through the thin clouds. To be honest, with Gotham skies covered in clouds for 300 days a year, you can count the times you actually see the stars. There will always be good days when you can stargaze. Here, this is for you. Tim handed Jason the book, having just written a few words on the title page. But this is your prize. I already have a copy. This one is perfect for you. Well, thank you. I wrote something on the first page. Tim beamed, placing the book in Jason's hands and leaning over to open it for him. For the amazing Jason, let's go stargazing together again sometime. Tim, Jason read aloud, then added, but I don't have anything to give you in return. Just coming out to hang out with me is already a wonderful gift. Here, this is for you too. If you look east from your house, you might be able to see mine. Wouldn't that make me seem like a peeping Tom? Tim let out a long, thoughtful hum. I don't think so. Benjamin dropped Tim off at his front door. After getting out of the car, Tim didn't shut the door right away. Instead, he leaned back in. It's your turn to call me next week. Jason blinked 4 or 5 times, then gave in with a reluctant promise. My boarding school only lets me back on Friday evenings, so you can call me any time over the weekend, Tim reminded him again. Jason nodded to show he understood. See you next week. See you next week. Without ceremony, Jason grabbed the door handle and pulled the door shut. Tim is really clingy, he complained to Benjamin. Benjamin smiled gently. You don't like it? Next time, just tell Tim not to stick to you so much. Jason stammered, dodging Benjamin's suggestion. He's actually pretty cute and really smart. Tim watched the car drive away before following the butler, who had been waiting nearby, into the Drake estate. Back home, Jason found a good spot in the study, set up his telescope, and started flipping through the manual. Maybe next time, he could talk to Tim more about the stars. Meanwhile, Roman headed out for his appointment. At the club, in the Villain's Lounge, Poison Ivy and Two-Face were sitting together in the lounge area, looking thoroughly bored. Black Mask strode in, clearly displeased. 2 pairs of eyes immediately sized him up, making him feel a little uneasy. What? Why are you both staring at me like that? Roman picked a spot as far away from them as he could. Two-Face turned his good side toward him, looking cheerful. Black Mask, do you really give your kid a good night kiss every night? Roman answered with absolute certainty. Of course I do. You're such a disappointment. I can't believe you actually do that. What's your problem with me? Jealous I have a kid? I made a bet with Ivy. I said someone like you wouldn't go check on his kid every night. Poison Ivy smiled, clearly amused. Two-Face added, frankly, you seem more like the type who'd rough up his family. Roman let out an exasperated laugh. Can't you two do some actual villain work instead of obsessing over my parenting? Making bets about me? Isn't Batman enough to satisfy your warped interests? Do you really have nothing better to do? Unwilling to banter with Harvey any longer, he changed the subject abruptly. Anyway, Ivy, what do you want from me? Ivy, and I just want to check the results of something. Roman immediately sat up straighter. Don't tell me you used some kind of pollen trick on me. I sent Jason a potted plant to keep in his room. It should help him sleep better. It's simple, really. We just want to see if you actually visit Jason every night. Roman had a bad feeling. Just Harvey and Ivy alone were plenty capable of causing trouble, and now that the two of them had joined forces, who knew what mischief they could brew up together? He forced himself to ask, what did you do? Last Saturday, after we met here, I put a bit of pheromone on you. I call it the positive pheromone. Behind the mask, those gray-blue eyes glimmered with anger. Relax. I didn't control you. The pheromone is harmless. It might just make you more popular, especially with kids who have weak self-control. It'll last for a month. Damn it. Roman gritted his teeth, his hand already moving to his waist. Black Mask, listen to what Ivy has to say. Don't draw your gun. Two-Face, gravelly voice halted Roman's motion toward his weapon. Roman shot him a glare. You're not the one getting chased down the street. Batman's chased us plenty of times, all over the city. I was planning to make you hate Jason, so much that you'd finally give up on him. That way, I'd win our bet. Ivy, Roman's patience was wearing thin. What exactly did you do? Patience, Roman, Two-Face interjected. To make the pheromone on you work, I'd have to use another kind of pheromone on Jason, a negative one. Originally, I was just going to let my plants infect him. But Harvey caught on to my little trick and stopped me, so I didn't go through with it. Hearing this, Roman felt a flicker of relief. Poison Ivy continued. The negative pheromone is harmless, too. The interesting part is that when these two pheromones meet, the positive one gets activated. What happens when it's activated? I was just curious. Poison Ivy leaned on the armrest, propping her cheek. How much real feeling you have under that mask. Under the influence of the active pheromone, however much you like Jason will be converted into an equal amount of dislike. If you don't care about Jason, then you'll get through the month just fine. If you care about Jason a lot, you'll end up caught in just as much dislike, and you'll have to fight through those feelings and survive the month, Two-Face helpfully explained. Something sounded off about all this. Shut up, Harvey. So you still went after Jason? On Wednesday? The two of them just smiled at him in silence. Roman took a deep breath. And what's your stake in this, Harvey? When Jason skipped school on Wednesday, I found him. After seeing him, I didn't believe you'd say goodnight to the kid every night. So we raised the stakes. Roman frowned, but the other two couldn't see his expression. Two-Face's grin was sinister. I convinced Ivy to pay little Jason a visit and deliver the antidote to him. From Wednesday to Saturday, 2 double nights. Poison Ivy straightened her posture and looked directly at Black Mask. The antidote is only released at night. If you visit him every night, you'll inhale enough pollen to counteract the pheromone binding you. You missed a day, Roman. I pity you. I hope you can hold out until the second month. You're both insane. Suddenly, Roman sprang up and lunged at Two-Face. Having been on guard, Two-Face grappled with him immediately. I want to see him every night, Roman roared, throwing a punch at the undamaged side of Two-Face's face. Then why isn't it lifted? Two-Face snapped back, kicking Roman away with both legs. Black Mask drew a pistol from behind his back and aimed it at Two-Face. That's enough. There's no need to tear each other apart. Vines snaked around his hand, twisting the barrel upward. The shot shattered one of the chandelier's chains, causing it to lurch and dangle precariously above the three of them, swaying back and forth. The shifting chandelier cast flickering shadows, light dancing over the trio as it swung. I thought you poisoned me. Well, you did poison me. I thought my headaches and nausea were all from that bouquet you sent me. Black Mask spat, turning the gun toward Poison Ivy. Friday night, I had someone take the plant for analysis. That's why I missed a day. All this mess, you're both behind it. The withdrawal is indeed extremely unpleasant, Poison Ivy replied coolly. The antidote is potent, and the side effects can trigger headaches. Do you enjoy messing with me? Is this some twisted way to get me to abandon Jason? Two-Face flipped his coin, and Roman caught sight of the scarred side. What the hell are you playing at? I'm enjoying it. Harvey isn't, Two-Face replied. Give me the antidote. Now. Too much exposure to this pollen damages the nervous system. That hatred and revulsion could become permanent feelings. Are you sure you want that? His storm gray eyes glared furiously at Poison Ivy. Are you done? Let go of my hand. Poison Ivy withdrew her vines. The pollen's residual effects will fade in 2 or 3 days. You should consider what to do when that happens. If I'd known you'd be so clever as to uncover my little trick, I would have chosen a different method. Forget it. I hope you all stay away from Jason from now on. How did I even wind up knowing people like you? Do you really feel that revulsion? Someone blurted out, reckless and curious. Push me any further, and I'll put a bullet in you. Harvey, Roman growled, spitting each word through gritted teeth. The three of them sat down again, the chandelier still swaying gently overhead. As long as you keep your mind calm and steady, it's bearable. Only 3 weeks left, and the effect will gradually weaken in the 3rd week. Two-Face piped up. Are you serious? You can control feelings too? Maybe. I could help take care of Jason. Actually, Poison Ivy interrupted. You could send him to me, and I'd teach him to appreciate nature. Ivy, why are you stealing my lines? Roman glanced back and forth between the two people who, right in front of him, were competing to take care of his son. You two pull these stunts and still expect me to entrust my son to you? Do you really think I'm that easy to push around? The two of them just smiled at him in silence. That pretty much confirmed it. They really did think he was an easy mark. Roman trembled with anger and cold, taking a deep breath as he fiddled with his pistol. After a moment, Roman asked, Harvey, what made you change your mind? At first, you didn't agree to let Ivy use such despicable tactics. Want to know? Hand over the east side to me. Two-Face reached for a glass, intending to pour himself a drink. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the bottle, sending liquor and glass spraying as the bullet drove into the couch. Don't get mad, Roman. Two-Face tossed aside the broken bottle and wiped his hands, then pulled a few photographs from his inner pocket. He just thought you wouldn't ask, so now he's a little upset. What did I ever do to you two? I haven't even tried to muscle in on your turf. Two-Face handed him the photos. After he ditched school, he lingered at these places. Do any of them ring a bell? Roman looked through the photos, one by one. Jason walked out of a boutique, disappointed, staring at a poster. In his hand was a yellow rose, his expression forlorn. The dress, the necklace, and the yellow rose, all things tied to Catherine. Roman remembered that old photo of Catherine. The last photo showed Jason sitting by a trash can, clutching the photo and crying. Frustrated, Roman tossed the pictures back onto the table. That clever little kid, he seemed to have figured it out. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Roman had no choice but to speak. All I did was give his mother some money and tell her to fake her death and leave Gotham. Looks like he found out. Fake her death. Two-Face studied him with interest. Roman protested. Come on, we're talking about Jason here. The future. He stopped himself before saying, Red Hood, slamming the table instead. My son. How could I possibly kill his mother? If he ever found out, he'd hate me forever. Two-Face clicked his tongue. After pulling a stunt like that, you still want to earn his respect. Poison Ivy chimed in approvingly. Jason really is clever and adorable. It's hard not to like him. You've got good taste. Thanks ever so much, Roman said sarcastically. Could you stop keeping tabs on me and Jason? Two-Face let out a cold, mocking laugh. So how does he treat you now? The repair bill's on both of you. Roman ignored Two-Face's question, standing up in anger and storming off. The coin landed, shiny side up. Why does it matter so much to you? Just curious? Harvey's curious too, aren't you? Poison Ivy let out a soft laugh. It really is rare, people like us trying to raise a child. Roman hesitated, wondering if he should return to the manor. Even with Maria recuperating in a hospital, there was no need for him to worry about the company. The board members and executives weren't so helpless that they'd fall apart without her. There wasn't much happening with the gang lately either. His lieutenant was keeping a close watch over their territory. Yesterday, his attempt to trouble Batman had failed due to an unexpected turn of events. In short, he didn't really have anything to do right now. After thinking it over, he decided to go home. Once he knew Roman had come back, Jason finally left the study and went to bed. Those bright, expectant eyes gazed up at Roman. Hiding his own discomfort behind a gentle smile, Roman placed a kiss on the child's temple. The boy beamed at him and wished him good night, then closed his eyes. Roman made his escape. He couldn't help but think how he was now paying for his own twisted habit of coming in every night to say goodnight. Like spectators at a gossip-filled play, Harvey and Ivy had easily exposed his ploy to get rid of Catherine. Yet Jason hadn't come to confront him. He hadn't even asked whether Catherine was dead or alive. It seemed he'd already accepted the whole thing. Because of the effects of the pheromones, Jason's recent gestures of affection were also easy enough to explain. In 3 weeks, the boy would return to normal. Another sleepless night. Roman was nearly driven mad by his own swirling thoughts and could only find relief by going to the training room to let off steam on the punching bag. Ivy had forced him to realize that his feelings for Jason were much deeper than he'd imagined. He liked this child. Maybe he liked him a great deal. Harvey's distrust came from suspicion. Did Roman have it in him to be a decent father? Given Harvey's own childhood marked by abuse, it was no wonder he doubted Roman's ability to be a good parent. Thinking of all this, Roman drew in a sharp breath. Did these people have nothing better to do? Why did everyone feel the need to meddle in matters between him and his son? If every month brought a new visitor intent on making his life difficult for one reason or another, how was he supposed to get by? Things were becoming more and more bizarre. Roman was grinding his teeth in frustration. On Monday, Jason made a name for himself at school. Overnight, he'd become something of a local celebrity. Everyone finally realized that this seemingly frail, handsome boy was not only good-looking, but also a formidable fighter. Even more impressive, he had a powerful father. The girls started flocking around him again. Jason had seen these opportunistic types all his life, growing up in Crime Alley. From the front row, Alina handed him a pink card plastered with hearts. He glanced at it. Inside, someone had scrawled a clumsy confession of affection. Jason scratched his head. Was this supposed to be a love letter? My family's having a party on Sunday. Want to come? With a straight face, Jason tossed the card into the trash can behind him. Alina's smile quickly crumpled into disappointment, then dissolved into tears. I'm Busse. No time. Even though Alina was crying, Susan, her usual companion, ignored her, turning instead to ask Jason if he wanted to pair up for crafts class. I already have a partner. Don't want to switch. Susan pouted resentfully and tapped Alina. Alina, let's go. We're not playing with him. Who knows why he's acting so high and mighty? Sniffling, Alina got up and followed Susan out. Bill glanced surreptitiously at Jason. When their eyes met, he immediately looked away, his face still a little swollen and red. You're so heartless. Christy came over with her toolkit. She'd been standing nearby, watching everything unfold, and was clearly pleased that Jason was still willing to do crafts with her. I get to choose who I like, who I dislike, and who I turn away. Christy giggled. You've made both boys and girls cry. Don't make me sound like Jason searched for the right word, some jerk. They began working on today's craft, a handmade rose basket, filling a paper basket with paper roses. You really scared me that day. Christy's hands were nimble. She quickly finished folding a rose while Jason was still struggling with the basics. She couldn't help but offer some advice. I know what I'm doing. I couldn't believe you could take on 3 at once, but you actually did it. When you told me to step aside, I thought you were just being stubborn, wanted a safe face. Jason couldn't help but frown. I told you, I know my limits. If I couldn't win, I'd run. He bit his lip. In Crime Alley, where I grew up, kids often got into fights over all sorts of things. If I could win, I'd fight. If not, I'd just run. Afterwards, we'd still play together. That sounds thrilling. Christy had already finished her basket, while Jason was still working on his first rose. It was thrilling. Every day felt like an adventure. But I'd advise you to stay away from places like that. They're dangerous. At any moment, a kid could jump out from behind some trash can and scare you half to death. He finished the final fold and made a silly face at Christy. The two children burst out laughing together. I'm serious, Jason said, tossing his paper rose into the basket. Don't go to places like that. Christy nodded. Now that Roman knew Jason had guessed the truth behind the adoption, he was curious about when Jason would bring it up. But Jason acted as if he didn't know anything, still playing their father and son game, and even seeking out Roman's company, helped along by the influence of pheromones. Roman spent yet another sleepless night. On Tuesday morning, Roman looked at the dark circles under his eyes in the mirror and suddenly found his suit rather displeasing. It was probably time to have some new clothes tailored. He hadn't visited Deliana's in ages. Delia Fashion Studio has, over the past 6 months, gradually become one of Gotham's most beloved ateliers among the city's elite. Nestled in the somewhat chaotic new district of Uptown Island, Delia never offers house calls. No matter how powerful the client, if they wish to have Delia tailor a suit for them, they must make the trip to the studio in the new district. Half a year ago, Henry Delia's tailor shop was hardly known. The locals only knew that this quiet, taciturn owner had excellent skills. He would silently craft affordable clothes, give fitting style recommendations, and never utter a word of flattery. So, he was never one to draw attention. After all, Gotham was never short of eloquent and skillful tailors. Roman was quite taken with him. He remembered how, by chance, he once glimpsed a suit displayed in the window and, impressed by its craftsmanship, wandered in for a look. From that moment on, for over a decade, Delia had been his personal tailor. Now, it was simply history repeating itself. Delia was stubborn and refused to leave the new district. So, 6 months ago, after Roman hired Delia as his private tailor, he bought the 3-story townhouse where the shop was located and turned it into a studio, making Delia his business partner. Delia lost himself in the world of fashion design, with his poor financial skills rivaling his exquisite technique. The fact that he'd managed to keep the doors open for so long was a minor miracle. Roman arranged for Maria to help out half a day each week, sorting out the financial mess. With Roman himself serving as a walking advertisement, many people came to the studio seeking Delia's work, and in just half a year, his reputation soared. Yet, Delia never abandoned his clientele of ordinary folk. To meet the growing demand, he took on 2 apprentices, teaching them with great care. Roman only visited the studio in person when necessary. Delia, on the other hand, insisted on designing a full set of suits for Roman every month, tailored to the season, and often included custom shirts, vests, or sometimes even unique accessories he'd made. Once the clothes were finished, whether Roman wore them or not was up to him. They'd be delivered on the 1st of every month, and later Roman would simply send someone to collect them. Today, for instance, Roman felt it was time to add a few more pleasing outfits to his wardrobe. When he entered the studio, the receptionist greeted him warmly. Mr. Siones, Mr. Delia, is upstairs. Is he busy? He's making some alterations to an evening gown. It might take about half an hour. I'll wait here then. Roman took a seat in the guest area, and a receptionist brought him a cup of hot tea. Delia did not allow anyone to smoke inside the studio, and Roman had no intention of offending his tailor. He took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and checked his phone for messages, curious to see which of his subordinates had blundered this time. Mr. Siones, a somewhat familiar voice called out, tinged with delight. Roman looked up. The speaker was Mona, Jason's literature teacher. He hadn't met her many times. He'd chosen her for the role simply because she'd left a good impression. Red hair and blue eyes, just like Cersei. Perhaps he had always been attracted to women like her. Today, Mona's makeup was a touch heavier than usual. Her hair was piled high, revealing the smooth, pale curve of her neck. She wore a white, form-fitting sweater with a low neckline, exposing a hint of her soft chest. A long, silver tassel pendant dangled from her necklace, disappearing between her snowy peaks. Her skirt was a light green, cinched at the waist with a polka-dot belt and a long trench coat draped casually over her arm. Altogether, her figure was graceful and striking, making her chest look full and her waist slender. Miss Mona, please have a seat. Shopping for clothes today? Yes, I'm about to graduate soon and have been preparing for interviews lately. I heard this place has a good selection, so I came to take a look. I just finished trying something on and happened to run into you. Mona took the seat across from Roman. A subtle fragrance wafted into Roman's nose, prompting him to instinctively lean back. Ever since Poison Ivy, he'd become sensitive to scents. He didn't want to smell anything at all. What kind of job are you looking for? He asked, sizing Mona up. I'm applying to everything I can. Janus Corporation is hiring an office manager, so I sent in my application there as well. Roman nodded slightly. If you need any help, I can have Maria look out for you. Mona's eyes shimmered with gratitude, and she offered a shy smile. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Chaunis. Just then, Dree learned Roman had arrived and sent someone to invite him upstairs. Roman told the receptionist he'd wait a moment, then turned back to Mona. Miss Mona, you look lovely in that outfit. Mona smiled, about to thank him, when she heard the word but. But, if you're going to be teaching Jay, it's better to wear a different top. Mona's expression shifted subtly. Roman glanced at her half-exposed chest. If you were just entering the workforce, this would be perfect. In fact, I'd even suggest lowering the neckline a bit more. But it's not suitable for teaching children. Oh, I see. Thank you for the advice, Mr. Chawneys. I was careless. I'll keep in mind. Mona lowered her gaze and tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Sit here for a bit. In a while, come to the company with me. All right. Thank you very much. With that, Roman stood and went upstairs. When I first met her, she was much more reserved and demure than she is now, Roman remarked to Dree. It's only been 2 weeks, and she's changed so much. Roman stretched his arms. Even though Dree was already intimately familiar with Roman's measurements, he still checked to see if any adjustments were needed. Professionalism demanded it. In just 2 weeks? Who would believe it if I told them? Honestly, I think this is her true nature coming out. Whenever Roman met with Dree, it always turned into a kind of solo performance. If it weren't for my son liking her, I'd have fired her on the spot. Dree carefully jotted down the numbers. Did the suit I made for young Mr. Chawneys last time still fit well? He finally asked. Perfectly. You could just call him Jason. Would you like to make a set for Jason together next month? Let's do it together. If you have the time, I still hope you can bring him here so I can take precise measurements. Children grow and change every day at this stage. I'll have Post arrange it. Since you're raising a child, do you want me to make a few parent-child outfits for you? I got a few spring-themed ideas lately. The suggestion seemed to clear Roman's mind, like a fresh breeze sweeping away lingering clouds. He let out an appreciative, "Oh," and said, "That's a great idea. When you have a moment, make a few sets and send them to the manor. It would be nice to wear them out and show Bruce. If you could bring Jason so I can record his measurements, that would be even better. I'll have Post arrange it. Would you like to do parent-child suits as well?" On the way back to the office, Roman started to regret asking Mona to come along. The scent on Mona was simply overpowering, making him feel a little dizzy. He rolled down the window, letting the wind dilute the fragrance, which made him feel much better. Rubbing his nose, he asked the lady beside him, "What perfume are you wearing?" "It's called Sweet Dream. It's quite popular lately. Don't you like it?" Mona had changed into a crisp white work shirt. "Not really. I won't wear it next time, then." On the sidewalk, a couple seemed to be arguing about something. The man twisted open a bottle of perfume and splashed it at the woman. "Are you crazy?" The woman clutched his hand, her voice full of distress. "That bottle costs a couple $1,000. Roman had no desire to know what they were fighting about. A few drops of perfume landed on his face, the heady scent nearly making him faint. Cursing, he wiped the perfume off, shrugged off his suit jacket, and tossed it out the window. He kicked the seat in front of him, venting his irritation. Mona shrank to one side, watching nervously, too afraid to make sound. The young driver, by contrast, was unfazed. He kept driving steadily, and there were only a few minutes left before they reached the office. When they returned to the office, Roman's face was still dark with annoyance. But upon seeing Jason in the lobby, his mood lifted a little. Jason, distracted from his book, spotted Roman right away. He jumped up and ran over to him. Benjamin followed close behind, steady as always. Roman patted Jason on the head. "Why aren't you inside studying?" "I finished my homework at school," Jason replied, a little unhappy that Roman didn't pick him up for a hug. He caught a whiff of the strong fragrance on Roman, similar to the one on Mona, and, seeing the two of them appear together, couldn't help but start wondering. Go on to class. After watching the three head into the reading room, Roman sniffed at his own clothes in distaste and headed to his office. Maria was waiting inside to give a report. She'd come back to work after just 2 days off, truly dedicated. All in all, today was going pretty well, and everything on his turf was running smoothly. Perhaps a little too smoothly. Half an hour later, Maria was preparing to head to the club to continue working overtime. Roman asked Benjamin to drive her over and, on the way back, to pick up the pastries they had ordered. Now, only Jason and Mona remained in the room. Mona appeared distracted, her gaze drifting repeatedly toward the door. After a while, she picked up her coat. "Young Mr. Ziennes, I'm stepping out for a bit. There's something I need to discuss with Mr. Ziennes." Jason didn't look up from his book. He merely made a noise of acknowledgement to show he'd heard. Mona closed the door behind her and drew a small bottle of perfume from her coat pocket. She rarely had the chance to be alone with Roman, but she had realized she was hopelessly in love with him. In just 1 month, Jason's literature classes would end. She wanted to seize this fleeting chance. Taking several deep breaths, she undid the buttons at her chest, tugged her shirt outward, and knocked on Roman's office door. Jason sensed something was off. He heard Roman shouting at someone. He pressed his ear to the wall, straining to catch any sound from the next room, and soon heard a commotion, something being knocked over. It seemed Mona had just gone in to talk to Roman. A vague sense of foreboding crept into Jason's heart. He was afraid Roman might hurt Mona. With that thought, he dashed to the next door, only to find it locked. Then he remembered there was another door, the one to the study. After class, Roman usually came through that way to see him. Fortunately, this door wasn't locked. Jason opened it and walked in. He froze for a second, shocked by the mess in the room, unable to keep a grimace from twisting his face. His so-called cheap old man was at that moment pinned beneath Mona on the sofa, his pants halfway off, revealing dark underwear beneath. Mona's blouse was draped behind her, exposing her chest. Caught in the act, neither of them seemed to know whether to feel embarrassed or not, but at least they stopped what they were doing. Damn it, Jason muttered under his breath. After 10 years living in Crime Alley, he was certainly no stranger to scenes like this. But now, Roman and his private tutor? Roman had told him plainly he wasn't interested in women. Though, to be fair, Roman's word wasn't worth much. And just last Saturday, he'd seen with his own eyes how Roman treated Cersei. Those 2 shots had been utterly devoid of feeling. Now, someone practically throwing herself a disaster. Jason's head began to ache. Get out, Mona. Young Xannies wore a dark scowl, the force of his presence undeniable. With lingering fear, Mona gathered her clothes, climbed off Roman, and hurried out of the room. You stay here and think about what you've done. I'll deal with you once you've sobered up. Roman tossed a cushion at him, his voice low and hoarse. Get lost. The door slammed shut. Jason reflexively locked it behind him, just in case Roman came to his senses and tried to go after Mona. Mona sat on the sofa, now properly dressed once more. What were you thinking? Jason stood with his arms crossed, staring at her. Though only 10 years old, his presence was overwhelming, like a young mafia boss. How dare you try to seduce Roman? Mona began to cry. I just wasn't thinking straight. I love him, and I thought if he could be adopted by him, maybe he'd find a girlfriend, or a lover, or something. Jason scolded her sharply. Are you out of your mind? Roman is infamous for his temper, and you just threw yourself at him. When he sobers up tomorrow and realizes what you did, think about what will happen to you. Whatever fondness Jason had for Mona vanished in an instant. He'd never expected that this girl, just like his own mother, would be so lovesick. Only her obsession was with a dangerous man, not just some petty thug like his father. He'd noticed something was off before, but never imagined she would dare go this far. How could you? Jason repeated, anger rising in his voice. Whether you're looking for a sugar daddy or falling in love, at least pick someone reliable. Someone who won't beat you just because he's in a bad mood. Are you seriously that messed up in the head? The more Jason spoke, the angrier he became. Mona sobbed, so hard her makeup was ruined. But Maria stays by his side, and she's fine. And I thought you liked me, that you'd want me to be your stepmom. Jason was beside himself with rage. That's not the same thing at all. Maria knows her place. She's a competent assistant, and Roman needs her to work for him. Liking you doesn't mean you get to take her place. If I had a gun, I'd shoot you right now for being such an idiot. Now, get out. You're fired. Mona cried, even harder, devastated. She had never been so humiliated in her life. Just before leaving, she stopped. I drugged him. The stuff is called Fantasyland. It's made from poison ivy's pollen. Mr. Siones might need an antidote, or it could be life-threatening. Jason felt his head throb. You even dare to drug him? At this point, Mona was almost certain to end up as fish food. Mona flung the door open and ran out, still sobbing. Jason rubbed his head, waiting for Benjamin to return. The hospital might not be able to handle poison ivy's toxins. He dug into his backpack and pulled out the emergency communicator, triggering a distress call just as Batman had taught him. From the next room, the sound of things crashing echoed every so often. Jason tried to read, but kept thinking about how to plead for Mona's sake. Soon enough, Batman leapt through the open window. What's going on? You called me. Roman's been poisoned by poison ivy, or something called Fantasyland. I heard it's dangerous. He's in the next room. Jason pointed toward the connecting door. Batman, hearing this, immediately hurried to the other room, Jason following at his heels. When Batman realized Jason was coming with him, he paused with his hand on the doorknob. Wait here. People who are poisoned might become violent. Let me administer the antidote first, then I'll call you in. Jason shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. Judging by Roman's appearance, it didn't seem like he'd been poisoned with something that would make him violent. If Batman wanted to coax him, so be it. After Batman went inside, Jason could hear Roman's angry shouting and the sounds of a scuffle. But after a short while, everything fell silent. Jason, you can come in now. Jason opened the door and stepped inside. Roman was sprawled on the wide leather sofa. A blanket, who knew where it came from, draped over him. Beads of cold sweat stood out on his forehead. Batman stood next to Roman. I've already injected him with the antidote. He'll recover after a night's rest. Get lost, Batman. I don't want to see your face. Roman, though weak, was still bristling with anger. Thank you, Mr. Batman. Jason had no choice but to thank Batman on Roman's behalf. No need. Contact me if anything else comes up. With that, Batman leapt out the window and vanished into the night. Jason looked at his own hand and, with a sharp smack, landed a slap on Roman. Roman glared at him feebly. You little brat. Are you itching for trouble? Jason plopped down beside Roman and started lecturing him. Dad, Batman went out of his way to help you, and you can't even say thank you? Where are your manners? All my manners are buried in a coffin, and sooner or later, you'll be buried with them. Roman was in a foul mood. At that moment, he wanted to snap at everyone. He'd almost been assaulted, saved by Batman of all people. It was a humiliation he could hardly bear. When Benjamin returned, he found Roman lying weakly on the sofa. Without waiting for Jason to say anything, he handed over a bag of pastries to Jason and helped Roman sit up. Since Benjamin didn't seem interested in what had happened, Jason kept quiet as well, trailing behind him while inspecting the pastries. Apparently, he'd once mentioned he liked these particular treats. Roman had actually remembered and made a special trip to buy them. The next afternoon, still drained, Roman sat in his study, reviewing the investigation files in his hands. Sweet Dream, a product of the Sia perfume studio, could subtly change a user's aura, making them more likable. It was expensive, but since it truly delivered results, it was highly sought after. Fantasyland, on the other hand, had aphrodisiac effects. Absorbed through the skin and into the bloodstream, it worked quickly. It was a little secret popular among couples to spice things up. When mixed with Sweet Dream, the effect was even more intense, heightening desire and sending both parties into ecstasy. But it also carried a risk of sudden death. There had indeed been recent news stories, young couples dying unexpectedly, one after another. Roman shut the file. Earlier, he'd been splashed with Sweet Dream by a passerby, then sprayed with Fantasyland by Mona, and finally, Batman had witnessed his humiliation. He could have killed Mona for that. He mostly wanted to have a word with Poison Ivy, ask her to keep a closer eye on her pollen and prevent any leaks. Both the recent Sweet Dreams and the fantasy realm had all been inspired by her research on pollen. And also, could she stop targeting him alone for her experiments? There was no need to go so overboard. If he was so popular these days, he was sure 9 times out of 10 it was due to Poison Ivy's handiwork. Roman rubbed his chin with his fingers, so weary that stubble had begun to sprout. He watched the surveillance footage from the reading room. When Mona said she wanted to be Jason's stepmother, it piqued his interest. The image froze on the spot where Jason pulled out the emergency call device. That little gadget must have been a gift from Batman, given the night of the adoption dinner when Batman climbed in through the window to see Jason. It was with this device that Jason had called Batman for help. Roman stroked his stubble, deciding it was time to have a good talk with Mona about affection and about being a stepmother. After school, Benjamin didn't take him to the company. Instead, they went straight back to the manor. Jason asked, "So I don't need to go to literature class anymore?" Since coming home last night, he hadn't seen Roman at all. He'd wanted to plead Mona's case, but Benjamin had blocked him at every turn. "How's Dad doing?" "He's almost fully recovered." "What about Mona? Did Dad make things difficult for her?" "She's still alive." Jason stepped nervously into the house, immediately sensing that the atmosphere was different. He spotted Mona in the living room. Roman and Mona were chatting and laughing as if yesterday's unpleasantness had never happened. He swallowed hard. Roman being all smiles and laughter was even more terrifying than his anger. Who knew what schemes he was brewing now? His gaze at Mona was filled with surprise, doubt, and confusion. Apparently, she hadn't listened to a single word of their conversation yesterday. Mr. Chawneys Jr. Mona was dressed beautifully today, her youthful charm on full display. Roman sat in his seat of honor, gently swirling his drink. When he saw Jason come in, he waved him over to sit by his side. Jason obediently took his seat. Roman was very pleased with his well-behaved son. "I was thinking, maybe it's time to find you a stepmother. You and Miss Mona seem to get along well, so I invited her here today to discuss the matter." Jason frowned. Mona smiled at him, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Was this silly girl actually taking it seriously? "Dad, are you serious?" He drew a deep breath and tried to keep his voice calm, even adding a hint of childish sweetness. He knew Roman had a soft spot for that, and Roman always enjoyed it. "Of course," Roman replied, pulling Jason close and savoring a sip of his drink. "If you agree, I'll make it happen. Mr. Chawneys Jr., perhaps you need someone to take care of you. Dad, if you really have someone you like, and you want to bring her home as your partner, or even get married, and you want me to call her mom, I have no objection." Jason continued, his childish tone as sweet as ever. "But if you're just trying to find me a stepmother, there's really no need. Having you as my father is already enough. I don't need anyone else to look after me." Roman gazed at the wine in his glass, the smile on his lips deepening. "Son, you do have a point. Having me is enough for you. Well then, Miss Mona, I'm sorry you made this trip for nothing. A look of shock flashed across Mona's face, and Benjamin promptly stepped forward to escort her out. Mr. Sionis, Miss Mona, perhaps you should really consider this. Not everyone is worthy of my father. Mona's face turned ashen, and she left the manor without looking back. I want her fired. She doesn't need to teach me anymore. Roman teased him with a smile. It seems you really can't stand Miss Mona. How about we toss her to the fish in Gotham Bay instead? Jason clung to his father's arm. Dad, she may be foolish, but that's hardly a reason for her to lose her life, don't you think? I'm starting to understand why Bruce keeps bringing children into his home. Raising a clever and lively kid is far more enjoyable than dealing with a pack of idiots. Though Jason didn't understand why Roman had suddenly changed the subject, he pressed on with his original intent. Promise me you won't lay a hand on her. Roman didn't answer right away. He was mulling over whether he should try to lure Bruce's third little bird to the manor as well, but that child's parents were still around for now. Better to let it go. He didn't have much interest in that one anyway, and bringing him here wouldn't bring much joy. Dad! Jason gently shook his father's arm. Roman set down his wineglass. All right, I promise you. That kind of foolish girl doesn't need my help. She'll ruin herself well enough on her own. Well, that's her problem then. With the promise secured, Jason prepared to leap off the couch and head to his room to do homework. Roman caught him before he could escape. Let's settle the score for last night. The foul language and that slap. Such poor manners, after all my teaching. Jason frowned. I saved you. How did you get in touch with Batman? I saw him passing by and called him over. I'd rather not use force, and I don't want to search your pockets. Better hand it over yourself. With a reluctant sigh, Jason dug through his backpack and handed over the bat signal device. Go do your homework, Roman said, tossing the gadget to Benjamin. If I get the chance, I'll slap you again, Jason muttered through gritted teeth. I'll be waiting, son. I should have just let you die. Then I'd inherit everything. Roman shrugged, utterly unfazed. Before you turn 18, Foster will raise you in my place. After that, Maria will become the new chairwoman. But don't worry, your trust fund is already set up, and you can always be the honorary CEO at the company. Jason stormed off, cheeks puffed out in anger, stomping down the stairs as if he wouldn't be satisfied until the steps themselves gave way beneath him. Watching Jason's retreating figure, Roman slowly sipped his drink, beginning to wonder just how much of Jason's closeness was actually influenced by pheromones. Today, he was only using Mona to test the waters, but Jason had dealt with him with remarkable composure, skillfully maneuvering to protect Mona. If Jason had agreed to let Mona become a new stepmother, Mona would have ended up as fish food. If all that earlier closeness had just been an act on Jason's part to lull him into complacency, then it was frighteningly convincing. Roman had almost believed that Jason truly depended on him, heart and soul. But honestly, how could a person change so much in just 2 weeks? Deep in the Batcave, Batman was analyzing the components of a perfume, discovering that Sweet Dream contained chemicals that stimulated the brain, prompting it to release more neurotransmitters and amplifying sensations. Even the slightest happiness, under the influence of this substance, would be magnified into overwhelming joy. Alfred brought over a tray of tea and snacks, setting it by his side. Batman lifted the cup and took a sip, sharing his findings with Alfred. When you see someone you're fond of, it usually brings a small spark of joy. But with this perfume, that spark flares into obsession. Any small gesture from the other person becomes proof of their affection, making the user believe they're genuinely liked. That's the illusion of Sweet Dream. So, Sweet Dream doesn't actually make people like you. It just tricks you into believing you're popular, creating a web of self-deception. Who would willingly wake from such a sweet dream? You're right, Alfred. But Sweet Dream can quickly turn into an inescapable nightmare. It causes dopamine addiction, and once victims can't get satisfaction from the perfume, they fall into a deep emptiness, desperately seeking stimulation elsewhere. Batman set down his tea and returned his gaze to the analysis data. And the ingredients from Fantasyland induce excitement, heighten the senses, and give a short-term boost to physical abilities. When mixed with Sweet Dream, even the smallest provocation becomes a blazing passion. But overuse is extremely harmful, leading to rapid heartbeat, sudden death, and other dangers. Alfred commented appreciatively. Sounds like quite the partnership, chronic poison and a dagger to the heart. Once exposed, both compounds enter the bloodstream quickly, throwing the brain's neurotransmitters into chaos. Recovery takes a long time. I need to inform Jim so he can issue a citywide warning. Wayne Enterprises will provide the antidote free of charge. As he spoke, Batman was already contacting Commissioner Jim Gordon at the Gotham Police Department. Later, in Poison Ivy's greenhouse, a dark silhouette moved through the dense plants, finally coming to a stop. A low, steady voice broke the silence of the night. Ivy. Ivy stood beneath the flowering vines, fresh green tendrils still coiled around her arm. She was never one to welcome uninvited guests. "Batman," she said coolly, "I've been keeping to myself lately. Haven't done a single thing." Of course, harassing Roman didn't count. Villains all, and betrayal was simply part of their twisted fun. Someone concocted a plant-based perfume that indirectly led to 7 deaths. Any thoughts on that? Batman held out 2 bottles of perfume, labeled Sweet Dreams and Fantasyland. A vine snaked out and plucked the bottles from his hand. Ivy took a careful sniff, then the vine returned the perfumes to Batman. "A poor imitation, nothing more. That's not my pollen," Poison Ivy declared, settling onto her swing. "If you haven't forgotten, there were those prehistoric plants running wild in Gotham 4 months back. The time you nearly killed the whole city. I was purifying Gotham. Are you here to argue, or are you going to let me finish?" Batman said nothing. A faint, victorious smile curved at Ivy's lips. "When the mutant plants bloomed, and I discovered its pollen had a unique ripening effect on surrounding flora. I intended to research it, but only managed to collect 2 vials. Before you showed up, during our fight, you destroyed one, and the other went missing. Whoever took the sample was clever. He extracted 2 perfume formulas and even improved them." "Thank you," Batman said, turning to leave. "Wait," Ivy called after him. "If that person still has any pollen left, those are pure plant spores. Your gas mask or current antidotes won't protect you." "You have an antidote?" "No," she replied, swinging gently back and forth. "You destroyed it. I can't recreate it." Batman didn't pause again, melting into the night. He still needed to find the perfumer. The Xiao perfume studio had been abandoned since the incident. Sione's Manor. That evening, Roman once again felt the antidote's effects wearing off. Benjamin was sparring with Jason, while Roman watched from the sidelines, quietly impressed by Jason's rapid progress. Then, the joy vanished in an instant. Disgust swept over his mind, followed by a wave of nausea and dry heaving. He turned and left immediately. Benjamin's knife-hand strike had just descended, stopping short at Jason's neck. He could still feel the pulse beating beneath the warm skin. Benjamin withdrew his hand. "Getting distracted in a match is never wise, Master Jason." "Dad didn't look so well," Jason remarked, curiosity in his eyes as he watched Roman leave. "Sir hasn't been well lately." Roman had already told Benjamin about the pheromone issue and asked him to take good care of Jason for the next 2 weeks. He would need to stay away for a while. "Does he have some kind of terminal illness?" At bedtime, only the small night light remained glowing. Jason hid under the covers, yawning. Ever since he uncovered the truth behind his adoption, he'd made up his mind to be wise about it and play the part of a dutiful son with Roman. So far, aside from 4 slaps and a few threats and bribes, Roman had treated him fairly well, and Jason was gradually coming to accept this new father. Roman had a taste for the perverse. Watching others suffer seemed to amuse him, and he took even greater pleasure in using other people's misfortunes to tease Jason. Jason suspected Roman got a real kick out of seeing him frustrated but powerless to do anything about it. Roman was truly infuriating. Jason had imagined punching him hundreds of times in his mind. The incident with Mona had left Jason seething, but also made it clear that Roman wasn't so easily deceived, not with emergency alarms, and certainly not an attitude. "Who cares anyway?" he muttered. After all, there wasn't much Roman could do to him. On the surface, they were still the picture of a harmonious, affectionate father and son. Soft footsteps sounded just outside the door, pausing for a moment before Roman came in. Jason opened his eyes halfway, watching as Roman sat down at the edge of the bed. "Son," Roman coughed, looking rather grim. "Jason." Jason leaned back against his pillow, his expression calm. Roman's face was cold as he spoke. "In a few days, I'll be very busy. I won't have time to check in on you, so maybe we can skip our good night routine for now." "All right," Jason replied, all polite obedience on the surface. "I won't be at the manor, so we can skip the morning routine too." "No problem," he agreed, secretly delighted. "You don't have to attend literature class anymore. After school, boss will pick you up and take you straight home." "Great. That means I can spend more time learning for Benjamin." Suddenly, Jason didn't feel sleepy at all. "For about 2 weeks, you won't see me." "I'll miss you," Jason said, unable to keep a wide grin off his face. Roman frowned. "We'll have to postpone our trip to the zoo." "That's all right, I understand. There's no need to feel guilty about it, Dad." At the word Dad, Roman's face twisted with emotion. Covering his face with his hand, he left the room. Jason yawned, closing his eyes, hoping Roman would soon realize that adopting him was nothing but a painful, exhausting ordeal, and then send him back to Crime Alley. The next morning, only Benjamin was at the dining table. The newspaper was set at Roman's usual spot, and the coffee was still steaming. It looked like Roman had just left not long ago. Jason sat down, his curiosity piqued as he sneaked a glance at the newspaper. The headline reported a police bulletin, warning about the dangers of Sweet Dream and Fantasyland perfumes, urging anyone who'd come into contact with them to go to the hospital immediately for an antidote. Benjamin placed a fried egg on Jason's plate. Sir won't be returning to the manor for the next 2 weeks. Dad already told me. Is it because of after effects from the perfume? Benjamin glanced at him and noticed Jason had already pulled the newspaper closer, tilting his head to read. He folded up the newspaper. Please focus on your breakfast, Master Jason. I want to read it. I want to know what's happening in Gotham. You can wait until we're home to read it. But by then, it'll be old news. After breakfast, there's still some free time before school. You can read it then. Benjamin left the newspaper at the edge of the table. It's not because of any after effects. You handled things very well that day. Batman gave you the antidote just in time and saved you. Hearing Benjamin's praise, Jason felt a small surge of happiness, and even the milk didn't taste quite so bad anymore. After school, Benjamin took him for a stroll around Delia's studio. When Jason learned that Delia was Roman's business partner, he was amazed for quite a while, so all those stylish clothes Roman wore were actually made by Delia. As Delia silently took his measurements, Jason couldn't stop complimenting Delia's skill and taste. I always thought his taste was pretty terrible. I never believed he could dress that well. Turns out it's all thanks to you. Jason sang Delia's praises without holding back. For once, the usually serious Delia cracked a smile. Roman picks out all his clothes himself. I just make them according to his preferences. If he doesn't like something, he'll try it once and never wear it again. Jason was momentarily speechless. After a moment, he said, Still, you deserve some credit. He's got a good figure. Even if I did a bad job, he'd still look stylish. Oh, come on. I'm complimenting you. Can't you just accept it graciously? Delia fell silent. Benjamin smiled quietly from the side. After that, Delia asked him what he wanted in his clothes. Jason replied that comfort was all that mattered. The next few days without Roman around, Jason found every meal delicious and was in high spirits. On Friday night, as promised, Jason called Tim. The two boys made plans to go to the zoo at 8 the next morning. Benjamin reported this to Roman, who was far away in a secret hideout in the East End. At that moment, Black Mask was in the middle of scolding his incompetent underlings for failing to collect enough protection money that month. After receiving the call, Black Mask told the trembling manager to wait a moment, stepped out of the hideout, and told his driver to take him to Roman's club. Kids need to develop social skills. Let him go, he said. The driver, unaccustomed to hearing Black Mask speak so gently, was so startled that his heart skipped several beats, and he nearly rear-ended the car. In front, Black Mask cursed at him, asking if he was an idiot. The driver, shaken, exhaled shakily. This, at least, felt like the Black Mask he knew. Just do what you did last week. Arrange a time to pick him up. Make sure he answers the phone. A crisp young voice came through the line. Roman felt a wave of relief. Over the phone, Jason's scent couldn't affect him. How have you been lately? The gentle tone of that second question left the driver completely stunned. He ran a red light and narrowly avoided being sideswiped by a car on the right. Hold on. Daddy has something to take care of. Black Mask hung up the phone. Are you new here? Or did someone send you to assassinate me? The driver stammered. And no, I am LOL loyal to you. Absolutely loyal. Loyal. Eh? Stop the car. Black Mask yanked the driver out. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off. Next time you drive like an idiot, I'll put a bullet in you. Now get lost. The driver scampered off in a panic, barely keeping himself together. Roman slid into the driver's seat and drove himself back to the club. He entered the villain hall through a special passage. The hall was empty. As the sensors detected someone entering, the dim lighting gradually brightened, and soothing music began to play. Staring at the completely transformed villain hall, Roman took a few steps back and checked the door, confirming that this was indeed the villain hall. Green vines now climbed up the east and south walls, stretching all the way to the ceiling. At the base of the walls, a row of rose bushes had been planted, twining upwards with the vines, their pink and white blossoms in full bloom. Shelves along the sides were lined with potted plants, each one sporting its own tiny flowers. Next to the entrance, he saw a sign for the villain bar and a string of villain bar neon lights hanging over the counter. He couldn't help but want to tear all these decorations down. The chandelier he'd smashed earlier had been replaced with a new one, a floral-shaped crystal chandelier that sparkled brilliantly. Roman loosened his tie and took off his mask. In just 5 days away, the villain hall had been turned into a villain bar. Why had nobody told him about this? He called Maria to ask, and Maria replied that Poison Ivy and Two-Face said he'd already agreed. Mother. He hung up, stepped behind the bar, and poured himself a glass of whiskey. As he added ice, he noticed the entire south wall had been turned into a giant mirror. His once simple and elegant villain hall was now a gaudy mess. He should never have let them off by just paying for damages. If they could dodge the bar tab, what hope was there for ever getting repair costs out of them? He'd been far too naive. Roman looked at his reflection across dozens of meters, another version of himself, drinking alone. The urge to make another call faded away. His men, left waiting all night at the hideout, hadn't dared to leave until Black Mask finally gave permission to disperse. The driver, still shaken, kept wondering where Black Mask Kid had come from, but he didn't dare gossip about it in the gang, afraid that an annoyed Black Mask might have him silenced. On Saturday morning, Jason said goodbye to Benjamin, then headed to the zoo with Tim. Tim carried his camera and snapped photos nonstop. After they grew tired of walking, the two of them enjoyed ice cream on a bench in the plaza, surrounded by plump pigeons, with the occasional robin hopping down to forage. I saw Batman and Robin on TV last night. They stopped another robbery, Tim said enthusiastically, describing how agile and graceful Robin was, every movement full of style. Wow, I wish I could see it with my own eyes, Jason said, taking a bite of his ice cream. You can catch it on the news if you just turn on the TV, Tim replied, pausing for a moment. Don't you watch television at all? I've never seen a TV at home. I'll have to ask Benjamin about it when I get back. Roman probably wasn't too poor to buy a TV, but it was true Jason hadn't watched television in ages. In fact, he usually caught glimpses at other people's houses. That's a bit of shame. How about this? Next time we meet, I'll bring my Batman and Robin clippings for you to check out. Jason nodded. Do you want to feed the pigeons? He noticed a family of 3 nearby, feeding plump pigeons that scrambled over each other to get closer to the mother and child. The father was busy snapping photos, and the family's laughter rang out in the square. Wait here for me. I'm going to buy some birdseed. With that, Jason hopped off the bench and ran toward a small shop not far away. A bag of pigeon feed, barely bigger than his palm, cost $10 each. Jason sighed at the price, bought 10 bags, stuffed them in his pockets, and waved at Tim. Tim was busy adjusting the focus on his camera, snapping several quick photos in succession. Just then, someone called out to him. He turned around, and a person crouched in front of him, a sweet, refreshing scent wafting in the air. He couldn't quite recall what the person said next. His head suddenly spun, and he collapsed onto the stranger's shoulder. Meanwhile, Tim was reviewing the photos he'd just taken, picking out one he was quite pleased with, thinking he'd show it to Jason. But after waiting a while, Jason still hadn't returned. Tim looked up, scanning the bustling square, but Jason was nowhere to be seen. Tim was certain Jason had waved at him only 2 minutes ago. The timestamp on his camera matched the time of the last photo, just a 2-minute difference. But now, Jason had vanished. Panic rising, Tim forced himself to stay calm and hurried to the small shop to ask around. Excuse me, did you see where this boy went? Tim showed the staff a photo from his camera. The staff looked closely. Oh, I remember him. He bought 10 bags of pigeon feed in one go. Then his mother said something to him, picked him up, and left. She was pretty strong. I get out of breath just picking on my own kid at that age. A sense of dread crept over Tim. Call the police, quickly. He's been abducted. Jason came here with me. The staff was stunned, but at Tim's urging, they hurried to report the incident to the park authorities. Somewhere dark and damp. A cool, aromatic scent tickled Jason's nose, slowly bringing him back to consciousness. The first thing that flashed through his mind was, I'm in trouble now. Roman would never let him out unsupervised again. And it was all thanks to the person in front of him. The stranger was holding a bottle of some menthol ointment, eyes sharp as a hawk, fixed intently on him. Dressed as a woman in bold makeup, with a carefully softened voice, the person's build and hands betrayed the truth. A man had kidnapped him. The air was thick with the scent of flowers, a fragrance uncannily similar to the perfume he'd been smelling lately, only now so overpowering it bordered on nauseating, almost like a stench. Seeing him awake, the other person turned away in satisfaction and returned to the work table. Taking advantage of their distraction, Jason began to observe his surroundings. The room was small, cluttered with tools for making perfumes. Moss crept over the peeling walls, and if he listened closely, he could hear the sound of running water, as if they were somewhere in an underground facility. Every now and then, a chilly draft would sweep from one end of the room to the other, causing the dim lights to flicker and sway, lending the place an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. Jason silently prayed this wasn't another Seward Weller madman. Right now, he was tied to a chair, a needle inserted into the back of his left hand for a slow intravenous drip. There was a segment of dark red blood in the tube, but the end was sealed tight. His tracking watch was still on, which meant his captor probably didn't know what it was for. Jason tried to rotate his arm, attempting to carve out a bit of space, but the rope was wound round and round, pinning him firmly to the chair. When his captor turned back around, they were holding a syringe filled with a cloudy, orange liquid. This is all the pollen I have left. Not enough to kill you outright. The person's shrill voice grated on Jason's nerves like a spoon scraping against aluminum, but more than enough to make you suffer for 3 to 5 days, consumed by things like love, joy, sorrow, sadness, plenty to spare. Jason kept his composure and spoke. You're the perfumer. You made sweet dreams and Fantasyland. He needed to keep the conversation going, buy himself time, hoping Tim had already noticed his disappearance, contacted the police, and was searching for him. The person's sharp, pointed nails traced a line down Jason's cheek, leaving a faint sting. That's right. Superb perfumes, aren't they? I've heard they're more like poison, full of side effects. All perfume is poison, the captor replied with relish, nuzzling the syringe against their face. It's almost a pity to waste something so precious on you. They're far more potent than ordinary drugs. But I've already mastered the recipe, so it doesn't matter. You know who I am, but I don't know you. Can I ask why you're doing this? Drugging me, dragging me here to what looks like a sewer. You don't seem to want a ransom, either. You really don't know why you're here. The person twirled a lock of hair around their finger, tugging it thoughtfully. I suppose that's typical for people like you, so high and mighty. But I won't let you die without understanding why. Jason couldn't help but grimace. Maybe this was another one of Roman's enemies, taking revenge on him instead. Tell me, what's wrong with my sister? Why wasn't she good enough for your father? The captor revealed information so quickly, Jason was left reeling in shock. So was Mona's brother. His silence only angered the other person, who seized Jason by the collar, their true feelings breaking through in a burst of rage. Mona is my dearest little sister. She's worked so hard and finally got into college. Every time you come home after her tutoring you, she tells me how adorable you are and how much you like her. As he spoke, Mona's brother paused, took a few seconds to calm his anger, and his voice returned to its earlier tone. You two have only met a few times, but she really likes you. Every day, she tells me about how you did in class, what cute little questions you asked. Jason couldn't help but frown. She's never treated me that way. She's even started writing a novel. She's the lady of the Ziani's family in it, your mother. Now he began to suspect there was something wrong with these siblings, some sort of delusion, perhaps. But that's not realistic. How isn't it? You like her, don't you? Her eyes look just like your mother's, right? Roman spoils you. He'd do anything for you if you asked. The symptoms sounded familiar. Jason considered his words. I think Mona's just been affected by your perfume. Mona's brother let go of him and paced for a moment before suddenly yelling, No, she hasn't. You don't understand, Jason tried to explain. Roman will never marry her. Liar, Mona's brother roared, then abruptly switched to a shrill voice. Roman was planning to talk to her about making her your stepmother on Wednesday. When she got home, she cried all night, telling me how much she loves your father and how fond she is of you. But you and your father teamed up to humiliate her. Roman never intended to marry Mona. Jason stopped, biting back the words for his own amusement, afraid to provoke him further. I'm just trying to help her, to keep her from ruining herself. Help her? You? You think you're helping her? You helped your father humiliate her. Roman's a jerk. He doesn't deserve Mona. I just want her to see that clearly. And Mona's a victim too. She only acted so rashly because your perfume influenced her. The other man grew angrier, pacing anxiously before turning back and grabbing Jason by the hair, his face twisted in fury. She came back after getting the antidote, and she was like a different person, telling me I lied to her. After all I've done, putting her through college, making all those perfumes for her. But because of you, she calls me a liar. He let out a theatrical, mocking laugh. Isn't just having your dad enough for you? He only wants you too, right? Then you might as well die. He released Jason and pushed the pollen drug into his system through the foretube. Jason started to feel dizzy, his breath coming in short gasps. The world around him began to blur and swirl, but he forced himself to stay calm. The man asked slowly, When you're with your dad, Roman, are you happy? Jason stared back at him, eyes wide, having no idea what twisted game he was playing. But you're just a stray puppy he picked up. When he's in a good mood, he'll shower you with hugs and kisses. When he's not, he'll just kick you away. What are you talking about? Jason was starting to feel uneasy. Your beloved father, he doesn't love you at all. If he did, why hasn't he come to save you? Jason pressed his lips together, refusing to answer. His heart was pounding in his chest. The other person kept speaking in that insidious, grating voice. You really do worship him, adore him like a father. A wave of frustration and anger swept over Jason. I do not. Just admit it. You do. If you really hated him, why would you still stay by his side? It's not my choice to stay. I'm just a kid. Jason's voice was heavy with helplessness. Under the law, I can't just run away. Annoyance prickled at Jason. If I tried to run, he'd find me, and he'd punish me for it. He doesn't care about you at all. You're completely dispensable. I don't want to hear this. Jason started to struggle, shouting and yelling. He'll always let you down. You're an unwanted orphan. In the end, he'll abandon you too. You'll fall from the clouds straight into the mud. Those sharp, splintered words kept needling Jason's mind, stirring up his thoughts until everything went black. Roman's phone chimed with a notification. Jason's signal had disappeared, the last location pinged in Robinson Park. At this time, Benjamin was supposed to have picked up Jason and Tim and should have been on their way home. With a sense of unease, Roman checked Jason's movement log. He saw that 20 minutes earlier, Jason had left the zoo, but as soon as he reached the park, his signal vanished. He was about to call Benjamin and ask why he'd taken Jason to the park when the Gotham police called. When Roman learned Jason had been kidnapped, his face turned ashen. The police told him to inform them immediately if he learned anything about the kidnappers. Roman, face grim, told Gotham PD that Jason's last known location was Robinson Park, then hung up. Trusting the Gotham police was a fool's errand compared to trusting his own men. 15 minutes passed before Jason's signal came back online. When Roman found Jason, the boy was sitting alone on a bench in Robinson Park, head bowed, utterly still. He looked serene and peaceful, untouched by the world around him, as if he didn't belong to this bustling reality at all, but to another place entirely. If you didn't look closely, you'd think he was just a statue. Roman strode over, impatience in his step. Jason lifted his face, streaked with tears. The moment he saw Roman, he burst into loud sobs and flung his arms around Roman's waist. Roman's heart clenched at the sight. His expression was troubled, but he restrained himself from pushing Jason away. Foster will come, take you home soon. Are you planning to get rid of me? Jason's voice trembled. That's not it. Roman's hand hovered in hesitation. Then he finally pulled Jason away, putting some distance between them. Right now, he absolutely loathed this sniveling, wailing kid. His head felt like it was about to explode from all the crying, and he didn't want to look at him for even another second. Roman said, I've already come to find you. Jason sat on the bench, sobbing even more desperately. You're only here because you want to control me. You treat me like a bird in a cage, like I'm just some pet you picked up. Kids can be infuriatingly unreasonable when they want to be. Roman was at his wit's end. He impatiently pulled out his phone. Where are you? Hurry up and get here. He turned away, regretting not bringing Maria along. Jason's outburst of tears had attracted quite a crowd, but Roman had no energy left to deal with onlookers. Jason desperately tried to get a grip on himself. He wiped his tears away and took deep breaths, fighting to calm down. Before he saw Roman, he'd managed to hold himself together, but after seeing him, staying in control felt almost impossible. He tried not to think about the things that scared him, but the more he tried, the more terrified he became. With a trembling voice, he choked out, I don't want to be like this either. He injected me with pollen or something. I can't control it. Talking about it helped distract him a little. What? Roman spun around, feeling even more overwhelmed. Jason forced himself to answer as calmly as he could. Mona's brother. He made the perfume. I think his base is underground, somewhere near water. I heard a siren. Roman sat down beside him, suppressing his disgust, and awkwardly reached out to pat Jason's head. At that moment, he almost wished he didn't feel anything for Jason at all. That taking him in had been nothing but a whim. He kept talking to me. I think he was trying to brainwash me, or maybe provoke me so the pollen would work. Jason spoke in fits and starts. I tried really hard to argue back, to think happy thoughts, not to fall into his trap. But his voice was awful, like coins scraping across glass. In the end, it was like someone banging on a frying pan over and over. It gave me such a headache. Roman had no choice but to endure listening to all this, suffering through every minute while sending instructions to Benjamin, telling him to bring the antidote as soon as possible. Benjamin arrived quickly. After giving Jason the antidote, he brought him back to the manor. Watching Jason leave with Benjamin, Roman dialed his deputy, instructing him to track down Mona's brother. Mona barely put up any resistance before telling them where her brother was. Jason sat by the window all night. The antidote didn't make him feel much better, but he tried to master his fear and anxiety. Even his favorite books brought him no comfort. Every word seemed to trigger his terror. In the end, he cried himself to sleep, his breath catching on sobs. In the middle of the night, Jason was jolted awake by nightmares. He started crying and fussing, and no matter how Benjamin tried to comfort him, nothing seemed to help. He could only call Roman. Sir, something's wrong with young Master Jason. You might need to come home. Upon receiving Benjamin's call, Roman, who'd been waiting for news at the club, got up and left without a word. When he returned home, Roman opened the door to take a look, then closed it again. How long has he been like this? After catching a glimpse of Roman before the door shut again, the child inside began to cry even louder. It's been 40 minutes already. I'm worried that if this goes on, young Master Jason's body won't be able to take it. The antidote didn't work. Realizing the severity of the problem, Roman paced back and forth in the hallway. Go call Batman. The emergency call device, confiscated last time, was kept in the study. Benjamin quickly activated it. In an underground casino somewhere, Batman had finally tracked down the perfumer's whereabouts, but Black Mask's men beat him to it. After taking down Black Mask's men, Batman caught the perfumer and pressed him for the location of the pollen. But all he said was that it was used up. That was when he received Jason's emergency call. After depositing the perfumer at the police station's doorstep, the Batmobile raced straight to the CNE's manor. Roman was pacing anxiously at Jason's door. Inside, Jason was crying, while butler Benjamin stood by, as motionless as a statue. This was the scene Batman walked in on. What's going on? Even if his emergency device had been discovered, things shouldn't have escalated this much. This afternoon, Jason was kidnapped. The kidnapper was the one who makes the perfume. Roman already knew Batman had snatched the perfumer away, but this was hardly the time to get angry. Jason said the perfumer injected him with pollen. You should know what that means. The antidote didn't work. Batman immediately understood the situation. Jason, under the influence of pure, prehistoric pollen, had neurotransmitter levels far beyond normal, leaving him emotionally out of control. 4 months ago, Batman himself had suffered from this, but luckily he'd only inhaled a small amount and managed to tough it out. But Jason was just a child, and there was no telling how much pollen the perfumer had used. I'll go see him. With that, Batman opened the door and walked in. Seeing Batman come in, Jason gazed up at him, wide-eyed, momentarily forgetting to cry. What's wrong? Batman sat beside him and gently wiped away his tears. Dad doesn't want to see me. Jason choked out, his voice full of grievance. He hates me. Batman picked up the cup from the table and handed it to him. Have a little water, okay? Sniffling, Jason obediently took a few sips. Batman then pulled out some tissues and helped him blow his nose. Feeling a bit better? Jason nodded. I'm going to talk to Roman for a moment. Can you stay here by yourself? Jason hesitated, but then nodded again. Batman stepped out of the room and found Roman. You're his father. You should go comfort him. What? Comfort? Roman had no idea what that even meant. He needs you. He's just a kid. Batman's tone was stern. That's emotional pollen. It amplifies feelings 100-fold, makes people lose control of their emotions. If he keeps getting agitated and can't handle it, he might die of emotional exhaustion. There's no cure for it yet, and tranquilizers would only make him impossible to wake up. Just then, the sound of muffled sobbing drifted from inside the room. Batman repeated, he needs you. If I go in there now, I'll just make things worse. Roman had no intention of telling Batman about the pheromones. Batman shot him a disapproving look. As silence stretched between them, the crying inside grew louder. You stopped him just now. Do it again. Roman nodded toward the door. Batman's expression grew even more grave. I can try, but I'm not the father he needs. You're Batman. Solving problems is what you do best. Batman couldn't help but sigh. I'll give it a try, but you really ought to think about why you adopted Jason in the first place. If you can't get your head straight, if you can't figure out what role you play in his life, I'll take him away. Screw you. Roman spun around in anger, storming off toward his study, his heart seething. What role? What status could he possibly have? He'd only wanted to use Jason against Batman. The adoption was just a means to an end. Sooner or later, Roman was sure the opportunity would come. Bruce would learn everything, would know that he'd taken the boy who should have belonged to Bruce. He had no attachment to Jason, none at all. Roman didn't want to admit it, but Poison Ivy's pheromones made it all too clear. He did care about Jason. He could lie to himself, but he couldn't ignore the glaring truth. Looking at things now, raising a child was a terrifying thing, like hoisting a rock only to drop it on his own foot. He found himself missing the days when Red Hood was his enemy. At least then, he wasn't numbing his emotions like this, but was focused on how to outmaneuver Red Hood, how to take on Batman, how to expand his underground empire. Back then, he'd never have wasted his energy on boring things like raising a child. How had he landed himself in such a mess? Roman was tormented by regret, pacing the corridor until he finally stopped outside Jason's door. I've calmed him down, Batman said, opening the door. I'm taking him to the Batcave for an examination. Through the crack in the door, Roman saw Jason lying quietly, uncertain if he was asleep. For the next few days, until I can make a serum, you're not to see him. All right. Roman had no objections. He needed to lay low anyway. Let's talk about your problem. What problem do I have? Roman, you're the problem. You can't just adopt a child on a whim and then let him down. Raising a child is about responsibility and commitment. Roman covered his eyes, exasperated. Please, spare me the lecture. If it weren't for that wretched Poison Ivy, would Batman even have say in this right now? He could play the saint if he wanted, but it was all just an act. Seeing Roman's reaction, Batman narrowed his eyes. I've already contacted Bruce. I'm taking Jason to Wayne Manor to recover. For the next few days, He'll be staying at the manor. If you change your mind, you can visit him anytime, but you have to be careful not to upset him. Roman immediately objected. He can stay at his own home. Sending Jason to Wayne Manor? That was like tossing a lamb to the wolves. Once he went, he might never come back. Are you sure? Do you want him to wake up and ask, why doesn't my dad want to see me? Why won't he comfort me? Does he even care? Do you want him to fall into fear all over again? Batman's tone was resolute. Right now, his emotions are stable. If the serum isn't ready and he has another episode or two, I can't guarantee I'll be able to calm him down. You're the wild card here. Roman was starting to lose his composure. How soon will the serum be ready? 5 to 7 days. Roman gave in. The Wayne household was better than the chaos he had at home. Batman went back inside. Jason was already sitting up. Just like we discussed, I'll take you to the Batcave for a checkup first, then you'll stay at Wayne Manor for a few days. Once I finish the serum, you can come home. Jason gave a quiet nod, leaned forward, and wrapped his arms around Batman's neck. Batman was a little surprised, but he rubbed the back of Jason's head, then lifted the boy into his arms and started toward the door. Only Benjamin was waiting outside. Benjamin, I'll be back in a few days, Jason said softly, his eyes instinctively glancing down the hall toward Roman's study. But the study door was tightly shut, not even a light on inside. Master Jason, I'll be waiting here for you, Benjamin replied. Batman noticed the small gesture, gently pressed Jason's head to his own shoulder, and quickly made his way downstairs and out. Inside the pitch-dark study, Roman stood by the window, drinking alone in frustration, watching the Batmobile disappear into the distance, angry, resentful, and helpless all at once. After the checkup, the Batcomputer ran diagnostics automatically, giving Batman time to take Jason to Wayne Manor. The English butler, Alfred, was already waiting outside. As the Batmobile rolled up the drive and stopped in front of the house, Alfred descended the steps to greet them. Batman gently lifted Jason down and placed him softly on the ground. Jason, this is Alfred, Bruce's butler. He'll take good care of you. If you need to reach me, just let him know. Jason looked into those white-lensed eyes and gave a small nod. Hello, Jason. Master Bruce isn't home yet, but he's already instructed me to look after you, Alfred said. The butler's distinctive accent caught Jason's attention. It was soothing and pleasant to the ear. Alfred looked like a kindly, approachable grandfather. Leaving Batman's arms, Jason reached out his hand. Alfred quickly took his outstretched hand. You must be very tired. Let me show you to your room so you can rest. Quietly, Jason followed Alfred inside, allowing the butler to lead him to the prepared guest room. This time, Jason fell into a peaceful sleep. Down in the Batcave, Alfred arrived with tea and refreshments to check on his master. Master Bruce, when you said you were bringing home a child, I was quite pleased. But how did you end up bringing home someone else's? Bruce was busy reviewing Jason's test results. Jason's very emotional right now. I can't say too much in front of him. He might think I don't want him. As he read the report, Bruce's brow furrowed deeply. It's a near-lethal dose, causing organ failure. He has less than 3 days. If he loses control, his body will burn out even faster. That doesn't sound good at all. Poor child. I also told him that once the serum is ready, he can go home. Then you'd better hurry, Master Bruce. In the meantime, I'll do my best to keep him calm. Bruce stood up. I'm going to see Ivy. She must have a way. The Batmobile roared through the empty city streets, coming to a smooth stop outside Poison Ivy's greenhouse. In the darkness, Batman moved like a shadow. Ivy. With a sharp click, the lights in the greenhouse flickered on. Under the warm, golden glow, a giant flower bud slowly unfurled. Poison Ivy sat high above, looking down at Batman, her voice edged with irritation. Even plants need their rest, Batman. I need an antidote for the pollen. Propping her chin on her hand, Poison Ivy gave Batman an appraising look. I don't have one. It's not for me. Batman explained patiently. It's for a child, Roman's child. A slight frown appeared on Ivy's face. Batman watched her closely. Ever since Black Mask appeared, he'd noticed connections forming between Black Mask and the villains of Gotham. He was kidnapped today. The perfumer injected the pollen into him. His organs are failing. Without an antidote, he'll be dead in 3 days. Pollen forced to ripen. Death is always the price, Poison Ivy replied coolly. She opened her left hand, and a small vial of green liquid was delivered into her palm by a vine that curled around it. She tossed the item to Batman. This isn't an antidote. It's something I found on another mutated plant, a suppressant. It can slow down the growth and weaken the effect of the pollen. It'll help Jason feel a bit better, but at best, it can only buy you a day or two. Whether you can save him or not, that's up to you. The light went out, plunging the greenhouse back into darkness as Poison Ivy's voice faded away. Somehow, Batman had already vanished without a trace. After finishing his drink, Roman felt the pleasant buzz of alcohol, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized leaving Jason with Bruce was still far too risky. So he resolved to go find Poison Ivy. After all, she was the one who started this mess, along with that perfumer. Ivy! Ivy! Roman kicked open the greenhouse door in frustration, stumbling through the darkness as he shouted her name. Suddenly, the harsh white lights blazed on all at once, stabbing into Roman's eyes and leaving him blinking in pain for a while before he could see again. Roman, what are you doing here again? Poison Ivy stood before him, gently righting a toppled potted plant, her voice tinged with annoyance and a hint of pity for her plants. This night seemed truly endless. Remove the pheromones from Jason, Roman demanded, shaking Poison Ivy by the shoulders. She recoiled from the reek of alcohol on him, rolling her eyes as she commanded the vines to pull him away. It's harmless. There's nothing to remove. It will fade away on its own, given time. But my son is dying. Right now, I don't even want to see him. It hurts too much, Roman muttered. Poison Ivy sighed softly, realizing Roman knew more than she expected. Batman is already trying to save Jason. You need to have a little faith in him. She was about to offer him some comfort when Roman, lost in his own thoughts, blurted out, Bruce is about to take him from me. Damn it, he's my son. For a moment, Poison Ivy was stunned. Then she realized that there was no way to communicate with Roman right now. He was drunk and apparently didn't even understand Jason's life was in real danger. Just as she was thinking this, Roman collapsed to the floor with a heavy thud, shouting loudly, Someday, I swear I'll burn this place down. Aren't these plants your children? I want you to know what it feels like to lose a child. In an instant, a vine whipped around Roman's neck. Poison Ivy glared at him, but for Jason's sake, she decided to let him off this time. When Roman woke up, his head was pounding. He looked around and realized he was lying on a couch in the villain's bar. A sharp, burning pain flared on his wrist. He drew in a sharp breath, noticing a small, delicate handprint there, clearly Poison Ivy's handiwork. Poison Ivy could, at will, make her skin poisonous, leaving anyone who touched her with a painful reminder. Wicked woman, Roman muttered, still puzzled about how he'd managed to provoke Poison Ivy yet again. Vaguely, he remembered that after getting drunk, he had gone to find her. After that, his memory became a blur. He had always known his limits with alcohol, never drinking to the point of losing consciousness. Roman rubbed his temples and muttered to himself, Alcohol only causes trouble. Morning, Wayne Manor. Jason woke with a heavy heart that refused to lift. Only after Alfred administered a calming injection did he feel a hint of relief. Bruce made a brief appearance. When he heard that Jason wanted to read, he led him on a tour of the library. Uncle Bruce, you look really tired, Jason said, finding it easier now to speak his mind. Bruce nodded in agreement. I was out late last night. Didn't get much rest. Together, they entered the study. All of these are my personal collection. Feel free to browse anything you like. Thank you. Bruce gently ruffled Jason's bowed head. Batman told me you did well. You're a strong kid. Jason gave him a shy smile. I have to go handle something, but Alfred will be by to keep you company soon. Jason replied earnestly, I'll be fine on my own. Bruce didn't argue. Once Jason began to look through the books, Bruce quietly slipped away. At the club, inside Roman's office, freshly showered and dressed in clean clothes, Roman was reading the morning news. The top story was about Sione's adopted son. After being kidnapped and found in Robinson Park, Roman was reported to have treated him with shocking coldness, fueling rumors of abandonment. Roman crumpled the newspaper and tossed it into the trash. After leaving, Bruce returned to the Batcave to continue his work. All morning, Jason spent most of his time leaning against the window, lost in thought. Sometimes he couldn't hold back his tears. Whenever that happened, Alfred would gently embrace him, speaking softly about other things to distract him from his sorrow. Jason knew Alfred was trying to comfort him, to keep him from sinking too deep in his sadness, and he did his best to cooperate. Later that afternoon, he returned to the library, picked out a book, and sat by the window. He laid it open on the desk, but couldn't get past the second page. His mind was a tangled mess. He recognized most of the words on the page, yet their meanings slipped away from him, and some words he didn't know at all. His thoughts drifted back to the moment he was drugged. He blamed himself for letting his guard down. How could he have been so foolish? Why was he so quick to trust? Where had his street-honed wariness gone? Then, that grating voice echoed in his ears again, repeating over and over that he was unwanted, destined never to be loved. The voice insisted that no matter how much he cared for Roman, Roman would never truly care about him. In the end, he'd always wind up back in his own little mud pit. It went on, telling him he could never escape his tragic fate, that every bit of joy would go unanswered, that no one would ever care. When Alfred came in carrying a tray of warm tea, he immediately noticed something was off with Jason. Jason was staring out the window, lost in thought, his left hand gripping his right wrist so tightly that several red marks had formed on his skin. It seemed that in the short time it took to brew the tea, their young guest had once again gotten tangled up in the troubles of his thoughts. Alfred quietly set down the tray, his aged hand gently wrapping around Jason's wrist. With his other hand, he gave the boy's head a comforting pat. His touch was gentle yet full of reassuring strength, radiating a warmth that was hard to resist. It's afternoon tea time now. Would you like a cup? The soothing warmth brought Jason back to himself. Realizing he'd been caught up in another spiral of anxious thoughts, he quickly separated his hands and rested them on his thighs. Yes, Alfred. Batman had told him again and again. Keep your emotions steady. Don't let the pollen take control. Don't let yourself get too happy, too sad, or too angry. In short, the best thing was to stay calm and still like water. Until Batman could develop an antidote, he had to fight the influence of the pollen. If he managed to hold out, Batman had promised to take him for a long ride through the city, just the two of them in the Batmobile. Alfred handed him a cup of hot tea, then picked up his own and sat down beside Jason. Would you mind telling an old man what you were looking at? Jason took a sip, feeling the warm liquid spread through his body, and it made him feel much better. It's Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, but I can't understand it. Alfred's gaze fell on the open book before Jason. For someone your age, his works are indeed quite difficult to grasp. They were written over 400 years ago. So much of the language is very different from ours today, and the phrasing can be obscure and hard to follow. It's perfectly normal not to understand. Oh, Jason replied. I thought it was just me. That maybe I was too dumb. He'd been feeling defeated about it. Thank goodness it was Shakespeare's fault, not his. Alfred couldn't help but chuckle. Let me tell you a little secret. When Master Bruce was a child, he once got so frustrated over not understanding the language in a book that Master Thomas had to scold him. Seeing the puzzled look on Jason's face, he added, Master Thomas was Bruce's father. I've seen his portrait. Jason was drawn in by Alfred's story, his earlier gloom forgotten. Would you like to know what happened next? Jason nodded eagerly, a smile lighting up his face. I remember that afterwards, Master Thomas took young Master Bruce to the theater. As luck would have it, A Midsummer Night's Dream was being performed in the city at the time. Jason thought about it for a moment. Did Bruce's father arrange that on purpose? Alfred's eyes crinkled with a smile. You guessed it. That sounds wonderful. I wish I could have something like that. Although there isn't a theater company performing A Midsummer Night's Dream in the city right now, Master Bruce has the latest anniversary edition on Blu-ray. Would you like to join an old man like me and watch it together? Jason took a deep breath, making sure not to get too excited, then answered with a loud, enthusiastic yes. That afternoon, Dick returned from Bloodhaven after meeting up with a few friends. He had already heard about Jason's situation from Bruce. At the moment, Jason had all of Alfred's attention, so much so that when Dick got home, Alfred only greeted him briefly, then passed by with a tray of desserts, heading straight for the home theater. Nibbling on a cookie, Dick peeked quietly into the theater. The play they were watching wasn't really his thing, so he slipped back to his own room. Bruce had warned him to avoid upsetting their young guest, if possible. Dick didn't want to bother Jason either, not wanting him to feel uncomfortable. After the movie ended, Jason and Alfred returned to the living room, sharing their thoughts about what they'd just seen. I was so nervous watching it. I really thought they were going to be let down in the end. Luckily, everything worked out for them in the end. Now, I have to go prepare dinner. Would you like to come with me and take a look? A television sat in the living room, something Jason noticed. When Alfred asked, Jason hesitated. I think I'd like to watch TV. Then pick something you like, Alfred said, turning on the television and handing him the remote. I'll come out and check on you from time to time. Jason flipped through the channels restlessly before settling on a documentary. Alfred lingered for a moment to make sure everything was all right, then went to the kitchen to start preparing dinner. On the side table, next to the living room sofa, sat a telephone. Jason glanced at it twice, remembering that since yesterday, he still hadn't told Tim he was okay. After thinking it over, he decided to call Tim. The wait felt endless, but at last, the call connected and a woman's voice answered. Hello, this is the Drake residence. Jason felt a bit nervous. He spoke up timidly. Hello, this is Jason. May I speak to Tim? Oh, it's you. Hold on, I'll go get Tim. Another stretch of anxious waiting, and then Tim's voice burst through, full of delight. Jason, I tried calling you. Benjamin said you weren't feeling well. Yeah, Tim, I'm fine. I just wanted to call and let you know I'm okay. You don't have to worry about me. Tim sounded genuinely cheerful. I'm so glad you're all right. I was worried for ages yesterday, but once I saw on the news that you were home, I could finally relax. The mention of home made Jason uneasy. He suddenly thought that Roman might never let him go out and play again, or worse, might decide he was a burden and abandon him like his parents had. Panic welled up inside him. He twisted the phone cord nervously, stammering, Well, that's all, I guess. I got to go. Talk to you later. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone in a panic, as if the receiver were scalding hot. He curled up on the sofa, trembling all over, clutching his wrist again and again. What are you doing? A slightly hoarse voice broke the silence. Dick asked curiously, his voice still deep and rough from the changes of adolescence. He had only come downstairs to grab a snack, but what he saw was Jason, shaking uncontrollably and squeezing his wrist over and over. A panic attack, Dick judged. I'm scared. Jason whispered, barely audible. Dick sat down next to Jason, looping an arm around his shoulders. Well, I can listen if you want to talk. When Alfred returned with a tray of tea and pastries, he saw Dick holding Jason close, telling stories like a big brother comforting his little sibling. Jason didn't say much, but it was clear he'd calmed down. Seeing his young master learning to care for others filled the old butler's heart with joy. That night, the Batplane left the Batcave, vanishing into the night sky and heading straight for the Arctic. In the frozen lands of the North Pole stood a crystalline fortress known as the Fortress of Solitude, the base of Kal-El of Krypton, better known to Earth's people as Superman. By day, he was the Daily Planet reporter Clark Kent. Inside the fortress, Superman had been waiting for some time, making room in his laboratory for Batman's use. The next day, Dick went off to school. Jason, still not well, stayed home. When Miss Bright called Roman helped arrange a week's leave for him. Jason felt a bit short of breath, his chest tight, but he figured it was just a bad night's sleep. This had happened before, so he didn't mention it to Alfred. In the afternoon, the house felt stuffy, so he asked to walk in the garden. The white roses in one corner were in full bloom, and he lingered among them for a long while. Alfred picked a few fresh bouquets for him, so the flowers could brighten Jason's room. But perhaps the breeze was too strong that afternoon, for Jason soon began to feel unwell. He told Alfred he wanted a rest, and, after lying down for only a little while, he developed a fever. Drifting in and out of consciousness, he saw Catherine. Catherine wore a yellow dress, a brilliant emerald sparkling at her chest. She was cradling baby Jason, softly humming a lullaby, her eyes overflowing with love. He felt himself growing up, Catherine holding his hand. But she moved quickly, and soon her grip slipped away. He chased after her, running with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. Mom! Mom what? Lying feverish in bed, Jason's face was flushed, his mind clouded. He kept calling for his mother. When Alfred came in to check on Jason, he found his temperature had soared to 39 degrees Celsius. Startled, he quickly fetched an ice pack to bring down the fever and gave him medicine to reduce it. At the same time, Bruce was contacted immediately. He was busy at the Fortress of Solitude, but upon hearing the situation, he quickly realized that the high fever was likely caused by organ failure and severe physical weakness. For now, all Alfred could do was closely monitor Jason's condition at every moment. If things continued to worsen, he would have to move Jason into the life support pod. Mom, don't go, don't leave me. Tears welled up at the corner of Jason's eyes. Alfred, heart aching, gently wiped away his tears and held his hand, hoping the warmth would offer some comfort and remind Jason that he was not alone. Catherine was laughing, and Jason felt his world spin. As her image faded away, he plummeted into a bottomless abyss. He tried to climb out, but the walls were too steep and slippery. Each time he fell, he sank deeper into the mire. Roman appeared, his expression cold. He reached out and pulled Jason from the mud, lifting him up. His wicked eyes stared straight at Jason. Roman's lips didn't move, but Jason clearly heard him say, "From now on, I'm your father." Jason reached out for Roman's hand, but Roman shoved him away, tossing him back into the abyss. I'm not, Jason murmured, puppy. With a sigh, Alfred changed the ice pack and wiped his body down with a towel. Midnight, Janus Tower, inside the collection room. Roman sat in the darkness, deep in thought. The phone on the coffee table lit up from time to time, relaying real-time updates about Jason's abnormal vitals. After a while, he picked up the phone and called Bruce. Without a hint of politeness, he demanded, "What's wrong with my son?" Bruce's voice sounded tired. "He's got a fever. A bad one. You can call Wayne Manor and ask Alfred for more details. I'm busy right now and don't have time to chat." Bruce wanted Roman to check on Jason, but all he got in response was the sound of a call being abruptly ended. Batman was getting frustrated. On the afternoon of the third day, Jason woke briefly. The fever had finally broken, but he was still weak and disoriented. In a faint voice, he said, "I want to see Dad." Alfred relayed his wish to Bruce, who immediately contacted Roman. After hearing the request, Roman refused to see Jason. He wouldn't agree to a video call or even a phone call. Bruce was furious, but this was the critical moment for creating the serum. He couldn't leave to go punch Roman or drag him to Wayne Manor. But Jason never even got to hear from Alfred that Roman wouldn't come to see him. Shortly after saying those words, Jason slipped back into unconsciousness. Alfred informed Bruce of Jason's comatose state. On the other end, Bruce fell silent for a moment. Then, after a pause, he said, "Put Jason in the life support pod. The serum is almost ready." Then Bruce relayed the situation to Roman, but Roman remained indifferent. He merely replied, "Got it," and promptly hung up again. Batman was furious. He secretly vowed that given the chance, he would make sure to give Roman a good beating. At Hanover Tower, in the penthouse office that Roman used as Black Mask, Roman sat alone in his pitch-dark office. He'd been there for hours, from sunset until deep into the night. His fingers pressed together, he gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the sea of city lights. In the distance stood the resplendent Wayne Tower, a symbol of Gotham's thriving nightlife. Roman told himself he only needed to endure for one more week. By then, the pheromones clinging to him would have faded, and he could parade Jason in public again just to show everyone that their family was perfectly fine. Of course, that was only if Jason managed to survive. If Jason died, there would be one upside. At the funeral, Roman wouldn't have to wrestle with both grief and disgust, sparing himself from the wild fabrications of the rumor-hungry media. Yet in his memory, Jason was always alive and kicking, causing trouble all over Gotham, making Batman's life miserable, tangling with villains, and occasionally even showing up to rob Roman himself. So how had things come to this? Jason looking as if he were on death's door? He'd survived the brutal streets of Crime Alley until Batman picked him up, and now, with good food and comfortable living, he was somehow teetering between life and death. Roman couldn't make sense of it. Did the logic of wild plants, thriving outdoors, but wilting indoors really apply to kids too? Maybe he just wasn't cut out to raise children. Maybe he was the kind of person who'd accidentally raise a child to death. Roman began to suspect he was fundamentally incompatible with kids. For a moment, he wasn't sure if it would be better for Jason to die at Wayne Manor, or in his own home. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. His assistant, David Lee, entered to make his report. Light spilled in from the hallway, breaking the gloom of the office. "Boss, the person has arrived." Black Mask rose to his feet, straightening the hem of his jacket with gloved hands. "Let's go. Time to meet this so-called genius." Black Mask climbed into the transfer van. Settling in with deliberate composure, his sharp gaze fell on the person sitting opposite him. The prisoner was deathly pale, with a freshly shaven head and dressed in prison garb. To prevent escape, both hands were cuffed to a metal bar. "Black Mask?" the prisoner rasped, voice hoarse. "I didn't expect you to meet me in person." "Raoul, I have my reasons for coming myself." "Laura. My name is Laura." Black Mask stroked the bottom of his mask and let out a short laugh. "All right then, Laura. You're being transferred to Blackgate Penitentiary. I could be of service to you. I've mastered a new method of making hallucinogenic water. It's fast, safe, and effective. If you get me out of here, I can make you a lot of money. That's a piece of cake for me." Suddenly, the moving vehicle came to a stop, causing the two of them to sway slightly. "In fact, I've already done it." The armored van's door swung open. The Black Masked man's lieutenant stood to the side, waiting for him to get out. The man in the black mask hunched over and stepped out of the vehicle. At once, masked subordinates jumped in and dragged Laura out. Laura recognized the place, and unease flickered across her face. At some point, the armor van had transformed into an ordinary delivery truck. Laura glanced back at the spot where she'd been held not long ago, confirming that the interior was still arranged like the armored car. The man in the black mask stood atop a low embankment, surveying the surroundings. Before him flowed the Finger River, flanked on both banks by Robinson Park. On the far side of the river lay Lower Town Island, the enclave of the wealthy, destined to remain brilliantly illuminated throughout the night. He didn't linger, but leapt straight down the embankment. Below, vines climbed thickly across an entire wall of earth. His men hurried forward and pushed aside a door hidden behind the vines. The black-masked man stepped inside, descending a staircase, with Laura forced to follow. After several minutes of walking, they came to a halt. They had reached a half-collapsed air raid shelter, one end blocked by sand and debris, abandoned for years, though faint traces of activity remained. A few meters away, an old wooden door hung loosely on its hinges, creaking and groaning in the chill wind. The black-masked man asked, "Look familiar?" Piecing together details Jason had told him, along with signals and nearby surveillance, he tracked down this secret little workshop belonging to the perfumer. "Why did you bring me here? Weren't we going to discuss a partnership? I thought you'd want to see this place one more time." He pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside, where all sorts of chemical supplies and tools were scattered about. His men shoved Laura into the room, ignoring his struggle, and tied him to the only chair. Once they'd finished, his men retreated to guard the door outside, leaving only the black-masked man and Laura inside. "I've read your file," the black-masked man said, picking up a tool and examining it closely. Then he pushed the toolbox aside and perched on the edge of the table. Before you turned 22, you had no issues with gender identity. What drove you to become like this? Terror crept onto Laura's face. She had no idea what the man wanted. If you're not planning to work with me, then I have nothing to say. I'll say it for you. It was because of your darling foster sister, Mona. She wanted a big sister, so you made yourself into one for her. What does that have to do with you? The black-masked man clicked his tongue and shook his head with a sigh. Poor Laura, you've been dancing to Mona's tune all along. You're not allowed to speak ill of her. Laura's voice quivered with emotion, her true feelings slipping out. Black Mask regarded her with a look full of pity. He set down the tool in his hand and picked up something else, a pair of pliers or the like. I actually admire you, you've got some brains. Laura watched him rise and walk over, swallowing nervously. But not much. If you hadn't gotten on my bad side, you'd at least be somebody in my crew. What do you want from me? Can't you at least let me die knowing why? Laura regained her composure, her voice sharp again. Black Mask placed a hand on her shoulder, his fingers drumming a slow rhythm. I'm not interested in how many people you've killed for her. I'm just curious. How did she break you down and control you? I chose this. For her, I'd do anything. Loyalty, a rare trait. Black Mask returned to the workbench. Mona's quite the charmer. Your whole family adored her. Then, a few years later, your parents die in a fire, and you end up with mental problems. I chose this. I love her, Laura repeated, clinging to the words. Black Mask picked up a small knife, testing its edge against his glove. Is she really that wonderful? She says she wants a sister, and you become her sister. She likes perfume, so you turn down a high-paying chemistry job and pour your passion for chemistry into perfume instead. After your parents died, you left her everything. You've even killed for her. They all deserve to die. I consider myself an expert in torment, but after meeting Mona, I have to admit I'm outmatched. How did she turn you into this? Neither human nor ghost. She won't even let you share a place in her life. It's clear she doesn't love you. Shut up. She loves me. She told me herself. She just hates men. Laura rocked her chair, wild with agitation. That's strange. From what I know, she doesn't hate Roman. That's only because she wants Roman's money. Do you people really think all the rich are idiots? Black Mask chuckled, leaning close to whisper in Laura's ear. Mao was made long ago. Aside from Jason, no one gets a penny. Laura's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Black Mask stood behind her, his left hand on her shoulder, the small knife in his right pressing against her throat. Didn't you want to know the truth before you die? Now you see why I had to come see you myself. Facing death, Laura trembled uncontrollably. I can make you hallucinogens, make you a fortune. Thanks, but no. That's not my line of business. I only collect protection money. Nobody else needs what you're offering. Please, I beg you, spare me. I didn't know he was your son. Jason said your voice was awful. He wasn't wrong. The Black Mask drove the small knife into Laura's throat, right where her vocal cords lay. Laura whimpered, blood welling up in her mouth. I've enjoyed our little chat, Black Mask continued. Before you die, let me share a secret I uncovered. It was Mona who seduced your father. Your mother only died because she caught them together and tried to expose him. Your father killed her by accident. Laura thrashed wildly in the chair, only to be pinned down by Black Mask. If you're wondering how I know all this, just ask your family's driver. He's actually Mona's real brother. He killed your father. He's the one who introduced Mona to your dad. Otherwise, how could a 14-year-old end up in a foster home so smoothly? The two of them staged the fire together. Black Mask slowly traced the knife along Laura's neck. You really shouldn't have touched my son. Otherwise, I might have enjoyed watching your little drama play out. Laura's face twisted in defiance, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Blood gushed forth, spraying onto Black Mask. Annoyed, he let go, stepping back a few paces to watch the stubborn flame of life flicker out. He walked out of the basement. Clean this place thoroughly. Don't leave a trace. The night wind, off the Finger River, snapped at his coat. Black Mask gazed at the rippling water, signed to himself. These days, you have to run a background check 3 generations back just to hire a tutor. Otherwise, disaster is inevitable. Inside the club, Roman swirled the ice in his glass, watching as the blazing clothes in the fireplace gradually turned to ash. His phone rested on the table. He tossed back the last of his drink in a single gulp, deciding not to make the call. If the brat survived, he'd find his way back. If not, well, then it was funeral arrangements. Either way, it made little difference. As dawn crept in, Batman returned with the serum. In the Batcave, Jason lay inside the life support pod, eyes closed, tubes snaking from his body, clinging to life by the grace of machines. If not for the monitor's dire readings, anyone looking at his peaceful face would have thought he was simply asleep. Alfred stayed at his side, keeping constant watch. Batman leapt from the Batplane, racing to the life pod in a few long strides, administering the serum to Jason with practice speed. The moment he finished, a wave of darkness swept over him. He nearly collapsed beside the pod. He'd barely snatched 5 or 6 hours of fitful sleep in the past 3 or 4 days. Now at last his nerves loosened, exhaustion crashed down on him like a tidal wave. Alfred caught him just in time, guiding him gently back to his room. By afternoon, Bruce jolted awake, looking around to find himself in his own room, still dressed in the bat suit. He sprang to his feet and hurried to the bat cave, where Alfred sat watching over Jason. "How is he?" Alfred reported truthfully. "It's been very effective. The serum is working. Jason's vitals are all improving. If everything stays stable tonight, we can move him upstairs. With a few days of careful care, he'll recover." Bruce glanced at the monitoring panel before he finally felt at ease. He turned to study Jason more closely. The child's face was showing a hint of color, no longer so pale, and his long eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly. Perhaps he was dreaming. "How's Gotham these days?" Ever since word got out that Wonder Woman was filling in, things have been pretty quiet. There have been far fewer muggings, even in the middle of the night. Some people have even asked when Batman will be back. Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, Princess of the Amazons from Themyscira. Is Diana scarier than I am? Who can say for sure? Maybe they just prefer being crippled by you. "Alfred, I'm going to take a shower and change. I'll relieve you in a bit." Bruce gently brushed Jason's forehead, then left the room. When Bruce returned, he'd changed into a fresh uniform. He sat down at the computer and began sorting through everything that had happened in Gotham over the past few days. Jason was still lying quietly, but Bruce could tell he was improving. Just as Alfred had said, not much had happened lately. The only thing worth noting was that the perfumer went missing during a transfer. The highway cameras on that stretch just happened to be out of order for half a day. Nothing could be seen. Bruce didn't really believe in coincidences, but for now, all he could do was record the latest developments and file them away. By evening, Jason's condition had stabilized, though he remained in a deep sleep. Bruce carried him upstairs to a guest room. Alfred reconnected the prepared nutrient solution to the 4, then carefully set up the monitoring equipment one by one. The next morning, a chorus of birdsong rang out, bright and lively. Jason slowly drifted awake to the melodious calls. He blinked, and it took a long moment for his mind to start working again. Then he recognized where he was and remembered what had happened before he lost consciousness. At this moment, he was in Wayne Manor. His body was still weak, but all discomfort had faded. The drip's medicine fell rhythmically. Jason tasted bitterness in his mouth. He sat up, pulled out the needle, and barefoot walked out the door. With every step, saliva gathered in his mouth, gradually easing the bitter taste. He made his way to the kitchen, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it down. The sweet, cool water slid into his stomach, and Jason felt certain he was alive. Outside the window, the flowers were in full bloom. Dewdrops clung to petals and leaves, scattering rainbow light and lending an extra touch of peace to the tranquil morning. It looked like it would be a fine day. Jason opened the door and stepped into the garden, crossing onto the lawn. A damp chill rose up from the grass beneath his feet, but he didn't mind. He wandered among the beds of blooming flowers. From time to time, a robin would hop into the bushes, only to flutter away moments later. The sunrise painted half the sky a brilliant crimson, casting a magnificent scene. The gentle, not quite warm sunlight fell softly, making this morning feel even more peaceful and beautiful. White roses, symbols of purity, hope, and love, looked all the more enchanting, glistening with morning dew beneath the rosy dawn. "Jason, you've only just recovered from serious illness. You're not fully well yet. You should wear more before coming outside." Bruce walked over and draped a jacket over Jason's shoulders. When he noticed the boy was barefoot, his brows knit in concern. He'd been asleep until the faint sound from the garden woke him, and that's when he found Jason outside. "I'm fine," Jason replied stubbornly, though his breathlessness betrayed him. The truth was he was still very weak. Bruce chose not to challenge him, simply taking Jason's hand and leading him back inside. Alfred stood in the foyer, watching them and greeting them as they entered. "Morning, Alfred," the two of them replied, one deep voice, one young. "Master Bruce, since you're up, would you like breakfast first or a bit more rest?" Bruce stifled a yawn. "I'll get a bit more sleep. Prepare something light for Jason, something he can handle." He then led Jason upstairs, waiting until he saw the boy slip on his slippers before letting him go downstairs to find Alfred. After catching up on his sleep, Bruce called Roman to let him know Jason was awake, though still very weak. Batman would need to run one more checkup later. Only if everything was fine would Roman be allowed to take him home. Roman merely replied, "Thank Batman for me." Bruce felt a surge of irritation at that. Jason was at death's door, and you never even thought about visiting him. "Sorry, Bruce. I just can't handle scenes like that. With that, Roman hung up, leaving Bruce no chance to lecture him. Listening to the dial tone, Bruce could only set his phone down helplessly. All morning, Jason leaned against the study's windowsill, gazing out toward the front gate. From time to time, Alfred would come to check on him. Now that Jason's condition was stable, he didn't need constant attention. When can I go home? The last time Alfred brought in a tray of milk and little pastries, Jason's patience finally wore thin. The old butler set down the tea and treats. Batman just needs to run one last checkup. Once he confirms you're fine, you can go home. When will Batman come? Tonight. I heard from Master Bruce that you and Batman have an agreement, Alfred said, mentioning the promise to help Jason settle in and wait just a bit longer. Jason's face brightened, his eyes shining like stars. Yes. If I fight through this, he promised to take me for a drive. Then just rest here until he comes for you, all right? A wide grin spread across Jason's face, excitement overflowing as he nodded eagerly. Once Alfred had left, Jason picked up his milk, took a sip with a slight grimace, then grabbed a little pastry and took a bite. The sweet aroma stirred up some memories, and he took another bite, savoring it slowly. He had been staying here for a few days and had tasted these little cookies before, but back then he was lost in his own world, paying little attention to his surroundings. After the third bite, he was sure these were the exact same cookies he'd eaten in the Batcave on the night he first met Batman. The flavor was unmistakable. He nibbled on the cookie, lost in thought. Batman had mentioned that these cookies were quite popular, and since they tasted so good, it was no surprise Batman liked them too. This time, after his accident, he'd been brought to Bruce's house, probably thanks to Batman's influence. Looking at it that way, Batman and Bruce must be really close. After all, even a Batcave is always stocked with these cookies. It's really something to envy, he mumbled through a mouthful, having cookies to eat every day. Before setting out on his night patrol, Batman made a detour to Wayne Manor to pick up Jason and take him to the Batcave for a thorough checkup. Jason cooperated fully with the examination. During the wait, Jason sat on the edge of the medical bed, hands braced behind him, legs swinging back and forth, his eyes fixed unblinking on Batman's every move. You could tell Batman was in a good mood. Even though the mask covered most of Batman's face, the corners of his mouth were just slightly upturned. The results look good. For the next week or two, you'll probably feel tired easily, but that's just because your body hasn't fully recovered yet and is still a bit weak, Batman commented as he reviewed the results. Take care and rest, and soon you'll be just as healthy and energetic as before. Listening to this, Jason pressed his lips together in a smile, waiting for the ultimate reward. Then Batman made a soft, surprise sound, flipped through a couple of pages, and then gave a deep, thoughtful hum. What is it? Jason asked nervously. Nothing serious. It's just that the mood swings caused by the pollen might take a while longer to completely fade. Batman tried to explain in simple terms. Although the pollen's toxins were gone, their effects lingered a bit, and the neurotransmitters in his brain were still a little out of balance. It's not a big deal now. I trust you'll be able to manage it well. Relieved, Jason nodded solemnly. I will. So, does that mean I get to go out for a spin with you? I'm guessing the Batmobile doesn't have space for me tonight, Robin piped up with a laugh, appearing out of nowhere. That's just as well. I'd rather take my Robin cycle for a ride. No way am I squeezing in the back seat. Jason glanced over curiously, finally noticing Robin leaning proudly against a brand-new motorcycle, arms crossed, looking as pleased as could be. The bike was painted red, yellow, and green to match Robin's costume, parked right beside the Batmobile. Batman's smile and tone were filled with indulgence. Tonight, the passenger seat belongs to Jason. Jason felt a twinge of envy. Roman had never spoken to him in that affectionate tone. Batman and Robin were preparing for their nightly patrol, with Jason watching from the side. Batman repeatedly reminded Jason that he must stay in the car and was not allowed to get out. In reality, every time they left, the Batmobile would automatically lock. Batman's repeated warnings were more about making sure Jason understood he needed to stay put. Suddenly, the Batcomputer's screen flashed red, accompanied by a blaring alarm. All three pairs of eyes turned to the large monitor. The screen showed a reporter covering a riot at Arkham Asylum. The scene was utter chaos, flames lighting up the sky. Gotham police were struggling to keep control, but quite a few inmates had still managed to escape in the confusion. Batman and Robin exchanged a glance. Robin quipped, "That's quite the commotion. It's almost like they're throwing a welcome-back party for you." Batman frowned slightly. "Wait here. I'll drop Jason back at the manor first." "But I can ride my own bike," Robin protested, still hoping to earn the right to join the patrol on his motorcycle. "No, the people we're after tonight are especially dangerous. You stick with me." Before Jason could say anything, Batman scooped him up in one swift motion, set him in the front passenger seat, and then jumped into the driver's seat himself. With practiced efficiency, he shut the door and started the Batmobile, all in one seamless movement. As the Batmobile sped out of the Batcave, Jason glanced back and saw Robin forlornly running his hand along the seat of his beloved motorcycle. Less than 5 minutes later, the Batmobile stopped smoothly in front of Wayne Manor. Alfred approached, ready to help Jason out, only to see the boy hop lightly from the car as soon as the door opened. Jason turned and waved at Batman. "Let's go for another spin next time." The moment Jason stepped out, the door closed behind him, and Batman gave a quick wave before the Batmobile sped away in a flash, just as quickly as it had come. By the end of the busy night, most of the escaped inmates had been rounded up and returned. Still, a few dangerous figures had managed to slip away, including Joker and Bane. Until they were caught again, the shadow of danger over Gotham would only grow darker. Jason, on the other hand, had gone to bed early and slept soundly through the night. So, when Alfred began his morning chores, he found a little helper trailing behind him, eager to lend a hand at every opportunity. "Jason, if you work any harder, I'll be out of a job," Alfred remarked with a wry smile. At last, Alfred managed to get Jason to settle at the breakfast table. But even sitting in a chair, the restless child couldn't keep still. He propped his chin on his hands and swayed from side to side. "Every time, Benjamin wouldn't let me spread my own jam. He said I'd make a mess. I never imagined I'd need someone's help just to have breakfast." Hearing that, the old butler set a slice of freshly toasted bread on Jason's plate and placed a jar of jam in front of him. "Well then, I wouldn't dream of depriving you of the joy of spreading your own jam." Jason giggled and eagerly picked up a spoon, spreading the jam over his toast all by himself. Ever since he moved into the Roman household, he hadn't actually spread jam or butter on his own toast. Every time, it was served to him, ready to eat. There was a time when, in Roman's absence, he offered to prepare it himself, but after Benjamin heard his suggestion, he simply carried on, as usual, ignoring Jason's request. From that moment, Jason realized that Benjamin was even more unyielding than a rock. "Aren't Bruce and Dick coming down for breakfast? If there isn't a meeting to attend, Master Bruce usually sleeps in. Young Master Richard will be down in a little while." After finishing the last bite of his bread, Jason noticed a bit of jam on his fingers. He licked it off and asked, "Has Roman heard about my recovery? When is he coming to pick me up?" "I couldn't say," Benjamin replied. "We'll only know once Master Bruce is awake." Jason mulled over whether he should call to see Annie's manor himself and let Benjamin know he was feeling better. But after thinking it through, he realized Benjamin only ever listened to Roman. Without Roman's approval, Benjamin wouldn't come fetch him anyway, so Jason abandoned the idea. Sure enough, Dick came bounding down the stairs with his bag, burst into the dining room, and grabbed a slice of toast to eat. As he gulped down his milk, Dick glanced over and spotted Jason sitting at the table. Setting his bag down, Dick slung an arm over the back of his chair and, all the while gulping his milk, stared at Jason with curiosity. Jason returned the curious look, unsure why Dick was watching him like that, but he greeted him politely. "Morning, Dick." Draining his glass in one go, Dick finally caught his breath. "Morning. It feels weird having someone else at the table for breakfast. Takes some getting used to." Jason answered honestly, "I won't be staying long. You'll have the breakfast table all to yourself again soon." Alfred handed Dick the packed lunch he'd prepared. "I'm not used to not being able to see you off to school." "Hey there, Master Richard." Dick laughed heartily. "I can ride my motorcycle to school now. That's why I got my license, to lighten your load, Alfred." With that, he grabbed his bag and the lunch and left the dining room. A little while later, the roar of a motorcycle echoed from outside as Dick sped off. He already rides his motorcycle to school. Jason watched from the window as Dick, on his new bike, made a deliberate loop and waved goodbye before heading off, filling Jason with envy. "Young Master Richard just turned 16 a few days ago," Alfred explained. "Master Bruce gave him the motorcycle as a birthday gift." Jason let out a thoughtful hum, but at that moment, even his milk tasted bland. His mind was entirely on the motorcycle. But since the celebration was delayed, Alfred continued, "Master Bruce plans to throw a belated birthday party for young Master Richard this Sunday. Can I come to the party?" Jason asked. "Master Bruce has already put you on the guest list," Alfred replied. A brilliant smile broke out on Jason's face. "I'm full," he declared. He jumped down from the chair and put the plate into the sink. Alfred watched him wash his hands, and when it seemed he was about to start washing the dishes too, Alfred gently caught his wrist, fetched a towel, and helped him dry his hands, then dabbed at the corner of his mouth. "Jason, I'm not ready to retire just yet. Why don't you go outside and cut some flowers for me? Arrange them in the living room and on the dining table. Master Bruce will be pleased to see them. The scissors are on the tool rack in the porch. Be careful not to prick yourself." "I know how to do that." With that, Jason darted off like a gust of wind. Once Jason was out of the way, the old butler breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his work. Jason would be playing in the garden for quite a while and wouldn't bother him anytime soon, giving him a chance to tackle the backlog of chores from the past few days. About half an hour later, Jason came back with the flowers he thought were the loveliest that day and arranged them in the vases. At Alfred's urging, he then went to the study to read. When Bruce woke up, he came to the dining room looking for something to eat. He noticed that fresh red and white roses, tall and short, with leaves still untrimmed, filled the vases in both the living room and dining room. "Jason picked those out just for you," the old butler said with a touch of amusement, seeing Bruce's gaze linger on the flowers. "He's quite something, giving me my own flowers as a gift," Bruce mused. After a moment, he added, "I remember pruning the rose bushes just a few days ago. Isn't it a bit early to cut them again?" Alfred always tended the roses with great care, and unless it was time for pruning, he rarely cut any blossoms. "He's close to taking over my job. If Jason stayed home a few more days, you might start thinking about firing me," Alfred joked. Bruce quietly chuckled to himself at the thought of someone who could actually make Alfred feel threatened. "Master Bruce, you should call Mr. Sionis later to let him know about Jason. Jason's asked me several times about going home," Alfred reminded him. "If you head to the study now, you'll see he keeps glancing toward the front door." Bruce nodded. In the living room, Bruce looked at the flowers in the vase as he dialed Roman's number. At the same moment, inside the villain's club bar, Roman stared in annoyance at the gaping hole in the wall as he pressed the answer button. Where the hole now yawned had once been a security door, accessible only by special authorization. Now, it lay battered on the floor, bearing the imprint of a fist. He stepped through the hole to inspect the bar. The south wall had a massive crack as well, and the mirrored wall was shattered into shards all over the floor. On the phone, Bruce explained Jason's current condition to Roman. "He's out of immediate danger, but still very weak and needs some time to recover. When are you coming to pick him up?" "He's asked several times. Where do you want to send him back?" "We aren't far from each other." "I'll send Black Mass to pick him up in a bit," Roman replied. Roman looked pale as he stepped through the gaping hole once again. He turned back to survey the chaos inside. The bar was smashed to pieces, liquor bottles, and torn-up cushions littered the floor, and the sofas had been reduced to shreds. Even the villainous neon sign he'd always disliked was broken now. The plants, curiously enough, remained untouched, not a single leaf harmed. Apparently, even the wreckers knew better than to mess with a woman's plants. Once Bruce had Roman's assurance, he went over what Roman needed to keep in mind. "Batman says he's still highly emotional and will need about a week to recover. Once you bring him home, you'll have to be gentle and coax him along." "Wait, did you just say I have to coddle him for a week?" The memory of Jason's tearful outbursts and the headaches they'd caused him made Roman instantly wary. He had no interest in dealing with a moody little demon, sobbing and wailing and driving him up the wall. "I just remembered, I'm really busy these days. I can't spare any attention to look after his feelings. I'll come pick him up on Sunday. You take care of him a few more days for me." With that, Roman swiftly hung up the phone. Bruce found himself cut off yet again, more than a little annoyed. There weren't many people with the nerve to hang up on him, but Roman had already done it several times these past few days, and it grated on him. Rubbing his chin, Bruce wondered just what Roman was trying to avoid. He really needed to have a proper talk with Roman, as friends. Meanwhile, back at the villain bar. So Bane couldn't get inside, so he trashed the place instead? After hanging up, Roman grabbed the collar of the man next to him. "Why didn't you notify me?" The bar manager trembled like a leaf. "Boss, you said no one was allowed in while the sign was lit. As soon as he left, I came in and saw this. I notified you right away. None of them dared go in, after all. With all that crashing and banging inside, who'd risk their own neck? Useless. What am I even paying you for? At this rate, running a club will cost me more than you lot are worth." "You're fired," Roman snapped, shoving the man aside and pointing to someone else nearby. "You're the club manager now. Use your head. If you can't make me money and just stand around watching others destroy my investment, what good are you? At the very least, if you run into someone out of your league, notify me immediately. You can manage that, surely?" Fuming, Roman paced the floor, cursing under his breath. Maria stood quietly to the side. When Roman finally finished venting, she asked calmly, "Boss, which renovation plan would you like to use this time?" "Go with C, no E, use plan E. Do you want to keep these plants?" Roman glanced at the prettily blooming flowers. "Leave them. Otherwise, that crazy woman will be after me again." Since its opening 3 months ago, the villain bar, excluding damage from Poison Ivy and Two-Face, had already been renovated 3 times. This would be the 4th. Roman had expected that bunch of villains to cause trouble, but he hadn't imagined that in just 3 months, they'd force him to renovate the place 4 times. Speaking of which, this place was originally just a private space Roman set up for Black Mask, never meant to be open to outsiders. That changed when Two-Face was the first to realize his true identity as Black Mask and came to the club to sit and idle away some time. On that day, aside from the particularly bold or the hopelessly drunk, hardly anyone dared stay put after seeing Two-Face seated in the most conspicuous spot. Even the dancers refused to take the stage. No one wanted to risk being executed on the spot just because Two-Face flipped a coin. Roman had just been about to sit across from him when he heard Two-Face's first words, "I only speak to Black Mask. Think it over before you take that seat." Roman sat down anyway, poured them both a drink, and asked, "Does the coin say I should live or die? I suppose there's no half-dead option." Two-Face toyed with his coin, a sly grin on his lips, and simply said, "Black Mask. I know a place where we can chat in private. What do you say, Harvey?" And so, on this timeline, that was Roman's first meeting with Two-Face. He took Two-Face to the Villains Lounge, where they each shared their views on the balance of power in Gotham. After that, thanks to the favors Two-Face did him by spreading the word, more and more supervillains began flocking to his club. Roman could do nothing but grit his teeth and give up his private space, opening it to the supervillains and creating a special entrance just for them. These days, Roman honestly felt he ought to charge this crowd of villains a hefty markup on drinks and renovation fees. As long as they paid, he didn't care how much they smashed up the place. Not a bit. After Bruce hung up, he fell into deep thought, considering how he should approach Roman. He even started to wonder if, should Roman truly not care about Jason, he ought to persuade Roman to give up custody and guardianship, rather than letting them both suffer. Jason stood at the top of the staircase on the second floor. He'd only meant to come out for a cup of tea, but happened to overhear Bruce's conversation with Roman. The sound of his footsteps alerted Bruce. Lost in thought, Bruce looked up to see Jason and gave him a warm smile. Jason lingered on the stairs, his face full of hope. Did he say when he's coming to get me? Bruce chose his words carefully. Roman's been really busy lately. He said he'll come on Sunday. Before Bruce could finish, Jason simply replied, "Oh," his face calm as he headed to the kitchen, poured himself some tea, and returned to the study. That calmness only made Bruce feel more guilty, leaving him uneasy as he watched Jason appear and then disappear, thinking to himself how quickly children's moods can change. One moment, it's all sunshine. The next, a storm is brewing. Given Jason's current situation, Bruce could understand. Now, he really had no choice but to talk things over with Roman. He sat in the living room for a while, then got up and left. Later, when Jason came out again, looking for a snack, the living room was empty. He set down his plate, made a phone call, chatted for a bit, then hung up and returned to the study with his snack. Now that there was a 10-year-old child in the house, Bruce drove into the city by himself that afternoon, leaving Alfred at home to look after the boy. Jason watched as the car disappeared through the gates and down the road. He let out a yawn. "Alfred, I'm feeling a bit tired and sleepy. I think I'll take a nap. Don't wait for me to have afternoon tea." Alfred could sense the child had something on his mind, but he chose not to point it out. He simply replied that Jason could have tea after he woke up. Jason agreed. Once he was alone in the room, he pulled on the jacket Dick had lent him, took out a pair of scissors he'd hidden away, and began cutting the bedsheet into long strips. He tied sturdy knots in them, secured one end to the bed frame, tossed the other out the window, and climbed down the makeshift rope. When he was about a meter from the ground, he simply let go and jumped, skillfully avoiding the cameras as he left Wayne Manor. After walking for about 10 minutes, he spotted the taxi waiting at the corner as planned. The driver was the older brother of a friend from Crime Alley, a decent, honest man who made a living driving a cab. That's why Jason had called him to come pick him up. He tapped on the rear window, waited for the driver to unlock the doors, then slid into the back seat. "Where to?" The driver glanced back at him. "Did someone hurt you? You look a bit under the weather." Jason replied with a straight face, "Crime Alley. If you want your money, don't ask questions." The driver started up the engine, chuckling as he teased, "Looks like becoming the young master of a rich family has given you quite an attitude." Jason's tone was curt. "Did you bring the cash I asked for?" The driver grabbed a plastic bag from the front seat and handed it to the back. "What do you need all this money for, anyway?" Jason took the bag, pulled out $200 bills, stuffed the rest of the notes and a handful of coins into his pocket, and handed the 2 bills back to the driver. Deep. The driver took the money without protest, tucking it into his jacket pocket. "Took me a while to scrape all that together, you know. You know who my dad is, right? He won't stiff you for $2,000. Just do as I say, go to his company and ask him for the money. He'll pay you." After thinking for a moment, Jason took a folded note from his pocket and handed it over. "Ask him for the fare, too. What I gave you is a tip. Not the fare. Here's a letter I wrote. Just hand it to him when you see him. Say nothing else, and don't lose it, or you won't get a cent." The driver clucked his tongue in amusement and tucked the letter away. Jason glanced at the taxi's dashboard. His watch had been taken off by Alfred when he'd had a high fever earlier, and he hadn't put it back on since. He figured, since he hadn't taken it off himself, he wasn't about to put shackles back on his own wrists. It's 2 o'clock now. Go to the Janus building after 4 to collect the money. Any earlier and he won't be there. The cab stopped at the mouth of Crime Alley. Jason thanked the driver and got out. Crime Alley remained as dilapidated as ever, unchanged in the slightest. Occasionally, you could spot a homeless man sleeping in a narrow alleyway. Yet Jason felt an unexpected sense of warmth and reassurance. He was getting closer and closer to home. Some younger kids recognized him and quickly gathered around to greet him. They were a bit younger than Jason, children whose parents barely had time to care for them, so they roamed the streets whenever they had nothing better to do. Jason, you've been adopted. Why are you still coming back here? Isn't your new home nice? I heard Roman's some big shot, just a bit short-tempered. Did you manage to get any money out of that rich guy? What's it to you? Leave me alone. Jason shot them a cold look and ducked into the alleyway, leading to his own place. Look at his clothes. They're nothing like ours. They feel really nice. How much do you think they cost? Maybe a few dozen. You're so clueless. Think bigger. People like him would never wear something so cheap. It's got to be a few hundred at least. Hey, could you give me that jacket? You got plenty of clothes now that you're rich. The four kids chattered and squabbled around him, all 8 hands itching to get some kind of benefit from him. Jason kept both hands stuffed in his jacket pockets, making sure they had no chance to pick his pockets. Finally, just before stepping into his building's hallway, Jason rolled his eyes and pulled out a $100 bill from his pocket. Split this however you want. Go to Mrs. Ryan's and pick out some clothes that fit. Whatever's left should be enough to fill your bellies for a few days. And do me a favor, call Benny for me. The 4 kids hooped and hollered, waving the bill triumphantly as they dashed away. Now he only had $1,700 left in his pocket. Jason hoped he could manage his money better and not just hand it out to everyone he met. He returned to his old home and, in just a few seconds, picked the new lock. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside. The walls were darkened with soot, the room empty except for a battered chair missing one of its 4 legs. This was the only thing his real father, Willis, had ever left him. In his younger days, Willis had worked muscle for some of Gotham's most notorious villains. He'd managed to save a little money and bought this place. So even after he disappeared, Jason and his mother, though struggling, at least had a roof over their heads. Jason sat quietly, waiting for someone to come find him. Jason. Someone entered. Hey, Benny. He greeted the newcomer. Benny was an old friend of Willis's, a man of principle and integrity who worked at a nearby repair shop. After Willis vanished, Benny had helped their family out. Even compared to people in the rest of Gotham, Benny was a genuinely good man. Ever since Roman took Jason away, it was obvious Benny was the one who kept the place in order. You're back, Benny observed. You look worn out. Things not going well? I saw the news. I was sick, but I'm better now. As long as you're all right. Jason remembered the purpose of his visit. He pulled out the $1,500 he prepared in advance. Benny, could you help me renovate this place? Add some new furniture, keep an eye on the house, maybe pay the management fees from time to time. If the money's not enough, I'll bring you more. That's quite a sum. With this, we could do a thorough job and still have some left over, Benny replied, surprised as he accepted the money. Then it's settled. I have other things to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. Will you come back to live here? Jason shook his head. I don't know. This is my home too. I can't just stand by and watch it fall apart. With that, he turned and walked away. Even if Roman didn't come looking for him, Bruce would never just let things go. Before anyone found him, Jason wanted to visit the beachside park. Benny stood there holding the money, watching Jason's lonely figure fade into the distance, his heart a tangle of emotions. This kid was tough and resilient, far more mature than his years. Benny could only hope that whoever adopted him would treat him kindly. After leaving home, Jason bought a spicy hot dog at the street corner. When he saw 2 kids, no more than 6 or 7, sitting by the curb and swallowing their envy, he bought one for each of them and handed them $20 apiece. Truthfully, Jason wasn't hungry. He just wanted to savor a taste he hadn't had in ages and get some change in the process. Besides, it was his allowance. He could spend it however he liked. When the bus arrived, he climbed aboard, found a seat, and set off for his next destination. Apollo Park, the seaside park, was on the southwest side of Uptown Island, across the water from Naho Island. He'd come here now and then to play, usually with Catherine. To save money, they'd walk the whole way, then stroll back together under the setting sun. Back then, he'd toss stranded fish and shrimp back into the sea when the tide was low. But he wasn't that little kid anymore. Now he was the one sitting on a bench, watching the sunset. But it was only 3:30 in the afternoon, no sunset yet. All he could do was nibble on his cotton candy and wait patiently. Janus Tower, Roman's office. After making the rounds at his own company, Bruce wandered over to Janus Tower. Under the pretense of visiting an old friend, he planned to have a word with Roman. Roman swore that if he'd known raising a child would be this much trouble, he'd never have adopted Jason just to spite Bruce. Especially now. After Bruce's calls went unanswered, he'd come straight to the door. Roman, we need to talk. Bruce walked in, naturally and deftly hanging his hat and coat on the rack before heading to the floor-to-ceiling window to look out over Gotham. I don't want to talk. Roman sat in his chair, fiddling with a pen, visibly on guard. You can't just dump the kid on me and pretend nothing happened, Bruce said, turning to face Roman. Roman let out a dissatisfied sigh, clearly annoyed. He knew Bruce was watching his expression, so he pulled out a pack of cigarettes and lit one. I'm just really busy. The company's in the middle of some partnership negotiations, and I already said I'd pick him up this weekend, didn't I? Aren't all the company affairs handled by Maria, anyway? Bruce exposed his lie without hesitation. I'm the chairman and CEO, after all. Isn't it reasonable for me to check in on the company's progress from time to time? I just don't get you. It's just picking up your kid and bringing him home. How hard can that be? Even if there were 10 Jasons living at the Sionis Manor, it wouldn't be crowded. Besides, you have a butler to help. 10 Jasons. Just picturing 10 Jasons tearing through the manor made Roman's face twitch involuntarily. One is trouble enough. 10? Maybe let's not go there. When he didn't answer, Bruce continued. When we spoke on the phone today, he overheard. He knows you're only coming to get him on Sunday. His face soured faster than Gotham's sky. Little devil. A textbook little devil. Roman grumbled to himself, but still ignored Bruce. Kids, truly little devils, can throw a fit over the most unreasonable things. Bruce seemed ready to keep lecturing, but his phone rang. Roman breathed a sigh of relief, hoping whatever had come up would finally get Bruce out of there. Alfred, finding the manor far too quiet that afternoon and feeling a tad uneasy, went to check on Jason, only to discover he was missing. With a resigned sigh, he called Bruce. After taking the call, Bruce's expression shifted subtly. He took out a cigarette from the pack and lit it himself. Roman pressed him to leave. Why are you still here? Don't you have something important to do? Well, here's the thing. Jason's run away. You lost my son? Roman was incredulous. So much for Wayne Manor being so secure. They locked eyes. After a few seconds, Roman accused Bruce. How did you manage that? Letting a 10-year-old escape from your manor. Shouldn't you have noticed immediately? Bruce looked at him seriously. And why would I notice? You didn't put some kind of tracking device on him? Bruce's tone grew even more grave. And why would I do such a thing? Roman opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. Maybe he was being unreasonable. I just figured your manor would be really safe. He pulled up the tracker, only to see the location still at Wayne Manor. Did you take off his watch? He was really sick at the time, so we took it off for treatment. While they were still discussing how Jason could have slipped out of Wayne Manor, a messenger arrived. Maria informed Roman that a driver was waiting for him downstairs at the company. The driver claimed he'd been sent by Mr. Sionis' adopted son to collect the cab fare, and he also had a letter for Roman. Roman, after hearing this, told someone to bring the driver upstairs. When the driver saw Roman's grim face, he hurriedly took out the letter written by Jason and handed it to him. This is a letter from him for you. Roman, suspicious, unfolded the paper folded like a letter. The more he read, the deeper his frown grew. The letter read, Dad, I know you hate me, but I don't care. As we agreed, give this week's $2,000 allowance to the driver. That's his fee for driving me. Also, give him another $500 for running errands. I forgive you for only coming to pick me up on Sunday. This is me running away from home. Consider yourself notified. Don't give the driver any trouble. I'm at Apollo Park. Fuming, Roman slapped the letter down on the table, making the driver flinch in fright. Where did he get out of the car? Near Crime Alley. I told him it wasn't safe there, but he insisted. What time was this? Around 2:30. So why are you only here now for the fare? He said if I came earlier, you wouldn't be here. In the end, Roman signed a check for $2,500 and had someone see the driver out. Bruce tapped the ash off his cigarette and leaned over to read the letter. Tisk, kids get this much allowance these days. Roman, you're spoiling him. Roman shot him a look. He's my son. I'll give him whatever I want. Running away from home, but leaving a note? That's not running away. That's a day trip. Roman slapped his hand down on the paper. If my son wants to let me know, that's his business. You got a problem with that? If you really dislike Jason so much, maybe you should consider giving up custody. Jason's a good kid. Alfred likes him a lot. Roman balled the paper up in his fist. Bruce, could you stop hovering over other people's kids like some comic book villain? Bruce spread his hands, gazing out the window. I just think if you're really that miserable, why keep torturing yourself? It's not good for Jason either. Raising a child is about responsibility and commitment. Quoting Batman, Roman said, I don't hate Jay, and I don't feel miserable. If he's a little demon sent by God to torment me, then I'll gladly be tormented. He got up and headed for the door. I'm going to pick him up. Coming with me. As a master of performance, Roman could slip into any role at will. Right now, he was putting on the mask of a loving father for Bruce's benefit. Bruce followed, taking off his coat and hat. Let's go. The weather's nice today. We might even catch the sunset. With Bruce along, there was no need to call Maria. Roman had his own reasons. If the kid started crying, Bruce could help handle it. Apollo Park. Jason was curled up on a bench, his arms wrapped around his knees, chin resting on top. He stared out at the water's edge, lost in thought. He had no idea what time it was, but the sun was setting slowly, and the park was gradually filling with people. Jason felt a little bored and could only sigh in resignation. He knew Roman wouldn't come pick him up for a few more days. He really had acted on impulse, storming out of Bruce's house in a fit of anger. He felt wronged. After Catherine had given up on him, he decided to accept whatever came his way. But now, being met with silence made him feel deeply discouraged, as if he'd been abandoned all over again. His heart wasn't made of diamond. It couldn't remain unscathed after being betrayed 1,000 times. But after wandering around for a while, the feeling of grievance faded. He wasn't angry anymore. In fact, he felt strangely at peace. Someone sat down beside him. Lying on his arms, Jason turned his head slightly and saw a man in a white suit. But with a closer look, he realized the other side of the suit was striped black. Two-Face gazed out at the sea, his hands clasped over his crossed knees. "Kid, what are you doing here?" The other man spoke first. "Watching the sunset," Jason replied, still resting his head on his arms as he sized up Harvey. "It'll be a long time before the sun goes down." "I know, but when he comes to get me, I should be able to see it." "Do you mean Roman?" If he knew about Roman, then he knew Jason was Roman's adopted son. "I don't know. Maybe it'll be Bruce, or Benjamin, or Maria. If you're patient enough, you'll find out sooner or later." Jason nodded in agreement, thinking that Harvey's profile was actually pretty pleasant to look at. He almost seemed like a normal person. "What are you looking at?" Two-Face turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. The other side of his face was far more frightening. Since his conversational partner was a notorious supervillain, Jason answered honestly, "I was wondering what you were thinking about." "And what do you think I'm thinking?" "Maybe you're thinking about kidnapping me. I can't outrun you, and I can't beat you." Two-Face let out a low, gravelly chuckle. "You're wrong. I'm not going to kidnap you." "That's good. I still want to watch the sunset." "But I might." Another mocking voice chimed in. Jason sat up and looked back over his shoulder, spotting a pair of purple-gloved hands gripping the back of the bench. His gaze followed the purple pinstripe suit upward, an orange vest, a green tie, a ghastly pale face, the trademark garish red grin, and a shock of green hair. Those wicked, green eyes were fixed on Jason as if he were prey. With two infamous supervillains taking an interest in him, Jason turned around and silently watched the sea, now tinged with red, lost in thought. Next time, maybe he shouldn't go out alone. Last time he'd skipped school and run into Poison Ivy. She'd actually been pretty friendly. Now it was two lunatics, each with their own brand of madness. Ever since meeting Roman, his life had become a whirlwind of excitement. He also wondered how much ransom Roman would be willing to pay for these two maniacs. Half an hour later, Roman and Bruce arrived at Apollo Park. As soon as they stepped through the gate, someone handed them the second letter of the day. It was addressed specifically to Roman and required him to open it personally. There was a Joker stamp on the envelope, and inside was a mobile phone. Both men immediately sensed trouble. The phone began to ring, and a video call request popped up. Roman answered it without a hint of emotion. The Joker's exaggerated grin filled the screen, looming close to the camera. The image was steady. It looked as though the phone had been fixed in place. "Roman, guess what I found?" "Tajda, it's your darling little baby." The Joker moved aside, revealing Jason tied to a chair, his face full of annoyance. "I'm not his darling anything." Suddenly, the giant screen in the plaza switched to an unknown signal, broadcasting the kidnapping live. Bruce frowned deeply, masking his concern as he quickly pulled out his phone and contacted Alfred in a flash. Roman glanced up at the plaza screen, then turned his attention back to the phone in his hand. The Joker pressed a finger to his lips and made a shushing sound. "Grown-ups are talking now, little ones should stay quiet." Jason pouted in protest. "I was going to call you directly, but our dear Jason here didn't know your number. Calling the Sionis estate would have spoiled the fun and surprise, so I thought I'd do it this way. Bring a little live show to the party." Roman watched the Joker dart back and forth in front of the camera before finally coming to stand behind Jason. "What do you want?" "When I found our little Jason, he was sitting all alone by the river. I asked him what he was doing there, and he told me his father didn't care about him, so he wanted to leave Gotham." Jason shot back. "I never said that. You just made that up." The Joker covered his mouth and pressed on with his speech. "Isn't it funny? You have a son, but you don't care about him." Jason began to struggle. "You're going to smother him." "Oh, sorry, Jason. Your face is just so small." The Joker loosened his grip a little, and Jason gulped down a few breaths of air. "So, Jason, how about we play a game?" "Another game." Hard not to be reminded of a certain Two-Face. Roman fixed the Joker with a cold stare. Just say what you want. I think Jason here is worth an entire corporation to you. Isn't that right, Jason? The Joker finally let go, resting his hands on Jason's shoulders and leaning down for an answer. I think you're insane, but you've always been insane. So let me tell you, I'm not worth a dime. I'd rather not admit that Jason might be right about that. Someone off camera handed the Joker a poster. The Joker unfurled a poster that displayed the ranking of Gotham's wealthiest. Pointing at the list, he said, "Let's see, Gotham Rich List. Number 1, Bruce Wayne. Number 2, Roman Sionis. Number 3, oh, who even cares about third place?" He jabbed his finger at Roman's name, showing it off to Jason. "Look at that. Your dad is filthy rich, right beneath Gotham's golden boy. And that's not even counting his hidden assets. Who knows? Maybe he's even richer than Gotham's finest." Jason glanced at the poster with little interest and muttered, "He always says it's not much. Liar." Roman's lips twitched. If he hadn't surpassed Bruce, how could it be considered a lot? At best, it was just enough to make others jealous. "You've got yourself a billionaire father. I'm only asking for $100 million in ransom. That seems pretty fair for the heir of the Sionis family, don't you think?" Jason huffed. "He would never give it to you. Keep dreaming." The Joker pressed his chalk-white face close to Jason's and flashed a huge grin at the camera. "Roman, if you want your son back, get $100 million ready and come see me. Only you know the address. Tell anyone else, and you'll never see sweet little Jason again. It's not exactly easy to gather that much cash in such a short time." "No worries," the Joker replied. "I have a secret account. You can come and transfer the money in person when you arrive." He cackled. "Oh, by the way, kiddo, do you have anything you want to say to everyone?" Jason began. The Joker's planted charges at the power station, City Hall, and... The Joker quickly clamped a hand over Jason's mouth. "Chill. Only you get to know about the third location. I wouldn't want to make things too easy for Batman. If you spill the secret, I'll just have to push the buttons sooner. Or maybe he'll go for poison instead of bombs," Jason finished calmly. "All right then. That's the end of the show. It's now 4:56 in the afternoon. When the clock strikes 6, if I haven't seen you or the money, you can say goodbye to Jason forever. And the bombs will go off at midnight." With an exaggerated, maniacal laugh, the call cut off. A text message arrived soon after. Roman checked his phone. It was the Joker's address. He put away his phone. "I'm sorry, Bruce, but I have to leave now. Good luck. If you need any help." Bruce watched Roman's hurried departure, eyes fixed on his retreating back. He had intercepted the text sent to Roman and now knew Jason's whereabouts. But with 3 bombs to deal with, all Bruce could do was hope Roman would manage the kidnapping on his own. Because of the live broadcast, Gotham was now gripped by panic. Bomb squads were searching everywhere, everyone hoping their own location wasn't the third bomb site. Sirens wailed up and down the streets, warning people to stay indoors and not venture out. The power station and City Hall had been evacuated and cordoned off, with officers sweeping the premises for any sign of explosives. Roman had no intention of hiding his movements at all. After pulling the driver out, he took the wheel himself and sped straight toward the Janus building. Police cars escorted him all the way, clearing a smooth path ahead. Commissioner Gordon tried to contact him, but Roman coldly rejected the call. He would rather pay the ransom than let the police get involved. If the Joker really got angry, he'd be the one to collect Jason's body. Besides, where would he ever find a second heir who satisfied him as much? When he arrived at the Janus building, he returned to his office, where Maria handed him the prepared security key. 5 minutes later, his official car left the building, with plainclothes officers covertly tailing behind. Meanwhile, at another inconspicuous underground exit, Roman, now disguised as an old man, slipped away in an unremarkable car, headed towards Hanover Tower. On the rooftop of Hanover Tower, the Joker sipped on a glass of iced lemonade, gazing out at the setting sun. After 4 months in Arkham, pulling off such a big job the moment he was free and getting to watch the sunset, life felt pretty good to the Joker. The rooftop door swung open with a bang. Roman appeared, scanning the scene. He saw only the Joker and 2 henchmen, a portable table set with laptops and phones, but there was no sign of Jason. "Joker, I'm here. Where's Jason?" "Hold on, Mr. Tycoon. First, hand over your weapons." The Joker turned, greeting Roman with a mock-friendly wave. Roman frowned, then handed over 2 pistols to one of the henchmen. Another henchman immediately stepped forward, intent on frisking him, but Roman shot him a glare. "That's enough, Hank. 2 guns already show plenty of goodwill." The henchman named Hank sheepishly backed off. "So, where's my money?" The Joker stepped up, slinging an arm around Roman's shoulder, steering him toward the table. The henchman who'd collected the guns quickly unfolded a stool and placed it at the table. Roman sat down with a frosty expression, typed in the amount, 100 million, plugged in the security key, and transferred the ransom to one of the Joker's mysterious accounts. When the confirmation call came through, the Joker grinned. No wonder they call you the big shot. So straightforward, I'm almost tempted to raise the price. Roman frowned further. Where's Jason? My partner vetoed the price hike. Business is business. We keep our word. From behind, the door rattled again. Roman turned and saw someone shoving Jason forward at gunpoint. A wave of disgust hit him. Roman impatiently rubbed his temples and turned away, stepping back half a pace. What's with that look? If you didn't want to come, you shouldn't have. It's not like I begged you. Jason shouted angrily from 5 paces away. He'd actually been happy that Roman had come to pay the ransom. But seeing Roman's reaction, he was instantly furious. Turning away, covering his eyes, backing off. Could Roman look any more reluctant to see him? I wasn't. Roman tried to defend himself. You so were. I don't care about you. But if you're that unwilling, why not just let the Joker kill me? It was starting again. The little devil's shouting was giving him a headache. The Joker sat off to the side, sipping his drink with a gun in hand, watching the spectacle unfold with great amusement. His 2 henchmen, along with the man who had been holding Jason at gunpoint, had just left. Roman decided to come clean. Clutching his head, he said, Your dad brought $100 million to ransom you. Can't you try to understand your father? Exactly, the Joker chimed in, nodding. What a wonderful dad. If someone asked me to pay $100 million to ransom a kid, I'd just shoot him instead. Kids, not that important. Shut up. Roman shot the Joker a glare. Ooh, I'll be quiet now. Someone's not happy, the Joker teased, arching his eyebrows and taking another sip. Why should I try to understand you? There's a wicked woman, Roman began slowly, who drugged your dad to make me hate you. By Sunday, the effects will start to wear off. Really? Jason's voice was tinged with doubt and hope. It's true, I'll vouch for it, the Joker said, raising the hand that held his gun. This time, Roman didn't silence him. So, Roman was about to tell Jason to stop making trouble, but the Joker interrupted. I heard that this kind of drug only works if the person actually likes you. The more they like you, the worse they act, the Joker said, winking at Jason. There was no doubt. The Joker's so-called partner was Two-Face. Shut up, Joker. You've got your money. Why are you still here? Roman snapped, not about to let Jason in on this. Now that the Joker had spilled everything, he felt thoroughly embarrassed. Wow, someone's getting all flustered, the Joker crowed, getting to his feet as if to leave. Is it true? Jason pressed, still not quite convinced. Roman replied instantly, It's not true. Jason hung his head and let out a small huff. After a moment, he said, Fine, if it's not true, I forgive you anyway. Roman glanced at Jason, then shifted his gaze to the door a dozen meters away, where the Joker was leaning, grinning at them. Jason stared down at his shoes. Then I'll wait for you to pick me up this weekend. Suddenly, an explosion sounded in the distance, making Jason look up in alarm. But neither Roman nor the Joker seemed fazed by the blast. Roman watched as the Joker raised his gun at Jason. He recognized it as his own weapon. I'm not a fan of these happy family moments. We should remember who we are, don't you think, Black Mask? The Joker flicked off the safety. You've stolen plenty of my business and territory. With those words, a gunshot rang out. At the same moment, Roman didn't hesitate. He dove at Jason, shielding him with his body. Wild laughter echoed through the room, growing fainter and fainter as the Joker's footsteps disappeared down the hallway. Roman never imagined there would come a day when he'd take a bullet for someone else. Usually, when trouble struck, he was the first to run. But what surprised him even more was that someone had swapped the bullets for blanks. Even more unexpectedly, that damn clown held a gun in his left hand and had a tranquilizer gun hidden in his right. This must be what passes for villainous camaraderie, betrayal, plain and simple. Right before he lost consciousness, countless thoughts rushed through his mind. The tranquilizer worked fast, and Roman collapsed in front of Jason. Jason stared in shock at the sudden turn of events, and, as Roman fell, he dragged Jason down with him. For a moment, Jason's mind went completely blank. A few seconds later, he finally snapped out of it, calmed himself, searched Roman's pockets, found his phone, and dialed for help. While he waited for rescue, the sun dipped below the horizon. From Hanover Tower, the sky was ablaze with fiery clouds. The orange-red sun looked like a massive disk, sinking bit by bit into the cityscape. Jason clung to Roman's hand, big, silent tears streaming down his face. He noticed Roman's hand was still warm, his breathing steady, and there was no sign of bleeding. Jason checked for breath, felt for a pulse, and finally discovered a small metal dart lodged in Roman's back. He couldn't help but laugh through his tears. I'm such an idiot, crying like this for nothing. In short, Roman was still alive. The sunset was truly beautiful. The EMT said Roman had only been hit with a tranquilizer dart and had simply passed out. Watching Roman being wheeled into the ambulance, Jason finally felt relieved. Then he remembered something crucial. The explosion earlier hadn't come from the third location the Joker had told him about. I need to tell Batman something. Just him. Jason, who had already hopped into the ambulance, jumped back out and found a police officer. Batman arrived quickly, having just finished defusing the bomb at the power station. The bomb at City Hall was being handled by the Gotham police, and they were nearly finished. He was about to start searching for the third bomb when, without warning, a laughing gas bomb exploded in the old city, throwing everything into chaos. He was just about to rush over to help when Jim radioed in, telling him Jason wanted to see him. If Jason asked for him, it had to be something important. When Jason saw the Batmobile, he jumped up from the steps where he'd been sitting after giving his statement and ran to Batman. The third bomb is at Gotham University. The Joker told me. It's probably a gas bomb. All right, I'll handle it right away. Without a moment's hesitation, Batman got back in the car and sped off toward Gotham University. Jason turned around to find Benjamin standing right beside him. Benjamin, take me to the hospital. Dad's already told me everything. I won't make a fuss. He wasn't an unreasonable kid. Maybe he'd have some lingering effect from the pollen, but he considered himself pretty tough and able to keep his emotions in check. Especially now that Roman had come clean with him, there was no reason to stay angry all the time. Roman awoke to find himself in a private hospital room. Benjamin was sitting nearby. As soon as he saw Roman wake up, he helped him sit up and propped up his pillow. Maria is with young Master Jason, Benjamin said after a pause, then added, she's just outside the door. It wouldn't be fair to say he was heartless. There's no more crying and fussing, right? Benjamin thought for a moment. He's pretty much back to normal. Other than some lingering stiffness in his body that made movement a bit awkward, everything else seemed fine. In a little while, he'd be able to move around as usual. Roman, curious, asked, so what did you two do at the hospital? Master Jason wants to go home. He asked me to see what you thought about it. Benjamin handed him a glass of water. As long as he doesn't start up with the crying and tantrums again, I'm fine with it, Roman said, taking a sip. I have no interest in coddling a child every day. Master Jason also said he'd be okay with staying at Wayne Manor for a while, if you still want him to. Benjamin relayed Jason's message. Roman glanced at Benjamin, cleared his throat, and said, Post, I never realized you could be so stiff. His meaning was clear enough. Jason could come home. After all, everything was already laid out with Jason. Roman wouldn't be going back to the manor in the next few days anyway. Sir, I need a clear instruction. I won't make assumptions about ambiguous statements. I'd rather not misunderstand your intentions. Take him home. Tell him I won't be around for the next few days, and I won't tolerate any more of his running away out of sheer willfulness. Understood. I'll take the young master home then. As for that last part, perhaps you should tell him yourself when you have the time. I don't think it's my place. With that, Benjamin left the hospital room, leaving Roman alone to sigh, long and short. Outside the room, Jason spotted Benjamin coming out and rushed over. Well, how did it go? Sir agreed to your request, Benjamin replied, but he also made it clear he won't be home for the next few days. Awesome. Jason raised both fists in excitement, pumping them in the air. He bid farewell to Maria and dashed ahead to lead the way. I want your dessert tonight, Benjamin replied in his usual calm manner. After they left, the police officer stationed at the door entered to take Roman's statement. Once the statement was done and the anesthesia had worn off, Roman changed back into his own clothes. Maria was still waiting for him outside. How did the business talk go? They're still considering. But on Sunday, they're hosting a cocktail party and want to invite you. I seem to recall that Bruce is throwing a belated birthday party for his kid on Sunday, isn't he? Turn down the invitation. We'll go to the birthday party instead. Maria made a note in her planner. Roman stopped walking, and Maria halted beside him. Should I be giving you a raise? Maria was everything at once, vice president, assistant, and more, always on the go, working wherever they happened to be. It did seem a bit much. Oh, forget it. I just lost a chunk of money today. Let's talk about a raise after we earn it back. Maria tapped her pen thoughtfully against her forehead. In the past 6 months, she'd already had 3 raises. Every time Roman mentioned a salary increase, it sounded like a joke, but when payday came, the raise was always real. Her boss was truly a man who acted on his whims. Sometimes, she couldn't figure out how much of Roman's planning was spontaneous, and how much was the result of careful thought. Roman had told her to go home and get some rest. After all, it was just anesthesia. Roman didn't think he was weak enough to need someone watching over him the whole time. So he went to his office at the club. The office was perfect for a round of darts. Roman, bored and alone, threw dart after dart at the target with no one to keep him company. Just moments ago, he'd instructed his deputy to withdraw all the security staff from Hanover Tower, replace them with a more reliable team, and find an even better security expert to redesign the system from scratch. He knew, of course, that the blame couldn't rest solely on those clueless guards and the original security plan. After all, the ones causing all the trouble had been the Joker and Two-Face. Still, he was irritated, furiously so. He recalled another timeline when the Red Hood had stormed his office with a rocket launcher. Clearly, no matter the timeline, the security always seemed this pitiful. But if it was the Red Hood, he supposed it made sense. After all, Batman himself had trained that disciple. Thinking of the Red Hood inevitably brought Jason to mind. The adult Jason, Batman's former partner. And now, the young Jason, his son. Thanks to the Arkham Therapy Group, this past month had been filled with dramatic ups and downs, bursting with excitement. In another timeline, they had all been members of the Anti-Batman Alliance, sharing over a decade of camaraderie. Roman sensed that, even though he'd returned to age 30, carrying memories from the next 20 years and set a new timeline in motion, there were still lingering threads tying this new reality to the old one, especially when it came to feelings. He could sense the new emotions and old ones weaving through each other, influencing, entangling, perhaps even merging. This was especially clear in the way Bruce treated Jason, as well as in the interactions within their Arkham support group. In this timeline, Bruce had only met Jason a few times, yet he already adored the boy. Roman had thought it would be much harder to blend in again with the supervillains, especially since Batman hadn't yet tossed him into Arkham to meet them all. During his turf wars as Black Mask, he'd crossed paths with the group before. It was as if they recognized something in each other, kindred spirits, exchanging a look and silently acknowledging one another as part of the same camp. They never went too far in their fights. There was an unspoken understanding. Everyone knew their limits. Integration had turned out to be unexpectedly easy. Perhaps it was because they were all united against Batman. As long as they were working to trip up Batman, to make his life harder, they were all friends. Roman propped his feet up on the desk and flung another dart at the bullseye. He despised Batman, but even he had to admit, sometimes the Bat was right. Responsibility and duty. He was the one who had dragged Jason into this tangled mess. If anyone should shoulder the burden, it was him. He could have stood by and watched, quietly building up his own power behind the scenes. But that would be far too dull. Living life all over again, nothing brings him more joy than stirring up trouble. A frustrated Roman pulled the darts from the target, seriously pondering whether Jason would fall into his hands or if he'd end up in Jason's. In any case, regret overwhelmed him at this moment. He regretted wading into these murky waters. Nothing to show for it, but getting soaked, not even a single fish caught. But the thought of handing Jason over, especially to Bruce, was absolutely out of the question. In Roman's heart, there were 1,000 reasons against it. He had to warn that pack of lunatics to keep their hands off Jason, especially the one with green hair. When it came to raising Jason, he had to outdo Bruce. 1,000 times no. Night fell over the Sionis manor. Jason lay in bed, replaying the Joker's words from that afternoon. The Joker seemed to have called Roman Black Mask. There was no way he had misunderstood that scene. It felt like he'd stumbled upon something momentous, and the weight of it troubled him deeply. Roman had said he had a crime empire, and it turned out to be true. He'd assumed, judging by Roman's antics, that he was just running a small-time gang, playing at being a Gotham thug, using threats and intimidation to feed his own madness. Now, he realized Roman was actually the leader of the False-Face Society, controlling the entire East End over the past 6 months. Black Mask? Unpredictable, ruthless, with a hair-trigger temper. This was no small joke. Jason grew anxious, wondering if he should reveal Roman's secret to Batman. But that didn't seem quite right, either. To expose Roman would be to betray him, plain and simple. After turning it over in his mind, Jason decided he couldn't inherit Roman's crime empire, but he could accept his wealth. Besides, he was just a kid. The Black Mask business was Batman's problem, not his. What part did a child have in this mess? With these thoughts, sleep gradually claimed him. On Saturday night, the Villain Bar, rapidly renovated, was already back in business after being wrecked. A handful of guests had already arrived. After passing security, Black Mask strode into the bar. The Joker was mixing drinks behind the bar. Poison Ivy lounged in the seating area watching the big screen. Two-Face sat at the bar this time, with Clayface beside him chatting with the Joker. Roman's payment of $100 million in ransom, along with his bold rescue of his son, was once again blowing up across social media. A user named Clown in a Mask posted a video clip. Joker, I'm not really a fan of the happy family ending. Roman lunged, shielding his child in his arms, then passed out. The whole video lasted only a few seconds, but it had racked up over 1 million views, with a flood of live comments drifting across the screen. That dive was seriously cool. What style? He looks so safe to be around. Roman is not only handsome and rich, but he absolutely dotes on his kid. This child is a winner in life at such a young age. Makes you green with envy. He really seems to love his child. Word is Roman's dead. I heard he just fainted, didn't die. With no change in expression, Black Mask turned off the TV. These people were truly a waste of time. Bad woman. Poison Ivy crossed her arms, looking at him with an accusing tone. Black Mask just shrugged, radiating that, yeah, I said it, so what? attitude. Poison Ivy let out a dismissive hum, deciding to let it slide. This time, he wore a mask that made it easy to drink and took a seat at the bar. The Joker, all giggles and mischief, poured him a drink. Joker, the membership fee at my place isn't cheap. How much? I just scored a little something from someone. Mask boy, you're gonna bleed me dry at this rate. How about I work as your bartender, as my entry fee? Then we'll call it even for you muscling in on my turf and business. Knowing full well the Joker would never cough up 100 million, Black Mask couldn't be bothered to argue. He set down his glass and turned toward Two-Face. You teamed up with him to come after me? It's hard to hold back when you see a kid run away from home twice. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Let's lay all our cards on the table and make this clear. Black Mask locked eyes with the Joker. Anyone who dares lay a hand on Jason, I'll deal with them one by one. You really seem serious about this. I'm always serious, Harvey, Black Mask continued. Since we got a common enemy. Batman. Poison Ivy sat down beside them. We should stop fighting among ourselves and focus on the real adversary. I'm in, Joker chimed in, sliding closer. So, consider this my thanks for helping me see things clearly. I won't hold it against you this time. But if it happens again, don't blame me for what comes next. Excellent. Two-Face raised his glass. Clayface drifted over, joining the group. Is this even your business, Clayface? For pairs of eyes turned on Clayface. No reason it can't be. Can't I have a drink with you all? Poison Ivy, whatever. They clinked glasses, sealing an unspoken pact. I have to admit, you surprised me. You actually took a bullet for Jason. Harvey, I'm a villain, a bona fide bad guy. Can you stop pushing me to do things only the so-called good guys are supposed to do? Black Mask fought the urge to draw his gun. Two-Face let out a low chuckle. Clayface, in a laid-back tone, said, Honestly, I thought the Joker was really going to shoot Jason. The Joker let out an exaggerated yelp. Me? Dare to? When your partner's Harvey Dent, it's best not to mess with kids. Last time I helped Harvey, I just threatened to gouge a kid's eyes out, and Harvey clocked me with his desk phone. You deserved it, Black Mask muttered, fingers tracing the edge of his mask. I told you, I should be the one to play Jason getting shot, just to see Roman's reaction. Poison Ivy and Two-Face left the bar in perfect sync, heading over to the lounge area to exchange tips on plant care. Joker, carrying 2 glasses of alcohol, swaggered over and joined the pair in the lounge. Black Mask fixed his gaze on Clayface. Clayface glanced around nervously. Oh, I just remembered. I left my door unlocked. Gotta run. With Black Mask staring him down, Clayface maintained a calm expression and prepared to leave. As the doors swung open, Penguin waddled in from outside. Quack! Look at that, everyone's here. Lovely. Seeing this, Clayface followed Penguin over to the lounge. Penguin, what makes you think you can just show up here? Black Mask strode toward him, glass in hand. Gentlemen, let's not get worked up. I'm just here to return the betting money. Penguin strolled in, perfectly at ease, and pulled several envelopes from his coat, handing them out to those present. Return the betting money? Why? You all cheated, meddling in Black Mask's affairs, sabotaging the game behind everyone's backs. It wasn't fair to the other players, so I've canceled the wager and am giving your money back. Oh, you coward! Joker hollered. Despicable scum. You started the fight. I'm simply cleaning up the table, Penguin replied, plopping himself down onto a chair. And is anyone going to offer me a drink? You want a drink? Pay the 50 million membership fee first. Black Mask sat down, immediately beginning to collect dues. Quack. Last few times I dropped by for a drink, you were happy to see me. That was then, this is now. No fee, no booze. Only 50 million? I thought it was 100. I didn't hear you asking Harvey, Ivy, or that one over there for a membership fee. Clayface, now standing at the bar, shifted into Roman's likeness and started drinking. Fine by me. Next time I see Bane, I'll ask him for renovation fees. Two-Face grumbled. He says we cheated? You just can't afford to lose, that's all. Poison Ivy leaned back on the sofa, chin resting on her hand. Probably watched the footage, realized he was bound to lose, and needed an excuse to back out. Roman's entire ransom exchange from the previous night had been recorded and was now circulating on their internal network. No one knew who'd filmed it. Joker certainly wasn't confessing. Look, since we all have a common enemy, Penguin offered, not the least bit bothered by his lack of a drink. Everyone sipped their drinks, some with liquor, some with juice, but nobody responded. Aren't you going to say something? Penguin complained. We already did the whole ritual thing before. Clayface explained helpfully. Clayface, could you not use that face in here? What's the problem? I think it's great. Who knows? Maybe you'll need me to help you hide your identity someday. Think of it as practice. Clayface impersonation was so uncanny, no one could tell the difference. Fortunately, Roman was wearing a mask now, and the Clayface was imitating the appearance of ordinary Roman, so it wasn't enough to confuse the two. Black Mask considered that the Clayface had a point. If you turn into me and try to trick Jason, I'll bake you into pottery. How did you know that's exactly what I was planning? The Joker burst out laughing. Oh, muddy old pal, you are hilarious. Under Black Mask's deathly glare, Clayface suddenly remembered he'd left his door unlocked and slipped away through the floor drain. I have an idea. Let's pull off something big together. Two-Face looked around at everyone present and made a suggestion. On Sunday morning, the usual etiquette class was canceled. Jason had planned to pester Benjamin for a few tricks, but considering Benjamin's health, he made it clear that the practical lessons would be paused for a week. After that, they'd see if he was well enough to continue. Jason pursed his lips in protest and followed him into the dressing room. I feel perfectly fine right now. He only just realized Roman had a whole room just for clothes. To him, those nearly identical suits filled an entire wall. Benjamin began preparing the evening's formal wear for the banquet. Dahlia had sent over the finished clothes to the manor a few days ago, but thanks to Jason's recent situation, they hadn't been properly pressed yet. Does he really wear those loud floral shirts and big shorts? Jason asked, curiously examining the wardrobe. I haven't seen it myself, Benjamin mused. In the 5 months he'd worked for Roman, he'd only seen him wear them once, on a vacation to an island. There'll be chances in the future, Benjamin replied. Jason pulled open a drawer, finding it full of neatly folded handkerchiefs. He took one out, unfolded it, found it boring, then rolled it up and put it back, closing the drawer with a snap. All these handkerchiefs look the same. Even the colors are almost identical. Is there really any point collecting so many? Benjamin sighed softly. The fabric, the cut, the patterns, they're all different, meant for different combinations. Master Jason, you haven't been to school in a week. Maybe it's time to catch up on your studies. 4th grade is too easy. I've already finished the 5th grade curriculum on my own, Jason replied, sprawling across the jacket Benjamin had just laid out, wrinkling it instantly. His face was only a fist's width away from the preheated iron. Benjamin noticed and quietly moved the iron to the far side of the table, away from Jason. When I'm finished here later on, I can teach you some theory, he offered. At that, Jason immediately straightened up. Remembering he'd been tied up twice, he made his request. All right, I want to hear more about escape techniques. But if you keep talking and distracting me, I'll be busy here for a very long time. I get it, Jason said, suddenly enlightened, shaking his head. You're trying to get rid of me. The clothes became even more wrinkled. Yes, Master Jason, you're interrupting my work. Jason thought about it. It really wasn't good to keep Benjamin from his work, but he didn't feel like reading at the moment. I want to watch TV. Why hasn't Roman installed a TV at home? Doesn't he like watching TV? There is one. Master Jason, please mind your address. Benjamin had some reservations about how Jason addressed him, not entirely approving. But Jason didn't bother with such a minor detail and instead asked, then how come I've never seen it? You never asked for it. Benjamin switched off the iron and led Jason toward the entertainment room. Jason couldn't help but pull a silly face behind his back. Did adults really need kids to ask before they realized children liked watching TV? Come to think of it, he'd never been to the entertainment room before. In fact, there were still so many rooms in this house he hadn't explored. Most days he just ran back and forth between the study, bedroom, dining room, living room, and training room, with the occasional visit to Roman's study. Now that he remembered there were still so many rooms he hadn't seen, his curiosity was instantly piqued. Benjamin picked up the remote and pressed a button. The large landscape oil painting on the wall suddenly shifted, transforming into a TV screen. It dawned on Jason that the landscape painting was just the standby screen. Benjamin started to explain how to use the remote, but Jason interrupted. I know how. The kind-hearted butler left the remote for him and quietly exited. After flipping through a few channels, Jason finally found a news segment about Batman and Robin. They'd stopped a robbery the previous night. Jason couldn't help but marvel at how busy Batman was, working hard every night to fight crime. And then he remembered what Alfred had told him. Batman had worked for days on end without sleep just to help make a serum for him. He really was a true hero. Besides, watching Batman soar across the night sky was just the coolest thing ever. Every time the Batmobile hit the streets, it was hands down the most eye-catching car around. Jason watched, utterly engrossed, and suddenly remembered that Batman still owed him a joyride. He wondered if Batman still remembered. The scene shifted. Next to the Batmobile, Robin rode a flashy motorcycle, keeping pace with the Batmobile, adding another splash of color to the night. Robin circled the center of a garden, fired his grappling gun, and stopped a fleeing robber in his tracks. Then, he seemed to notice the cameraman filming and waved in greeting. No way, Jason blurted out. That wave looked so familiar. He was sure he'd seen it somewhere before. At Wayne Manor, Dick had once ridden his motorcycle and waved at him and Alfred just like that. The expression, the posture, the gesture, it was identical. And now Jason remembered. Robin had just gotten his motorcycle, and Dick had just reached the age to ride to school. Robin's voice, though disguised, still carried the roughness of someone in the middle of a voice change. In the build, Robin's uniform made his figure stand out at a glance. Long legs, slender arms. Jason rewound the clip of Robin waving and watched it again and again. He became increasingly convinced that Robin was actually Dick. He was shocked by the discovery of such a big secret. Batman's sidekick turned out to be Bruce's son. Then, could it be that Bruce is Batman? During those days at Wayne Manor, he really had hardly seen Bruce around. Hugging his knees and deep in thought, he couldn't shake off the impression that Bruce, with his careless and easygoing demeanor, could never be someone as serious and upright as Batman. Almost as if to reassure himself, he nodded. That's impossible. There's no way he's Batman. They're just close, that's all. And the base just happens to be nearby. If someone told him Roman was Black Mask, he could believe that. But Bruce is Batman? That just didn't add up, no matter how he looked at it. The thought of Roman being Black Mask stirred up another wave of uncertainty in him. After Benjamin had laid out the dinner suit for the evening banquet, it was nearly noon. He went to check on Jason, who was watching Teen Titans Go on TV, laughing out loud, with drinks and popcorn spread out on the table. A sense of relief warmed Benjamin's heart. He was glad to see that young Master Jason still knew how to find his own snacks and hadn't let himself go hungry. With that, he went off to prepare lunch. After their afternoon nap, as previously agreed, Benjamin set about teaching Jason some skills related to escaping. Seeing the bright sunlight outside, Jason insisted on going outdoors. A sly smile curled on his lips. I want to go to the garden. I saw there's a gazebo over there, and I'd like to have my afternoon tea there. Alfred used to have tea and chat with me in the afternoons. As you wish. Benjamin obliged, preparing afternoon tea and setting out refreshments in the garden's gazebo. Jason, meanwhile, was thrilled by this new discovery. As long as his requests were reasonable, Benjamin would always agree. He really was like a rock, Jason thought to himself, sipping tea, listening to the lesson, and silently evaluating his teacher. Poison Ivy had repeatedly assured Roman that starting Sunday, the effects of the pheromones would sharply decline and no longer trouble him. And within a week, they'd be gone completely. It's all well within what you can handle, Poison Ivy had told him. He returned to the manor at 5 o'clock Sunday afternoon, but didn't find Jason or Benjamin in their rooms. At last, he spotted the two of them in the garden through the hall window. Benjamin, for his part, had already received a system notification and knew that Roman was back. That afternoon, he'd given Jason a little lesson on escape techniques, and Jason had wanted to try them out himself, but Benjamin had to make up an excuse about lacking the proper conditions to dissuade him. Maybe a little bored, Jason went to his room to fetch a book and started chatting with Benjamin about the story in a casual, offhand way. So, when he noticed that Roman had returned, he told Jason about it. Jason thought it over, then decided to wait for Roman to come to him. I'll read here for a while. You go find Dad. Benjamin went back inside to greet Roman. Were you two sunbathing in the garden? Roman stood by the window, one hand in his pocket, watching as Jason walked into the garden. I gave young Master Jason some lessons on how to escape, came the report. How did he do? Roman asked. It was all theory. He hasn't tried it in practice yet. Tell him to come back. It's time to get ready for the dinner. Benjamin was about to leave when Roman called him back. Never mind, I'll go myself. You take his clothes to his room. Busy bees darted among the blossoms. Jason crouched by the side of the path, gently drawing a flower toward him and running his fingers over its petals. The petals felt a touch cool, though some looked slightly withered. Standing a few steps away, Roman called out to Jason. Poison Ivy hadn't deceived him. The aversion wasn't as overwhelming as before. Still, he wasn't eager to get close to Jason. Jason stood up, eyeing Roman up and down, side to side, but his feet stayed rooted to the spot. He didn't move closer. They held each other's gaze, maintaining that subtle distance between them. Occasionally, a bee would buzz through the space, weaving between the two. Roman was a bit dissatisfied. He hadn't taken a good look at Jason last time, but now as he studied the boy, he noticed that whatever bit of flesh Jason had gained seemed to have vanished again, likely thanks to the pollen. He was as skinny as a beanpole. Still, his energy was back, and his complexion looked decent. With a solid foundation like that, a bit more care, and he'd surely shoot up to a strapping 6'2" in the future. That thought made Roman click his tongue. Come inside. Freshen up. We need to get ready for the dinner. Jason gave a non-committal reply, following behind Roman at a cautious, measured distance. After changing his own clothes, Roman looked over at Jason. Why do I have to wear this? Jason complained, tugging at his vest in frustration. It looks sharp, Roman replied. A few more layers, and you won't look so scrawny. Why aren't you wearing it? Jason eyed Roman, who was leaning against the doorframe in a suit clearly styled to match Jason's own formal wear. Roman walked over, picked up a tiny hat custom-made by Dree, and set it on Jason's head. It gave him a scholarly, polished look. There's something to be said for dressing up, a bit of style, and the boy didn't look sickly at all, just slender in a perfectly ordinary way. He really was a sturdy kid, healing fast. "I'm not wearing that," Jason protested, snatching off the hat. Roman calmly set it back on his head. Jason took it off again. Roman replaced it. Benjamin watched all this silently from the side. The last time, Roman held Jason's hand, stopping him from removing the hat. "This makes me look ridiculous," Jason grumbled at his reflection, clearly displeased. Roman almost wished he hadn't come home. "Then look ridiculous," Roman said, completely unbothered. Jason took the hat off again. Roman picked up an accessory, a handmade boutonniere from Dre, crafted to match the suit. He pinned the boutonniere to Jason's lapel. "This looks even more ridiculous. Why aren't you wearing one?" Jason asked. "Because it makes your father happy," Roman said simply. He looked at the child in the mirror, straightening his collar with a gentle hand. "Why do I have to wear this ugly thing? Delia would be heartbroken if she heard you say that." "Fine, I'll wear it, but only if you wear one too." Jason was now employing the bargaining skills he'd picked up from Benjamin. Roman frowned slightly. This kid really wanted to haggle with him. "You have two choices, the top hat or the boutonniere." It seemed Jason's negotiation hadn't quite worked. He scrunched up his face in frustration. "Then I'll take the hat." "Now, that's more like it." Roman put down the boutonniere and picked up the other accessory, drawing Jason's wrist over to help him put it on. "This is the upgraded version. The engineer told me it won't lose signal, even 100 meters underground. So I just need to run to a spot that's 101 meters down." Roman, clearly losing patience, adjusted Jason's cuffs. At last, he stepped aside to let Benjamin continue his work. In the mirror's reflection, Roman walked away, massaging his temples. Jason caught this out of the corner of his eye. "If you're in a place where the signal's jammed or blocked, it won't work anyway. You've learned well." "Thank you, teacher." Jason offered his praise without reservation. Benjamin remained unruffled, meticulously straightening Jason's clothes and tying his bow tie. Jason watched as Benjamin spread a white silk handkerchief across his left fist. With nimble fingers, he transformed it into the shape of a white rose. "A white rose, I like that. The Bruce estate has a whole rose garden." He glanced down as Benjamin tucked the handkerchief into his breast pocket, even adjusting it slightly so the silk rose would look fuller and more lifelike. "I think we should plant more flowers in the garden. It's such a big space. It'd be a shame to let it go to waste." The child chattered on. "I used to keep a few pots of flowers on the windowsill, but they never bloomed. They just looked like grass." Roman pondered the issue of the bear garden. Although there weren't many flowers, the greenery was abundant. There wasn't any actual empty ground left. Was this little rascal mistaking the grassy lawns for empty plots just because they weren't flowering? How about planting white roses everywhere? We could have a ring of them around the house, front and back. Jason was seriously picturing the house enveloped in a sea of blossoms. No need to go that far. Really, just planting a patch would do. Though a ring might look nice too. Roman couldn't help but smirk at the child's earnest expression reflected in the mirror. Should we plant them in a line from the front gate all the way to the house? Isn't that a bit much? Then again, it sounds nice. Benjamin finished tidying everything up. Jason finally noticed Roman's teasing smile in the mirror. He spun around and glared at him, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "I knew you were making fun of me, and I actually discussed it with you so seriously," Roman quipped. "Who would plant flowers over an entire estate and a ring around the whole house? That's just silly. Kid, have you been reading too many romance novels?" Their debate didn't last long. Benjamin gently reminded them it was nearly time to leave for the banquet. Dick's birthday party was being held downtown, and it would take another half an hour to drive there. All the way, Jason was fuming because of Roman's teasing. Roman sat on the other side, rolling down the window for some air and busy texting someone. "We're almost there." "Do your best," Roman reminded Jason, putting away his phone as they were about to arrive at the hotel entrance. After getting out of the car, he stood by the door holding a little top hat, waiting for Jason to step out and deftly place the hat on his head. That earned Roman another mark in Jason's mental ledger. Sharp-eyed members of the press spotted them and immediately started snapping photos. Suppressing his own discomfort, Roman took Jason's hand, waved to the reporters, and even guided Jason to look at the cameras. Playing along, Jason waved back, his face lighting up with an innocent and charming smile. This was Jason's first official public appearance since the hostage incident on Friday. Meanwhile, Roman was still riding the wave of attention generated by the viral video of his rescue. Their joint appearance created quite a stir. "Mr. Cianis, since you adopted Jason, it's only been 3 weeks and your son has already been kidnapped twice. What are your thoughts? Many say you're using this for personal gain and desperately trying to reinvent your image rather than genuinely caring about the child. Did you really pay $100 million in ransom?" Amid the barrage of questions from reporters, This particular one caught Roman's attention. He shot a glance at the one who asked it, a notorious tabloid journalist, known for making things up, apparently still not fired. Dad, come on. Stop dawdling. I want to talk to Dick for a bit. Jason, playful as ever, dragged him into the hotel. Roman let himself be pulled along, putting on a show of helplessness. For Dick's 16th birthday, Bruce had invited many friends, and the banquet hall was a lively, bustling scene. Truth be told, Roman's main purpose today was to show off Jason, to send a message to Gotham that everything in their family was just fine. Since he was here, he couldn't avoid having a good chat with Bruce. Dick, dressed formally and forcing a smile, stood next to Bruce greeting the guests. When he saw the two of them, Bruce took a careful look at Jason and, noticing how much healthier he looked after just 2 days, couldn't help but marvel at the boy's resilience. He might appear frail, but he had a tenacious vitality. Bruce praised him. It's only been 2 days, and you're already back on your feet. The top hat suits you. Roman, standing nearby, flashed Jason a smug, "I told you so" grin. Since Bruce had complimented him as well, Jason begrudgingly accepted the praise. "Thank you, Bruce. Call me Uncle Jay." Jason didn't quite understand why Roman cared so much about these minor details of address, but he obediently called out, "Uncle." Bruce didn't really know either, but since Roman had his particular stubbornness and sense of ritual, he didn't pay it much mind. "We prepared a few little games today. You can go join in. I'll head over to the adults area with Roman." Roman didn't seem too pleased by the idea, but Bruce persuaded him. "Come on, let the kids play by themselves. Security is absolutely tight this time. We can play some cards." "Yeah, and I'll keep an eye on Jason," Dick chimed in, placing his hand on Jason's shoulder in a brotherly gesture. After a moment's thought, Roman realized he didn't really have a reason to refuse, so he let Jason go. "Have fun, Jason." The two adults walked away. With his hand behind his back, Bruce flashed an OK sign. Jason, beaming, returned the gesture, though Bruce didn't see it. Now only Dick and Jason were left. Jason was certain now, Dick was Robin. Robin was the idol of Gotham's kids, and Jason was no exception. So, learning that Dick was Robin made seeing him again feel as sweet as honey to Jason. "What are you grinning about?" Dick noticed his little companion staring at him, a goofy smile plastered across his face. It had only been 2 days since they last met. Surely a run-in with the Joker wouldn't leave the kid this dazed, Dick thought as he reached out to feel Jason's forehead. Seemed normal, no fever. "It's nothing." Jason pulled off his cap and ruffled his hair, messing up what had been neatly combed. "Just happy to see you, that's all." Dick chuckled warmly. Jason was one of the few bright spots in an otherwise tedious party. Given the choice, Dick would much rather be in the Batcave, keeping watch over the city's streets, or finishing a round of training. "Dick, who's this?" A young girl approached, red-haired, blue-eyed, with an air of books about her. "Hey, Barbara." Dick's smile lit up the room. "This is a young friend, Jason Cienes." "Jason, this is Barbara Gordon." "Hi there." Barbara extended her hand. Jason shook it politely. "Hello." The two of them started chatting easily, leaving Jason feeling a bit out of place. He slipped quietly over to the table, hoping to find some desserts he liked. Meanwhile, the adults had started a card game, chatting and laughing boisterously as they played. It was clear they all knew each other well. Jason watched the grown-ups, his main focus on Bruce. The question of whether Bruce was Batman still lingered in his mind. He tried to spot any connection between Bruce and Batman, but even by the end of the party, he couldn't find a definitive answer. On the other hand, as the effects of the pollen wore off, Jason found himself less childishly attached to Roman than before. Jason let out a sigh of relief at this discovery. He really had no desire to become overly attached to anyone. After the dinner party ended, Roman asked Benjamin to take Jason home, while he himself headed to the club. Half an hour later, he appeared at the same hideout where he had met with the tabloid reporter before. The reporter, who had been invited, tried to maintain a calm facade, but inside he was in utter turmoil. Sweat beaded across his forehead as anxiety galloped through his mind. When Black Mask said he had explosive news for him, he threw caution to the wind and came anyway. But to say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. He wasn't afraid to die. He only feared that, should anything happen to him, there would be no one left to carry on his tireless pursuit of gossip and dig deeper into the truth. "Thick news." A chilling voice echoed in the room, and the named reporter forced himself to reply with feigned composure. "You might not believe it, but I'm actually a loyal reader of yours," Black Mask said, settling into the seat across from News, a few photographs in his hand. News managed a strained smile. "The honor is mine, having a reader like you. I've got some juicy information for you. A real scoop." "What is it?" News sat up, his curiosity thoroughly piqued, eyes fixed on the photos in Black Mask's hand. Black Mask handed the photos over. News flipped through them one by one. "Wow, well this isn't exactly earth-shattering. These two have been rumored together for ages. What if I told you Vance isn't fertile?" News arched an eyebrow, letting out a long, intrigued "oh." But there's no proof of that. It's hard to write a story based on nothing but hearsay. Black Mask leaned back, fingers laced over his stomach. You didn't seem too concerned about proof when you wrote those urban legends about Batman and Black Mask. News chuckled awkwardly. That's just city folklore, you know. Embellished tales for entertainment. This, though, is real tabloid news. Need something solid before I can put my artistic spin on it. Don't rush. The evidence will surface soon enough. You can't dump everything at once. Let it simmer, let the story build. Could I take a look at the proof? News hesitated, but when he caught the dangerous glint in Black Mask's eyes, he quickly added, "It's not that I doubt you have it. I just want to see it in advance to figure out how best to set the scene." With a wave of his hand, Black Mask's aide handed News a sheet of paper, a paternity test report. "If this is real, then that's an absolute bombshell," News exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He was so thrilled he couldn't stop rubbing his thighs in anticipation. "It's as real as it gets. But there's one more thing I need to make clear," Black Mask said, sending his men out of the room until only he and News remained. "From now on, I don't want to see another word from you about urban legends that paint the Sionis family in a bad light." News nodded emphatically, forcing another smile. Of course. Wouldn't dream of it." Yet the fire of curiosity burned even brighter in his heart. "If I may be so bold, what exactly is the story between you two? Was this perhaps a case of love turned to hate? Would you like to hear it?" News had just begun to nod when Black Mask let out a low, chilling laugh. "I'm not looking to change partners just yet. The information I give you is yours to write however you want, but mind your own business about things that don't concern you." News nodded quickly, agreeing repeatedly. By the time he snapped back to his senses, the person in front of him was already gone. His assistant had just come to invite him home. The next day, Jason, who hadn't been to school for a week, finally showed up. He was now under special watch by the teachers, who were anxious that nothing else might happen to him at school. Yet, when it came to academics, nothing seemed to trip him up. Even though he rarely kept up in class, he still managed to score an A+ on the detention makeup exam. This left the teachers quite impressed. They realized that, despite rarely interacting in class, this child truly had a knack for learning. That evening, when Jason returned to the manor, he immediately noticed that the grassy areas lining the driveway had been transformed, now filled with fresh shrubs, many draped with flowers. Startled, he asked Benjamin to stop the car and stepped out himself to take a closer look. Benjamin had no choice but to abandon the car for the moment and follow Jason, planning to come back for it later and park it in the garage. From the main gate to the house, a distance of 400 or 500 meters, the entire way was now lined with rose trees. Many of the flowers were in bloom, though some had wilted from the shock of their new environment. Still, even more buds waited, yet to blossom. After walking all the way to the front of the house, Jason's tense expression finally softened a little. At least the lawns in front and behind the house hadn't been replaced by rose bushes. As he lost his mind, Jason asked seriously, "Young Master Jason, please don't disparage Sir in front of me," Benjamin replied, completely unruffled. Ever since he'd started working for Roman, Benjamin had grown used to his unpredictable ways. Nothing surprised him anymore. He must be crazy. Hundreds of meters, and he only planted white roses. Jason went on, deadpan. Doesn't he know he could have planted something else? Ornamental trees, maybe cherry blossoms, ginkgos, maples, anything. Why is he always so stubborn? Benjamin stayed silent, watching Jason vent, as Roman himself stepped out of the house, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Ungrateful brat. I went to the trouble of planting them for you. And you're still picky?" Roman said. Jason turned back to face him, still serious. He hadn't even noticed Roman was home, perhaps because he'd stayed late at school today. "There are so many colors of roses, but you just had to plant only white ones. Isn't that what you asked for? A path of white roses." Roman replied. "I meant flowers." Jason protested. "Well, flowers," Roman said, gesturing at the path. "You really are so stubborn. What I meant was all kinds of flowers, and trees, of course," Jason clarified, thinking for a moment before adding, "and grass, too." Roman took a drag on his cigarette. "Fine. I'll have them all dug up tomorrow." Jason pouted. "They're already planted. Don't make more work for everyone. And besides, you shouldn't smoke around kids." Roman turned and walked back into the house. The child trailed behind him. "If you smoke, it's like I'm smoking too. Be quiet. Don't follow me. How about we make a deal?" "Honestly, I don't even mind you smoking," Jason persisted, still tagging along. Seeing that Roman ignored him, Jason started talking to himself. "It's simple. If I catch you smoking, you let me go out and play for a whole day. In your dreams." Roman entered his study and shut the door behind him, leaving Jason outside. Jason clicked his tongue in annoyance and headed back to his own room. Gazing out the window at a row of shrubs, he couldn't help but wonder what on earth was wrong with Roman. There were so many identical types of flowers. Even though he could only see one kind, Jason was secretly delighted. He had only wanted a small patch, just enough to visit the garden from time to time. Now he had an entire sea of blooms. Just yesterday, they talked about it, and today Roman had actually planted a path of flowers all the way from the manor gates to the front of the house. It was downright awesome. But of course, Jason said aloud, "Who was it yesterday that called it so dumb and made fun of me?" Feeling rather vindicated, he smugly pulled out his homework from his backpack. Benjamin had just brought it to him. In the end, he only knows how to plant white roses. No sense of style or color at all. After finishing his homework, he went to take another look at the garden. The original flowers were still there. In the newly cleared ground, a few rose trees had been planted, forming a small grove. Looking up, he could see his bedroom window. From that moment on, Jason was convinced Roman was the one who had read too many romantic novels. Besides, Roman had once confessed that he'd been a good kid when he was young. That only made Jason more certain that, deep down, his foster father was hopelessly romantic. Jason ran to the window beneath Roman's study. The window was left open. He shouted, "Dad!" Inside, Roman was on the phone with his assistant. Hearing Jason, he took a drag on a cigarette and ignored him. He hadn't gone to the office at all that day, busying himself with nothing but planting flowers. Over and over, the sound of Jason calling Dad floated up from below, mixed with a few tentative cries of Roman. Roman set aside his cigarette, told his assistant he'd call back later, and hung up the phone. "Roman," Jason called softly, gazing up at the window. The next moment, Roman appeared at the window. He leaned out, looking down at Jason, who looked a little guilty at being caught. "Are you bored? Do you not have enough homework to do? Yesterday you called my idea stupid, and today you're doing something silly yourself. April Fool's Day is perfect for you," Roman replied lazily. "It's only on a day like this that the foolish ideas in your head actually come true." Jason made a silly face, then ran off, laughing. Roman watched Jason's jubilant retreat and thought to himself that the kid really did have too little homework. He'd have to assign more. That night, as he continued his lessons with Benjamin, Jason felt as if he were floating on air. Benjamin found Jason's mind wandering so often that he had to pause repeatedly, gently reminding him to focus. Soon, what was supposed to be a theory lesson turned into a lip-reading practice session. That night, Jason slept soundly, peaceful and undisturbed. The next morning, as soon as Jason finished washing up, he didn't even bother to change clothes before dashing out to the garden shears in hand, excitement written all over his face. Roman, sitting at the dining table, heard the commotion and glanced at his watch. Usually, the child would still be asleep at this hour, but today he was up remarkably early. When Jason returned, he was clutching a few freshly cut flowers. From behind his newspaper, Roman watched his every move. Standing on tiptoe, Jason stretched to pull the decorative vase closer on the table, carefully arranged the flowers inside, then gingerly pushed the vase back to its original spot. He then dashed upstairs, back to his room. Roman eyed the stems of the roses, lost in thought. "Post, have you ever thought about taking up flower arranging?" Benjamin, who was setting down a tray of coffee as he prepared breakfast, glanced at the vase with its chaotic leafy stems, dewdrops, and traces of soil still clinging to the roses. "I have considered it." "That's great. I'll sign you up for a class." "Sir, you're very kind." Roman knew Benjamin never spoke sarcastically. This way, you won't have to stay at the manor all the time. You might even make a few new friends. He turned the page. "Once he loses interest in a few days, the vase will be your responsibility." "Understood, sir." Jason reappeared in the dining room, now dressed for the day. Benjamin promptly served breakfast. Today's tabloid had quite the scoop. The wife of a well-known stockbroker, Alina Waff, was seen on a yacht with builder Teddy McCullen, the two appearing rather close. Alina's son, Bill, was also photographed on board, the paper publishing a shot of all three together. The reporter slyly noted that Bill's hair color was strikingly similar to Teddy's, a shade of golden brown. The article also dredged up old stories. Alina and Teddy had been a couple in their youth. After their breakup, Vance Waff had ardently pursued Alina, eventually winning her hand in marriage. Teddy, meanwhile, married the daughter of a family equal to his own in status. Roman did a mental calculation, deciding that in a few days it would be time to release another explosive story. "Let me see," Jason asked after breakfast. The child's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Roman looked at him for a moment. "You didn't say good morning to your father today." "Well, you didn't say good night to me yesterday. Now we're even. How can you be sure? When I want to check on you, you were already asleep. I'm a light sleeper. If you'd been there, I would have noticed." Leaning back in his chair, Roman reached into his newspaper and pulled out the children's section, handing it over to Jason. He had, in fact, checked on Jason the night before, lingering quietly at the door for a while before closing it gently and walking away. Jason glanced disdainfully at the childish, junior edition. I want to see the front page. There's Batman on it. Greeting your father in the morning is basic manners, Roman replied, this time unwilling to indulge him. Good morning, Dad. Please give me the front page. Roman handed him the front section. Jason took the single sheet and began studying the photos of Batman and Robin. You didn't answer me. That's rude. Roman had been about to reply with a good morning, but being called out for rudeness instantly sparked his rebellious streak. And so, breakfast passed in this peaceful fashion. After school, Benjamin took Jason to Roman's company. When Jason saw his new French tutor, he was utterly shocked. Madame Paulina, the French teacher, was a true Parisian. She was of a certain age, had taught at international schools when she was younger, and after retirement, she began teaching French. He immediately regretted finishing his homework too quickly, and regretted the trouble he'd stirred up under Roman's window yesterday. Regret came too late. Despite his remorse, Jason, who valued his teachers, diligently followed and learned from Madame Paulina. On Wednesday evenings, it was world history class. Mr. Peter, the teacher, was a witty and humorous old gentleman, a former university professor, thankfully not as stuffy as the etiquette teacher. Otherwise, Jason couldn't imagine how he'd sit through the lessons. Thursday was French once again. On Friday, it was natural sciences. The teacher was quite young, still a graduate student, but very strict and serious. And so, Jason happily made it through a week of evening lessons. His health also gradually improved, returning to a normal, healthy state. Every morning, the flower branches Jason clipped would be trimmed again by Benjamin before he was allowed to put them in the specially prepared vase. Saturday morning, etiquette class finished at 8, and by 9:30, Jason thought he could finally rest. But to his surprise, Benjamin told him to go practice piano in the music room. Jason was left utterly bewildered. 1,000 questions raced through his mind. His piano teacher was Miss Young from Gotham Conservatory of Music, beautiful, with a sweet voice, bringing a bit of comfort to an otherwise dull Saturday. After piano class, Jason finally got a little free time. After lunch, he sprawled across his bed, groaning in complaint, lamenting how he'd ever ended up provoking Roman, that devil. Maria called Roman to ask if he wanted to attend the charity gala that evening. Roman had been about to refuse, but Maria always had a way of persuading him. It's a fundraising gala to improve life for children in Crime Alley. I thought you'd be interested, sir. After all, that's where Master Jason was born, came Maria's gentle, coaxing voice. Not particularly interested. The fundraiser is organized by Dr. Leslie Tompkins, and Mr. Wayne will be attending as well. Dr. Tompkins, a classmate of Bruce's father, runs a clinic in Crime Alley, providing medical care to its residents. She is a genuinely good person. She once looked after young Bruce, and she is also an ally of Batman. Truly, an absolute force for good. Roman mused that Leslie was one of the few people who knew Batman's true identity, but he found himself utterly uninterested in that fact. Maria unveiled her trump card. It's a parent-child event. You can bring your kids along. Jay also grew up in Crime Alley. He'd probably be happy to join in. Maria thought to herself that she really didn't need to say so much earlier. Next time she wants the boss to make an appearance, she'll just mention that kids are welcome. Lately, the company's stock price has been a bit volatile. When the market closed last Friday, it took a dip. She wasn't sure if it was because of that video of the boss, but when the market opened this Monday, the stock price gradually recovered and even saw a small uptick. Maria was still gathering information from various sources regarding the stock situation, but she firmly believed that having the boss show up in public more often, participating in events, would be good for the company's development. Just that one Sunday appearance with his child wasn't nearly enough. The more, the better. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. Jason, thinking he might finally get some rest, was woken from his afternoon nap by a call from Benjamin. Roman was waiting for him in the training room, ready to spar and see if Jason's skills had gone rusty. Jason was annoyed, but the thought of having a chance to pummel Roman reignited his fighting spirit. It had been nearly 2 weeks since he'd had a proper workout. Roman watched him with a smiling, relaxed air as Benjamin supervised Jason through his stretching routine. Jason poured a week's worth of pent-up frustration into his punches and kicks, his moves fierce and imposing. But because he was still small and hadn't fully recovered, his intimidating style lost much of its force, and his attacks, though aggressive, didn't pack much of a punch. After an hour, Roman grabbed the sweaty, panting Jason and, with a swift over-the-shoulder throw, sent him crashing onto the mat. Roman dusted off his hands, grinned, and asked the just-seated Jason, "Let's call it a day. So, my good son, did you have a fulfilling week?" "It was great," Jason growled, smacking the mat beneath him, his teeth clenched tight in frustration. He hadn't even managed to get close to Roman. Every attack was easily blocked. That over-the-shoulder throw had been the only time Roman took the initiative, and it signaled the end of their sparring session. He hit the mat again. One of these days, I'm going to flatten you. With that much energy, maybe we can add a few more training sessions tomorrow. Jason stuck out his lower lip in protest. Benjamin came over to help him up, guiding him to a nearby chair to rest and loosen his muscles. How's your progress with your studies? Roman asked as he unwrapped the bandages from his hands. I just started. What progress could I possibly have? Jason's sour expression was so exaggerated that Roman couldn't help but find it amusing. What did you learn? Benjamin's massage was a bit too forceful, making Jason wince. Ouch. My apologies, Master Jason. I'll try to be gentler. Jason began to complain. These lessons are interesting, but you've taken away all my free time. There's always a trade-off. You're my heir. What if you turn out to be useless? I'm just a kid. This is oppression. Benjamin's hands didn't ease up at all, and Jason gritted his teeth. I don't want to go to lessons tomorrow. So what do you want to do instead? Jason lowered his head and thought for a moment. He recalled that Roman had once promised to take him to the zoo, but it never happened. I want to go out and have some fun. Didn't you have enough fun last time? Jason blinked up at him. You said before that you'd take me to the zoo. Don't you want to play with your little friends? Roman actually brought it up himself, which made Jason almost giddy with excitement. He thought maybe Roman would finally let him go out alone. Can I? But when he saw the serious look on Roman's face, Jason realized Roman was only testing him, not actually planning to let him go out with friends. This wasn't about planting flowers. It was about escaping Roman's control. Of course not. Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? You could have Benjamin go with me. Benjamin's very busy. He doesn't have time to follow you everywhere. Jason didn't believe that for a second. As long as Roman gave the order, Benjamin would suddenly have all the free time in the world. Roman considered it for a moment. Once you're able to protect yourself, I'll loosen up a little. Jason's eyes lit up with hope. Until then, you could forget about going out on your own. At least there was something to look forward to. But thinking about it, if Roman hadn't insisted on adopting him, he wouldn't have had to suffer so much in the first place. His resentment bubbled up again, and he muttered under his breath, If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten into danger. Roman, of course, caught his grumbling. His face twitched ever so slightly, and with a sigh, he said, From now on, every Sunday, I'll personally take you out. That was better than nothing. Jason pressed his lips together and managed a smile. Go get ready. There's a charity gala tonight. Jason groaned. When you say going out, do you just mean attending endless galas, parties, and events? I'd rather stay home and watch TV. Roman turned to leave, refusing to argue. Jason chased after him, trailing close behind. I'm serious. I'd rather stay home and go to all these boring parties. Do you still want to go to the zoo tomorrow? No, the child who had been complaining nonstop suddenly realized Roman had mentioned the zoo for tomorrow, and he quickly changed his tune. Yes, I love charity galas. Roman thought to himself, clearly, the Red Hood chatterbox tendencies started young. That evening, at the charity gala, Roman and Jason once again became the center of attention. Jason, by now, was completely unfazed. Still, seeing Leslie again made him quite happy. This kind-hearted doctor had spent years treating the people of Crime Alley, never minding their lowly circumstances. She had a compassionate heart and was deeply respected by everyone there. Because of that, hardly anyone ever caused trouble for Leslie's clinic. Thank you, Dr. Tompkins. You're so kind, Jason said, offering his heartfelt gratitude to Leslie. Leslie reached out and gently patted his head, smiling warmly. What's your name? You don't seem like a child from Crime Alley. I don't think I've seen you around much. I'm Jason. I'm from Crime Alley, but Roman adopted me, so I don't live there anymore. You used to treat my mom. We've met a few times before. Catherine Todd. You might remember her. Oh, now I remember, Leslie said, her eyes lighting up with recognition. Leslie recalled Catherine and the small child who was always by her side. They'd only met a handful of times. Leslie didn't clearly remember Catherine's face, but she did have a vague impression of the boy who was always bustling around his mother. Now, comparing that child to the Jason standing before her, the change was dramatic. It was no wonder she hadn't recognized him. He'd shot up in height, looked neat, and well put together. His eyes sparkled with life, and he was polite, carrying himself with a confidence that couldn't be hidden. If he hadn't said so himself, no one would ever guess he was from Crime Alley. Your guardian has taken very good care of you, Leslie said, noticing Roman approaching and nodding to him with a smile. Jason shrugged. It's not bad, really. Just then, he felt someone's hands settle firmly on his shoulders. He glanced sideways. It was Roman. Roman returned Leslie's smile. Dr. Tompkins, I hope Jason hasn't been bothering you? Leslie shook her head. He's a lovely and polite child. No one could ever find him troublesome. As more guests arrived, Roman guided Jason aside to give Leslie space to greet them. Mr. Siones, a gentle male voice called out. At the sound, Roman looked over and saw a man and a woman. Vance Wolf, and Elena Wolf, with Bill, the boy who'd fought Jason, standing beside them. Bill glanced at Jason, then quickly turned his face away. No one at school dared mess with Jason anymore, but Bill still wasn't convinced. He'd never really respected Jason. Well, this is an unexpected surprise, Roman thought. Smiling, Roman kept a firm hand on Jason, who looked like he wanted to slip away. Mr. and Mrs. Wolf, and Bill, it's a surprise to see you here. Jason had no choice but to face the adults. He couldn't see Roman's expression, but he could hear the amusement in Roman's voice. Vance said, "It's a surprise for us too. After what happened with the kids fighting at school, we never found the chance to apologize to you." Jason thought the people across from him were just making an unnecessary fuss. If they showed up in front of Roman less often, maybe Roman would simply forget about them. Elena twisted her waist with seductive grace. She certainly was charming. "Darling, we've already taken care of it." Roman nodded. "No need to apologize. Everything turned out just fine." Vance kept up his ingratiating smile. "Mainly, I wanted to thank you for not letting this get out. Picking on those weaker than you. If word got around, it'd be quite disgraceful." Vance glanced at Jason and realized that, compared to his own son, Jason was indeed much smaller, thin and short. Yet somehow, this little guy managed to hold his own, even outnumbered 3-1. Growing up in Crime Alley certainly made you fierce. A wave of worry washed over him. Bill really was too weak, 3 against 1, and he still lost. And then there was the latest scandal making the rounds. Rumors of his wife Elena and her old flame. The whole thing was giving him a headache. With their social standing, this kind of gossip would never make it into the major newspapers, but the tabloids loved such stories. And people just loved reading those juicy little tales. If it hadn't happened to his own family, he might have found the whole thing amusing himself. But since it was his family, all he felt was shame. Tabloids were always run by faceless, anonymous types, impossible to track down. His work hadn't been going well lately, either. His brother, the politician, was becoming less and less reliable. So he was actively looking for opportunities to turn things around. It never hurt to make connections with powerful people. Roman, for his part, didn't want word to spread about someone insulting Jason. Besides, if anything happened to these 3 families down the line and everyone pointed the finger at him, that wouldn't be much fun. "It's nothing. I trust you've had a talk with your child." Vance forced a smile, surprised at how matter-of-fact Roman sounded, as if Jason injuring someone was no big deal at all. Elena was right. Roman truly was arrogant and rude. But there was nothing he could do except swallow his frustration. "I've already spoken to him. I need to find my assistant to discuss some matters, so I'll take my leave." With that, Roman walked away with Jason in tow. The Wolf family remained behind. Elena stroked Vance's chest to soothe him. Once there were fewer people around, Jason finally spoke up. "She kept making eyes at you. What's the word for that again?" "Flirting." Roman let out a short, derisive laugh. "And how would you know?" "Years of surviving in Crime Alley," Jason replied smugly, as if showing off. Roman had no intention of discussing the subject. "How about something sweet?" "I want something cold. Chilled." Jason stood at the self-serve ice cream counter, and Roman was left with no choice but to bend down and scoop him a ball of ice cream. The boy's eyes gleamed as he eyed the huge tubs in the freezer. "Just one? Give me a few more." "One is enough. If you don't want it, I can give it to another kid." Fine, give it here." After handing the bowl to Jason, Roman finally noticed Bruce standing behind Jason, wearing a warm smile. Roman and Bruce moved to the side and started chatting. "He looks much better now. Have you had his health checked?" Roman nodded. "All his numbers are normal. Didn't they come with you?" "He's out having fun with some classmates," Bruce said with a hint of wistfulness. "Kids grow up, start having their own ideas." Roman teased him. "The fledgling leaves the nest, and you're left with an empty heart. Not a pleasant feeling, is it?" "Cheer up, old Father Bruce." "I'm still in my prime, hardly old," Bruce shot back. "And don't just poke fun at me. Jason's going to grow up too." He paused, then asked, "Will you be upset when that happens?" Roman crossed his arms and thought for a moment. "No, I won't." After finishing his ice cream, Jason set off to explore elsewhere. Bruce gave Roman's shoulder a pat. "If we're being honest, I don't believe a word of that. I can tell you really care about Jason." Roman sneered inwardly and didn't answer. If you don't treat the little rascal well, how could you ever win his undivided loyalty? Besides, he knew Jason valued his relationships deeply. He loved fiercely, hated plainly, and wouldn't tolerate being deceived. With that thought, a faint smile tugged at Roman's lips. Bruce caught the smile and chuckled. "It's a shame I didn't bring my camera. I'd have snapped a picture and captioned it." A fatherly smile I never thought I'd see on Roman's face. "Oh, please. I wasn't smiling like that," Roman said, quickly schooling his face into its usual impassivity. "I know what I saw," Bruce insisted. The smile on Roman's face just now had been genuine, straight from the heart. "Granted, you used to be a real bastard, The kind you don't see even once in 1,000 years. But that smile was real. I even heard you planted hundreds of meters of roses, all the same variety. Roman couldn't help but rub his forehead. Enough, Bruce. If you keep going, I'll have to make an early exit. When are you going to invite me over to see them? Anytime, as long as you're free. Roman thought to himself. Even if I wanted to stop you, I couldn't. Bruce took 2 glasses of champagne from passing server and handed one to Roman. The more I see of Jason, the more I like him, and the more I regret not meeting him before you did. Roman agreed. Who could have expected it? He felt that tonight. He might just go to sleep with a smile on his face. Just then, Leslie came over to discuss charity matters with Bruce, so Roman excused himself and went to check on Jason. Roman noticed Jason glancing their way a few times. When Roman walked over, Jason looked up and asked, "Dad, did you get my account set up?" "No," Roman replied. He'd been so busy that he hadn't made it to the bank yet. Roman took him to find Maria, who was sitting at a desk in the lounge area, busy with paperwork. "I'd like to get an advance of $10,000 from you and donate it to Dr. Tompkins. Donating 5 weeks' worth of pocket money? Jay, you're really generous." Jason stopped in his tracks, and Roman stopped as well. "What's wrong? I'm just calculating how much interest you could earn from putting $6 million in the bank. It's been half a month since I got the money. But I'm not sure about the bank's interest rate," Jason said, taking Roman's hand. "Dad, do you know? Is it as high as 4% per year?" Roman considered whether it was better to brush him off or actually pay the interest. In the end, he said, "Looks like you're quite interested in finance. I was just thinking about what to schedule for Monday evening's lessons. Let's make it a finance class." "No way." Jason rejected the idea instantly. "That's way too complicated. I won't understand it." Honestly, Dad thinks finance isn't really suited for someone your age, either. But since you'll have to take over the company one day, it's fine if you don't understand it right away. There's plenty of time to learn. You can pick it up little by little. Jason gave his hand a few impatient shakes. "Can't I wait till I'm older? Right now, I'm more interested in French. Could Madame Paulina give me French lessons on Monday? We could ask Madame Paulina to come for 2 hours on Saturday afternoon." "Never mind then." Jason let go of his hand. "Let's just do finance on Monday. Now, about my interest." They sat down beside Maria. Roman asked her to make an extra donation of $10,000 to Leslie in Jason's name. Maria agreed happily, and Jason leaned over, watching her work with curiosity. She shifted over, making room for him to sit by her side. Roman smiled and glanced at his phone. Vance entered the lounge alone. The lounge was a space provided for guests to smoke and relax. Through the glass divider, Roman saw Vance settle himself in a corner near the back door. If you didn't look closely, you'd hardly notice him, sunken into the sofa. The others had just left the lounge, leaving Vance alone. An idea came to Roman's mind. "Maria, come with me. Jason, stay here and keep an eye on Maria's desk." The two of them pushed open the glass door and walked into the lounge, choosing seats right in the middle. "So, how's business lately? Did you finalize the deal with Lex?" Vance, who had been meditating, snapped his eyes open when he heard Roman's voice. He thought about getting up to leave, but seeing that Roman hadn't noticed him, he decided to close his eyes and keep still, sinking deeper into the sofa. That way, if he was discovered, he could always pretend he'd just been napping. "Not for now," Maria replied, unsure why Roman had suddenly brought up the Lex group. Their most recent negotiation was just a minor competition project, something to provide perks for employees and perhaps attract some sponsorship. Still, she followed Roman's lead. "They do want us to make a few more concessions, though. That's a bit greedy, isn't it? I was hoping that if we close the deal, the stock would go up a little more. There's still a good chance we'll reach an agreement. After all, it was only about sponsorship, nothing so dramatic." Roman lit a cigarette, his gaze drifting through the transparent glass wall to where Elena was chatting and laughing with others. That guy Bill, Jay's classmate, he really didn't inherit any of his father Vance's good looks. Maria followed his gaze, but couldn't spot Bill. Nevertheless, she played along and gave an affirming response. "His mother, though, is truly a beauty," Roman commented with complete disregard for those around him. "Anyone who meets her would be at least a little smitten." Maria glanced at the captivating Elena and agreed. "She certainly is." "Elena, right? She's featured in quite a few tabloid scandals." Roman continued, clearly enjoying the gossip. "If my wife were that beautiful and passionate, I don't think I could bear to see her spending time alone with other men." "It's not really alone." Elena brought her son with her. "Boss, you know how tabloids are. They'll write anything for sales, no matter the truth." Catching Roman's warning glance, Maria quickly added, "But sometimes the tabloids do get things right." "Exactly." Roman exhaled a cloud of smoke, unfiltered in his remarks. But with Vance and Elena being such a handsome couple, how did their child end up with none of their looks? I just can't figure it out. If I were Vance, I'd at least get a paternity test. I met their driver once when I went to the school. Bill actually looks a bit like him. Maria cleared her throat. Boss, maybe we shouldn't discuss this. It's the kind of thing that easily causes misunderstandings. You're right. Dr. Tompkins is about to give his speech. Let's go, Maria. The two of them left one after the other, while Vance, lying in the corner, wore a face mottled with anger and humiliation, his chest rising and falling unevenly. He'd hoped to overhear some insider information, but instead, Roman had managed to insult him again and again. Whether Roman knew he was there or not, whether by accident or on purpose, Vance was seething with resentment. And his son not looking like him? It was one thing when the tabloid said it, but to have outsiders say it to his face, it made his anger burn even hotter. He lay there a while longer before finally leaving the lounge. Roman now sat in the front row, listening to Leslie's thank you speech, the crime alley kid at his side. Meanwhile, his charming and beautiful wife Elena sat elegantly in her seat, engaged in animated conversation with her companion, her eyes full of allure. Ever since he met Elena, she had always been this way, and he liked her charm and vivaciousness. Every time he took Mrs. Wolfe out, she made him look good, and Elena, a master of social graces, had been a great help to his career. He and Elena were inseparable, and he trusted her loyalty. Yet lately, with his career hitting a rough patch, the endless tabloid rumors had left him exasperated, and now there was Roman's mocking to contend with. His gaze fell on Bill beside him, and the more he looked, the less he felt there was any resemblance between them. Maybe it really was time for a paternity test. Vance was startled by his own thought, quickly shaking his head to banish the idea, and took his seat. It couldn't possibly be true. Vance looked at Bill, his expression growing darker, and forced himself to focus on the speech. Leslie began to thank the guests, prompting a round of applause from the crowd. Maria, listening to Leslie's words of gratitude, couldn't help muttering under her breath, "Boss, next time could you give me a heads up so I can play along?" When Roman had been speaking so confidently just now, she had been caught off guard, realizing only after Roman's subtle glance that someone was lurking in the corner. Roman offered a half-hearted clap. "Maria, you're not being very professional." Maria sighed in resignation. "I'll try to keep up with your pace next time. Hope you enjoy yourself tonight." The evening's event had been fruitful, and Roman was in excellent spirits. That night, Jason lay in bed preparing to sleep when Roman, who hadn't come to see him at bedtime in ages, appeared. Roman said nothing, simply sitting by the bed. The two stared at each other, one big, one small. "You don't speak, I don't speak." Jason found it baffling, so he closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. 2 minutes later, Jason opened his eyes to see Roman still sitting there by the bed. Unable to guess Roman's intentions and losing patience, Jason broke the silence first. "Dad, I need to sleep. Are you planning to sit there and watch me all night? Aren't you going to wish your dad good night, Jay?" It seemed Roman intended to revive an old tradition. Jason immediately pulled the blanket over his head. "Good night, Dad. And your manners?" Jason's muffled voice came from under the covers. Buried in a coffin, Roman let out a low chuckle and pulled the blanket back. "That joke's mine. You're not allowed to use it." With an indignant huff, Jason sat up, yanked the blanket, and planted a quick, smacking kiss on Roman's cheek. So fast it took only 3 seconds. Roman bent down and kissed Jason's forehead. "Good night, son. You know, this really keeps me from sleeping. How about from now on, I come say good night to you before bed instead? That way, you won't have to come here. Some family traditions are worth preserving." Roman replied in his unhurried way, tucking him in before leaving the room. Tonight promised to be a night of pleasant dreams. Now that the effects of the pollen and poison ivy's pheromones had worn off, their father-son relationship had returned to normal. That's fine. Taking care of a kid is more fun this way. On Sunday morning, as promised, Roman took Jason to the zoo, and the two of them even wore matching outfits. Jason had rarely, if ever, seen Roman in anything but a suit. Today, to his astonishment, Roman was dressed casually, a grass-green hoodie, loose jeans, and sneakers, just like Jason. Compared to his usual crisp, formal look, Roman now seemed full of energy, like a robust young guy. Maybe it was the hairstyle, too. Today, instead of his meticulously styled hair, Roman's locks were artfully tousled. Who knows which style took more hairspray to achieve? For some reason, Jason found the whole thing hilarious, so he giggled to himself several times along the way. "What are you grinning about, kid?" Roman noticed Jason stealing glances at him and chuckling every now and then. "You just look really different today. It's kind of funny." Hearing this, Roman started to regret wearing this getup out in public. But of course, he wouldn't admit that out loud. "Just trying a different style. Feels like I'm back in my school days." They stood in front of the giraffe enclosure, watching the giraffes stretch their necks to nibble leaves from the trees. A crowd of parents had already gathered with their kids, explaining all about giraffes or teaching toddlers to say the word. Roman picked Jason up and tested his weight. He hadn't carried him for a few weeks, and the boy seemed heavier. You know what these are, right? Then I won't bother explaining. Let's get a photo. Roman signaled to Benjamin, who was following behind. Benjamin flipped the lens cap off his camera and got ready to take pictures of father and son. Jason had been watching the giraffes, but when he noticed Benjamin preparing for a photo, he immediately leaned his head on Roman's shoulder and flashed a big, toothy grin at the camera. All done. Let's head to the next exhibit. Jason tilted his head in confusion, watching as they moved farther away from the giraffes. They'd only been there for 5 minutes. Was Roman really moving on already? Is this guy just here to snap pictures and check things off a list? Jason stared at the giraffes, utterly baffled. One of the giraffes, still chewing on leaves, met his gaze with big, soulful eyes that seemed to say, I don't get it either. At the elephant house, they barely lingered for 3 minutes before completing their check-in. Put me down. Jason said this with utmost seriousness. Roman, who was about to carry him off again, stopped in his tracks and set him down, thinking to himself how troublesome kids could be. What's up? Jason looked grave. You're not here to have fun. You're just trying to finish a task. I can't accept that I went to the party with you for real, but you just breezed through the zoo after a quick glance. Aren't a couple of glances enough? Staring at them longer won't make them grow extra legs or another nose, will it? Roman glanced at the elephant that was stretching across the gap, curling apples from the hands of tourists. If you keep touring at this pace, you'll be done with the whole zoo in less than 2 hours. I need to defend my legitimate rights as a visitor. So how do you want to do this? From now on, you follow me, and we only move on when I say so. Jason was utterly serious. With remarkable patience, Roman accompanied Jason as they watched that lazy creature hanging motionless from a tree for a full 20 minutes. It hadn't even shifted its position once, not even a twitch. How could the little rascal watch for 20 minutes without getting bored? Benjamin, diligent as ever, kept snapping photos. Suddenly, Jason let out a delighted cheer and exclaimed, It moved! Hands in his pockets, Roman stood with a cool expression, watching the sloth slowly reach for a fruit and bring it to its mouth. He was grateful this was just an animal and not one of his subordinates. Otherwise, he could hardly imagine having the patience to wait for one of his own people to dawdle over a trivial task for so long. After a bit more time, Jason, thoroughly satisfied, tugged at Roman's sleeve, leading him away from the sloth enclosure and toward the next exhibit. Worried that the child might stretch his clothes out of shape, Roman took the initiative and held Jason's hand instead. By the afternoon, worn out from walking, they made their way to the plaza. Last time, a sudden incident had prevented Jason from feeding the plump pigeons, but now he finally had another chance, though Tim wasn't there this time. Feeding them alone felt a bit lonely, but the fat pigeons were all too happy to oblige, flocking around to snatch up corn kernels, and their antics kept Jason laughing endlessly. Roman sat on a bench not far away, one arm draped over the backrest, watching the flurry of pigeons fight over food. He considered, just for a moment, whether he should deal with a few pigeons in response to the red marks they'd pecked onto Jason's hands. But seeing how much Jason enjoyed himself and didn't seem to mind the pecks at all, he let the thought go. He couldn't be overprotective. Otherwise, the little rascal would never learn about the real world. When Jason finished feeding his last handful of corn, he ran back and plopped down beside Roman with a thud, his cheeks flushed with excitement and happiness. Time to head home, don't you think? Roman looked at Jason's rosy cheeks and the damp wisps of hair at his temples, propping up his head as he asked. Jason nodded in answer, just as a family passed by in front of them, a child riding on his father's shoulders, chattering happily with his mother beside them. Roman caught the direction of Jason's gaze and glanced over. Dad, I want to... Roman cut him off immediately. Don't even think about it. Jason turned, his blue eyes wide and blinking with expectation. But I haven't even finished my sentence. Roman stood up, ready to leave. I know exactly what you're up to. You don't need to finish. But if you say no, then today's trip to the zoo won't be perfect. Jason tugged at the hem of his jacket. A perfect zoo day should always end with a ride high on Dad's shoulders. Stop trying to fool your old man. Just this once. Then I'll have no regrets, even if I die. Jason trailed after Roman, tilting his head up to study the adult's expression. It didn't look like Roman's refusal was all that firm. Sensing hope, Jason decided to keep at it, wearing Roman down until he agreed. Don't keep talking about dying all the time. I'm not falling for that, Roman said, striding toward the main gate. Jason quickly darted in front of him, arms outstretched, pleading, just this once I won't ask ever again. Roman, face cold and unmoved by the child's raised arms, simply sidestepped him and kept heading for the gate. Unwilling to give up, Jason persisted, blocking Roman's way yet again. It's just from here to the gate, only a few hundred meters. Standing firm in front of him, Jason offered a helpful suggestion, or you could let Benjamin help me with my wish. Sorry, Master Jason, Parent-child activities aren't in my job description, Benjamin replied, snapping photos as he declined. After having his path blocked several times, Roman finally grew exasperated. With a sigh, he hoisted Jason high up, granting his wish just this once. Perched on Roman's shoulders, Jason's view soared above the crowd. The zoo looked completely different from up here. It was a brand new experience. Arms spread wide, he let out an excited, triumphant yell into the wind. Victory belongs to Jason. Roman, looking as if he'd lost all hope, gripped Jason's little legs tightly to keep him from falling. Benjamin, quite satisfied, continued filming the whole scene. This kid could really shout, more than most. Other visitors along the path turned at the sound of Jason's voice, and his pure, contagious joy brought grins to their faces. Roman could only hope tomorrow's tabloids wouldn't have him as the star, or that this little episode wouldn't start trending all over social media. The thought irritated Roman. This was hardly the image an elite professional should project. Happy now. Once they reached the gate, Benjamin went to fetch the car. Roman, still scowling, grabbed Jason and set him down. Jason nodded enthusiastically, unable to hide his beaming smile. That was awesome. I want to do it again next time. Roman leaned in with a warning, voice low, don't push your luck. Jason looked up and shot back. I'm just thinking about it. You can't control my thoughts. Roman thought to himself, maybe I've spoiled this kid too much. That's not good. He needed to assert some authority. He couldn't let Jason get too out of hand. On the ride home, Jason's excitement finally faded and drowsiness set in. He yawned, curled up in his seat, and used Roman's leg as a pillow. Dad, spring break starts today, so there's no school tomorrow. I want to invite Christy to the culture center. You can come with us, or, if you're busy, Benjamin can come along instead. Spring break? He hadn't heard that term in years. It brought back a touch of nostalgia. The lessons he'd just scheduled, the new teachers he'd just hired, suddenly it was all on hold. He'd been looking forward to seeing Jason's bewildered face when he didn't understand the lessons. Now Maria would have to rearrange her schedule. Roman pondered this silently, not responding. Seeing that Roman ignored him, Jason sat up. You didn't know? Didn't I tell you? There's no school for a whole week. The two of them fell silent, facing each other without a word. Jason thought about it and realized, yes, it really was his oversight. He hadn't told Roman about the school break. So he lay back down. I guess I didn't, he muttered. You're not going to make me do a week of lessons at home, are you? That would defeat the whole point of having a holiday. I won't. Roman ruffled Jason's hair, his mind already putting together an itinerary. That evening, Roman sat at his computer, scrolling through the hundreds of photos Benjamin had taken, critiquing them as he went. Boss, you didn't even focus properly. Every shot's a blur. The lighting's all off. Have you ever considered taking a photography class? Benjamin, holding his camera nearby, replied in his usual nonchalant tone, I have thought about it. Good. When we get back, I'll sign you up for one. Thank you, sir. You're too kind. These clothes aren't as terrible as I thought, actually. The mention of clothes jogged Benjamin's memory of Drelia. Drelia wanted me to remind you. When you have a moment, he'd like you to take Master Jason to try on some new suits. He's finished 2 more. Flipping through the photos, Roman replied absent-mindedly. He really is meticulous. Drelia has been fretting about Jason not making it to a fitting. He's even called several times to check. There'll be some free time this month. Roman clicked open a video file. Instantly, the screen filled with footage of him and the child spinning together. As soon as he relented, a burst of shrieks filled the study, accompanied by Jason's triumphant shout, Victory belongs to Jason. The sudden noise startled Roman, and he quickly tapped the keyboard several times to turn down the volume. In the video, Roman turned to the camera and asked why they hadn't left yet, to which Benjamin, off camera, answered he was heading out now. The camera shook a little, ending with Roman setting Jason down. And then the video ended. Benjamin watched as Roman opened the drive labeled Little Rascal's Growth Record, created a new folder, renamed it with today's date and place, and carefully archived all the photos and videos, even those dozen or so shots he just dismissed as useless. Benjamin thought, Sir's paternal love runs deep. Roman thought, when the little rascal grows up, I'll show him all these embarrassing moments and have a good laugh at his expense. On Monday, when there was no school, Roman didn't agree to let Jason go to the cultural center with Christy. Instead, he took him to the bank to open an account. It was Jason's first time realizing just how high a bank's ceiling could be. The decor was understated, but with an artistic flair in every detail. There was no need to wait in long queues at the counter. As soon as they entered, a well-prepared specialist greeted them with polite efficiency and ushered them straight to the VIP lounge for their business. For a young mind, this was yet another revelatory moment. Jason couldn't help but marvel at how wonderful it was to be rich. At Jason's insistent request, he was granted permission to withdraw cash without ID each day, using facial recognition, with a daily limit of 1,000. He had said he didn't want to end up stranded without money for transportation again, and after giving it a bit of thought, Roman agreed. However, every time Jason took out money, a notification would be sent to Roman's phone. Jason didn't mind this arrangement at all. When they came out of the bank, their driver, Benjamin, thoughtfully opened the car door and invited them inside. The group made their way back to the Janus building. Jason trudged along, feeling utterly dejected, sighing inwardly. Seriously? They have to bring me to work? I could just study at home. When the elevator doors opened, he gloomily shuffled toward the reading room, planning to listen to a teacher's lecture. Unexpectedly, Roman slung an arm around his shoulders and steered him in the opposite direction. On the rooftop of the Janus building, a helicopter waited for them. Jason's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, "Where are we going?" Roman ushered him onto the helicopter and buckled his seatbelt for him. Sinking into the soft, comfortable seat, Jason fell quiet, lost in thought. Once airborne, Gotham gradually shrank beneath them. Gazing down from this unfamiliar height made Jason a little dizzy. The city blocks, neatly divided by roads, looked much more orderly from above. Still, it was easy to spot areas that were run down. He recognized Crime Alley, and letting his gaze wander farther north, he could make out various estates scattered across the land. "Are we heading to the suburbs?" he asked, pressing his face to the window, closely observing Gotham below. Roman, watching Jason study the city, heard the question, and after considering that the airport was indeed in the suburbs, grunted an affirmative. The helicopter flew at a leisurely pace for half an hour, giving Jason plenty of time to feast his eyes on the view. When they finally reached the airport, Jason looked around with curiosity. It was only after boarding the plane, seeing Roman relax into his seat and casually pour himself a glass of chilled wine, that Jason realized they probably weren't just going on a countryside getaway. Benjamin guided him to the seat across from Roman and helped him buckle up. This spot was right by the window, perfect for enjoying the view from the sky. The cabin itself seemed quite different from what he'd seen on TV. Jason was utterly stunned, scanning the surroundings over and over again, at a loss for words. Roman relished watching Jason's wide-eyed wonder, sipping his drink as though taking in a good show. Meanwhile, Benjamin had quietly started recording the moment. At last, Jason managed to ask, "Where are we going exactly?" "Hawaii." Jason had only heard of the place before, sometimes glimpsing it on maps, knowing it was a famous vacation paradise with breathtaking scenery. Once again, Jason was left speechless for a while, turning his gaze to the ground outside and watching planes land in the distance. After a while, the plane shuddered gently, the signal that they were preparing for takeoff, and began to taxi slowly down the runway. "Is it just the two of us?" he asked, still baffled. There should have been quite a few people on the plane, but at this moment, only the three of them were in the cabin. Roman's smile made Jason feel a little insulted. That scoundrel was laughing at him again. Jason silently added another mark against Roman in his mind. Watching Jason's bewildered face, Roman, in high spirits, took a sip of his drink. A word popped into Jason's mind. "Did you charter the whole plane?" Roman was just about to laugh when he choked on his drink after hearing that. He quickly set his glass down on the table and leaned on it, coughing hard. Roman was an adult, perfectly capable of taking care of himself. So Benjamin didn't move a muscle, choosing to keep recording the video instead of fussing over Roman. After what seemed like ages, Roman wiped the tears from his eyes, his voice hoarse as he said, "Jay, this is Dad's plane." Jason felt not a shred of sympathy for Roman, who was still grinning after all that coughing. He stiffened his face and turned to look out the window, determined to ignore Roman's laughter. He swore to himself that no matter what happened in the future, he would never show shock again, just to avoid giving Roman more ammunition to make fun of him. Jason clenched his fists in secret, his face full of indignation. When the boy refused to pay him any more attention, Roman reined himself in a little, pretending to look at his phone, though his shoulders kept shaking with suppressed laughter. Maria had sent him the latest documents for review. He'd originally planned to bring Maria along for this vacation, but she had politely declined, saying it wasn't her time off yet. What a dedicated assistant. He took a deep breath and replied, "Read. Handle it as you see fit." But thinking of the kid's expression just now, he couldn't help but chuckle again. "Go ahead and laugh. Laugh yourself to death. Why don't you?" Jason grumbled, lying on the table and gazing out at the endless sea of clouds. Roman burst out laughing. "Ah, is this the happiness Bruce always talks about? Ah, what fun this is. Ah, Red Hood has always been a charmer, even as a kid." By the time they arrived in Hawaii, it was dusk. The car they'd arranged was already waiting to take them to the resort hotel. Benjamin was busy directing the porters as they moved the luggage into their suite. Jason, who'd been admiring the ocean view from the balcony, stared in surprise at the pile of large suitcases. He had no idea when Roman had found time to have everything packed and organized. Roman glanced at the sky. It was still early, and Jason was full of energy, so he decided to take the kid out for a stroll, giving Benjamin time to unpack. "Come on, Jay, let's check out the town." Jason obediently followed him out, but ignored Roman's outstretched hand. It had been nearly 5 hours since Jason last spoke to Roman. Looking at the sulking boy, Roman could only shove his hands in his pockets instead. "If you run off and disappear, next time we travel, Dad's gonna have to put you on a leash." Jason rolled his eyes at him and still didn't say a word. Roman walked with Jason down the bustling streets of Oahu. The climate on Oahu is pleasant, with sapphire seas and clear blue skies. Especially on a leisurely evening like this, the sound of laughter and cheerful voices floats through the air. It's a world apart from Gotham's perpetual gloom and stifling atmosphere. Even as the sun dips toward the horizon, you can still feel the sunshine here, bright and warm. This lifts Jason's spirits. His mood noticeably improves. Along the street, the little shops gradually give way to dessert parlors. Roman comes to a stop in front of a shaved ice stand, folding his arms and glancing down at Jason. "Did you bring any change?" Jason rummages through his pockets, clearly annoyed, and shakes his head to show he didn't. He's frustrated with himself for forgetting to bring money. Roman clicks his tongue in mild exasperation at Jason's sulky silence, then turns to the shop owner. "2 chocolate shaved ices, please." Jason points insistently at the rainbow shaved ice, meaning, "I want that one." He'd just seen someone walk by with a colorful treat, and it looked delightful. Arms still crossed, Roman meets his gaze, clearly not planning to change the order for him. The owner has already finished preparing the first serving and is about to start the second. Jason, defeated, finally gives in. "I want the rainbow one." The shop owner peeks over a little puzzled. Roman gives a slight nod. "Could you change the order to rainbow shaved ice, please?" Once he has his shaved ice, Jason digs in with a heaping spoonful. Immediately, he lets out a sharp gasp. An ice headache bunches up his face in pain. Roman laughs, clearly amused. "Tart and refreshing, huh?" Jason still ignores him, finds a seat, and starts eating, facing the sunset. Roman sits beside him, chewing on his spoon, wishing he could light up a cigarette. But the kid would surely seize the chance to complain, and besides, he didn't bring any cigarettes anyway. So he lets the thought go. They finish their shaved ice in companionable silence, watching the sun sink below the horizon. After a while, they head back to the hotel, one after the other. This time, Jason leads the way. He's only walked this route once before, but he already remembers it well. His steps are light, and he even hums a little tune. By the second day of vacation, Jason has already forgotten yesterday's irritations. Roman takes him to the beach, teaches him how to surf. The boy laughs as the waves knock him over again and again, each time met by Roman's unending laughter. Jason shoots a few annoyed looks back at him. That evening, Roman brings him to a luau for roast pig, local performances, and a bonfire party. Jason is completely absorbed by the spectacle, but Roman's attention is caught by someone near the fire. She stands tall and powerfully built, nearly 6'3". Her striking floor-length fiery red ponytail makes her seem even taller, almost 7 feet, it seems. With eyes the color of the sea and a posture so straight it's impossible to miss, she radiates an air of unapproachable confidence, even in casual clothes. She exudes a heroic energy, commanding and formidable. Artemis Grace, an Amazon, here of all places. Roman finds it rather fascinating. Once in another timeline, Jason, as the Red Hood, first met Artemis when he was around 21. Their very first encounter saw them joining forces to ruin his plans. They even turned his own weapon into their friend, Bizarro. The three of them then formed a new group, the Outlaws, traveling the globe, causing trouble wherever they went, taking down villains, and saving the world. Their exploits made them the bane of many international crime organizations, who cursed their names and clenched their teeth in frustration. They even found themselves on Interpol's most wanted list. Roman couldn't help but marvel at what drove them. What were they after, being chased by both the underworld and the law alike? Casting a glance at Jason beside him, then at Artemis, Roman mused. It would still be several years before Bizarro was created, so there was nothing to worry about for now. He didn't know much about Artemis, but her very status as an Amazon warrior was intimidating enough, not to mention her destructive prowess. The latest report revealed that a branch of the Amazons had established a new home called Bonamidal in Kurak, in the Middle East, and Artemis was born and trained in this new sanctuary. After leaving her homeland, Artemis had wandered the world, once working as a secret mercenary. Years later, she met Jason and Bizarro. The three formed the Outlaws, worked together for several years, then eventually parted ways. Roman sighed, reflecting on how fate toys with people, bringing them together, pulling them apart over and over again. What piqued Roman's interest most in the Outlaws' history was that Jason and Artemis had once shared a romance, which, like their partnership, quietly faded away. With his arm bent, Roman stroked the stubble on his chin. An Amazon showing up here was unlikely to be just for a holiday, especially since Amazons in this era were very likely to be mercenaries. Artemis seemed to be waiting for someone, constantly glancing around. After a while, apparently not finding who she was looking for, she left. Even if Jason and Artemis were destined for something in the future, for now, it was best to keep their distance. The show wasn't over yet. On stage, performers were spinning fire, dazzling the crowd. Jason stifled a yawn, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Though he'd rested that afternoon, the day's adventures had left him drained. Traveling itself was exhausting, both physically and mentally. Now his mind was slowly slipping into a haze. One yawn followed another, and Jason blinked hard, trying to stay awake. Roman took note, amusement flickering in his eyes. Seeing the boy's face go blank with fatigue, Roman patted his shoulder, telling him it was time to head back to the hotel. Jason's sluggish mind took 3 seconds to process Roman's words. Yawning, he trailed after Roman. The night breeze was gentle, and the moonlight stretched their shadows long across the ground. As they started walking back, Jason let his head droop, watching the shadows sway on the pavement. Without thinking, he began to chase the shadows, stepping on each one. The more he played, the more energized he became. His sleepiness forgotten, he amused himself gleefully, lost in the simple game. Roman watched as the boy walked 2 steps ahead of him, carefully stepping only on the shadow of his own head. The corner of Roman's mouth twitched. What a childish little rascal. After more than 10 minutes, Jason grew tired of his shadow-stepping game and slowed down. He called out to Roman, then stopped in his tracks. Roman also halted, waiting for what would come next. I'm tired. I can't walk anymore. And I want you to carry me. Post is driving on his way here, or we could just take a cab back. Roman didn't want to indulge the boy's every whim. But you used to carry me before. Sleepy Jason blurted this out without thinking. Then he patted his own face and mumbled a few unclear words, scolding himself. Roman caught bits of foolish and stupid in his muttering. Then let's just wait here for Benjamin. Jason tried to find a place to sit down. Roman watched the boy settle himself on the edge of a flower bed, nodding off, his whole body nearly tipping into the plants. A tangle of thoughts began to stir in Roman's mind. On another timeline, he had indeed joked about wanting Jason as his heir. But back then, Jason had already clawed his way back from death, grown up burning with rage, a fully formed adult. Not like now, a little kid still needing someone to look after him. When it came down to it, this was Roman's first time being a father. His own childhood hadn't been much to speak of either. His parents cared far more about the family business and the Sione's name than about him. They'd never really considered what he wanted, and sometimes, if he disappointed them, he got hit for it. Roman had no idea how to be a father. No one had ever shown him, and he had no example to follow. Surely giving the kid the best of everything couldn't be wrong. As long as it wasn't too outrageous, he could provide anything. Money, to him, was just a number. He liked watching that number grow. So what if the boy ended up spoiled and unruly? Roman never wanted a goody-two-shoes like Dick anyway. After all, this was the person who'd inherit his legacy. The more unruly, the better. It would give Batman headaches down the road. With that thought, Roman crouched down, grabbed Jason's arm, and hoisted him onto his back, sighing and grumbling as he carried the boy toward the hotel. Jason leaned his head on Roman's shoulder, arms looped around his neck, giggling quietly. "Dad, you're so warm," he murmured, starting to ramble. "I always thought you rich folks were weird. Never raising your own kids, always wanting to take care of someone else's." He'd say a line, then pause, as if he was thinking through the haze of sleep. Just like Bruce. Is it really so hard for you to find someone you love? My dad loved my mom a lot. How much did you pay Catherine to buy me? The sudden question made Roman's heart skip a beat. Did you ever give her a hard time? You're giving the clown $100 million. If Catherine knew I was worth that much, I wonder if she'd regret it. She really missed her chance to become a billionaire. Just living off the interest in the bank would be enough for her to wear a new dress every day. You have good taste. But your taste in girlfriends is terrible. Absolutely no class. Roman, whose mood was already heavy, felt even more irritated by that remark. Is it still too late to ditch this little brat? You actually look kind of funny in your colorful tank top and shorts. You do look sharp in a suit, but you can't wear one all year round. As he spoke, Jason let out a sigh and mumbled a few words under his breath. At last, the chatter faded. Only the quiet sound of the child's breathing remained in the night air. Roman carried Jason for a while, and when he happened to look up, he caught sight of Benjamin standing beside the car some 30 meters away, holding a video camera. His butler, upon seeing him, didn't move an inch, his focus fixed intently on the screen. Roman approached him, emotions tangled. Is filming more important than picking me up? Roman stood by the road, expressionless, questioning his butler. Benjamin, ever the meticulous cameraman, replied, I've read some books about photography. A good cameraman should be dedicated to capturing every wonderful moment. With that, Benjamin switched off the camera and gently moved Jason from Roman's back into the car. Sir, I think you'll be happy to keep this footage. Watch it a few times a year. Roman slid coldly into the car. Benjamin took the driver's seat, diligently carrying out his duties. Sir, are you not going to give me a raise? Now, that was unusual, Benjamin actually making a request. Roman let out an exasperated hiss. Even if I gave you 100 times your salary, it'd still be zero. What's the difference? There's a difference, sir. I know you use raises to reward your employees. Where did that rumor come from? All right, I'll give you 1,000,000,000 times more. Thank you, sir. On the third day of vacation, a gentle breeze carried the scent of spring. It was a perfect day for snorkeling. Looking out over the bay, the sapphire sea shimmered like a flawless gem set in the land. Even though he'd seen the ocean many times in the past 2 days, Jason still couldn't help but gasp in awe. This bay was breathtakingly beautiful. After listening to the safety briefing and a lesson on protecting the ecosystem, Jason, fully equipped and itching with excitement, entered the water under Benjamin's watchful eye to explore the underwater world. The snorkeling area was shallow, at most waist-deep for an adult, and, as long as you were careful, there was little to worry about, especially with Benjamin looking out for him. Roman lay on the beach, watching, occasionally checking his phone to keep up with the latest updates. Once again, Bane's impatience got the best of him. He provoked Batman and ended up back in Arkham. The others, however, managed to keep themselves in check and didn't cause any trouble. Maria had informed him that the company's project from last week had already broken ground. Everything was proceeding in perfect order. Roman was quite satisfied. However, on the side of the mass society, someone had ruined his business. They had intercepted and stolen a shipment of his goods down at the docks. It wasn't Batman, but there were people out there disrupting his operations. This thoroughly annoyed Roman. He hoped that by the time he returned, his lieutenant would have already gotten to the bottom of it and handled everything. Half squinting, he gazed out at Jason floating in the distance. That morning, when Jason woke up, he had completely forgotten what had happened on the road the night before, acting as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. He'd been so tired that he'd started rambling nonsense, then forgotten all about it once he woke up. It was actually pretty endearing. Roman had initially prepared a whole story about Catherine, ready to give Jason the runaround. But as it turned out, the clear-headed Jason didn't even ask about it. So Roman simply pretended not to know that Jason had found out and enjoyed the peace. Still, Roman rather wished Jason would bring it up. He wanted to explain that he hadn't bought Jason. Catherine had taken the money and left it behind. Out of consideration for his history with Catherine, he'd taken Jason in. Meanwhile, Jason was exploring the shallow waters, his head down, utterly absorbed in this miniature ocean world where the play of light and shadow beneath the surface seemed almost dreamlike. Surrounded by shimmering blue waves, the cool seawater felt just right. Suddenly he spotted something new, a beautiful, vibrant fish streaked with glowing blue bands. Overcome with excitement, he wanted to shout, to stand up and show Benjamin. But as he tried, he lost his balance, swallowed a mouthful of seawater, and began flailing in panic. The unnerving sensation of his flippers not touching the bottom sent a jolt of fear through him, and he struggled desperately. Fortunately, Benjamin, who had been watching nearby, immediately noticed something was wrong and hauled him up, face out of the water. Easy there, Master Jason. Jason coughed hard, sputtering out seawater and gulping in air. His chest burned from the water he'd inhaled, and he coughed so much he thought he might burst. When he seemed better, Benjamin picked him up and guided him back toward the shore. Roman sat up, watching as Benjamin walked beside Jason, helping him remove his gear along the way. Jason coughed a few more times, rubbing his eyes as they walked. He sat down next to Roman and kicked off his flippers, only to hear Roman's mocking tone. Don't tell me you can't even swim? Jason shot him an exasperated glare. Thank you very much. I just found out today I'm a natural non-swimmer. Roman laughed. Did you get bitten by a fish? Why were you so worked up? The boy grumbled. I saw a beautiful fish and wanted Benjamin to see it too. Now, Jason was feeling rather deflated. His lungs still ached, his head too, and all in all, he just felt miserable. So after gazing out at the sea for a little while, he asked if they could head back. Roman, who had been bored for a while already, agreed readily. Back at the hotel room, after a shower and a quick blow-dry, Jason changed into a floral shirt and shorts. When he saw Benjamin, now back in his formal suit, and even with his tie perfectly in place, Jason was a little surprised. At least Roman knew to dress for the weather, but Benjamin. Once again, Jason thought to himself, he's so inflexible, stubborn as a rock, never knows how to adapt. Benjamin only changed in his swim trunks when he absolutely had to for snorkeling. Every other time, he insisted on wearing formal clothes. Roman handed Benjamin a spare pair of sunglasses, plopped a straw hat on Jason's head, and donned one himself before leading the two of them toward their second sightseeing stop of the day, the plantation. While waiting for the little train to arrive, Roman noticed that Artemis was there too. The Amazonian was scanning her surroundings, occasionally glancing at the device in her hand. It seemed her mission here wasn't finished yet. Jason nibbled on his ice cream spoon, his gaze drawn to the Amazonian who had appeared at the plantation. Her crop top exposed her midriff, paired with high-waisted shorts, and her high ponytail made her posture look even more striking. Her long hair shimmered beautifully in the sunlight, and Jason found himself thoroughly captivated. Her long, athletic legs looked impressively strong. He glanced down at himself, half suspecting that her legs might be taller than he was, which made him look over at Roman, his adoptive father, suddenly thinking that even Roman's 6'1" frame didn't seem all that tall anymore. Besides, she really did stand out, statuesque and striking, with bold features and a presence that lit up the crowd. Her hair is so long, Jason murmured. Roman, having already noticed Jason's attention on Artemis, gave a low chuckle. Wipe that love-struck look off your face. Jason blushed at the remark, hurrying to defend himself. I'm not. I just think her hair is really long and really pretty. Seeing Jason get flustered, Roman found the whole thing rather amusing. He'd always thought the Red Hood was immune to embarrassment. Artemis also overheard the exchange between father and son. She glanced at them, then turned and walked away. Just then, the little train pulled in, and they boarded for the tour. It was a blend of fun and learning. Jason ended up discovering all sorts of tropical plants during the sightseeing trip. That evening, they dined at a well-known semi-open-air restaurant. Jason was focused on refueling, eating with concentration. Roman picked at his food, half engaged, occasionally checking his messages. Benjamin came in from outside, made his way to Roman, and leaned in to whisper a few words. Sir, there's danger. We should leave. Roman gave a slight nod, put away his phone, then pulled out a napkin and handed it to Jason. Had enough? Let's go. Jason looked up in confusion, taking the napkin. Roman was smiling, but it was the kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes. Jason instantly understood. This wasn't a suggestion, it was an order. Eyeing the half-finished dessert left on his plate, Jason, unwilling to waste it, stuffed it in his mouth in one bite. Cheeks bulging, he stood up, quickly wiped his mouth, and followed Roman out. Before they could even leave their table, Artemis strode in, her device emitting a steady beeping. After confirming that the target was indeed one of the men at a table in the corner, Artemis walked straight over. Don Kirk, you're coming with me. A man named Don Kirk clutched the box and tried to bolt, but was struck in the leg by a plate hurled with lightning speed by the Amazon. He collapsed with a cry of pain. The people at his table, seeing this, immediately drew their weapons and attacked Artemis. The Amazon had no intention of showing mercy. With a few swift moves, she knocked the 4 or 5 men to the ground, then strode toward Don Kirk, who was limping and attempting to escape. This sudden upheaval sent the restaurant's patrons into a panic. Screams filled the air as everyone scattered in all directions, desperate to flee. Roman hurried to shield Jason and tried to leave, but just then Benjamin's voice rang out, "Get down." He bent over, pulling Jason with him, and they ducked behind a waist-high wall, using it as cover from the gunman's line of sight. Jason, still unaware of what was happening, saw someone clutch their shoulder and collapse in agony at the very spot where they had been moments before. 3 or 4 men in black burst in from outside, and, even more brazenly, one crashed through the glass with a submachine gun. 5 or 6 men rushed straight at Artemis and Don Kirk, unleashing a hail of bullets that forced the Amazon to release Don Kirk and take cover. The scene, already chaotic and crowded, descended into further bedlam. Where moments ago, people had been jostling each other in their rush to escape, now many had fled, while others cowered inside, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. But after that, the gunfire ceased. Roman realized the attack was aimed at him. There was a sniper stationed at the main entrance, just waiting for him to show himself. Someone had planned to target him tonight, but Artemis's unexpected intervention had disrupted their scheme, throwing everything into disorder. Now, they could only fire blindly, trapping him inside. "They're after me," Roman said, drawing a pistol from the back of his waistband. Benjamin relayed the information he'd gathered. "It's a light sniper rifle, not too powerful. As long as you don't expose yourself, you'll be safe. We can retreat through the back door. It'll be easier to get out that way. Then, in a low voice, he added, "Let me take care of Master Jason. It'll be easier for you that way." "Be careful," Roman said, releasing Jason and passing him to Benjamin. "Let's hope their firepower really is as weak as it seems." Jason watched as Benjamin produced 2 pistols from inside his coat, handed one to Roman, and even provided 2 extra magazines. Jason's eyes widened in confusion. Did these 2 always carry guns? How had they gotten past the security checks? Wails of pain continued to echo from across the room, but the Amazon remained unflinching, drawing her sword to meet the enemy. Jason couldn't help but wonder if the warrior woman had some kind of bullet-deflecting magic. The bullets never seemed to touch her. The Amazon looked even more valiant and formidable as she fought. Benjamin spoke quietly to Roman. "Just in case, I already tampered with the circuit box. In about 10 seconds, the power will short out." Roman nodded, fired a shot into the air, and shouted, "If you want to live, run now. Wait any longer, and you'll be dead." Those who had yet to escape immediately began screaming and dashing for the exits once more. Seeing that no one else was being shot, the remaining people ran even faster. The chaos lasted for a few seconds, and then, with a sharp snap, the power went out completely. The crowd's screams grew even louder. Taking advantage of the commotion, Roman seized the opportunity and was the first to dash toward the back door. At the same time, Benjamin tossed something outside, scooped Jason up, and charged after Roman toward the exit. Jason saw a blinding flash of light outside and heard several gunshots ring out. As he looked over Benjamin's shoulder, he caught sight of several people in camouflage uniforms storming in with guns blazing, firing wildly at everything in sight. Beyond the back door lay a narrow alley, now shrouded in shadow, its length stretching out even darker with the lights gone. Behind them, the sound of pounding footsteps and frantic shouts echoed closer. Benjamin carried Jason out the door. Roman spun around, fired his gun, and the first few attackers to appear dropped instantly. The rest, seeing him, opened fire at once, but Roman had already slipped behind the wall and was quickly reloading his magazine. "Sir, into the warehouse." Benjamin shot at the lock, then kicked the door open. No sooner had they entered than bullets began ripping through the warehouse door from outside. The 2 men exchanged a glance, then split up, keeping their distance as they moved forward. Jason watched as Roman disappeared among the stacks of crates, and almost immediately, another volley of shots rattled at the entrance. Then someone cursed at the wild shooter, ordering his men to spread out, find them quickly, and shoot to kill. The warehouse was vast, filled with goods and shipping containers piled high, while cold moonlight streamed in through the windows, casting a faint glow over everything. Gunfire and all manner of noises echoed inside the warehouse. Not far off, hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by shouts of, "They ran this way. Hide here." Benjamin tucked Jason into a corner, then, with practiced ease, clambered up onto a neighboring crate. Without missing a beat, he raised his gun and fired 4 quick shots, then leapt down in a blur. A hail of bullets tore into Benjamin's last position, some striking metal and sending up showers of sparks. Mid-leap, Benjamin squeezed off 2 more shots. He ducked behind a crate, melting into the shadows, lying in wait for his prey. Jason watched as he tossed aside his empty pistol and drew a knife, his worry mounting. The pursuers outside looked well-equipped, armed with guns. What could a single knife do against them? Suddenly, there were soft footsteps. 3 pursuers moved in, circling the crate from 3 directions. Sensing Jason's anxiety, Benjamin shot him a reassuring grin and flashed an OK sign before slipping back into the fight. Jason peeked out and saw Benjamin hurl the knife, a perfect throw that struck one of the pursuers. That man howled in pain, clutching his eye. The blade must have hit its mark. In a flash, Benjamin closed the distance, grabbed the man's arm, and twisted. There was a sharp crack, and the man's screams grew even more agonized. Drawn by their comrades' cries, the others turned and opened fire. Benjamin grabbed the man and pulled him in front as a shield, retreating toward the shipping container. He had already squeezed the trigger and taken down one of their pursuers. Next, he dragged the man to a safer spot, drew his knife, prompting another anguished scream, then sliced through the submachine gun sling. He claimed the weapon for himself, reloading in one smooth, practiced motion. The man collapsed lifelessly to the ground. All the while, bullets kept ripping down the left side of the corridor. Benjamin quickly unfastened the enemy's utility belt and buckled it around his own waist, then secured his newly acquired knife and gun to the outside of each thigh. He circled to the other end of the container. After a few muffled gunshots, Benjamin reappeared before Jason. With no time to lose, Benjamin led Jason toward Roman's position. Jason followed closely, swallowing nervously. Even in his narrow field of view, There were already 4 or 5 bodies sprawled along the corridor, and who knew how many more lay where he couldn't see. Benjamin had dealt with all of them in a matter of moments. On the other side of the warehouse, the firefight raged on, now punctuated by the sounds of explosions. All units fall back. As they passed another downed pursuer, a voice suddenly crackled over the radio with that command. Jason felt a wave of relief wash over him. Burn it down. Guard the exits. Don't let them escape. Jason's brow furrowed. The good news, no one was coming after them anymore. The bad news, their lives were still hanging by a thread. From the corridor beside them came a sudden noise. Jason looked up and saw a shadowy figure standing, gun at the ready. Benjamin noticed too, stepping in front of Jason and raising his weapon. But before he could pull the trigger, a shot rang out. The figure cried out and dropped, their gun spitting a wild burst of bullets into the ceiling. Getting a little sloppy, post, Roman remarked, stepping out from the shadows. I'll keep my guard up next time. Outside the warehouse, flames shot into the sky, and distant sirens could be heard. Firebombs kept flying in through the windows. With so many flammable materials inside, the fire was quickly gaining ground. Any bright ideas? If we stay, we'll be roast pork soon, Roman quipped, glancing at Jason beside Benjamin. Maybe even roast suckling pig. There's a fire escape on the 2nd floor, Benjamin replied. Smoke began to spread, and Jason couldn't help but cough. Roman, growing impatient with Jason's slow pace, scooped him up and followed Benjamin out. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already past midnight. Their escape from the warehouse had been swift. Aside from inhaling a bit of smoke, they were otherwise unharmed. Once Jason was settled in bed, Benjamin meticulously checked every corner of the suite, only returning to the living room when he was sure it was safe. There, he found Roman tending to scrapes on his arm. Without a word, Benjamin took over, carefully cleaning Roman's wounds. The local TV channel was broadcasting breaking news. According to eyewitnesses, a dispute broke out in a local restaurant. At the time of the incident, there happened to be an electrical failure, resulting in a blackout, and the surveillance cameras also went down. So, the details of what happened are still under investigation. A fire broke out in the warehouse behind the restaurant because of the electrical issue, but thanks to the efficiency of the firefighters, the flames were quickly extinguished. This conflict and the subsequent fire left 47 people dead or injured. 23 of them lost their lives, and the wounded were all rushed to nearby hospitals. They even insisted that the sound of gunfire was just an accidental kitchen explosion and not a single shot of Artemis, the troublemaker, made it onto TV. Roman snorted. They really do know how to sweep things under the rug. Because of the blackout, the surveillance system was down, so nothing was caught on camera. That was a blessing in disguise. At least there wouldn't be trouble later on. Right now, though, something else was bothering him. The bodyguards he'd brought with him hadn't shown up at all tonight, nor had they responded to any of his calls. Roman looked down at his arm, now wrapped in layer after layer of gauze, and grumbled in frustration. Are those idiots tired of living? Not a single one is around. Benjamin listened in silence, offering no response. At this moment, Roman simply needed to vent. He didn't need a talkative butler. I expect them to give me a good reason for their failure tonight. The only excuse I'll accept is that they were all wiped out. If not, they'll wish they had been once I get my hands on them. These days, it's so hard to find reliable help. Roman lit a cigarette. Benjamin took the opportunity to ask, Sir, should we return to Gotham? Roman stared at the curling smoke for a moment, then stubbed out the cigarette. No, the vacation isn't over yet. He got up, grabbed a can of beer from the fridge, and took a few swigs. I've already contacted a new security team. If these people actually manage to assassinate me, then I guess my time's up. Benjamin kept his silence. I honestly have no idea where the people who want me dead find these bottom feeders. They're not even worth mentioning, and their equipment is a joke. The least they could do is hire some internationally known assassins who can actually smuggle weapons onto the island. Roman fumed at the insult to his own status, furious that the would-be assassins lacked even basic competence. Day 4 of the vacation. At dawn, the doorbell rang 3 times in quick succession. Benjamin, who had been lying on the sofa, immediately opened his eyes and instinctively reached for his inner pocket. The doorbell paused, then rang twice more, repeating the same pattern. Roman sat up and said calmly, Relax. It's the people I invited. Last night, fearing that the assassins might become desperate, they had slept in the living room. Even so, Benjamin still made sure to check carefully before opening the door and letting the visitor in. The newcomer wore an eye patch over his right eye and an orange and black uniform. Exuding composure, he sat down directly across from Roman. Slade Wilson, codenamed Deathstroke, is a mercenary whose very name inspires terror. As long as the price is right, he'll take any job. His body possesses a remarkable regenerative factor. No matter how grievous the wound, he heals with astonishing speed. In this timeline, it's the 3rd time Roman has met Slade. Slade looks much younger than Roman remembers. His hair hasn't turned completely white yet, though it's well on its way to losing all color. Given that Roman himself is only 30 in this timeline, he's much younger too, so it's natural for everyone else to look a bit younger. Still, seeing youth on Slade's face feels strangely out of place. Post, you go get some rest. I want to have a private word with Slade. Benjamin returned to his own room. Quite the big shot, huh? Even on vacation, you need me watching your back. Roman ignored his sarcasm and shot back. Did you find out where my useless former bodyguards ended up? 3 are dead. 1's missing. I've got 2 of them locked up. Did they say anything? Torture. Slade raised an eyebrow. That'll cost you extra. Roman let out a cold laugh. Then I'll ask them myself later. Slade drew his gun and pointed it at Roman. Funny thing, less than 10 minutes after you reached out to me last night, someone else offered me a hefty sum to kill you. A bigger offer than mine? I turned it down. I already accepted your job, and I have some professional standards, after all. Just then, the bedroom door opened, and both men in the living room glanced over in unison. Jason, still bleary-eyed, looked around in confusion. The sound of the doorbell had roused him from sleep, and his thirst finally forced him out of bed to look for water. Taking in the scene without much comprehension, he blinked drowsily, walked over to the water dispenser, filled a cup, drank it down, then shuffled back to his room in his slippers. He closed the door calmly, crawled into bed, and drifted back to sleep. Slade spun his gun twice before setting it down on the table. That's your son, huh? Let me get this straight. Are you here to protect me? Or to protect your son? My priority is to root out the threats lurking around me. Keep them alive if you can. I want to interrogate them myself. Slade gave him a knowing look. I figured as much. With your temperament, if someone tried to assassinate you, you'd tear the city apart to find them. No way you'd hire me just for protection. Turns out, you just want company for your son. Roman massaged his temples. Investigating the mastermind doesn't have to ruin my vacation. Slade grunted in agreement. Is that kid really going to inherit your empire? He hardly looks dangerous. Hard to imagine him taking your place as Gotham's underground king. What's your plan? Have him charm his way to the top. Rule Gotham with cuteness. When he beats you to a pulp someday, I hope you'll remember these words and feel properly remorseful. Roman remembered that Red Hood had crossed paths with Deathstroke more than once, even flirted with Slade's daughter, if he recalled correctly. On second thought, ruling the world with cuteness might not be a bad idea, if it could actually work. I can help you train him. Slade's voice cut in once more. Roman's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of disdain flickering across his otherwise impassive face. Have you been won over by cuteness? He asked. Slade shrugged, just genuinely offering to help with the training. No waities. For the sake of cuteness, I'll give you a discount. If I'm free, I can swing by Gotham. My son already has a full schedule. There's no space for you. Roman's tone carried a subtle warning. Slade spread his hands. This gun, it was found on one of your men. Same batch as the ones I've recovered from other assassins. You should look into it. Roman weighed the gun in his hand, deep in thought. All right, since we're done here, I'll take my leave. Slade stood up. What about your 2 men? I'll take Jay to Maui today. You bring them there, and I'll contact you when I find a moment. Fine, I'll wait for your call. Around 8 in the morning, Jason woke up. The day before had been a whirlwind, and though he'd hoped to unwind in the evening, he'd ended up in a life-and-death encounter. But after a good night's sleep, Jason felt completely refreshed. There was just one thing. He still felt like the smoke he'd inhaled last night hadn't quite cleared out his lungs, and he kept wanting to cough. The unexpected events hadn't scared him off. If anything, they had left him deeply impressed. So much so that when he saw someone pointing a gun at Roman in the morning, it didn't even fully jolt him out of his sleep. After witnessing Benjamin's skills last night, even though the lighting had been poor and he couldn't catch every detail, Jason was now utterly in awe of his teacher. Not only was Benjamin attentive and caring, but his abilities were extraordinary. If this was what Benjamin considered just average, Jason was dying to know what good looked like in Benjamin's eyes. Having Benjamin act as Roman's housekeeper was such a waste of talent. Jason felt indignant on his teacher's behalf, thinking Roman must be paying him an astronomically high salary to keep him around. Money really is an incredible thing. Even someone like Benjamin would bow to it. As Jason chewed on his pineapple pie, he couldn't help but sigh for Benjamin's sake, casting a few extra glances toward him as he busied himself in the kitchen. Then he looked over at Roman, and all Jason could do was marvel. What had Roman done in his life to deserve such an exceptional butler? After everything that happened last night, Roman wasn't even planning to go home. He actually wanted to keep vacationing. Jason had to admit he admired that. And then there was the image of Roman returning last night, covered in dust and looking thoroughly disheveled. Just thinking about it made Jason want to laugh. He chuckled quietly to himself. Your dad's been putting up with you for a while now. You've been snickering ever since you sat down. What's so funny? Jason quickly shook his head. Nothing. I was just wondering, what's the plan for today? Today's plan was to visit a different island. Having studied the map of Hawaii, Jason had a general idea of where they were headed. After getting settled at the hotel, Jason followed Benjamin to inspect their room. Benjamin held a detection device in his hand, checking over some easily overlooked corners, occasionally pausing by the window for a minute or two. "What are you doing?" Jason asked out of curiosity after Benjamin had stopped by the window yet again. "Inspecting the room, Master Jason. Is it to get familiar with the place, to make it easier to escape?" He remembered how well Benjamin knew the area around the restaurant last night, and how after just one trip to the warehouse, he could point out the escape routes. Once again, Jason couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. When you enter a new environment, the first thing you do is observe and understand it. You also have to plan several different exit routes. After checking the room, Benjamin began to unpack their luggage. "You really are the most versatile butler ever. It's a required skill. Are all butlers like you?" Benjamin responded with a faint hum. Roman was fiddling with his phone, listening to the conversation between the two. He couldn't help but think to himself, why hadn't he let Jason see how impressive he was yesterday? Now Jason had become Benjamin's little fan. Roman let out a silent sigh. Jason thought for a moment and continued. "So, does that mean Alfred is also really tough?" Roman burst out laughing. Bruce's butler, Alfred, had once been an MI6 agent. He was quite skilled in his younger days, and even now, he was one of Batman's most loyal allies. "What's so funny?" Jason complained, making a mental note of Roman teasing him yet again. "Alfred is actually pretty impressive, too." Jason's curiosity was piqued, and instead of pestering Benjamin, he ran over to sit next to Roman, eager to hear stories about Alfred. Roman pursed his lips. Why didn't the kid care about his dad's legendary exploits? "To be honest, I don't know all the details. I just know that Alfred was a spy when he was young, the type who gathered intelligence. He must have been pretty capable. Later, he inherited his father's position and served the Wayne family." Expecting some kind of spy legend, Jason thumped Roman's thigh. "Boring." Roman winced. The kid had some strength. Was that on purpose? Jason gazed out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the ocean for a couple of seconds. "Dad, let's go shopping. I haven't picked out a gift for Christy yet, or for Tim, Dick, or Alfred. You could pick out something for Maria and Benjamin, and for Uncle Bruce, too." Roman barely resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He's the richest man in Gotham. He has everything. No way am I getting him anything. He didn't want to give Bruce even the tiniest gift. Jason shook him, trying to persuade him. "Aren't you two good friends? It's totally normal for friends to exchange gifts. It's not about how expensive it is. What matters is the thought behind it. I don't think Uncle Bruce would care about the price, especially since he's even richer than you. He'd probably be happy even if you just gave him an ant." Roman, eyes half closed and expressionless, clearly didn't want to discuss it further. "You pick something for Bruce on Dad's behalf. But wouldn't that make it look like you don't care at all? Then maybe I just shouldn't give anything. That way it won't look like I don't care." "All right, I'll help you choose." So they went to a shopping mall and picked out souvenirs for everyone. Half an hour later, Roman began urging Jason to hurry up. He couldn't understand why boys could take so long to shop. Looking at this, picking at that. There really wasn't much worth buying, yet Jason could still spend half an hour browsing. What's more, there were other attractions to visit later. If they missed the time slot, they'd have to wait until next time. Another 30 minutes went by before Jason finally finished picking out gifts, all while Roman impatiently hurried him along. Roman paid with his card. Benjamin helped carry the gifts to the car. "You really have zero patience," Jason complained as soon as he got in. "Choosing gifts takes care and attention." Roman couldn't be bothered to reply and started playing on his phone. Jason scooted closer, peering at his screen. Roman didn't mind, letting him look freely. On the screen, Roman was messaging someone named Slade. They were coordinating plans to meet up that evening. Jason thought to himself, he's got quite a busy social life. "Dad, what do you do all day anyway?" "Maria runs the company. Benjamin takes care of the house. You look like you've got nothing to do, but you always seem so busy." "What else do you want me to do? Clean the house myself." Can Benjamin really handle all the cleaning alone? There are professionals who take care of the cleaning. Boster never lifts a finger. This surprised Jason. He'd always assumed that Benjamin handled all the cleaning in such a big house. So it turns out while Jason was at school, someone would come and clean. Jason let out a cry of realization. "So that's why you've got so much free time to build a crime empire, huh?" Roman put his phone away, his expression complicated as he looked at the boy leaning in beside him. That was his villainous enterprise. How could it be called just killing time? Building power, expanding territory, amassing wealth, standing at the pinnacle of influence. There was joy in all of it. A kid could never understand. He patted the boy's little head. "It must be tough, having to inherit this idle career of mine someday." The boy scoffed and scooted back to his seat. Jason turned to gaze out the window at the scenery. Blue skies, white clouds, lush greenery. As Roman pulled out his phone again to deal with some matters, Jason caught a glimpse of the screen. So he leaned over again and asked, "What should I do if I get lost? How can I contact you?" Roman answered without even looking up, "Your watch can reach your dad." "How do I use it? You never figured it out?" "Dad thought you'd already know, being so clever, and just didn't want to contact me." Roman put his phone down, turned sideways, and took Jason's wrist, demonstrating how to operate the smartwatch. Jason noticed the bandage wrapped around Roman's lower arm under the left sleeve and glanced at it a couple of times, recalling that the injury wasn't serious. The next moment, Roman's phone rang. He waved his phone so Jason could see the screen. The caller ID read "Little Rascal." Jason frowned at the name, clearly unhappy. He pressed the side button, declining the call marked Daddy, feeling more and more annoyed. "I don't have the slightest interest in figuring out the Little Rascal tracking device." That was true. He really disliked the watch. It felt like it served the same purpose as a pet tracker, just a high-tech dog tag. Other than checking the time, he barely touched it. Roman didn't let him take it off, so he even had to wear it when he showered. He'd once hoped the water would ruin the watch, soaking in the bath for ages. But the watch was incredibly waterproof. Nothing happened to it all. Eventually, he gave up on the idea of breaking it. Roman just smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, then turned back to his messages. But Jason leaned over again and said, "If the watch breaks, then I won't be able to reach you." At that moment, Roman felt Jason's tone and inflection were just like a little devil whispering in his ear. He glanced out at the highway, realizing there was no hope of checking his phone in peace for this trip. The little rascal was definitely doing this on purpose. With a resigned sigh, he put his phone away and turned to the child beside him with a smile. "You're right. You should remember Daddy's number, so you can reach me anytime." So Roman recited his own number, Maria's and Benjamin's, making sure Jason memorized them. For Jason, it wasn't hard, just 3 short sets of numbers. Once he passed the test, the bored Jason asked, "Where are we going?" But Roman, watching the scenery flash by outside, didn't answer. Telling him ahead of time would spoil the surprise. "Dad, where are we going?" Jason pressed, undeterred as always. "I'll ask you a question. If you get it right, I'll tell you." Roman gave him a sincere smile. But Jason couldn't shake the feeling that there was mischief hidden behind that smile. He narrowed his eyes, debating whether to play along. Roman encouraged him. "It's a really simple question. Even if you don't get it, you won't lose anything." Jason thought it over, then finally agreed. "All right, go ahead and ask. Listen carefully." Roman's expression was serious, tinged with authority. "We're going to watch the sunset." Arms folded across his chest, Roman turned his head to look at Jason, who stood there bewildered. Just now, Roman had told Jason what they were about to do, but he'd done so in French. He was certain, though, that no matter how clever Jason was, there was no way he could understand after just 2 basic French lessons. Jason blinked in confusion. That scoundrel! What nonsense was he spouting just now? Realizing he'd been tricked, the boy's confusion gradually shifted to indignation. "That's 10 marks against him this time." He clenched his teeth, pounding Roman's leg in frustration. "That makes 2. Roman burst out laughing, pretending to fend off the boy's next flurry of blows. Okay, stop hitting me, sweetheart." This only made Jason more exasperated. He lunged at Roman, and the 2 of them launched into a playful scuffle, exchanging light punches and kicks. On the road, Jason's indignant shouts mingled with Roman's unrestrained laughter, drifting along the open air. Only Benjamin remained steadfast at the wheel, dutifully driving on, undisturbed by the father and son's roughhousing in the back seat. As they still had a bit of distance left before reaching the summit, the canyon beside the highway was filled with shimmering white clouds. Jason noticed the spectacle, immediately stopping his antics. He leaned over Roman, rolled down the window, and stuck his head out for a better look, letting out a long, awestruck wow. Roman shifted to the side, making room and gently pulling Jason back by the shoulder so they could admire the view together. He didn't forget to warn Jason not to lean too far out of the window. Father and son gazed outside for a while, now and then catching glimpses of rainbows. Jason was thoroughly delighted. The national park was truly a perfect place to witness the sea of clouds at sunset. Once they got out of the car, there was still a stretch of road to hike before reaching the summit. The temperature up there was nothing like down below. Even though it was daytime, it was still quite chilly. Roman picked up a jacket he prepared in advance and tossed it to Jason, telling him to put it on. Jason shrugged into his jacket and followed Roman up the mountain, exclaiming at the beauty all around them. He remembered seeing a sea of clouds before, back when he'd been on a plane, but that was from above. Now, here and now, Jason stood firmly on the earth, looking out over a vast ocean of clouds. Sunlight filtered through layer upon layer of mist, weaving shadows and light in a way that soothed the soul. The sea of clouds was still and motionless, almost unchanging, like a painting suspended in time. The clouds looked thick and weighty, yet seemed like they'd feel soft and springy to the touch, spilling over the mountaintops below their feet and tempting one to tumble right in. A sun the color of warm amber, perfectly round, hung suspended above the rolling clouds, drawing the line between day and night, a serene or preparing for its descent. The whole atmosphere was one of gentle tranquility. People settled down in small groups, quietly choosing their spots and whispering among themselves. They'd watched the sunset every day lately, but somehow it never lost its charm. Especially here, where the view was so spectacular, so uniquely beautiful. Jason was in high spirits. Any trace of annoyance at Roman's earlier prank now completely forgotten. Roman stood a little ways off, reviewing a report from Slade. Slade had already checked the route, clearing away any potential dangers along the path. And he even praised Roman for his loving nature, saying the playful moments with the child were heartwarming. In addition, he sent along a photo of the father and son looking out together, as proof that he was doing his job and earning his pay. Roman clicked his tongue and replied with a single line, "Neglecting your duties." Still, he graciously accepted Slade's gift and saved the photo. After all, he looked rather dashing in the picture, and the kid beside him was photogenic too. The sun began to set, casting a magnificent glow that draped the sea of clouds in a veil of orange-red silk. The changing rays of light filtered through clouds of varying thickness, giving the cloudscape a three-dimensional look, more striking to the eye. As light and shadow intertwined, the silken veil seemed to twirl in the wind. The sea of clouds lay still, letting the gentle fabric brush softly across it. Jason perched on a small rock, propping his chin up with both hands, hardly daring to breathe for fear of disturbing the sun. Only after everything around him had faded into darkness did he finally let out a long, relieved breath. Roman stood nearby, hands in his pockets, watching the sun disappear into the clouds, silent for a long while. After a good while, people began to leave, chatting about the sunset and showering it with praise. Then they started down the mountain, heading back to the hotel. Jason led the way, skipping and bouncing ahead, clearly in good spirits. A round trip of 2 or 3 hours, plus half an hour watching the sunset. It was well worth it. The scenery along the way wasn't bad, either. All in all, it was a trip worth making. Jason, for one, was quite satisfied. After grabbing dinner at a random restaurant, and with plenty of evening left, Roman told Benjamin to head back and rest while he took Jason out for a stroll, enjoying the night air. "Dad, look, it's the long-haired lady." Jason, holding a bowl of fruit dessert, sat at a rest area and spotted a familiar face not far away. He'd wanted shaved ice, but Roman said he'd had too many cold treats lately and got him a special fruit bowl instead. Artemis was studying the menu, and when she heard Jason, she glanced over before turning back to her choices. "She's an Amazon. Best not to cross her," Roman said, glancing up before returning his attention to his phone. Jason nodded, half understanding. He wasn't quite sure what Amazons did, but he knew Wonder Woman was an Amazon, and she was powerful, strong, and beautiful. Amazons must all be like that. The long-haired lady was an Amazon. Judging by her fighting skills, that seemed about right. Artemis got her shaved ice and sat at the table next to Jason and Roman. Roman gave her a look, wondering if he should take Jason and leave. Jason nibbled on his fruit, watching her striking hair with curiosity. "My name is Artemis Grace, not long-haired lady." Her sharp gaze cut first to Jason, then to Roman. Jason lowered his head and quietly ate his dessert. Roman curled his lips. "How have you not been kicked out of this town yet? You want to talk? If it weren't for you all last night, I would have finished my mission." The memory made Artemis furious, and she snapped the spoon in her hand. Just as she was about to wrap things up with that group last night, the man in front of her fired a shot, sending everyone into chaos. Then, right after the power went out, the target used the confusion to escape. Afterwards, the target fled to this island, and she had no choice but to follow. She'd spent the whole day searching for their hideout, but hadn't found a thing. Deciding to step out for a bite to clear her head, she ended up running into this father and son instead. So much for clearing her head. The encounter only made things worse. Roman fired back without missing a beat. "Just admit you're not up to the job. Don't take it out on us. What if you scare my son?" Even if she was Jason's future teammate and former lover, he wasn't about to cut her any slack. "I wasn't scared," Jason tried to clarify. Hearing Roman question her competence, Artemis frowned. "Not to the job? If I'd known this is how it'd go, I never should have helped you last night. Ungrateful, the lot of you." In the pitch dark, she'd knocked out several armed men who'd stormed in, not even sure whose side they were on. Either way, they'd gotten in her way, so down they went. "I never asked for your help. Where's your conscience? Did a dog eat it? How did you know?" Roman shot back. Jason had already fetched a new spoon and placed it in Artemis's bowl. "Miss Grace, Dad, can you please stop arguing?" He pleaded helplessly as the two adults squabbled and bickered. Artemis grabbed the new spoon, huffed, and walked away with her bowl. Women. Oomph. Roman shook his head at her proud, retreating figure. Artemis glanced back, her eyes sharp as knives. Men. Huh. Dad, let's just go back to the hotel, Jason said, exasperated by Roman's knack for stirring up trouble. He told his dad not to mess with Amazons, but Roman just couldn't help himself. What a pain. Thankfully, after that last retort, Artemis left without looking back. Once back at the hotel, Jason watched TV for a bit before heading to bed. After Jason was sound asleep, Roman slipped out on his own. A car was waiting for him outside the hotel. When Roman got in, Slade greeted him with a sly grin, eyeing him up and down. What's with that look? Wipe that creepy smile off your face. Nothing at all, Slade replied, walking ahead to lead the way. Roman pulled on his gloves. Coming on this trip without his mask, what a mistake. Who'd have thought you could run into an assassination attempt, even on vacation? Slade pushed open a door. Your two men are inside. Roman stepped into the room. The two bound men inside immediately began begging for mercy as soon as they saw him. Slade stood off to the side, enjoying the show. Aside from being tied up, looking a bit worse for wear, one with a swollen face and the other limping, it didn't seem like they'd suffered much else. Slade really is reliable when it comes to getting things done. He spoke in a cold voice. Let me guess. You betrayed me and sold me out for money. The two men shook their heads frantically, like rattles. No, that's not it. Not at all. Then what is it? Were you the ones who took out my 3 loyal men? The one with the limp immediately protested. No, it wasn't us. It was all David's doing. The other, whose face was swollen, quickly chimed in. Yes, it was him. He tried to kill us, but we caught on and ran away. He's the one who betrayed you, boss. Roman watched their ridiculous performance with icy eyes and asked, Who told you to betray me? It was David. Really, it was him. Boss, you have to believe us. We've been with you for 6 years. So, David is the true culprit behind my betrayal. Yes, that's right. They both nodded eagerly. And then, racked with regret for betraying me, he shot himself 6 times in the back and threw himself into the sea. There was not a hint of mercy in Roman's heart. The two realized something was wrong and immediately began to plead. We just lost our heads for a moment. Please let us go. Roman drew his gun and, without hesitation, finished off the man with the limp. The one who remained was trembling all over. What a waste of my time. I'll talk. It was number 1. That's enough. If you don't want to talk, no need to force it. Roman raised his hand and fired again, ending the other one as well. Since someone wanted to come after him, he would simply wait and see. There was no point questioning these useless traitors any further. Nothing valuable would come from their mouths. In such a hurry to leave? On a tight schedule? Slade jerked his head at the men, signaling them to clean up the scene, and followed Roman out. Tired, time to go back and sleep. A private car took him back to the hotel. He got out unhurriedly, as if he'd just gone out to enjoy the night view. Jason was fast asleep when Roman woke him. Jason struggled to crack open his eyes, looked at Roman, and managed to mutter a question about what was going on. But even before he finished, Jason had already closed his eyes and drifted back to sleep. Roman was a little speechless, an indescribable expression on his face. After a moment, he put shoes and socks on Jason, then wrapped him snugly in a blanket and carried him out of the bedroom. Benjamin stared at the coat in his hands, dazed for a second, but quickly regained his composure. The car drove once again along the afternoon highway, heading for the national park. But now, the road was pitch black, illuminated only by the car's headlights. Jason, nestled in his blanket, slept soundly, completely unaware that his bedroom had changed. How do kids sleep so deeply? They're bursting with energy all day, but you can't wake them up at night. Benjamin was silent for a couple of seconds before replying. During childhood, adequate sleep and a healthy diet are very important for development. Roman made a sound of acknowledgement and unlocked his phone. It does seem real. You're right, boss. When they reached the parking lot, Roman called out to wake Jason. This time, Jason opened his eyes and took a look around, finally realizing he wasn't in his bed. He was in the car. He blinked a few times, slowly coming to his senses. What's going on? His tone was far from pleasant, and when he looked down, he saw he was wrapped in a quilt. Unbelievable. They just bundled him up and brought him along to watch the sunrise. Roman got out of the car first and waited for him, straightforwardly telling him their purpose this time, without teasing him like he had that afternoon. Once outside, the surroundings looked vaguely familiar in the moonlight. Jason managed to recognize it. It was the same place they'd visited earlier that day to watch the sunset. Above them, the night sky glittered with countless stars. He'd never seen so many stars in his life, and never so densely packed. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens, dividing the sky into 2 vast realms. A cold gust of wind swept by, snapping him fully awake and sending a shiver through his body. Whatever romantic notions he'd had about stargazing vanished in an instant. He sneezed. Roman handed him a jacket, urging him to put it on. Jason obediently slipped into the jacket, but still felt the chill, especially since he was only wearing thin pajamas, his bare legs exposed to the cold night air, making him shiver uncontrollably. The next moment, he felt a weight settle on his shoulders, and suddenly he wasn't quite so cold anymore. Roman had wrapped the quilt around him again, and Jason clutched it tightly, cocooning himself for warmth. When he glanced over at Roman, he noticed he was dressed perfectly for the weather. Clearly, he'd anticipated the mountain's chill. Roman led him toward the summit, with Benjamin trailing behind, lighting their path. After a short walk, voices began to fill the air, and Jason realized they'd arrived. He imagined the sunrise to come, feeling a surge of excitement, and chose a spot to sit, bundling himself up in the quilt. The night before dawn was pitch black. Aside from the shifting shapes of people moving around, everything else was shrouded in darkness. The cold wind crept down his neck, stealing away the last traces of warmth and leaving behind only a biting chill. Jason hunched his shoulders, clutching the quilt as tightly as he could. Roman stood beside him, stretching, seemingly impervious to the cold. A streak of orange-red appeared at the edge of the sky, lighting up the churning sea of clouds. The crowd grew animated, voices rising as everyone remarked that dawn was nearly here. As the sky gradually brightened, Jason could finally see the sea of clouds that had been shrouded in darkness, now rolling and crashing in waves, just like the wild herds galloping across rivers he'd seen on TV. If he listened closely, he could almost hear the thunderous rumble of hooves shaking the earth. He was transfixed by the spectacle, staring in awe. The moment the sun broke through, all darkness instantly vanished into the clouds. Rays of golden light poured out, heralding the start of a new day. People around them noticed Jason wrapped up like a burrito and burst into laughter, calling him adorable. Hearing this, he returned their smiles with one of his own. The sun continued to rise, climbing ever higher. After stretching lazily, Roman put his hands on his hips and said calmly, "Let's go. Let's check out the terrain here." So Jason, still wrapped in his blanket, followed behind Roman as they began their sightseeing tour. Half an hour later, "Dad, can we go back now?" Now that the initial excitement of the scenery had faded, he didn't want to take another step. Tired already? Jason stood still. Benjamin had split off from them to head down the mountain right after watching the sunrise. It was obvious he'd gone back to the parking lot to wait for them. "I'm hungry and sleepy," Jason complained, looking utterly forlorn. Did Roman really think kids were superheroes, bursting with energy just from a little sunlight? They'd only been walking for half an hour. If they turned back now, they could get to the hotel early and catch a bit more sleep. Since Jason had asked, Roman agreed without fuss. On the way back, Jason bundled himself up in the blanket and fell sound asleep. Roman couldn't help but start thinking. In the original timeline, the first time he'd met Jason was about 2 years from now. Back then, Jason had just become the second Robin, teaming up with Batman to foil his plans and try to catch him. Robin and Batman were the dynamic duo, out patrolling half the night to fight crime, then off to school the next day. Surely, they barely got any sleep. So why didn't Jason used to be this much of a sleepyhead? How did he have the energy to run around all night back then? Maybe Batman had some kind of magical energy potion. Or maybe he was just raising Jason the wrong way. The more Roman thought about it, the more he felt he was doing things right. If anyone was the problem, it was Batman. Kids need plenty of sleep. It's the only way to grow up healthy. How could Batman drag him out every night to fight crime and ruin villains' plans? After breakfast back at the hotel, Jason promptly went back to sleep. When he woke up again, it was nearly noon. He and Benjamin had lunch together in the hotel restaurant before heading back to their room. When Roman returned, he found Jason watching TV. So he sat down beside Jason, and they watched together. On the screen, vibrant scenes played out beneath the sea. A kaleidoscope of fish weaving through colorful coral reefs, scattering as people approached. Jason was completely absorbed, eyes glued to the screen. Roman remembered there was a famous snorkeling spot nearby and asked offhandedly, "Want to go snorkeling again?" Jason turned to look at him, brow furrowed. He was tempted, but the memory of swallowing water last time still made him nervous. "There's a place called Moon Bay nearby. The underwater sights, they're stunning. It'd be a shame to miss it." Jason hesitated, silent for a long moment. Seeing this, Roman added, "You're worried you'll gulp down water again and look like a goof, aren't you?" Roman burst out laughing at his own words. That laughter sparked Jason's rebellious spirit. "If I'm a goof, then you're a coward. You've never even tried snorkeling. How do you have any right to laugh at me?" Jason was keeping track in his mind, Just how many times had this happened now? What a joke. When your dad was doing this, you hadn't even been born yet. Jason glared, his heart bristling with indignation. That annoying guy? Always pulling rank with his seniority. So what if you're older? You'll probably die before I do anyway. He was about to retort when he caught sight of Jason's resentful little face. Roman changed tack. I can prove I'm no coward. Now the real question is, can you prove you're not a fool? Remembering how Jason had flailed about in the water, Roman couldn't help but laugh again. To Jason, that smile was pure provocation. His competitive spirit flared. He shot back. I'm not a fool. Though Roman could be insufferable and always looking for amusement, he wasn't wrong about one thing. The underwater world of Moon Bay really was beautiful. Beneath the surface, vibrant coral stretched out in glorious patches, creating a wonderland teeming with schools of fish weaving back and forth. Benjamin hadn't come along this time. He waited for them on shore. This meant Roman watched over Jason for the entire excursion. Having learned his lesson from last time, Jason kept his cool and, as a result, the snorkeling went off without a hitch. He wasn't about to let Roman look down on him. But within 5 minutes of diving in, all those thoughts slipped away. He was soon swept up in the joy of exploring. At last, when he'd had his fill, he reluctantly followed Roman back to the boat. Roman, for his part, found the whole thing rather dull, but he was patient, staying by the kid's side until Jason, worn out, finally asked to go back. Listening to Jason animatedly describe the underwater scenery and share his impressions, Roman decided this outing hadn't been so bad after all. After all, vacations were meant for fun. On the 6th day of the holiday, Jason announced that he just wanted to wander around nearby and didn't feel like doing anything strenuous. 5 days straight of activity had left him pretty tired. So that morning, with Benjamin keeping him company, he spent some time playing in the hotel pool. Roman sat on the balcony, making call after call, watching him splash about. In the afternoon, they took a stroll along the beach. Catching sight of white waves crashing against the cliffs, Jason grew curious and decided to take a small winding path up to get a better look. Just then, Roman's assistant called. Roman glanced at his phone and drifted behind, answering in a quiet, secluded spot. Benjamin dutifully walked alongside Jason, and together they reached the cliff's edge. Below, the surf thundered against jagged rocks. Many people were taking photos and selfies, capturing the dramatic backdrop. Jason wanted a picture too. Benjamin, can you take a photo of me? Benjamin raised his camera and snapped a dozen or so shots. Afterwards, Jason joined him to review the photos, selecting as he went. Keep this one, but delete the rest. The others turned out well too. Maybe keep them. I don't think so, Jason insisted. Under Jason's watchful gaze, Benjamin moved the extra photos to the recycle bin. Jason giggled, took the camera, and said, Here, let me take a picture of you too. I don't really like taking photos. Just one, I promise. Jason paused, speaking with genuine sincerity. I want to take a picture for you. Benjamin let out a barely perceptible sigh. As you wish. In the end, after Jason snapped a photo of Benjamin standing at the edge of the cliff, he handed the camera back to him. Suddenly, the sound of scuffle and gunfire erupted from the nearby thicket, followed by the crashing of falling trees. Everyone on the cliff was drawn by the commotion, turning toward the source of the noise and starting to murmur among themselves. Why would chopping down trees make such a racket? Are they really felling trees here? Without hesitation, Benjamin grabbed Jason, hurrying down the mountain, eager to steer clear of trouble. More gunshots rang out from the woods. That sounded like gunfire. The crowd broke out in screams and scattered in every direction. As Jason ran, he glanced back and saw someone burst out of the trees, sprinting at full speed, clearly desperate to escape downhill, just like them. Moments later, another figure shot out and crashed heavily to the ground. Jason recognized the fallen person as Artemis, dressed in a skin-tight uniform and gripping a sword. She quickly scrambled to her feet, her eyes warily fixed on the forest. Before Jason could get a good look at what was in the woods, a humanoid robot dropped from above, unleashing a hail of bullets in their direction. With lightning reflexes, Benjamin pulled Jason back toward the edge of the cliff. Right beside them was Don Kirk, Artemis's target, clutching a briefcase to his chest, his face contorted in fear. One after another, 6 more humanoid robots emerged from the forest, each bearing various degrees of damage, gradually closing in and tightening their encirclement. Anyone who tried to escape was attacked indiscriminately by the robots. Their assaults weren't fatal, but they left people badly injured. Terrified, the crowd huddled together for safety. For more robots appeared from the woods, one after another. Benjamin shielded Jason behind him, glancing again at the 30-meter drop of the cliff, silently calculating Jason's chances of survival if they were forced to jump. Almost none. He rolled up his pant leg and drew a dagger that gleamed with an icy light. Artemis retreated to Don Kirk's side. I only got 100,000 for this job. How much are these robots worth? Don Kirk's voice quivered. I'd rather die than go with them. Artemis shot back. If you hadn't insisted on running, we wouldn't be trapped here. Don Kirk cried out. And I'm certainly not going back with you. I'd rather die here than let that happen. In a fit of agitation, he flung open his briefcase and edged toward the cliff. Everything in this case, if it touches water, it'll blow the whole island sky high. I just want to live in peace. Don't force me. You're out of your mind. Cries of alarm broke out among the crowd. Artemis muttered under her breath. Kirk, keep a hold of your suitcase. Let me take care of these robots first, then we'll talk. They won't kill you, but they don't care where you are. With that, Artemis charged at one of the robots, trying to draw its attention so those near the cliff's edge could escape. The three robots opened fire on her almost simultaneously. She leapt into the air, cleaving one robot in half with her sword. The machine was instantly wrecked. Panic swept through the crowd once more. Nobody wanted to be caught up in this disaster. Roman, who had been making a call below the cliff, heard the commotion above. He quickly hung up and rushed over, only to see several robots indiscriminately attacking the fleeing people. Unlucky bystanders, struck by stray bullets, lay on the ground moaning in pain. Artemis was locked in combat with two of the robots. Deathstroke, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, joined the fray, swiftly dispatching robots that threatened Jason. Benjamin had just sliced half the head off a robot with his dagger, but it didn't seem to have much effect. In fact, he nearly got stabbed by the robot's military-grade metal bayonet. I knew nothing good ever comes from running into you, he grumbled. Roman, fighting his way against the fleeing crowd, sprinted toward the chaos. He drew his gun and fired, striking the robot that was about to attack Benjamin again. The bullet hit the robot's arm, sending out a shower of sparks and defusing the immediate danger. Deathstroke fought back with practiced ease, quipping, "These robots aren't exactly brainiacs, not too smart for killing machines." While fending off her attackers, Artemis called out to the others, "Robots marked with a 1 on the chest keep their core right there. Just break through that thick chest plate. The ones marked with a 2 have 3 cores, in the head, the chest, and 1 in a random spot." Roman took a punch from a robot, pain shooting up his arm. Seizing the moment, he aimed at the one target on the robot's chest and fired 2 quick shots. The robot toppled over, sparks flying, its limbs still twitching. His gun clicked empty just as another robot lunged at him, its wrist blade gleaming in the light. Cursing under his breath, he ducked and swept the robot's legs out from under it. Deathstroke drove his sword into the robot's chest, finishing it off, then tossed his own gun to Roman. Within minutes, 4 robots were down. Only 2 type 1 and 3 type 2 robots remained on the field. Jason and a few others huddled near the edge of the cliff, relatively safe for the moment. The adults fought just a few meters ahead, careful to keep the battle away from the cliff's edge. Don Kerr tried to sneak away in the chaos, but a Type 2 robot blocked his path, reaching out to grab him. Terrified, he stumbled backward, tripping over someone on the ground and landing hard. His suitcase flew from his hand, popped open as it hit the ground. Jason's eyes fell on the open suitcase, a grayish-white metal sphere nestled inside, fixed in place by a special frame. Suddenly, the person next to him shoved him aside, dashed forward to grab the suitcase, and turned to sprint toward the edge of the cliff, clearly intending to jump. Jason saw what was happening and yanked the man's clothes sharply, refusing to let him go. The man was jerked back so hard that red marks appeared on his neck. He turned around with a twisted expression and, realizing it was just a child behind him, raised the suitcase and swung it at Jason. Jason dodged nimbly, grabbing the suitcase handle with one hand and locking the man's wrist with the other, trying to pry the case from his grip. He tried to kick the man, but couldn't quite reach. The man, clinging to the suitcase, swung it violently, trying to shake Jason off. When that failed, he attempted to drag Jason with him toward the cliff's edge. "Quick, help me! Restrain him!" Jason shouted urgently, stepping forward and kicking hard at the man's knee. Caught off guard, the man's leg buckled, and both he and the suitcase toppled onto the brink, half his body hanging over the precipice. Jason was pulled down with him, still refusing to let go of the suitcase, and kept kicking at the man's stomach and groin, desperate to force him to release his grip. The others snapped out of their shock. Those quickest to react rushed over to help. After all, nobody wanted to be blown to pieces for no reason. Hearing Jason's cry, Roman abandoned the sparking robot head in front of him and hurried over. Seeing help arrive, the man, in a moment of reckless determination, ignored the pain, suddenly let go, and, imitating Jason's earlier move, kicked both Jason and the suitcase off the cliff. The man's sudden release threw Jason off balance. As he fell, Jason caught a glimpse of someone lunging toward him, hurling the suitcase back up onto the cliff with all their might, screaming as they themselves plummeted down. Roman dived and caught the suitcase. He watched helplessly as Jason tumbled toward the sea. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, just a few seconds. Another figure leapt off the cliff in a flash. It was Artemis. "Lock up your damn suitcase. If my son dies, you're all coming with him," Roman shouted, his face livid with fury, throwing the suitcase to Don Kirk as he cursed and took off running down the cliffside. Roman's words were so shocking that Don Kirk stood frozen for a long moment before snapping out of it and frantically locking the suitcase. The suitcase was specially waterproofed, but once opened, it was a different story. The others pinned the man to the ground. On the field, only 3 battered robots remained. Left behind, Requiem and Benjamin quietly began cleaning up the aftermath. Jason screamed as he fell, the roar of the wind tearing past his ears. In that fleeting instant, a question flickered through his mind. If he had the chance, would he try to save the world again? Before he could spend another moment deciding, "Sure, I suppose I could," someone caught hold of him. At the same time, a blade drove into the rock, slowing their fall. In the final instant, the rescuer let go of the sword and wrapped Jason in their arms, cushioning the impact as they crashed into the sea together. It still hurt, a lot, but at least he was alive. The world beneath the water was a blur. In a daze, Jason glimpsed a pool of emerald waves. By the time he came to his senses, he was sputtering and struggling at the surface of the sea. Someone's arm circled his neck, forcing him to face the sky and lifting him from the threat of drowning. With the relentless assault of the waves, Artemis finally managed to drag Jason ashore. Jason sat on a rock, coughing up seawater, hacking several times with all his might. This time, the water had gotten into his lungs worse than before. Even his head throbbed with pain. "Are you all right?" The Amazon shielded him from the crashing surf and asked the boy gently. Jason looked up at her. At that moment, those eyes, clear as the sea itself, were watching him, reminding him of water flowing over polished stones. Her emerald gaze seemed calm and tranquil, but Jason was certain he could sense the stormy currents hidden beneath their surface. He felt as if he had fallen into a deep pool of green waves. Compelled by some inexplicable urge, Jason spoke to those eyes. "Your eyes are as mesmerizing as emerald waters, with powerful undercurrents beneath." Artemis paused, pondering the boy's words. Children were usually quite earnest, so she decided to take it as a compliment. She replied, "You've got quite the silver tongue. Do you spend a lot of time flattering girls?" Jason's face flushed red. He blinked several times to cover his embarrassment before replying, "No, I don't. It's just that your eyes are so beautiful. I couldn't help but say something." Roman, who had hurried over, saw Artemis pulling Jason from the sea. Relieved, he strolled closer and caught the end of their conversation, a smile spreading across his face. If he still got the heart to flirt, he can't be that badly hurt. That's a good sign. Artemis gave a short, dismissive laugh, her Amazonian pride unmistakable. "If you were an adult, I have to give you a punch just for daring to charm me." Jason was baffled. Since when had complimenting someone become a punishable offense? Did he really deserve a punch for that? His blush deepened until it reached the tips of his ears, his expression aggrieved. Roman cleared his throat and stepped forward, pulling the boy to his side. "Artemis, show a little kindness, will you? He's just giving you a genuine compliment. Why be so harsh?" With that, Roman ruffled the child's hair, soothing his bruised feelings. "It's her problem, not yours. There aren't many people in the world so devoid of romance." "Oh, so that's how it is." The boy drooped his head, snuggling against Roman, still feeling a bit wronged. Artemis curled her lip in disdain and strode away. She still had to find Don Kirk. When she returned to the cliff, both Deathstroke and Don Kirk were gone, leaving behind only scattered mechanical parts and wounded bodies. The local police were rolling out barricade tape. One of them spotted her and stormed over, anger flaring. "You again? Look at the mess you've made here." Artemis's face was cold. "You're welcome." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving the officer fuming in her wake. Roman took Jason back to the hotel, having no interest in revisiting the scene. Benjamin happened to come downstairs at that moment and went back with Roman. After examining Jason, the doctor told Roman there was nothing serious. Jason just needed a few days' rest. That night, Roman went to see Slade again. Don Kirk sat nervously on a chair, clutching his briefcase tightly. "Tell me how you ended up on the top-tier wanted list. I might consider helping you out." Don Kirk glanced quickly up at Roman, then began his story hesitantly. It turned out that he and his partner were both experts in chemical weaponry. Together, they had developed a powder that would explode on contact with water. Just a pinch, mixed with a glass of water, could level an entire building. They had planned to make a fortune overnight by refining the formula and selling it to a regular client. But word got out, and a few of their clients' rivals learned about the invention. One of these rivals captured them, imprisoned them, and forced them to produce more of the explosive powder. Don Kirk managed to escape, but during the pursuit, his partner accidentally triggered an explosion at an oil depot and died. Realizing this powder would only bring him endless trouble, Don Kirk took the last of it and fled to Hawaii, hoping to seek protection from another international organization. "No wonder your bounty keeps climbing," Slade remarked with a click of his tongue, clearly impressed. Roman asked, "So the last of the powder, there's no way to recreate it?" Don Kirk nodded. "The formula was with my partner. When he died, it all went up in flames." Roman let out a low whistle. Don Kirk hurriedly offered up his briefcase. "I'm willing to give you every bit of the powder I have left, so long as you let me spend my remaining years in peace. If you need my help making weapons, I can do that too." "I can help you," Roman said, "but I don't keep freeloaders. My arms factory is in South America, and I just happen to need a weapons expert." Don Kirk nodded eagerly. "Deal, absolutely. Slade, could you do me a favor and get him there? As long as you pay, anything's possible." The contents of his briefcase are yours. There's at least a few $1 million worth in there, perfect for assassinations. Slade raised an eyebrow. If he'd really wanted what was in the briefcase, he could have just abducted Don Kirk outright. He sighed. All this trouble for a long-term partnership and a chance to make more money. It isn't easy, is it? Roman pretended not to hear and left on his own. The doctor, having finished checking on Jason, soon departed as well. Roman was out the door not long after. Now, only Jason and Benjamin remained in the hotel suite. Benjamin had stayed in his own room and hadn't emerged for 15 minutes. That was unusual. Over the past few days, Benjamin had hardly left Jason alone for more than 10 minutes at a time. Jason decided to check on him. The door wasn't locked, so he opened it easily. Inside, he found Benjamin tending to a wound. Benjamin had just set down a blood-soaked piece of cotton and picked up the needle holder and forceps. On the floor, a clump of gauze stained red caught the eye. When he saw Jason appear, he put down his tools and slipped on his shirt. "Young Master Jason, is there something you need?" Jason walked over and sat beside him. "Nothing really. I just wanted to see if you'd come out for ice cream. Could you wait for me a moment?" Jason nodded. "Wait in the living room. Your wound is still bleeding." "I've already stopped the bleeding." Knowing Jason wouldn't leave, Benjamin picked up the needle holder and forceps once more. A deep gash ran across Benjamin's abdomen, freshly cleaned, but still oozing blood. Jason's heart ached. "Why don't you let the doctor help you? I can handle myself. He could give you anesthesia. I've already used a painkiller." Benjamin began to stitch. The suture needle pierced the flesh with a sharp precision, then flashed through to the other side. The suture thread pulled the two edges of the wound together. With nimble fingers, he tied a knot and snipped the thread with scissors. Each stitch made Jason's teeth ache and his heart tremble. As Benjamin worked, he couldn't help but hear Jason's strained breathing and finally spoke up. "Young Master Jason, please stop narrating." "It doesn't hurt," he said, steady as he drove the needle through again. "Young Master Jason, you really don't need to provide commentary." Benjamin was not one for smiling. Even with painkillers, the discomfort was bearable. But he truly feared that if Jason kept up his sound effects, he'd end up laughing and tearing his wound open. But it just seemed so painful. Just imagining the needle piercing flesh and coming out the other side made Jason wince. Yet Benjamin showed no sign of pain. His expression was calm and unruffled. "Let me finish in peace and we can go out." Jason obediently closed his mouth and watched Benjamin stitch, anxiety written all over his face. After the sixth stitch, Benjamin glanced down at the small hand gripping his leg tightly and seriously wondered which would come first, fainting from the pain of stitching or being choked out by the young master's grip. Jason, caught up in his nerves, didn't even realize he was clutching Benjamin's leg. When the last two stitches were done and Benjamin put away his instruments, Jason finally let out a long breath and realized he'd been squeezing Benjamin's leg the whole time. He quickly moved his hand away. "Did it hurt?" Benjamin sprayed medicine on the wound, then wrapped gauze around his waist. "What happened to your back?" While Benjamin was wrapping the gauze and pulling on his shirt, Jason caught sight of the uneven skin beneath and asked, curiosity piqued. Seeing Benjamin didn't want to talk about it, Jason let the question drop. He returned to the living room intending to watch TV, and before long, Benjamin came out. "Young Master Jason, let's go. I don't want it anymore. Is it because I got hurt that you don't want to go out?" Benjamin frowned slightly. His face, usually expressionless even while stitching wounds, now showed a trace of regret. Jason opened his mouth in disbelief. "Actually, I just want to finish watching this cartoon," he said, pointing at the TV. As if the cartoon was painfully boring. He'd only landed on it while channel surfing. Benjamin glanced at the screen. "Then let's wait until you're done." The next 10 minutes or so, Jason sat on pins and needles. Benjamin really seemed to be taking his words at face value. Did this guy seriously not understand the art of subtlety? When the cartoon ended, the two of them finally headed out. To accommodate Benjamin, Jason slowed his pace considerably. "Young Master Jason, are you feeling unwell?" Caught off guard by the question, Jason looked puzzled. "No, I feel fine. But you're walking at half your usual speed." Jason glanced at him, then let his gaze fall to Benjamin's waist. "I'm just tired today. Don't feel like walking fast." If he admitted he was slowing down for Benjamin's sake, Benjamin would probably insist he not worry about it. So he left it unsaid. Benjamin was always so stoic. They'd come out under the pretense of grabbing ice cream. But when they reached the stand, Benjamin informed him that he'd already hit his weekly ice cream quota. But fruit was unlimited. Jason had no choice but to say goodbye to the ice cream, cradling a coconut as he enjoyed the sea breeze. The excursion ended with Jason buying a coconut nearby and then declaring himself too tired to continue, wanting to head back and rest. Benjamin stayed close by his side, taking it seriously. On the 7th day of vacation, the morning news reported a robot clash on Maui. The origins of the robots were unknown. They'd attacked tourists indiscriminately before being stopped by some brave islanders, preventing further casualties. A Gotham billionaire and his son had a close call as well. The news segment offered special thanks to two heroes, showcasing large headshots of Artemis and Deathstroke, but made no mention of Roman or Benjamin's roles in the fight. Jason guessed it was Roman who insisted they not be featured. After packing up in the morning, Roman and Jason waited for Benjamin at the hotel entrance, their luggage already sent ahead to the airport. While Benjamin fetched the car, Jason turned to Roman with a grave expression. "Dad, Benjamin's injured. You shouldn't make him drive. He deserves a break. Let him rest." Roman didn't respond at first, considering whether Benjamin really needed time off. "If he takes a break, then starting tomorrow I'll have to drive you to and from school." Jason was stunned. Roman cared more about who'd drive him to school than about Benjamin's injury. "I can take the bus or the school bus. Why don't you care about Benjamin?" "I'd rather drive you myself. I'm pretty free anyway." With just a few words, Roman had already arranged everything for the coming week. When the car pulled up, Roman told Benjamin to take the passenger seat while he himself drove to the airport. Afterward, they boarded Roman's private jet and flew back to Gotham. On the plane, Benjamin leaned back and closed his eyes for a bit of rest. Roman, meanwhile, glanced at a message he'd just received and smiled faintly. Slade had just informed him that the last task was complete and their contract had officially ended. That final task was to eliminate the nihilist from yesterday, the one who tried to drag the whole island down with him. Roman thought that if the man was so eager to die, he might as well have Slade lend a helping hand. What a charitable soul he was. Jason had been looking out the window, but when he saw Roman smiling, he turned and asked what was so funny. "Laughing at a fool," Roman replied, tossing it back in French. Hearing that unfamiliar language again, Jason huffed with annoyance and turned away, refusing to engage. With Benjamin resting now, there would be no more fuss. Jason made a secret vow to himself. He would master that odd language. He couldn't let Roman keep using it to tease him. Roman just shook his head with a smile and went back to discussing the robots from yesterday with Slade. Slade replied quickly, explaining that those robots were unfinished products from Silvo Industries, designed as war machines to help reduce casualties. They'd been stolen a week ago. Their AI wasn't yet refined, and they didn't cooperate well with their built-in weapon systems. Their ammunition was limited, so after expending a couple volleys yesterday, they posed little threat beyond a few melee weapons. Roman found all this rather interesting. "Can you get one shipped to the South American arms factory? I want our people to study it. Could give us a market edge in the future." Getting one isn't a problem, but honestly, the AI's so bad that mercenaries are more reliable. "Then give me a software engineer as well. You're really determined to put me out of business, aren't you? I can make you a partner. You run the arms factory." "I'd better not. I'd probably go broke faster as your partner. I'll have a unit sent over in about a week. As for software engineer, you're on your own." Roman, in high spirits, put his phone away. Across from him, Jason was scribbling away with pen and paper. For a split second, Roman was tempted to tease Jason, maybe challenge the kid to write a travelogue. But the impulse faded almost as soon as it came. He didn't care for travel writing himself, after all. Best to let it go. He closed his eyes and settled into rest, mentally mapping out his plans for their return to Gotham. By evening, they finally arrived home. After a week away, Jason found the house more welcoming than ever. The flowers along the roadside were in full bloom, delighting the eye, a truly lovely sight. He dashed back to his room and dove onto his bed with a contented sigh. Their luggage had already been delivered. Benjamin was just about to start unpacking when Roman called out to him. "Boss, how long have you been working here?" 5 months and 3 weeks. Roman let out a long, drawn-out sigh. "It's been nearly half a year, and I don't think I've ever given you a proper break. Starting tomorrow, you can take a week off." He paused to consider. "Tonight doesn't count. Think of it as a bonus. Go unwind a little." Benjamin picked up the suitcase. Then I'll take these upstairs. Just leave them here for now. Jack still needs to come by to pick up his gift in a bit. Benjamin nodded and, with his usual precise posture, returned to his room. Roman loitered a while longer, then drove himself to the club. Jason heard the sound of a car engine. Peering through the window, he saw Roman's familiar car leaving the estate. He thought for a moment and headed downstairs to have a look around, but Benjamin was nowhere in sight. Still, seeing the sliver of light beneath the door, Jason knew Benjamin was in his room. Looks like Roman really did give Benjamin some time off. Jason felt quite pleased with himself. A few suitcases sat in the corner of the hall, packed with gifts he'd bought for his friends. In high spirits, he walked over to the suitcases, ready to start sorting things out. Except for his own, which wasn't locked, he couldn't open any of the other three. He stared at the combination locks for a long while, debating whether he should try prying one open. In the end, he decided against it. What if there was some device that exploded after a failed attempt to unlock it? That would be his luck. Roman really did seem like the kind of person who'd rig a suitcase with explosives. So he turned to unpacking his own suitcase, laying out the wrapped gifts on the table for when he'd need them. He took the clothes back to his room and hung them up neatly. At the top floor of Hanover Tower, inside the office with the black mask, Roman, wearing his custom-made mask, gazed out at the dazzling night skyline. His deputy, David, stood nearby with several subordinates. What happened to that shipment of arms? Someone tried to assassinate me using my own weapons. Now that's bold. We've investigated. Turns out it was Leon Hawk. He used to control most of the drug trade in the Burnley district. Ever since he was brought under your command, he's been harboring a grudge. Roman let out a heavy grunt. So even a rabble like him has the nerve to steal my goods and try to kill me. I underestimated him. A cornered rabbit will bite, after all, and he's no harmless creature. If my security could be bought off, it only means their cut was too small. I'll let them get too comfortable. So comfortable they've got time to plot against their own boss. He's always been ambitious, wanting to expand his territory and swallow up the entire Burnley district, but he didn't have the strength. Before he could succeed, you'd already taken over. Flattered by these few sycophantic remarks, Roman felt pleased and remembered another issue. Have you found anything on number one, the one who's been so active in Gotham lately? Nothing concrete yet. All we know is that number one appeared out of nowhere and seems to have considerable influence. Our recent deals were sabotaged, and it looks like he's had a hand in every one of them. Daring to stick their filthy hands into my business. Roman fell silent, searching his memories of the future, trying to figure out who this number one could possibly be. After a while, he spoke. So, they want to play games? Fine, let's play. If they can bring me down, that's their skill. The office was dead silent. David adjusted his glasses and reported another matter. Boss, there's something else. Recently, someone's been selling a new hallucinogen, a patch called Paradise Lost. The effects last 3 to 4 hours. The side effects are minimal. It's highly potent and cheap. A lot of people are switching to this patch, so our dealers are losing a lot of business, and profits have taken a dive. Who's behind this? It's the new Kira gang, a rising crew. Rumor has it they have some connections to government personnel. Roman had no recollection of this gang or any such power in his memory, meaning they were truly new. He picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, fished one out, lit it, and took a slow drag. His fingers, holding the cigarette, tapped rhythmically on the desk as he pondered. Number one, a new force. None of these people or events existed in his memories of the future. It seemed that ever since fate carved out a new course, this timeline was finally seeing some fresh developments. Still, things probably wouldn't go too far off the rails. Have you tried it yourself? What exactly does it do? No, I haven't. I was curious, so I used it once. The one speaking was Locke Jacob, one of his more trusted men. Roman gestured for Jacob to go on. It felt incredibly real. You get completely immersed in this deep, blissful pleasure, almost like you're living it for real. I tried it with my girl, added another subordinate, Butch Lane. It was amazing. I had the best dream after I fell asleep, woke up feeling totally refreshed, and my girl said it was fantastic. After he finished, the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Roman took a deep drag, his eyes passing over the three men before he turned to look outside. There was something familiar about these descriptions. It sounded like the perfume. But the perfumer, Raoul, was already dead. If this really was an improved version of the perfume, there was only one possibility. Raoul must have given the upgraded formula to Mona before he died, and she was now collaborating with a new Kira gang to make money behind the scenes. If she was willing to pay protection money, that was one thing. But if she wanted to snatch his profits and territory, then he wouldn't hesitate to play rough. He'd already given them a chance. It wouldn't go against the promise he'd made to Jason. And if Mona had nothing to do with it, he'd be even less inclined to show mercy. Find out who's behind this. If anyone wants to sell on my turf, they'd better check with me first. The three subordinates answered in unison. Monday morning, For the first time, Jason didn't see the busy figure of Benjamin in the kitchen. Instead, it was Roman, looking thoroughly disgruntled, waging war with a frying pan and some eggs. Jason stood by and watched for a while, seeing the eggs go from a broken mess to charred black. "Dad, I think I can fry eggs better than you." Roman, annoyed, switched off the stove, scraped the ruined eggs onto a plate, and handed it to Jason. "Eat it if you want." Jason turned up his nose and refused to take the plate. "You can have it yourself. You're the one who said it. If you don't want it, don't eat it." "I can't believe you turned down breakfast your dad made for you," Roman said, stabbing a piece with his fork and putting it in his mouth. It looked a little rough. "The taste isn't bad." Jason pursed his lips, opened the cupboard, and poured his favorite oatmeal into a bowl. He carried it over to the dining table. He then came back, took the slightly cooled toast from the toaster, placed it on Roman's plate, and put 2 fresh slices in the toaster. Next, he opened the fridge and took out bacon, eggs, and lettuce, setting them on the counter. He dragged over a small step stool, climbed on, turned on the flame, brushed oil in the pan with practiced hands, and cracked the eggs in. In no time, both sides of the eggs were perfectly golden. "Didn't expect that," Roman said, munching on the toast while watching Jason make breakfast. "There are actually things you're better at than your old man." Jason lifted his chin with pride, slid the fried eggs onto a plate, and started frying the bacon. Just then, the toaster chimed, and the toast was ready. Once the bacon was done, he slid everything onto the plate, washed the lettuce leaves, grabbed the toast, spread a layer of butter, then stacked the eggs, bacon, and lettuce with a drizzle of salad dressing, finally topping it with another slice of toast. He placed a finished sandwich on Roman's plate. Roman looked at his meal. "You didn't cut it diagonally." Without looking up, Jason replied, "Eat it if you want." Roman didn't answer. Instead, he picked up the plate and started eating. It tasted just like a classic sandwich, nothing more, nothing less. He watched as Jason set to work on his second sandwich. Thinking back, the kid once claimed he could live on his own. Seeing these skills now, it turns out he really meant it. When he finished, Jason took his own plate, grabbed the milk from the fridge, and poured himself a full bowl in the cereal bowl he had used earlier. Roman followed and sat down in his seat. "Son, where's my coffee?" "Instant coffee's in the cupboard. Make it yourself. If you want fresh ground, you'll have to ask Benjamin," Jason replied, starting his breakfast. "But he's resting. Surely you're not going to bother him just for a cup of coffee, are you, Dad?" "I wouldn't rule it out," Roman mused, taking a bite of his sandwich. Jason shot him a helpless look, then picked up the carton of milk and walked over, pouring a full cup for Roman. Roman looked dissatisfied. "I want a coffee, not milk. Drink it or don't." Jason went back to his seat and continued eating. Well, since it's a gesture from the kid, he'd drink it, just this once. "How come you're not reading the newspaper today?" The question was barely out of his mouth before Jason realized he already knew the answer. Roman answered naturally. No one picked it up. Jason knew that was the reason. Usually, it was Benjamin who went out to the mailbox to fetch it. "Sometimes I think I could be a paper boy," Jason said as he swallowed his food. "How about I help you get the paper?" "Runner's fee, 100. It's a mile round trip. Forget it. Don't let it ruin your breakfast. I'll just grab it on my way to school." Jason grumbled silently in his heart, calling Roman a cheapskate. Afterward, Roman drove Jason to school. Jason waved goodbye to him, glanced at his empty hands, and started thinking about mooching lunch off Christy. Luckily, he prepared a gift for Christy, so she probably wouldn't mind. If that didn't work out, there was always the school's vending machine. The snacks inside looked pretty good. He patted the spare change in his pocket, feeling quite satisfied. Roman stood by the car door, lost in thought for a long while. So this is what it feels like to watch your kid walk through the school gates. There was always this illusion that the little rascal had grown up and could handle things on his own. He stayed there, caught up in his feelings for a bit longer, then drove off to work. Once word spread that he was in the office, Maria came over to report in without being asked. "Boss, how was your trip to Hawaii?" She didn't even need to ask to know it must have been great. The boss had even done the unthinkable, posting daily travel journals on social media, with plenty of photos of himself and Jason. Those pictures had given her more than a few good laughs. Not bad at all. Roman was lounging in a chair, feet propped up on the desk, tossing darts. "There's a gift on the desk. Jason picked it out for you." Maria looked a bit surprised. She adjusted her glasses. "Thank you, Master Jason." "Thank you, sir. Nothing much going on with the company lately, right?" "Other than someone trying to mess with Janice stock, nothing serious. I mentioned it to you over the phone." Roman threw another dart. Bullseye. "Am I making too many enemies? Lately, it seems like every stray cat and dog wants to bleed me dry, take a bite out of me." Maria pulled the dart out and handed it back to him. "I'm already on it. If we handle things right, we can keep the share price stable. Do what you need to do. If you can make them lose their shirts and jump into Gotham Bay, go for it. Bankruptcy and all." Maria couldn't help but laugh, wiping imaginary sweat from her brow. "It won't come to bankruptcy. Worst case, they'll get a full meal at our expense, and we'll take a small loss. If she couldn't protect the company, what was the point of her position? Up to you. But I'd love to see them jump into Gotham Bay. I'll do my best. Maybe I can find some allies and turn the tables on them. Roman nodded, and at the mention of allies, a few ideas started brewing in his mind. Oh, by the way, boss, there's a friendly baseball game this Saturday afternoon at Gotham Stadium. It's being hosted by our last partner, as a thank you for your sponsorship. They'd like to invite you as a guest. Let me think about it. You haven't taken young Jason to a game yet, have you? Roman clicked his tongue and tossed a dart. I'll ask him if he's interested. There's training on Saturday afternoon, though. That's a headache. Maria thumbed through her planner. There's a masquerade ball on Friday night, with many Gotham elites invited. Mrs. Valov, the hostess, hopes you'll attend. I'll think about it. The word masquerade was a bit enticing, but a ball? Not so much. You could bring the boy along. Since young Jason is your heir, maybe you should get used to these events and practice his social skills. Thinking of how little Jason liked such gatherings, Roman figured Maria had a point. It might be time for some practice. Truthfully, he was more interested in seeing Jason's look of torment. The thought made Roman chuckle. Sure, why not? There's also a charity gala on Saturday. Another charity gala? I'm not going. They're always racking their brains to find ways to get in my wallet. You could bring the boy to that one, too. Why are there suddenly so many events where you can bring kids? Maria hesitated. I have no idea either. She glanced at her planner, where bring kids was highlighted in neon, and couldn't help but wonder why everyone reaching out lately made a special point of saying children were welcome. Maria honestly had no idea. As long as the boss was willing to make an appearance, that was good enough for her. In the afternoon, Roman got a call from Bruce. He wanted to visit the manor. Remembering how he'd once told Bruce he was always welcome, Roman felt less than thrilled, but kept that to himself and agreed, making it clear he'd only be free after picking up his kid. Bruce didn't mind at all. In fact, he asked if Roman could pick him up at Wayne Enterprises while he was at it. After hanging up, Roman wondered what Bruce was really up to, suddenly wanting to come over. Was he onto something, looking for dirt? But then again, if it were Batman, he'd have no need to ask. He'd just go wherever he pleased for a lead. No need for courtesy. Turning it over in his mind, Roman decided he'd just watch and see what happened. After school, Jason spotted the family car parked not far from the school gate. He was honestly surprised. Roman hadn't forgotten to pick him up after all. He'd been ready to call out for Daddy Dearest. After saying goodbye to Christy, he walked over, opened the car door, and climbed into the back seat. Dad, I thought you were going to forget to pick me up. Are you kidding? How could Dad ever forget his precious boy? No sooner had Jason set down his backpack than he noticed someone else in the passenger seat. No wonder Roman sounded a bit off. Uncle Bruce. He greeted him and couldn't help but think, if someone tried to carjack them right now, they'd hit the jackpot. Roman started the engine and headed for home. Bruce turned to look at him. Had a good time in Hawaii, huh? Looks like you've got a bit of a tan. It was pretty nice. Bruce clearly knew they'd gone to Hawaii as well. I like that photo of you bundled up in a blanket, fast asleep. Jason puzzled over that for a moment before realizing Roman must have shared their vacation photos with Bruce. Was being wrapped up in a blanket and sleeping really worth photographing for posterity? I like those two shots where he was flailing around. Roman laughed heartily. I remember you hadn't updated your social media for half a year. When I saw your posts, I actually thought it was somebody else. The two of them started chatting away. It's all for the memories. Roman sighed with exaggerated seriousness. Kids grow up so fast. Blink, and there's someone else entirely. Better to take more photos now, so when we're old, we can look back on these happy times. Roman was secretly thinking these would be priceless ammunition for teasing Red Hood in the future. And when the day came to reveal the truth, maybe he should book a 360 degrees panoramic photo studio to capture Bruce's, or Batman's, every reaction and expression for the record. Just the thought of it made him giddy with anticipation. Jason listened from the back seat, looking bewildered. So that's what Roman had been up to during their vacation. Head down on his phone all the time? He thought Roman was just busy with work, squeezing in some time to hang out with him. And he'd even felt a little touched. Now, knowing Roman had probably just been posting embarrassing photos of him, whatever trace of gratitude Jason had felt instantly vanished. I want to see, he spoke up. Roman refused coolly. Kids shouldn't see these things. I think it's fine. Those captions you wrote were actually pretty heartfelt. No way. I'm worried he'll delete my posts. In that case, why not let Jason look at them on my phone? With that, Bruce handed his phone over. The two in the front seat went back to their conversation. Jason accepted the phone with a quick thanks and started scrolling. The latest post showed him hunched over, scribbling away, with the caption, "Vacation's over, we're home. My boy is working on his travel journal." Maria had commented below, writing a travel journal. Boss, you really know how to enjoy a holiday. He remembered that he'd only been venting his frustrations with Roman, secretly scribbling complaints about him on paper. Roman hadn't actually asked him to write a travel journal. If he had, Jason would have made sure to complain even more. Jason rubbed his cheeks and scrolled up. Every normal vacation photo came with Roman's sickly sweet captions. Jason couldn't tell who Roman was trying to annoy, but he himself was definitely annoyed. The very first post had two photos, one of Jason looking out over Gotham from a helicopter and another of him eating shaved ice. The caption read, "The little guy was so excited, chattering away with questions the whole trip. He nearly drove me crazy, but since it's him, I answered every single one. Love you, son." Damn, Roman is always so dramatic. I wonder if he even feels sick to his stomach before posting those captions. On the first day of the holiday, he barely asked Roman a single question. Jason handed the phone back to Bruce with a blank expression. The three of them strolled together along the main road of the manor. Jason had originally planned to run home and get started on his homework, but Bruce called out to stop him. Thanks to Bruce today, Roman hadn't made him attend evening classes, so he decided to stick around and listen to the two of them discussing some recent city infrastructure projects. It really was all white roses, not a single other kind of flower. Sometimes I just can't figure out what goes on in that head of yours, Bruce said with a chuckle. Jay likes them. Roman reached out and ruffled Jason's hair. Yeah, I asked for them, Jason replied, uttering a little white lie. Not like he hadn't bent the truth plenty of times back in Crime Alley. By the way, there's actually another reason I came today. Father and son both turned to look at Bruce, waiting for him to go on. Batman asked me to bring it up. Roman frowned. What does he want this time? Jason had already guessed. So Batman hadn't forgotten after all. About the pollen incident, Batman promised Jason that once he was better, he'd take him out for a night drive. He's been busy, but he finally has some free time and wants to make good on his word. Jason let out a cheer and looked eagerly at Roman. Roman shot Jason a glance. Just as he suspected, nothing good ever came from Bruce approaching him first. He should know I'm the Guardian. He needs my permission, doesn't he? Jason looked at Bruce again. Bruce nodded. That's why he asked me to talk to you. He promises he'll take good care of Jason, and Jason will stay in the Batmobile the whole time. Seems Batman really has too much time on his hands. Roman was just about to refuse when his phone rang. David was calling. Roman glanced at the screen and ignored it. I'm not so sure about this. It's dangerous being around Batman. Jason tugged on his arm. Dad, I really want to go. I earned this, and I'll be so disappointed if I miss it. I'll stay in the car and won't run off. Roman thought it over. All right, I'll agree, but only on one condition. Jason looked up at him. What is it? You have to get straight A's on your finals. Not a single grade lower. Otherwise, you're not going anywhere this summer. Just straight A's, huh? Jason gritted his teeth and agreed. Deal. He has to bring you back before midnight. Okay. A bright, happy smile lit up the kid's face. Before midnight, Roman reiterated, turning to Bruce. I'm only agreeing because I trust you. Even 1 second late, and we're done. Jason grumbled inwardly. It was me trading straight A's for this, not you. Bruce gave Jason an encouraging pat on the back. I promise, right on time. Batman will pick you up around 9 tonight, but you have to finish your homework first. As they spoke, they had already arrived in front of the house. Jason, promising he would finish his homework, bounded up the stairs and into the study, bursting with excitement. Roman and Bruce chatted for a while, and then Alfred arrived to take Bruce home. Watching the car drive away, Roman started worrying about what to eat that night, so he called to order some takeout. While waiting for his food, he returned a call to his assistant. David told him that the head of New Current was willing to meet and discuss business matters. After dinner, Jason energetically cleared the table and even took out the trash, all neatly packed up. Standing by the window, Roman watched the small, solitary figure under the street lamp and, for a fleeting moment, wondered if he had hired child labor. He had been considering whether to bring in someone to help with daily chores for the next few days, but seeing how capable Jason was, there really didn't seem to be any need. Jason bounced back inside, somersaulting and throwing a few playful punches as he went. By the time he came in, Jason had returned to his normal self, not nearly as hyper as he'd been outside. After calling out, "Dad," the boy dashed to the living room, plopped onto the sofa, and opened a book. Roman left the window and lounged on the sofa too, fiddling with his phone. But Roman soon noticed Jason wasn't really reading. 10 minutes had gone by, and he hadn't turned a single page. It was only 8:30. Half an hour to go. It was going to be a long wait. "Dad, I want a computer," the boy suddenly announced. "All right, I'll get it arranged tomorrow." Jason looked up in surprise, not expecting Roman to agree so easily. After a moment, he asked, "When you write those tweets, don't you ever feel grossed out by yourself? Then why do you keep posting them?" "To gross you out." Roman's answer was blunt and honest, cutting off any further protest Jason might have had. Jason muttered, "Hurting others for no benefit sounds exactly like something you do." A little while later, they heard the familiar sound of an engine approaching. Jason sprang up and dashed outside, where he saw the Batmobile parked in front of the house, its doors slowly lifting open. Roman followed at a leisurely pace behind him. "I'm here to pick up Jason," Batman's deep voice rumbled. "Bruce should have told you already, but let me make it clear. Have him back before midnight. He needs to sleep, not wander around outside with you all night." Jason didn't care about any of that. In a flash, he was at the open Batmobile door, grabbing the frame, hopping inside, and buckling his seatbelt. "Batman, let's go." Watching the boy so eager for a night out, Roman couldn't help but sigh. He ignored Batman, turned back into the house, and closed the door behind him. The car door shut, and the Batmobile started its journey into the city. "I thought you'd forgotten about me." Jason began to chatter animatedly. "Robin didn't come with you. Did he ride his own motorcycle? I've never really taken a good look at the Batmobile's interior before. It's amazing." Batman smiled faintly, feeling the boundless energy radiating from the child beside him. As the boy paused between questions, Batman replied, "I haven't forgotten. There were just some troubles I had to deal with recently. And after I took care of them, you went on vacation. Things are a bit safer lately, so I thought it was time to fulfill my promise. Otherwise, if things get busy again, I might have to postpone it once more." Jason gazed out the window with curiosity, trying to experience what made the Batmobile different from an ordinary car. Whether he was really listening or not was anyone's guess. "After I take you home, Robin will meet up with me again." Jason grinned. "That's awesome. Do you think I'll get to see you take down some bad guys tonight?" "Tonight's main mission is just a ride around the city. If we run into any crime, I'll handle it." Jason nodded, half understanding, half lost in thought. Wayne Manor. After watching the Batmobile disappear down the drive, Roman changed into his black mask outfit and took another car into the city, heading toward his club. Since the club opened, all of Gotham knew that villains would come and go from there, including the relatively new face of Black Mask, who had emerged in the past 6 months. Now and then, the tabloids would run rumors about Black Mask meeting Roman late at night. Based on past experience, Roman was convinced that Gotham's people didn't really care about the person behind the mask. They just loved the spectacle and the gossip, eager to feed their insatiable curiosity. As the rumors grew ever wilder, Roman at first used to be annoyed by them. But over time, he let it go, and sometimes he even enjoyed being the subject of the city's own rumor mill. After all, when he first burst onto the scene, everyone in Gotham knew that Black Mask was Roman Sionis. But this time around, he'd managed to keep his identity under wraps. Only a handful of people knew about his double life. Maria, Post, his right-hand man David, and of course Batman. Even though he'd already guessed Roman's secret, he had no proof, nor had he tried to unmask him or send him to prison. This time, Roman thought, why not be the one pulling strings from behind the scenes? Life needed a little variety, a new kind of thrill. Black Mask strode into the club, a few henchmen trailing behind him. People turned to whisper as he passed, some visibly excited. Gotham was full of people with a morbid curiosity, and many flocked to his club just for the chance to see a villain in the flesh. He ignored the stares. For the sake of business, he could play nice with Gotham's citizens when he had to. A club host led him to the VIP lounge. The space was wide, and the view was excellent. You could see the entire stage and the main hall from here. When Black Mask entered, 2 people were already seated inside, with 4 more standing nearby. His lieutenant, David, rose to greet him. Roman took a seat, his gaze settling on the people across from him. His hair was a riot of colors, tied up in low braids. Stocky in build and dressed in the latest street fashion, he could easily have been mistaken for a wandering street musician. If he didn't know he was Mute, the boss of New Krut. Someone standing behind Mute looked familiar. Roman recalled the files he'd seen before and recognized him as Mona's brother. They made it clear, Mona was almost certainly involved in the Paradise Lost affair. At the very least, she provided the formula. The man in the black mask spoke coldly, his voice emotionless after passing through a voice modulator. "You've been selling goods on my turf for 2 weeks. Black Mask, I've always sold a few little things to make people happy on my own turf. As for who comes to me to buy, well, I can't control that. When did Coventry become your territory?" The previous boss of Coventry had been cooperative enough, so he'd never bothered to claim the area outright. Times change, the old wave gives way to the new. Mute chuckled slyly. "I came to see you today to talk about continuing our partnership." Mute's willingness to discuss business piqued Roman's interest. "How do you want to talk?" "Before, you and Old Mark split things 70-30. I'm not asking for much. I want to move more product through your territory. We could even join forces to raise the prices. Even if we doubled them, people would still buy. The profits would be huge. And how do you want to split them? I've run the numbers. Even if you took only 30% of the doubled profit, you'd still be getting more than Old Mark ever gave you." The Black Mask sneered. "You're pushing product on my turf, stealing business from my people, and you want to take 70%? Aren't you getting a little greedy? Why shouldn't I just get rid of you right now? Peace brings prosperity. Whatever we're selling, It's all about making money. For you, it just means switching suppliers and earning even more. Mute grinned, baring his teeth. Black Mask, all I want is an equal partnership. I'm willing to split the profits. How about 50-50? I don't think so. 50-50 is my bottom line. Otherwise, I could always work with someone else. Black Mask touched his mask thoughtfully. Mute seemed to be just a pawn, not the real mastermind behind the scenes. Why couldn't things be simple enough for him to just shoot Mute and be done with it? Fina, I agree, but I need to meet your boss. Mute gave an awkward laugh. Well, you just wait for your cut. I'm glad we could come to an agreement. With that, Mute quickly left with his two companions. Black Mask turned to his lieutenant. Have you found out which government officials are behind New Krut? The lieutenant hesitated. Nothing concrete yet. Could there be a so-called number one pulling strings behind the scenes as well? We're still investigating. The man in the black mask let out a thoughtful sound. Looks like we've run into a worthy opponent. Even you seem to be having trouble. I'll have people double down on the investigation. You'd better. The man in the black mask stood up and left, heading toward the villain's lounge. An old friend was already sitting at the bar. Harvey, how's the plan coming along? Roman walked up to the bar and poured them both a drink. Two-Face glanced at him. It's moving forward. They drank in silence, but because Roman's mask made it awkward to drink, it was only Two-Face who sipped. Roman simply watched. Something seems to be bothering you. Man, you can tell what I'm feeling even with this mask on. Do I really need to see your face to know? Roman raised his glass. The butler's on vacation, my kid's out joyriding with Batman, and there are people out there trying to kill me. I'm trying to figure out how to smoke them out. I'm more curious about the kid. How'd you end up letting him run around with Batman? Then Two-Face chuckled darkly. Let me guess. You want the kid to be the one to send him straight to Arkham? It's just for one night. I had to step out anyway, so I figured I'd let Batman keep an eye on him, Roman said, glancing at his watch. Time's about up. I should get going. Tonight, Jason was with Batman, his eyes wide with wonder, soaking in the thrill of the Batmobile's wild speed. To protect him, Batman had him wear a mask to hide his face. Just as Batman had promised, the night was relatively calm. They'd only gotten 2 alerts. Each time, Batman sped to the scene, left Jason in the car, handled the trouble, and came right back. Although Jason didn't get to see Batman take down many criminals, just watching the Batmobile respond to Batman's call, driving itself to his side, left Jason breathless with excitement. That's so cool. After watching Batman drop 2 robbers at the police station doors and leap smoothly back into the car, Jason couldn't hold back his excitement. It's about time I take you home. The Batmobile roared to life, racing north through Gotham. Hope tonight didn't disappoint you. Jason shook his head. I had a great time. Riding with Batman, it's awesome. He thought for a moment, then asked, do you go out on patrol every night? Most nights, yes. You're just like a bat, sleep by day, out in the city by night. Batman made a quiet sound of acknowledgement. Jason looked out at the familiar roads, wanting to ask if Batman ever let a criminal go out of sympathy, if he ever hesitated. But after a few moments of hesitation, he didn't speak the question aloud. He chose something else instead. Are you still keeping tabs on Roman? I always am. Jason nodded quietly. At 11:50, the Batmobile pulled up in front of the house. Roman stood under the porch, watching Jason hop out of the car and wave goodbye to Batman. Batman waved back, then closed the car door and drove off once more. Did you have fun? Jason yawned. Not bad. Batman's really serious about his work. Don't forget about your report card. I won't, Jason replied, covering his ears as he dashed back to his room. On Tuesday morning, Jason made himself a simple lunch to take with him. Without the morning paper, Roman could only watch his son carefully preparing breakfast, musing to himself that the kid really had changed a bit. Maybe it was time to take Jason to see Delia in the evening. After school, instead of heading toward the Janus building, the car turned onto the road leading to the city's island district. No night classes again today. They'll make up for it on Saturday. Jason had grown used to Roman's whimsical ways. He didn't bother asking about their destination, mumbled a couple of words under his breath, then let it drop. They stopped in front of Delia's new studio. Since they'd made an appointment in advance, Delia wasn't seeing any other clients. Downstairs, a few people browsed for new clothes, while one of Delia's apprentices discussed custom orders with a customer. Roman took Jason straight upstairs. Seeing the father and son arrive together, a smile crept onto Delia's face. Let's focus on having Jay tried on. Roman glanced at the day's closing stock prices. Some ups and downs, but things have been climbing steadily for a while now. Delia fetched a half-finished garment and gestured for Jason to put on. Jason gazed in curiosity at the tangle of white threads. Delia began adjusting the details, occasionally asking Jason to move around to test the fit, inquiring how it felt, then taking in or letting out stitches, pinning here and there as needed. Roman, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly cursed under his breath, then got up and stepped into the adjoining lounge, leaving Delia and Jason to continue with the fitting. Jason looked on curiously. Delia, unfazed, kept working meticulously on the waistline. Inside the lounge, Roman was on the phone. Say that again. What happened? Half an hour ago. August Matt returned to Gotham. He got off the plane and was picked up immediately. Now he's vanished. I told you, if he came back to Gotham without my permission, take him out. You couldn't even manage that. Boss, calm down. I only just got the news myself, and I told you right away. I suspect we've been sold out from the inside. Word from Europe is his whole family's gone missing, but only Matt was seen coming back to Gotham. My guess is his wife and son were taken by someone else. Losing track of a target under surveillance, Roman was livid. He paced back and forth twice before stopping. Do you have any leads on who leaked the information? I suspect it's Eamon, the short guy in charge of East Zone 5. He hasn't shown up for 3 days, and he skipped a meeting this afternoon. Did you send anyone to look for him? We searched everywhere, but there's still no news. Roman rubbed his forehead. Question all his lovers carefully. Don't let any recent flings slip by. Ask every single one of them. After hanging up, Roman sent a message to his deputy. Have you found out if number 1 is really behind the new Curate operation? The deputy called back quickly. Boss, number 1 is just too mysterious. Nothing substantial has turned up yet. But I just got word that August Mart has returned to Gotham. He disappeared right after he arrived, as if another group whisked him away and is now hiding him somewhere. Roman replied with a distracted hum. I know about that. I've already handed that matter over to someone else. You focus on digging up who's really behind number 1 and the new Curate. On the way home, Jason noticed Roman didn't look well, as if his mind was tangled up in thoughts. Once home, Jason dashed off to his own study. Roman followed, hesitating for a moment before giving up on the idea of heading back to the East District hideout. Now that Benjamin was on vacation, it just didn't feel right to leave the kid alone in the house. The days that followed unfolded in an orderly routine. Thursday night, Roman sat in his study, listening to his subordinates' reports. Boss, we still haven't tracked down Eamon, but as you suspected, the leak is tied to his new lover. According to their account, Eamon got drunk and spilled everything about you kidnapping the Mart family and interrogating them. It was Locke Jacob reporting over the phone. Turns out, his new lover has deep connections with the finance department's second-in-command, so she didn't hesitate to sell him out. No one could tell who Roman was cursing under his breath, and Jacob wisely stayed silent. Roman already had a pretty good idea who was plotting against him behind closed doors. August Mart knew secrets that could bring down the highest ranks of government. Roman had been interested in these secrets himself, and after applying a little pressure, August Mart had finally confessed the truth. That all happened the day Roman brought Jason back home. These pieces of leverage were enough to keep those officials under Roman's thumb. Now, it was clear they both feared and resented him, chafing under his control and itching to fight back. Roman mulled over what moves they might try to bring him down. But there was one thing he couldn't figure out. Since they already knew where August Mart was, why hadn't they silenced him right away? Why bring him back to Gotham instead? Were they just waiting for trouble to come crashing down on their own heads, or did they have some other plan in mind? Roman scoffed to himself. It might just be plain stupidity. Have you found his family yet? There's a lead. We've got people on it. Anything else? Jacob cleared his throat. Leon Hawk was found dead at his home this afternoon. I hadn't even started causing him trouble yet, and now he's dead already. Roman wrapped his fingers on the table. What about his turf and his men? Everything seems calm. No resistance at all. It's like a new boss quietly took over. I've asked around. They're calling this new boss number 1. Roman wasn't surprised in the least. Of course number 1 would replace Leon Hawk. It was just like using someone and then discarding them. Once Leon Hawk was no longer useful to the so-called number 1. Number 1 simply had him killed and took real control of the Hawk gang. That meant one less source of income and one less territory for now. He wondered what number 1 had offered Hawk's original men to make this power transfer go so smoothly. All right, keep me posted if you hear anything more. And get Lane to do some real work too. You know I don't keep freeloaders around. Understood, boss. Roman gazed out at the night through the window. It seemed about time to call it a day. Somewhere in Gotham's run-down residential neighborhood. After confirming the man on the ground was dead, the 2 people nearby started to panic. What do we do now? He said 1 dose was enough, but this idiot slapped on 3. Unbelievable. These little punks really don't have a brain between them. Dumber than a sack of hammers, I swear. Exactly. And now we're the ones getting dragged into this mess. It's bad enough he's got no brains, but he can't follow instructions, can't read the label. Anyone who gets mixed up with him is cursed, I'm telling you. Bro, next time we need to keep a close eye out. I can't deal with another one of these brainless idiots. Let's clean up and get out of here. Good thing this isn't our usual spot. The speaker spat at the stiffening corpse. Yeah, whatever you say. In the shadowy alley under the night sky, the iron gate creaked open, and the 2 of them hurried out in a panic. By Sunday evening, when Roman and Jason returned from the cultural center, Benjamin was already back at his post. As soon as they stepped inside, Jason saw Benjamin set a freshly steeped cup of tea on the table. "Benjamin, has your injury healed?" "Thank you for your concern, Master Jason. I'm fully recovered." Roman slumped into the sofa, accepted the teacup Benjamin handed over, and took a sip to moisten his throat. "If I remember right, you weren't even scheduled to work until tomorrow. If you're feeling guilty, sir, you could always consider giving me a raise." Benjamin replied with measured formality. Roman immediately straightened up and said, "Let's save that discussion for another time. Business has been terrible lately, losses all around." Jason sipped his tea, unable to stifle a chuckle. "Benjamin, did you know? Dad can only tie a bow tie for himself. He can't do it for me. Yesterday at the charity gala, he fiddled with it forever and still couldn't get it right. In the end, he just threw the bow tie away. A silly little bow tie. If I don't wear it, I don't wear it. What are they going to do? Throw us out? But even though I said I could do it, Dad still insisted on not letting me tie the bow tie myself. You little rascal, have you finished your homework again?" I tied a bow tie right in front of him, but he said it looked terrible and yanked it off. Benjamin listened to the father and son's banter, smiling gently. "Sir, I remember there's a clip-on bow tie in the cabinet. It should do in a pinch." That brought an end to their back and forth. "This house really couldn't function without you, Benjamin," Jason said as he set down his teacup. "I need to go study. Are you in charge of training tonight? It's never any fun sparring with Dad. I'm not exactly itching to beat you up either." "No problem." With that confirmation, Jason stuck his tongue out at Roman and dashed upstairs. Once Jason's footsteps faded and the sounds of doors opening and closing upstairs gave way to silence again, Roman glanced at the empty stairwell and grumbled. Raising a kid is just endless trouble. There's no freedom at all. Compared to his childless days, when he could go wherever he pleased and do whatever he liked, now Roman could only heave a long sigh. But he didn't get to brood for long before his lieutenant called. The lieutenant reported that Mutt, the former boss of New Corette, had died suddenly that afternoon. The new boss wanted to renegotiate, and they'd already started supplying other gangs. "Time and place. Tomorrow night at 11. The meeting's at the docks." "All right. Let them know Black Mass will be there on time." Roman finally sat up straight and turned to Benjamin. "From now on, he's your responsibility. I won't be home much." Monday morning at the start of the new week, routines returned to normal. Someone fetched the newspaper, someone cooked breakfast. Jason, who had gotten up early thinking to make breakfast, found Benjamin already at work in the kitchen and had no choice but to sit at the dining table, reading the paper with Roman. He felt a bit put out. After all, he'd come to enjoy making breakfast himself. But at least today, he didn't have to rush to pack his own lunch. Benjamin had already taken care of it. Roman, meanwhile, was perfectly content. No need for instant coffee today. The morning headlines summarized several recent deaths in Gotham. The victims' faces were twisted in eerie, grotesque expressions, half smiling, half grimacing. It was an ordinary day, and for Jason, another day spent striving for the freedom of summer vacation. Night fell, and the bat signal illuminated the clouds. Gordon stood on the rooftop, waiting for Batman. "Jim." Batman landed softly on the roof and walked toward Gordon. "Batman, the autopsy reports are in. All the victims died from overdosing," Gordon said, handing over a file. "Guess what the fatal residue was?" Batman flipped through the file. "The compound is a lot like what was used in the recent perfume case, but it's been tweaked. The dosage is just enough to enter the bloodstream, but once it's metabolized, it's no longer lethal." Gordon couldn't help but sigh. But there's always someone who likes to overdose. "I remember the perfumer vanished while being escorted." "That's right. Looking at it now, he must have improved the finished product while he was laying low. Now he's resurfaced, using it to make a fortune. Do you have a sample?" Batman handed the file back to Gordon. "Here." Gordon took out a clear plastic bag containing a patch. "Found in the home of one of the victims. I discovered saliva on the victim I found this afternoon. I've already run a DNA test. I'll look into where it came from." This stuff's pretty popular on Uptown and Midtown right now. By the time Gordon had put away the files and turned around, Batman was already gone. Gordon shrugged, gazing into the vast, shadowy night. Night. The docks at 11 o'clock. Black Mask appeared on time at the appointed warehouse, flanked by two of his most trusted men. This time, the newly appointed boss of Newkirk had chosen the place. The lighting was good, and the warehouse looked as though it had just been cleared out, spacious and empty, with only a table and 2 chairs set up in the middle of the floor. As he waited for the new boss of Newkirk to arrive, Black Mask surveyed his surroundings and thought this place would be perfect for mounting a machine gun on the mezzanine. One good sweep across the ground floor, and there'd be few survivors. A perfect spot for a clean sweep. He pictured himself caught in the crossfire. Maybe he'd manage to struggle a little. Still, since his fate wasn't meant to end here, Black Mask felt confident he wouldn't die tonight. He could sense his lifelines stretching on for decades yet. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Black Mask." A familiar voice rang out. Black Mask turned toward the sound. Mona emerged from the shadows, surrounded by 4 subordinates, her brother among them. Her makeup was no longer flamboyant as before, but rather cool and striking, almost ethereal. Dressed in a long white gown, she radiated an air of icy mystery. Clearly, even before graduation, the clever Mona had found herself a well-paying job as the head of a rising gang. Unfortunately for Black Mask, she was now in his way. So, it's a beautiful lady. Don't say you made me wait just 5 minutes. Black Mask glanced at his watch. I'd have waited an hour for you. A smile tugged at Mona's lips as she sat down at the table. Mona. I was delayed by some business. Gang matters, you understand. A gentleman like you must know how it is. Please have a seat, Black Mask. What do you want to talk about? I agreed to a 50-50 split before, without hesitation. That's the problem. Now that I'm in charge, whatever deal you had with Mutt is off the table. Go on, I'm listening. You must have noticed how business has been lately. My product's been selling extremely well. Mona's tone was calm and even. Her voice gave away no hint of pressure. Black Mask listened as he pondered. If Mona hadn't chosen this path, becoming a schoolteacher would have been a pretty good life. There's basically more demand than supply. I want to scale up production. So, you're looking to partner with me. That's right. As for profits, we split it 50-50. I believe, with your help, we can move the goods beyond Gotham and make even more money. That piqued Black Mask's interest, if only a little. He spoke with a hint of amusement in his voice. You want to move product on my turf? No problem. A 50-50 split works too. But you want to ramp up production and use my channels, then bring your boss here to talk to me. Mona's eyes turned cold, laced with resentment. After a few breaths, she replied, I am the boss. It's not that I doubt your abilities, Black Mask said, but I'm more interested in the person or the organization behind you. Mona's temper flared. I can speak for him. Black Mask remained utterly unhurried. Say whatever you like, but those are my terms. Take it or leave it. Suddenly, the sounds of a scuffle erupted outside, along with shouts of Batman. Black Mask tapped the table, his voice dripping with disdain. This is the spot you picked? Even Batman can waltz right in. At the right time, you'll meet my partner, Mona replied. With her bodyguards shielding her, she retreated the way she'd come. Unhurried, Black Mask headed upstairs, his 2 most trusted lieutenants right behind him. By the time Batman arrived, anyone who'd wanted to escape had already vanished. You're late, Batman. Black Mask leaned over the railing, grinning as he mocked the dark figure entering below. The person you're after just slipped away. Black Mask. Batman looked up at him. He traced a lead from saliva found on a corpse, which led him to a low-level thug. Under pressure, the thug confessed to being part of the new Kill It gang. And from there, Batman tracked their fencing operation. He'd learned that the gang's boss had a meeting at the docks tonight and chased the trail here. He hadn't found a mysterious boss, but he'd run into Black Mask instead. Was the boss of the new Kill It gang here to meet you tonight? Why else would I be in this godforsaken place in the middle of the night? Just to see you. How much do you know about the Lost Paradise case? The perfumer had nearly killed Jason, and Batman had once suspected that Roman was behind the perfumer's disappearance. But after checking the scene himself, he'd found no evidence. And what makes you think I'd tell you anything? Batman countered. Then why are you standing on the 2nd floor, chatting with me like this? Black Mask had been about to retort, but thought it over. He really had been waiting for Batman to finish off the guards and barge in. I simply hadn't left yet. So, are you planning to walk away now, or should I catch you and force the answers out? This is really dull. I have some information I can share with you. Hearing this, Black Mask broke into laughter. He took his time, only replying when he sensed Batman's patience was wearing thin. They want to use my channels to move their goods beyond Gotham. Is that too much for you to tolerate? We should snuff them out before they get any bigger. Batman narrowed his eyes. Black Mask rubbed his mask thoughtfully and went on. Since you're here, that means you figure out this new stuff is linked to Perfume, the leader of the new Cleric gang, the perfumer's sister, Mona. I suspect this gang has some ties to Gotham's political scene. Was it you who kidnapped the perfumer? You could go ask the perfumer yourself. Black Mask shrugged. Best of luck with your investigation. With that, Black Mask turned and exited through the security door. He had to admit, he wanted to use Batman to deal with Mona. As for the people backing Mona, with profits this big on the table, they weren't going to walk away so easily. Black Mask had a hunch. It wouldn't be long before Mona's backers came knocking, looking to strike a deal. One problem at a time. The new Cleric gang, number 1, the people who'd hauled off Oxmat. So many enemies coming out of the woodwork. Roman suddenly realized just how many adversaries he'd accumulated. Batman hardly even counted anymore. At least for now, Batman wouldn't be coming after him directly. Tuesday night, at a safe house in the East End, Black Mask summoned someone to invite thick News over. As soon as he saw Black Mask, News broke into a grin. Black Mask, I've been stirring the pot, just like you asked. It's been nearly a month, and this is the first time you contacted me. What's your next move? This can wait. I have something else for you. News stretched his neck, eager for the scoop, pen and notepad ready. It's simple, just one line. Is Black Mask Roman? End it with a question mark. Start spreading it this weekend. Afterwards, you can fan the flames or let things cool off depending on how things go. News paused, pen hovering in midair, a bit puzzled. Wait, so they know you two are the same person? Is Black Mask Roman? It's a question. What do you think? Am I and Roman the same person? News scratched his head with his pen, then scribbled furiously. I don't really see it. But are you seriously planning to frame Roman? Aren't you the one doing his dirty work? Are you trying to cut ties, go solo, maybe retire? Is this some sort of betrayal? Perfect, I'm betraying myself. Black Mask let out a sigh of impatience. You asked too many questions. Oh, sorry, I just say whatever pops into my head. So what's the grudge between you and Roman? I can make this story even juicier. How about a soap opera twist? You can write it however you like. I only have one request. Steer public opinion to think that Roman is the Black Mask. You must really hate him to want him thrown in jail that badly. News looked positively thrilled, while Black Mask no longer had any desire to wonder what News would write in his report. So instead, he simply sat off to the side, watching News at work. News buried himself in his writing, sometimes his eyes shining with inspiration as he scribbled away, sometimes lost in deep thought. If he put this much energy into any other field, he'd be a remarkable figure by now. Reflecting on his own career, Black Mask found he could understand News well enough. 10 minutes passed, and News was already lost in the world of his imaginary story. Bored, Black Mask got up and left. He decided to spend the rest of the night checking on his subordinates' work. Time slipped by, and soon it was Friday. The first phase of the company's project had wrapped up, so they held a celebration, and tomorrow there would be a ribbon-cutting ceremony to announce the start of the second phase. This past week, Roman had rarely come home, meeting Jason at the company each day, just briefly to check on his studies. Although they didn't see each other much, Jason still couldn't escape events like this celebration. Even if he wasn't thrilled about it, he tried to engage with the people who approached him, spending most of his time chatting with kids his own age. Usually, he'd be the one asking questions, the other kid answering, and after about 5 minutes, Jason would have a pretty good idea of their family background. Most of today's guests were from Roman's company, so the atmosphere felt different from the usual high society galas. People at this party seemed much more approachable. There were also some business associates and Roman's specially invited guests. Bruce was there, as was Lucius. Dick, however, hadn't come, which left Jason a little disappointed. Maybe next time, he could ask Roman to invite Tim and Christy. Roman always invited special guests anyway. Adding his own request wouldn't give Roman any reason to refuse. Jason thought to himself that it had been ages since he'd seen Tim. He still hadn't given him his gift. Maybe he should just invite Tim over to his house. A faint, rustling sound drifted into Jason's ears, piquing his curiosity as he glanced around. The sound was crisp and popping, reminiscent of bubbles bursting or old tree bark being peeled away. With the blaring music filling the hall, no one else seemed to notice this strange little noise. Jason noticed the surface of the table tremble slightly, so he leaned in to study the water in his glass. Ripples spread across the surface, swaying back and forth. Jason was about to mention his discovery to someone when he saw a huge shadow fall across the floor-to-ceiling windows. He looked up and saw a thick, green vine, as wide as a person, smashing through the glass and surging rapidly into the hall. Someone grabbed him by the arm and hurried him toward the safety zone at the side. Meanwhile, the lights suddenly dimmed, leaving only the emergency lights and a handful of others still glowing faintly. The ground began to shake violently, cracks spiderwebbing across the walls, while bricks rained down incessantly from the ceiling. Thick vines surged in all directions, swiftly enveloping the banquet hall. At last, people realized something was terribly wrong. Panic erupted into screams as they scrambled to escape. But the entire building was tightly cocooned by the vines, every exit and entrance sealed off. With nowhere to run, everyone could only search desperately for the safest corners in which to hide. Poison ivy descended gracefully, stepping from the vines that had burst through the windows. After surveying the chaos, the vines moved as if guided by a will of their own, snatching at people throughout the hall. This only fueled the terror, screams rising to a fever pitch. The new vines grew even more robust, weaving themselves into thick walls that blocked off the space. Have you lost your mind? You just stood there while the vines came at you. Roman grabbed Jason by the shoulders, his tones scolding and forceful. How can you be so careless? A vine lunged at Roman's back. Jason opened his mouth to warn him, but the vine had already coiled around Roman. Stay here. Don't run off. With that, Roman was pulled away, shouting, into the tangle of vines. Jason stared in shock, momentarily unsure if he should call out for help. He remembered that Roman actually had a decent relationship with Poison Ivy. Last time, she'd even been the one to take him to the club. So why do they suddenly seem like enemies? He scratched his head in confusion. Looking around, all he saw were walls of vines. There was no one nearby he could ask for help. Thankfully, it wasn't pitch dark yet. Jason decided to do a bit of exploring. Inside the vine labyrinth, Roman climbed to his feet. Ivy, why did you start early? Weren't we supposed to make our move at the ribbon cutting tomorrow? The schedule changed this afternoon. Didn't you hear? No one told me. Meanwhile, the lights suddenly dimmed, leaving only the emergency lights and a handful of others still glowing. The ground began to shake violently, cracks snaking along the walls as bricks rained down from the ceiling. Thick vines burst forth, winding their way around the ballroom and sealing it in. At last, people realized something was terribly wrong. Panic erupted. They screamed and tried desperately to flee. But the entire building was now tightly encased by vines, every exit blocked. With nowhere to run, people could only scramble for what seemed like the safest places to hide. Poison Ivy descended gracefully from the vines that had smashed through the window. As she surveyed the room, the vines seemed to come alive, snaking out to seize guests. This unleashed a fresh wave of terrified screams. The newly grown vines thickened and rose, quickly forming walls of living plant matter. Are you out of your mind? The vines are coming right at you, and you just stand there. Roman seized Jason by both shoulders, scolding him sharply. How can you be so careless? Just then, a vine lashed toward Roman's back. Jason opened his mouth to warn him, but before he could speak, the vine coiled around Roman. Stay here, and don't go running off, Roman ordered just before he was dragged off, shouting, into the tangle of vines. Jason stared in shock, unsure if he should call out for help or stay silent. He remembered that Roman and Poison Ivy actually got along, or at least she'd given him a ride to the club last time. How had things turned so hostile all of a sudden? He scratched his head in confusion. Glancing around, he saw only vine-grown walls. There wasn't anyone nearby he could ask for help. At least it wasn't completely dark yet. Jason decided to do a bit of exploring on his own. Inside the tangle of vines, Roman scrambled up from the floor. Ivy, why are you starting now? Weren't we supposed to make a scene at tomorrow's ribbon cutting? They changed the time this afternoon. Didn't you hear? No one told me. Did you not join group chat? What group? The Villains League chat didn't mention anything. Roman checked his communicator. Poison Ivy propped her chin on her hand thoughtfully. You're really not in there. When did you start a new group? No, it's the old one. Only Arkham-certified members are allowed in. Poison Ivy replied with a click of her tongue. You don't make the cut. Roman could only sigh in defeat. So why did you move things up? We all agreed today, felt lucky. Is there any advantage to doing this tonight? Just for fun. And as a bonus, we get the Lucius kidnapping out of the way early. You gotta be kidding me. I didn't even bring any gear tonight. No sooner had the words left Roman's mouth than a slender vine dragged a bag up onto a nearby table. Once it had dropped off its bundle, the vine slithered back into the wall. Poison Ivy nodded toward the bag. Roman unzipped it and peeked inside, pulling out a familiar mask, one of his regulars from his club office. Who sneaked into my office? Ask Clayface, Poison Ivy replied. Though he was far from pleased, Roman still picked up the mask and put it on. There was even a suit in the bag. He had come prepared, but he didn't bother changing. Roman slipped on his gloves. Let's hurry. Batman's bound to show up any minute. Black Mask and Poison Ivy followed the path that the vines had deliberately left for them and made their way downstairs. Once they reached the ground floor, the vines closed off the gaping hole they'd come through. Did you tuck Jason in properly? Black Mask asked offhandedly. Don't worry. He's having a wonderful time playing with my children in the labyrinth. Black Mask didn't really approve, but he trusted Poison Ivy wouldn't harm Jason, so he had no objection. While the entire building had been overtaken by plants, one room remained untouched. Black Mask pushed open the door and gestured politely for the other to enter. Poison Ivy didn't stand on ceremony. She strode in first. Poison Ivy, Black Mask, what are you two up to? Lucius, who had been captured and brought here, tried to sound composed as he demanded answers. Nothing much. We just need a little favor from you. Poison Ivy glanced at them both. Batman's here. I'm going to have a little fun with him. With that, she turned and left, weaving through the thick tangle of greenery back to the ballroom. She found Batman with ease. Batman, your knack for appearing and disappearing is truly impressive. Batman was busy freeing people trapped by the vines. At the sound of her voice, he turned to face her. Poison Ivy, I'll admit, I'm surprised you'd attack a celebration. This is no ordinary party. Poison Ivy's eyes flashed with anger. Roman's project is about to move into its second phase. His construction crew is planning to destroy a stretch of wetland just to build a road. I'll never forgive such a crime. Batman frowned slightly. To his knowledge, Black Mask had been mingling with Gotham's other villains for half a year now, and Black Mask was Roman. But if Poison Ivy was targeting Roman, it seemed these villains still hadn't discovered Roman's secret. Poison Ivy continued, her voice languid but chilling, so they all have to die. Not a single one will be spared. She flicked her hand gracefully, and a flower blossomed instantly in her palm. In 5 minutes, my darlings will bloom. Deadly pollen will drift through the building, and no one inside will survive. As far as I know, the project is just to repair an old, crumbling road so people can get to the beach more easily. And the price is the destruction of a wetland. Do you really think that's justified? Suddenly, several vines lashed out from the shadows, aiming straight for Batman's arms and legs. Behind you, Batman. Jason, who'd been hiding behind the vines, eavesdropping, shouted at the top of his lungs. He'd wandered through the plant labyrinth several times before finally reaching a wide-open space, where he overheard Poison Ivy's conversation with Batman. When he saw the ambush, he cried out in alarm, his voice taut with anxiety. That noise caught Poison Ivy's attention. Jason clamped a hand over his mouth and tilted his head back, locking eyes with her. After hearing the warning, Batman darted aside, narrowly avoiding the attack. Still, one vine managed to wrap around his ankle. Without hesitation, he flung a batarang, slicing through the offending tendril. When he looked up, he saw the vines winding around Jason, delivering him straight to Poison Ivy's side. Well, little one, we meet again. There was a sharp edge to her voice. She clearly wasn't pleased. She pinched Jason's chin between her fingers. What kind of trouble are you causing here? Jason wasn't sure where his sudden courage came from, but he shot back. Aren't you and Roman supposed to be friends? Why would you want to hurt him? Facing Poison Ivy's cold, indifferent expression, Jason wondered if he'd been too reckless. Her reply was icy. Whatever gave you the impression that Roman and I are friends? Poison Ivy, let Jason go. A sharp whiff of herbicide stung Jason's nose. With a furious cry, Poison Ivy recoiled. The vines binding Jason withered instantly, and he landed lightly on his feet. The sound of whips cutting through the air followed. Out of the corner of his eye, Jason saw several vines lashing toward him. Suddenly, a huge shadow swept over him, and the next thing Jason knew, someone scooped him up and rolled them both to safety. A series of sharp, miniature explosions rang out. Jason could only guess that the batarangs had detonated. Suddenly, Poison Ivy shrieked, "What have you done?" Batman released Jason. Just buying time. The Batmobile has just sprayed a measured dose of herbicide across this area. It's already circulating through the building's ventilation system. Your plants, they won't be blooming tonight. Peeking out from behind Batman's cape, Jason saw the banquet hall gradually brighten as the surrounding vines visibly shriveled and decayed. The once impenetrable walls of foliage slowly withered away, brittle branches and dead leaves piling up on the floor. From the ceiling, bits of building material rained down in a steady stream. Only for tonight. Poison Ivy snapped, unwilling to linger. She turned and fled back the way she'd come. Batman gave chase. The dying vines tried desperately to block Batman's pursuit, but only managed to slow him for a brief moment. Poison Ivy leaped into a gaping hole in the floor, dropping to the level below, disappearing down her pre-planned escape route. Black Mask had just finished dealing with Lucius and was on his way back to the banquet hall to resume the role of hostage when he ran into Poison Ivy. Before he could even ask what was happening, he saw Batman drop down from the hole above. Without hesitation, Black Mask drew his gun and began covering Poison Ivy's retreat. No way was he going to let Batman catch her at a time like this. Black Mask didn't pull any punches. He emptied his magazine in Batman's direction as the masked vigilante advanced. Batman responded by sweeping his cape up, shielding himself from the hail of bullets. Bulletproof capes now? Are you that afraid to die, Batman? Black Mask spared no effort mocking them, taking the opportunity to reload his magazine. This gave Poison Ivy a brief window to make her escape. By the time Batman lowered his cape and checked the scene, both of them had vanished. He was just about to give chase when a voice crackled through his communicator. "Sir, Joker and Harley are robbing the Gotham National Bank. Robin is already en route. Also, a giant ice fortress has suddenly appeared in the west end of Nakajima City. Batgirl is investigating. I'm on my way. Tell them both not to act rashly. Get a full picture of the situation first." With that, he left the hotel, leaving the aftermath to the Gotham City Police Department. Meanwhile, Poison Ivy noticed Black Mask fleeing alongside her and asked, "Whose side is your son really on?" Black Mask could more or less guess why Poison Ivy was asking. Most likely, when she faced off with Batman, Jason had sided with the Dark Knight. "Of course he's on my side. At the stairwell, Poison Ivy stopped him. Let's part ways here. Batman won't be coming after us. Black Mask had been focused solely on escape, but now suddenly remembered he needed to get back to the ballroom and play the victim. He halted, took off his mask, and handed it to Poison Ivy. She accepted the mask and teased, "Careful now. Harvey thinks your son will land you in Arkham one day. Honestly, I'm starting to believe it too. Thanks for the concern. I mean it. You might just be grooming Batman's future successor and digging your own grave." Roman had no desire to continue this conversation. These villains weren't really worried. They just wanted to watch the show. After all, they've been old friends playing this game for a decade or two. Roman understood the drill. He strode quickly upstairs, 2 floors above the ballroom, just in time to slip back in and play the victim Poison Ivy had supposedly captured. When Roman quietly returned to the ballroom, chaos reigned. People were searching for loved ones, comforting each other, and some had already begun to evacuate. He spotted Jason with Maria, the two of them talking as they moved with the crowd toward the exit. "You're okay? Poison Ivy didn't do anything to you." Seeing him approach, Jason was the first to speak. But the look on Jason's face and his tone made Roman feel something was off, almost as if Jason had been expecting him to come back hurt. Roman frowned. "Was I supposed to be hurt? She said you'd ruin the wetlands and was going to settle the score with you. Yet here you are, not even a scratch." After overhearing Poison Ivy and Batman's conversation, Jason had started to believe that Ivy really was out for revenge against Roman. But now, seeing Roman completely unscathed, he began to suspect that Poison Ivy had only said those things to throw Batman off. Who knew what those two were really plotting behind the scenes? Roman casually made up an excuse. "We had a friendly chat. Then Batman showed up and began wrecking her plans. She tossed me aside in some corner and went off to deal with Batman herself." Police officers appeared in the main hall, starting to evacuate the crowd. Maria reminded him, "Boss, we should get out of here. This building isn't exactly safe right now." Roman glanced at the cracked walls and the scattered ceiling panels. "Looks like the City Works Department will have their hands full again. If it were up to me, I'd use this chance to knock the place down and rebuild." The three of them chatted as they moved out with the crowd. "You took the roadwork contract, already made plenty of enemies that way. Are you really going to keep going?" Roman patted Jason's head. "A prize this big, who wouldn't want a piece? I should have gone for it sooner." Maria could only offer a small gesture of understanding. Jason watched the two of them, curious. He thought fixing roads was a good thing. How could that make people hold a grudge? He wondered what Roman had done to make people so angry. Outside, the sound of sirens echoed up and down the street. With nothing else planned for the night, Roman followed Jason home, looking forward to a cozy Friday evening. After scrolling through social media and seeing a few videos posted by Gotham residents, footage of robberies and the Ice Castle, Roman hoped Batman was having a very busy night. Once home, Jason was about to follow Benjamin to the training room, but Roman called him over to watch TV, declaring it TV night. With Roman insisting, Jason could only glance longingly toward the training room before trailing after Roman into the lounge. Father and son settled in together, with Roman firmly in control of the remote. As soon as the TV came on, a cartoon was playing. Roman grumbled and started flipping channels. Jason shot back, a little indignant. "You just don't have any childlike spirit." Finally, the screen stopped on Gotham News. Aerial footage showed the Batmobile and Joker's car locked in a wild chase, weaving through the city. Now and then, Joker would launch a barrage of cash at Batman, $100 bills fluttering everywhere. Jason said, "The Batmobile is awesome. How come it can't catch the Joker?" On the screen, Harley Quinn fired a giant paintball at the Batmobile, splattering a window in bright colors. Roman muttered, if Batman caught him in a second, what would the audience have left to watch? On TV, the chase reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, a set of wipers sprang up from somewhere, scrubbing the paint away from the windshield in seconds. The Batmobile fired a grappling hook, embedding it in the Joker's rear bumper. The winch whirred, pulling the two cars closer together. A door swung open and Batman leaned out, aiming a grapnel gun at the Joker's car. Father and son watched, captivated, as Batman went about catching the Joker and Harley. When the chase ended, Roman started changing channels again. Bored, he handed the remote to Jason and casually asked him what he thought of Batman. "So, what do you think of Batman?" Jason deftly switched to the cartoon channel. "Cool. Do you like him?" Jason kept his eyes on the TV, but his thoughts had already drifted to Roman. He stuck a glance or two at Roman, unable to help but wonder just what had gotten into him this time. He started weighing his options. Should he lie and say he didn't like Batman? Or should he just be honest and admit he did? If he lied, Roman would definitely see right through it and keep pressing. In the end, Jason replied in a soft, almost forgotten voice, "He saved me, you know. Of course I like him. But Batman catches bad guys, though." Roman mimicked Jason's tone as he spoke. The imitation sent a shiver down Jason's spine. He looked at Roman as if he were seeing something bizarre. Jason pressed his lips together and didn't respond, silently wondering if Roman had been possessed by something strange, or maybe he'd just lost his mind. Roman leaned back on the sofa, one elbow propped on the armrest, watching his son. Dad's a bad guy, you know. Even adopting you wasn't exactly above board. He hadn't meant to ask so much, but seeing Batman on TV suddenly put him in a playful mood. He just couldn't resist teasing Jason. Jason hadn't expected Roman to bring up his adoption in such a roundabout way. His guard shot up instantly, as if facing a formidable foe, and he prepared to weather this with silence. He had no intention of digging into what exactly Roman meant by not exactly above board. Seeing Jason grow tense, Roman repeated, "Dad's a bad guy, you know." Jason couldn't hold it in any longer. "Dad, can you please stop talking like that? You sound like a creep. It's honestly scary." "All right." Roman dropped the act and shifted back to his normal tone. "Let me ask you a serious question. Do you like Dad?" "Do." There was no need to lie about that. "So you like both Batman and Dad?" "Batman catches bad guys, and Dad is a bad guy. If Batman arrested Dad and locked him away in some awful place, would you end up hating Batman?" Roman chuckled to himself as he asked. When Jason didn't answer, Roman pressed, "Is it a tough choice?" Jason sat there, arms crossed and lips pursed, clearly annoyed and not in the mood to humor Roman. But Roman wasn't about to let it go. "If Batman accidentally killed Dad, would you avenge me?" Unable to take it anymore, Jason gave Roman's leg a light punch. "I don't want to get mixed up in any of your messed up business." "No can do. You're supposed to inherit Dad's criminal empire. Batman has his heir, so Dad needs one too. It's a family feud, after all." As Roman rambled on, Jason's imagination wandered further, picturing himself in a showdown with Dick. A chill ran down his spine. He had a sinking feeling he'd never be able to beat Dick. Roman sighed in exaggerated drama. "Jay, you're so indecisive. It really breaks my heart." He changed the subject and continued. "So, who do you like more, Dad or Batman?" Jason felt a pang of bitterness. Suddenly, even cartoons lost their charm. "If you're going to take Batman's side." "I haven't chosen yet," Jason protested. "Then choose now." Jason's defiance faded in an instant, and he slumped back into the sofa. "My own son, rebelling and breaking my heart." Roman sighed dramatically again. "But I won't make things hard for you, since you can't choose." Jason muttered under his breath. Roman carried on, undeterred. "Promise me you won't get mixed up with Batman in the future." Jason's mind whirled in confusion. He stared at Roman, bewildered. What kind of promise was this? He could solemnly swear 1,000 times, if Roman really wanted. Looking left and right, he wasn't exactly the type who'd end up running with Batman anyway. Honestly, would Batman even notice him? Could he really become some sidekick? As if reading his mind, Roman pressed him further. "You can't even make this tiny promise?" "I can," Jason retorted, his stubborn streak sparked. "I promise I won't fool around with Batman in the future." "Swear it." "I swear," Jason raised his hand. "I swear to the sky if I—" Before he could finish, Roman gently pushed his hand down. "All right, no need to swear to the heavens. What if it really came true?" Roman continued seriously. "If you break your promise, it means you've chosen Batman." "That's impossible. I usually don't make such sweeping statements. That way, it's less awkward to look back on later." Jason blinked. Roman was acting strange today. Maybe poison ivy had scrambled his brain during last night's attack. "Actually, I don't really care if you get mixed up with Batman," Roman admitted, more solemn than usual. "But if you can't do number one, then you have to do number two. So, if you ever break that promise, whenever you're faced with a choice between me and him, you have to pick me. Every time." Jason wanted to scratch his head, but Roman was still holding his right hand, so he used his left instead. He just couldn't figure out what Roman was getting at. He was becoming more and more baffling. "No need to swear on this. Just remember it," Roman said. He smiled, his gray-blue eyes like mist in the night, deep and mysterious. The two of them started watching the new episode of the cartoon. But beneath that calm facade, Roman's heart was far from settled. He began to wonder about Jason's choices. Who could say whether the little rascal would stick to Rule 1 or Rule 2, or just break them both outright, racing headlong down Batman's path with no turning back? Maybe the kid had his own limits. Maybe he'd listen, and things would never go that far. Roman wasn't sure if he could ever influence Jason as deeply as Bruce had. There was still plenty of time ahead, and he was willing to wait and see how things would turn out. The next morning, Benjamin was busy preparing breakfast. Roman sat reading the front-page headline of the city tabloid. For a while, he wouldn't be seeing the reporter news, so he could only let news use his own judgment. The Gotham tabloid was a favorite pastime for the city's residents, published regularly at 6 a.m. every Wednesday and Saturday. Typically, it ran 4 pages, but often there would be special editions or expanded issues, though the price had always remained $2. Even in the age of the internet, where information was everywhere, the tabloid still had a loyal following. Its distinctive storytelling, and the way it mythologized Gotham's figures, even featuring themed comics about local personalities, gave it a unique charm. The organization behind the paper was shrouded in secrecy. To this day, no one in Gotham knew who was truly involved or where their headquarters were. Some even whispered that the tabloid was the work of a band of Gotham's own ghosts. That only added another layer of mystique to the publication. Jason came in carrying a freshly trimmed flower. After placing it in a vase, he settled beside Roman to read the paper together. Ever since Jason had discovered that Roman wouldn't shoo him away if he joined him for the morning paper. In fact, Roman seemed to enjoy the company. The two had made a routine of poring over the day's news. Sometimes they even critiqued the stories together, trading comments and laughter. The man behind the mask, Jason read aloud. Who is Black Mask? The front page featured a grainy photograph of Black Mask, alongside a black silhouette emblazoned with a giant question mark. The article spun a vivid tale of how the reporter had, on a dark and blustery night, chanced upon Black Mask and his men taking a stroll, and by a twist of fate, managed to glimpse the man's true face. After discovering Black Mask's identity, the reporter claimed to have been so stunned that he couldn't eat or sleep for days. In conclusion, the reporter stated that he had already submitted the rest of the story for publication, so readers needn't worry about missing out. If today's sales surpassed 10,000 copies, the truth would be revealed in Wednesday's issue. If not, the answer would have to wait for the special Friday edition. After skimming through the article, Jason voiced his doubt. You don't seem nervous at all. Roman flipped to page 3. What's there to be nervous about? Jason tilted his head, studying Roman. Roman's true identity was about to be exposed, yet he acted as though nothing was happening. You're Black Mask. And who told you that? The Joker did. Roman kept his eyes on the newspaper. So, Jason had remembered what happened that day when the Joker unmasked him. Without any real evidence, what can they do to me? At most, it just adds another joke for Gotham. Benjamin began to serve breakfast. Jason shook his head and returned to his seat. His adoptive father was impossibly brazen. He had a feeling that sooner or later, Batman would be the one to set Roman straight. Roman put down the newspaper and looked at Jason thoughtfully. Why didn't you report me to Batman? I told you, I don't want to get mixed up in your business. Besides, if he had any evidence, you'd already be in jail. What good would it do if I reported you? That's true. Roman took a sip of his coffee and added, no one would believe it anyway. Jason ignored him and focused on his breakfast. Meanwhile, Roman made a phone call to Maria, instructing her to buy up all the remaining tabloids after 10 o'clock and distribute them free of charge to the citizens of Gotham. Jason listened from the side, his expression one of confusion. Why was he in such a hurry to let everyone know about his secret identity? After breakfast, instead of sending Jason off to study, Roman told him to get ready for the ribbon-cutting ceremony scheduled for today. Delia had just had the new clothes delivered yesterday. Looking at the outfit he'd already tried on several times, Jason felt a bit moved, even though he didn't think there was anything particularly special about it once he put on. Roman, on the other hand, seemed very pleased and even discussed with Benjamin whether Delia should get a bigger bonus. Benjamin thought it was a good idea. The ribbon-cutting ceremony to celebrate the start of Phase 2 of the project was a lively affair, attended even by the mayor. Roman gave a speech, promising to pay more attention to the welfare of Gotham's people and to do his part to improve the city's environment. Phase 2 of the project would not only repair roads, but also renovate the buildings along the streets, with any budget overruns covered by Janus Corporation. His remarks sparked a storm of applause. The mayor then took the stage, thanking Roman for his contributions to Gotham and expressing hope for even more change in the future. That evening, Roman wandered into the club. As expected, an old acquaintance was sitting in the Rogues' Lounge. Harvey, Black Mask, sank into the sofa, hands folded behind his head, feet propped up on the coffee table, humming a little tune. Two-Face flipped a coin back and forth. You seem to be in a good mood. Sweet revenge, and the thrill of stirring things up. Black Mask lowered his feet, pulled a phone from his inner pocket, and slid it across the table to Two-Face with a little push. In a few days, I'll need to lay low. If anything comes up, contact me with this. Laying low after running off with the cash? My business is big enough. I don't need to covet your little stash. Just don't double-cross me and bail out early. Two-Face pocketed the phone. The two shared a knowing smile. Their little schemes were as plain as day. To betray or not to betray, the tone was set from the very start. How could either of them pass up such an opportunity? As a new week began, inside the Janus Tower, on the computer screen, Janus Corporation's stock price was soaring. Maria walked in with a stack of documents. Stocks are on a tear, Maria, Roman said, swiveling his chair slightly. Maria handed over the files. The risk is too high. According to our plan, We should have unloaded everything as soon as the market opened today. But Roman didn't answer the call. Instead, he stood up, hands in his pockets, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. If stocks could rise by 3% every opening day, wouldn't my fortune soon surpass Bruce's? Maria silently pushed up her glasses and said bluntly, "Boss, it's better not to indulge in these daydreams. Once the capital starts pulling out, your assets will shrink drastically." Roman grumbled, "You're always such a buzzkill." Maria wanted to protest her innocence. After all, it was the boss's unrealistic ideas that forced her to break the harsh truth, helping him see reality for what it was. Forget it. Just keep an eye on things and hold those small fry in place. Don't let them slip away." "Understood. I will." As the week wore on, the nights grew increasingly restless. Violence on the streets began to escalate, with gangs of all sizes clashing over profit. Most blamed the other side for crossing boundaries in their dealings, while some simply used the chaos as an excuse to beat down or even swallow up their rivals. Strangely enough, aside from the wealthy district, which was stable and well-guarded as always, the East Side, which one would expect to be even more chaotic, remained eerily quiet under Black Mask's control. It was neither flourishing nor declining, just stagnant and lifeless. Wednesday night, at Black Mask's office, Black Mask was using a high-powered telescope to enjoy the sight of Batman breaking up a gang brawl below. Nearby, Robin leapt and darted, working with Batman to take down the violent thugs. When the battered and bruised gang members were finally rounded up by the arriving Gotham police and hauled off to the station, Batman and Robin didn't stick around. They jumped into the Batmobile and sped off to their next destination. These nights, Batman certainly had his hands full. Black Mask set aside the telescope, ready to head out for his evening appointment. Even the new Cruet gang hadn't escaped the turmoil. According to Black Mask's intel, after they'd replaced their boss, many within the gang were dissatisfied, thinking the new leader lacked the necessary pedigree. Internal strife broke out as a result. Now, the head of one of the more influential factions within the new Cruet had arranged to meet Black Mask at the docks. Black Mask figured that unless the new Cruet had some deep sentimental tie to the docks, it meant their headquarters must be nearby. The underboss was already waiting at the meeting spot. Black Mask gave him a rare compliment. "You're right on time. I'm starting to appreciate that." "Black Mask," the underboss replied with a forced smile, "let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to business." Black Mask nodded. "Go ahead." A cool night breeze swept across the docks, and several yachts were moored not far away. Black Mask glanced at one of the brightly lit yachts, waiting for the underboss to get to the point. The underboss said, "If you back me for the top spot, I'll share the profits with you. 60 for you, 40 for me. You know the formula?" The underboss shook his head. "If you won't work with me, I only do 70-30. My favor, my terms." The underboss gave an awkward laugh. 60 is already the best I can offer. I've got people behind me, you know. Is it the one I've always wanted to meet in person?" The underboss nodded. "I really don't see what's so appealing about your proposal. Besides, you don't even have the formula yet. Working with Mona would be much more in my interest. That girl's reckless. She and her brother have thrown the whole gang into chaos. Plenty of folks are fed up with them. It's only a matter of time before she's out." The new curate had seized Coventry for barely a month, and they were already tearing themselves apart over profits. Now, things had escalated to all-out hostility, which Black Mask found rather amusing. "I'm not too interested in your grudges. Whoever can hold the boss's seat, that's who I'll do business with. I'm willing to share my East Side interests with whoever's in charge." Black Mask patted the underboss on the shoulder. "I've got my eye on you. You've got guts and drive. But if I help you up, you'll never get out from under my shadow. I'm tired of always dealing with small-time players." With that, Black Mask and Ryan left, not off the docks, but onto a yacht, intending to catch some sea breeze. The underboss clenched his fists as he watched the yacht pull away. He'd hoped to win Black Mask over tonight, but that plan hadn't quite succeeded. Black Mask had made things very clear. Either the underboss seizes power himself, or he hands over his turf to be Black Mask's lackey. "Boss, Black Mask doesn't seem easy to negotiate with." "I know." The underboss felt a surge of frustration. Just then, another group approached on the dock, led by none other than Mona. Her brother was at her side, carrying a small briefcase. The two groups faced each other, and for a moment, the air was thick with awkward tension. It was Mona who broke the silence. "What are you doing here?" The underboss shot back, clearly annoyed. "Why shouldn't I be here? What are you doing?" Some of the sharper henchmen had already reached for their weapons. "Black Mask asked to meet me here," Mona replied quickly, her mind racing. "Did you just meet with him? Has he already left?" "So what if I did?" The underboss, with nowhere to vent his anger, snapped. "I'm Moot's right hand. If anyone's taking over after him, it's me, not you." Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The underboss was hit and collapsed to the ground with a howl. "Shoot! Shoot, we're under attack. The tension between the two sides instantly erupted into chaos, guns drawn and a firefight breaking out. The scene spiraled into pandemonium. Out on the distant water, Black Mask stood with binoculars, watching Curate's internal feud unfold. That shot had come from Mona's brother. In Black Mask's eyes, the brother never looked particularly bright, always scheming, always trying to be clever. It was Black Mask who called Mona here. Curate's people wanted to negotiate further cooperation, and Black Mask figured it was under Mona's orders, so he reached out to her. It all made perfect sense. His lieutenant, Ryan, stood beside him. Boss, why not just take them out directly? We could seize the turf right back. What's the fun in that? The turf isn't going anywhere, but watching the drama unfold is much more entertaining. I still don't get it, though. Wouldn't it be easier to just take them out directly? And that number one, always scheming behind everyone's back. Black Mask observed the situation at the docks. The suitcase Mona's brother was holding had been punctured, and its contents splashed out, spraying the people nearby. Their expressions and actions began to grow strange. If he wasn't mistaken, the suitcase must have contained undiluted hallucinogens. Don't rush it, Ryan. The time hasn't come yet. When the suitcase broke, Mona, who was standing closest, got drenched in the liquid. Covered in blood, she staggered and stumbled across the pier, at times wailing, at times cackling, until she lost her footing and tumbled into the water, thrashing about. Now, that was unexpected. He'd thought this would just be a petty power struggle. Watching a little longer, Black Mask put down his binoculars. Even without them, he could make out several people falling into the harbor one after another. A familiar engine roar grew louder in the distance. Black Mask, who'd been about to head below deck for some rest, turned back, raising his binoculars toward the dock. They'd probably receive an alert. Batman and Robin had rushed over to the docks again to stop the mob war from spiraling further. The fight was drawing to a close. The few remaining combatants had turned to hand-to-hand brawling. The docks were a complete mess. Let's get ready to go ashore. We've had enough fun for one night. After some thought, Black Mask decided to make an appearance in front of Batman. After all, Batman couldn't do anything to him for the moment. Ryan was confused, but Batman's here. That's why you need to put on your mask. Ryan made a few noises of agreement and hurried to tell the other two henchmen to mask up as well. Once Batman had taken down the last of the rampaging new Nuculate, he pulled everyone who'd fallen into the water back on land, then contacted Gordon to send a team for rescue. As the yacht neared the shore, Batman, who was checking for survivors, looked up and noticed the boat. A familiar scent drifted over the dock. Black Mask leaned over the railing to meet his gaze. Oh, Batman, are you here to admire the moon too? It's a lovely night. Tonight, thick clouds blanketed the sky, not a trace of the moon to be seen. Batman asked, Black Mask, what are you doing here? Absolutely nothing, Black Mask replied, his tone almost earnest. Just out for a little sea air? Who'd have thought I'd run into you? You must be busy these days, huh? Naturally, Batman didn't buy a word of Black Mask's nonsense. So you just happened to witness this gang war, did you? You could say I was watching from a safe distance. I wasn't involved. Nothing illegal about that, is there? Black Mask let out a low, mocking laugh. Batman couldn't exactly accuse him of letting people die, either. This was a gang war, after all. It wouldn't take much for things to turn deadly. The person you pulled out of the water looks familiar. Wasn't that Mona, the new Nuculate leader who's been stirring up chaos in Gotham lately? Is she dead already? Yes. Batman was reluctant to say more, but he had already conducted his examination. Before Mona fell into the water, she had been shot in the heart. The perfume, when spilled, accelerated her blood circulation. By the time she hit the water, she had already lost too much blood. The water only hastened her death. Don't be too upset, Batman. Most of the recent chaos can be traced back to Mona's reckless supply. If you look on the bright side, you'll have fewer wild goose chases from now on. Besides, as far as I know, no one else knows the formula anymore. Black Mask stepped off the yacht, offering Batman a cool, detached comfort. Are you going to arrest me? If not, I'm leaving. Dressing up as Black Mask isn't a crime, is it? When I have enough evidence, I'll personally see you in court. Faintly, the sound of sirens drifted over. If they didn't leave now, they'd have to meet the Gotham City Police Department. Black Mask had no choice but to accept that Batman might catch him. Under Batman's glare, Black Mask and his three henchmen swaggered away. Tonight had not been in vain. He felt both satisfied and invigorated. Janus Tower, top floor, collection room night. Roman was in an excellent mood, sitting alone in the company's collection room. Ever since the morning tabloids had hit the stands, all of Gotham was abuzz, speculating whether Black Mask was really Roman. Because the report never explicitly stated that Black Mask was Roman, only that the reporter vaguely thought the shadowy face resembled his, and after removing the mask, Black Mask's voice sounded very much like Roman's. Still, Such reports inevitably cast a negative light. After a rise on Monday, Janus stock began to slowly dip starting Tuesday. By this morning's opening, it had dropped back to pre-Monday levels, and by the afternoon close, it was down 2% from last Friday's closing price. Roman made no response to the bad press and stayed out of the public eye all day. The company's board met to discuss how to handle the situation. Roman showed up, but didn't participate at all, leaving the older directors so exasperated they stormed out, slamming the table behind them. Such a passive attitude did the company no favors. Janus's PR team, on the other hand, worked hard to prove the company was running smoothly. Maria held a press conference that afternoon, assuring everyone that operations were normal and that Janus wouldn't collapse over one person, encouraging the public's confidence. He lost some money and some territory, but so far, everything else was going smoothly. Tonight, though, Roman was not the only one destined for a sleepless night. Somewhere, in a lavish private suite, a few men sat around a round table, shrouded in cigar smoke and playing cards, though their minds were clearly elsewhere. If any concerned citizen of Gotham were present, they would recognize the men as some of the city's most influential people, including the mayor and key figures from the municipal and finance departments. I think it's time we made up our minds. One of them broke the silence. Right now, public opinion is convinced that Roman is the Black Mask, just as number one told us. We should act and make it a fact. The speaker was Will Roden, the mayor's advisor and the director of the art museum. He didn't wield much real power, but he was often behind the mayor's strategies. I agree. We should strike while the iron is hot, expose his true identity, and make sure he can never recover from this. The one echoing him was Councilman Wolf, Vance Wolf's elder brother. Their family had started out in construction materials. He went into politics, while Vance made his way as a stockbroker through speculation and shady deals. Alfie Mann, the finance department's second-in-command, chimed in as well. Maybe we could stir the pot even more later, short Janus stock while we're at it, and make some extra money. Mayor Jack Huss glanced at Mann, shuffling the cards in his hands without saying a word. In Mann's mind, money was always both the means and the end. Wolf, however, was less than pleased with Mann. Man, that new Keelik gang you propped up is useless. They can't even hold their own turf. Half their men got killed tonight. Do you really think they can keep going? Worth a try. I didn't expect these gangs to be such a headache, but at least I've managed to reap some benefits these past few days. I have to admit, Roman might be terrible at running a company, but he's got some skills when it comes to running a gang. The fifth person, William Ford, head of municipal affairs, joined in. Originally, we planned to have someone take Roman out while he was traveling, but Leon turned out to be completely unreliable. The mercenaries we paid refused to do the job. Alfie Mann added, at least nobody knows we were the ones who contacted Death Knell. Well, Roden said, let's not dwell on that. Our priority now is to get rid of Roman. If we get the chance, we can slowly devour his assets afterward. As for his territory, number one has promised that once he's in power, he'll give us half of it in exchange for protection. Wolf remarked, that's a very profitable deal. Roman's already started muscling in on the contracting business, cutting off our source of income. Alfie Mann said, I've never liked him. His company only survives because of women. He's not that capable, but he's certainly arrogant. Never puts anyone in his eyes, and we can't win him over. He's impossible to work with, and now he's stealing our profits. We can't let him stay. William Ford added, especially that last project he snatched up. If he actually manages to build that road smoothly, people will soon find out there are problems with the building we're responsible for. The others nodded in agreement, all turning to look at Mayor Huss. Huss nodded, but we need evidence. Without proof, all of this is just hearsay. It won't really hurt Roman. Well, Roden suggested, we set him up, frame Roman. As long as we can get him thrown in jail, everything else is up to us. So how should we do it? The four of them turned to Will Roden, who shared the plan he had devised. There's a gala this Friday. Isn't Black Mask always trying to meet the people behind New Current to discuss a partnership? We could use that as a pretext and arrange to meet him at the hotel this Friday. Roden gestured with his hand to indicate a floor. The gala will be held in the ballroom. We'll invite him to a private suite next door for a meeting. That's when we take out Matt and pin it on Roman, staging the scene a look. Like Black Mask murdered Matt. We'll expose him right there in front of everyone. Even if we can't gain total control over Roman, we'll at least be able to keep him in check. And with number one's help, we can seize his territory. Huss spoke up. I think this could work. William Ford added, leave it to you. Always coming up with schemes, one after another. Wolf joined in. After that, we could have Dwarf Eamon step forward to testify against Roman, pushing him down even further. Alfie Mann grinned. In that case, Janus stock won't be making a comeback anytime soon. Want to join me in the market for a quick profit? Give Vance some pointers, would you? He's been losing money on stocks day in and day out. It's driving me up the wall. To be honest, your brother really doesn't have much of a knack for this. Let him pull out after this job. Everyone burst out laughing. Afterwards, the five of them discussed the details a bit more before happily settling in for a game of cards. Friday morning, Wayne Enterprises. It was rare for Bruce to show up at the company this week. His nights had been busy lately, but just as Black Mask had said, things had finally quieted down only yesterday. With the new current gang taking a step back, the street gangs of Gotham had also calmed. Bruce found Lucius's behavior odd these past few days. It felt as if Lucius hadn't bothered him about company affairs in a long time. On top of that, Lucius seemed unusually preoccupied with the stock market lately, barely responding to Bruce's questions about new tech development. This worried Bruce. Was his COO planning to abandon running the company and focus on making money through stock trading instead? Lucius. When Bruce walked into the office, Lucius was wiping water off his hands, a spilled cup still on the desk. "Oh, Bruce." Lucius greeted him warmly, tossing the tissue into the trash and coming over for a hug. "What brings you to the office today?" Bruce was a little taken aback. This was his company, after all. Did he need a reason to visit? Just dropping by to take a look around. And to see you. We haven't seen each other in a while." "Well, it hasn't been that long, has it?" Lucius's eyes flickered ever so slightly. Something fell off. Bruce thought for a moment. "Any trouble at the company lately?" Lucius glanced at his phone and made for the door. "No trouble at all. In fact, you should be thanking me." "What's going on?" "Let's talk this afternoon. I'm very busy right now." With that, Lucius closed the door behind him and left. Bruce's gaze fell on the tissues in the trash can, just ordinary napkins used for wiping up water. Yet for some reason, they were stained an earthy brown. He picked up the tissues, wrapped them in a handkerchief, and slipped them into his pocket, planning to take them back for analysis. Bruce lingered at the office for a while longer, but Lucius never reappeared. Lucius's assistant said he hadn't seen where Lucius went. Other than being a bit withdrawn lately and somewhat slow in handling affairs, everything else seemed normal with Lucius. Back in the Batcave, the test results soon confirmed that the Lucius Bruce met today was actually Clayface in disguise. Bruce began to piece the events together. When exactly had the real Lucius been replaced? Weighing all the possibilities, only one answer made sense. It must have happened last Friday, during Poison Ivy's incident. So it was all an elaborate act staged by Poison Ivy and Black Mask. The wetlands were just a diversion. Their true aim was kidnapping Lucius amidst the chaos. But where was Lucius now? Since last Friday, after Poison Ivy escaped under Black Mask's cover, neither of them had surfaced again. Bruce pulled up all the surveillance footage from the hotel that day and began to review it frame by frame. Before long, he zeroed in on a suspicious vehicle. Once he confirmed its destination, Bruce wasted no time. He changed into costume and set out. Batman infiltrated an abandoned greenhouse. According to the records, the place had been deserted for 3 years, but there were no wild weeds to be seen. Instead, signs of careful upkeep stood out everywhere. After quietly dispatching 2 guards, Batman found Lucius being held under house arrest. "Thank goodness you're here. Poison Ivy just left, and I doubt she'll be coming back," Lucius said with visible relief upon seeing Batman. "What happened?" Batman asked as he swiftly unfastened Lucius's handcuffs. "It's almost impossible to describe," Lucius replied, flexing his wrists. Batman then drove Lucius away from the greenhouse, making sure to bring the 2 subdued guards along for a delivery to the police. Still rattled, Lucius accepted the coffee Batman handed him and recounted everything he'd been through over the past few days. As it turned out, last Friday, Lucius had been secretly abducted by Poison Ivy and then transferred by Black Mask to be held in seclusion, while Clayface took his place and returned to the venue, posing as the victim. "I thought they wanted to use me to threaten you or the Wayne Group," Lucius said, taking a sip of coffee. "But Poison Ivy just kept me under control and used the Wayne Foundation to make stock trades, all of them tied to Janice. Now, and then she'd ask how I handle company business and pass the information on to Clayface." Lucius's expression was a mix of exasperation and disbelief. "They didn't hurt you, did they?" "Not physically, no. My nerves are another story. Honestly, they treated me well. This morning, after I sold off half of Janice's stock, they seemed to lose interest. I am sorry, Lucius. I only realized something was wrong this morning." Old friend Lucius tried to comfort Batman. "The guards watching over me watch TV every night. I know you've been busy lately, rushing from place to place after dark to keep Gotham safe." Then Lucius sighed with some relief. "At least they haven't made a move against the company. Otherwise, I'd have a hard time explaining things to you." Batman, in turn, reassured his old friend. "This isn't your fault, Lucius. If something happened to the company, I should have noticed. If I didn't, then that's on me. All right, you don't have to blame yourself. What you should be concerned about now is what Black Mask is planning." This brought Batman back to the matter at hand. He nodded slightly in agreement. There was still some time before tonight's gala. It was time to send Lucius home to rest, and then update Gordon about what had happened. That evening, Roman brought Jason along to the gala. As soon as they arrived, Jason wandered off on his own to explore. Roman, on the other hand, spotted Bruce and, after reminding Maria to keep an eye on Jason, made his way over to greet him. Poison Ivy had already told him about Batman rescuing Lucius. While losing control of Lucius had affected Janice's stock a bit, Roman's main objective had already been achieved, so he didn't mind. He had the recent street chaos to thank for that. He'd expected Bruce to notice Lucius's absence in 2 or 3 days. Now it was already Friday before Bruce caught on. Enough time for Roman to trap his little fish. "Hey, Bruce, how have you been lately?" Roman looked Bruce up and down. "You seem a bit worn out, burning the candle at both ends. Haven't been sleeping well. Tried getting more exercise at night, but that just makes it harder to sleep." Bruce sipped his champagne, his gaze drifting to the children playing at the basketball arcade game nearby. "Maybe you're just overthinking things, getting too worked up to rest. Take a guess. What do you think I'm thinking about right now?" "What's that?" Roman followed Bruce's gaze and saw a group of kids clustered around the arcade game, cheering each other on. Jason was tossing basketballs, faster and more accurately than the rest. Since when do galas allow children to attend and offer games for them? It's not a bad idea, really. Helps kids develop their social skills from a young age. And you? Worried at all? Janice's stock isn't looking so great these days. Roman chuckled. Stocks go up and down. It's nothing unusual. Give it some time, it'll bounce back. There's something odd going on. I suspect someone's targeting your company, Bruce said, watching Roman closely. What makes you say that? Roman's face betrayed nothing. That expressionless coldness almost made Bruce think he'd slipped back into the past. Back then, Roman had always been distant and detached from people and things. But over the past 6 months or so, Bruce had often seen a wider range of emotions flicker across Roman's face. Last week, Lucius was kidnapped by Black Mask and Poison Ivy. He was only rescued today. Roman asked curiously, "Do the police know about this?" Bruce nodded. "I told Gordon, but Lucius requested confidentiality. Does this have anything to do with my company?" If Bruce didn't know Roman was Black Mask himself, he would think Roman was the perfect picture of innocence right now. This past week, Poison Ivy controlled him and only targeted Janice stock for trading. Then at the opening this morning, she sold off half of it again. In my opinion, the current state of your company's stock is largely thanks to Poison Ivy and Black Mask. Thank you for sharing something so important with me. At least they didn't go after me completely. I hope Lucius didn't sabotage Wayne Enterprises. Roman spoke with genuine sincerity, though inside he was already laughing. They left Wayne Enterprises alone, Bruce sighed. All in all, this whole ordeal actually made Wayne Enterprises a few $1 million. Huh, Poison Ivy really does seem to have it in for me. But what's Black Mask doing mixed up in all this? Bruce probed. There are rumors that Black Mask used to work for you, but you two had a falling out? We met a few times, but I barely know the guy. People like him are so unpredictable. Who knows? Maybe he just needed money and thought he could get some from me. Roman took a sip of champagne. Not far away, Jason scored his 3rd win, throwing his arms up in triumph. A group of kids gathered around him, cheering and calling out excitedly. Watching this, Roman felt a surge of fatherly pride. That kid's really something. Bruce also glanced over at the group of children. Black Mask isn't someone to be underestimated. You should be careful. Thanks for the warning. Roman set his empty glass on a passing waiter's tray and turned back to continue his conversation with Bruce. You're not thinking of dumping your remaining Janice shares just to make a quick buck, are you? Bruce smiled and shook his head. No, at the moment, I'm not strapped for cash. Roman checked his watch. Good. If you started selling now, I'd really be in trouble. Just then, someone walked over to greet them. It was Will Roden, the director of the art museum. Bruce, Roman, it's wonderful to see you both here. Hello, Will. Roman nodded politely. May I have the honor of inviting you both to the museum's art exhibition on Sunday? We'll be showcasing works from Gotham's rising stars. If you could attend, it would mean the world to me. No problem, Bruce agreed with a smile. Sunday should work for me. But please forgive me. I have something else to take care of now and must leave the event early. Roman offered a courteous smile, then left the venue. The man behind the new Curate gang had arranged to meet him tonight in the VIP lounge on the same floor as the banquet hall. The appointed time was drawing near. Naturally, it was a meeting with Black Mask, so he needed to prepare and appear in his Black Mask persona. He had to admit that old fox really knew how to pick a spot. Right next to the banquet hall? No less. He wondered if that old fox was also attending the party tonight. Aside from the passage permitted near the banquet hall, the other end of the lounge had been tightly guarded for 2 days now. Guards from both sides have been stationed there. Access required a special key card and a dedicated elevator straight to the lounge. A decent level of secrecy. As for elevator security, the other party had agreed to let Roman's people monitor it around the clock. Roman first went to another floor, changed into his black mask outfit in a prepared room, and then took the elevator to the lounge. When the elevator doors opened, Black Mask stepped out, with Jacob following closely behind. But the room was empty. Black Mask paced a few steps and hissed through his teeth. Doesn't anyone here know the meaning of punctuality? He sat down. On the low table sat a bottle of chilled whiskey and empty glasses, his preferred brand. Damn it, always making me wait. He propped up his feet, poured himself a drink, unzipped the mask at his mouth, and took a few sips. Thank goodness he preferred masks with zippers for these negotiations. Perfect for a quick drink or smoke when nerves were frayed. The cool liquor washed away some of his irritation. Boss, something feels off, Jacob said, sniffing the air. What's wrong? That was the downside of the mask. Hard to catch any smells. He'd have to get someone to improve that next time. There's a scent of blue. Jacob's warning was cut short as he suddenly collapsed with a heavy thud, over 200 pounds hitting the floor. Black Mask instantly dropped his glass and drew twin pistols from his waist. His vision began to blur, and he blinked hard, fighting to stay conscious. Shapes moved in the shadows. Several figures emerged from a hidden door. Without hesitation, he pulled the triggers, firing several shots at the swaying silhouettes before finally crumpling to the ground himself. Would you say Black Mask is simply too arrogant, or just not cautious enough? Someone mused, crouching beside him. None of those shots had hit their mark. Should we check if it's really Roman under the mask? William Ford urged, quit fooling around. Watch out for fingerprints. I've got gloves on, Alfie Man replied, attempting to remove the mask. But after a moment's struggle, he realized it needed a special unlocking mechanism and gave up. Meanwhile, two subordinates were dragging the barely breathing August Mott across from Roman, laying him on the sofa. Now, just have him fire a few more shots at Mott. You do it. Alfie Man lifted Black Mask and stood up. William Ford rolled his eyes at him in exasperation, picked up the gun from the floor, shoved it into Black Mask's hand, and then fired several shots at Matt. Matt coughed out his last breath and passed away. Alfie Man let go, allowing Black Mask to collapse once more. Now, give him a whiff of fear toxin. Make sure he wakes up after we're gone. As for this one, drag him to the trash room and take care of it. William Ford nudged Jacob with his foot, and the henchman who'd come along immediately hauled the man away through the secret door. Alfie Man hurriedly pulled out the expensive fear toxin he bought. He pinched his nose, ready to open it, then hesitated and asked, but he's wearing a mask. How's he supposed to inhale it? William Ford looked at him, speechless. Is your brain only good for making money? He crouched down and unzipped the mask. Hurry up. Pour it straight into his mouth. Alfie Man quickly covered his nose, opened the glass vial, and sprinkled the toxin into the gap. Roman awoke to a feeling of profound unease. His mouth tasted bitter and dry. His heart pounded wildly. From where he lay on the ground, he could hear every sound with unnerving clarity. He gasped for breath, struggling to calm himself. His head throbbed, blood vessels pounding mercilessly, intensifying the pain. His body trembled uncontrollably. The floor was slick with blood, and his gun hand was stained red. With a guttural growl, he hurled the gun away. Raising his head with effort, he saw someone slumped sideways on the sofa, lifeless eyes fixed on him, blood dripping endlessly from the corner of his mouth, his chest soaked in crimson. Those pale gray eyes never left him. He felt as though everything in the world was receding, slipping away from him. He was falling, surrounded by an endless abyss, tumbling with no end in sight. At last, he landed somewhere safe, a place from his childhood. He found a small animal skull in the garden and brought it to show his mother. But his mother was absorbed in her beauty routine, utterly uninterested in his discovery. His father slapped him for not dressing properly for dinner. Or maybe it was for talking back, for defying his father's authority. Or perhaps it was because he was too rough, a disgrace to the Sienese name. He loathed this shallow obsession with the Sienese reputation. Roman clutched his head and cried out in pain. This was no place of comfort. He needed to escape, to run to another safe place. The house they stayed in during vacations was quite nice. Surely that would be safe. No bothersome socializing, no worries about appearances. But it was terribly dull. He went exploring in the wild and encountered a cute raccoon. He was wrong. There was no cute raccoon. In the next moment, the raccoon bared its fangs and bit him. Behind that endearing mask lurked something vicious. He nearly lost his life. He stood before a burning house, laughing, but when people arrived to fight the fire, they found him weeping. No, it wasn't like that. The fire surged toward him, licking at his body. His home, his company, everything he owned, all slipped away from him. The flames consumed him. The ebony mask melted into his face, fusing with him, becoming one. His face was gone. Roman struggled to breathe. In a panic, he tore the mask from his face. He stared at the mask in his hands and suddenly began to laugh. He had lost his face. But in that loss, he found a new beginning. He wore a new face now. The toxin of fear kept stoking his deepest terrors. In those nightmarish visions, everyone around him turned away, drifting farther and farther out of reach. Roman clenched the mask tightly in his hand and roared. "Go on, get out. I don't need any of you." One by one, Delia, Benjamin, Maria, they all turned their backs on him. A jumble of footsteps echoed, each step landing heavy on his heart. Roman curled up on the ground, clutching the mask, his face slick with cold sweat and streaked with blood, a picture of utter misery. Screams filled his ears. He wandered into a room overflowing with toys. A toy puppy, a plush teddy bear. All at once, he shrank to the size of a child. The toys leered and tumbled from the shelves, piling onto him, pressing down until he could barely breathe. He began to sob. One thought kept repeating in his mind. Little Roman must die. Roman must die, so the black mask can be reborn. Let the fire burn it all away. He struck a match and tossed it at his feet. The flames blazed a path before him, devouring the toys that weighed him down. He put the ebony mask back on. He was reborn as Black Mask. With cold indifference, he watched the fire bury his past. The tongues of flame licked his face, searing him with pain. His mask, where had it gone? Roman clawed at his face again and again, whispering, "My mask, where's my mask?" Someone was calling his name. He loathed Bruce. It was Bruce who took his company from him. Disgusting. It was Bruce who disgraced him. Roman struggled up, shouting until his voice broke. "Mine! It's mine!" He was locked away in Arkham, the door sealed by Batman himself, darkness swallowing the room. Under a harsh spotlight, Bruce stood before him, Janus in hand, wearing a scornful smile. "That belongs to me," Roman whimpered. In the darkness, cold whispers slithered around him, like incantations, unsettling his mind. "You're afraid of losing everything. Wealth, power, control, your very face. And it's all your fault. Weak. Useless." The light faded, and Bruce vanished into the shadows. From the darkness, a pair of clear blue eyes watched him. "Don't go. Don't leave me." The first to sense something was wrong was the waiter, who checked in every half hour as instructed to see if any service was needed. When he entered, he walked into a grisly crime scene. He rushed out at once to call for help. To create an air of elegance, the reception room was soundproofed exceptionally well, so no one heard the gunshot. When the crowd rushed in, all they saw was Roman Siones kneeling on the floor, clutching his mask, hysterical, laughing and crying at the same time. A smear of blood streaked across the floor, and a stranger lay sprawled on the sofa, gazing silently at the scene. But it was obvious the stranger was already dead. After hearing that something had happened to Roman, Jason made his way to the reception room as well. Using his small frame to weave through the crowd, he finally squeezed to the front and caught sight of Roman. Roman stared at the mask in his hands, mumbling to himself, every so often gasping for breath. His hair, usually styled with care, now hung limp and wet over his forehead, a mess of sweat, tears, and blood smeared across his face, making him look utterly disheveled. At some point, he'd changed into a white pinstripe suit, now stained a chaotic, dark red with blood. Bruce, noticing something was wrong with Roman, stepped forward, trying to help him up, but Roman shook him off. In the crowd, Roman caught sight of Jason. He couldn't tell if this was reality or just another hallucination, but those blue eyes were fixed on him. He let the mask fall to the ground, scrambled up, and rushed over, grabbing Jason by the shoulders and shaking him violently. With a face, twisted and streaked by blood, sweat, and tears, he cried out, "You won't leave your father, will you? You won't be like the rest of them." Jason was frightened by his state, staring at him timidly, without a word. "Roman, calm down. You're scaring Jason." Bruce pulled him aside and called to Maria, who had just arrived. "Maria, take Jason out of here." Roman shoved Bruce away, cursing, "What's it to you? Hypocrite. Always playing the good guy. Never changing, not once." Then he crouched down again, clutching Jason's arms. "Did I scare you? Did I?" Jason didn't move, nor did he speak. In his mind, he thought, now Roman's lost it, inside and out. Roman collapsed, clutching Jason and sobbing uncontrollably. Maria stood off to the side, at a loss for what to do. Bruce held back as well. This wasn't the time to provoke Roman further. Seeing Jason wasn't having a panic attack, he was somewhat reassured. Several people pulled out their phones, capturing the aftermath of the murder on camera. Noticing this, Bruce told the hotel manager to shut the doors, keeping others from disturbing the crime scene. Everything would wait until the police arrived. Meanwhile, he quietly surveyed the room himself. The victim had been dead for about 20 minutes. By rough estimation, Roman had been absent from the party for about half an hour. The timing matched up, but Bruce sensed something odd. Roman had always been careful. He'd never leave such an obvious crime scene behind. Otherwise, Bruce would have found evidence against Black Mask long ago. And now, it was clear Roman was suffering from Scarecrow's fear toxin, still caught in its throes. So what was Scarecrow playing at this time? Before the doors closed, Mayor Huss also hurried over after hearing the commotion. He had come to attend a reception tonight as well, though he arrived a bit late. While Roden stood by his side. The two of them watched for a while, then the mayor asked, "What's going on here? Has anyone called the police? And what's with the mask?" The hotel manager immediately replied that the police had already been contacted and that the rest would have to wait for the authorities to investigate before anything could be known for certain. In the grip of a terrifying hallucination, Roman saw Jason and the Red Hood's faces merge into one. Both of them reached out and shoved him off a building. With a shout, Roman pushed Jason away and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. "I knew it. You're just like the rest." His eyes were empty, and he muttered under his breath, "Roman must die. I will be reborn as Black Mask." Soon enough, Gordon arrived at the scene with a new recruit, Bullock, to investigate and collect evidence. By the time the police took Roman away, the effects of the fear toxin had mostly worn off. But Roman's mind was already shattered. He kept repeating, "I'm Black Mask." Jason watched all of this in silence. Because Jason didn't want to leave, Maria stayed by his side, keeping him company. She had also called Benjamin to come pick them up. When Maria escorted Jason out of the hotel, Bruce was waiting nearby. After some thought, Bruce tried to comfort him. "Get some good sleep tonight. Everything will be all right." "I'm fine," Jason mumbled, head bowed. "He's just a lunatic, isn't he?" Bruce didn't feel the need to answer. Even though Jason had phrased it as a question, the certainty in his voice left no room for doubt. Roman was, without a doubt, insane. "If you ever need to talk, you can always call Wayne Manor." "Thanks. I think I'll be all right, really." Jason said goodbye to both of them, opened the car door, got in, and shut the door behind him. Bruce watched as the car drove away. Jason found it hard to put his feelings into words. He knew that Roman's arrest had only been a matter of time. Still, to witness Roman being taken away with his own eyes stirred up a tangled mix of emotions inside him. For a moment, he didn't even know how to express what he was feeling. He remained silent the entire ride home. Once back in his room, Jason picked up the two teddy bears on his bed and set them by his side, then placed the stuffed puppy on the other side. Now, the whole of Gotham knew that Black Mask was Roman. Roman didn't seem so terrifying after all. He wasn't nearly as formidable as he had bragged. He'd only managed to bully someone like Jason. Jason knocked over one of the teddy bears. Looking on the bright side, maybe the Children's Welfare Center would take him back. But if they put him in the foster system, he'd rather go to an orphanage and work as a newsboy. He knocked over the other teddy bear. He flopped onto the bed, frustrated, thoughts circling back to Roman's arrest. What a pitiful sight, cry his eyes out like that. He almost regretted not bringing a camera, missing the chance to capture Roman's most humiliating moment. Before Jason had much time to worry, Benjamin came knocking on his door, asking if they were still training tonight. Jason jumped off his bed without a second thought and followed Benjamin to their training session. When they finished, Jason wiped the sweat from his brow and started asking questions. "Benjamin, aren't you worried?" Benjamin hesitated for a moment, but answered, "I don't need to concern myself with that." Jason was left speechless. Well, if Benjamin didn't care, then maybe he shouldn't worry either. That night, sleep didn't come as hard as he'd feared. Jason drifted off and slept soundly until morning. On Saturday morning, after breakfast, Jason flipped through the newspaper. That day's Gotham Daily headline read, "Roman accused of murder admits to being Black Mask." The article explained that the victim was August Mart, a senior accountant who had served the city government for years. He had vanished 2.5 months ago, causing quite a stir at the time. The investigation had revealed he'd embezzled nearly $10 million in project funds before fleeing. No one expected him to die at Roman's hands last night. The police were now investigating any possible connection between Mart and Roman. In a tabloid supplement, Roman's confession of being Black Mask was front and center, with the reporter practically weeping with pride over their own keen instincts. They'd finally unmasked a lingering mystery. However, the reporter pointed out that, judging by the scene photos and videos, Roman looked like he'd been drugged with some sort of nerve toxin, causing a total mental breakdown. His words couldn't be entirely trusted. It was a spectacle, not a verdict, so readers shouldn't jump to conclusions. Finally, the tabloid reporter admitted he was still determined to uncover the answer to who is Batman. Jason was desperate to learn more, and suddenly remembered the new computer waiting for him in the study. Gothamites loved a juicy scandal. Who knew how much last night's news had already exploded on social media? That thought jolted Jason wide awake. He dashed to the study in an instant. A quick scroll showed tweet after tweet about Roman's alleged murder, all attached to photos and videos of people crying from every possible angle. Under a video with millions of views, several top comments caught his eye. Is Roman really the infamous Black Mask? With him sobbing like that, it's hard to believe. Roman must have been set up, right? Who believes Black Mask would cry like that? Do you? I sure don't. Jason couldn't help rolling his eyes and kept scrolling. He noticed some people were analyzing the case based on the video and photos. He skimmed a few posts, secretly admiring their wild imaginations. One theory suggested Roman had been dosed with fear toxin. That immediately brought to mind the Scarecrow, infamous for dredging up people's deepest fears. Given Roman's behavior last night, it did seem to fit. As Jason kept scrolling, he saw a comment. I always thought Roman was a lunatic. After last night, I'm convinced. Jason read it again, then quietly gave it a like. By the time Benjamin came to fetch him for class, Jason had already handed out dozens of likes. After quickly tapping out the last like, he sighed and closed his laptop, heading off to etiquette class. Roman, even after getting arrested, couldn't give him a single day of peace. The Gotham police were surprisingly efficient in their investigation. Just 2 days before the murder, the lounge had been booked under a pseudonym by the victim, Matt. For privacy reasons, there were no surveillance cameras installed in the lounge. The only hotel footage the police could retrieve showed Roman leaving the banquet hall and heading to a guest room on another floor. The elevator serving the guest rooms could take someone directly to the lounge, but required a special key card to unlock the lounge's door. As for the guards posted by both sides, Black Mask's 2 men confessed quickly and frankly, admitting they were there simply to watch over the venue. Matt's guards, on the other hand, were just 2 ordinary people with no idea what was going on. They thought they were just being paid to stand watch. The gunshot wounds on Matt's body, according to forensic analysis, had all been inflicted while he was still alive. The bullets matched the gun found at the scene, confirming they came from the same weapon. In the hour before and after the incident, only 2 key cards had been used to access the lounge, one under Matt's alias, and the other belonging to Roman. All the evidence pointed directly at Roman. He had killed Matt. But whether he was Black Mask, that still required more evidence to uncover. Roman lay in his hospital bed, his right hand cuffed to the rail. He looked utterly exhausted. Even though a night had passed and the effects of the fear toxin had completely worn off, he was still in poor shape. When questioned by police, he would only mumble again and again, "I killed him." His lawyer repeatedly emphasized that Roman was currently mentally unstable, and nothing he said should be taken as testimony. Because of his unstable condition and the murder charges, on Monday Roman was transferred to Arkham Asylum for treatment, with bail denied for the time being. On Monday morning, Jason sensed the odd stares all around him from the moment he set foot on the school grounds. The students kept their distance, whispering and pointing at him. Jason's lip-reading skills weren't exactly flawless, but picking up on simple words was second nature by now, especially since no one around him was saying anything profound or sophisticated. They were all talking about Roman. When he walked into the classroom, Bill, Susan, Alina, and a few other kids were huddled together, chatting. As they saw Jason come in, they snickered behind their hands and started calling Roman a murderer, and Jason, being from Crime Alley, a little criminal himself. Like father, like son. He saw someone mouth those words. Luckily, he was used to it by now. After all, his father was a criminal, and so was his adoptive dad. His mom wasn't exactly up to any good, either. It seemed he couldn't escape it. He was destined to be part of a criminal family. As the saying goes, a dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix. So, was he supposed to be a little criminal too? Jason decided he absolutely refused to be bothered by that. He didn't care what people said about him. Roman hasn't been convicted yet. He tossed his backpack onto the desk, then turned to face the children whispering among themselves. Even though Bill hadn't joined in the discussion about Roman, he still secretly called him a sewer rat. He's not the culprit, just a suspect, that's all. Jason explained fiercely. The kids just snickered and ignored him, huddling together and continuing their gossip. From time to time, words like criminal and crime alley drifted through the air. Jason sat down. He had no desire to stir up trouble right now. Otherwise, who'd have to go see the principal? Jason pondered the 2 remaining candidates for a trip to the principal's office. Since Roman's incident, Maria surely had her hands full with company matters. It was best not to trouble her. As for Benjamin, he was the kind who would answer to 100 sentences from the principal. Hardly worth bothering him either. All things considered, Roman was still the best choice. Don't let them get to you. Seeing him lost in thought, Christy tried to comfort him. 2 weeks ago, they had become desk mates. Snapped out of his trance, Jason came to himself and pulled out his textbook. I'm Fina. Christy chuckled softly. Once the truth comes out, they'll shut up. Jason just murmured in response. But he wasn't so sure himself. Maybe the rumors floating around were the truth. Still, Christie's comfort did help a bit. He felt a little lighter inside. Arkham Asylum. Roman cooperated as he underwent admission checks, waiting to be assigned a room. After 2 days in the hospital, he no longer showed any erratic behavior or muttered to himself. But he'd completely withdrawn, barely responding to any questions. Because of his condition, the police couldn't get anything useful out of him, and with the evidence stacked against him, their only option was to send him to the asylum for psychiatric care. They'd question him again when he improved. Expressionless, he scanned his surroundings, the familiar old Arkham style, not yet ruined by its current owner. He stared blankly at the ceiling. In another timeline, he was something of a regular here. What a shame. Perfectly normal, and then the fear toxin broke him. Roman overheard a young nurse at the station talking to the officer who'd escorted him. Tell me about it. I heard he fired several shots while in a psychotic state. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll be locked up for years. His son is adorable. What a pity. They won't have those father-son moments anymore. Back to work. A familiar voice interrupted the nurse's lament. Director Arkham, this is the new patient. Please sign off on his admission. Roman's gaze shifted to Jeremiah Arkham, watching as he signed his name. It was hard to say whether Jeremiah Arkham was good or bad, or how skilled his treatments truly were. Arkham had cured many people, but some patients had only gotten worse. Roman didn't think Jeremiah Arkham could be blamed for everything that had gotten worse. After all, the patients themselves were notoriously stubborn. There was no doubt, though, that he disliked this psychiatrist, who spent his days trying to pry into his mind and stir up his thoughts. Besides, as far as Roman knew, Arkham had eventually lost himself in his own treatments and gone mad. Even after his death, his name had been co-opted by others, giving rise to his second Black Mask. Jeremiah Arkham was a disaster. Worse even than Bruce. After signing the papers, Director Arkham escorted Roman to his newly arranged room along with the officer. Roman was assigned an empty hospital room. Though it was his first time here, the place felt oddly familiar. Mr. Siones, get some rest for now. We'll talk again later. Director Arkham said to him from outside the door, putting on a friendly tone. Roman, however, tilted his head back, studying his new room, and ignored him completely. Arkham could only shake his head, jot down a few notes in his pad, and depart. His new room, in its own way, felt strangely nostalgic. After all, he'd once spent day after day and night after night here. There was even a faint sense of home about it. But another feeling crept in, a peculiar sensation, as if caught in an inescapable fate. Destiny, it seemed, had brought him back for a pilgrimage to this twisted sanctuary. He wondered who his new neighbors might be. The rooms opposite and diagonally to the right were empty. Probably their occupants were out for free activity time. But diagonally across to the left lived Jonathan Crane, the Scarecrow, once a psychology professor at Gotham University. Crane knew his way around chemistry, invented the fear toxin, and took delight in stirring up the deepest terrors of the human mind, savoring the way people screamed in fear. Roman cast a chilling, sinister look at the Scarecrow. The Scarecrow gripped the bars with curiosity, peering right back at him. Hey, new guy, your stare's terrifying. The Scarecrow called out, then burst into a shrill, cackling laugh. Roman ignored him just the same, backing away from the bars and retreating to his bed. They hadn't even settled the charges against him, yet here he was assigned to the high-security wing. He must really be in bad shape. Later that afternoon, Director Arkham attempted their first conversation. I'm Dr. Jeremiah Arkham. You can call me Jeremiah. He introduced himself. Roman sneered inwardly at Arkham. Oh, great, as if I didn't know exactly who you are. Roman, may I call you that? I think using first names will help us get to know each other, maybe even become friends. Roman's gaze drifted to the potted plant behind Jeremiah. Just shut up already. Who the hell wants to be your friend? Can you tell me what you see? Arkham pressed gently. Expressionless, Roman continued to stare at the plant. 20 minutes passed. After scribbling extreme resistance to engagement in his notebook, Director Arkham declared the session over for today. At that, Roman immediately stood up. Director Arkham also stood up to follow him. Let me show you around the facility. I believe your condition is improving, so there's no need for too many restrictions. Damn it, can't I get a moment's peace? In the end, Roman still toured the place he already knew like the back of his hand, accompanied by Director Arkham. He found a spot in the TV room and sat down, joining the other patients to watch television. Director Arkham lingered for a moment, then left to continue his work. Catching sight of Arkham leaving from the corner of his eye, Roman breathed a silent sigh of relief. After school, Benjamin came to pick Jason up for his lessons at the company. Watching the many cars moving along the road and thinking of the finance class he was about to attend, Jason felt bored. Suddenly, he leaned over to the driver's seat, getting close to Benjamin to speak. Benjamin, let's go see Dad. Young Master Jason, please sit properly, or you might bump your head. Come on, let's go. Jason continued to whisper temptingly in Benjamin's ear. I can't make that decision. Then who can? Only the master can. But he's been arrested. Don't I have any say? I am his heir, after all. Can't I make the decision? Benjamin fell silent. Jason smacked his lips. He's in a psychiatric hospital. Can we call him? What if the call doesn't go through? Besides, I don't have a phone. When we get to the company, you can ask Maria. She'll find a way. All right. Jason sat back in his seat. As soon as they arrived at the office, Jason dashed straight to Maria's office. Evening classes started at 5, so he still had some time to chat with Maria. Through the glass, he saw Maria talking business with some people from the company, so he found a chair, sat down, and kept glancing at his watch. Maria noticed him waiting at the door. After a few more minutes of conversation, she sent the others back. The moment the door opened, Jason bounced up. The people coming out greeted him with a smile, and he returned it. As soon as they left, Jason couldn't contain himself and rushed into Maria's office. Maria, I want to see Dad. Benjamin said we need to ask him first. Can you call Dad for me? Maria gave a little, and said she could. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Maria Green, assistant to Mr. Roman Scenes. I'd like to speak with Director Arkham. The call was transferred to Director Arkham. When he learned it was Roman's child calling to visit, Director Arkham readily agreed to let Jason ask directly, provided Roman was willing to take the call himself. Roman was invited to Director Arkham's office, maintaining his usual cold demeanor. Roman, your child, Jason, wants to speak with you, Director Arkham said slowly, taking care that Roman understood every word. Roman had already, in his mind, rapidly cursed the entire Arkham family. But since Arkham was a bachelor, his curses were limited to Arkham himself. He simply didn't want to speak, not that he'd lost his wits. He wants to ask you, can I take this call in private? Before the director could finish, Roman had already cut him off. Director Arkham was a bit surprised. Roman was actually willing to talk. That was a good sign. Roman seemed relatively calm now. After a brief consideration, Director Arkham agreed. I'll be just outside. This was his way of warning Roman not to do anything foolish. With that, Director Arkham left the office. Once the director had gone, Roman picked up the receiver, cradled the handset, and settled onto the sofa. Dad, hearing the familiar voice, Jason called out. Roman's voice sounded remarkably steady. Yes. Is something wrong? Roman's question caught Jason off guard, and suddenly he felt a wave of hesitation, a desire to back out. It's just, well, he glanced at his watch. Only 10 minutes till class started. Do you want me to come see you? The scene had been rather solemn, but the moment Jason asked that, Maria couldn't help but burst out laughing. Roman was a little taken aback. For the first time, the poker-faced mask flickered with emotion, as if he'd just swallowed a fly. How could the kid ask such an awkward question out loud? And to go so far as to call, just to ask him, was he supposed to say yes or no? If he said yes, he'd be showing weakness, admitting defeat in this round. If he said no and the kid didn't come, what was the point of winning? Ah, damn this obsession with winning. Don't you have class? On the other end, Jason groaned. You're the one who said if I didn't want to go to school, you'd write me an excuse for anything. He did recall saying something like that. Roman thought for a moment, then replied, if you don't get straight, as you can forget about summer break. You'll be stuck in remedial classes. Yeah, nagging again. You're starting to sound like an old man. Dad doesn't get to decide, Roman said, eyeing Director Arkham's nameplate on the desk. It's up to Director Jeremiah Arkham. He said if you agree, he'll make the arrangements. Then listen to the doctor. Okay, I'm off to class now. It's almost time. Bye. Before Roman could respond, the line clicked off, leaving only the busy signal beeping in his ear. So this was what it felt like to be hung up on. Roman felt a bitter pang. He calmly set the phone down, smoothed his expression back to its usual placid state, and opened the door to invite Director Arkham back in. My son wants to see me. Please make the arrangements, doctor. Faced with this unmistakable order, Director Arkham paused for a moment, then agreed. At least the patient was willing to talk. Perhaps family was the key to breakthrough. If all goes well, maybe I'll get out of here sooner than expected. How about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? Both of them were calculating their own plans in their hearts. After saying goodbye to Director Arkham, Roman returned to his room to watch TV. The next day, Jason got his wish. He skipped school and went to visit Roman instead. In the private visiting room, thanks to Director Arkham's approval, Roman didn't have to wear handcuffs like a hardened criminal, nor did he have to be constantly supervised. Jason looked Roman over. His hair was messy but stylish. He wore a patient's gown, and his face was a bit haggard. Compared to that twisted expression from before, today's Roman was at least easier on the eyes. Are you planning to just stare at your dad for half an hour? Roman's tone was less than pleasant. You didn't just say you wanted to visit me as an excuse to skip school, did you? You're the one who wanted to see me. Jason replied with perfect frankness. Roman curled his lip, clearly unimpressed. Jason began to ask, curiosity in his eyes, "How's life in here?" Roman frowned. "Want to try for yourself? If you like, I can have you sent in here too." Jason shook his head and said quickly there was no need. Then he thought of another question. "If you're convicted, will they send me away? Is that why you came to see me?" Jason shrank into his chair, scratched his neck, and muttered, sort of, "What, do you think I can't support you? Just because your old man's in trouble, do they get to strip him of being your father?" Roman swallowed his retort and rubbed his brow. "Well, maybe that'd be for the best. I'd finally be rid of my little demon." Jason stared at him in disbelief. Seeing Jason's expression, Roman covered his mouth and chuckled. "Not something you wanted to hear? I thought you'd ask me to stay. A father never begs someone to stay if they want to go. And to think I bothered coming to see you." Jason pouted, jumped off the sofa in a huff, and headed for the door. Watching him storm off, both angry and wronged, Roman couldn't help but burst out laughing. He reached out, pulled Jason back, and said, "There's still 25 minutes left. Sit down for a while. No rush to leave." Jason plopped back into his seat, still fuming. "They won't send you away. You're my one and only chosen heir." Looking at Roman's serious and sincere expression, Jason believed him. He remembered what the director had said. "The director asked me to tell you, your condition isn't severe, you were just agitated. If you cooperate with the treatment, there's hope you'll get out soon." Roman played along, "And then I'll clear my name in court and walk away innocent." Jason nodded. They fell silent for a while. After some time, Jason's curiosity got the better of him again. "When you were hit with the fear toxin that day, what did you see?" Roman's eyes narrowed. "You really are a demon from hell, aren't you? Bringing that up just to mess with your dad? If you don't want to talk about it, fine." Jason lowered his head and started flipping through the book he'd brought along. Roman gazed out the window, replaying in his mind the events of that day that had truly frightened him. He almost wished it had been a fake fear toxin, but the police had already run blood tests and confirmed it was the real thing, Scarecrow's genuine toxin. In those hallucinations, what he feared most was losing everything. "If I'm a little devil, then you're Satan." He heard Jason muttering quietly under his breath. The devil among devils. Roman glanced helplessly at Jason, who was hunched over, flipping through a book. If he'd known the kid would hold a grudge like this, he wouldn't have provoked him in the first place. He really had brought home a little ancestor. "Dad can hear you. I know you can. Are you looking for scolding? Go ahead. That way, the doctors at Arkham will just give you a longer sentence." Roman could only sigh inwardly. "I can come see you again tomorrow. You just want to skip school, don't you?" "I do not." After Jason's visit, Roman finally stopped sulking and shutting himself off. That afternoon, when the director of Arkham came to speak with him, Roman was willing to chat, occasionally responding with a few harmless remarks. His newfound cooperative attitude left the director genuinely pleased. The director would have liked to continue the conversation, but the front desk called. There was a new patient to admit, so he had to leave it at that. At dinner, Roman saw the new patient, and it was quite the surprise. The doctors at Arkham regularly assess the mental state of the patients. Those deemed stable and temporarily non-dangerous are granted a degree of freedom, including the ability to dine and move about freely. "Hey, Roman." A familiar, cheerful voice called out, and then a hulking figure sat down beside him. He turned and found it was Clayface. After pondering for 3 seconds, Roman asked, "How did you end up in here?" "I turned into you and went to the bank to withdraw some money, but Batman caught me. He brought me back here to keep serving my sentence." Roman was at a loss for words. "I just got caught for a crime, and you turned into me? That's just asking for trouble. Why not turn to Bruce? Or at least Lucius and go swipe some cash from his company?" "Good point. Next time, I'll pick someone else," Clayface admitted after thinking it over. "Honestly, I've been a bit tired lately. Figured I'd come to Arkham and take some time to regroup." Roman didn't feel like dealing with this big buffoon anymore. Was Arkham supposed to be a home or some kind of luxury retreat now? Absolutely ridiculous. Just then, another person sat down across from Roman. He glanced up and saw it was the gaunt and wiry Scarecrow. Scarecrow had been behaving quite well lately and had even received praise from the Arkham staff. "I knew you looked familiar. Turns out you're Roman, the billionaire. Weren't you the one bawling your eyes out on TV? That was you, wasn't it?" "Ha ha ha." Scarecrow burst out laughing. Roman didn't consider himself a picky eater, but the food in this madhouse was never quite to his taste. He gripped the flimsy paper spoon in his hand, contemplating 100 different ways to kill the Scarecrow with it. "Scarecrow, you once came to my club and hit everyone there. Over 200 people, with your fear toxin. That cost me a fortune. I haven't even settled that score with you yet. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. After Batman caught me that time, he dumped me here. It's been almost 3 months, the Scarecrow cackled, his voice sharp. "Do you honestly expect me to pay you back? I'm absolutely serious. If I catch you drinking at my club again, you'd better be ready to pay a 200,000 membership fee up front." I'm good friend with Black Mask. He'll cover the cost for me. Besides, the news says you're a Black Mask. You'll pay for me, won't you? The Scarecrow grinned, lips stretched wide. You might be pals with Black Mask, but what's that got to do with me? If you owe money, don't expect to weasel out of a single cent. TSK. So heartless. Clayface, who'd been listening in, suddenly chimed in. Wait, what? You're not Black Mask. Can we not discuss this, Clayface? No problem. Roman set his spoon down. Scarecrow, there's something that's been bothering me. Can you help me figure it out? One question, 200 grand. Roman took a deep breath. You've been locked up here for 3 months. So where did all that fear toxin on the black market recently come from? The one you got hit with. Scarecrow tilted his head, thinking it over. Probably someone stole it from my lab. I brewed a few extra batches last time. Couldn't carry them all with me, so I left them there. If I find out you're secretly supplying it, I'll drag you out of this madhouse myself and give you a proper welcome. The Scarecrow shrieked. What's that got to do with me? Those thieves stole my stuff. Why aren't you going after them instead of bothering me? If I wanted to use it on you, I'd have improved it. Lowered the potency, but upped the dose, just enough to get you to sign away your company while you're out of your mind. Jonathan, watch your temper. The orderly came over immediately, reminding Scarecrow to calm down, and shot a glare at both Roman and Clayface, as if blaming them for riling up one of the patients. Unmoved, Roman took another bite of food, cursing the meal silently. All right, orderly. The Scarecrow's grin returned. Meeting a billionaire up close is always exciting, especially when you've seen him lose control on TV. Makes it all the more delightful. Jonathan, don't stir up the other patients either, the orderly said awkwardly, trying to keep things under control. Of course, orderly. After dinner, the three of them gathered around the television. When it was time for lights out, they returned to their own rooms under the orderly's supervision. And so, the first 2 days of convalescence at Arkham Asylum came to an end. On the morning of the third day, Roman calmly chatted with Director Arkham about his childhood adventures in the garden, sharing the things he had discovered, though he left out what happened afterward. Privately, the director felt that Roman had returned to normal. Still, to be safe, he decided to observe him for a few more days. If things remained stable, Roman would soon be ready to face police questioning. That afternoon, Maria arrived with Roman's lawyer to visit him. The lawyer informed Roman that Cersei had requested police protection earlier that day and accused Roman of deliberately setting fire years ago to kill his parents. The police had now placed Cersei under 24-hour protective custody. On hearing the news, Roman grew annoyed. How dare she? Boss, please stay calm, Maria soothed him. I also have some business matters I need to discuss with you. Roman tapped the table. Doctor, what do you think? May I have a private conversation with my assistant? With Director Arkham's approval, the two of them moved to a private meeting room. Maria, any updates? Maria began her report. Although your situation has caused some unrest within the company, overall operations are running smoothly. No major issues. After the opening bell on Monday, the stock dropped 5 points and hasn't recovered since. Roman pondered briefly. They're greedy, aren't they? 5 points down and still not satisfied. Boss, should we start intervening? If 5 points aren't enough for them, it means they still have cards to play. They won't stop till I'm behind bars. Roman stood and walked to the window, gazing at the people outside. No need to step in yet. Cersei's accusation today is an unexpected bonus for them. The stock will fall again tomorrow, and they'll be thrilled. He paced back and forth. They still have 2 cards left to play. Matt's widow and that dwarf, Aemon. But will they really use the widow? I'm not sure. What kind of story would they have to spin to convince that poor woman? Roman rubbed his chin in thought. For now, let's keep things steady where they are. If it drops another 3 points, start buying aggressively. Drive it up as high as you can. Understood, boss. But why not start buying as soon as the market opens tomorrow? It's a game of risk. I want to see just how greedy they really are. Maria, though she kept her thoughts to herself, felt that this approach was a bit risky. Still, as long as the company stayed afloat, a personal loss for the boss wasn't the end of the world. As long as the Green Hills remain, there's always wood for the fire. When trading opened on Thursday, Janice's stock price indeed dropped again, thanks to Roman being accused of arson. Later that morning, the lawyer brought Roman more bad news. Matt's wife, Mrs. Matt, had also come forward to accuse Roman, claiming that their family hadn't disappeared without reason after all. Instead, she was abducted by Roman's men, secretly imprisoned, and even tortured during her captivity. A few days later, it was Black Mask who took them away and sent them to Europe. After spending several nerve-wracking months, Matt decided to put an end to it all, so he returned to Gotham, hoping to seek protection. On the day of the murder, Matt had told her he was going to meet Black Mask to discuss seeking asylum, and then Roman killed him. It was only after she learned that Roman was Black Mask that she realized she had been deceived by him. That's why she resolved to bravely step forward and expose Roman's dark crimes. As for her husband embezzling tens of millions from a construction fund, She claimed to know nothing about it, insisting her husband had been framed and hoped the law would prove Matt's innocence. After hearing the lawyer's account, Roman appeared quite calm. During the routine afternoon conversation, Roman lounged in a recliner, bantering with the director of Arkham. These accusations are really bad for me, but to think the police would actually believe them. Looks like I'll be stuck here a few more days. Your mental evaluation is nearly normal. As a doctor, I have to cooperate with the police, but I can't keep you here forever. I don't think I'm quite ready to talk about that terrible day just yet. Roman sighed, placing a hand on his forehead, feigning a look of sorrow. I'll observe you for a few more days, Roman, but running away from things isn't the best way to handle them. The director scribbled in his notebook. Further observation required. Help him heal from psychological trauma. Thank you, doctor. With your help, I really do feel like I'm getting better. Roman offered his thanks sincerely. That will be all for today's session. We'll continue tomorrow. Maybe we can talk about what happened that day and try to ease some of the pain. I honestly don't want to discuss it so soon. The director made a small sound of acknowledgement and opened the door to see him out. The attendant outside immediately led Roman to the recreation room. These past few days, Roman had been acting perfectly normal, showing no signs of trauma. On Sunday, Jason came to visit Roman again. This time, the director allowed their visit to be extended by 10 minutes, giving them a full 40 minutes together. Jason excitedly talked about unusual bird behavior. Roman rested his chin on his hand, listening. Lately, there's a really special family of peregrine falcons online. There are 3 adult birds raising 4 chicks together. Dad, do you know why? Roman played along, shaking his head and saying he didn't know. The eldest chick was rescued and raised by the falcon dad. Then, not long after that chick became independent, the falcon dad and mom had another clutch of eggs. Jason looked delighted and handed Roman some printed photos. Roman wasn't all that interested in birds, but he glanced at the pictures anyway. Their family is so strange. After the young bird became independent, it didn't leave home. Instead, it stayed to help the bird. Father and mother incubate the eggs. Every time it acts cute with the bird father, the father lets it take over egg-warming duties. Jason handed over another photo, and, as he looked at the picture, he continued. And after the chicks hatched, it even helped the bird father and mother hunt for food, bringing meals back to feed the chicks. There are 4 of them, you know? They eat well every day, and lately, they've even started learning to fly. Jason leaned close to Roman, showing him the rest of the photos one by one. Everyone says this is a magical family. It really turns what we know about birds upside down. Usually when raptors like these grow up, their parents drive them away. But this bird's son wasn't chased off at all. Instead, he stayed and helped raise a whole brood of chicks. Isn't that amazing? Roman made a sound of agreement. The bird father and the bird son. Aren't they handsome? Roman responded with another hum. Look, this is the bird mother. Isn't she beautiful? She's also much bigger than the bird father. Roman hummed again. Dad, why do you think that is? Roman frowned. He wasn't a bird expert. How was he supposed to know? If Jason wanted to ask about hitting a bullseye at the shooting range, he could say a thing or two about that. So, Roman answered honestly, I don't know. They say this kind of puzzling behavior is very rare in nature. Maybe it's because there's so much food around here, so the birds don't feel threatened. Part of the reason big birds drive the young ones away is because of territory and resources. Jason explained carefully to Roman. You sure know a lot. I just read what they said. Haven't you been spending a lot of time online lately? I only go online after I finish my homework. You can ask Benjamin if you don't believe me. Benjamin even said I've made a lot of progress recently. Soon I'll be able to beat you. Roman believed the progress part. But as for beating him soon, Roman didn't believe Benjamin would say that. Jason flipped through the photos. Dad, things aren't looking so good for you lately. If those charges stick, you might be in jail for a long time. I probably won't be able to visit you every Sunday, right? Visiting once a week isn't enough for you. I have to go to school 6 days a week, and there's evening classes and training too. On Sundays, I still have to come see you. Benjamin even asked me if I want to learn to swim. Roman didn't see any problem with this arrangement. Sounds good to me. At least let me catch my breath. I'm only 10, Jason complained. And since you got locked up, I haven't been able to go out and play for 2 Sundays in a row. You promised me, remember? Stop right there. Your old man's got enough trouble right now, and you're still just thinking about where to go on Sundays. Jason tried to bargain with him. How about this? You cancel my Saturday classes, and I'll come see you every week. I can even bring you some fresh news from the outside. You little ingrate. Roman cursed under his breath. Jason sat beside him, unfazed, flipping through a bird-watching guide and comparing it to photographs. You promised me this. Are you planning to go back on your word? Roman thought for a moment. Before I leave, I'm going to have you stay with Bruce for a while. Are you out of your mind? I have Benjamin to look after me. I'm not going to Bruce's place. But Roman had made up his mind. No matter how much Jason argued, he wouldn't be swayed. As the new week began, more trouble started closing in on Roman. Dwarf Eamon, one of Black Mask's henchmen, had turned state's witness, fingering Roman as Black Mask himself. He testified that, a little over 2 months ago, he and a few others, following Black Mask's orders, kidnapped the Matt family and took them to the Sionis estate before moving them again to an apartment. Eamon only participated in the kidnapping and the transfer. He claimed to know nothing of what happened afterward, only that the Matt family vanished. He also revealed that behind a curtain in Roman's study was a glass prison, where the Matt family was held, and that the apartment was located on Doug Street in the Burnley district. Eamon went further, alleging that Roman's son Jason had also been forcibly taken in, and that the so-called adoption was riddled with threats, coercion, and violence. After Eamon struck a deal with the district attorney, he was placed into witness protection. Gotham police quickly filed for a search warrant and headed straight for the Sionis estate to gather evidence. As they approached, many were awed by the hundreds of meters of white roses in full bloom along the way. The flowers were at their peak, filling the air with a subtle fragrance that lifted the spirits. They had seen pictures before, but only from afar. Now, with a rare chance to admire the blooms up close, they all pulled out their phones for photos. Still, flower gazing aside, there was work to be done. When the officers drew back the curtain in the study, they were momentarily spellbound by an array of exotic masks. Only after Gordon's prompt did they snap back to the task at hand. After a thorough and meticulous search, the result was clear: nothing. Not a single clue. The entire study, in fact the whole house, was newly renovated, leaving no trace that a glass enclosure had ever existed. Benjamin, the Sionis estate's butler, cooperated fully with the police, explaining the situation at the manor. After the fire, Roman had never returned. The house was left abandoned and unrepaired. About 7 months ago, Roman hired people to completely renovate the estate. It took 3 months, and when it was finished, he asked Benjamin to become the butler and oversee the daily management and upkeep. Then, after about 2 more months, Mr. Sionis adopted Master Jason and brought him to live here with him. Benjamin explained carefully. The study was arranged just the way Mr. Sionis wanted, and this area was meant for displaying his collection. Thank you for your cooperation. After listening, Gordon glanced around the place. You're welcome. It's simply my duty. What's your opinion on Jason being brought here against his will? I have no opinion. That's a private matter for the family, Benjamin replied calmly. However, from what I've observed, Mr. Sionis cares deeply for young Jason, though perhaps he's been a bit overzealous in certain respects. Gordon pressed on. Certain respects? What do you mean? Benjamin, rarely, let out a sigh, recalling the scene after their visit yesterday. Jason had complained for quite a while, saying things like there were too many lessons and that Roman was too strict, especially grumbling about being handed over to Bruce. He even threatened to run away from home, to rebel against authority. It was clear he harbored a lot of resentment. Sir hired too many tutors for the young master. Coupled with recent events surrounding Mr. Sionis, it's placed a lot of pressure on Jason, leaving him in rather low spirits. Gordon raised an eyebrow and let out a silent breath. At this age, children still want to play and have fun. If they're interested in a subject, it's fine, but the rest must feel like a real grind. He walked over to the window and looked outside. So many white roses. Young Master Jason adores them. Gordon was quiet for a few seconds, then asked, Are there cameras around the house? I'll need to review the footage. Benjamin replied. The recordings are in the security room. However, the system overwrites itself every month, and 2 months ago, the security system was upgraded with new hardware. Where's the old hardware? For privacy reasons, it was destroyed. Why the sudden upgrade? Because Batman paid a visit. The old system was deemed inadequate. Hearing this, Gordon took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. It made sense enough. He turned to Benjamin. In the coming days, the police will need to seal off this place. You might be out of work for a little while, Mr. Post. That's quite all right. Cooperating with the police is every citizen's duty. I too hope the truth comes out soon, so everything can return to normal. Benjamin replied with impeccable manners. The lawyer was the first to arrive at Arkham Asylum, informing Roman of the situation. After acknowledging the news, Roman asked the lawyer to arrange for Maria to visit him that afternoon, then ended the meeting. Shortly after, with the Arkham director's permission, he made a phone call. In Wayne Manor, Gotham TV was broadcasting the news about Roman being implicated by a mysterious informant. A legal expert explained that if the charges were proven, Roman could face up to 50 years in prison and the loss of custody of Jason. The phone rang. Bruce glanced at the caller ID. Arkham Asylum. He turned down the volume on the TV and answered. Once connected, Roman got straight to the point, wasting no time explaining the reason for his call. Bruce, I have a favor to ask you. Is it about Jason? Roman laughed softly on the phone, which was as good as admitting it. You're always so perceptive. Things aren't looking good for me right now, and I have to make arrangements for Jason. The people from child welfare are going to take him away and place him somewhere else. I hope you can step in and look after him for a while. With your influence, they'll agree to it. And if the police come to question him, it would be even better if you could act as his temporary guardian. Bruce considered for a moment. All right, I'll take care of it. Roman thanked him, then hung up. After the call ended, Bruce felt a mix of emotions. These past few days, he'd also been investigating the string of incidents targeting Roman. Gordon had told him that, according to Cersei's testimony, Roman had left the house for a while on the night his parents died in the fire. The fire was originally thought to be caused by faulty wiring, but with these new accusations, everything had to be reconsidered. The tragedy had happened years ago, and the Sionis estate had since been renovated. Any evidence would be hard to come by now. Still, the victim in this case, Oaksmart, was undoubtedly a key figure. He was tied to millions in missing project funds. If Mart returned to Gotham and the secrets behind him came to light, it could implicate a lot of people. At the scene in the parlor, the investigation confirmed that it was Roman who fired the gun, aiming directly at the chest. A vial of fear toxin was found in Mart's hand, and the autopsy showed that Mart was already in a weakened state before he died. Bruce had met with Mrs. Mart privately, but aside from tears, she offered nothing more. From his own encounters with Black Mask, Bruce knew that if Black Mask wanted someone gone, he wouldn't go about it in such a roundabout way. Black Mask was capable of leaving no trace, tying up every loose end that could be used against him. This time, it seemed Roman was simply caught off guard by the fear toxin, driven to madness by a stroke of ill luck. Then there was the glass chamber in the study. The first night Bruce met Jason, the curtains had been open, and he hadn't noticed anything suspicious. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Roman had dismantled the glass chamber before Bruce arrived, but the credibility of the mysterious informant's testimony was also questionable. Especially now, with all these revelations coming out at once, it felt far too convenient. It was as if someone was determined to strip away Black Mask's disguise to prove that Roman was Black Mask. Or perhaps, it was simply a case of kicking a man when he's down. Bruce drew a deep breath. Whether as Black Mask or as an ordinary man, Roman had made plenty of enemies. Bruce's task was clear, to dig up the truth behind it all. He recalled that Roman had always been an excellent marksman. At the scene, aside from the shots that struck Mart, the rest of the bullets were embedded in the back wall. Even under the effects of fear toxin, Roman had managed a tight, precise grouping. It was likely he'd seen something that made him shoot. Perhaps he should go back to the scene and take another look. But for now, he needed to contact Gordon first and deal with Jason's situation. The police were most likely already on their way to question Jason. During afternoon class, Jason grew distracted, his mind wandering. Beside him, Christy nudged him, snapping him back to reality. Once Jason returned to his senses, he realized Miss Bright was calling his name from the doorway. He hurried to his feet and followed Miss Bright out. In the visitor's room, he found Bruce and a police officer waiting. Suspicion clouded his face. He was already angry with Roman, and now his frustration only deepened. Even if they wanted to place him in Bruce's care, did they really have to bring in the police just to be safe? Jason. Bruce called his name first. Uncle Bruce. This is Officer Renee Montoya. There are some things she'd like to discuss with you. Hello, Ms. Montoya. Though Jason was angry, he still managed a polite smile. Hello, Jason. Just call me Renee. Have a seat. Montoya replied with a gentle smile. Jason sat down in the chair left for him. I'm here to look into Roman's adoption of you, Montoya said kindly. Someone has accused Roman of using forceful means during the adoption process. Is that true? Jason looked at Montoya with feigned confusion, already calculating in his mind. So the officer was here about the adoption. At last, someone had exposed that Roman had forcibly taken him back, using no small amount of violence, too. He shot back. Are you planning to take me away from him? Relax, Jason. Renee is just here to talk with you. She's not going to take you away, Bruce assured him, watching Jason carefully. Roman asked me to look after you for a few days. Jason looked at Bruce, blinking thoughtfully. What do you mean by forceful means? Montoya nodded. For example, slapping. Did he ever hit you? Jason blinked and nodded. I didn't trust him much at first, so he hit me a few times. Montoya jotted this down in her notebook. Did he ever force you to agree to the adoption? Jason shook his head. Roman explained to me that he knew my mom, that they had some history. That's why, after my mom, passed away, he adopted me. Montoya's pen paused for a moment. Have you ever seen a glass room in his study? Jason shook his head again. No, I haven't. Montoya took out a stack of photos. Have you seen any of these people before? Jason tilted his head, studying each photo in turn. These two look familiar. I think they work as guards for Roman. I don't really remember the others. Montoya looked at those two photos, marking her notes. Neither of them featured Eamon. And aside from that one time, Has Roman ever hit you again? No, he's always been very good to me. Should we report this to Child Protective Services? Montoya put away the photos and notes, rubbing her temples as she asked Bruce. Bruce replied, I don't think that's necessary. Jason seems to be doing pretty well. Montoya sighed, all right, I'll head back to the station and file my report. She shook hands with Bruce and took her leave. Jason watched the poised policewoman stride away, thinking to himself that he had probably managed to get through the questioning unscathed. Growing up in Crime Alley, telling little half-truths had become second nature, just part of daily life. Back then, a day without a few lies just didn't feel right. Come on, Jason. School's out, and you'll have to stay at my place for a few days again. Jason grinned, all right. I've really been missing Alfred's cookies. Bruce ruffled his hair and, caught up in Jason's cheerfulness, let out a rare smile himself. The boy didn't seem eager to leave Roman. When asked about being forced into adoption, he looked a little uncomfortable, but otherwise there hadn't been any issues. If Roman managed to get out of trouble this time, Bruce hoped he wouldn't drag Jason back into the mess. Sitting in the car on the way back to Wayne Manor, Jason's mind wandered back to what had happened after seeing Roman last night, when he'd returned to the Sionis estate. Last night, at the Sionis estate, Benjamin had paused their training session. After dinner, Jason lingered in the study with a book for a while, then went online and gave a like to every post that spoke ill of Roman. Benjamin soon came in, carrying a tray of milk and pastries. He set it down on the tea table and waited for Jason to come over, his expression calm. Master Jason, there's something I need to discuss with you. Jason perked up and joined Benjamin at the tea table, glancing around before picking up his favorite pastry and taking a bite. He waited for a while, but Benjamin didn't continue. Jason tilted his head up, eyes filled with curiosity. What is it, Benjamin? Could you sit down while you talk? My neck gets tired looking up at you. Benjamin was built much like Roman, and it was always a hassle for Jason to look up at someone so tall. After a moment's hesitation, Benjamin pulled out the chair opposite Jason and sat down, facing him directly. There's an opportunity for you now. What kind of opportunity? Jason brushed the cookie crumbs from his hands. The chance to leave, sir. The words made Jason look up in surprise. Benjamin's expression was steady as he met Jason's gaze. I don't understand. When Sir adopted you, your opinion wasn't respected. You were forced to agree. Now, you have a chance to walk away. What? Don't be mysterious. I'm really not in the mood for riddles. Benjamin began to explain. In a few days, the police will come to ask you some questions. They want to know if you agreed to be adopted and whether you were forced into it. If you want to leave, just tell them the truth. They'll take you away. But if you wish to stay, you'll have to say you weren't coerced. Jason stared at the dessert on his plate, listening quietly. Master Jason, whether you choose to stay or go, Mr. Roman hopes you won't mention a single word about the Glass House or the Matt family. Matt? Isn't he the deceased? Benjamin nodded. He's also the person you saw in the Glass House. At the time, Jason had been too panicked to get a clear look at the people inside. He only remembered a family of 3. So all he wants is for me to keep quiet about that? That's right. Of course, you can tell the police if you want, but it might cause a lot of trouble later on, and Mr. Roman would rather avoid unnecessary complications. But he's in the asylum. How did he manage to give you all these instructions? Jason began to ask, then realized the answer himself. He must have planned for this ahead of time, right? You just had to wait for the right moment to tell me. Jason let out a quiet oh. The choice is yours, Master Jason. If you decide to leave, the foundation Mr. Roman set up for you will still belong to you. That will never change. Jason grabbed a piece of pastry, bit into it, chewed a few times, and grumbled under his breath. Sounds pretty loyal and righteous. Are you sure he won't go back on his word? Seek revenge after the fact, or something? Sorry, I can't guarantee anything, but I don't think Mr. Roman would do that to you. So, are we going to go over our statements about the Glass House next? Benjamin nodded. Jason gazed out the window, letting out a sigh. Roman was a man of deep calculation. He'd even arranged for Bruce to look after him. Honestly, Jason wondered if Bruce was Roman's only real friend. Wayne Manor, guest room. Without the busy evenings at school, Jason found himself oddly out of sorts. He'd finished his homework at lightning speed, only to find he had nothing else to do. He'd thought about going to the study to find a book, but when he noticed the 2 suitcases and the computer bag on the floor of the guest room, he decided to unpack first. He had to admit, Benjamin was both thoughtful and efficient. Not long after Bruce brought him back to Wayne Manor, Benjamin had delivered his luggage, offered a brief farewell, and then left. Jason put the computer bag on the desk, then opened the 2 suitcases. The larger case held his clothes and shoes. The smaller one was packed with books and toys. Jason took out the 2 stuffed bears that took up most of the space, then glanced at the little dog curled in the corner and the stack of books filling half the case. He couldn't help thinking his collection of toys was a bit sparse. Just 2 bears and a dog? Aside from his school books, the rest were all related to evening classes. He put his clothes away in the closet one by one, then arranged his books neatly on the desk. After finishing all this, he grabbed his beginner's French book and headed out to find Alfred. "Hey Jay, long time no see. Have you put on some weight? You look a bit taller too." Dick, who was lounging on the sofa, greeted him warmly. Jason glanced down at himself. He hadn't checked lately, so he couldn't really answer. "Maybe I have. I'm not sure. What are you holding?" "It's a French grammar book." Jason showed the book to Dick. Dick's interest was piqued. "I'm learning French too. Maybe we can compare notes." "Really?" Jason was delighted to find he wasn't the only one struggling. Turns out everyone was in the same boat. He was just about to sit down when Dick's phone rang. Dick answered, called out, "Hey Barb," then muttered a few words and said he'd be right over. "Sorry, I have to head out for a bit. Let's talk about French next time." "No problem. I was just about to ask Alfred for some tea anyway." Pulling on his jacket, Dick kindly warned, "Tea at this hour? Careful, you might not sleep. Alfred might make you drink vegetable juice instead." Remembering his one experience with vegetable juice, Jason frowned. "Good point. I'll just stick with water." Dick chuckled as he headed out. After bringing Jason back, Bruce had gone out again, and when he returned, he happened to see Alfred coming out of the study with an empty tray. "How is he?" "That boy sets high standards for himself. He's been diligently studying French and occasionally reads other novels." "I'll go take a look." It was hard to tell whether the old butler meant that as praise or something else, but Bruce just smiled and headed to the study. As he opened the door, Bruce heard the sound of recitation from inside. Then a clear bonjour in French greeted his ears. Bruce's expression softened a little. He closed the door and walked toward Jason, who was watching him curiously, and replied in French as well, "Bonjour." Jason burst out in a peal of laughter at Bruce's response. Two books were spread open on the desk, and Jason had the French book tucked under his arm. If juggling three things at once counted as high standards, Bruce thought, then he'd have to agree with Alfred. With a mind to test Jason, Bruce asked in French, "How's your studying going?" Jason scrunched up his face and, after a couple of seconds, replied, "I've just started, so it's pretty basic. I can only understand the simplest sentences." Thinking back to last time, when they'd gone for a drive and he'd insisted Jason get straight A's, Bruce couldn't help but remark, "Roman seems to care a lot about your studies. I think he just wants to make things difficult for me." Hearing this childish complaint, Bruce struggled to hold back a smile and asked, "Why do you think that?" "You know, if I don't get straight A's on my finals, I won't be allowed to go out and have fun during summer break. He probably thinks I can't pull it off and just wants me stuck at home all summer. So, do you have confidence in yourself?" "Of course. I always get A's on my tests. Fourth grade is way too easy." Jason spoke with pride. He's not going to get his way. A faint smile appeared on Bruce's face. "It's getting late. Read for a bit longer, then get some sleep. If you need anything, just ask Alfred." Jason nodded obediently. Later that night, two shadows slipped into the hotel where the murder had occurred and made their way to the lounge. "Batman, what exactly are we looking for?" Batman was holding a rangefinder, taking measurements. "A hidden mechanism. I've studied the building's blueprints. This lounge is 20 meters long and 8 meters wide, which means it should cover 160 square meters. But there's about 20 missing." Robin glanced at the measurements. "Maybe it's the renovations?" "It's possible," Batman replied, putting away his tools. He walked over to the wall riddled with bullet holes and knocked on it, but it didn't sound hollow as he'd expected. "All the bullet holes are concentrated right here and on that. So do we need to feel along this whole wall?" Robin stood in front of the wall and pressed his hand against it. "Mechanisms like this are usually well hidden. I'll check the other side." "Batman, look at this." Suddenly, Robin called out in a hushed voice. The spot he just pressed now had a small square recess, about 2 centimeters by 2 centimeters. Batman shone his light on it. The hole was around 2 centimeters deep, a perfect square. He took note of the scorched velvet around its edge, then glanced at the bullet marks inside and began to form a theory. There were 7 marks left on the wall in total. Batman pressed each one, searching methodically, and discovered that 5 of them could be pushed in. But if he pressed the wrong one, all the others would reset. It didn't take Batman long to figure out the correct sequence. With a faint whir, a hidden door next to the wall slowly rotated 90 degrees and opened. Staring into the pitch-black stairwell, Batman switched on his light and stepped in to investigate. He found 2 buttons on the wall. Pressing one lit up the stairway. Batman pressed the other button, and the secret door quietly swung shut. We triggered the mechanism again. The door opened once more. Robin watched from outside, clearly eager to join him in exploring below. When you closed the door just now, the mechanism outside reset itself, and when you opened the door again, it triggered the same way? Robin asked. Batman nodded. Exactly. It seemed the hidden mechanism in the wall was connected to this spot. Roman had actually left a clue in a place like this. Keep watch for me here. I'll go down and take a look. With that, Batman activated the recording function on his mask. The passageway was built with stone bricks, about a meter wide. Perhaps the owner of the secret passageway was also afraid of the dark, for the passage was brightly lit. Though it was long and eerily quiet, it didn't feel frightening at all. Every now and then, Batman spotted small windows set into the walls of the passage. He glanced through one and realized it looked into a guest room. He couldn't help but press his lips together in a thin line. Whoever built this passageway, or rather, whoever commissioned this building, was hiding secrets they didn't want anyone to know. Whether for the thrill of spying or to record guest secrets for blackmail, these were not things an ordinary person would do. He walked on for several more minutes before the passageway began to slope upward. After a while, he reached its end. At the end, there were two doors. By Batman's estimation, the door on the left led outside, while the one on the right, which was slightly ajar, hid a secret room. He pushed the door open, letting the passageway's light spill inside. By its glow, Batman took in the scene within the hidden chamber. It was a small room, not particularly clean, with scattered syringes and a bed whose tattered blanket exposed the stuffing within. In one corner, there was a makeshift bathroom. As he walked and surveyed the space, Batman noted signs that someone had been living here recently. Then he left. Forcing open the tightly locked iron door, Batman emerged to find himself in the hotel's garbage room. After the hotel had been sealed off, the uncollected trash had piled up here, filling the air with a nauseating stench. A security camera mounted on a support pillar faced the iron door and was still running. Batman glanced up at it, then immediately notified Gordon to send a team to investigate the hotel. In the director's office, "Doctor, do you think I'm normal enough now?" Roman set up a chessboard, entertaining himself with the game. "After observing you these past days, my evaluation is that everything appears normal. I think I'm ready to talk to the police about what happened that day." "I'm glad to hear you say that." "Thank you, Doctor." The Arkham director ended their conversation on a cheerful note and promptly reported the situation to the Gotham police. The police arrived quickly. Roman recounted the whole story to them, piece by piece. He admitted that he knew Black Mask and that he owned a club called Masquerade. Perhaps because the club's name happened to coincide with the then-popular Masquerade Society, it drew Black Mask's attention. Black Mask was quite fond of the club and became a frequent visitor. Both men shared a fascination with masks, and over time, they became acquainted. After Roman finished explaining how he came to know Black Mask, Montoya asked, "You two seem quite close. His men even take orders from you." Beside her, a young officer's fingers flew across the keyboard, typing notes rapidly into his laptop. Roman smiled. "I'm a wealthy man, and frankly, a bit afraid for my life. Sometimes I'd ask him to send someone to protect me. The club also needed bouncers, and since I paid handsomely, he'd assigned some reliable people for me to use." "How did you meet August, Matt?" Roman shrugged. "I run an upscale club. It's not surprising I know a few people, right? Matt is a senior accountant. He even works for the city government, so he'd stop by the club from time to time. Sometimes I'd chat with him about finances, ask for advice, and over time we got acquainted." "What about the kidnapping?" "I never kidnapped Matt. In fact, about 3 months ago, he came to me. He said he'd gotten tangled up in a pretty big embezzlement case and didn't want to end up taking the fall. He hoped I could help him get out of Gotham." "What kind of embezzlement case?" "I asked him that too, but he wouldn't tell me. He said the people behind it were powerful, and he didn't want to drag me into it." Roman gave a wry smile. "And yet, here I am anyway." And then, there wasn't much I could do to smuggle him out quietly, so I arranged for his family to stay in an apartment on Doug Street in the Burnley district. After that, I reached out to Black Mask, asked him to help send Matt's family into hiding in Europe. The police did indeed find signs that the Matt family had been living in the apartment, though Mrs. Matt continued to insist they'd been kidnapped. "So what happened in the lounge?" Roman let out a sigh, fiddling with his handcuffed wrists. "I wasn't there to see Matt that day. I just wanted to take my son to a gala, let him see Gotham's high society up close. My boy's bound to join that world sooner or later, so..." As he started to ramble, Montoya cut him off. "Let's get back to what happened in the lounge." "Oh." Roman, who had been growing more animated, deflated a little, but he returned to the point. "Anyway, you know why I was at that cursed place. If I'd known what was coming, I'd never have gone." Montoya tapped the table, signaling him to get to the heart of the matter. Roman's face regained its calm. "That's really all there is to it. The night before everything happened, I hadn't slept well, so I was tired that day and went to rest in my room." He clasped his hands, looking at Montoya, and then, "Jacob knocked on my door, told me Black Mask was in the lounge, and wanted to talk about Matt. I could get there using the guest room's keycard elevator." "Who's Jacob?" "One of Black Mask's men, Rook Jacob. That night, he was my bodyguard." "Who were you supposed to meet?" And then, Roman tilted his head slightly. "I took the elevator with him to the lounge, but when we got there, the place was empty. So I sat down, poured myself a drink, and waited. And after that, to be honest, things are a little hazy. I remember feeling woozy. The police didn't find any traces of sedatives at the scene. Your blood work was clean too. No sign of any drugs. Jacob said he smelled something strange. It could have been a volatile sedative that metabolizes quickly. Roman brought up a possibility. When I woke up again, I was under the influence of fear toxin. In my frenzy, Matt died and Jacob disappeared. Do you suspect that Jacob set you up? I can't rule it out. Have you found him? Maybe you could ask him. Montoya frowned as she looked at him. Is there any other detail you haven't mentioned? For example, did you use a gun? I think so. I guess I fired 5 or 6 shots. When I was groggy, I thought I saw someone getting close, so I pulled the trigger a few times. Montoya pondered. Based on the latest clues, it was still possible Roman had seen someone approaching. Why were you carrying a gun to the party? Roman's lips twitched. To be honest, I wasn't. It was Jacob who gave the gun to me. How he managed to get it into the hotel is none of my business. And why were you dressed as the Black Mask? You mean the mask? It was sitting by the wine bottle. I just picked it up out of curiosity and put on for fun. What a refreshingly unconventional excuse. Montoya's mouth twitched. What about the clothes? The previous outfit had some issues. It looked off to me, so I changed. You can ask my butler about it if you want. Is there anything else you remember about Matt's death? Roman spread his hands. Honestly, I have no recollection. If you can find Jacob, maybe he could tell you more. Montoya flipped through a notebook. And about the day your parents died, your alibi is shaky. Care to explain? Roman clicked his tongue. Cersei hates me, and she's lost her mind. She probably just wants revenge. As for my parents, I really don't want to talk about it. If you want to press further, I'll have to call my lawyer. After a few more questions, Montoya had Roman escorted back to his hospital room. As they packed up to leave, a young officer couldn't help but remark, he seems really seasoned. Facing the interrogation alone, and still so calm. People like him are used to social maneuvering. This is nothing new for them. In the following days, aside from the occasional police questioning, Roman was quite at ease. He spent his time playing cards, chess, and catching up on the news with some of the more stable patients. Seated to his left was the Scarecrow, across from him was Clayface, and on his right, with streaks of gray in his hair, sat Manbat. Manbat, Dr. Kirk Langstrom, a zoologist dedicated to studying bats. He began to lose his hearing, which gradually led to deafness. Eventually, he developed a serum that cured his deafness, but also transformed him into a mindless, bat-like creature. Batman eventually created an antidote that helped Dr. Langstrom return to normal, but the doctor became addicted to his own serum. After all the twists and turns, he ended up here at Arkham Asylum too. It must be said, when the doctor and the professor team up on the same side, the pressure on their opponents is truly intense. Roman glanced at his partner, who was scraping at the clay mask on his cheek, and began to consider switching teammates the next time they played cards. Roman, you have a visitor in the reception room. The administrator came over and informed him. The Scarecrow grumbled in protest. Oh, come on, man. We're about to lose. And now you get a visitor? Are you doing this on purpose? We're only halfway through. It's still anyone's game. Roman tossed his cards down and followed the administrator out. Professor Longstone leaned in to study Roman's hand. Not bad, not great. If his partner pulled their weight, they might just have a shot at this round. 2 pairs of eyes immediately settled on Clayface. Clayface scooped up the cards in a pile and offered a suggestion. Let's play high card. Loser gives up their hamburger tonight. The other 2 threw their cards onto the table, waiting for Clayface to shuffle. Meanwhile, Roman followed the administrator to the reception room. Director Arkham was always attentive to his patients. Whenever there were visitors, he would provide a private room to ensure their conversations remained confidential. Sometimes Roman almost wanted to take back his harsh judgments of the director, but after each of their daily talks, he'd always find his opinion reaffirmed. Roman believed that Jeremiah Arkham's kindness was largely influenced by a certain young woman, Ingrid Carlson. Ingrid Carlson would one day marry Jeremiah Arkham, though, regrettably, she would also meet a tragic end in the riots to come. The young woman had just finished discussing a patient's case with the director and was already turning to leave. Director Arkham watched her go, grinning foolishly as she walked away. Director, your visitor has arrived. I'll return to my post, the administrator announced, prompting Arkham to quickly compose himself. Just before entering, Roman paused at the door. She's quite something, that girl. Her name's Ingrid, right? Director Arkham seemed flustered. Yes, that's her. When you get married, Doctor, will you send me an invitation? We're not. Well, it's not that soon. Director Arkham coughed, trying to hide his awkwardness. There's someone waiting for you in the reception room. You've got half an hour, which should be plenty. Don't miss dinner. Thank you, Doctor. Roman pushed open the door to the reception room and found Maria waiting for him. It was Friday afternoon, 4:30. Maria had come to give him a work update. Boss, the stock price is now holding at 2% below our target. Why not more than 2% below? After this week's uptick, there's been a flood of capital selling off. The price is stuck in the middle. It works to our advantage, and our losses are minimal. I wanted to see those people take a dive into Gotham Bay, but for now, we'll have to settle for letting them take a small loss. Maria looked troubled. Boss, every time we raise the price by a point, we have to invest even more money. If your allies decide to stab us in the back, the risk only grows. With our remaining reserves, we need to make sure the stock price doesn't crash too hard in the next 3 to 6 months, or else we'll end up losing a lot to our opponents. Haven't those assets of mine been settled yet? Roman gestured toward the floor. Maria understood instantly. Roman was referring to the gray assets operating in the shadows, and shook her head. Roman stroked the stubble on his chin, letting out a low, frustrated sigh. If he could launder those gray assets now, the numbers in his accounts would see a nice bump. Tell David to come see me tomorrow. I want to discuss the matter with Matt. Maria nodded, making a note of it, then asked, Boss, when do you plan to post bail? The court hasn't approved my bail yet, has it? Roman broke into a smile as he spoke. I'll stay here a few more days. Maria scratched her head with her pen. Getting approval or not, wasn't that just a matter of a single word? Could it be that the boss was starting to enjoy his stay here? The next morning at 9, Maria arrived with a new face to meet Roman. But this time, Maria didn't go into the meeting room. Instead, she sat outside and waited, while only the newcomer went in. Roman sat on the sofa, watching patients stroll past the window outside. The new face closed the door behind him and greeted Roman. Boss. This was David Lee, Roman's right-hand man in the mass society, always in charge of managing the gang. David tried to pull out a chair at the conference table, only to find it was bolted to the floor and wouldn't budge, so he sat down as it was. Roman, still on the sofa, looked David up and down. Sleek suit, hair slicked back to a shine, black-rimmed glasses, a picture of confidence and vigor. You're looking well. Seems like you've been sleeping better lately. Not really, David replied. I've been tied up with the gang's business. Ever since word got out that you're Black Mask, people on our turf have been getting restless. Roman considered this, then asked, Is that suit new? I don't recall seeing you wear it before. David smiled faintly. Yes, boss. You got a sharp eye. Roman suddenly asked, I told Maria on Monday to have you buy shares in Janus. Why haven't you made a move? I didn't think it was a good time to buy in. Roman made a non-committal sound, his sharp eyes locking onto David. Not good for me, or not good for you. And whoever's behind you? David lowered his gaze and adjusted his glasses. When he looked at Roman again, his deference had vanished. A bit of both. So you're not going to hand over Matt's video, either. David gave a mocking laugh. Boss, you know, fool. Roman pressed his fingertips together. Since it's come to this, I want to ask you one thing. Why? Boss, ever since you started the mass society, I've been working diligently to manage the gang's affairs for you. In the first few months, you still cared about the gang, but for most of this past year, you've only bothered yourself with traitors now and then, and you've been locked in a constant back and forth with Batman. As for everything else, the business deals, the turf wars, all of that, it's just you giving the orders and me carrying them out. Meanwhile, all you have to do is occasionally check your pockets and count your money. David finished speaking and looked at Roman without a hint of fear. You think you can replace me, that you'll do a better job. You want power, Roman said, thinking aloud. You want to be number one. Let the facts speak for themselves. I am a true number one. I run the gang well. Right now, most of the east side is under my control, including Burnley. As soon as you're out of the picture, Coventry will fall to the mass society too. David continued. You're so bored you're raising a child now. Your heart's not in the gang anymore. Why not let me take over? You can go enjoy your life as a rich young lord, play the doting father. Wouldn't that be nice? Roman had long expected his deputy would one day try to take what he'd built, but still, the words hit him like a punch to the teeth. They were about to throw him in prison. How could he possibly enjoy family life now? If you're going to team up with the mayor, then there's nothing left for us to discuss. Business is business, boss. David stood up and offered his hand. I hope you win this trial, so you won't have to meet your heir behind bars. Roman rose as well, quick and composed, and shook his deputy's hand with a smile. You know how I deal with traitors? David withdrew his hand and casually wiped it with a pocket square. Perfectly well. Take care of yourself. David reached for the doorknob to leave, but Roman spoke again. If you still want to save something for yourself, make sure you buy those stocks for me on Monday as planned. This time his tone was cold as ice. It sent a chill through David, who gave Roman a sidelong glance. Then David gave a short, cold laugh and walked out the door. Roman followed behind at a deliberate pace, leaving the meeting room. David was already gone, leaving Maria behind. Maria came over to Roman, glanced at David's retreating figure, and said, That didn't end well. Roman sighed softly and looked at Maria by his side. How could people be so different from one another? David had almost complete control over the mass society now, and still, it wasn't enough for him. Why hadn't he noticed David's ambition before, in the previous timeline? Was it because he'd always handled everything himself back then, never giving David a chance to grow, so bold? Roman drew in a sharp breath, recalling the phrase, strange, strange, truly strange. He turned to Maria and said, "It's almost time." The administrator asked, "You're done talking?" Roman nodded. Maria said her goodbyes and left as well. Watching Maria walk away, Roman couldn't help but wonder, what would he do if everyone ended up betraying him? Would he spend the rest of his days in Arkham, or would he get out and stage a comeback? At that thought, he let out a cold laugh. Of course he'd rise from the ashes. He had far too much experience with this sort of thing. On Sunday, Roman was watching TV with the other patients when an orderly called him out, saying someone had come to visit. The Scarecrow grumbled, "Heavens, why do you get so many visitors every day?" Roman patted Scarecrow on the shoulder as he passed by. "You're just jealous. I wouldn't waste my time visiting someone who can't stop talking about fear." Scarecrow shot back. "Who'd be jealous of you? Can't even watch TV in peace." Roman ignored him and followed the orderly to the visiting room. Jason was sitting on the couch, waiting for him, a sketchbook in his hands. The moment Roman walked in, he spotted Jason's jacket. "What are you wearing?" Jason tugged at his jacket, glancing down at the bat symbol emblazoned on the left chest. "Yesterday, Christie's neighborhood held a yard sale. I went with Tim and found this Batman jacket, $20. I bought it." Tim got a Batman t-shirt. As he finished, Jason turned around to show Roman the Batman and Robin printed on the back. Roman stared at the jacket, his expression darkening. Batman merch sold this well. Maybe he should consider buying a factory and making black mass merchandise. And this kid knew perfectly well he and Batman didn't get along, yet he still wore that jacket. Was he doing this on purpose just to annoy him? Roman folded his arms and stood squarely in front of Jason. "Dad doesn't like you wearing that. It's ugly." Jason glanced left and right. "I think this jacket's pretty cool." "It's not. Take it off." Jason tilted his head, considering. "So, I don't even get to choose what I wear anymore? I covered for you, by the way. That was your choice. I never asked you to." "Fine. I'll go confess everything right now." "Do as you please," Roman said bluntly. "But for now, take off the jacket." "Dad," Jason shifted his tone, trying on a more playful, coaxing voice. "I really think you should speak to me politely, not just command me so sternly." Roman remained unmoved. "Are you trying to make me do it myself?" Jason narrowed his eyes at Roman, then tugged at the hem of Roman's hospital gown. "You need to say please if you want me to take it off." Today, Jason was determined to win this little battle. "Take it off." Jason looked at Roman's less-than-pleasant expression, blinking, a little uncertain. Was he pushing Roman too far? Roman ground his teeth. "Please." Jason let out a cheer, quickly shrugging off his jacket and tossing it onto a nearby chair. Roman's expression softened just a touch. For the sake of the Red Hood's mischievous childhood, he decided to let it go, at least for now. He settled down beside the troublesome kid. "Not so many classes and training sessions this week. Enjoying the break?" "It's all right, I guess." Jason swung his legs back and forth, flipping open his sketchbook for Roman to see. "Look at this." Roman watched as Jason turned the pages. On each one, there was a simple drawing, a small stick figure and a menacing dragon. "You drew all of these?" "Yeah, that's me, see? I've got a sword and a shield." Jason pointed at the little figure, then at the dragon. "And this fire-breathing one is you. A hero battling a dragon?" "No." Jason tapped the page. "This is your treasure hoard. I'm sneaking in to steal your loot." Roman was left speechless. Jason flipped further along. "After the magic weapon fell from the sky and locked you up, your treasure became all mine." Seeing that Roman looked a bit lost, Jason took it upon himself to explain, turning back to the first page and patiently breaking it down. "You were bored and decided to eat a kid. Just as I was sneaking in to steal your treasure, you caught me and started breathing fire, all angry. But then you weren't bored anymore, and you weren't hungry either. So you kept me around, even dug out a sword and shield from your hoard for me, always ranting about making me your heir and spreading chaos." When Jason flipped to the magic weapon page, Roman reached out to stop him. "Why does this magic weapon have 2 horns? It's pitch black, and it looks kind of like a bat." "Because you're the dragon, and you hate bats. I'm not good at drawing bats, so I just stuck a couple of horns on and colored it in with a black crayon. Not exactly a masterpiece, maybe." Jason cut him off before he could cast any spells. "I'm just doodling. Don't want to take it seriously. This is all you did all week." Jason's eyes darted mischievously, and he grinned. "Are you asking about Uncle Bruce taking me to the movies on Friday, or about him taking me to the stables this afternoon?" Roman leaned back against the sofa, pressing a hand to his forehead and letting out a groan. Damn it, he needed bail this instant. Jason watched him with a bright, cheeky smile. Roman's current look was amusing, equal parts regret and frustration. But thinking it through, Roman was still a suspect with a mountain of worries. Feeling a bit sympathetic, Jason added, "We watched the movie in Bruce's home theater, not a real cinema. The horseback riding was just something from a movie. I just thought the cowboys looked cool. I'm only saying this so you'll stop obsessing over my studies. It's driving me crazy." Hearing what almost sounded like an explanation, Roman gathered himself and sat up a little straighter. Roman gazed at the sketchbook with a blank expression, then pointed at the dragon. "You've drawn the fire-breathing dragon so ugly. I think this damages my image. Dad, if you keep making me learn this and that, I'll start to think your childhood must have been miserable." Jason pulled a long face, showing no fear of making Roman angry, and spoke plainly. "Your parents must have had really high expectations for you. You didn't get a play, so now you don't want to have fun either." Then, he closed the sketchbook and tucked it into Roman's arms. "I asked Dr. Arkham about it. He said you can keep this sketchbook." Roman silently recited the words to himself and put the sketchbook away. When the visit ended, Jason didn't forget to take his jacket with him. Roman felt a little relieved when he saw that Alfred, Bruce's butler, had come to pick up Jason. At least his son wouldn't be running off with Bruce. If leaving Jason with Bruce for a few days wasn't the only workable solution among all the options, Roman would never have let Bruce take care of him. As for turning him over to child services, that was out of the question, not even worth considering. That night, before going to bed, Roman flipped through the rough sketchbook. He noticed the title page read, "The Child and the Dragon, Part 1. After pondering over it for half the night, he suspected there must be a sequel. Maybe during next week's visit, he'd get to see the continuation of the story. As the new week began, Janice's stocks still showed no signs of improvement. Roman felt a twinge of melancholy. If he wanted to strike back, it would mean he'd have to change his right-hand man. Now, with Jacob missing, hopefully Jacob was still alive. Ryan was probably still at David's side. He'd thought Eamon was reliable and was even planning to promote him. But who could have guessed the man couldn't keep his mouth shut? Roman discussed the current situation with his lawyer. The lawyer informed him the district attorney was actively gathering evidence and preparing charges, with the first court date set for next Thursday. On Monday night, when everyone assumed Black Mask was actually Roman and that he wouldn't be making any appearances while in custody, Black Mask swaggered into Roman's masquerade club, flanked by 5 henchmen. For a split second, the club manager on duty was stunned, but quickly sent someone to notify Maria, then hurried up to greet him. "Black Mask, will you be wanting your usual spot tonight?" Whenever Black Mask turned up, he would either linger in the VIP lounge or head to the special villains lounge their boss had set aside. People nearby whipped out their phones, snapping photos. "Go on, get back to work. You 5, wait for me here," Black Mask said coolly, waving them off and ignoring the manager. He strode toward the heavily guarded special entrance, walked down the hall, and entered the villain's lounge. He marched straight behind the bar, peeled off his gloves, mixed himself a sparkling cocktail and set it down at an empty seat, then prepared a cup of hot tea for himself. The door to the villain's lounge opened again. Maria walked in. She happened to come to the club today to check the books, and upon hearing that Black Mask had arrived, she decided to take a look. "Maria." Black Mask made a courteous gesture, inviting her to sit down. Maria adjusted her glasses and, with graceful composure, took a seat at the bar. "I'm still on the clock," she said, lifting her glass of sparkling wine for a look. "The alcohol content is very low. It won't leave you lightheaded." Maria took a delicate sip, then smiled. "It tastes more like fruit juice than anything." She watched as Black Mask held a porcelain cup in one hand. "How do you plan to drink tea like that?" "I've been wondering the same thing myself." "Take it off, then." The figure behind the mask hesitated for a moment, cup in hand, then finally set it down. "The boss told me today that I'm cleared to act. He wanted me to remind you to stay safe, take a few days off, don't keep rushing around everywhere." "Thank you for the warning." "I will. So, what do you plan to start?" "First, I'm going to reclaim Coventry. Things are still pretty chaotic there." With that, Black Mask pulled his gloves back on and left the villain's lounge. After finishing her sparkling wine, Maria rinsed the glass and set it upside down to dry. Before leaving, she picked up the cup of hot tea as well. She'd be working late tonight. A little hot tea was perfect for the occasion. According to the Tuesday morning extra edition of the local tabloid, the legend of Black Mask continues, with a front-page headline reading, "Beneath the Black Mask. Who really is he?" The night before, Black Mask had swiftly taken care of several rebel leaders from New Killet, ending nearly a month of unrest in the Coventry district. He restored Old Mark, the original overseer of the area, returning Coventry's authority to him. It said that when Old Mark was dragged to the scene to resume his post, he put on quite a show of bravado, declaring, "A gentleman may die, but not be humiliated." Upon realizing it was Black Mask who had helped him reclaim his turf, Old Mark was speechless before the crowd for a long moment, and then broke down in tears. The extra edition's front-page photo showed Old Mark making an impassioned speech, his face pixelated for privacy, while at his side, Black Mask stood in the shadows like a dark avenger, an enigmatic presence, looming and elusive. The tabloid reporter boasted that this photograph deserved to win this year's award for outstanding work. The reporter went on to share his thoughts, debunking the rumor that Roman, supposedly Black Mask, was still being held in Arkham. Now that this urban legend had resurfaced, such rumors were thoroughly discredited. He insisted that the theory of Roman being Black Mask was as ridiculous as the one claiming Bruce was Batman. Finally, the reporter added that, based on his recent investigation, Roman might have suffered retaliation due to suspected infidelity, and for further developments, readers should stay tuned to the tabloid's urban legend section. Lately, Jason hadn't had many chances to read the tabloids. The newspapers available at Bruce's house were all mainstream publications, like the Gotham Daily and the Gotham Post. Still, after finishing his homework, Jason would see these rumors swirling everywhere when he surfed the web. The reappearance of Black Mask had once again taken the internet by storm. Jason couldn't help but start doubting himself. He had indeed heard the Joker refer to Roman as Black Mask. Had he been wrong all along? Were Black Mask and Roman actually partners in crime? Maybe it was like Delia and Roman. One had the power, the other the money. Jason scratched his head in confusion. Was it really two people, not just one? In the end, he decided not to dwell on it. He set his computer aside, picked up a new sketchbook, and planned to keep drawing. Whether they were the same person or not, it really didn't seem to matter to him. Roman was still the fire-breathing dragon. He was still the little figure wielding a sword and shield. After he finished a drawing and looked up from time to time, something new on social media caught his eye. It was a new video, a crime announcement from Two-Face. In 2 hours, I will destroy a public building. The location is... In the video, Two-Face flipped his coin. Good luck. You people aren't worthy of knowing. The video had been posted just 10 minutes ago. Jason glanced at the clock. It was now 6:10 p.m. That meant at 8 o'clock, Two-Face would carry out his threat and destroy someplace in Gotham. Jason was genuinely curious. Wasn't crime supposed to be done in secret? Even when he'd stolen tires in Crime Alley, he'd always looked around to make sure no one was watching before he acted. Announcing your crime in advance like Two-Face did, what was the point of that? He pictured himself standing on a rooftop, shouting to the world, "I'm going to steal some tires now." The very idea felt cold and stupid. Maybe that was just how Gotham's supervillains operated. They all had their own peculiar style. It was something he simply couldn't understand. So he went back to his drawing. As he sketched, he thought that Batman must have gotten the message by now and was probably working on how to stop Two-Face. Robin would go with him, Batman's reliable little sidekick. But thinking about Dick's size, Jason figured Robin ought to be called the big sidekick by now. Not long after, Alfred came to call him for dinner. Jason put down his pencil and followed Alfred downstairs. At dinner, Jason noticed he was the only one at the enormous table. He could have sworn he'd seen Bruce and Dick at home after school. Resting his chin in both hands, he stared at the empty seat at the head of the table. Dick's absence made sense. At a time like this, Robin was surely out there with Batman. But Bruce missing too? Now, that was a little odd. Seeing Jason not eating and just gazing at the main seat, Alfred explained, "Master Bruce isn't feeling well. He's resting." Jason tilted his head to look at Alfred. "Then I'll go check on him later. Master Bruce will be pleased to know that you're thinking of him. But he prefers to be alone," Alfred said. Jason pouted. Just like Roman, they both like to stay in their rooms by themselves. Alfred urged him to eat. "Let's not worry about them for now. Master Bruce specifically asked me to make sure you eat well. He's worried you won't take care of yourself when you're alone." "Alfred, why don't we eat together? That way, I won't be alone," Jason suggested. Alfred was just about to respond, but Jason quickly widened his eyes, pleading, "Please, Alfred, for the sake of all the afternoon teas we've shared. Eating by myself is so boring." Seeing those bright, hopeful eyes, Alfred relented with a nod. Jason broke into a smile, silently celebrating his little victory. This trick always worked. When Roman wasn't around, he'd managed to coax Benjamin into joining him for meals in the same way. Arkham Asylum. During evening recreation, for people were playing cards, chatting idly as they speculated about where Two-Face might strike tonight. "We might as well blow this place up," Scarecrow said, tossing out a club. "It's too old. Time to bring in some modern equipment." Clayface fiddled with his cards before finally playing a spade. "I'm in agreement." Roman couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. That guy had no more diamonds, and, instead of discarding a useless card, chose another suit entirely. Yet again, he and Clayface were stuck as partners. Even drawing lots hadn't changed their fate. They ended up on the same team. How much worse could their luck get? "I'll take it," Professor Langston declared, throwing down the two of diamonds and winning the round. Roman shot Clayface a look that hinted he'd like nothing more than to bake him into a brick. But his partner remained blissfully unaware, urging Professor Langston to hurry and play the next card. The score was tied at 3-3, with 7 rounds left to go, the outcome still very much undecided. "My friends, may I join you?" A mocking voice rang out, and a deathly pale hand snatched the cards right from Clayface. Clayface didn't even get a chance to protest. "All right then," he said with a sigh, reluctantly giving up his seat to stand behind the Joker and watch. Roman watched as the Joker sat down. "So, you finally got out of the isolation cell." Before Roman arrived, Joker and Harley had both been brought in by Batman after a bank heist. But the Joker, deemed unfit for group activities, had been kept from joining evening recreation until this afternoon, when he was finally cleared. As for Harley, she was in another ward altogether. The Joker let out an exaggerated, dramatic sigh. "The great Dr. Arkham and the lovely Dr. Carlson have cured my madness." Then he gave a low, sharp laugh, his shoulders shaking twice before he settled back into calm. "It's funny, really. All you have to do is tell them what they want to hear." "Your move, Professor Langston." Professor Langston shrugged and played a queen of spades. At this point, everyone still had spades in their hands, but with the ace and king already on the table, the queen was now the highest spade left. There was no doubt about this round. The professor and doctor took the win yet again. The score was now 3-4 as the game entered the 8th round. This time, the Joker, lacking any hearts, played a diamond card and claimed the round. "Someone pay me a hefty sum to take you out." At the end of the 12th round, the Joker suddenly blurted out this line. The Scarecrow had just played a diamond and secured victory for the 12th round, tying the score at 6-6 and earning the right to lead the final hand. But honestly, there wasn't much of an advantage in going first, not when all that was left was to compare the final card. Everyone would simply reveal their hand, and the outcome would be clear. Roman tossed down his last card, a 9 of diamonds, waiting for the Joker's next comment. The Scarecrow called out, "Man, you're holding onto that card awfully tight." Roman shot back, "Right back at you." The Scarecrow's last card was an 8 of diamonds, while Professor Langston had a 5 of diamonds. As for the Joker, he held a 5 of spades, but that hardly mattered anymore. Roman had the highest card this round, so the victory was his. Leaning forward, the Joker pressed both hands on the table. "Just between you and me, I took the job. Killing a billionaire. What an exquisite honor. I can make a monument of it and put it right in my room." Roman narrowed his eyes, and, as the winner, began to shuffle the cards. "Personally, I think taking out Bruce would be even more satisfying." The Joker sat back, his grimace thoughtful. The Scarecrow nodded. "Not a bad idea. Batman will definitely come to save Bruce, but he might not bother to save you." Professor Langston and Clayface chimed in their agreement. Roman fell silent, then started to deal the cards. Once he finished, he said, "Joker, how about I help you lure Bruce out? That way, you can kidnap him. I'll think about it. For now, I need to figure out how to take care of you first." Roman picked up his hand, sorting through the cards. The hand was terrible. Even when dealing for himself, his luck was this bad. He covered his cards, then asked, "How much are they paying you?" "5 million. Roman tapped the table, visibly annoyed. "Just 5 million? You'd do it for that? That's all I'm worth? I gave you 100 million before. It's all in good fun. Who cares how much they pay?" The Joker grinned. At that moment, the clock struck 8, its chimes echoing through the room. Everyone's gaze shifted to the television screen, as if on cue. And sure enough, within seconds, the emergency news bulletin interrupted the broadcast. An intrepid radio reporter was already on the scene, bringing the latest live from the front lines. Two-Face was right on schedule. At the hour, he blew up City Hall. The air on site was thick with smoke, and flickers of flame could be seen leaping up now and then. Footage from nearby surveillance cameras showed the City Hall collapsing with a thunderous roar, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. In the ruins, firelight danced and wavered. Throughout the live stream, the startled voices of bystanders occasionally broke through. The wail of sirens became the background music as Gotham police began cordoning off the area, evacuating nearby residents, and taking precautions against a secondary explosion. A few people started discussing the scene. Joker said, "Controlled demolition. Impeccable technique. I'd give it a 99 out of 100. Professor Langston mused, "Where do you think the next target will be?" Clayface replied, "Right here." Scarecrow chimed in, "My guess? Gotham University. He's had it out for that place for ages." Roman teased him, "Sounds like you're the one with a grudge, just too chicken to do anything yourself." Scarecrow retorted, clearly displeased. "Who says? That's not true at all. I don't think that's a good idea." Joker burst out laughing. "What if one of our future partners is in there?" Joker's quip set off laughter from the others, except Scarecrow, who remained sullen. "See? I knew we'd make great friends. You all get the joke." They watched as fire engines arrived, just in time to douse the remaining flames. Rescue and medical teams were on scene as well, tending to the wounded. The group began playing cards again. Only Clayface glanced at the TV now and then, while the others ignored it. After a while, Clayface suddenly spoke up and told everyone to look at the screen. On TV, Two-Face Second Crime Warning was airing. Two-Face looked to be in high spirits, idly twirling a batarang in his fingers. Batman almost stopped this explosion, but unfortunately, I wasn't using a standard time bomb. For now, I'm not ready to give up my free time and head to Arkham to play cards with a bunch of lunatics. His words landed squarely among the 4 card players. They exchanged glances. Professor Langston, your turn. Roman prompted him. It was his turn to go last this round, and barring surprises, victory was in the bag. Professor Langston played a card and remarked, "He talks like he's not crazy enough himself." Satisfied, Roman followed suit, securing the win for this round. "For the record, I am not insane." Joker replied with mock seriousness. "I believe you. You look perfectly normal, just living a double life, that's all." The others snorted and burst out laughing. Roman cursed under his breath, tossed out a card, and began the next round. Doesn't Batman live a double life too? Regular guy by day, bat by night. So he's a madman as well. Also a madman, Scarecrow agreed, putting extra emphasis on the word also. Roman insisted again, "I'm perfectly normal." And in his mind, he truly was. Professor Langston said, "If you say so." Roman was about to argue, then realized his hand really was the strongest this round. So what he said went. He smacked his lips, played a card, and started a new round. When he glanced back at the TV, he realized the Two-Face announcement had already finished. Having just been busy arguing with his fellow players, he hadn't caught the details of Two-Face's message. Curious, he asked, "What did Harvey say the next location was again?" "Right here," Clayface replied, shaking his head. "Tomorrow night, still at 8. Just to make sure Batman has something to do." Watching the increasingly anxious manager, Roman mused, "Looks like we need to change venues. Joker, have you decided how you'll take me out in all this chaos?" Roman rubbed his nose. "Guess I'd better get ready to run. Time to file for bail." That night, back in the opulent private suite, Mayor Haas and 4 others gathered together, each one looking more troubled than the last, some deep in thought, some smoking, others nursing their drinks. Janice stock only dipped once before rebounding, Alfie Man said, flicking his cigar. "We figured with all that dirt on Roman coming out, it'd keep dropping, but instead someone poured in a ton of money and drove Janice stock right back up." Haas asked, "What's the projected loss this time?" Alfie took a deep breath, his face etched with worry. "We borrowed 500,000 shares, planned to short at $182 each. When it fell to $166, I didn't buy back in. Now Janice is up to $185. Unless their side runs out of funds and the price collapses, we might break even or make a little, but otherwise, with fees, we're looking at losing close to $10 million. That's nearly all of our margin. If it hits $195, the broker might force us to cover." William Ford, the city's head of administration, spoke up. The plan was to get Roman locked up as Black Mask, but then Black Mask showed up yesterday and took care of Coventry. Now, public opinion has shifted. Well, Roden let out a sigh as well. All we could do now is wait and hope for some explosive news to tank the stock. They all knew perfectly well, whatever this explosive news was, it had to be huge. Something on the scale of Roman's death. Only then would Janice stock take a hit big enough for them to recoup their losses. Wolf grumbled, "I still say we should have just taken Roman out from the start. Sending him to prison was a huge mistake. Now he's living it up in Arkham. Things outside aren't much worse for him, and we're left holding the bag." Well, Roden shot him a look of disdain. "Don't start with the hindsight. I suggested setting him up back then. Didn't see you offering ideas at the time." Wolf snorted and swirled his drink before taking a sip. "And another thing, the whole scare toxin fiasco. I've been stewing about it. Whose brilliant idea was that? As if Roman wasn't crazy enough already. Weren't we supposed to use a heavy-duty hallucinogen?" This time, William Foote spoke up quietly. "Isn't the fear toxin just a powerful hallucinogen? Don't tell me none of you found it funny watching him sob and wail." Well, Roden shot him a glare and continued. "Didn't we all agree that as long as Roman was in jail, he'd be at our mercy? So why hasn't there been a trial yet? All they've done is declare him mentally unstable, deny him bail, and lock him up temporarily in Arkham. What else?" Hush finally broke his silence. "Let's stop turning on each other. We've got bigger worries with the hotel secret. Thanks to that damn Batman, the police are investigating now. They haven't gone public, but they've already questioned Teddy McCullen, since he originally took the hotel contract." Alfie Man asked nervously, "He won't rat us out, will he?" Hush shot him a cold look. "Calm down. Teddy's no fool, and plenty of people have a stake in protecting him. As for those 2 guards watching Matt, they've both been dealt with." Hearing this, everyone in the room visibly relaxed. Then Wolf spoke up. "You all know what Roman told the cops. It's going to be tough to convict him now. Without stronger evidence, Mrs. Matt and Eamon's statements alone won't be enough to keep him locked up. Hush nodded. Two-Face is threatening to blow up Arkham Asylum. They're bound to transfer the inmates. We can't count on the Joker to take out Roman for us. He paused, and the four of them watched him, waiting for what came next. Instead, why don't we use this transfer as a chance to start a riot? Let loose this pack of lunatics and plunge Gotham into chaos. We can take advantage of the chaos to destroy and burn down the buildings that could get us in trouble, pinning the blame on those crazies. In the end, they'll never trace it back to us. The others all nodded in agreement. And you, Alfie, if anything looks off, get out fast. You can always get your millions back later. Alfie Man nodded in understanding. Because of Two-Face's threat, Arkham Asylum was gripped by fear. Even after a tense night combing the place, they still hadn't found any bombs. But since the warning came from Two-Face himself, and he was still at large, no one was taking chances. So, to minimize casualties and out of humanitarian concern, the city government dispatched a massive police force at dawn to transfer both patients and inmates. Ordinary patients were sent to temporary shelters, while the remaining dozens of criminal patients were handcuffed and transported together to Blackgate Prison. Batman was shadowing the operation, because this was no minor affair. They were moving some of the most dangerous criminals in the city. At this moment, he was disguised as an ordinary cop, riding in one of the escort vehicles. Gordon was behind the wheel. Alfred kept him updated with occasional status reports, while Gordon shared intelligence at his side. Half an hour had passed, and so far, everything was proceeding smoothly. Inside the Batcave, Dick strode energetically to the Bat computer and greeted Alfred. Master Bruce, Robin will be taking over my position now, and I'll go prepare breakfast. Our young friend is awake. Alfred ceded his place to Robin and headed upstairs, having already spotted Jason on one of the mansion's surveillance screens as he came down. Jason wandered around the ground floor, puzzled, trying to find someone. Bruce wasn't there. Even Alfred was nowhere to be seen. He was sure he'd heard the sounds of someone waking up, yet now, not a soul was in sight. He opened the back door to look out into the garden, but Alfred was still nowhere to be found. Jason, you're up early today. The sudden voice startled Jason, who was busy searching. But once he recognized Alfred's voice, he felt a wave of relief. Alfred, where did you just go? I stepped outside to check the weather. It's not looking good. A strong chance of rain today. You should wear a thicker jacket. All right, I will. I'll go make breakfast. Then I'll fetch the newspaper. Jason closed the door and dashed toward the front entrance. Don't run too fast, Alfred called after him, well aware there was no stopping this bundle of energy. So, he allowed Jason his daily ritual of collecting the paper from the front gate. The memory stirred in him. Years ago, when Bruce was a child, sometimes they would walk those few hundred meters together to the gate's mailbox for the newspaper and mail. Through the front door's glass, Alfred watched Jason skipping along, and for a fleeting moment, he seemed to see his young master again. He couldn't help but feel sentimental. Children do grow up so quickly, blink, and they're adults. But the feeling soon passed, and he turned his attention to making Jason's favorite breakfast. Jason retrieved the newspaper from the mailbox, flipping through it as he walked back. Today's headline: Two-Face threatens to destroy Arkham Asylum. City scrambles to move patients. A quick skim. It aligned with what he'd heard last night, just with more details about the evacuation. Nothing new. Meanwhile, out on the main road, chaos erupted halfway through the patient transport convoy. Several cars blew their tires, one after another, and the sharp crack of rifle fire rang out, piercing the fuel tanks of 3 vehicles. From the shadows, Molotov cocktails came flying, their flames eagerly licking up the spilled gasoline. In an instant, a band of villains clad in outlandish costumes burst onto the scene, each searching for their own boss. It took only seconds for chaos to spiral out of control. Batman saw this and instantly tore off his disguise, racing to take command of the situation. Gordon immediately called for backup. Bane, wearing a makeshift device, let out a ferocious bellow and hurled a torn-off car door at the rear vehicles. He spotted Batman fighting the flames and, with a thunderous roar, charged straight at him. The two of them collided, launching into a fierce brawl. On another vehicle, where the fire hadn't yet been put out, black smoke gradually filled the air. Roman simply thought the convoy had been stopped, until he started choking from the fumes and felt the heat rising inside the compartment. Only then did he realize something was terribly wrong. He cursed the masterminds behind the attack over and over in his mind. How could anyone even come up with such a thing? How could a human being do something like this? He would rather they just shot him and made it quick. Professor Langston, who was in the same vehicle, exchanged a look with him. The two of them had been put in the same car because they behaved well and weren't considered much of a threat. There were 2 guards escorting them. Roman tugged at his left hand, which was cuffed to the rail, and shouted at the guard next to him, For crying out loud, quit standing there like an idiot and unlock me. And you open the door now. You want to die in here, you moron? The young officer, still dazed by the chaos, snapped to attention at Roman's yelling and immediately fumbled for his keys to unlock the cuffs. The other guard rushed to open the door. Just then, Roman saw Professor Langston pull a small syringe from his pocket and, in one swift motion, inject himself with its contents. The young officer's hands shook so badly that he fumbled several times and couldn't get the lock open. What? Is this your first day on the job? If you can't handle the pressure, retire early. Can't even open a lock. Look at you, shaking like a leaf. What if you had to shoot someone? Would you wet your pants and run home, crying for your mommy? Roman kept swearing, and the young officer shrank into his shoulders, but finally managed to get the cuffs off. As soon as the door opened, the guard who'd opened it immediately jumped out. At that moment, Professor Langston transformed into Man-Bat. With a piercing shriek, he snapped his handcuffs and shot through the flames, soaring out of the vehicle. Roman was struck silent for an instant by Man-Bat's swift escape, but only for a moment. He quickly shoved the young officer, who was still frozen, staring after Man-Bat, out of the way, and charged out of the compartment himself. He hadn't even managed a couple of steps before. Rounding a corner, he ran straight into the Joker, who was pointing a gun at him. The Joker grinned. Hold on, big shot. No need to rush. Of course you're behind this. Only you could pull something like this off. Joker's men grabbed Roman and marched him forward. Didn't expect even this would be too easy for you. That Man-Bat sure made a quick getaway, the Joker remarked. I'll give you 10 million. We'll stay out of each other's business. No, Joker shook his head. Since this was too easy for you, let's change the game. With that, someone quickly pulled a sack over Roman's head and dragged him away from the chaos. Meanwhile, the battle between Batman and Bane was drawing to a close. A batarang sliced through the makeshift device's supply line. Bane staggered and collapsed. Batman strode forward and snapped Batcuffs onto Bane's wrists, binding his arms behind his back. Gotham police had taken control of the situation, rounding up the last few unruly inmates who hadn't managed to escape. Clayface obediently stood among the group of prisoners. Glancing around, he realized that he was the only one from his old card-playing group left, and suddenly felt a deep loneliness. This group of people, how could they just run off without even telling me? Forget it. I'll be discharged in another 2 weeks anyway. I might as well treat this as a break. Still, what they did was really out of line. The young officer, covered in soot and dust with a gash on his head, recalled how, not long after they left the transport van, the fire quickly grew out of control. After a hard battle, the flames were finally put out, but the vehicle was a total loss. Fortunately, no one was killed. The officer looked nervously at the charred remains of the van. Through the blaze, he'd seen Roman being taken away by the Joker, but fear and confusion had left him frozen. He forgot to save Roman from that evil clown. Now, stammering, he reported to Gordon that Roman had been abducted. With guilt heavy in his voice, the young officer summed up, I failed to keep an eye on the prisoners. One escaped, and another was taken. Gordon, trying to relax, lit a cigarette and took a drag. I've already heard what happened. These people are extremely dangerous. Don't blame yourself too much. Get your wounds treated, then rejoin your team. The young officer nodded in shame and left. After handing Bane over to the Arkham medical staff, Batman came to find Gordon. He'd overheard every word of the officer's report. Seeing Batman approach, Gordon sighed helplessly. Who knows what the Joker wants with Roman? Maybe another multi-million-dollar ransom? Clayface glanced at them in the crowd, then looked away. Batman noticed and grew even more serious. As far as he knew, Black Mask and Clayface had been on good terms. They had recently been locked up in the same wing. Maybe Clayface knew something. Batman walked toward him, but before he could ask, Clayface spoke up first. All I know is that yesterday, the Joker said someone offered $5 million to have Roman killed. That's all I've got. Batman frowned. This is a real mess now, Gordon said with a weary pull of his cigarette. If nothing else went wrong, Roman was supposed to be released in court next Thursday. I'll look into it. You handle things here, Batman replied. Gordon nodded heavily, worry etched on his face. Take a break. That fight with Bane took its toll. Batman nodded back and leapt into the Batmobile parked by the curb. Gordon watched, cigarette in hand, as the Batmobile sped away, then turned to organize the transfer of the remaining prisoners. According to the reports, 8 people, including Roman, had escaped this time. Every single one of them was ruthless and dangerous. The Gotham police would have their hands full for quite a while. That evening, after school, Jason returned to Wayne Manor. He finished his homework, went online, and was shocked to learn that during the morning's transfer riot, the Joker had abducted Roman. He began to wonder if this was a blessing or a curse. If last time the Joker used him to threaten Roman because he had a grudge against Black Mask, so now that Roman is no longer Black Mask, why would the Joker bother to kidnap him? Is it just to try squeezing more money out of Roman? The last time a Joker took him hostage, he demanded 100 million, and Roman actually paid up. If the Joker tries to use Roman as leverage again, trading him for another 100 million, where on earth could he possibly scrape together that kind of money? Even if they sold him off, he wouldn't be worth 100 million. Only Roman, with more money than sense, would willingly pay 100 million to get him back. If the Joker were truly clever, he'd just torture Roman and force him to give up his bank card passwords. These thoughts wandered aimlessly through Jason's mind as he tried flipping through a few more pages, searching for any information about Roman, but there wasn't much of use. No matter how he thought about it, Roman would just have to look out for himself. Having found nothing useful, Jason grew bored and decided to head downstairs to the living room to watch some TV. In just half an hour, he noticed Alfred carrying trays in and out of Bruce's room, sometimes bringing medicine and water, sometimes food. Is Bruce still not better? Jason knelt on the sofa, elbows propped on the backrest, and asked as Alfred passed by. Bruce had been acting strange lately, always making hasty appearances before quickly vanishing again. He looked perfectly healthy, so why did he keep getting sick these days? Alfred gave him a gentle smile. Don't worry, Master Bruce is much better now. He does enjoy extreme sports, after all, and getting hurt now and then is just part of it. Jason made a sound of understanding, glanced upstairs in the direction of Bruce's room, then settled back and switched to the movie channel. When Bruce appeared, Jason was curled up on the sofa watching a horror movie, clutching a black plush bear to his chest, his expression a mix of intense focus, nervousness, and fear. The movie's music was eerie, mournful, and the scenes were shrouded in darkness. The protagonist nervously glanced back, finding nothing out of place. Suddenly, the music cut out, leaving only faint breathing and footsteps in the silence. Jason felt as if he could hear those same sounds himself. The instant he sensed someone sit down beside him, the sofa sinking under. The weight, he let out a terrified scream, burying his face in the stuffed bear and kicking his legs wildly against the cushions. Bruce, startled by Jason's reaction, looked down at the boy beside him, a bit confused. That morning, Bruce had injured his ribs fighting a berserk bane. He'd fractured one and, after some quick first aid, had thrown himself into investigating the Joker's latest scheme. When he started feeling worse that afternoon, he'd finally agreed to rest after Alfred promised to take over his work. Feeling somewhat better now, he'd gotten up to stretch, thinking to get back to work soon, but decided to check in on Jason when he saw him watching TV. He clearly hadn't meant to frighten the boy. Alfred hurried in at the commotion, finding Bruce looking utterly innocent on the sofa, while Jason had his face buried in the bear beside him. Alfred asked gently, "What's the matter, Jason?" He glanced back at the movie and instantly understood why Jason had reacted so strongly. Then, with a calm air, he said, "Since you're here, sir, I'll go back to baking the cookies. Please take good care of the child you just frightened." With that, the old butler strolled leisurely back to the kitchen. Hearing Alfred's voice, Jason peeked out from behind the teddy bear. When he saw Bruce beside him, he realized he'd overreacted. A flush of embarrassment crept onto Jason's face at his own loss of composure. He curled up even tighter, hiding behind the teddy bear, leaving only his eyes peeking out as he mumbled softly, "I got a little too into the movie. I really felt like I was in it. It was my timing that was off. I ended up scaring you." Bruce managed a small smile, trying to show his goodwill. Jason, still hidden behind the teddy bear and pressed close to the back of the sofa, couldn't quite shake off his fear. The horror movie felt far too real, especially after that genuine fright he'd just had. He hesitated, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "Are you feeling better now? Alfred said you haven't been well lately." Looking at Jason's anxious little face, Bruce couldn't help but smile. Even when he was clearly still scared, Jason was already worrying about someone else. "I'm much better now." Bruce found Jason more endearing with each passing day. He remembered joking with Roman not long ago, expressing regret that he hadn't met Jason sooner. That feeling only grew stronger every time he interacted with Jason. Sometimes, he genuinely wished he'd met Jason before Roman did, so he could have brought this boy home himself. So well-behaved, so adorable, smart, and quick-witted. How can anyone not like him? Thinking back on Jason's recent behavior, Bruce felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Every day, Jason would come home and diligently finish his homework, then go online for a bit, and later retreat to the study to read and study French, sometimes even dragging Dick along for French lessons. He went to bed on time and would occasionally help Alfred with little chores around the house. Every morning, he'd fetch the newspaper as a matter of principle. No one could stop him. Even on weekends, he never asked to go out. Instead, he'd join Alfred for afternoon tea, chat with him, and keep the old man company. Bruce had considered whether he should give Jason pocket money. He knew Roman gave Jason $2,000 a week as an allowance. But now, with Jason entrusted to his care and even volunteering to help with chores, it felt wrong not to give him some pocket money. So he sought Alfred's opinion. Alfred, in his usual unhurried way, told him that when Jason found out Dick only got $5 a week, he was genuinely shocked. Because, as Jason put it, $5 only buys 2.5 ice creams. That was exactly what Jason said, and after making that comment, he'd gone to the fridge and helped himself to his 4th ice cream of the week. Bruce couldn't help but wonder if Roman was spoiling the child a bit too much, maybe even to the point of indulging him. But this also indirectly proved that Roman genuinely treated Jason well. Bruce glanced at Jason beside him once more. Regardless of what Roman might have done in secret, he had to admit that Roman had taken good care of Jason. That was a fact he couldn't ignore. He only hoped Roman wouldn't lead Jason down a criminal path. Bruce recalled the day he and Roman took Jason out for a day of fun. He once wondered if Jason was a little angel. Now, he felt he could say for certain, Jason truly was a little angel. And it wasn't because of Roman. It was simply because that's the kind of child Jason was. He remembered, too, how Roman took Jason to Hawaii, only for them to become embroiled in a robot attack. Roman had been utterly focused on protecting Jason, making sure he wasn't harmed, and when Jason had fallen off the cliff, Roman was the first to leap after him. Though news reports and related posts about that incident had quietly vanished from the internet, especially those photos and clips of Roman fighting alongside his butler, which never appeared in the media, Bruce had still managed to archive some images in time. Roman's butler had caught his attention as well. Benjamin Post's identity was shrouded in mystery. Bruce had scoured every database in the world, yet found not a trace about this enigmatic butler. All he could learn was that a little over half a year ago, this mysterious butler had suddenly appeared at Roman's side and started working for him. It was almost as if he'd materialized out of thin air. Then again, this was a mad world, full of all manner of superpowered beings and aliens. Since the mysterious butler hadn't done anything out of line, Bruce had merely filed away the information for future reference. "What are you thinking about, Uncle Bruce?" Jason hugged his teddy bear and kept watching the movie. With Bruce by his side, the scary parts didn't seem quite so frightening. Still, Bruce spent most of his time watching Jason instead of the screen, which made Jason feel a touch self-conscious. He couldn't help but wonder if he'd done something wrong. Bruce snapped out of his reverie and, after a moment's thought, said, "Now that Roman's not here, you could just call me Bruce." Jason blinked, considering this proposal. Bruce added, "He won't find out." Jason grinned, and Bruce smiled back. In that moment, a silent understanding passed between them. Then, Bruce went slightly. He laughed a little too freely and tugged at his injuries. Jason noticed the subtle shift in Bruce's expression and shot him a curious look. Clearly, Bruce wasn't fully recovered yet. Bruce managed a reassuring smile and said, "I'm all right. I'm just going to find Alfred." Jason nodded, watching Bruce leave before turning back to his movie, teddy bear in hand. After leaving, Bruce tracked down Alfred and exchanged a few pieces of intelligence with the old butler, then headed to the Batcave to prepare for the night's work. There were still 2 hours left before Two-Face's ominous announcement. Bruce needed to check out the scene in advance. And then there was the matter of where the Joker had hidden Roman after kidnapping him. At present, there was still no word from the Joker, leaving everyone to wonder what new scheme he might be plotting. Aside from the Joker and Roman, there were still 6 other fugitives on the loose, each of whom needed to be dealt with. At exactly 8 o'clock that evening, the empty halls of Arkham Asylum were destroyed in a blast, just as expected. This time, the method was brazen, far less restrained than the previous bombing at City Hall. Bricks and debris flew in all directions. Amid the swirling dust, Batman drew his cape around himself, shielding his face and body from the force of the explosion. Lowering his cape, he glanced at a small vial in his hand. A thin layer of powder coated the bottom of the glass. He'd only had time to find this little, open vial of powder beside a strange countdown device. Now, he had sealed the vial's mouth. With the explosion drawing ever closer, and wary that there might be additional traps, Batman withdrew to a safe distance, watching as Arkham Asylum was reduced to ruins. In the distance, Gotham police worked tirelessly to keep order, preventing curious onlookers from entering the danger zone. As Arkham collapsed, a surprising number of people broke into cheers, quickly uploading videos of the destruction to the internet. Batman frowned deeply. At that moment, Robin contacted him. "Batman, the alarm at Wilson Jewelry Store just went off. I'm on my way to check it out. Secure the perimeter, assess the situation, and don't act rashly." "Understood." Robin, over and out. Batman tucked the small vial away, headed straight for where the Batmobile was parked, remotely activated the doors, and leapt inside in one smooth motion. There was still much for him to do tonight. Once he arrived near Wilson Jewelry, Batman placed the vial in a secure case and instructed the Batmobile to return it to the Batcave. He handed the vial over to Alfred and began analyzing the powder with the back computer. Batman recalled the pool of water and a mechanism that had clearly triggered to drop the unsealed vial inside. He gave Alfred special instructions to be careful, not to let the powder come into contact with water. Afterward, he met up with Robin. It was Two-Face, Robin reported, a note of confusion in his voice. He set off a series of explosions just to cover up a jewelry heist. Batman considered this. Recently, a pair of rough-cut twin-star sapphires valued in the millions had been delivered to Wilson Jewelry. When the stones were unearthed, they were joined at the center by a band of crystal about 2 centimeters wide, earning them the name Twin Stars. The gems have been on display for over a month, while Wilson's designers worked on sketches for their final settings. Two-Face's target had to be the Twin Stars. After a brief pursuit, Batman successfully apprehended Two-Face and brought him back to the police station, where he was placed in custody. But the gems were missing. No matter how he questioned him, Two-Face only responded with a cold, mocking smile. A sudden explosion shattered the Gotham night. Chaos erupted inside the station. Nearby, Gordon received the latest updates and immediately informed Batman. A new bridge over the Finger River, set to open soon, was destroyed in a thunderous explosion. Batman watched the latest news report and asked Two-Face in a low, grave voice, "Were you the one who blew up the new bridge on the Finger River?" Inside his cell, Two-Face flipped his coin. The coin landed heads up. "I have no interest in that bridge. My sights are set elsewhere, and soon you'll see the third crime warning for yourself." Two-Face gave a chilling, twisted smile. "But if I told you everything, there'd be no surprises left. Wouldn't you rather wait and see, Batman?" Batman shot him a disapproving look and turned to leave. At midnight last night, after Two-Face had been captured and locked up in the Gotham police station, his third crime warning still appeared online. This time, in a video, Two-Face threatened to randomly destroy one of the buildings in Uptown, making a point of announcing he would strike at 8 o'clock sharp on Thursday night. Commissioner Gordon sent more officers to Uptown, organizing round-the-clock patrols. Despite all the chaos, the people of Gotham, long used to such disturbances, went about their business as usual, working, studying, carrying on with their lives. During the study period before school let out, 2 police officers arrived and exchanged a few words with Miss Bright. Miss Bright then called Jason outside. The blonde, blue-eyed policewoman grinned as Jason came out and playfully pinched his cheek. "What an adorable child." Jason recoiled, shaking her hand off in annoyance. She looked oddly familiar to him. The policewoman didn't seem to mind. "Thank you, Miss Bright. We'll be taking Jason to the station now." Miss Bright hesitated slightly. "Please wait. If you're taking Jason, I need to notify Mr. Wayne first." The policewoman caught Miss Bright by the wrist, raising her other hand and wagging her index finger from side to side. "Relax, Miss Bright. There's no need to inform Bruce Wayne. We'll take good care of the boy. Now, please head back and look after your other students." Miss Bright's expression turned vacant. She nodded softly and went back in the classroom. "Hi there, Jason," the policewoman said. Jason had a pretty good idea who the policewoman really was. "Would you like to see Roman?" she asked. Jason didn't hesitate for a second. "No, I don't want to see him." The policewoman unwrapped a lollipop and held it out to him. "If Roman heard your answer, he'd be so disappointed. And so would Mr. J. That's why I have to take you back with me." They'd come all the way to the school. Jason knew saying he didn't want to go wouldn't make them respect his wishes. So he took the lollipop himself and gave it a lick. Shouldn't be poisoned, he thought. After all, Harley still needed him to see Roman. And, he had to admit, the lollipop tasted pretty good. While Harley was distracted, Jason quietly triggered the silent alarm on his digital watch. Meanwhile, Roman sat tied to a chair as the Joker's henchmen bustled around, setting up camera equipment. The Joker appeared, swinging his cane and walking with exaggerated, theatrical steps. "Roman, your precious son is quite the clever little rascal. He almost ruined my plans." Roman tensed, instantly on guard. "What did you do?" "I just wanted to invite little Jay to my secret hideout for some fun, but he managed to trigger a silent alarm." The Joker circled him, laughing loudly. "Why didn't you tell me he had a tracking watch?" Roman narrowed his eyes. When he'd started over, he'd promised himself that old grudges could be set aside, but if anyone crossed him again, there would be hell to pay. The Gotham police chased Harley for a good hour or two. She had her hands full shaking them off before she finally brought Jay back to the hideout. Without warning, Roman swung a fist and landed a solid punch to the Joker's jaw, cutting off his grating laughter. The Joker took the punch head-on and let out a pained yelp. The ropes that had bound Roman now lay scattered on the ground. He lunged at the Joker, his second punch crashing into that painted, grinning face. The Joker grabbed for his wrists, and the two of them wrestled furiously. "Are you out of your damn mind? I told you not to touch him." Roman hurled curses as he fought, not holding back at all, every blow thrown with full force. But the Joker was no pushover. He swung his cane with vicious intent and fought back just as fiercely. It's all to make the game more interesting, masked boy. Since when did you grow a heart? He's under my protection, damn it. The two of them went at each other, brawling, grappling, each determined to bring the other down. In minutes, it devolved into a brutal chokehold, both so furious they looked ready to kill. Roman's face was turning a deep, ugly red. Oh my God, what are you two doing? Calm down now. Harley burst into the room, back in her iconic outfit, and shrieked when she saw the chaos. She rushed in to break them apart, sneaking in a few extra jabs at Roman. What are you all standing there for? Help me. Two henchmen, who'd been watching the spectacle, hurried over to pull them apart. Breathing hard, the two men glared daggers at each other. Roman was quickly pinned down by two of the Joker's goons and tied back into a chair. Harley, both anxious and concerned, hurried over. Sweetie, are you okay? The Joker waved her off. Get this place sorted out. This time, I'm upping the ransom to 200 million. In your dreams. Roman wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I wouldn't pay you a cent more. You're not worth it. The war of words escalated. So you're giving up on your precious son, then? There won't be a second ransom. If you want to kill him, go ahead and try, but I'll grind your bones to dust. The Joker raised his cane and brought it down hard. Still got that tough mouth, huh? Camera on. Let's record a little video. Let all of Gotham see the proud heir of the Siones family brought to his knees. Let's raise the stakes to 500 million. In your dreams, you lunatic. The clown struck down with his cane again, without the slightest courtesy. Afterward, the clown smoothed his hair and straightened his suit, then faced the camera to record a statement of his crime. Soon after, the people of Gotham watched on television as the clown, his face battered and bruised, and Roman, whose face was similarly covered in wounds, appeared on screen. The clown threatened that unless Janice paid $1 billion by midnight to exchange for their chairman, he would kill the hostage. Roman spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes fierce, and declared that he would rather throw the money into Gotham Bay than hand it over to the clown. Roman then hurled a curse, and the clown struck him again. After more than a dozen blows, Harley appeared in the frame, smiling apologetically and saying, "See you later." Now, Jason sat quietly in his chair, his mind churning with anxious thoughts. The empty room was surrounded by walls on all sides, with only a single door and a surveillance camera installed in the southeast corner. He had been in this room for nearly half an hour. After bringing him here, Harley had left. According to the digital watch on his wrist, it was now 7 o'clock, 3 hours since school had ended. He wondered if Miss Bright's hypnosis had worn off yet. The silent alarm had indeed caused Harley quite a bit of trouble, but she hadn't punished him for it. He still didn't know why they had brought him here. To this moment, he hadn't even seen Roman. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and the clown walked in with his cane, his face a patchwork of blue and purple bruises. Looking at the clown's ridiculous appearance, and as the figure drew closer, Jason mustered his courage and said, "I haven't inherited Roman's fortune yet. I only have 6 million. Would that be enough to ransom him?" The clown froze at those words. After a moment's pause, he continued, walking toward Jason. "Since I'm not yet of age, my daily limit is 1,000. But if you agree, I can pay you 1,000 a day as ransom. It'll take 6,000 days, 16.5 years. But it shouldn't take that long. When I turn 18, I can withdraw the rest and give it all to you." Jason went on, "There might be some interest, too, and with the pocket money I've saved these weeks, maybe there's another 10 or 20,000. There was no smile on the clown's face, and the corners of his mouth drooped even lower. Jason's heart pounded with anxiety. This was truly all he had. If the clown wasn't satisfied, he could only let the clown do as he pleased. "So if you're not happy with that, just go ahead and kill me." At last, the clown grinned. "Oh, Jason dear, your offer is far better than your daddy's. Uncle Jay is delighted. Then we let him go?" "No." The clown spun his cane. "Uncle Jay wants to play a game with you." The clown pressed down on Jason's shoulder, pushing him firmly into the chair. This chair was welded to the floor. Jason had already tried. It couldn't be moved. Then the clown took a few steps away, pulled out a remote control, and pressed a button. Jason suddenly felt the chair drop beneath him. He saw the 1 square meter patch of floor beneath him, along with his chair, sink downward. "You're going to sit there and wait for Batman to come save your daddy, aren't you?" The Joker stood off to the side. "It won't be long. By midnight at the latest, this device will automatically deactivate." Before Jason could respond, the Joker continued. "You're sitting on a pressure sensor, calibrated precisely to your weight. It's wired straight to a bomb. If you get up before Batman arrives and defuses the device, if you leave that chair for any reason, then somewhere in Gotham a bomb will explode." 2 henchmen dressed as clowns hauled in a television, carelessly switching it on to some random channel. Jason was almost touched. Apparently, they'd even brought a TV to keep him from getting bored. With his hands behind his back, the Joker started to leave the room. Before closing the door, he called out, "If you don't believe me, that's fine. You can always collect your dear old daddy's body later." Jason's face fell, and maybe a few innocent bystanders, too. With that, the Joker burst into wild laughter and slammed the door shut with a metallic clang. Jason stared at the floor beneath his feet, thinking what rotten luck he must have to keep getting tangled up in these bizarre situations. Especially ever since he met Roman. Barely 10 minutes later, the broadcast signal was hijacked by the Joker. Every channel switched to his live show. Jason watched the changing images on the TV with curiosity. He couldn't change the channel even if he wanted to. On the grand stage of an abandoned theater, the Joker launched into a one-man show. Thank you all for coming to see the Joker's exclusive stand-up performance. He doffed his hat in a theatrical bow, but his grin on that face of his was pure mockery. The camera panned to the audience. Aside from Harley, only 2 or 3 dozen people sat scattered among the seats. As the camera zoomed in, every face wore a wide, unnatural grin. Jason had seen this look in newspaper photos before. There was no mistaking it. They were all victims of Joker venom. The show starts at 8. Before we begin, allow me to give a grand introduction to today's special guest. A nearby screen projected an image of the room Jason was trapped in. Since the surveillance camera was fixed in place, the angle was a high, side-on shot from behind. Jason thought about it and decided not to look back at the camera. That would be way too awkward. He didn't need to see himself being held hostage on live TV. I planted a bit of dynamite in this abandoned theater, all controlled by our special guest here. I won't bother with the details, Batman. We'll figure it out. If he leaves his seat, this place goes up in smoke. I imagine that'll give us plenty of time for a full performance. The Joker laughed, and Harley cheered loudly from the audience. And I still have a $10 billion guest. The curtain rose, revealing Roman, bound and helpless, on the stage. Perhaps to stop his tirades, his mouth had been sealed with duct tape. Jason watched Roman on the TV, feeling that he looked even more disheveled than before. Thinking of the Joker's face, Jason felt a twinge of pity in his heart. Roman glared at the Joker, muffled and agitated, his body straining with emotion. The Joker grinned and cheerfully spun Roman around, so he faced the giant screen, where Jason's back was displayed. "The perfect view, just for you," the Joker announced. Roman grew even more agitated. All right, buddy, take a break for now. It's not your turn to take the stage yet. Don't steal my spotlight. Back to the basement for you." As the Joker finished speaking, the stage's mechanism whirred to life, slowly lowering Roman beneath the stage and into the basement below. The signal was then cut. The broadcast returned to the previous television program. The host calmly reported on the breaking incident that had just occurred. Jason watched the TV in silence, thinking he'd much prefer to have a book in his hands at this moment. Minute by minute, time ticked by. When the clock struck 8 in the evening, the TV signal began to waver once again. Jason sighed, uncertain how much longer he'd be sitting here. In the next moment, Black Mask appeared on the screen and began to speak. "Citizens of Gotham." The deep, resonant voice, altered by a modulator, was unmistakably Black Mask's. "Gotham is mired in filth, ensnared by countless evils. This city is rife with crime and chaos, but I will not mourn for it." His words, almost chanted, carried an eerie, magnetic force. Batman bears half the blame. His arrival triggered a chain reaction that has only dragged us further into the mire. Black Mask paused for effect. "But tonight, we will not speak of him. Back to the matter at hand. Harvey, like me, despises the wickedness festering within this city. He confided his plan to me, but unfortunately, yesterday, Batman put him out of commission. So, I have decided to carry out the third phase of his plan tonight. Perhaps for him, it was only the second step, as Arkham was never part of his original scheme." Black Mask stepped aside, allowing the camera to capture the building behind him. Anyone familiar with this place should recognize it at a glance. He continued his slow explanation. "This is the community hospital that's been under construction for nearly 5 years. It's slated to open in half a year, though I understand how endless red tape always brings everything to a grinding halt. Harvey didn't care for this place. He felt that if it's never going to be used, it might as well be destroyed, just like City Hall, which is crawling with parasites and serves no purpose." He glanced at his pocket watch. "Epalaziz, idogo on. A flair for the dramatic, I suppose." Black Mask glanced to the side and asked sternly, "Why hasn't it started yet? How much longer am I supposed to keep monologuing? At this point, I should be enjoying the sight of this place turning into a ruin." A subordinate off-camera replied respectfully, "Sorry, boss, we're still flooding the place." What kind of mess are you making?" "Apologies, boss. The hospital's water supply system has issues. The pipes have been clogged with sludge for ages. When we tried to clear them, we found the pipes were all shattered and unusable. The wiring's also a mess, so we had to rig up temporary lines to pump water from nearby into the basement. You gotta be kidding me. Can't even fill this place with as much water as a swimming pool? Just buy some bottled water and dump it in. We tried that, but it leaks badly. We had to line the pit we dug with waterproof fabric. Black Mask grabbed the microphone and threw it aside. What a dump. Boss, that powder really needs a lot of water to work. It's just not as effective as the old-fashioned way. Oh, are you teaching me how to do my job now? No, not at all. The subordinate handed him a new microphone, lowering his voice mysteriously. Boss, today we caught someone sneaking around. Doing what? When we were laying the wires, we found him planting old-school explosives. He didn't look like one of us, so we grabbed him. The camera pulls back to reveal a man tied to a pillar, a rag stuffed in his mouth. Black Mask strolled over and asked, "Why were you planting explosives here?" The man mumbled and shook his head desperately. A masked henchman quickly yanked the rag from his mouth. The man cried out, begging for mercy. The henchman slapped him hard and barked, "When the boss asks you a question, you answer. Keep it short." The man nodded frantically. "Someone paid me to destroy this place," he blurted out, and quickly added, "It's not just me. I've got 3 other partners that can back me up." Well, isn't that interesting? Harvey never said he'd blow this place up. That guy told us to take advantage of Two-Face warning. While the whole city's in chaos, we create confusion and blame it all on him. Do you think people will believe it? The man stammered. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. The Joker's around tonight too. We could always blame him. They're all lunatics, pulling off crazy stunts like this, right? Igriegagis, absolutely. Black Mask let out a laugh. So, what's going on here that someone wants to keep secret? Why send you? I don't know. Boss, this pillar can't hold much longer. The balcony looks about ready to collapse. We should go. Black Mask looked up at the trembling balcony overhead. Let's get out of here. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to leave, the man tied to the pillar immediately shouted, I'll talk. This place may look fine on the surface, but it's all shoddy work inside. Even if you give it another 2 years, it'll never be ready for use." Black Mask stopped in his tracks, one hand in his pocket, turning halfway to look at the man. "And you are?" "I was sent here to inspect the site. That's all I know. Please, just get me out of here." Black Mask glanced at his pocket watch again. "Is something wrong with the water today?" His subordinate immediately nodded and bowed. "Boss, we just got word. The waterproof sheeting is fake too. The water comes in slower than it leaks out. Forget it. This is pointless. Let Harvey take care of it next time himself." Black Mask turned to the camera. "Citizens of Gotham, sorry to take up your time." The image on the television flickered and broke up again. After a while, the Joker's garishly painted face filled the screen. "Do we have signal now?" "Black Mask, you just have to hijack my signal right during my broadcast." "It's back, boss." Jason spotted Roman in the corner of the TV frame. Harley was tending to Roman's wounds with great enthusiasm, though Roman clearly wanted none of it. So Harley simply smeared the ointment all over his face. Jason couldn't help but frown. If he had to say, the way Black Mask stood with one hand in his pocket just now was strikingly similar to Roman. But with all this smoke and mirrors, he no longer wanted to think about it. The television signal cut out again, the screen hissing with static. Jason had lost interest in whoever might show up next. Tonight felt like a farce, one drama queen after another. The floor beneath him had sunk by about 30 centimeters. Lowering his gaze, he noticed something hidden under the floor ahead. The lights flickered hypnotically. Jason really was feeling exhausted. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. As it swung open, he saw a shadow-clad figure walk in. "Batman!" he cried out in surprise and relief. Batman looked at Jason, who was sitting in a chair, and immediately motioned for him to stay still. He'd been annoyed when he learned Harley had spirited Jason away. He'd been in a meeting at the time, made up an excuse to slip out, and rush straight back to the Batcave. Jason's watch signal had been jammed, making him impossible to track. Piecing together Harley's escape route and the Joker's televised broadcast, it had taken Batman some time to locate the Joker's half-abandoned hideout. After scanning the area for any sensors, he finally relaxed a little. Just as the Joker had said, it was merely a trigger device, no real danger for those inside. But if there was a sudden change in pressure, it would send a signal and activate the bomb's control system. Batman pressed the comm switch on his cowl. "Robin, I confirmed the scene. What's your status?" Jason couldn't hear Robin's reply, but judging from the atmosphere and the slightly relaxed tone in Batman's voice, he guessed things were going well. "All right, I'll disable the signal device here first. Then I'll meet up with you in a bit." With that, Batman lay flat on the floor, took out his tools, and got to work on the device hidden beneath the boards. Jason watched him as he worked. A few minutes later, Batman pried out a component, and the indicator light on the device went dark. Batman reached a hand out to Jason. Jason glanced around, a bit hesitant, but eventually took Batman's hand. With a brave step, He pushed himself up and out, finally escaping the tiny square meter that had confined him for so long. It wasn't until they left that Jason realized the place was a dilapidated residential building. Along the way, several of Joker's henchmen lay subdued, most of them unconscious, a few still moaning in pain. Jason and Batman got into the Batmobile, and before long, they arrived at their destination. The entire area was already tightly cordoned off by Gotham police. Batman intended for Jason to stay in the car, but as soon as Batman stepped out, Jason slipped out right behind him, leaving Batman no choice but to let him come along. He led Jason to find Gordon. Jason recognized the place. It was the old entertainment strip on the north shore of the island, abandoned for ages. He'd been here a few times before, scavenging, exploring, playing. Looking around, Jason didn't see any sign of Roman. When Batman arrived, Gordon was the first to speak. After you found Jason and disabled the device, Joker took Roman hostage, strapped a bomb to him, and there are still 33 hostages inside. Batman nodded. Keep an eye on the kid. At the same time, he opened up his comms and contacted Robin for an update. Jason stayed by Gordon's side, but if he so much as blinked, Batman would vanish without a trace. He really is a master of disappearing acts. Jason thought. Batman infiltrated the theater. Robin filled him in. With help from the police and Batgirl, all the bombs on the perimeter had been safely defused. You should have waited for me before moving in, Batman said quietly. Those were just small charges. Besides, Batgirl and I have done this a dozen times together. Robin sounded a bit irritated. Batman didn't reply. He crept silently onto the catwalk above the stage and spotted Joker at the far end, leaning on the back of a chair, chatting with Roman, who was bound tightly to the seat. The conversation was nothing but trash talk. Roman looked furious, but with his mouth taped shut, he couldn't retort. A bomb was strapped to his chest, its digital timer counting down second by second. The bomb had already begun its countdown. 4 minutes and 26 seconds remained. Harley came over to Joker and told him it was almost time to go. Joker clapped his hands and accepted the cane Harley handed him. They've raised the price to $10 million. Want me to finish you off right now? I've already pocketed the $5 million advance. He bowed to the hostages below the stage. Dear audience, please enjoy our final act. I've had a truly delightful evening with you all. With that, he offered his arm, and Harley gleefully slipped hers through his. Compared to an elusive billion, I've accepted the offer. Farewell, Mr. Tycoon. The Joker cackled, a strange, chilling laugh, and jabbed Roman in the chest with his cane before leaving arm in arm with Harley. Batman appeared above the stage, waiting for the right moment. His cape unfurled as he swooped down, landing squarely in front of Roman. 3 minutes and 32 seconds remained on the countdown. Batman began inspecting the bomb, alerting Gordon at the same time. The Joker and Harley are leaving through the side door. Send in a team to evacuate the hostages. He swiftly traced the complicated wires coiled around Roman, while also signaling Robin to help move the hostages out. Roman stared at him, his eyes wide, grunting through his gag. Batman spared him a glance and casually ripped off the tape. What took you so long? Roman demanded, his tone righteous and unyielding, despite the strange ointment smeared across his face doing nothing to soften his belligerence. Batman said nothing. Is my son hurt? Police rushed in, ushering the hostages to safety and medical care. With 2.5 minutes left on the clock, Roman, unable to sit still, continued. If you can't defuse the bomb, you might want to step back. At least you'll get a front row seat to my dramatic demise. Batman frowned, resisting the urge to tape Roman's mouth shut again. Instead, he used his knife to slice through the ropes binding Roman. It's a shame about my boy, though. Finally got a dad. Not even 3 months in, and he's about to be orphaned again. Roman's voice caught with genuine emotion. Don't blame yourself. None of this is your fault. I'm sure Jay won't hold it against you. Batman paused, meeting Roman's gaze, their eyes locked. 1 minute left. Roman glanced between Batman and the ticking timer. Is it really that difficult? My goodness, are there actually things Batman can't do? Batman narrowed his eyes but stayed silent. Roman continued his one-man show. Jay likes you, you know. Ever thought about stepping in as his new guardian? If I really do kick the bucket, I hope you'll look after him for me. 20 seconds left. Are you honestly going to watch me die and then run off with my kid? Finally, Batman sprang into action, removing the coils of wire and the bomb from Roman in one swift motion. Aren't you leaving? Seeing the bomb in Batman's hand, with 7 seconds left on the timer, Roman didn't hesitate. He leapt off the chair and bolted off the stage toward the exit. Batman placed the bomb back on the chair and ran out with Roman. The explosion thundered behind them. Batman threw his cape wide, shielding them both from the flying debris. Roman glanced back at the stage, now blasted into a gaping crater, and cursed under his breath. After leaving the theater, Roman spotted Jason peering around Gordon's side. Jay, Roman called out, spreading his arms wide. Jason hesitated for a moment. It had been a long time since Roman last hugged him. But since Roman was asking, Jason decided he could oblige just this once. Roman scooped him up in a cheerful embrace, his tone full of delight and energy, showing no sign that the recent ordeal had dampened his spirits. "Kiddo, you feel a bit heavier now." "That's right. Pretty soon, you won't be able to lift me anymore." Thinking about how big Jason would be as an adult, Roman nodded slightly. "Did the Joker hurt you?" Jason shook his head and countered, "He hit you. I landed a few punches on him, too." Jason pursed his lips, exposing Roman's fib without mercy. "I saw the whole thing on live TV." Roman froze, then after a pause said, "That well." Clearly, unless the Joker was out of commission for months, this matter wouldn't be settled. Before father and son could finish their conversation, Gordon came over to urge Roman to head to the hospital for treatment. Since Roman was still technically a suspect, he needed to be under watch. Holding Jason, Roman turned to Gordon. "My bail application should already be in. Gordon lit a cigarette. You'll probably have to wait until tomorrow for it to go through." Roman set Jason down and ruffled his hair. "I'll get you the day off tomorrow, so you can come pick me up from the hospital." Jason burst out laughing, his eyes sparkling. "So I get to stay at Uncle Bruce's tonight." Roman looked resigned. "I'll have Post come pick you up. Remember to pack your clothes ahead of time. Don't always trouble Bruce's butler." Jason protested. "I'm not a bother to Alfred." Roman made no comment either way. A nearby officer looked as if he wanted to say something, torn between hurrying them along and not wanting to interrupt. He was one of the officers escorting Roman. Jason watched as Roman was loaded into the ambulance. Batman came to his side, ready to take him back to Wayne Manor. Robin and Batgirl had already split off, tracking down any leads on Joker and Harley's whereabouts. After Joker and Harley slipped away from the stage, they vanished, leaving the Gotham Police's carefully laid plans in vain. Tonight remained as busy as ever. The following day, Jason didn't go to school. He wasn't sure if Roman, as a suspect, was allowed to excuse him from classes, but since Roman said so, he decided not to go. After breakfast, he told Alfred about it. Bruce rarely came down for breakfast, and whenever Dick showed up, he'd either wolf down a bite or grab something to go, so Jason was used to having just him and Alfred at the table. Last night when he got back, Jason immediately started packing and hadn't told Alfred he'd be heading home. However, from his behavior, the old butler had already guessed what was going on. Besides, there was also what Bruce had told him. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt a tinge of reluctance in his heart. With his usual grace, the old butler said, "It's been a pleasure spending these days with you." "I've enjoyed it too," Jason replied obediently, a smile lighting up his face. At 9 o'clock, Benjamin arrived, politely presenting Alfred with a gift. Alfred accepted it. Afterwards, Benjamin carried the packed luggage out to the car. Jason was in high spirits. After saying goodbye to Alfred, he left together with Benjamin. When they arrived at the hospital, the officer at the entrance stopped them and asked them to wait a moment. Inside, Captain Montoya was having a conversation with Roman. A short while later, Montoya came out, a collie by her side. She glanced at Jason, who was sitting on a chair, then called over the officer at the door, and together they left. Seeing them come out, Jason jumped off his chair at once and opened the door to go in. Roman was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, dressed in a white shirt, a black vest trimmed with gold thread, and black trousers. Gotham had been shrouded in clouds these past few days. Even catching a glimpse of a large, gold-edged cloud was like seeing the sun. Jason thought Roman was admiring the view, but Roman lifted a hand to brush the hair from his forehead, sweeping it back. Jason couldn't help but grumble inwardly, then called out, "Dad." When Roman turned around, his face was mottled red and purple, the wounds treated and dabbed with medicine. Jason couldn't help but laugh. "You little rascal, what are you laughing at?" Roman put on a mock-serious face. "You look really funny right now," Jason said, walking over to stand by his side and gaze outside. The people on the street below looked tiny, like moving specks. Roman picked him up, weighing him in his arms, then sat down on the nearby sofa. Last night, he'd only noticed the kid felt a bit heavier, and it was too dark to get a good look. Though Jason visited him every Sunday in prison, their time together was always too short, ending before they could say much. Now, though it was only bail, true freedom wasn't far off. At last, he had time to properly be with his precious son. Roman squeezed Jason's arm. It felt a bit soft, not as firm as before. Clearly, after 2 weeks at Bruce's house, there hadn't been much exercise. "You put on some weight at Bruce's place, huh?" "Have I?" Jason pinched his own arm. "Feels about the same as at home. I didn't eat that much more." Roman was a bit exasperated. "And if you did eat more, so what? You think you could bankrupt him? Or that I can't afford it? If you came back skinny, I'd have to ask him if he'd been starving you." Roman really was unreasonable. Other people lent a helping hand, and he still found things to nitpick. Jason spoke up for Bruce. Uncle Bruce has been really good to me. Alfred always had snacks ready for me every day, and Dick would even study with me. Upon hearing this, Roman nodded in satisfaction. That's fairly reliable. It wasn't in vain that I entrusted you to his care. Jason jumped down from his lap onto the floor, his face serious as he asked, Dad, are you all right now? We have to go back to jail. Roman stroked his chin, pondering whether the little rascal wanted him to go to jail or not. Most likely not. He couldn't tell if there was disappointment hidden in Jason's response. But in the next moment, Jason grabbed his hand, trying to pull him up. Then let's go home. Roman rose to his feet, slipped on his coat, and put on his sunglasses. Jason helpfully suggested, You should wear a mask too. Then nobody will recognize your face. Roman chuckled, glanced once more at the floor-to-ceiling window, then took Jason's hand and headed for the door. Jason reminded him, You still owe me 3 Sundays. Including this one, that's 4. How come you don't feel the least bit sorry for your dad? I've been stuck in a madhouse for nearly 3 weeks. Exactly. That's why you owe me 3 Sundays. Roman's face twisted in mock disdain. This little rascal really keeps track of every little thing, and bears grudges too. You're not going to break your promise and trick a kid, are you? Jason lifted his chin, utterly serious. Of course not. I always keep my word to you. Ah, he thought, this little rascal is destined to be his natural nemesis. I've done the math for you. You can skip Saturday classes and make up 3 Saturdays with me. But you didn't even have any extra classes at Bruce's house. Technically, you owe me a lot of lessons. That's different. You sent me there. Jason replied righteously. I didn't agree to it. You insisted. You little devil. Funny, God told me I was sent here just to torment you. Father and son bantered as they left the hospital, Jason leading him to the parking lot where Benjamin had long been waiting. When did God say that? Roman opened the car door. Probably in a dream, Jason answered as he got in and settled himself. Roman didn't buy the story about God, but he was used to Jason being sweet to everyone else, while acting like a prickly little hedgehog toward him. He got in and shut the door, thinking it was probably because he spoiled this kid too much. But looking at it another way, didn't it mean he held a special place in Jason's heart? And any way you looked at it, Jason truly cared about him. A little devil that was all his own. The thought made Roman both happy and conflicted. But since he brought this on himself, he accepted it gladly. He'd just have to raise this little devil into a big one. Seeing Roman grinning like a fool, Jason asked in confusion, What are you smiling about? Roman turned to look at the curious Jason, pausing for a moment as he recalled the sketchbook. He just hoped the folks at Arkham hadn't lost it. I've been thinking about the next part of your story. Jason tilted his head. After a brief moment, he realized Roman was referring to the picture book. It's not finished yet. You said the dragon was too ugly, so I went to the library and borrowed some art books. I even watched some tutorials online. Roman felt a wave of relief and contentment upon hearing this. He ruffled Jason's hair and said, Good boy. He really does listen to his father, after all. But then, Jason's next words shattered Roman's illusion. I'm planning to draw you even uglier, with fangs and claws, really fierce, so scary that people will be afraid just looking at you. This wasn't an angel sent from heaven. This was a little devil straight out of hell. Roman didn't get angry. Instead, he burst out laughing. All right, when you're done, show your dad just how fierce you can make me. Once they got home, Jason dashed into his room, flopped onto his bed, and spread his limbs wide in a star shape, flailing about with joy. Oh, bed, it's been so long. Hello, pillow. Hello, desk chair. Roman, who came upstairs a bit later, heard Jason's voice drifting from the room and couldn't help but mutter, Silly kid. Then he walked down the hallway to the right, opened the study door, and stepped inside. Looking around the study he hadn't visited in weeks, he suddenly felt the urge to sigh. Ah, study, it's been too long. But realizing how much that sounded like Jason, he only managed to get half the sigh out before pressing his lips together and swallowing the rest of the words. He couldn't let his son's silliness rub off on him. He hung his jacket on the coat rack, took off his sunglasses, and gazed at his collection for a while. Then Roman sank into the comfort of his armchair and casually powered on the computer on his desk. The stock market page lit up. Janus stock had soared after the opening, now hovering around 215 per share. At that moment, Roman felt content with everything. After a while, there was a knock at the door. Benjamin entered with a tray, holding a glass, a bowl of ice cubes, and a bottle of liquor. He set the tray on the side table and poured Roman a drink, placing it on the desk. Roman picked up the glass and took a sip. The crisp, cool taste made him feel even more satisfied. Sir, number 1 has been contained, and the Mass Society's authority has returned to Black Mask. At this morning's opening, the funds also flowed into Janus stock. Well done, Roman praised. I'll pay our ambitious deputy a visit later tonight. What about Jacob? When do you plan to have him turn himself in? Roman tapped his forehead with his glass-holding finger. Tomorrow. I want to deal with number 1 today. Besides, I need to watch this stock market drama unfold. He took another sip of his drink, watching as the stock price began its turbulent descent. It's time for Maria to start harvesting. Though some of his gray money would shrink, most of it would soon be laundered into legitimate income. Most importantly, this would make those who tried to harm him, and those who wanted to bleed his company dry, take a heavy loss, some of them losing their entire investment. Around noon, he received a call from Maria. At that moment, the stock price had already stabilized at 205, roughly the same level as before his arrest. Boss, your allies have probably cashed out by now. That's fine. I'm happy enough if they make a little less profit. What about the small fry and the big fish? According to the information I've gathered and my own analysis, Vance Wolf actually invested $10 million to go long on our stock before he started shorting it. But by the third day, the price was already dropping. Roman let out a small laugh. When he was forced to close his position and had to join Alfie Mann's group in shorting the stock, he lost about $1 million. That group shorted at around 181, and the price before this morning's opening was 192. It looks like they managed to buy back at a lower price and top up their margin just in time. But I heard that around 10 o'clock, they were forcibly closed out, and this time they lost about 20 million. Only 20 million? What makes them think they can come and take my money? Maria chuckled on the other end. They're too timid, not as bold as you, boss. Still, with losses that big, they'll probably have to pay out of their own pockets. The financiers behind them won't let themselves take the hit easily. How's Vance Wolf's situation? He's probably been abandoned. Before his forced liquidation, his clients were already pulling their money out. He put all his own capital in as margin and didn't have time to get out. He's almost wiped out. That news sounded rather satisfying. Roman gave a pleased grunt. If he decides to take a dive into Gotham Bay, make sure to send me the footage. Maria hesitated, then said, if something like that actually happens, boss, you'll see it on TV. Besides, Vance's family still has some assets. They won't end up destitute. In other words, Vance probably wouldn't be left with nowhere to turn. Roman clicked his tongue. All right, I got it. Let me know if there's any more news. Maria agreed and hung up the call. One problem solved. Now it was time to see what kind of drama would unfold for the Vance family. Roman propped his legs up on the desk and gazed out the window with satisfaction. Just then, his computer chimed with a notification. He glanced over and saw it was a social media update from one of his contacts. The profile picture looked familiar. It seemed to be his beloved son. With nothing better to do, he idly clicked to check out the latest updates. It would have been better not to look. Almost all his son's posts were about liking or commenting on posts calling him a madman. Most of them were written after his arrest. He scrolled through, speechless and exasperated. The earliest post read, marking one down for that business with the flowers. Another mark for insisting I wear the hat. Mocking me, another mark. Mocking me again, I'll add that to the list. Laughing at me for being an idiot? That's another one for the tally. As for the rest, I'll settle the score later. Roman couldn't help but chuckle. Such childishness. Later that afternoon, Roman announced he was heading to the office for a bit. Jason was online at the time. Watching Roman open the study door and deliberately stand there to inform him of his plans, Jason hesitated before finally asking, do you want me to come along? And maybe attend another one of those boring post-bail celebration parties? Roman replied, quite naturally, no, I just wanted to remind you not to goof off too much. Focus on your studies, and stop liking those posts that badmouth your dad. Jason's mind blanked for a moment. Then in shock, he said, don't tell me you're so twisted you've installed surveillance on my computer? Roman's face twitched. No, I haven't. But don't forget, you signed up for your account on my computer, and you even added me as a friend. You're the one who wanted to add me. Recalling that day, after registering, Jason had, without instruction, used his own account to add Roman's account as a friend. Roman decided to play along. All right, it was my account that begged and pleaded to be added by you. If you're not happy about it, you can just delete me. I don't care, Jason said, feigning indifference. Forget it, I couldn't bear to. Jason clicked his mouse pointedly. I already blocked you. Roman was momentarily speechless. He blinked a few times, then walked into the study, lifted Jason off his chair, set him aside, sat down himself, and started scrolling through the block list. Jason rested his chin on Roman's elbow, grinning smugly. I tricked you. I just set my updates to private. Roman smiled, indulgent as ever, and tapped at the computer. Hide your updates from anyone you like, just not your dad. You're so childish. Suddenly, Dad's thinking maybe he should crash some charity gala tonight after all. Roman began scrolling through Jason's list of followed accounts. Bruce, Dick, Maria, Dree, Christy, the Drake kid, Bruce's butler. But where was Roman? Roman scanned the list. There was a separate folder labeled Satan. He clicked it open, and sure enough, there was Roman Siones, tagged as the evil dragon. Jason watched the screen with him, not at all worried about his secret being discovered. Give a rest. People would just laugh at you for all that pain on your face. Clearly, you underestimate the power of Janus Cosmetics. Quickly, Roman changed the tag to Daddy and renamed the folder Favorite Dad. Jason felt a pang in his teeth and made a hissing sound. Are your teeth hurting? Or your face? Roman didn't forget to play the concerned father. I can always change it back. And Dad can always give you more homework. You really are the devil incarnate. Jason grumbled in dissatisfaction. Roman stood up to leave, and Jason followed behind him. Dad, I have an idea. Let's swap our profile pictures. You'll be the dragon, and I'll be the hero. That's too ugly. Not happening. Roman walked down the stairs. Jason crouched by the railing, watching him descend, and argued his case. If you change my contact name, then you have to let me choose the profile picture. That's a fair trade. Jason held onto the railing instead of following, worried that Roman might drag him along to some boring cocktail party. Roman only offered him a view of his back. Don't make me change my mind and bring you to the dinner. Jason kept bickering with Roman, his voice low but perfectly loud enough for Roman to hear. I'll just switch it back later. Then prepare yourself for extra lessons. Roman's voice faded as he walked away, signaling his unwillingness to keep arguing with the brat about this. Of course, he didn't forget to tell Benjamin to go and retrieve the art book. Jason watched Roman disappear, then got up and returned to his study to get on with his schoolwork. That afternoon, Roman received a mysterious phone call. The caller asked to meet at 8 p.m., letting Roman choose the location. Roman glanced out at the thick clouds gathering outside, then told the caller to meet him at his club in the evening, and hung up. He studied his bruised and colorful face in the mirror, debating whether to use his own company's products to conceal the bruises or simply wear sunglasses. It did look rather ridiculous, hardly flattering for his image. Besides, he still had to meet someone that evening. Showing up with a face like that would hardly be appropriate. With that in mind, he told Maria to come see him with her report once she finished her current tasks. Boss. Maria handed him a folder. Any good news? Closing price was $206. Pretty steady. As for the good news you wanted, well, I'm not sure if this counts, but Vance took a real hit this time. He won't recover in the short term, and unless he gets a real lucky break, he's finished. Roman nodded, pleased with Maria's performance. Impressive. I knew I made the right choice with you, Maria. Without you, what would Janice do? Maria was unmoved. She'd heard her boss's praise so often it scarcely registered anymore. Boss, the other executives aren't bad either. The board's been doing a good job. Janice wouldn't be where it is today without everyone's hard work. I just want to praise you. No need to drag everyone else in. Roman harbored misgivings about the others and didn't care for them. Even if, in another timeline, his own arrogance and poor decisions had led to his downfall, that didn't change how he felt about them now. Besides, he paid them well. It was only right they put in the work for Janice. Back when the company hadn't gone bankrupt, the board had received plenty of bonuses. They'd never been shortchanged. Maria lowered her head, making notes on the documents in her hands. For some reason, the boss just doesn't like the company's board members, even though they're all earnestly working for the company's growth. Even as the company's fortunes declined and it suffered losses for 2 consecutive years, the board members never gave up on Janice. By all logic, the boss ought to treat them better. Maria couldn't understand it, but she had a thought. If the boss actually got along with the board, there probably wouldn't be much for her to do. Roman returned to his chair and sat down. Maria, do we have any products that help wounds heal? Maria stared at Roman, pondering for a moment. Boss, do you mean ointments and lotions for treating wounds, the kind you find in pharmacies? Roman clasped his hands together in silence, waiting for Maria to continue. Maria sighed. The boss's idea had some merit. The company could probably develop a skincare product with wound-repairing properties, gentle and non-irritating, suitable for use on injured skin. I knew you'd be reliable. Best if it doesn't interfere with applying makeup. Understood. Maria made a note. But honestly, it's best not to wear makeup when you're injured to avoid infection. So the company should develop a really good skincare product focused on healing. Maria quietly jotted down Roman's requirements. Roman thought for a moment, then asked, if I want to produce Black Mask merchandise, do you think I should acquire an existing factory or set up my own? Maria began to consider this. Whenever the boss gave either a question, it usually meant he was set on the idea. She had some say in company affairs, but when it came to spending money, her influence was limited. We could try investing in a small toy factory, partner with them, and produce some merchandise. No, I don't want to share the factory with anyone else, Roman objected. Besides, I plan to approach those Gotham villains for licensing and make villain-themed merchandise. He was already calculating in his mind. As long as the villains were willing to license their brands, he'd have no trouble collecting on the bar tabs they owed him. And anyway, no one would get dividends without his say-so. Maria pushed up her glasses. Boss, aren't you being a little too ambitious? She really wanted to ask him that. Even if the boss had a good relationship with those villains, This idea sounded like dancing with wolves. If you're set on this, boss, I'll start with a market survey to see if there's demand. Then I'll look into potential factories for acquisition and compare costs with building our own. After that, I'll put together a proposal for you. Much appreciated. I'll give you a raise at mid-year review, Roman said with satisfaction, rubbing his hands together. Thank you, boss. Get someone to bring me some concealer. Help me cover up these bruises on my face. At last, Roman revealed the real reason he'd called Maria in today. Maria quickly arranged for someone to deliver a set of products, so Roman could have his wounds cleaned and dressed again, and then covered with protective bandages. After that, Roman sat for an hour, testing his family's products on himself. By 7:30 in the evening, Roman stepped into the club he hadn't visited for quite some time. People all around greeted him warmly. He responded with a practiced smile, then announced that tonight, everyone's tab was on the house, prompting a thunderous cheer from the crowd. Roman walked into the VIP lounge, settling in to wait for his guests. Standing before the mirrored wall, he adjusted his tie. He had to admit, his family's products really worked wonders. Of course, Maria's skillful hands played a part as well. Now, aside from a few small cuts, there was hardly a bruise left on his face. If anyone looked too closely, they'd just assume his complexion was a touch darker than usual. Everything looked natural, nothing that would tarnish his image. He took the best seat in the house, cradling a glass of wine as he watched the show, his mind drifting back to the beginning of the crisis that would soon be over. 3 months ago, Roman had come into possession of the secrets Matt knew, giving him leverage over the mayor and his associates. For the past 3 months, perhaps because Roman had occasionally reminded the mayor's faction of his hold over them, they had grown increasingly displeased with him. Thinking of this, Roman smiled, swirling his wine. Initially, things had been relatively peaceful between them. Roman hadn't made any unreasonable demands, nor had he asked the mayor to bend the rules for him, and certainly hadn't plotted the mayor's downfall. Yet, everything changed when Roman snatched away a contract that was supposed to go to one of their own men. The project Roman took over was originally meant for a contractor named Teddy McCullen. It didn't take much imagination to know that Teddy would have cut corners and lined his own pockets. Roman could understand their resentment. He had stolen a meal right from their mouths, taken away their money. It was like Batman, on the night Jason came to visit, losing that little runaway he had almost caught. He'd go even more mad than the mayor's camp. Roman wasn't some noble hero. He wasn't about to oppose the mayor for the sake of justice. His true motivation was to bring down Teddy McCullen and Mike Davis. Teddy was the contractor, and Mike Davis was the government official in charge of safety inspections. They shared a common trait. Both of their children had bullied Jason in the past. Together with the Vance Wolf family, these 3 families were close. The other 2 even let Vance manage their money. If Vance ever decided to drag them all down with him, these 3 families would soon be ruined. But once Roman intervened in that project, the mayor's side lost out on their easy profits. So, the group conspired to take Roman down, using their power to slowly bleed him dry, forcing him to buy their protection. But in the end, it was the mayor's side whose plans fell apart. Roman found the outcome quite satisfying. We also have to thank that insider, who tipped him off about the mayor's plan and the others involved. That allowed him to turn the tables and, conveniently, clear up those identity issues. At exactly 8 o'clock, someone entered the room. The newcomer removed the mask from his face, revealing himself. It was Jacob, who had been missing for quite some time. Roman was holding a glass of wine, enjoying the performance on stage. When he saw someone come in, he jerked his chin toward the empty seat beside him, signaling for the man to sit. After that setup at the hotel, the 2 men who were supposed to deal with Jacob had already been bought off, just like the mayor had bribed his own bodyguards. They pretended to take Jacob out, but in reality, they secretly let him go. How did things go? I've replaced everyone watching Matt's wife and kids with people we can trust. Mrs. Matt is ready to change her testimony at any time. Good. Have her go to the police and explain everything on Monday. What about those 2 double agents? Are they dead? The mayor was planning to silence them, but I managed to get them out. Excellent. Tomorrow, take both of them to turn themselves in and make sure they spill everything about who was behind it. Jacob nodded in agreement. By now, Gotham PD should have received Matt's video, right? When I left, Lane had already sent someone to deliver it. Good work. I'll let Black Mask know he owes you a reward for this. Jacob grinned, letting out a satisfied chuckle. Thank you, boss. Just then, Roman's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. It was news that number 1 had escaped, his own right-hand man. Roman, thoroughly annoyed, pocketed his phone and downed the rest of his drink. You stay here and have some fun. Who knows, the Gotham cops might show up to arrest you any minute. All right, boss. With that, he left the private room. That night, Roman returned to his estate. With number 1 on the loose, he figured he'd have to find something else to do. Someone was going to get roughed up tonight. Roman asked Benjamin. Did you get all the gear ready like I asked? Benjamin nodded. The suit is easy, but the car's not finished yet. Roman frowned. If Benjamin had to drive him out, that would leave Jason home alone with no one to watch him. Finally, he said, let's wait until Jason's asleep. Then you can take me out for a while. At the abandoned amusement park, the Joker's favorite hideout. A shadow, dark as pitch, darted through the gloom, silently making its way toward the lighted manager's office. The infrared scanner showed 3 figures inside. He pulled down his protective goggles. The scan data transmitted live onto the lenses, letting him track everyone's movements inside. Still awake at this hour, he shook his head in mild annoyance. The next moment, he kicked in the door. It's Batman. Quick! One of the goons barely got the words out before a fist crashed into him, sending him straight into unconsciousness. The newcomer braced himself against the table, swung his leg up, and sent a henchman, who was about to open fire, crashing through the air. The lackey slammed into the wall, slid to the floor, cast a quick glance at Batman, and immediately let out a pitiful wail before squeezing his eyes shut and feigning unconsciousness. The newcomer rolled to the ground, flicked out 2 throwing stars, and struck the 3rd henchman in both legs just as he tried to make a run for it. Where's the Joker? He hauled the 3rd lackey upright and asked in a low, menacing voice. In the backyard. Without hesitation, he knocked the man out with a sharp headbutt and strode toward the back door. A mistake, he thought. He really should have figured out the Joker's exact location before coming and swinging. As he pushed open the door, he spotted the Joker standing with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the sky. He followed the Joker's gaze for a moment. Tonight, thick clouds blotted out the stars. There was nothing to see. Stepping outside, the light from behind stretched his pointed shadow long across the ground. Little bat, you found me so quickly, the Joker called out, not bothering to turn around. That's right. I've come for you, he replied, his voice deep and gravelly. Your voice sounds odd. The Joker snickered, spinning around, only to be tackled by a dark, menacing shape. They immediately fell into a flurry of fists and blows. This time, Batman fought with brutal efficiency. Every move aimed to maim or take down. After exchanging a few blows, the Joker realized something was off. He howled, Wait a minute, you're not the real Batman. Who are you, you imposter? I'm a Batman who's here just to beat you up. And with that, Batman landed a solid punch right on the Joker's painted face. Ow, so you don't even have the guts to face me as yourself? You have to hide behind someone else's mask. As long as I get to beat you up, do you think I care? His tone made it clear. The answer was no. Above the desolate, dimly lit fairground, the Joker's anguished cries and peals of wild laughter mingled and drifted through the air. When he was finished, Batman dragged the defeated Joker to the police station entrance, a good deed done for the night. The on-duty officer rushed out just in time to glimpse a shadow melting into the darkness. Finding the Joker sprawled on the ground, the officer immediately called an ambulance to take him to the hospital. In a shadowy alley, Batman pressed his communicator and shook out his aching hand. The Joker was tough as nails. If it weren't for the protection of his suit, his hand would probably need 3 months rest to recover from that beating. Hey, it's done. Come pick me up at these coordinates. Not long after, an unremarkable car pulled up at the mouth of the alley, and the dark figure slipped quickly inside. In the car, the shadow yanked off his cowl, revealing Roman's true face. Why can't I have a car that turns invisible? The driver replied flatly. Invisibility tech isn't quite mature yet. There's so much talent on this planet, not to mention aliens. Someone's got to have it figured out. Roman started scheming how to get his hands on some cloaking technology and build himself an invisible battle car. Benjamin drove on in silence, taking Roman back to the manor. The next morning's news reported that Batman had successfully apprehended the Joker, delivered a thorough beating, and dumped him at the police station steps. When Bruce woke up that morning, he discovered the news. Sipping his coffee, he turned to the ever-diligent Alfred and asked, Did I lose my memory? What exactly are you referring to, Master Bruce? When did I catch the Joker? Yesterday had been relatively quiet, so his nightly patrol had ended half an hour earlier than usual. Did I go sleepwalking, stumble upon the Joker, give him a good beating, and drop him off at the police station? The old butler replied, faithfully, I haven't noticed you sleepwalking, sir. Then it seems there's a second Batman in Gotham, Bruce said, taking another sip of coffee. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Judging by the results, I would say it's a good thing. Bruce grunted in agreement, nodding his head. But I should still make a note of this and look into who this mysterious Batman might be. Today, Roman gave Jason the day off and didn't have the tutor come by. Instead, he took Jason to visit the Wayne Botanical Gardens in Robinson Park. Roman flexed his hands. Last night's fight with the Joker had been satisfying, but now his hands genuinely ached. Previously, to keep up appearances, he'd had to stop fighting the Joker temporarily, worried it might interfere with his scheduled trips to the notorious Tofu Block hospital. To convince the world that Black Mask had appeared while Roman was still being held captive by the Joker, he'd staged everything with care. Batman would likely see through the ruse, but as long as the world believed Roman and Black Mask weren't the same person, that was enough. With all problems solved for now, and with the added thrill of his gear, he'd let himself enjoy beating the Joker, just for the satisfaction. After all, there was a certain camaraderie among villains, and besides, the Joker had done him a favor, even if it had cost him a hefty sum. Roman hadn't gone overboard. At most, he'd just ensured the Joker would be laid up for a few extra days. When they grew tired of walking and took a break waiting for Benjamin to pick them up, Roman checked the news. Several headlines gave him great satisfaction. The latest, Locke Jacob, the key witness in the Matt murder case, had turned himself in that morning. 2 more mysterious witnesses had come forward, confessing their involvement in the murder as hired killers. The police were pursuing further leads, and with the anonymous videos sent in yesterday afternoon, the case had taken a new turn, making it highly likely Roman would be proven innocent. "What happened to your hand?" Jason asked. He noticed Roman wearing a wrist brace, massaging his hand from time to time. Roman answered succinctly, "Sprained it." Jason pointed ahead. "Let's buy that one to take home." They were sitting in front of a little charity plant stall with an array of potted plants, every sales proceeds going entirely to the orphanage. Roman glanced at the mini cactus Jason had picked out. $5 a pot. You really need to ask Dad about such a small thing? Jason had been given more than enough pocket money, certainly enough for a little plant. This was not a good trend, Roman thought, frowning. If Jason's attitude now was that he needed to ask himself and get his own permission even for buying a small potted plant, wouldn't he just become a perfect little goody two-shoes? Roman sighed inwardly. He didn't want a timid, obedient puppet who only echoed his every word. That would be dull and lifeless. What he wanted was a Red Hood with his own opinions, defiant, brazen, and reckless. Of course, as long as they were on the same side. "I didn't bring any money," Jason said. Roman thought for 2 seconds, deciding not to make things too easy for Jason. "All right, I'll deduct it from your allowance next week and charge you a $1 service fee." Jason's eyes widened in disbelief. "What's a service fee? You can't always go out with no money and expect Dad to pay for whatever catches your eye, right? If you want $5 from me, I'm going to charge you a $1 service fee." "You're such a ripoff. 20% as a service charge. And why not?" In another life, he'd laundered money for people and split it 50-50, and there were still takers. Now he was only charging 20%. He was practically a saint. "You can just think of it as a gift for me." Roman snorted, scoffing. "I'd never give such a boring gift." Jason, indignant, scooped up the palm-sized pot. "Fine, just pay." Roman pulled out his wallet. Taking kids out meant always carrying a bit of cash. You could never predict when they'd get a wild idea and want to bring something home. As the shopkeeper handed Roman his $5 and change, Jason grumbled, "Dad, what is it, son?" From the sound of it, nothing good. Roman leisurely tucked the change away, quite enjoying seeing the kid get riled up. It was half the fun. "Do you know what I want to name this cactus?" "No idea." Kid's thoughts were a mystery. Roman had no desire to guess. "I'm going to name it 20% service fee, in your honor." Roman realized he'd gotten under the kid's skin. Maybe Jason would update his online post today, jotting this down for posterity. But knowing Jason was still Jason, Roman felt reassured. He'd been worrying for nothing. "This is to remind you, don't go out without money, even if you're with Dad. You're the one who always said you'd get me anything I wanted. Now you're breaking your word already." "Unreasonable requests won't work," Roman retorted. "I don't want you digging up my grave someday, just to make me pay for something you want. That would make you look pretty hopeless after all the effort I've put into raising you." Jason, still sulking, suddenly burst out laughing as Roman's sarcasm hit home, hugging the cactus close. Roman felt like he might have said something outrageous. "What's so funny? It's just, I was imagining how funny it would be if, in the future, you turned to bones, and I had to dig up your grave to make you pay your debts." Roman paused to think. After all, he pried open his own parents' coffins before. And grown-up Jason had certainly dug up a few graves himself. Come to think of it, this was almost a family tradition. "If you dare wake your old man for such a trivial thing, I won't go back to hell. I'll haunt you every day, calling you a spendthrift." With that, Roman started lurching forward like a zombie, tilting his body and reaching his hands out toward Jason. Jason immediately scooped up his little pot and bolted. "Well, in that case, I have to try digging just to see if a skeleton really will chase me around shouting spendthrift." Utterly rebellious. Now Roman was completely at ease. Still the same mischievous brat. To charge your own son a 20% fee for a present. You're just... Jason stopped, realizing that calling Roman rebellious didn't quite fit, so he changed it unreasonable. But Roman jumped on this at once. No father would give such a boring gift for free. This is you getting your pocket money in advance. Roman slung an arm around Jason's shoulders, steering him toward the front door, the two of them bickering all the while about the 20% fee. On the way home, Jason grumbled quietly to the cactus. 20% handling fee. Have you ever seen a dad who charges his son a fee for a gift? Roman ignored him, completely unmoved. You're lucky. You met just such a dad today. Your name was chosen to commemorate this very behavior of his. Benjamin glanced silently into the rearview mirror. Roman, unfazed, played on his phone and scrolled through the news. Lately, public opinion in Gotham had been shifting in his favor. With the media's relentless coverage, his Black Mask identity was now fully separated from Roman Siones in the public eye. No one believed he was Black Mask anymore. This separation of identities made it much easier for him to operate in the shadows. After all, he wasn't a lone wolf anymore. He had a child to raise. The mayor and his cronies tried to suppress Janus Corp stocks, but Roman countered, turning the tables, and with those gray market assets of his, profits were up 30 million. The latest breaking news: Alfie Mann and William Ford had both been arrested at home. Though he'd spent nearly 3 weeks in Arkham, all in all, the outcome was satisfactory. He tilted his head, watching Jason whisper conspiratorially to the cactus. Quite the little rascal. That evening, Jason updated his feed. 20% handling fee, wounded, must keep score. He tagged Roman in the post. Attached was a picture. The cactus, labeled 20% handling fee. Roman mulled it over for a while, then decided to ignore it. On Sunday morning, Jason arrived for breakfast, clutching the 20% handling fee. Good morning, Dad. Morning, Roman replied, not looking up from his coffee and newspaper. Good morning, Benjamin. Good morning, Master Jason. Benjamin nodded politely in greeting. Roman was reading the newspaper. Jason placed the 20% commission fee next to the breakfast plate. Good morning, 20% commission. Roman spat out a mouthful of coffee all over the newspaper. He coughed a few times, struggling to set his cup down without spilling it. Benjamin looked at Roman with a hint of sympathy. Jay, do you really have to bring it with you wherever you go? 20% commission doesn't like aquariums. So, after breakfast, Roman took Jason to the aquarium and left the 20% commission at home. Jason craned his neck, watching all sorts of aquatic creatures swim overhead, utterly fascinated by the spectacle. The two of them would occasionally discuss the peculiarities of the sea life, and they even witnessed the staff feeding the sharks. Most of the time, it was Jason dragging Roman around, stopping here and there to admire different fish. Dad, is your court hearing next Thursday? When they were tired from walking and sat down for a break, Jason asked this question. Roman grunted in affirmation. You want to come and watch? Jason nodded, picturing Roman standing in the defendant's box. It sounded like it could be interesting. I'm afraid not. Why not? The trial won't be open to the public. Jason let out a long, disappointed "oh." But you can wait for me outside until I'm done. What's the point in that? Just imagine, your dad gets acquitted, released in court, and the first thing he wants is to see you. Jason debated whether attending class was more important than waiting for Roman to come out. I suppose that works. 4th grade isn't exactly challenging, anyway. On Monday, Mrs. Matt recanted her statement, claiming she'd been coerced before and had only accused Roman under duress. This helped clear some suspicion from Roman's name. In the afternoon, someone got in touch with Roman, requesting a meeting that evening. Roman agreed, asking the person to come to the club to talk. At 8 o'clock that night, someone pushed the door open and walked in. The visitor was Will Rodin, the director of the art museum. I'm here on behalf of the mayor to negotiate. He hopes you'll agree to a truce. Roman chuckled. That sounds like a joke. That's the situation right now. Huth also has powerful backers. If you refuse to back down, both sides could get hurt. Will poured himself a glass of wine. A chaotic Gotham isn't good for you either. This could be your chance. No harm in making the mayor an ally. Roman tapped his glass, tilting his head in thought. How did he and Wolf manage to escape punishment? They planned to pin everything on Teddy McCall and Mike Davis. Those two were mainly in charge of the hospital, hotel, and that decrepit bridge. But then that secret footage exposed Alfie and William for taking bribes, embezzling, and making money off public works. In the end, they had to sacrifice a few pawns to protect the important players. Will tilted his head. You know how it is. Most things are handled by those two. The mayor and Wolf keep themselves well hidden, never getting directly involved. Besides, this whole affair is a tangled web, and there are people secretly trying to protect them both. He took a sip of his drink. How much did you put in this time? Will smiled. Not much. I'm just a humble art museum director. I don't have deep pockets. I invested 3, maybe 4 million at most. I'll cover your share for you. That's not necessary. I'm running for council next year. Just support me as we agreed, and that'll be enough. Besides, if I suddenly get a large sum now, it'll draw unwanted attention. No problem at all. Frankly, I'd be glad to see someone I trust inside City Hall. Roman had always admired Will. Ambitious, with clear goals. He'd never regretted betting on Will back when they met at that party. Roman had sensed right away that this man was anything but ordinary. Later, when Roman got wind of the inside story from Matt, he decided to test Will. Will readily agreed to become an inside man, but he had a condition. Roman had to help with his council run next year. It was a mutually beneficial deal. Why not take it? They struck an immediate agreement. According to Jacob's statement, he worked under the Black Mask, often serving as Roman's bodyguard, which matched Roman's account. But Jacob added some details. On the day in question, he got orders from the Black Mask to inform Roman to meet in the lounge. The order came from the Black Mask's deputy, who often relayed instructions. So Jacob didn't think twice and went to the lounge with Roman. He'd given Roman a gun, just as a standard security precaution. What happened next made Jacob realize it was a setup. Two accomplices confirmed Jacob's version, making it clear the murder was a trap laid for Roman. The ringleaders were upset that Roman had taken over the project, so they wanted to get rid of Matt and pin the blame on Roman. Acting out of self-preservation, and because one of them knew Jacob, the accomplices didn't follow orders to kill him. Instead, they quietly locked him up. When someone later tried to silence them, Jacob saved them. That's when they decided to turn state's witness and testify against Alfie and William. With the weight of evidence, Shorty Eamon's testimony had become nearly worthless, given Eamon's history of repeated fraud and drug addiction. The district attorney revoked their deal with him, had him sent to Black Mountain Prison, and he didn't even appear at this hearing. In the end, Roman was found not guilty and released on the spot. As for convicting Alfie and William, that would keep the prosecutors busy for some time yet. In the foyer, Roman's lawyer whispered with him. Cersei's paranoia had been confirmed to be worsening. A caretaker who tended her had illegally coached her, encouraging her to accuse Roman of setting fire to the Siennes estate. It was confirmed that this caretaker was the secret lover of Teddy McCullen and had been acting on Teddy's instructions. She'd already been arrested. Cersei continued her treatment at the sanatorium. So, the arson incident turned out to be nothing more than a farce, and Roman had nothing to do with it. Roman nodded, praising the lawyer for a job well done. Once everything had settled, Jason walked down the street with Roman. This time, it was Jason who had asked. He wanted to take a casual stroll with Roman along an ordinary street. Father and son ambled along at an unhurried pace. After a while, they found themselves beside a flower bed. Jason climbed onto the edge of the flower bed, balancing as he walked along its length. Jason asked Roman, "Dad, if I had chosen to leave back then, would you really have let me go?" He had been curious about this for a long time. He could never be sure. Roman's cunning and sly nature made promises like that sound more like tricks to placate a child. Now that it was all over, with Roman acquitted and set free, Jason wanted to know the real answer all the more. Roman let out a low chuckle. "If you had truly chosen to leave, I would have let you go." He stopped walking, hands in his pockets, looking at Jason, who stopped as well. They stood face to face. "You missed out on a golden opportunity, Jay." Roman's smile was warm and genuine. But to Jason, it seemed laced with mischief. So Jason pressed further. "Really? How could you not trust your father?" Roman replied with a grin. "Of course it's true. Your new family probably wouldn't refuse having a rich man as a relative, right? I could even give them rights to stay at the manor and throw in a considerate, first-rate butler." Roman spoke with his hands in his pockets, easygoing as ever. "They wouldn't refuse me as your godfather, would they? How is this any different from before?" Jason thought to himself, and his smile faded. "Those ideas are totally unrealistic. Since you abuse children, the court would issue a restraining order to keep you away from me. You could even end up with an ankle monitor. Besides, Bruce would want to adopt me, and Batman would lend a hand." Jason spoke earnestly, laying out his points like a seasoned debater. Clearly, he'd done his homework. Roman lowered his gaze and sighed in exasperation. Maybe it was better not to tease the kid any further. When he looked up at Jason again, his expression was calm. "Once you've drawn the bow, there's no turning back, kid." Jason was a little puzzled. "What do you mean?" Roman pressed his lips together, thinking for a moment before replying. "You're smart enough. Figure it out for yourself. Once the arrow is loosed, it can't be called back before it hits the ground. There's no turning back. It's a road you walk to the end, no matter how dark it gets." At this point, turning back would mean losing everything he'd fought for. He couldn't accept that, and he never would. Jason blinked, his mind working fast. He decided he'd look it up on the computer once he got home. No point overthinking it now. He said to Roman, "I want you to carry me on your back." Roman remembered that night in Hawaii. Faced with Jason's serious expression, he resigned himself, turned around, and crouched down. Jason bounced onto his back, full of excitement. Roman caught the child just in time, supporting Jason's legs with both hands as he began to stroll forward. Jason wrapped his arms around Roman's neck, resting his head on his shoulder. I knew things wouldn't be that simple. The devil is always cunning. Roman chuckled softly. He'd said it before. He would never let a bird that landed in his hand just fly away so easily. Jason lay on Roman's shoulder, gazing at his profile. He spoke quietly. Dad, I want to go to the moon. Roman thought to himself, building a spaceship would be better than just landing on the moon. Is that too much to ask? You can't pull it off. Why aren't you saying anything? I just think going to the moon sounds like too much trouble. Why not build a spaceship? That way, you could go anywhere you want whenever you want. Jason burst out laughing. Do you really think building a spaceship is easier than landing on the moon? Roman nodded. It actually is easier. With all the talent on Earth, building a spaceship isn't such a big deal. Yeah, right? Are you just trying to make me happy? Jason figured Roman was exaggerating, but he quickly asked, will I get to see my spaceship before I grow up? Absolutely. Can I have it as my 16th birthday present? Jason pressed on. Robin and Dick both got really cool motorcycles for their 16th birthdays. Isn't flying a spaceship on my 16th just as reasonable? Dad, do you really think building a spaceship makes more sense than giving me that 20% transaction fee? The little devil started to whisper. Dad already said he won't give such a boring gift. The 20% transaction fee is something you buy with your own allowance. Roman repeated his flimsy excuse, standing firm. That day, videos and photos of Roman carrying his son went viral all over social media. Even the tabloids ran extra editions, reporting that Roman, after being acquitted, was seen strolling with his son. The scene was described as exceptionally heartwarming, with glowing praise for their father-son bond, both changed by each other. Roman was in good spirits and couldn't be bothered to care about the gawking public. Since the reports were well-written and he'd need to work with the tabloid reporters again in the future, he let them have their moment. Sunday night, at the villain's lounge. When Black Mask entered, he found Batman standing with his back to him. He thought it was bad luck to run into Batman on his own turf. Clayface, do me a favor. Quit turning into Batman in here. Otherwise, I'll have to start charging you membership and bar fees. Batman turned around, fixing him with a look that made Black Mask's skin crawl. What's with you, man? You got the act down. If your stare were any more intense, I'd almost believe you really are Batman. Black Mask gave Batman a friendly punch to the chest. He slipped behind the bar, leisurely scooped a few chunks of ice into a glass, and surveyed the bottles on the shelf. After 2 rounds of consideration, he finally picked one, humming a tune as he poured himself a drink. But Batman continued to fix his gaze on him, saying nothing. Black Mask took a couple of sips, sensing that something was off about the atmosphere. Just then, the security door to the villain's corridor swung open. Black Mask watched as Roman stepped inside, and his hand froze mid-drink. He glanced back and forth between Roman and Batman. Black Mask was secretly grateful for his mask. At least no one could see the look of shock on his face beneath it. Damn it, is Clayface getting addicted to impersonating him? What if, when he's not at the club, Clayface is out there tarnishing his reputation? And was that the real Batman standing here in front of him? Roman seemed to notice something, too. He looked back and forth as well. Thanks to good behavior and a stable condition, he'd been released from Arkham 2 or 3 days early. The truth was, after the explosion at Arkham, they had nowhere to keep the rehabilitated patients, so they just let them out ahead of schedule. Well, looks like we have a rare guest today. Someone looking for you, Black Mask. Then I won't get in your way. I'll go check on my business. With that, Roman strolled through the hall, heading for the same security door Black Mask had used earlier. He unlocked it with ease and sauntered out, unhurried. Black Mask had just opened his mouth to call after him, but nearly choked on his own saliva, coughing twice. With Roman gone, Black Mask had no one left to vent his anger on but Batman. Batman, what are you doing here? I haven't done anything wrong, and even if I had, you've got no proof to arrest me. Black Mask grabbed a napkin and wiped his mouth. So this is your meeting hall, Batman said. All those partnership plans are discussed and finalized right here. Black Mask braced his arms on the bar, feeling a headache coming on. He had thought his security measures were airtight, that he'd carved out a peaceful little corner where he could catch up with his fellow crooks in peace. Now that Batman had found it, who knew how many surveillance devices the guy had installed? Got a problem with that? Don't you do the same with your justice, whatever it's called, Hall. Batman narrowed his eyes in his habitual way. Black Mask poured a drink for Batman. So, what are you here for? You and Joker put on a show together. The rivalry is just for show. You're both manipulating Janus stock trades behind the scenes. Is your surveillance off? If it's not, I'm not saying a word. And you want to turn it off, so you know what that means. You'll get nothing out of me. Black Mask downed his drink in one gulp, poured himself another, and clinked it against the glass on the table. You should know, this is a place for drinking. If you want to drink, you're always welcome. But if you're not drinking, don't come here just to scare people. No matter what, You did do Gotham a good deed. Black Mask snapped at him. I don't quite agree with you. I'm not in the habit of doing good deeds. Batman turned and walked away, his cape swirling with each step, lending him an impressive air. Black Mask hadn't expected Batman to leave so decisively. Seeing him already at the emergency exit, he blurted out anxiously, I was just being polite. Nobody's happy to see you here drinking. But the security door slid open automatically, and Batman strode out without so much as a backward glance. The security door closed behind him again. With Batman's acute hearing, he must have caught all of that. So much for these top-of-the-line security doors. What good are they, really? Black Mask muttered to himself, finishing his drink before pulling the untouched glass closer and sipping it slowly. He mulled things over, convinced he'd forgotten something. Probably nothing important, or he wouldn't have forgotten. It was all Batman's fault, throwing him off like that. All right, he ought to warn those unreliable friends of his not to come here for drinks, in case Batman caught them too. Clayface was the first to respond. When I walked in just now and saw Batman, my heart almost stopped. Luckily, I was quick on my feet and found an excuse to leave. Black Mask remembered. He meant to teach Clayface a lesson. He shot off a message. Dear Clayface, care to come back for a chat? Clayface replied, Someone's giving me a leg massage. I don't feel like moving. Black Mask stormed into the main hall, grabbed someone at random, and demanded with menace, Where's Roman? The waiter, struggling to stay calm, pointed to a lively corner. Black Mask pushed through the crowd, and when he saw what was happening, he nearly pulled his gun and shot Clayface then and there. Clayface, wearing Black Mask's face, was stuffing bills into a dancer's bodice while taking a sip of wine offered by a woman at his side. In the VIP booth, others were in the middle of a drinking contest. Roman watched with delight, tossing money into the air. He looked even more like a debauched playboy than Black Mask himself. Have you got a death wish or something? Black Mask grabbed Roman by the collar and hauled him to his feet. The moment Black Mask appeared, everyone around fell silent. Roman blurted out, Black Mask, could you at least let me keep some dignity? Black Mask was fit to burst with rage, but this was his reputation on the line. He barely reined in the urge to punch him. Grinding his teeth, he hissed, Come with me. Roman tossed the last of his bills into the air and shouted, Drinks are on me tonight. Everyone, have fun. Another day, another scandal in Gotham. There's always fresh gossip to go around. The city may be full of trouble, but as long as there are stories to share, there's always something to look forward to. After all, life or death is up to fate. Fortune is in the stars, so live each day for the joy it brings. According to the widely circulated version, as spun by the tabloids and told from mouth to mouth, the story of that night went something like this. After being acquitted, Roman's long-repressed playboy instincts were unleashed, and he partied without restraint in his own club. The Black Mask, having discovered the celebration, was consumed with jealousy and, right in front of everyone, launched into a violent attack. Though Roman did not strike back, he skillfully dodged each blow, apologizing to Black Mask with remarkable poise and the utmost gentlemanly manners. But Black Mask was already blinded by rage, refusing to listen to any explanation, his moves sharp, fast, and unrelenting. In the end, the two of them battled their way into Roman's office, and that was the last anyone heard of the incident. It was only later reported that a fire accidentally broke out in the office. Fortunately, the flames were put out in time, so the only losses were the furnishings, which were later replaced during a full renovation. Life gradually returned to its usual calm. Some days seemed to crawl by, while others slipped away in a flash. Evening lessons continued as before, except that Monday session had been switched from finance to mathematics, since Roman believed Jason needed to strengthen his basic academic skills. After finishing their lessons at the company on Fridays, they always had to spend time preparing for various events and gatherings. Jason wasn't thrilled about it, but he still played his part every time. The Saturday lessons, once canceled, were never reinstated. Roman would check Jason's training progress in the morning, then they'd head to the swimming pool for some water fun in the afternoon. In the evenings, they would stroll along the city streets, becoming a familiar and often discussed sight in Gotham. On Sundays, Jason would choose the destination, and Roman would gladly accompany him. During this period, Roman found time to visit the director of Arkham, expressing his gratitude for the doctor's help and donating $5 million to support reconstruction efforts, hoping the hospital could undergo a major upgrade to provide its patients with more comfort. He even offered, if the director agreed, to have his own construction company take on Arkham Asylum's rebuilding project, promising it would be completed within 3 months. The director of Arkham was deeply moved and gladly accepted the offer. Days passed, and soon it was Sunday, June 16th. After breakfast, Jason headed upstairs. Roman set down his newspaper in frustration. Does he really not know what day it is? This morning felt just like any other, No special greeting or anything. Benjamin began clearing the dishes. Would you like some dessert, sir? No, Roman replied, agitated. Unfazed, Benjamin quietly removed the plates. Could he really have no idea? Would you like more coffee, sir? Benjamin took away the coffee cup. How am I supposed to remind him? There's an event at the amusement park later, isn't there? Master Jason will surely notice. Really? Benjamin didn't answer, as Roman had already left the dining table. Roman made his way to the foyer and sat down to rest. After about 10 or 20 minutes, Jason, now wearing a fresh t-shirt and carrying his little travel bag, came downstairs to join Roman. Let's go, Dad. He had barely sat down before springing up again. Oops, I forgot my hat. Hold on a moment. Roman caught hold of Jason and gently pulled him back to his side. Did you forget what day it is today? I haven't forgotten. So where's Dad's present? If you want a present, that's fine too. Jason grinned mischievously, flashing a brilliant smile. The present is worth 5 yuan, but I'm charging a 200% handling fee. How much should you pay me? At that, Roman felt a headache coming on. What a kid, holding a grudge this long just to get even. Forget it. Roman let him go. This time, Jason didn't leave. Instead, he lingered nearby, murmuring under his breath. Really? Don't you want to know what I got you? Are you sure, really sure? This little rascal. Roman thought he must have spoiled him too much. For just 15 yuan, you can have your present. I'm not interested. Roman glanced at his phone. The kid beside him had been quiet for a while now, and hadn't gone upstairs to get his hat. It was unusually quiet. Roman turned his head, meeting Jason's bright, clever blue eyes. Don't you really want to know? I'll be so sad if you don't. Sensing Roman might be wavering, Jason pressed his advantage, asking hopefully. Roman stubbornly turned his attention back to his phone. If you're really that sad, you can have a good cry. Maybe Dad will pay up for the present he deserves. Jason made a non-committal sound, then left Roman and headed upstairs. Roman watched Jason's retreating figure. He truly didn't care about such a small present. After a while, Jason came bounding back downstairs, hat on his head, looking full of energy. Roman watched him descend, considering whether he should dress the boy in some cute outfits and take pictures to record his growth for keepsakes. He lowered his head to check some design drafts Dirya had sent, replying, "Looks good. It could be even cuter. No need to be so formal." When Jason arrived by his side, Roman stood up, ready to take the boy out. But Jason tugged him back, and the two of them sat down together on the couch. Roman said nothing, waiting for Jason to make his move. This time, he was determined not to let Jason get his way so easily. "Are you really not interested?" Jason started blinking his big eyes, his voice tinged with hurt, a disappointed look on his face. That pitiful, aggrieved expression tugged at the heartstrings. Roman's resolve wavered for a moment. He couldn't let Jason think that a little pout would always win him over. Jason pursed his lips, meeting Roman's gaze for a few seconds. Forget it, Jason thought. After all, it's Father's Day. He couldn't keep bullying Roman. Otherwise, he'd just be ungrateful. At last, Jason took off his little backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out a carefully wrapped present, handing it to Roman. But he still put on a tough front. "It's not every day you get to celebrate Father's Day. I cover the handling fee for you." Roman raised his eyebrows and accepted the neatly wrapped gift. The irritation in his heart faded away, replaced by a quiet calm. Actually, he didn't care that much about receiving a gift. As long as Jason remembered what day it was and offered a simple greeting, that would have been enough. But ever since they'd met that morning, Jason had acted as if it were any ordinary day. It left Roman feeling rather unhappy. It wasn't about the gift. He just wanted some sign of thoughtfulness. Besides, it was his own money being spent anyway, so there was nothing for him to be greedy about. "What are you thinking about? Aren't you going to open it and take a look?" Jason leaned in and asked, tilting his head to study Roman's expression. Annoyed that the brim of his cap was blocking his view, Jason simply took off his hat and placed it on Roman's lap. "Wait, are you actually so moved you're about to cry?" Seeing the mischievous grin on Jason's face, Roman worried he might twist his neck in exasperation. He reached out to straighten the boy's head, then began to unwrap the gift. Inside was a ceramic mug, white as its base color. Roman lifted the mug with a touch of disdain to inspect it, and noticed it bore a painting. A black dragon's body took up half the height of the mug, its scales tough and gleaming, sprawled over a patch of grass. Turning the mug, Roman saw the dragon lying in a valley, flanked by mountains. A warrior sat on the grass, leaning against the dragon's neck, a flower in hand, laughing with eyes squinted toward the dragon. The dragon's chin rested on the ground, its head half-turned, dark blue eyes gazing toward the warrior, as if listening to the laughter beside it. The artwork had slightly improved compared to the last attempt. The dragon was starting to look a little more like an actual dragon. Holding up the mug, Roman asked, "Did you paint this?" "Yep." Jason nestled up to Roman, taking his hand to turn the mug so he could see. Look, 20XX0616 for Roman, happy Father's Day. So every day after you finish your homework, instead of reading, you lock yourself in your room to paint this? Exactly. Jason gripped Roman's wrist, showing off the bottom of the mug with pride. That's your golden treasure chest, surrounded by a pile of gold coins. Gems were too hard to draw, so I skipped those. There was also a sword and shield next to the chest. Roman asked curiously, "When did you go buy the mug?" Jason's schedule was always packed, and he was rarely out shopping, usually accompanied by someone. I asked Christy to get it for me. I went through several mugs before getting it right. You can use this one for your coffee. Roman raised an eyebrow, but didn't reply, instead turning the mug in his hands to admire it closely. Do you like it? It's all right, I suppose. I was thinking of giving you a 20% commission fee as your Father's Day gift. The little devil was back at it again, whispering his sly suggestions. Roman instantly got up, plopped the cap back onto Jason's head, and pulled the brim down to shield that cheeky face from view. Jason protested loudly, quickly readjusting his cap. Roman headed to the dining room, carefully putting the mug away, then returned to the main hall. Let's go. If we dawdle any longer, it'll be lunchtime already. Jason cheerfully called out in agreement and happily followed at his side. You haven't even thanked me yet. I paid the handling fee, you know. Mention the handling fee one more time, and I'll give you a good scolding before grounding you. So what about my thank you? You're already grounded. Jason let out a soft huff and tugged at the straps of his little backpack. Today, Benjamin, for once, wasn't the driver. Instead, he stayed home. Roman was behind the wheel himself. Jason sat in the back seat, leaning against the window, watching as the car turned down a different road instead of heading toward the city center. Dad, are you sure you're not lost? Aren't we supposed to see a movie? Change of plans. Seeing that Roman wasn't in the mood to explain, Jason didn't press further. Still, not being able to watch the movie as planned left him a little disappointed. Eventually, the car pulled into a place that looked like a farm. Once out of the car, Jason looked up at a welcoming sign in front of a brand new red building. Welcome to R&J Stables. A horse's whinny caught his attention. He followed the sound and saw, in the distance, a fenced paddock where several sleek horses were wandering about. No way. Jason's jaw nearly hit the floor in astonishment. Roman tossed his keys to a valet standing nearby. Go on inside. You're practically drooling. Roman gave Jason's head a gentle, impatient pat, snapping him out of his daze. Jason rubbed his chin, pretending to put it back in place, and followed Roman indoors. I was not drooling. The staff looked warm and welcoming. A banner inside the lobby read, Happy Father's Day. Roman stood beneath it, waving Jason over. Jason walked over, still puzzled. What is it? A photo for the memory, our very first father and son day. Jason grinned, correcting him. It's Father's Day. Exactly, father and son. Someone who looked like the manager came over to take a few pictures for them at just the right moment. Afterwards, Roman led Jason to a temporary lounge area nearby. Roman pointed out the window and asked, Do you know whose place this is? RNJ, Jason blurted out. Probably some farmer and... Suddenly, a thought flickered through Jason's mind. There was something oddly familiar about the RNJ. No, it couldn't be. Roman sipped the black tea that had just been served. It was still morning, too early for alcohol. He'd have to teach the kid to ride soon. Tea would do for now. He watched with satisfaction as Jason's face twisted in confusion and suspicion. Buying a farm was really nothing. Someone's always willing to sell. Besides, he'd hired the original owner to keep running things. Originally, this was just meant to be a holiday retreat for their family. But last time Jason visited and mentioned wanting to see a stable, Roman decided on the spot to turn into one. Teaching a kid to ride wouldn't be so bad. You're the little farm owner, Roman confirmed Jason's dawning realization. Jason blushed slightly. That's such a strange way to put it. It felt as though Roman was calling him a little capitalist. Didn't you say you wanted to ride horses? I was just saying that, not being serious. Jason's tone lost its edge. He felt a bit embarrassed. After all, there were riding clubs in Gotham. He could have just gone out to have some fun whenever he wanted. But now, all because of a casual comment, Roman had bought a whole ranch to raise horses. Jason found it almost unbelievable. It was the kind of thing he'd never dare dream of. Jason frowned a little, then asked cautiously, Isn't this too extravagant? Roman glanced around the Grand Hall. It was just an extra piece of property, after all, and out in the suburbs, nothing particularly valuable. If you think of it as an investment, it's really nothing. It's your asset now. Jason tried to explain again. The only reason I said that was because you kept trying to pile on study assignments. I just wanted to see you get all flustered. Roman took a sip of tea, not quite understanding what Jason was so hung up about. After a moment's thought, he replied in a deliberately slow tone. I've already spoken to your homeroom teacher. She'll be giving you an F. Instantly, Jason's fighting spirit flared. That's cheating. Roman continued teasing him. That way, during summer vacation, you won't be able to sneak out with your troublemaking friends. Jason lunged at him, and Roman quickly set his cup down on the table. I really have been studying hard. You can't cheat. Jason's small fists thumped against Roman. Roman remained comfortably seated in the corner of the sofa, parrying Jason's playful blows while egging him on. To keep you at home, I've gone to great lengths, giving you a perfect spot for a holiday. And you're still upset? You're locking me up, and you're cheating. Jason protested fiercely. Roman burst out laughing, blocking Jason's fists. Nothing delighted him more than seeing the little rascal get worked up. When they finally tired themselves out, Roman grabbed Jason's hands and pulled him into a warm hug. The F was just to tease you, but the ranch really is for your holidays. It'll officially open during summer vacation. Most of it's ready, and I brought you here today to see if there's anything you'd like changed. Jason was still puffed up with indignation, but his expression softened a little. As long as the F was a joke, he could let everything else slide. Roman straightened Jason's clothes and prepared to show him around. Come on, let's take a look around. Jason followed Roman, still a bit grumpy, listening as Roman explained things. When your vacation starts, we'll have a grand opening ceremony. Is that really necessary? Does it have to be so formal? Of course, Roman replied with certainty. It's one of your properties, after all. It deserves a bit of fanfare. As the young master of the ranch, you can even invite your friends to come and stay during the summer. Hearing this, Jason was no longer quite so angry. Roman opened a door, glanced inside, and introduced, "This is the movie theater. You're welcome to come here and watch films anytime." They strolled onward, taking in the sights. In the common area, there was an arcade, a recreation room, a reading lounge, a gym, and changing rooms. Everything you'd expect from a well-equipped facility. Roman led him through the corridor, back to the main hall, and then headed off in the other direction. The access system recognized Roman, and the doors opened slowly, welcoming the two of them inside. "This is the VIP area, and over there are the stairs," Roman said, pointing to the left. Then he opened the door opposite. "These are the VIP guest rooms. You can arrange for your little guests to stay here. There are 4 rooms in total." Roman opened each door in turn, showing Jason inside. "This is the master room. You can take a nap here or change your clothes." Jason followed Roman in and was surprised at how spacious it was. To the north, an entire wall was made up of floor-to-ceiling windows. Curious, he opened the door and stepped outside. There he found a swimming pool, and at the far end was an outdoor lounge area. "On summer nights, you can have a barbecue out there," Roman explained, leaning on the railing and looking out over the terrace, giving a little commentary for the kids' benefit. "Can't we do it in the winter?" Jason asked. "Of course you can. Grilling with a snowy view has its own special flavor," Roman replied with a smile. Jason grinned, clearly delighted. "Come on, let's check out upstairs." There was a staircase in the room leading to the second floor, and the two of them climbed up, one after the other. Only now did Jason realize the downstairs really was just a lounge. Upstairs, the space was laid out like an apartment, with a much more modern style compared to the manor below, and the colors were brighter too. There was a small sitting room as a buffer space, and beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows was a balcony, just like the one downstairs. "That's your room, and that's your study room," Roman said, pointing to 2 rooms side by side, putting extra emphasis on the word study. Jason rolled his eyes a little at that pointed remark. As for the remaining doors, Jason didn't need Roman's introduction to know they must be Roman's own rooms. He opened the door to his own room for a quick look. It was simple yet tasteful, and surprisingly spacious. Sometimes, Jason couldn't help but wonder why some people's bedrooms were bigger than his entire home back in Crime Alley. "Finished looking?" Roman asked, opening what looked like a main door and waiting for him. Jason closed his door and continued following Roman on the tour. It really was a main door. On the other side, Jason saw a corridor. "Across the way is the boxing room," Roman explained. Jason frowned. "Are you planning to teach me boxing over the summer?" "No," Roman shook his head. "Dad's going to spar with Bruce a little." Jason's eyes widened in surprise. Roman pointed to the suite on the south side. "Super VIP room. Want to guess who that's for?" Jason gave up trying to guess. Seeing the kid didn't want to play along, Roman just chuckled to himself. He glanced at his watch and said, "It's 10 o'clock now. We can follow the plan and watch a movie first. After that, around noon, we'll have lunch, take a little break, and then I'll teach you how to ride a horse." Jason bit his lip and let out a long, drawn-out. Roman could tell that Jason was almost certainly not interested in watching the movie anymore, but he didn't bring it up, waiting for Jason to speak his mind. "Come on, let's head down this way." Roman walked over to the elevator and pressed the button. When the elevator arrived, Jason followed him inside. As the doors opened on the first floor, Jason finally spoke up. "No, I want to go see the horses first." Roman chuckled inwardly, but kept a straight face. "That works too, no problem." He patted Jason on the head, signaling for him to follow. But before that, let me show you the stables. Inside the stables, Jason spotted a lively little chestnut foal, prancing around its mother and occasionally raising its head to drink milk. Standing on the crossbar of the wooden gate, Jason gripped the railing and peered in, his heart brimming with delight. The mare looked gentle and calm, unafraid of their presence, occasionally lowering her head to nibble at the feed. She was born at 2 in the morning. You can give her a name. She'll be yours from now on. Roman had his hands in his pockets, his face filled with fatherly warmth. This was the very reason he had brought Jason here ahead of schedule today. The pregnant mare had belonged to the previous owner of the farm. Roman had acquired her along with the property. Her due date was estimated to be late June, and he had planned to surprise Jason with the foal as a summer gift. Maria had called him at 8 that morning to share the news, and suggested he bring Jason over for a look. Roman had thought it over for the space of a sip of coffee, and decided it was a splendid idea. Having a new foal on this day would be a memory to cherish. So, he brought Jason here ahead of time. Can I touch her? Roman turned to look at Tom Farron, the middle-aged man beside him, the farm's former owner and now its caretaker. Farron nodded kindly. Of course you can. Anna is very gentle and loves children. But you need to get down from the gate so I can open it. Jason hopped down at once, his face full of eager anticipation. Farron opened the wooden gate and entered first, greeting the mare Anna as he went. Jason followed closely behind, watching as Farron gently stroked Anna's long neck, sometimes reaching up to caress her face. Anna would occasionally nuzzle Farron's hand in response, a silent show of affection. The little foal, who had been frolicking moments before, now hid behind Anna, watching the newcomers with cautious eyes. It was clear that both man and horse were truly happy, sharing a deep bond. Farron reached into his pocket and offered Anna a carrot. A horse's field of vision covers 350 degrees. So when you approach a horse, you need to make sure you're coming from an area where she can see you. Never approach a horse directly from behind, or she might get startled and kick you. Those injuries can be very serious. Farron explained this to Jason. That's why it's best to approach a horse from the front or slightly to the side. Pause for a moment and don't act too rashly, so you don't scare them and cause them to panic. Jason listened closely, taking in every word. And don't shout or make sudden loud noises. Horses are very sensitive. They can pick up on your emotions, too. Farron changed the tone a bit, but Anna's always gentle, and she loves playing with children. You can give it a try. Start by letting Anna get to know your scent. Gently touch her face with the back of your hand. Jason stepped forward, both excited and nervous, and slowly reached out his hand. You can place your hand by her nose, but be careful. Watch out just in case she tries to nip at you. Anna let out a soft snort. Jason shrank back his hand, deciding not to pet her just yet. Roman watched from the side and couldn't help but comment. Anna knows you're a scaredy cat. She's just teasing you. Jason wrapped his left hand around his withdrawn right hand. I'm not a scaredy cat. Then what are you afraid of? If Anna gets upset, she might bite me. You never flinch in a fight with people, but you're scared of being bitten by a horse. Jason retorted. Anna isn't a person. What if I frighten her? Farron offered reassurance in a soothing voice. Anna has a great temperament. She hardly ever bites. What she just did wasn't really to scare you. More like she was encouraging you. But with other horses, ones whose temperament you don't know, you do need to be careful. Roman found his mind wandering to the image of Red Hood, the one who had given him a thorough beating. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. So you're better with animals than with me, huh? Roman felt like he was seeing things. In his mind's eye, he could see himself, impeccably dressed in a suit, gently trying to calm a surly, masked figure. He could almost hear it, too. Hey, big guy, don't get mad. The kid's still young. Besides, he's not the one who actually hit you. Roman closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to relax a little. When he opened his eyes, he said, All right, then let's just not pet her. Let's head back. No way. Jason immediately objected, his tone resolute. He stretched out the back of his hand once more, cautiously reaching for Anna's face, ready to pull away at the slightest sign of trouble. Anna tilted her head and obligingly lowered it, letting Jason touch her. The soft fur felt incredibly smooth beneath his hand. Carefully imitating what Farron had done, Jason gently stroked Anna's face. When he saw how relaxed she was, he began to relax, too. Remember, when you're with a horse you don't know well, don't raise your hand above her forehead. That's a blind spot in her vision, and it can frighten her. Farron continued his instructions, though with Jason's height, if Anna didn't lower her head, he wouldn't have been able to reach anyway. You can give Anna a carrot as a treat. Farron took a carrot from his pouch and handed it to Jason. Jason accepted it, but Farron didn't let go right away. When you feed a carrot, be careful not to put your fingers too close to the horse's mouth. Anna can't see under her muzzle. Jason nodded eagerly, gripping the carrot and holding it beneath Anna's mouth. As Anna bit down on the carrot, Jason let go just in time. Anna began to munch contentedly, clearly enjoying the treat. If you want to make friends with a horse, you should also chat with them from time to time. They can recognize your voice. Jason pressed his lips together in a smile. Roman, arms folded, asked from the side, "See? Not as scary as you imagined. Maybe you just made it all up in your head." Jason paid him no mind, because just then, the foal that had been watching from a distance poked its head out from beneath Anna's neck and sniffed at Jason's arm. The sudden move startled Jason, who had been focused on petting Anna. But remembering Farron's advice, he didn't show his surprise. He just paused, then quietly moved his hand a little away from Anna. The foal sniffed him curiously, its soft nose twitching. Roman chuckled. The little guy hasn't even grown teeth yet. No need to worry about being bitten. Hearing this, Jason seemed reassured. He slowly turned his hand toward the foal and gently stroked its cheek. Farron said with delight, since he learned to trot, "You're the first one he's let touch him. All morning, whenever I come to see Anna, he just hides." Roman added, "Perfect time for you to give him a name." Jason thought for a moment, and a name popped into his mind, Steven. He'd seen a funny video online where a woman spotted her horse lying in the grass, thought it was dead, and shouted, "Steven," only for the horse, who was just napping, to wake up startled. "Let's call him Steven." "Nice choice," Roman said, glancing at his watch. "Come on, let's try horseback riding. If you want Steven to carry you, you'll have to wait another 2 or 3 years. Jason reluctantly said goodbye to Anna and Steven, then followed Roman back to the guest house. They returned to the lounge. Roman headed straight to the changing room, took out some clothes from the wardrobe, and handed them to Jason. He also grabbed a set for himself and began changing out of his suit. After changing, Jason noticed Roman had only switched to sportswear. He looked at the black and white riding outfit he was wearing, a string of questions running through his mind. "Dad, why aren't you wearing this outfit like me? Are you serious?" Roman looked him over, helping him straighten the hem, really just tucking into the waistband and giving his pants a quick tug. "That one's too small for me. I wouldn't fit. I mean, why are you wearing sportswear when I have this matching riding outfit? It looks good on you." Roman was succinct and handed Jason a pair of riding boots. "Sportswear is just more convenient for carrying a phone." Jason put on his riding boots with a grumble, only to see Roman fetch a full set of protective gear from the rack for him to wear. For the sake of safety, no matter how disgruntled he felt, Jason had to put on each piece of equipment properly. When Roman finally led Jason out to the training arena, a saddled horse was already waiting for them. The training arena was separated from the others, ensuring that their session wouldn't be disturbed by the horses galloping in the main track next door. Jason approached the chestnut horse, named Aslan, using the same gentle methods he'd learned before. Aslan accepted Jason almost immediately. For the next while, Roman acted as his personal coach, teaching Jason the basics of riding. But for now, they only practiced at a walking pace, with Roman leading the horse the entire time. That was more than enough for a young beginner just getting acquainted with horseback riding. Every so often, Roman would pull out his phone to snap a few photos. Whenever Jason noticed, he'd flash a wide, toothy smile, showing off his bright white teeth. Roman frowned at his exaggerated grin. "Is this how your etiquette teacher told you to face the camera?" "No," Jason protested. "I'm only smiling like this because you're taking pictures." Roman scolded him. "Don't ever smile like that again. I've never seen you look so awful." Jason, not to be outdone, pulled a silly face. "I'll keep doing it. This way, you'll be too embarrassed to post the photos." Roman seized the moment and snapped a photo of the funny face. "Doesn't matter to me. I'm not the one in the pictures anyway." Roman was quite pleased with these goofy shots and saved them to his favorites. More than 2 hours later, Jason finally dismounted, drenched in sweat. He'd grasped the essentials of riding, but Roman refused to let him ride alone. By then, it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. After a quick shower, Jason headed straight to the dining table for lunch. Roman had planned to take a short nap after lunch, then maybe play with Jason some more. But at the table, Jason insisted he wasn't tired at all and begged to keep practicing after eating. He'd even lost interest in movies. Faced with that earnest little face, Roman agreed to resume at 2:30. After lunch, Jason called out to Roman and dashed off to find Steve. Seeing how lively Jason was, Roman let him go without a word. Roman himself lounged on the balcony, scrolling through his phone, pondering which photo to post and what caption to write. Right at 2:30, Jason returned on time, bubbling with excitement as he told Roman he'd just petted Steve and even fed Anna an apple. Roman half listened, giving an absent-minded response. They both headed to the changing room to get dressed again. This time, Roman put on riding breeches, pulled on his boots, and donned a full set of protective gear. Jason eyed him curiously, wondering if Roman was itching to ride as well. If that was the case, maybe he'd finally get a chance to practice on his own. The thought filled Jason with delight. For the afternoon session, The training horse was swapped out for a glossy black steed of impressive build, named Ares. "This is Steven's father," Roman introduced. Jason raised his eyebrows. The name Ares sounded impressively bold. By comparison, Steven seemed just like any ordinary kid from the neighborhood, especially when Jason recalled that line. "Steven, I thought you were dead." That made Steven seem even more like a comedic sidekick. "It's pretty good. I specially bought him from the neighboring farm." After the two of them, and the horse, had a moment to get acquainted, Jason swung himself onto the saddle, only then noticing something unusual. The saddle had 2 sets of stirrups and was a bit larger than normal. Once Jason was settled, Roman patted Ares, then deftly placed his foot in the stirrup and mounted the horse in one smooth motion. A flurry of questions popped up in Jason's mind. Roman wrapped his arms around Jason, frowning at Jason's helmet. He unfastened it and tossed it to the stable hand. "I'm taking you for a ride through the woods nearby." He gathered the reins, and Ares turned obediently as Roman directed. The gatekeeper opened the gate, and Ares stepped out of the training ring at a leisurely pace, ambling toward the forest. Jason gazed at the scenery along the dirt path. "Dad, where's your phone?" "In my pocket." Jason twisted halfway around, fishing the phone out of Roman's pocket, only to find it locked. 030408. With a quick swipe, Jason unlocked the phone, switched to the selfie camera, and flashed a bright, toothy grin. Roman glanced at the screen, a little annoyed. "Can you stop grinning like that?" He made sure to include Roman's grumpy face in the shot. "I just like smiling this way." Little rebel Jason kept snapping photos, but most of the shots featured Roman's grumpy face, taking up half the frame. Roman managed a picture-perfect smile, and Jason immediately stopped taking pictures. "You're just trying to drive your father mad, aren't you?" Roman tilted his head to one side, giving Jason more space in the frame. Jason nodded absent-mindedly, snapping another photo for good measure. "Dad, let's have Ares run a bit faster." "Ares can't go that fast with a little piglet like you on his back." "I don't believe it. Ares told me he wants to run faster." "Oh, and how would you know? Are you some Disney princess who can talk to animals?" "Nope. I'm a knight now, sword and shield in hand, ready to fight dragons." Roman burst out laughing at that, unable to hold it in. He nudged the horse's flank. "Let's go." Ares picked up speed, hooves thundering rhythmically through the woods. "Go, Ares, go." Jason cheered in a small but spirited voice. Ares seemed to take the encouragement to heart, racing forward even faster. The wind swept through the trees, and Jason burst into delighted laughter, holding the phone high to record the passing scenery. After about an hour, they reached a valley with a clear stream. Ares seemed to love it here, stopping to drink from the water. Jason and Roman sat side by the creek, while Ares splashed in the water a short distance away. Watching Ares play in the water with such delight, Jason couldn't help himself. He kicked off his boots, rolled up his pants, and waded into the stream, mimicking Ares as he kicked at the water. The creek was just deep enough to reach his calves, cool and refreshing against his skin. Beneath the clear water, the riverbed was lined with smooth pebbles, and Jason nudged the stones around with his toes. Roman watched Jason through the lens of his phone, occasionally glancing up at Jason and Ares. The video started right after he'd caught Roman's grumpy face, and continued all the way to the moment they'd dismounted. He snapped a few photos of Jason playing in the water, wanting to capture the moment. Suddenly, Roman felt a cold splash on his hand and across his body, and the image on his phone blurred. "Jason!" Roman shouted, exasperated. All he got in return was Jason's peal of laughter, followed by another mighty kick, this time sending up an even bigger spray. Roman was splashed, nearly half-soaked. He quickly pocketed his phone, stood, and stepped into the water to chase after Jason. "You little rascal. Wait till I catch you. I'll tan your hide." Jason let out a gleeful scream and darted away, sending sprays of water sparkling in the sunlight. Just then, a sudden chill hit his back, droplets of water like icy rain. He spun around, only to be met with another splash right in the face. He wiped his face and saw Roman, helmet in hand, scooping water and flinging it at him. "That's not fair." "You can't," he sputtered, spitting out a mouthful of water. "You can't use the helmet." Roman ignored his protests entirely, drenching him with another scoop. Jason yelped, crouching down, and flung water back at Roman with both hands, back and forth like a wild percussionist. Ares watched the father and son's water fight from the shore, quietly climbing out and finding a sunny spot to doze off. When they'd finally worn themselves out, both Jason and Roman were soaked to the bone. They rode back to the stables on Ares. The woodland breeze played through their hair, cool and invigorating all the way. Jason sneezed several times in a row. He sniffled and snuggled closer to Roman's side. "This is all your fault," he accused, playing the victim before Roman could say a word. Roman refused to take the bait. If you hadn't splashed me, I might not have caught a cold. You should have seen this coming when you started playing in the water, Roman replied, unsympathetic. I might get fever. I could miss a whole week of school, Jason said dramatically. Roman debated whether to keep a steady pace back to the stables or slow down a bit. After a moment's thought, he figured if the kid was going to get sick anyway, they might as well get home sooner. Perfect. Finals are the week after next. You can flunk every class and spend summer here learning to ride. Jason just snorted softly in response. Back at the stables, Jason took a hot shower and felt much better. Roman considered staying the night and calling off the next day. But Jason just wiped his nose with a tissue and insisted they head home. It's just a little cold. I'm not that delicate, he declared. Hearing the strength and stubbornness in his voice, Roman relented and drove the boy home. Benjamin was waiting for them, a pot of hot soup ready, welcoming them back as they walked through the door. Jason sipped some soup, ate a little more, then excused himself to return to his room and rest. He was feeling dizzy now, and his steps had grown unsteady. It seems Master Jason isn't feeling very well, Benjamin remarked, watching the small figure disappear, voicing his concern to Roman, who'd been keeping an eye on Jason. Let him be, Roman replied. He's still trying to act tough, insisting on going to class tomorrow. As long as he doesn't spike a fever tonight, it's fine. Benjamin was puzzled. How'd he catch a cold all of a sudden? He's always been so healthy. Roman, who had been resting his chin on his hand and watching Jason leave, suddenly sat up straight, picked up his fork, and began poking at the food on his plate. Kids are always like this. Turn your back for a moment, and they're down with a headache or a fever. It's a real bother. Benjamin wasn't entirely convinced by Roman's explanation. Roman's mannerisms now seemed a bit suspicious. But he didn't press further. He went to play in the water and ended up splashing me all over, Roman said after a while, finding the memory funnier the more. He thought about it. He began recounting the afternoon's events to Benjamin, chuckling as he spoke, showing not a hint of remorse. Benjamin listened quietly, occasionally chiming in with a word or two. He was so full of energy while playing in the water. On the way back, he curled up in my arms, so sweet and obedient. Then a breeze came by, and he shivered. Roman burst out laughing, mimicking Jason's shiver for effect. His voice was so small, like a poor little puppy, all soaked and pitiful. When he finished, Benjamin replied, maybe next time you could have someone bring dry clothes for him. Keeping warm is important. Roman waved it off. It's just a little cold. He's not that fragile. Let's hope he doesn't get a fever, Benjamin said, sincerely wishing Jason well. As was his routine, Roman went to check on Jason shortly before the boys' usual bedtime, which was just before 10 o'clock. Jason, half asleep, mumbled a few words, apart from Dad. The rest was entirely unintelligible. Roman kissed the boy's forehead, felt that his temperature seemed normal, and left the room. But in the middle of the night, Jason developed a fever. Roman was in the midst of reviewing the new institution proposal sent by the Arkham director when he received the alert. He glanced at the message on his phone, then left his study for Jason's bedroom. Jason felt much hotter than usual, occasionally murmuring something in his sleep. His face was flushed bright red from the fever. Tiny beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his blanket was half kicked off, trailing onto the floor. Roman sat by the bed, placing a hand on Jason's arm, and called for Benjamin. Benjamin's expression seemed to say, I knew this would happen. Calmly, he brought over a cup of warm water, a small basin of ice water, and a towel. Sir, let's give Master Jason some water first, Benjamin suggested, handing the cup to Roman. Roman accepted the cup with a frown, then gently tried to wake Jason. Jason felt as if everything around him had turned bizarre. Shapes and lines began to twist and warp, flickering between cold and hot, soft and hard, leaving him deeply uncomfortable. The high platform seemed to dip inward at the center. He tried to reach for something right in front of his eyes, only to discover that his arm had grown thin and long, and no matter how he reached, he couldn't quite grasp it. What made him feel even worse was that, while passing through a wall, he had the sensation of being stuck, caught on both sides. Someone called his name, and he responded in a daze. That person told him to get up and have some water. He cracked his eyes open, his whole body aching and limp, sore with pain. With effort, he struggled to sit up. Roman shifted and sat beside him, just in time to support Jason's back and help him into a half-sitting position. Jason clutched the cup and took a few sips. The thirst eased a little, and he began to feel somewhat better. But soon, he was ready to collapse back down. Roman carefully helped him lie down again and pulled the covers up around him. In just a short while, the child's body was burning hot to the touch, alarming in its intensity. Benjamin handed Roman a cool, damp towel. Wipe off his sweat first to bring the fever down. Roman took the icy towel and gently wiped Jason's forehead. Is this enough? Shouldn't we give him some medicine? It's just a mild fever. Young Master isn't that fragile. Roman shot Benjamin a glare and tossed the used towel at him. What if it fries his brain, leaves him with some permanent problem? Benjamin caught the towel and, without hurry, dipped it back into the ice water and wrung it out. Children are resilient, hardly as delicate as you think. Roman snatched the towel back, a bit rough this time, and continued to wipe Jason's forehead and neck. Poster, I never realized you could be so sarcastic. He threw the towel back again. Benjamin caught it and kept washing it. I've already called the family doctor. Why didn't you say so earlier? If it were Sir with a fever, I'd just bring him a pill. But since it's young master, better let the doctor have a look. Benjamin handed him the towel once more. If things go well, young master can be back at school tomorrow. If not, he can stay home to recover. Then Sir can stay with him and keep teasing him. You're about to get yourself fired. This time, Roman didn't throw the towel. He handed it over. Benjamin took the towel. I'll reflect on my behavior. It had only been a few months, but Benjamin had keenly observed that Jason now held a singular place in Roman's heart. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that, for Roman, Jason was the only one who mattered. Everyone else was insignificant. No one would dare challenge that. You've really improved at being contrary. I mean every word. In the depths of the night, a distant train whistle echoed. Benjamin pulled a palm-sized electronic device from his pocket, tapped a few times, and remotely opened the gate to let the doctor in. I'll go downstairs to meet the doctor. After the doctor came to check on him, he gave some instructions on how to use the medication. After taking the medicine, they observed Jason for another half hour. Half an hour later, Jason's fever subsided a bit, so the doctor took his leave. Afterwards, Roman told Benjamin to get some rest, while he pulled over the armchair from the room and settled down on it to keep watch over Jason. Naturally, Benjamin didn't insist on staying. He simply said to let him know if anything was needed, then closed the door behind him as he left. Half asleep and half awake, Roman checked on Jason from time to time. In the second half of the night, Jason slept soundly and no longer muttered incoherently. Roman finally felt at ease. The next morning, when Jason woke up, he was still a bit under the weather, but he could get around on his own. He patted his cheeks. A fever was something he hadn't had in a long time, and the feeling struck him as rather strange. The small alarm clock by the bed showed it was nearly 8 o'clock, already past the 7:30 wake-up time he'd set. But he hadn't heard it ring. Clearly, someone had turned it off. The armchair nearby suggested someone had looked after him during the night. Jason threw off the covers and headed to the bathroom to wash up. When he came out of the shower, he found Roman sitting on the bed, reading the newspaper and eating breakfast. A small table rested on the bed, laid out with food. Jason realized he was hungry. Feeling better? Roman glanced at him, then returned to his newspaper. Jason, wrapped in a large bath towel, with only his face showing, sat across from Roman and started picking out his favorite foods to eat. Hearing Roman's question, he gave a couple of nods. Heading to school today? Jason nodded again. After breakfast, though he was still a bit sluggish, Jason was able to go to school, just as he'd hoped. Watching the child wave goodbye and step onto the school grounds, Roman rolled up the car window, feeling rather sentimental. Such a self-disciplined kid is rare. When I was his age, the slightest headache or fever was excuse enough to laze around at home and skip school. Benjamin chimed in, me too. You skipped school as well. I skipped training. Benjamin rarely spoke about himself, so today was unusual. Roman grew interested and asked, what kind of training? All sorts, Benjamin replied, just like the training you and a young master had. Learning to be a butler, making pastries, floral arrangements, photography. Benjamin listed a few examples. Roman found all of it rather dull. He might as well have said nothing. It seemed there would be no interesting stories forthcoming. Benjamin drove toward the Janus building. That week, in the afternoons, the school organized social practice activities before the semester ended. They were going to visit Gotham Museum. Friday afternoon was the turn for the 4th and 5th graders. Recently, the museum's main exhibition hall on the first floor had been displaying relics from the mysterious ancient nation of Bartoni, dating back 3,000 years. Several thousand years ago, on the plains of West Asia, Baltern had once enjoyed a brief moment of brilliance. The people of this nation were intensely passionate about dogs and eagles. From tiny clay pots to grand ritual vessels, dog and eagle-shaped totems could be found everywhere. They believed that both dogs and eagles were messengers of the gods, sent from the heavens to protect them. Jason jotted down these intriguing facts in his notebook, even sketching the totems as he studied the artifacts. Hey, Jason. A familiar voice called out. Jason looked up and saw Barbara Gordon. He greeted her with a friendly smile. Hello, Barbara. Are you here for social practice too? Barbara returned a gentle smile. Not exactly. I heard some kids would be visiting today, so I'm here as a volunteer. Jason nodded in understanding. Not long ago, while browsing online, he'd come across Barbara's updates through Dick and had even taken the initiative to add her as friend. I saw your posts. You're about to graduate high school and head to Gotham University. Barbara nodded. Right after this summer. Jason sounded a little envious. That's great. Gotham University is a really good school. You're just as smart. You could get in too. Jason grinned at the compliment. All right, when I get into Gotham University as well, we'll be senior and junior. You go ahead and look around. I need to help keep things in order over there. After saying goodbye to Barbara, Jason wandered off to examine other exhibits. Inside a glass display case sat a ceramic dog, about the size of fist, hollow in the center, crafted from fired clay. The clay dog sat majestically, as if guarding a doorway. Faded dark blue paint could still be seen on its surface. Remarkably, aside from some discoloration, the paint hadn't flaked off at all. According to the description, this clay dog was discovered in the underground palace of Baltern, placed atop the stone sarcophagus of the palace's master. It had faced a golden eagle at the opposite end, both guardians of their master. But when the clay dog was lifted from its slot atop the sarcophagus, the golden eagle sprang to life, soared into the air, let out a piercing cry, and then vanished. The tale had a touch of legend to it. Over a dozen archaeologists witnessed this extraordinary scene, and all told the story the same way. Yet, aside from the clay dog slot on the sarcophagus, there were no other sockets, no evidence the golden eagle had ever existed, so the story was passed down as a legend. Based on what Jason had learned earlier about Baltern's culture, the people believed that human wisdom could be passed on. As long as the gods gave their blessing, the divine messenger, the dog, would transmit this wisdom, granting the person immortality. The eagle, on the other hand, symbolized punishment. If the gods deemed wisdom had been desecrated, they would send the eagle to reclaim it, bringing the person everlasting death, with no hope of rebirth. Jason held out his fist from a distance to compare. The clay dog was, in fact, even smaller than his fist. Yet despite its small size, the ceramic dog was remarkably lifelike, its expression calm and poised. The pair of deep-colored gem-like eyes, no bigger than grains of rice, gazed intently at the visitors, as if silently recounting stories from across the millennia. There you are, Christie said, spotting him and walking over. I just linger a bit longer at the woven tapestries, and you'd already disappeared. Jason gave her an embarrassed smile. I got lost in the exhibits too. I was so absorbed, wandering as I looked, that I forgot all about you. They exchanged a smile, both fully understanding each other's quirks, neither one ever troubled by such small things. Christie glanced at the information card for the ceramic dog. This little thing has quite a mysterious background. Jason nodded. Fascinating, isn't it? Suddenly, chaos erupted in the museum. Alarms blared through the halls. Children's screams rose and fell in waves, punctuated by the sharp staccato of gunfire. People surged toward the main exhibition hall, only to be met by a gang of masked, armed robbers. The thieves barked orders, forcing everyone to crouch with their hands over their heads, shooting anyone who dared disobey. Jason quickly pulled Christie down behind the crowd, and in the confusion, discreetly pressed the emergency alarm and hurriedly tried to call Roman. But in the very next second, his smartwatch lost its signal. Jason couldn't help but curse the watch, useless when it mattered most. He began to take in his surroundings. There were about 20 or 30 hostages in the main hall, most of them children. 5 robbers had revealed themselves, all heavily armed with rifles, stationing themselves at the 4 corners to encircle the crowd. A few children started crying. The robbers shouted harshly at them to keep quiet, threatening to shoot them on the spot if they didn't obey. The adults beside the children immediately whispered words of comfort, urging the little ones to calm down. The leader spoke in a low voice into a radio. Jason silently read his lips. The leader was updating someone on their progress. It seemed there were another 7 or 8 accomplices stationed outside. Most of the other people in the museum had already fled when the commotion first broke out. After a moment, 2 more men entered. Then one of them pulled out a phone and aimed it at the leader. Boss, we're recording now. The leader began to speak into the camera. Listen up. I know all your bastard parents are loaded. There are 17 kids and 8 adults in here. We're not asking for much. $5 million for each little brat. Whoever pays the ransom gets to walk out. The account number's on the screen. When you wire the money, make sure to note your child's name. If you want to pay cash, have it here by 7 o'clock. It's 4:30 now. I'll let people go at the top of each hour. You got just 2.5 hours. When the clock strikes 7, if you haven't paid up, don't blame me for what happens next. Soft sobbing began to ripple through the crowd. The leader took a few steps forward. As long as you behave and stay quiet, and your parents pay the ransom, you won't get hurt. But if anyone dares to cry or make a fuss, he lifted his gun and fired several shots into the ceiling. Dust drifted down, and the children were instantly thrown into a chorus of terrified wailing. The leader yanked out the chubbiest, loudest child and slapped him hard across the face. "If you scream again, you'll be the first I shoot." Tears welled up in the little boy's eyes as he stifled his sobs with his hands. "As for the 8 of you older ones, you're for the exchange. Just stay put and don't cause trouble." "I'll pay. I'll pay." A thin, small man suddenly stood up, shouting. Another bandit struck him with the butt of his gun. "Shut up, you idiot." The man immediately wilted and shrank back into the crowd. "Let's see if any of these bastards spot their own brat." The man holding the phone began filming each hostage one by one. When he reached Jason, he grabbed Jason's chin, scrutinizing him for a moment, then dragged him over to the leader. "Boss, this one's from the Sinis family. Isn't 5 million too little? How many times have I said it? Principle is principle. 5 million, not a cent more or less." The man hastily let go of Jason and moved on to record the rest. Jason lowered his head and retreated into the crowd. At times like this, it was best to stay inconspicuous so no one would have their eye on him. Faintly, the sound of police sirens drifted in. Gotham's police had arrived. "Boss, the cops are here. Take the phone out to them. Tell them to transfer the money." The man with the phone went outside. A few minutes later, he returned with another radio in hand. The leader spoke into the radio to the other party. "My demands are simple. It's 4:30 now. For anyone who pays the ransom, I'll release their brat on the hour, every hour. If you want me to let the other 8 adults go, you'll do exactly as I say next. First, I want 2 helicopters ready at a location I specify. Second, you release John Gillen. I'll know if he's set free. Meet these 2 demands, and I'll let the other 8 go. As for the kids, I'm only taking ransom. Otherwise, you can start collecting the bodies. You have until 7 tonight." The leader didn't wait for a reply. He simply switched off the radio. Jason recognized the name John Gillen. Sometimes magazines would run stories about him, recounting how the cult he led preyed on mentally vulnerable adults, first coaxing them to pay willingly, promising to promote them to senior believers. Then, every full moon, the cult would randomly choose 2 senior members as human sacrifices, torturing them to death to satisfy their twisted desires, while telling the followers it was the path to eternal life. It was pure evil. Minute by minute, time ticked away. As 5 o'clock approached, more and more parents were paying the ransom for their children. The robbers led the children who had paid to one side. The number of people around gradually dwindled, until only 5 children and 8 adults remained. Both Jason and Christy were among the 5 children. At exactly 5 o'clock, the remaining children were all sent out. The leader couldn't help but give Jason an extra look, then beckoned him over with a wave. Someone grabbed Jason's arm and brought him before the leader. "Isn't your old man supposed to be rich? How come he can't even cough up 5 million? He's probably very busy. Maybe he hasn't received your message." "You mean the Gotham police are so useless they can't reach your dad?" "I'm not sure. Maybe he's about to go bankrupt and just can't come up with 5 million. You've got quite a sharp tongue." The leader studied Jason, so calm and collected, answering every question without a trace of fear. In fact, there was even a hint of admiration in his eyes. "If your old man doesn't pay up before 7, you'll have to join us. I'll spare your life." Jason acted thoroughly shocked. Jumping from Roman's hands into another den of psychos? He definitely wanted to refuse. Roman still wanted to leave his fortune to him. If Jason ran off, wouldn't that be letting Roman down? "So the plan is to sacrifice me to the great lord on my 18th birthday? The leader chuckled. "Clever kid. You know what we're up to." Inside the apartment next to Roman's office in Janus Tower, Roman sat on the sofa, staring at his phone screen. There was a missed call from half an hour ago, and he couldn't help but grimace. He'd just taken a short break, waiting for Benjamin to bring Jason to the company for the evening event. In the end, he missed Jason's first call to him. It was hard to believe. He never missed Jason's calls. In Do Not Disturb mode, Jason's number was at the top of the whitelist, even though Jason hadn't called him once in months. Could it be that he was just too tired lately? Is that why he didn't hear the ringtone? Or maybe Jason accidentally dialed and then immediately hung up. Roman forced himself to stay patient as he dialed back, only to hear the mechanical message. "The number you have dialed is out of service." Gazing at his own reflection in the phone screen, he started to wonder if something had happened to Jason. Before he could figure it out, Benjamin called. Benjamin's first words left him in shock for several long seconds. "Sir, young Master Jason was taken hostage while visiting the museum. Clearly, you really can't let the kid wander anywhere in Gotham without supervision. Maybe next semester, he should just transfer Jason to a school in Metropolis." "What do the kidnappers want?" "Homo lia cigarette. They said they want 5 million. Transfer to their account, or cash is fine." "All right, send me the account details." With the cigarette dangling from his lips, Roman got up and headed for his office. After hanging up the phone, he began checking his messages as he walked. The Gotham police really had tried to call him, but their number wasn't on his priority list during Do Not Disturb mode. They must have failed to reach him, and so called the butler instead. The evening news broke suddenly. A gang of armed criminals had stormed the museum, taking 17 children and 8 adults hostage. Each child's ransom was set at $5 million and $4. The 8 adults, the demand was the release of the dangerous John Gillen. On top of that, the police were to prepare 2 helicopters at a designated location before anyone would be freed. Roman made a quick call to his new deputy, Jacob, instructing him to dig up information on this group. Meanwhile, Benjamin had already sent the bank account details to Roman's phone. Roman found Maria and told her to transfer the money into the account. Maria didn't ask any questions. She simply did as she was told. Roman's expression was anything but pleasant now. She had just watched the news and could easily guess what had happened. Inside the museum's main exhibition hall, the gang leader received a report from one of his men. He glanced at Jason. "Your old man just paid your ransom. You could go wait over there." Jason stood up slowly. "I want to make a call to Roman." "What for?" "Tell him to pay another $5 million. I want to ransom my friend." Hearing this, Christy looked up in surprise. "Jason, you don't have to do this. My mom and dad are probably scraping the money together right now." Jason said nothing. He knew Christy's family situation. Her parents simply couldn't come up with that kind of money. She was only able to attend this school because her mother, a professor, had secured her a special admission. The leader grinned, gun in hand. "Money really does talk, huh? $5 million, just like that." After Jason spoke, the leader shot a look at one of his men. "Take the little girl over there. As for you," he tapped Jason's forehead with the barrel of his gun. "Everyone gets one chance. You just gave yours to your friend, so you're out. Unless her parents come up with the money before 6 o'clock. Jason stared at him, utterly unafraid. Roman isn't stupid. If Jason didn't walk out, he knew it was Jason who gave up his spot for Christy. Any money that comes in after 6 o'clock doesn't count. As if reading Jason's mind, the leader added another warning. Christy was led away to the side, and the thugs warned her to keep quiet. 2 more children were taken away in succession. Now, only the last child and Jason remained. The 8 adults nearby were guarded by 2 armed criminals, while 4 others kept watch over the west and south doors of the main hall. The north and east doors had already been locked and barricaded with display cases. The child next to Jason was crying in fear. His clothes were faded from too many washes with sauce stains on the hem. Jason didn't remember seeing this kid back in 4th grade. He didn't look like a 5th grader either. His hands were even smaller than Jason's. He held the child's hand, whispering softly to reassure him, telling him not to be afraid. If what the magazine said was true, that this cult always targeted adults, then for now, they were safe. He could only hope the police were working on a solution. The leader stood before the 2 children, pistol in hand, its barrel pointed at the floor, looking entirely at ease. He had just communicated with the police over the radio, urging them to hurry up and release people, agreeing to their terms. "The last time you were taken hostage, your old man paid $100 million. Quite generous, I must say." The man started a conversation with Jason. Jason looked up at the masked leader, while the child next to him clung to his hand in nervous fear. He remembered what the Joker had said at the time, claiming he'd shoot the captive child rather than pay $100 million. "I have no idea what's on his mind, either. Your old man cares about you a lot. Sometimes I see your interactions online." The leader paused. "To be honest, it's pretty sickening." Jason nodded in agreement. "I think so too." The leader paced back and forth. "It's just ordinary family stuff, but because of who you are, everyone pays so much attention." Jason nodded again, playing along. "You've only been adopted for a few months. How did you 2 get so close?" Jason blinked, thinking it's not like I had a choice. He just bulldozed his way in and made me his son. Out loud, he said, "He treats me pretty well." The leader looked skeptical, pacing a few more steps. "You can tell me the truth. I can help you." Jason understood what the leader was getting at and shook his head. Roman isn't that kind of person. Jason heard a faint, mocking laugh, as though the other was calling him naive. "Boss, the police are requesting another call." The 8th man entered from the west door, reporting the police's request. The leader, impatient, switched the radio back on. "Go ahead, I'm listening." "I'm Jason's father." Roman's voice crackled over the radio. The leader glanced at Jason. "What do you want?" "I want to know how much more I have to pay for you to release Jason early." "Rules are rules. Wait until 6 o'clock." The leader checked his watch. "It's 5:20 now. Remind Commissioner Gordon for me, will you?" "Thanks." With that, the leader switched off the radio, ignoring them. At the same time, Roman stood outside the museum, grinding his teeth in frustration. He looked at Gordon. "You heard that, right? No need for me to repeat it." Inside the museum's main hall, the child beside Jason suddenly burst into loud sobs. "I ran away from home. My mom doesn't have any money." The outburst startled Jason. He hurried to comfort the child by his side. The leader jabbed the child with the muzzle of his gun. "Shut your mouth. If you can't pay the ransom, you 2 are coming with me." The child was knocked to the ground, growing more agitated with every passing moment. His cries only grew louder. "I'll never run away from home again. Please let me go. I want to go home." So noisy. The man fired a shot right next to the child's ear. "Keep making a scene, and I'll kill you." The gunshot at such close range startled the child into silent sobs. He sat on the floor, mouth open, hiccuping with fright. Jason hurried over to help the boy up, try to calm him down. At that moment, Jason caught a phrase. "Do you want your old man to cough up another $5 million for this kid?" Jason looked up in surprise. "If you agree to that, I'm sure he'll say yes." The child burst into tears once more. "I don't particularly like hurting kids, but some kids are just too stupid," the leader said, raising his gun at the child. Jason shouted out. Just then, the power suddenly cut out, plunging everything into darkness. The leader let out a startled cry. "What's happening?" Chaos erupted in the pitch black. Muzzle flashes sparked through the dark, and in no time, screams rang out. Taking advantage of the confusion, Jason grabbed the child and pulled him aside, clamping a hand over the boy's mouth as they hid behind a display case. "Don't panic. Kill the hostages first." The leader's furious voice barked from the shadows. Screams echoed, glass shattered, and the sound of breaking filled the room. Debris occasionally rained down on Jason and the boys' heads. Quickly, Jason shrugged off his jacket and threw it over their heads. A split second later, the glass of the display case above them exploded with a sharp bang, shards scattering everywhere. Jason was relieved he'd thought to cover them up. The glass was tempered so they wouldn't be cut, but it still hurt when it hit. 10 seconds later, the backup power kicked in. Dim yellow lights flickered on, revealing a hall strewn with chaos. Jason caught sight of a bat-shaped shadow, only slimmer and more alive than usual. In that instant, he realized it was Batgirl. Batgirl landed a swift kick, sending a thug flying. Jason was about to cheer her on when he felt the display case behind him shake violently, as if someone had crashed into it. He turned and saw a pottery dog wobble, then tumble from the display stand. Jason's heart leapt. This was a 1,000-year-old artifact. If it broke, it would be a tragedy. He darted his hands out and caught the ceramic dog, cradling it to his chest. "Stop right there, Batman. And you, Batgirl." The leader's voice suddenly rang out. Clutching the pottery dog, Jason turned at the sound. Somehow, at some point, the little boy who'd been hiding by the display case had ended up in the leader's grasp. The leader was holding the child tight, a knife pressed to the boy's throat. His left hand was slick with blood, drops falling to the floor. Seeing this, Batman halted mid-punch and let go of the man he'd been restraining. The man crumpled to the floor, wailing in pain. Two other goons, still able to move, scrambled to pick up their guns and rejoin the leader. "I know you're a righteous knight, but you shouldn't get in my way. If you dare follow us, be ready to collect this child's body." The three of them slowly retreated toward the south gate, holding the child hostage. The leader caught sight of Jason hiding behind the display case and tossed out a cryptic remark. "Do you still think you can save everyone?" Jason stared at the leader in surprise, moving around the display case to stay out of his reach, wary of being grabbed himself. The leader lifted the small boy by the armpits, holding him aloft, the blade pressed tight against the boy's neck. The child sobbed uncontrollably, calling for his mother again and again. His delicate skin was grazed by the sharp knife, beads of blood welling up. "Batman, step back. If you so much as follow before I leave, I'll cut his carotid right here." The leader threatened in a low, menacing voice, eyes locked on Batman. They had made it halfway to the exit when the leader spoke again. "This kid won't stop whining. It's driving me mad. Since you love saving people so much, why don't you take his place?" Even though the leader didn't spare Jason a glance, Jason immediately understood his meaning. He wanted Jason to trade himself for the child. Jason glanced back at Batman, who was standing not far behind him, watching intently. "I'm only counting to 5. 5. Jason carefully set the ceramic dog down on the ground, then slowly rose and stepped out from behind the display case. He wondered whether Roman would lose his mind if he knew what Jason was about to do. Maybe he'd be so mad he'd start hopping around. Jason found himself almost wishing he could see that. From the other side, Batgirl called out anxiously, "Jason, don't go." Batman watched Jason's actions, deeply moved. Such courage, such boldness, and such compassion. After months together, Batman knew Jason was a good kid, someone easy to care for. His character was tough and resilient in every way. Now, even facing armed criminals, the boy showed no fear, moving forward with composure. With the right guidance, Jason could become extraordinary. Batman watched Jason approach the gang leader, his own fists clenching in secret. The two henchmen kept their guns trained on Batman and Batgirl, ready to stop any sudden moves. Jason drew closer, step by step. "You can let him go now." He kept his chin up, meeting the crying boy's eyes. "Don't run off this time. Find a safe place to hide, and Batman will help you get back to your mom. The leader, clearly pleased with Jason's compliance, released the child and reached out to grab Jason instead. Once freed, the boy tumbled away in tears, scrambling toward the nearest Batgirl. In a flash, Jason grabbed the leader's injured left wrist with both hands. Using the momentum, he spun and delivered a flying kick, striking the arm of the gunman beside them. If Jason's observations were right, the leader was left-handed. It was that same hand, used for pulling the trigger, that Batman's Batarang had injured in the earlier chaos. He had to switch to holding the knife in his right hand only because his left wrist was too weak. As long as he played his part well and gave Batman enough time, it was only a matter of time before the leader was subdued. The henchman cried out in pain, feeling his gun, arm go numb. In the next instant, a Batarang shot out and knocked the gun from another robber's hand. This sudden turn of events caught even the leader completely off guard. Before the leader could react, Jason drove his elbow hard into the man's stomach. The leader let out a howl of pain, furious as he lunged at Jason with the knife. Jason quickly let go, stepped back to dodge the attack, crouched low, and swung his right foot at the leader's ankle. At the same time, a grappling line whipped around the leader's right wrist, pinning him in place. Jason executed a one-handed cartwheel, clearing out of the way and landing steadily, immediately seeking cover to protect himself. He slipped back behind the display case and carefully picked up the ceramic dog. "Good dog. Lucky I was here this time," he whispered. He gently stroked the ceramic dog with his fingers and peeked out from behind the case to check the situation. Batman had already regained control, cuffing the leader's hands behind his back. The other two robbers were also restrained. Batman was updating Gordon on the situation. "You were amazing, really skilled," Batgirl said as she brought the little boy over, her first words full of praise. Jason's eyes crinkled into crescents, smiling at the recognition. "Thank you," the little boy sobbed, thanking him. Jason scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "You're welcome. Just don't run off like that again, okay? Hurry home. Your mom must be worried sick." The little boy nodded solemnly. Gotham police soon rushed in to secure the scene, rounding up the robbers and leading the uninjured hostages outside, including the little boy. Medical personnel arrived next to treat the wounded. During the earlier chaos in the dark, Batman and Batgirl had made the robbers guarding the hostages their top priority. As a result, most of the hostages escaped with only minor injuries, the worst being someone grazed in the calf by a stray bullet. "You did really well," Batman found Jason, his deep, gravelly voice carrying a note of satisfaction. "How did you know I could read lips?" Earlier, Jason had locked eyes with him and silently mouthed instructions, signaling Batman to improvise at the right moment. Jason flashed a bright grin. "Oh, I was just guessing. But you're so good. Honestly, even if I hadn't said anything, you would have acted right away." Batman's mouth tugged into a rare smile as he ruffled Jason's hair. "Come on, Roman's outside about to drive Gordon crazy." Jason laughed at that. "Just don't tell him I volunteer to be a hostage, or he'll never let me join the group again." If possible, Jason would really like to show off his heroic feat of subduing the robbers to Roman. Tell him how he kicked away the gun and then took down the ringleader. He wanted to prove that his training hadn't been for nothing, even though every time he sparred with Roman, it was a one-sided lesson with Roman handily besting him. But then he remembered, the prerequisite for all this was that he had to go exchange himself as a hostage. If Roman ever found out about that, he'd probably be put under strict surveillance for good, and the very thought sent a chill down his spine. Batman reassured him, "Don't worry, it'll be our little secret. This is the clay dog, the wisdom ambassador of Bertin." Jason handed the clay dog over to Batman. Glancing around the exhibition hall, now in shambles, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Some of the artifacts had been destroyed. "I'll give it to the museum director," Batman said as he carefully put the clay dog away. At the museum entrance, people who had gone through the ordeal were still shaken, talking amongst themselves in hushed, anxious voices. The moment Jason stepped out, Roman pushed past the police officer at his side. "My son's coming out. Are you still going to block my way?" His tone was far from pleasant. Previously, Gordon had refused to let him inside, even after things had calmed down, which only made him more irritable. But now, seeing Jason safe and sound, all that annoyance instantly faded away. He had even lost interest in Batman. Jason obediently called out, "Dad." Hearing that sweet voice, Roman's heart was naturally filled with joy. Still, a suspicion flickered in his mind. Whenever this little rascal used that tone to act cute, he usually wanted something. Chances were, he didn't want to be grounded. But that could wait for now. Roman looked Jason up and down, checking him carefully. Aside from the missing school jacket, everything else seemed fine. "You're not hurt, are you?" "I'm perfectly fine." At that moment, someone shouted in their direction, "Hey, it wasn't Batman who took me down, it was you." Jason turned toward the voice. Not far away, someone was being escorted into a police car. The man's mask and helmet had already been taken off, revealing a young face, probably no more than 20. He twisted around, looking back at Jason, but in the end, the police forced him into the car. Roman followed Jason's gaze, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. What's going on? Nothing. Jason shook his head. I guess I'm just popular, that's all. Right? Roman pinched his cheek. Popular with kidnappers, too. Your ransom is up to 105 million now. Jason pouted in protest. I just got caught up by accident. How was I supposed to know someone would target elementary school kids at a museum today? That's Gotham for you. Everyone's got to be prepared. Sorry to interrupt, but before I go, I just wanted to say thank you. Suddenly, a grateful female voice broke the air. Father and son turned their heads at the same time to see a woman holding a little boy by the hand. The moment Jason saw the boy, he felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Roman let go of Jason's hand. Hello, madam. Could you be mistaking us for someone else? The mother shook her head. Mr. Cianis, your son, he's truly a wonderful boy. She gently shook her son's hand and looked at Jason. Thank you. The little boy echoed her softly. Thank you. You're welcome. It's nothing really. Mother and son turned away, walking off together. The mother was clearly moved. She kept dabbing at her eyes as they left. Roman looked down at Jason by his side. Now tell me the truth. Did you stick your neck out for someone again? No, Jason denied, feeling guilty. I just comforted the kid and told him not to cry. Jason, I'm so glad you're all right. Christy's voice rang out. Jason felt a headache coming on. He forced a smile as he looked at Christy and the couple standing behind her. This was the first time Jason had ever met Christy's parents, and sure enough, they carried themselves with the air of intellectuals. Christy's mother was pregnant. Both sets of parents nodded politely to each other. Hello, Mr. Cianis. We're Christy's parents. I'm Joey Coleman, and this is my wife, Linda Coleman. Roman Cianis. Please, just call me Roman. Given that they were Jason's friend's parents, Roman was a bit more polite than usual. Christy told us that Jason gave up his spot for her. Words can't express how grateful we are for your son. He truly has a noble heart. Christy's father spoke with emotion. Jason's smile froze on his face. How could he have forgotten to warn these two? Now, both families were arriving one after the other to thank him. Roman smiled and patted Jason gently on the back of his head. Even I was surprised by Jay's selflessness. He really is a good kid, isn't he, Jay? Jason grinned sheepishly at Roman, his cheeks starting to ache from smiling so much. If he kept this up, he wondered if his face would cramp. Mr. Cianis, you truly have an eye for character. I hope my baby will be as kind as Jason one day. Christy's mother stroked her belly lovingly as she spoke. Jason was already thinking about making a quick escape. Jay can be a bit reckless sometimes, and he does get hurt easily. That's one thing I hope your child won't pick up. Roman placed a hand on Jason's shoulder, holding him in place as Jason began to fidget, and replied with a smile. Jason could only stand there, pulling Roman's hand down and squeezing it in protest. When is the baby due? Christy's father replied. Very soon, by the end of this month. What happened at the museum today must have given Mrs. Coleman quite a scare, didn't it? It's all right. I was planning to go for a checkup, but then I got a call from the police, and I have to admit, I was a bit worried. Now that I see Chris is safe, I feel much more at ease. Roman mused thoughtfully. The appointment time must have passed by now, right? I have a good relationship with the director of Gotham General Hospital. Do you want me to help you schedule another checkup? No, no need. Linda shook her head quickly. We'll just make a new appointment for tomorrow. Joey chimed in at just the right moment. Yes, we just came by to say we'll find a way to repay the $5 million, but it might take us a while. I hope you don't mind. Jason swayed Roman's hand gently, squeezing it tightly. Roman turned his hand over and held Jason's. There's no need. That was the ransom I paid to the kidnappers. It has nothing to do with you. Jason chose to exchange his place for Christie's. That was his decision. I won't take your money for that. Jason smiled with his lips pressed together, his small hand fidgeting in Roman's grip. He asked, is it all right if I visit the little baby during summer break? The Colemans were a little surprised. They knew Roman was wealthy, but $5 million was no small sum. They wouldn't accept that so easily. Of course you can. Right, Mom? Christy looked up at Linda. Yes, you're more than welcome. But we'll still make sure to pay you back. Roman tilted his head and raised an eyebrow at Jason, as if to say, see? They insist on paying it back. Jason frowned. We'll get going now. The Colemans politely took their leave. As he watched their figures recede into the distance, Roman commented in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. The virtue of upright people. The stubbornness of intellectuals. Don't speak ill of them. Give it a few years, write a couple of best-selling novels, and they'll be able to pay it back. You honestly, how many times do I have to tell you? Can't you do fewer good deeds? Roman complained, exasperated. Try being a little more selfish, will you? Leave the rescuing to Batman. Jason looked down, kicking at the ground with his feet. Roman, Jason did really well this time. He's a little hero. Don't you know how to encourage your child? Gordon, who'd been watching all this, finally stepped in to defend Jason. Jason's head snapped up, eyes pleading with Gordon to stop talking. Where's Batman, anyway? Why isn't he here? If Batman were around, he'd definitely change the subject and whisk Gordon away. But Gordon thought Jason was simply moved by his support. He even volunteered to exchange himself as a hostage. If it weren't for Jason, things wouldn't have been resolved so easily, and that little boy might have gotten hurt too. Gordon pressed on. Jason really is amazing. You should praise your child more, not reprimand him. The more Gordon spoke, the tighter Roman gripped Jason's hand. Jason was sobbing in his heart. In my opinion, you're not fit to be the commissioner at all. I do a better job myself. Roman showed no courtesy to Gordon, pulling Jason along as he strode away. Gordon shook his head, watching him go. Roman, he thought, really was something else. Lucky enough to adopt a kid as good as Jason, and still finding reasons to complain. Their car was parked not far away. Now that Roman knew everything, there was no point in pretending anymore. Jason was determined to brag to Roman about his heroic deeds today. He had to report his training results. On the way home, Roman's expression was grim. He crossed his arms, casting a cold glance at Jason walking beside him. The little rascal was positively beaming as he described how he'd helped catch the gang leader. Meanwhile, Roman's dissatisfaction with Batman only grew. Batman hadn't managed to resolve the incident in time, and he'd let Jason get away with such reckless behavior. Jason was full of joy as he spoke, paying no mind to Roman's dark expression. Of course, he'd embellished the story, painting himself as a real hero. Wasn't I amazing? When he finished, Jason looked up at Roman with eager anticipation. Roman clicked his tongue, dashing Jason's hopes without a hint of mercy. That's only because your opponent was weak. If it had been anyone else, you wouldn't have stood a chance. Jason looked wounded. I'm still a kid. Can't you praise me for once? Roman retorted coolly. Haven't you had enough praise for today? 3 different people came to tell me about your great achievements. Jason huffed and decided to ignore him. Roman wasn't finished, though. I'm not against you doing good things, like helping sweep the floor at home or helping an old lady cross the street. But next time, try to hold back on these heroic stunts. They're dangerous. You could get hurt. The moment Roman said, but Jason had already clamped his hands over his ears and stared out the window, signaling he wasn't listening. Roman grabbed his arm, pulled him into a hug, and repeated what he just said. No more of this self-sacrificing business. Dad doesn't like it. What if something happens to you? Then who will inherit everything I've earned? Who will spend all my money? Would he have to travel to a parallel world to find another Jason? That sounded like quite the challenge. Even if he held a knife to Batman's throat, Batman wouldn't open the door for him. He'd still have to find his own solution. The best way, really, was to keep a close eye on the Jason he had. Jason leaned back against Roman, chin lifted stubbornly, protesting in silence. Seeing the boy fall quiet, Roman recalled the time he'd been sneaky. You know, when you were out stealing tires, I like you even then. With that, he burst out laughing. You're impossible. Jason fumed. How about you tell me how you stole those tires? Then maybe I'll praise you. You're crazy, Jason muttered under his breath. Then Jason turned, looking at Roman with earnest eyes. After we get home, I can give you a live demonstration. There are so many cars in your garage, and even one without wheels can still be used for something else. Roman thought about his beloved cars in the garage. Let's not do that. Some of those cars are worth more than a few Christies, you know. At this, Jason gave Roman's thigh a playful thump. Watch your words, Dad, or I'll take all the wheels off tonight. Sorry, kiddo. I'll be more careful next time. For the sake of his cars, Roman reluctantly backed down. Then, picturing the little figure unscrewing his wheels, he couldn't help but start laughing again. Jason had no idea what Roman found so funny, but he was sure it couldn't be anything good. He turned to stare out the window, fuming all over again. The rest of the drive passed in relative peace. Once they arrived home, Benjamin parked the car in front of the house, and father and son got out at the same time, each opening their own door. Jason dashed up to the porch, eager to get inside. Then he heard the words he least wanted to hear today. What are we going to do about you always getting kidnapped? Roman strolled after him, asking the question with lazy nonchalance. Jason froze in his tracks, turned back, and replied dryly, Today was just an accident, a random incident. Roman ambled over to stand beside him. The two of them stood together beneath the porch. How about I get you a couple of bodyguards? You'd have to take them with you every time you go out. What do you think? I don't think that's necessary. You're overreacting a bit, Dad. Roman stuck out his hand, waggling his index finger. Dad's immune to that trick now. Really? Jason kept up his innocent tone. But I don't like it. I'd feel trapped like I had no freedom. He drew out the last word, and suddenly hooked both hands around Roman's right wrist, yanking it toward himself. Roman reacted instantly, twisting his wrist free and jerking his right arm back. His left hand shot out with a punch, but realizing, just in time, that his opponent was his mischievous son, he softened his strength and turned the punch into a gentle slap on Jason's forearm. Even as Jason pulled Roman toward him, he'd already pivoted sideways, bracing both feet against the porch post for leverage. In one swift move, he launched himself onto Roman's back with a spinning kick, switching tactics midair. He wrapped his arms around Roman's neck. That's exactly how I took down the guy at the museum. But his left hand was injured, so I went for his weak spot and landed a hard kick on the guy at his right. That'll leave his arm numb for a good while. Roman resigned himself to having Jason clinging to his back. Instead of trying to shake him off, he just carried him inside and opened the door. Benjamin had already parked the car and was heading for the kitchen, ready to start dinner. Jason, still bubbling with excitement, continued. Batman finished off another guy with a batarang. Then I ran to a safe spot and let Batman take over. See? Wasn't I awesome? Yes, very impressive, Roman replied absent-mindedly, holding on to Jason's arms, partly to keep from being strangled by the little rascal, and partly to keep his own temper in check. You had Benjamin teach me and train me. Wasn't that so I could defend myself? Now I've managed that. Why aren't you happy? Jason, draped over his shoulder, asked curiously. Roman paused by the sofa, and Jason, sensing the mood, slid off and settled himself onto the couch. Afterwards, Roman sat down beside him. Raising you wasn't so you'd risk your life over these trivial matters. But I can handle it, and maybe even save someone in the process. Roman crossed his arms. No, leave the saving to Batman. You just look after yourself. Imitating him, Jason crossed his arms and pouted. Well, if you're ever in trouble, I'll be sure to run the other way, just as you taught me. Roman tapped him on the head. You'd better remember that. Your dad doesn't need you to play hero. Jason tilted his head to dodge Roman's hand, steering clear of another poke to the forehead. I won't be going out tomorrow or the day after. Roman ruffled his clever little head. When it came to play, Jason always took it seriously. He never missed a chance. Unless, of course, there was something more important. I'm off to study. Exams are next week. With that, Jason sprang up and dashed upstairs. He hoped Roman had already forgotten about grounding him or assigning bodyguards. Standing at the upstairs railing, he looked down at Roman, who was deep in thought. I'm definitely getting straight A's. Roman glanced up at him, smiled, and got up to head elsewhere. Judging by the direction, he was almost certainly going to his private bar. Jason's mood soared. He returned to his room brimming with glee, deciding to take a shower before hitting the books. From the look of things, Roman wasn't about to press the issue, so all in all, it seemed things had turned out fine. If he could bring home straight A's, he'd earn his summer freedom. Jason was thoroughly motivated. Meanwhile, in his bar, Roman took long, weary sips of his drink. He shouldn't have underestimated the power of a just heart. Jason was stubborn to the core. It was becoming a real headache. Then again, Jason never really stopped being a handful. Roman found himself missing his old scoundrel friends. Maybe it was time to visit them. At least with them, he could relax a bit. With no more outings with the kid, Roman found himself more at ease. He spent the whole day at his club. Most of the time, he sat alone in the villain's hall, lost in thought. Ever since he'd warned Gotham's villains that Batman had discovered this place, almost no one came by anymore. He was happy enough to have the peace back, time to reflect on his life, both the one he was living and the one he'd left behind. From nearby came the dull thud of billiard balls colliding. Black Mask was playing pool, affecting an air of elegance as he measured his shots. Clayface, considering himself harmless and not looking for trouble these days, had taken to helping Roman inspect the club. He'd even used his position to add a few extra amusements to the villain's hall. For example, billiards, arcade games. As for Roman's company, Clayface hadn't gone there to cause trouble, probably still haunted by the shadow left from playing Lucius. After their last brawl, Clayface had become much more well-behaved and wouldn't do anything to ruin his image, but his enthusiasm for impersonating Roman hadn't lessened. In fact, it had grown even more intense. Whenever Roman appeared as himself, Clayface would show up as the Black Mask. This left Roman feeling rather troubled. Clayface was now the only one who still bothered to come to his little bar. Roman, how about a couple of rounds? I'm thinking. Thinking about what? I'm going to the shooting range tomorrow. Want to come along? Thanks for the invite, but I've got plans tomorrow. What plans? Roman was about to press further when the sound of the security door opening reached his ears. Two people walked in. Fully suited up, the Scarecrow, though really, he'd just changed uniforms. And Dr. Longstone. Black Mask spread his arms wide and greeted his old friends with a warm hug each. Watching the three of them, Roman had the odd feeling that if Black Mask ever became approachable, it would surely be Clayface doing. Hey, Roman. Long time no see. You're looking well, Dr. Longstone called out as he came over. Perfect, four of us. Come on, Let's play a few hands, Clayface said enthusiastically, ushering everyone to the card table. The three of them sat and looked expectantly at Roman. Don't put on that brooding prince act. Come on. Scarecrow's sharp voice hurried him to take his seat. Roman set down his glass and walked to the only empty chair, directly across from Clayface. Aren't you afraid Batman might catch you here? He asked. Dr. Longstone reassured him, no rush. Once Arkham's reconstruction is finished, he'll come for us. Scarecrow let out a derisive laugh. That bat is definitely skulking in some dark corner, spying on us. Dr. Longstone added, we're just playing cards. It's harmless to Gotham. Batman shouldn't mind us doing something so innocent. Clayface chimed in. We play cards here every day, and he's never showed up. Don't worry, it's perfectly safe. Roman caught something odd. You play cards here every day? How come I didn't know? Clayface answered matter-of-factly. You've been busy taking care of your kid, so we didn't bother to call you. Roman didn't feel like arguing with them. If they weren't worried about Batman catching them, who was he to be concerned on their behalf? But he started to wonder. Maybe it was time to replace the club manager and make sure any hint of trouble was reported directly to him. Since Clayface loved this place so much, perhaps. Clayface, have you ever thought about becoming the club manager? No need for that. I'm already looking after the place. Roman played card. Isn't it a bit much, you taking over my turf like this? A cuckoo in the nest. Give it some time, and even the question of whether he still owns this club may become uncertain. Dr. Langston laughed. Mudface is offering to manage your turf for free, and you're not happy about it? The word free caught Roman's attention. There's such a good deal. Mudface shook his head. Not exactly free. I expect a share of the profits at the end of the year. Roman glanced around at everyone present. Mind if I ask what you're actually doing? I sold my Janus stock, made a bit of money, and invested it in the club. I'm partnering up with you. Roman rubbed his forehead. When did this happen? Why was I the last to know? Just now. Here's the contract. Mudface set down his cards and took a contract from his pocket. A few lines outlining his intention to partner with Roman. I planned on getting you to sign it last time. Roman tore the contract in half and tossed it to the floor, stomping on it. If you want to help run the club, fine. But if you're after a share of the profits, keep dreaming. See? Told you this trick would work? Scarecrow chuckled. Mudface, you can relax now. Roman was speechless. You all made a decent haul from those stocks last time. Can't you do something you actually enjoy? Like cause a little chaos? No way. Dr. Langston refused. Arkham isn't finished yet. Roman looked deeply unimpressed and went back to his cards, listening as they debated what to do while waiting for Arkham to be rebuilt. Scarecrow was considering becoming a volunteer psychologist, and Dr. Langston was thinking about applying to teach at university. As for Mudface, he already had his hands full. Roman, on the other hand, was busy plotting how to get Arkham Asylum rebuilt as soon as possible, so he could send these big shots back where they belonged. The next day, Roman got a call from Jacob, saying that the tabloid reporter Fick News wanted to see him. With nothing else to do, Roman decided to drop by the hideout. As soon as they met, the reporter asked Black Mask when he'd continue reporting on the Vance Wolf story. Black Mask tapped his fingers thoughtfully, then called Ryan over to brief him on the Vance family situation. Ryan hurried forward and handed Black Mask a neatly organized file for his review. The wives of Vance Wolf, Teddy McCullen, and Mike Davis spent their afternoons together, shopping, pampering themselves, and gossiping. On weekends, they liked to bring their children along for family get-togethers, which made the three families quite close. When the tabloids dug up old rumors about Ilena and Teddy and questioned whether Bill was Vance's biological son, Ilena and Mrs. McCullen's friendship hit a rough patch, and Mrs. Davis took Mrs. McCullen's side. Vance had once argued with Ilena at a party, threatening divorce in front of everyone. But afterward, the two spent an hour talking behind closed doors, and the topic of divorce was never brought up again. After Vance's disastrous losses in the stock market, he lost everything. His family was forced to move out of the wealthy district and settle in an ordinary neighborhood. Vance found a job as an accountant in the area. Ilena didn't leave him. On the contrary, she quietly took care of the family and even found work as a clerk in a nearby cosmetics shop. Life, compared to the past, had become extremely difficult. But measured against the destitution of Gotham's poorest, they were still getting by comfortably enough. Black Mask closed the dossier, letting out a sigh. This is true love. The young reporter looked puzzled. See for yourself. Black Mask tossed the file his way. After reading it through, the reporter was still at a loss. I know all this already. Shouldn't we be exposing the truth now? Roman genuinely admired Vance for shouldering all the blame himself. Now that Vance was bankrupt, his wife and child were still at his side. His wife was willing to stay, and he was willing to stay with her. Revealing Bill's origins at this point wouldn't make much difference. Even though Roman himself had never known true love, that didn't mean he couldn't stand to see others have it. He didn't feel the need to destroy it completely. Besides, he promised Jason that nothing would happen after losing everything in the stock market. Vance was utterly ruined. His family had to move out of the wealthy district and settle in an ordinary neighborhood. Vance found work as an accountant in the area. Elena didn't leave him. Instead, she quietly took care of the family and even found a job as a sales assistant at a cosmetic store nearby. Life was far more difficult than before, but compared to the poorest in Gotham, they still had more than enough. Black Mask closed the dossier with a sigh of admiration. This is true love. The young reporter looked puzzled. See for yourself, Black Mask said, tossing the file to him. After reading through it, the reporter still didn't understand. I already know all this. Aren't we supposed to reveal the truth now? Roman had great respect for Vance. He'd shouldered everything himself. Now Vance was bankrupt, yet his wife and child stayed with him, his wife still willing to share his lot, and he just as willing to remain by her side. Uncovering Bill's background at this point wouldn't have much of an impact. Although Roman himself had never known true love, that didn't mean he couldn't tolerate its existence in others, or that he needed to destroy it completely. Besides, he'd promised Jason not to go after them, only to let them lead the life of ordinary citizens. Now that his goal was accomplished, there was no need to push them any further. Initially, he just wanted to set a trap for Vance, lure him in first, then use the construction scandal exposed by Teddy and Mike to drag all three families down, reducing them to ordinary folks. When those behind the scenes tried to meddle, Roman simply went along with it, letting them stir up a bigger storm. If someone insisted on courting disaster, they had only themselves to blame. Vance's mischievous son would have to switch to public elementary school after this summer. The other two families met similar fates. Teddy McCullen and Mike Davis were still in custody, and a conviction was close at hand. The McCullen and Davis families had climbed up by bribing the mayor's office, working hand in glove and profiting from their schemes. After their shoddy construction projects were exposed, both families were treated as scapegoats. Roman had no interest in helping the Gotham government air the dirty laundry of their dealings and rivalries with the mayor. As Will Roden had said, there was nothing to gain from wading into the tangled web of Gotham's powers and ending up with both sides battered and broken. The young reporter was still waiting for Black Mask's response. Black Mask thought for a moment, then answered, "Write an article wishing them everlasting true love and a lifetime together." The reporter tapped his pen a few times. "Brilliant. When they divorce someday, we can draw on another wave of attention and write about their tragic lives." Black Mask reflected that if this reporter ever aspired to be a crime boss instead of spinning tales of blurred truth and fiction, he'd make a perfect smiling tiger, the kind who hides a blade behind a grin and strikes without warning. He had no desire to discuss Vance's affairs any further and was ready to leave. "Black Mask, I have another question. Have you ever been hurt by love? Is that why you're so moved by this?" Black Mask halted, his whole body radiating a murderous aura. "Are you really not afraid of dying?" Just curious, the reporter replied with a sheepish grin. Black Mask shaped his hand like a gun, aimed it at the reporter, and made a shooting sound with his mouth. The reporter gasped, clutched his chest, and cried out, "I've been shot." "Ah." Then, Black Mask watched as the reporter obligingly collapsed onto a chair, playing dead. With a curse, Black Mask didn't hesitate. He left the hideout and headed home to check on his child. Arkham Asylum really needed to be built sooner rather than later. To Black Mask's mind, the reporter wasn't quite normal either. In the future, Arkham would need a special room just for reporters. Come Monday's tabloid extra, the main headline claimed that Black Mask was currently suffering from a broken heart, though it was unclear which lover had hurt him. The paper offered 3 candidates. 1, Batman, 2, Bruce, 3, Roman. The tabloid even provided a mailing address, inviting readers to send in their votes. The results would be published in Wednesday's morning edition. This bit of gossip kept Gotham buzzing for quite some time. When Roman saw the paper, he was so furious he nearly smashed the cup in his hand. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was a gift from Jason. Taking a deep breath, he set the cup down gently and grabbed a nearby plate, shattering it instead. Butler Benjamin watched all of this in silence, quietly thinking that Roman probably wouldn't be having breakfast today. When Jason entered the dining room, he caught Roman mid-rant about reporters constantly spreading fake news. The moment Roman noticed him, he fell silent, slipped on a kindly, fatherly facade, and greeted Jason warmly. Glancing at the shards on the floor, Jason decided he didn't want to know what had happened. He quietly sat down to eat. He had exams today, and the last thing he wanted was for Roman to cause trouble and make him late. That night, Black Mask scoured the city for the reporter, but couldn't find a single trace. Furious, he went to pick a fight with Batman instead. After a bout of grappling, Black Mask seized the chance to escape. He swore it wasn't because he was losing, it was just that it was time to go home and check on his child. Otherwise, Batman would definitely have gotten what was coming to him. Butler Benjamin listened to Roman's complaints with his usual calm, carefully applying medicine and wrapping Roman's injured arm in fresh gauze. Gritting his teeth, Roman slammed the table with his good hand. Next time, I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him. Wednesday's morning edition finally revealed the results. Of all the votes sent in, 53% went to candidate 3, Roman, 36% to candidate 1, Batman, and fewer than 5% to candidate 2, Bruce. The remaining votes were scattered among all sorts of odd choices. The reporter's final scoop to the public was that on Monday night, Batman and Black Mask had a fierce showdown. The exact cause was unknown, but it had been quite intense, with Black Mask fleeing in disarray at the end. A small section of the tabloids covered the Vance family's news, wishing them everlasting happiness and a lifetime together. That night, Batman was on the prowl in Gotham, hunting down criminals across the city and demanding to know where the reporter was. Anyone whose answer displeased him was promptly treated to a well-deserved beating. Every time a different Batman arrived at the scene, the criminals who had just been pummeled would tremble in fear, begging for mercy, swearing they really didn't know anything. This incident left Batman deep in thought for a long time back in the Batcave. At the end of the month, Jason officially began his summer vacation. At that moment, the two of them were sitting together on the living room sofa. Jason had just handed Roman the envelope containing his report card. He tilted his head, resting it on Roman's shoulder, waiting for him to open the envelope so they could look at the results together. Roman turned the envelope over in his hands, studying it from every angle, sighing with emotion several times, yet still not opening it. I never thought I'd be looking at a report card again. The feeling was strange and unfamiliar. It had been 30 or 40 years since he'd last seen what a report card even looked like. Of course, that was counting the memories from before he was reborn, experiences now belonging to a different timeline. Suddenly, Roman found himself wondering what had become of that other world after his second death. But he figured things over there probably hadn't changed much just because he was gone. Why aren't you opening it yet? Jason was getting anxious and urged him on. Roman weighed the envelope in his hand, feeling its weight. But still, he didn't open it. It's my first time being a parent. Let your dad savor this moment. The feeling was truly bizarre. He really was a parent now. It had been almost 4 months since he'd brought Jason home. For 4 months, he'd done his best to be a father, to care for a child. Just as he'd once said, responsibility and commitment. Click. Benjamin snapped a photo at just the right moment. Father and son turned to look at him in unison, and Benjamin quickly took a second shot. Don't mind me. I'm just capturing the moment. Roman had been lost in the swell of his emotions, but now all that sentimentality vanished in an instant. He collected himself, put on his usual cool demeanor, tore open the sealed envelope, and pulled out the report card to read. Jason leaned in close, practically squishing him. The boy's hair tickled Roman's face, forcing him to turn his head aside. All A's, and even an A+. Jason cheered, shaking Roman's arm in excitement. I told you I could get straight A's. Pride was written all over the little rascal's face. Very impressive. Reminds me of your old man back in the day. Roman praised him, making sure to give himself a little credit too. Jason was skeptical. Really? Of course. Don't forget, your dad's a graduate of a top university. Jason took the report card from him, scrutinized it, then handed it back to Roman. So, does this mean I can go out and play during summer vacation? Of course, Roman affirmed, but only under supervision. Jason leapt up, spinning around in place several times in excitement. I want to go to the observatory with Tim and keep watching the stars. With that, Jason dashed over to the phone, dialing Tim's number with the practiced ease of someone much older. He immediately started chattering away with the kid on the other end, voices overlapping in lively conversation. Roman glanced at the report card and rubbed his forehead. He couldn't recall ever saying that getting straight A's earned the kid a free pass to go hang out with friends. Jason might have misunderstood him a bit. But, seeing how happy Jason was right now, and with those perfect grades, Roman decided to let the kid have his moment. To spoil the mood now would just make him a terrible person. Still, if Jason got kidnapped again on this outing, Roman swore he'd assign him a bodyguard, no matter what. Roman put away the report card and left the hall, giving the little rascal space to enjoy himself. On the first morning of summer vacation, Roman got a call from Bruce. Roman, do you remember our old classmate Satana? On the other end, Bruce sounded tired, which made Roman secretly delighted. Catching Scarecrow last night must have been exhausting. Scarecrow had managed to land a job as the local clinic psychiatrist, sharp suit and all, looking like a new man, offering free consultations. But with his reputation, no one dared to seek his advice. Inevitably, a few drunken troublemakers crossed his path, mocking and provoking him, until his temper snapped. After giving them a harsh lesson, he put on his Scarecrow mask again, loaded up on fear gas, and tried poisoning the train station. Naturally, Batman stopped him in time and hauled him off to a temporary treatment center. Of course I remember, Roman replied at ease. Zatanna, a magician, master illusionist, Bruce's friend, and a superhero in her own right. Unlike Bruce, though, she specialized in magical crimes and routinely encountered the strangest things. Z will be performing her magic show all week in Gotham. Tonight's the opening night. I'd like to invite you and Jason to attend. I've saved seats with the best view. Roman thought about it. He didn't have any pressing business, and it would be good for Jason to broaden his horizons, get a taste of real magic. He remembered that, after Jason's resurrection, the boy had even unlocked some magical potential himself, forging soul-powered blades to slay demons. That thought made Roman's neck prickle with unease. As long as those blades stayed away from his own head, he'd be fine. All right, hang on, Jason's coming downstairs. I'll ask him. Roman watched as Jason came down, clearly intent on heading out to the garden. When Roman shared the news, Jason hesitated a moment. Can I invite Tim to come along too? Christy had to stay home with her mom these days, so she wouldn't be coming out. Wait a second, Jay needs to check with his friends. Roman glanced up from the phone and signaled that he'd ask right away, then continued speaking to Bruce. You might want to reserve 1 or 3 extra seats. Jason immediately called Tim, and after the two chattered back and forth for a while, they finalized their plans. All set. Tim's parents said it's okay. They'll be coming too. All right then, Dad. Ask Bruce to prepare 3 more seats. Jason grinned mischievously and shouted into Roman's phone. Thank you, Uncle Bruce. Then, laughing, he dashed off toward the back door, heading for the garden. Roman relayed the message into the phone, not bothering to be polite with Bruce. You heard that, right? Got it, no problem. The show starts at 8. Best to arrive before 7:30. Bruce hung up quickly, probably eager to get some sleep now that everything was settled. A few seconds later, Bruce sent another message, double-checking the time, place, and number of seats. When Roman saw Jason again, he reminded him to tell Tim's family to get to the theater around 7:30, so it would be easier to arrange the seating. Roman took the evening's event seriously. Not only did he dress up meticulously and ceremoniously, but he even picked out a matching parent-child outfit. Jason couldn't understand why watching a magic show required the same formality as attending a dinner banquet. Yet, he suspected Bruce was at the heart of it. Such a sweet kind of dilemma. On one hand, he rather liked Bruce. On the other, he disliked how, whenever Bruce was involved, Roman seemed compelled to compete with him. Sometimes, it felt like he was caught in the middle of their rivalry, which made him uneasy. At 7:30, Roman and Jason arrived at the theater, dazzling and well-dressed. From a distance, they spotted Bruce and Dick, with Barbara by their side, all 3 also dressed to the nines. Jason was puzzled. Maybe tonight's show really was a big deal, which would explain why Roman fussed over it so much. The group exchanged greetings. Bruce looked Jason up and down, a smile spreading across his face. Congratulations on getting straight A's. Last night, Jason had posted an update about his straight A's, tagging Roman in it. But Roman hadn't even bothered to give it a like. Hearing Bruce's congratulations, Jason's smile grew even wider. I told you, I wouldn't let him get away with it. Bruce couldn't hide his delight. He praised Jason again, this time in French. You're an amazing kid. Jason's smile faded. He replied earnestly in French. Thank you for your kind words, sir. Roman sensed something was off. Hold on. Did you two share some secret behind my back? What's this about not letting someone get away with something? The others burst into laughter. They'd heard about the straight A's as well. To be honest, if they didn't know Roman was actually Black Mask, everyone would have thought he was just a strict father, a man who micromanaged his child's life, determined to see him succeed, and scheduled him for countless lessons. When you were at Arkham before, I talked with Jason about study habits, and we discussed your all-AS agreement, Bruce offered, trying to explain kindly. Roman found this explanation rather irritating, though he managed to maintain a pleasant facade. He made a mental note to be careful in the future. He couldn't let the kid get too close to Bruce. If necessary, he'd have to instill in the boy a bit of healthy wariness toward Bruce. Roman mulled this over silently. At that moment, Tim and his parents arrived as well. Everyone exchanged polite greetings and shared a few casual remarks. After the small talk, the group made their way inside and found their seats. While waiting for the show to begin, Jason restlessly glanced around, memorizing the layout of the space. Thanks to Benjamin's training, he developed the habit of noting all possible escape routes wherever he went. Tonight, the venue was almost packed, with many parents bringing their children to enjoy the performance. He'd heard about Zatanna, a legendary magician whose acts were nothing short of spectacular. Now, seeing her with his own eyes, he was naturally full of excitement. Roman sat to his left. Further down sat Bruce, Dick, and Barbara. Judging by their lip movements, the two young men appeared to be discussing schoolwork. To Jason's right was Tim, and next to Tim were his parents. The host stepped onto the stage, gave a rundown of the house rules, and then announced the start of the show. Zatanna's magic act was truly marvelous. Her iconic top hat seemed to possess real magic, as cute little rabbits kept springing out of it, hopping and scampering across the stage. Jason watched, utterly enthralled, clapping and cheering, his cheeks flushed with excitement. As the performance hit its stride, the entire audience buzzed with anticipation. With Zatanna's enchanting words, an enormous elephant began to emerge from her hat, first rabbit-sized, then gradually expanding until it was a full-grown elephant. The elephant strolled serenely through the air, as if wandering across a sunlit savanna. With a trumpet that echoed through the hall, a baby elephant bounded out of the hat, rushing to join its larger counterpart, and the two began to play together. Jason was convinced that this had to be real magic. He was absolutely thrilled. He began to imagine what it would be like to have a magical hat of his own. If he could perform magic, perhaps the drawings he made would come to life. Then he could tuck a fearsome dragon inside his hat and conjure up a whole valley for it to live in. Roman watched the show in silence, neither excited nor particularly attentive. Beside him, Bruce was completely absorbed in the performance. Although Roman had come here hoping to make a statement to Bruce, his efforts seemed to have little effect. After all, Bruce still didn't know anything. Roman let out a quiet sigh. As someone who had experienced death and rebirth, died once more, and then returned to being 30, he found the current magic show utterly dull. Roman had witnessed far stranger and more miraculous things than this. All he wanted now was to sleep. But Jason was watching with great enthusiasm. Children truly were innocent. Use a bit of sleight of hand or a mix of real and fake, and you could easily fool them into believing it was real. Most of the time, the little one's reactions were far more entertaining than the performance itself. By comparison, he much preferred watching Jason's expressions of awe. As the show reached its climax, Zatanna announced that next, she would return the two elephants walking above the theater back to Gotham Zoo. Roman glanced twice at the big screen, where two cameras were live-streaming the Gotham Zoo's elephant enclosure from every angle. If it were an ordinary magician, Roman would have assumed there was some cooperation with the zoo, footage shot in advance, staged to match the act. But this was Zatanna. She was perfectly capable of pulling it off with magic. Suddenly, Jason became quiet. He slipped silently out of his seat. Roman caught sight of Jason leaving from the corner of his eye, then turned his attention back to the stage. The theater was quite safe. He couldn't possibly follow Jason wherever he went. Jason felt as if he were walking through a dreamlike realm, heading towards some unseen destination. As he walked, the world around him truly transformed into a valley where a fearsome dragon dwelled. He stood at the entrance to the valley, the ground beneath him lush and green, grass carpeting the whole space. Jason himself had become the little warrior he used to draw, clad in armor, with sword and shield strapped to his back. He moved toward the entrance, only to find he couldn't enter, blocked from going any further. That was when he noticed a thick, blue energy barrier at the gateway. Beside the entrance sat a dog with a dark blue coat, poised and vigilant, standing guard with an air of authority. The dog looked strangely familiar, but Jason couldn't recall where he'd seen it before. He instinctively touched his neck, uncertain where he was or when the dog had appeared. This path leads to a road of no return. My advice, turn back at once. Jason bent down to pat the dog's head, finding its fur as soft and warm as Anna's, with a gentle, comforting heat. Thank you for the warning, but I have to go inside. The dog refused to budge. And what will you do there? Two. Jason wasn't even sure himself why he needed to enter the valley. It just felt as though he should. To search for treasure. He offered himself this excuse. I've heard there's plenty of treasure in the valley. Find just one, and you'll never want for anything again. If you insist, then I shall step aside. Thank you, good dog. Fool, who ignores the voice of reason. Another voice echoed through the air. On the other side of the pottery dog, a sphere of golden light appeared. Jason couldn't make out what was speaking from within the glow. The creature spoke again. But if you wish to pass me, you must leave something behind in exchange. What kind of exchange? Leave behind your identity. Jason was confused. What do you want with my identity? Fool. State your surname and give a name. Jason hesitated. Jason Sionis. A sense of unease crept over him. This place felt like a dream. He had just been watching a performance. Had he really fallen asleep so quickly? Your identity has now been stripped away. The path is open to you. The blue barrier vanished. The golden light disappeared with it. As he stepped forward, the dog spoke. May the gods watch over you. When Jason turned around, everything was gone. Darkness enveloped him, pierced only by faint, distant points of light. Far off, the landmark Wayne Tower shimmered. It was only then that he realized he was no longer inside the theater, but standing outside. Jason couldn't remember how he'd gotten there. Inside, thunderous applause echoed from the theater, and he could faintly hear Zatanna's voice as she took her final bow. The performance was over. He didn't know what had just happened, but he knew he needed to hurry back. After the show, the hall rang with enthusiastic applause. Roman sat in the VIP section, looking groggy as if he'd just woken up. He glanced around and offered a half-hearted clap. Bruce sat to his left, with Dick and Barbara next to him, clapping with genuine excitement. There was an empty seat on his right, and beyond that sat the Drake family. It struck him as odd. He couldn't recall why he'd come to this performance. It was as if Bruce had called him that morning, inviting him to watch the show and support Zatanna. Normally, he would have refused. Bruce had plenty of friends, close ones too. He certainly wasn't indispensable. Roman still couldn't remember why he'd agreed to come. He followed the crowd as they filed out. After the show, the theater lobby was bustling with people. The Drake family seemed a bit out of place. They politely said their goodbyes and thanked everyone for the invitation before leaving. Roman was chatting in the lobby with Bruce and Zatanna, while Dick and Barbara carried on a conversation of their own nearby. From across the room, Jason spotted Roman and hurried toward him. Roman listened to the conversation, mind wandering as he wondered what kind of fun he could find tonight. He still couldn't figure it out. Even if Bruce had invited him, why had he agreed to come see something this boring? Now he was stuck here as little more than a prop. It just didn't make sense. As Roman puzzled over why he'd come to the show, he suddenly felt a warmth in his palm. Looking down, he saw a boy holding his hand, listening intently to their conversation. Roman withdrew his hand, his expression turning odd. True, the child was rather adorable, easy on the eyes, even. But he didn't appreciate strangers getting close to him for no reason. Child, have you mistaken me for someone else? Bruce was inviting them to lunch together the next day. Jason, hearing the question, looked up in puzzlement at Roman, whose expression was clearly displeased. He blinked his wide eyes. What's going on? What kind of game is Roman trying to play this time? You don't know him, Roman? Bruce had already noticed this child, and the way Roman held his hand was so natural, so relaxed. He seems really close to you, and you're even wearing matching clothes. Now, Jason was thoroughly confused. Could Bruce be playing along with one of Roman's foolish jokes? How would I know this kid? Roman looked Jason up and down. So what if he was cute and handsome? That had nothing to do with him. Zatanna asked, "What's your name, child?" Jason scratched his cheek, glancing suspiciously at the three adults. "My name is Jason." He studied Roman's expression, but Roman didn't react at all. Even Bruce seemed to have forgotten him, while Dick and Barbara looked like they were just there for the spectacle. Thinking back to his earlier, dreamlike experiences, Jason suddenly realized he must have stumbled into some mysterious magical incident. Judging from their reactions, none of them remembered who he was. It was probably some kind of memory-related magic. Jason glanced around at the three adults. Yes, an amnesia spell. A second later, he blurted out a lie. "Sorry, sir. I mistook you for someone else. Your clothes just look really similar to my dad's. I just remembered he said he'd wait for me at the gate." With that, Jason headed toward the main entrance. Watching that small figure walk away, Roman remembered something. The clothes were a parent child set that Dree had specially made. Had that style already become popular? Then, a realization hit Roman. Why on earth was he wearing a parent-child outfit? He didn't even have any brat to take care of. Utterly baffling, Roman commented, unable to understand. The group didn't dwell too long on this little incident, and soon went back to discussing plans for tomorrow. Standing at the entrance, Jason felt a bit excited. Roman really seemed to have forgotten him. He reached into his pocket and found a few dozen bucks left from buying soda, lamenting that he hadn't brought his coin jar along. There were still several thousand in pocket money inside. Then he remembered he still had that 6 million balance in his account. When he'd opened the account, Roman had set it up for cardless withdrawals, just a facial scan, and he could take out 1,000 a day. No matter what, even if he blew 1,000 every single day, that would last him 6,000 days. 16 years from now, he'd be 26. He wondered when Roman would remember him again. Hopefully, this amnesia spell wouldn't mess with the machines. Jason sat on the steps at the entrance of the theater, cupping his face in his hands, watching the endless stream of cars passing by on the busy street. There was an ATM right across the road. He was still debating whether or not to give it a try. A very familiar car drove past him. Benjamin was in the front passenger seat, with Roman sitting in the back. Roman glanced outside the window and spotted the boy from earlier, sitting on the steps with his face in his hands. Their eyes met for a couple of seconds. Roman kept watching until the strange child was out of sight. Jason continued to rest his face in his hands, watching as the car drove off and disappeared around the corner. It felt just like when Catherine had first passed away, as if he'd been abandoned by the world. Then Roman had forcefully taken him out of that alleyway and provided him with a good, perhaps even lavish life. Compared to Crime Alley, it was the difference between heaven and earth. And then, he discovered Catherine wasn't dead after all. She had only traded him away. Jason watched the exhaust smoke curling from the car and let out a weary sigh, far older than his years. Abandoned one more time. How strange, Roman mused, thinking of the child, and brought up the incident with Benjamin. There was a kid who came up and took my hand. He was even wearing the same clothes as me. Has Delia started making matching outfits for parents and kids? As far as I know, she hasn't. Then how could a kid end up wearing the same clothes as me? Your secret child, sir? You mean I suddenly have a 10-year-old love child like Bruce did? Kill me now. I'd never get involved in something like that. Bruce's secret child hadn't appeared yet, but it was only a matter of a few more years. Could he have come from the future? Roman replied with absolute certainty, absolutely not. After all, he himself had come back from the future. If he had a child or any secret offspring, wouldn't he know? That just makes it all the stranger. Roman turned his gaze back to the window and fell silent, thinking he should get a good night's rest. Lately, some things had happened that defied all reason, leaving him unsettled. Maybe he was just too tired. What he really needed was some proper rest. Looking around to make sure the coast was clear and that no one would notice, the ATM spat out 10 crisp $100 bills. Jason grabbed the cash, slipped one bill into his coat pocket, and stashed the rest in his inner jacket. Machines are better than some idiots. At least a machine never refuses to give him money. Some idiots, on the other hand, simply forget about him. After all that, standing on the street, he suddenly felt a bit lost. It was 9 o'clock at night. Time to go home. He flagged down a cab and headed back to Crime Alley. At the entrance to the alley was a spicy hot dog stand he used to frequent. The owner was as friendly as ever, but didn't remember him. Jason felt a pang of disappointment. He used to be a regular here. In a single night, the world had forgotten him. Everyone had forgotten who he was and what he meant to them. He wolfed down 2 spicy hot dogs, took another 2 to go, and on the way home, he stopped by a convenience store to grab a pack of orange soda. Jason carried his takeout and sodas as he returned to his old home. During the pollen incident, when he was fostered at Bruce's house, he had snuck back here once before. Back then, he believed he would eventually return for good. So, he'd asked Benny, a friend of Willis, to help renovate the place. Now here he was, standing at the door holding 2 spicy hot dogs for a late-night snack and some orange soda. With practiced ease, he picked the lock with a small latch, then fumbled for the light switch. When the room lit up, he saw 2 children huddled together in the corner, clinging to each other and staring at him in terror. Jason quietly shut the door behind him. "This is my house," he said. The 2 kids remained silent. He held up the takeout. "Hungry? I brought spicy hot dogs. They're really good." One of the kids replied in a voice barely louder than a whisper. Jason sighed and walked over, splitting his late-night snack between the 2 children. They clutched the hot dogs and devoured them ravenously. Even after they'd finished, they still looked at him with pitifully hopeful eyes, clearly unsatisfied. Jason crossed his arms, putting on a boss-like air. "There's a 24-hour pizza place downstairs. My treat." So, Jason found himself sitting in the pizza place, watching the 2 strays he'd picked up polish off a large pizza. Each of the little ones drank 3 glasses of milk. At last, the pair slumped in their chairs, rubbing their bellies, completely stuffed. Wayne Manor. Roman wasn't sure why he'd come back here. He much preferred his penthouse in the city, where he could look down on Gotham and everything in it. So, he only went to the first-floor dressing room, changed into something more pleasing and comfortable, and then sat for a while in the spacious, well-lit reception room, smoking a cigarette as he gazed out at a cluster of white roses in the garden. To hell with it. Why had he ever allowed so many roses to be planted around the manor? Once he finished his cigarette, Roman drove himself back to the city alone. Benjamin, as the butler, was responsible for managing Wayne Manor and naturally stayed behind to look after the place. High-rise luxury district, secret tower penthouse. Roman swirled his wine, standing on the balcony overlooking Gotham City. This was one of his properties he hadn't visited in a long time. He wasn't sure why he'd lost his head and stayed at the manor for months, but now, standing up here and looking down at the world, he felt thoroughly pleased. He couldn't help but pour another drink, already wondering how to give Batman a few more headaches in the days to come. Back at the pizza place, Jason watched the 2 kids, content and full. During their conversation, Jason learned the pair were twins. The boy was named Tom Stein, the girl Minnie Stein. They were just 7 years old. Their mother had passed away long ago, and half a month earlier, when their father discovered this place was empty, he'd quietly snuck them in to live there. But their father hadn't come back for 3 days, and the 2 children were running out of food. Their father had told them not to go outside, so they didn't dare leave the apartment to look for something to eat. When they heard someone trying to pry open the door, fear swept over them, only to find it was Jason returning home. Jason reassured them, promising he would help them find their father. The two little ones were overjoyed, calling out Big Brother from either side of him. It was only after some gentle questioning that Jason learned their father had brought them in through the exterior fire escape. So, they had always been extra cautious, making sure no one discovered them. After taking care of his errands, Jason brought the twins to a convenience store, buying daily necessities and snacks, then took them back to his place. While they were in the shower, he took the opportunity to tidy up the apartment. The place was a bit of a mess. Jason wasn't suggesting the kids lacked basic life skills. He was simply stating the facts. Minnie went to shower first, leaving Tom in the bedroom. Watching Jason clean, Tom felt embarrassed and wanted to help. Jason gently refused. He was now the oldest child here, and he could take care of the two little ones. Besides, the entire apartment put together wasn't even as big as his bedroom at the manor. Tidying it up was a breeze. While cleaning, Jason realized that the decor and furnishings here were nothing like what you'd expect for a place costing $1,500. Instead, there was a distinctly modern, minimalist style reminiscent of Roman's private suite at the office. Compared to Roman's place, this apartment's layout was even more streamlined and lively. As he cleaned, Jason couldn't help but wonder if Roman had discovered he'd returned and taken it upon himself to redesign the place. Looking closer, he noticed more and more details that echoed his life at the manor, like a certain set of teacups and dishes in the cupboard, even the matching cutlery. When he finished tidying up, Jason sat down on the fabric sofa and stared out the window, lost in thought. He had just searched the place from top to bottom and hadn't found any sign of surveillance equipment. There was no need to worry about Roman suddenly popping in to question his identity. Minnie came out of the bathroom, and Tom skipped cheerfully in to take his turn. Seeing Minnie in her threadbare pajamas, Jason couldn't help but laugh. His laughter made Minnie blush. She fidgeted with the corner of her clothes, shot him a quick glance, and, with her hair still dripping wet, dashed into the bedroom. The scene reminded him of his own childhood, wandering through Crime Alley in ragged clothes. After the laughter faded, Jason began to ponder the task of caring for the kids. He'd managed to look after Catherine before. Now, with just two 7-year-olds, this should be a piece of cake. With that in mind, he fetched a hairdryer from the storage cabinet and went into the bedroom to help Minnie dry her hair. The moment brought back memories of Benjamin styling his hair for him, drying and combing with practiced hands. After finishing drying Minnie's hair, Tom dashed into the bedroom, sitting on the other side and getting ready to crawl under the covers. "Hold on, Tom," Jason said with a stern expression. "You can't go to bed with wet hair." Tom obediently walked over and let Jason dry his hair. Once he had finished drying both kids' hair, he pointed to the bed. "You two go ahead and sleep. Tomorrow I'll take you out to buy some new clothes." The two little ones nodded dutifully, climbed onto the bed, and pulled the covers over themselves. Jason turned off the light, gently closed the bedroom door, and then sat on the couch, lost in thought. There was no studying, no training, no Benjamin's desserts. Suddenly, it felt a bit boring. He started to miss the banter with Roman. Thank goodness there was a TV at home to watch. Not bad, very thoughtful. Jason silently praised Roman in his heart. He popped open a can of soda, grabbed some snacks he just bought from the convenience store, and started flipping through channels. The next morning, when sunlight streamed in through the window, Jason groggily opened his eyes. He stared at the room, strange yet familiar, and it took him several seconds to fully wake up. Once he was awake, Jason made a decision. If Roman didn't come to get him personally, then there was no way he'd go back on his own. When Roman remembered him, he was always good to him. But now that scoundrel had forgotten all about him. Knowing Roman's temper, he'd slapped him 4 times the very first time they'd met. Jason was afraid that if he went pestering Roman, he'd just get beaten away. No way was he going to bring that on himself. Besides, he still had $6 million left, plus interest. He could live more than comfortably. He'd just wait until Roman finally came to his senses and realized his son was missing. Let Roman sit there and regret it. Assuming Roman was even capable of regret. Jason clenched his fists, giving himself a silent pep talk. The thin blanket that had covered him slipped to the floor. He'd fallen asleep on the sofa last night, without a blanket. It must have been the kids who covered him up. They'd warmed his heart. Picking up the blanket and tossing it back onto the sofa, he knocked on the bedroom door, calling out, "Time to get up." By the time he'd finished washing up, the 2 kids emerged from the bedroom one after the other. "Go wash your face and brush your teeth." The 2 kids squeezed into the bathroom, chattering and bickering as they washed up. Jason listened to their noisy voices as he started preparing breakfast. Honestly, it didn't take much effort. Everything was the quick kind he'd bought from the convenience store the night before. All he needed to do was heat it up. Only the eggs and sausages needed to be fried. Jason warmed up 2 cups of milk and set them on the table, keeping a cold one for himself. Hot milk tasted nice enough. But in his opinion, cold milk was even better. He preferred the icy chill. At home, well, to be precise, at the Sienese manor, he could never get cold milk. Benjamin had a peculiar obsession with hot milk. The two kids soon sat neatly at the table, ready to start their breakfast. After spending the night together, the two children were now chattering away about what they wanted for breakfast, showing none of the fear they had displayed yesterday. Jason thought to himself, perhaps he just wasn't all that intimidating. As the children were about to trade their sweet corn kernels for sausages, Jason spoke up. Everyone gets the same amount for breakfast. No picky eating, otherwise you'll never grow tall or become good-looking. Hearing this, the kids reluctantly took back what they were about to exchange. If you're still hungry after finishing, Minnie can have an extra helping of corn. I want another sausage. Before Jason could finish his sentence, Tom interrupted eagerly. All right, finish what's on your plate first, and if you still want more, just let me know. Jason made sure the children ate their meals properly, his tone firm. He had already reduced the portions from his own usual amount to make meals for the two little ones, but if they were still hungry, there was always more. The kids ate quickly, and in the end, each of them got exactly what they wanted, a serving of sweet corn and a grilled sausage. Once their bellies were full, the two little ones sat on the sofa watching cartoons to help their food settle, while Jason tidied up the small kitchen until it was spotless. Half an hour later, Jason took the children to Mrs. Pooin's bargain clothing shop. The store was full of second-hand clothes and a few new pieces as well. If you browse patiently, you could always find some affordable gems. Jason wasn't the type to micromanage, so he let the two children pick out their own clothes. Meanwhile, he grabbed 2 sets of everyday outfits and a couple of pairs of sneakers for himself. It wouldn't do to wear a suit all the time and have nothing else to change into. After changing clothes, he felt as if he had truly returned to Crime Alley. Everything was so familiar, even a faint scent of cheap laundry detergent on the clothes. Mrs. Pooin was a kind woman. She always washed the clothes she bought before putting them on the racks. When business was slow, she would even offer ironing services for a little extra cash. Jason settled into a small sofa and flipped through the morning paper. Nothing out of the ordinary. But then, in a corner of the paper, he spotted a missing child notice, which caught his attention. A child had been missing for a week with no sign yet, but glancing at the photo, Jason saw it looked nothing like the twins. Meanwhile, the two children in the corner seemed to be having a little disagreement. Jason looked up and, catching their lip movements, realized they were talking about a dress. Minnie liked the dress she was holding, but Tom said it was expensive, so Minnie put it back. It was a pink fairy dress. Jason put down a newspaper and walked over. He checked the price tag, paused for a moment. Only $20. That's hardly expensive. He'd buy it. Minnie, try this one on. I think you'd look lovely in it. Jason handed the dress to Minnie. Minnie hesitated and said shyly, but it's expensive. It's all right. I've got money. Grinning, Minnie ran off to the fitting room, clutching the dress. Jason picked up a t-shirt from the rack, the one with the Batman logo on the chest. Do you like this one? He asked. Tom didn't speak, but nodded. Jason then chose a pair of casual pants and some kid sneakers, piling everything into Tom's arms. Go try them on. Don't worry about saving me money. Altogether, it cost less than 50 yuan. Having money brought a confidence to his words that hadn't been there before. Jason waited for the two kids to come out of the fitting room. Minnie was the first to dash over, spinning around to show off her dress. Does it look nice? She asked. Jason nodded. You should get new shoes. See if there's a pair you like. So, each child picked out a new pair of shoes for themselves. At the checkout, Jason asked Mrs. Pooin to braid Minnie's hair. Smiling warmly, Mrs. Pooin combed Minnie's hair and said, You two are lucky to have such a good brother. Both kids nodded enthusiastically. When they walked out, the children were beaming, each carrying their own bag of clothes. Seeing how such simple joys could be bought with just a little money, Jason suddenly understood how Roman must feel when he spends freely. He thought back to the days when even a single yuan had to be spent with utmost care and couldn't help but sigh. It's really good to have money. Roman stood with a coffee cup in hand, gazing off into the distance. Right now, life just felt great. Suddenly, his phone rang from the table. It was Maria calling. Boss, do you want to visit the stables in the next few days for a final inspection before we open? There have been so many impulsive purchases lately, even if it was only a few million here and there. Now, Roman found the horse business rather dull. He couldn't recall what had possessed him to get into this line of work in the first place. But since the opening was just around the corner, he might as well go take a look. All right, I'm at Sigrid. Come pick me up. Satisfied with his answer, Maria hung up. On the way to the stables, Maria handed Roman a business plan she'd written, asking her boss to review it and see if there was anything else that needed improvement. After all, the boss always had plenty of ideas, and she had to keep up. Roman took the plan and glanced through it. What in the world had made him ask Maria to write such a ludicrous proposal? A factory just to make villain-themed merchandise? And it had to be a new production line with no partners. He insisted on sole ownership. Were there really that many villain fans in Gotham? Could this production line truly avoid losing money? He, a businessman who, yes, had once run his company into bankruptcy out of sheer stubbornness, now actually wanted to run a business that was destined to lose money. It was hard to imagine. Black Mask, who once ruled Gotham's underworld and had dealings with villains all over the world, was about to start a money-losing venture. Was he really building this factory just to fleece that bunch of Arkham inmates? If he really wanted to scam them, why wouldn't he put the factory under someone else's name, funnel away the crowd-funded money, then declare bankruptcy, and so on? He must have been out of his mind to make such an absurd request. Yet Maria actually went and did a thorough market investigation. She even listed out potential factory locations and suitable factories to acquire. To be fair, Maria's business skills are truly second to none. Roman's expression shifted several times. Maria couldn't figure out whether her boss thought the idea was feasible or not. Roman flipped through a few more pages of the popularity rankings, unable to suppress a grimace. The Black Mask's popularity was nearly at rock bottom. Roman's lips curled even further in displeasure. If you're not satisfied, boss, I can revise it, Maria offered. No need. Roman handed the file back to Maria. I'm just curious how I ever came up with such an unreasonable demand. That question completely stumped Maria. How could she answer without making her boss angry? Carefully, Maria asked, So, do you still want to go ahead with the factory? Roman rubbed the bridge of his nose. Should I make the whole city buy clown merchandise? I need to split the profits with the clown just to break even. Well, maybe once the production line is up and the molds are ready, if we keep selling for long enough, we could recoup the investment, Maria replied, searching for the right words. As they spoke, they arrived at the stables. The luxury car came to a smooth stop. Before getting out, Roman said, Don't bother with this plan anymore. Just toss the proposal. Maria quietly let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the boss had changed his mind. After Roman got out of the car, he noticed the welcome sign and felt inexplicably puzzled. R&J Stables? Welcome to R&J Stables. Roman stood with his hands on his hips, repeating the greeting to himself. I get it, that's me. But what on earth is this J? Maria hesitated. Boss, you pick the name yourself. So who's this J supposed to be? Maria silently pleaded. Boss, please stop asking. I have no idea. Roman kept his hands on his hips. Why didn't you stop me? Tell me to think it through and pick a real name. Maria was on the verge of tears, inwardly screaming. I honestly have no idea why either. She replied earnestly. At the time, I thought it was a good name too. What's good about it? It doesn't make any sense. Roman stared at the carved, red-painted J for a long moment, as if trying to see through it and erase that annoying letter from the sign altogether. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could someone have messed with his head, causing him to do all these ridiculous things over the last few months? Anyway, he wouldn't be surprised by strange things happening to him. He was someone who'd seen a lot in his lifetime. If anyone had hypnotized him or cast some spell, hoping to get their hands on his fortune, he'd make sure they'd regret it. With an air of pride, Roman strode into the guest house and began inspecting his estate. According to the plan, the ranch was supposed to open this Sunday, offering a place for people to relax, enjoy horseback riding, and experience leisure activities. It would also provide accommodations, camping, and barbecues. If the mood struck, there was no reason not to have a bonfire party as well. For those wanting to board their horses, all it took was a payment. At present, the ranch could accommodate 20 to 30 horses, with enough space for each animal to roam freely. Roman gazed at the photograph hanging in the main hall, sipping his drink as he admired his own picture, taken the last time he'd visited the ranch. It was perfectly normal to have a portrait of him displayed in the hall, a sign that he was the owner of the place. Yet Roman still couldn't wrap his head around it. He wondered privately, after spending so much money, why he would let others enjoy the fruits of his investment. Even if he'd acted on impulse and decided to build a ranch, why would he ever open it to the public? He'd rather let his horses gather dust here than share this place with anyone else. But why was that? Maria, meanwhile, followed him, taking notes on Roman's feedback about the ranch. In several of the photos displayed in the hall, Roman and Jason were both beaming with joy. Yet neither Roman nor Maria paid any attention to Jason in the pictures, nor did anyone notice the child clinging to Roman in the photo. Roman and Maria took a tour around the vacation lodge. Roman stood in Jason's room for a while, but nothing struck him as out of place. It simply felt as though everything was as it should be. It wasn't until they reached the specially prepared boxing room that a flood of questions rose in Roman's mind. Did I really go through all the trouble of building a ranch just to spar with Bruce? Yeah, sound about right, Maria replied, playing along. That's just ridiculous. In Gotham, is there anywhere I can't train? Besides, I could always just go find him at night. When Roman realized this was the only reason he could come up with for running the ranch, he fell silent. He really did despise Batman. That much was true. And Batman was Bruce, also true. So it stood to reason that he disliked Bruce as well. Yet now he and Bruce were close friends. Bruce knew about his Black Mask identity. But Bruce didn't know that Roman knew he was Batman. Bruce would sometimes help him out as a friend, probably genuinely hoping Roman would turn over a new leaf. How naive. With a forceful swing, Roman shut the door to the boxing room. Honestly, there was no way he'd go to all this trouble just for Bruce. Something else must be at play here, something he'd forgotten. If anyone had tampered with his mind, he'd find them, then make them pay. And whether or not he'd toss them into Gotham Bay to feed the fish would depend on his mood at the time. We'll put the opening on hold for now. Let me think about it, he said after the inspection. Roman simply couldn't come up with a reason to run this place like a holiday resort. So, for now, he told Maria to postpone the opening. It wouldn't be too late to come back after he had sorted out everything that had happened recently. In Crime Alley, inside Jason's small house. That morning, after leaving Mrs. Puin's place with Minnie and Tom, they strolled through a few more shops, buying all the necessities for daily life, and even 3 sets of pretty pajamas. Later, Jason picked up a laptop and a cell phone from a secondhand shop. Altogether, the bundle only cost $300. The laptop looked to be in good shape, and it had surprisingly modern specs. It didn't seem like the usual kind of secondhand merchandise. But then again, this shop was in the heart of Crime Alley. Dealing in such goods was just part of their business. Jason quietly paid for his purchases. The shopkeeper, for his part, seemed rather surprised, marveling at the sight of a kid coming to buy electronics. He made a special effort to wrap everything in an old, tattered newspaper, then shoved it all into a battered plastic bag. He called it precaution against theft. Only Jason knew the shopkeeper was really just trying to save on packaging costs, but he couldn't be bothered to argue. On the way home with the 2 children, Jason ran into the same 4 kids who had tried to pick his pockets before. The 4 watched them with shifty eyes, but this time, they didn't swarm around Jason as they had before. Turning the corner, Jason bumped into an old playmate, Jack, the younger brother of the cab driver who had once given him a ride. It had been months since they'd last seen each other, and Jason felt a pang of nostalgia. At that moment, Jack was sitting on the ground, shoulders slumped, poking aimlessly at the dirt with a twig. Jason knew Jack didn't remember who he was now, and had been planning to head straight home. But seeing Jack so downcast, he couldn't help but stop and greet him. "What are you doing sitting here?" Hearing someone speak to him, Jack looked up and noticed a pair of twins curiously peering at him from behind. He hadn't seen these people around Crime Alley before. "Are you new here?" Jack went back to poking the ground. "It's best not to talk to strangers in Crime Alley." "Well, I just talked to you. Now we know each other." Once again, Jack looked up at this odd kid standing in front of him. "Are you new? I don't remember seeing you before, but the way you talk really fits in around here." "My name's Jason." Jason lowered his free left hand, intending to shake hands with Jack. Jack stared back at him in confusion, not responding. Jason paused, then added, "I'm John Doe." At last, Jack caught on, reaching out to shake his hand. "Jack Wood." Jason felt a wave of emotion, almost like in a game when you pick the wrong dialogue with an NPC and they just act as if nothing happened. That was exactly the response he got whenever he mentioned his real name. Only with the correct words would the NPC respond. Now, the correct reality was that people no longer reacted to his old identity, Jason Cienz. The name Jason clearly wouldn't work, but he hadn't yet tried if the surname Todd might make a difference. Actually my last name is Todd." As their handshake ended, Jason added this, hoping to test his theory. Jack looked puzzled at Jason's self-introduction. "No what? Actually you what? Why aren't you finishing your sentence?" Jason was reminded of those internet videos where people's voices are self-censored. That was exactly what he felt like right now. Any mention of his identity seemed to trigger some automatic filter in people's minds, as if their brains muted the details on their own. That must be it. Jason pinched his chin thoughtfully. So whether it was Jason Siones or Jason Todd, neither identity was usable. A hypothesis took shape in his mind. "Want to come over to my place? There's no one home, just me," and Jason glanced at the 2 little ones behind him, my younger brother and sister. "We got a ton of snacks, and we can watch TV together." Jack looked around, decided Jason seemed like a good guy, and nodded his agreement. Once they got home, Jason turned on the television for the other 3 kids. Jack couldn't help but praise the decor, saying it was rare to see such a pretty house in Crime Alley. Jason didn't think much of it. He skillfully plugged in his computer and connected to the internet. He'd already checked out his little room yesterday. Though small, Roman had been thorough, a tiny place with everything you could need, even internet access. "Jack, come take a look at this." Jason logged into his social media account, found a few news articles, and called Jack over. Jack was watching TV and was a bit reluctant to move when Jason called, but eventually he put down his soda and came over. Jason pointed at the screen. "Do you know this person?" "Yeah, That's Roman Siones, the local tycoon, strange temper, very proud. Jason made a sound of acknowledgement, then pointed at the child in Roman's arms in the photo. And this one? Jack stared for a while, hesitated but didn't answer. Jason pulled up another photo, this one of him and Roman in Hawaii, and asked Jack to describe it. Every time, Jack could recognize Roman in the picture, but always overlooked Jason standing next to him. Even in photos where Jason was alone, Jack would just remark on how nice the scenery was. What's my name? John, obviously. What's going on with you? If there's nothing else, I'm going back to watch TV. Once his experiment was finished, Jason let Jack return to the TV and turned his attention to his research. It seemed his guesses about magic were right. The amnesia spell on him must be working like a mental filter, automatically screening out any details about him from people's memories. And just like in that dream last night, whenever it came to anything about him, people's minds simply skipped over the information. Even when people look at his photograph, they remember nothing about him. But it isn't quite like ordinary forgetfulness. No one finds it odd to see him in a picture with someone else. Everything just feels natural. You clearly see him there, yet your mind simply slides past, even if his face takes up half the photo. Luckily, this magic only affects human memory. Machines, fortunately, are immune. Why does he have to bear so much? These past 4 months have been more dramatic than the previous 10 years of his life. Damn Roman. It's all Roman's fault. Thinking of Roman, Jason pouted in frustration. He thought about posting something online. After a moment's consideration, he saw 2 possible outcomes. First, Roman might simply ignore the post, letting things pass without incident. Second, Roman could notice a stranger bad-mouthing him, track Jason down, and give him a hard time. So, Jason created a new account under the name John Doe and posted his first update. So dramatic. Damn Roman. It's all Roman's fault. Jason also remembered that whenever he withdrew money, the bank system would alert Roman. But now, with the magic in effect, it would look like the withdrawals were made by the old Jason, and John Doe had nothing to do with it. In that case, he could withdraw cash without worry. Roman wouldn't notice a thing. Next, Jason posted a second update. Hooray, a new life of freedom begins today. I'll go withdraw another 1,000 later. Once he'd sorted out his plan, Jason turned to deal with his 3 guests. He sat on a separate little armchair, enjoying a cup of yogurt ice cream. He'd given each of the 3 guests a cup, and their delighted expressions said it all. What were you doing, sitting on the floor, sighing just now? At the question, Jack suddenly found his ice cream lost its flavor. He took another spoonful, and yes, it still tasted good. After a couple more bites, Jack finally replied, Oh, it's nothing. I just don't want to go to school anymore, so my brother's sending me off to Mrs. Gunn's Boys Academy. But school is great. Why don't you want to go? Jason was firmly convinced that school was good, unless something truly unusual made it impossible. Jack ate another spoonful or 2 before continuing. Mom's sick, and we've spent so much money. Dad's working several jobs every day, and my brother has to drive a taxi all the time, just so we can barely cover the medical bills. He paused. I want to drive a taxi too. Jack's words made Jason laugh. He chuckled and said, You're only 10. You can't even get a license yet. It wasn't that Jason lacked compassion. It's just that stories like this were everywhere in Crime Alley. People had grown used to them. For some reason, Jack felt a strong urge to talk when he was with Jason. This person, smaller and thinner than himself, made Jack feel inexplicably safe. So Jack poured out all his worries, holding nothing back. I know. That's why I don't want to go to school anymore. My dad and my brother don't have time to pick me up, and the school won't. Let's leave early. It's so annoying. This way, I don't have to pay for meals or supervision, or even worry about what to eat. That was indeed a problem, Jason thought as he gnawed on his spoon. I heard Mrs. Gunn doesn't force the kids to stay after school. That sounds pretty good. Jack sighed. That's exactly where the problem lies. How so? That old lady. She pretends she's teaching, but in reality, she's teaching the boys how to break the law. She claims she's just helping them pick up skills to make a living. Jason was a little surprised. Mrs. Gunn was something of a legend in Crime Alley. She'd only been here a couple of years, but already she was well known for running a school and helping out the local boys. Who would have thought she had a shady side to her, too? I might as well learn how to drive instead, Jack muttered, still chewing on his spoon in thought. Jack continued. They're having another field training tomorrow night. I don't want to go, but I'm too scared to tell my brother. Why not? He's already exhausted from driving his cab all day, comes home late, and he's been sick lately, too. I'm afraid if I tell him, he'll start working night shifts just so I can keep going to school. Jack looked completely drained. That was certainly a problem. Jason kept chewing on his spoon. I just wish I could grow up faster. Hearing that, Jason chuckled softly. He used to feel the same way, wishing he could grow up quickly so he could help take care of his family. But if you keep acting like this, you'll only make them worry more, won't you? Jason said seriously. It's summer vacation now. You should be enjoying your break. Easy for you to say. Jack mumbled something under his breath. And though Jason couldn't quite catch it, from the way Jack's mouth moved, he guessed Jack was complaining about Jason living in such a nice place, always saying the right things. Jack reached into his inside pocket and pulled out 300, handing it to Jack. I don't have much, but here, take this for now. Jack stared at him in shock. He looked at the 300 in his hand. It wasn't a small amount of money. The kid in front of him wasn't much older than he was, but he handed it over like it was nothing. Jack felt he shouldn't take it, but he couldn't tear his eyes away. The two little kids nearby watched them, not even paying attention to the cartoons anymore. Seeing Jack hesitate, Jason asked, "Are you sure Mrs. Gunn is actually doing anything illegal?" Jack nodded, but his eyes were still fixed on the money. Jason improvised, "I'm a member of Batman's street team. My job is to gather information for him. This is the reward he gave me. Now I'm using it to buy information from you." Jack's eyes lit up. "Really? You work for Batman?" Jack's tone made it sound as if Batman were some kind of gangster boss, and Jason couldn't help but chuckle. "Yeah, but you can't tell anyone. It's a secret." He turned to the two younger kids. "That goes for you both, too. My identity stays between us." The twins nodded solemnly. "If your information proves useful, there will be more rewards in the future." Jack thought it over and found this arrangement fair and reasonable. He accepted it, carefully stowing the $300 in his pocket. At the end, he even gave the pocket a gentle pat, clearly treasuring the money. Jason watched Jack's actions and couldn't help but think, in Crime Alley, you really have to play by the rules of Crime Alley. So, where are they planning to go tomorrow night? What are they up to? Mrs. Gunn is planning to rob a gold shop at 1015 Green Street. She's already scoped out where they keep the gold bars and intends to make her move just after midnight tomorrow. Jack laid out all the details, then added, "It seems like she also wants to use this as a chance to test how well the students have learned." "All right, if this checks out, I'll pay you the rest of your reward." Jason did his best to appear steady and reliable, someone who could handle things on his own. Jack, with the money in his pocket, was clearly fidgety and restless. He hurriedly finished his ice cream and tossed the empty container into the trash. "If you have more questions, just come find me in the building next door, apartment 301. That's my place. I'll head back now." Jason nodded and walked him to the door, making sure to remind Jack not to breathe a word about the intelligence team to anyone. Jack promised eagerly and took off in a rush. With Jack's business settled for now, Jason closed the door and returned to his room, sinking into his little sofa. The twins sat beside him, licking their spoons after each bite. He started chatting with the two kids, trying to learn more about their father. The twins chimed in one after the other, making quite a lively scene, though nothing truly useful came out of it. From their scattered remarks, Jason pieced together a general idea of what their father was like. He seemed a bit like Jason's own dad, Willis, someone who worked odd jobs for street gangs and would sometimes sign on as muscle for some of Gotham's more notorious criminals. They used to have a decent place to live and an aunt who looked after them. But then, for reasons unknown, their dad started dragging them from place to place about a month ago, always hiding. Eventually, they ended up at Jason's place. Jason tried searching for information on the twins' father, Sam Stone, using his laptop, but there was hardly anything about him online, almost nothing at all. By now, counting the days, Sam had been missing for 4 days, and it was hard not to worry that something bad might have happened. Jason felt a bit deflated. If only he could get in touch with Batman and ask for his help, Batman would surely lend a hand. The problem was, where could he even find Batman? Then, by chance, he came across a story about the Bat Signal and Commissioner Gordon. Looking at the photo of the Bat Signal, Jason got an idea. He could send a warning to the Gotham Police Department, tipping them off about the gold shop robbery plan for tomorrow night, and ask them to let Batman know to come find him. His phone was sitting right there within reach. Jason thought this idea was fantastic. His attention was caught by some news notifications, so he browsed a few more headlines and soon realized that public opinion had shifted. People were now debating whether Batman was a vigilante or a hero. To me, he's obviously a hero. Jason glanced at the time, set aside his computer, and went to prepare lunch. But as he cooked, he found himself puzzled by one thing. Why were there people in Gotham who didn't like Batman? Batman was the coolest, hands down, the epitome of awesome. He remembered the super slick high-tech gadgets he'd seen in the Batcave, and he couldn't imagine anyone not loving those. Besides, Batman was always taking down the bad guys and standing up for justice. Jason threw a couple of punches in the air, adding in dramatic sound effects under his breath, as if he were sparring with an invisible foe. Then he pulled his hands back and went on chopping carrots. Truth be told, he didn't actually like carrots. It was the twins who did. As he diced the carrots, Jason's thoughts drifted to Roman. There was that time when Roman discovered this little dislike of his, and for 10 days straight, every single meal featured carrots in some form. Even if it was just a tiny sliver as a garnish, there would always be a piece of carrot on his plate. The troublemaker probably just wanted to see the face he made whenever he spotted carrots, or watch him quietly push them aside. Roman's mischievous streak, Jason totally got it. As long as Roman didn't actually force him to eat the dreaded carrots, he could live with it. Roman wasn't much of a Batman fan, either. He didn't like Jason hanging around Batman, for that matter. Thinking about it, maybe it wasn't so strange that some people didn't like Batman after all. Jason had long since decided to stay out of whatever was going on between Roman and Batman, so now he felt perfectly at ease. He chopped the carrots into small cubes, tossed them into a pot, and started making soup. Later that afternoon, while the twins were napping, Jason slipped out and found a quiet spot to make an anonymous call to the police. The dispatcher, hearing the voice of a child on the line, immediately softened their tone. "Kid, what's your name?" "John Doe," Jason replied. There was a moment of hesitation on the other end. John Doe and Jane Doe were pretty much the go-to names for unidentified men and women. Of course, it wasn't impossible that someone actually had that name. "Are you sure that's your name?" "Yeah, that's what everyone calls me." "Is something wrong? Are you in trouble?" "I'm Fina. I just want to give you a warning." "What sort of warning?" "Someone's planning to rob the jewelry store at 1015 Green Street tomorrow night at midnight. I hope you'll keep an eye on it." "I'll report this." "Thank you for the tip." "John, can you tell me your address?" "I have something important to tell Batman. Could you ask Batman to come find me?" Jason replied with a question of his own, instead of answering. He could only hope the dispatcher wouldn't think he was just some kid causing trouble because he wanted to meet Batman. "What is such an important matter? You can tell me about it. Maybe I can arrange for someone to help you." Jason bit his lip. Maybe he should tell the police. The police might be able to help find the twins' father. But if that happened, the police would know that the three of them currently had no guardian. The twins would be sent to Child Protective Services and placed into the foster system. He would run away before that happened, and there would be no way for him to take the twins with him. He knew what foster care was like. Of course, it was always best to stay with one's own family. So he didn't want the twins to be sent to the Welfare Bureau. "If your information turns out to be true, I'd like Commissioner Gordon to let Batman know and ask Batman to come find me." "All right, but I'll need you to tell me your address so I can pass it on to Commissioner Gordon. I'll be waiting for him at the entrance of Crime Alley at 2 o'clock tomorrow morning." 2 in the morning should be enough time to confirm whether his warning was real or not. If it wasn't, then there'd be no reason for Batman to meet him. If it was, then he could ask Batman for help. "If you're willing to trust me, I'll also be at the alley entrance at 9 tonight, waiting for him." "Thank you, ma'am." With that, Jason hung up the phone. The police probably wouldn't be able to track him down. Just as Benjamin taught him, he took out the SIM card, then put both the card and the old phone, only capable of calls and texts, into his pocket. After walking along the street for more than 10 minutes, Jason went to another ATM and withdrew his living expenses for the day, tucking the money away safely. Then he started heading back home. On the way home, Jason ran into trouble. 4 older kids blocked his path. "Hey kid, you're new around here, aren't you? Haven't seen your face before." Jason recognized these 4. They were 1 to 3 years older than him. Petty theft was nothing to them. Sometimes, taking advantage of their numbers, they'd rob younger kids right on the street. Any amount would do, $1 or $2 if that's all you had. Just like now. "This area is under our protection. Pay the fee, and from now on, just mention our names and nobody will mess with you. That watch you got looks pretty nice." One of them, quick-eyed, had already noticed the most expensive thing Jason owned. Jason looked at his watch. He'd gotten so used to wearing it that he sometimes forgot it was even there. He thought for only a second before raising his hand. "This, if you like it, you can have it. Just give me a moment." The 4 kids hadn't expected Jason to give up the watch so readily. They looked at each other in surprise. Jason quickly deleted the numbers and private information stored on it, then unfastened the watch and showed it to them. "If you take this to Ryan's Hardware, I'd guess you could get $1,000, maybe $2,000 for it. Roman stuff should be worth at least this much, even if you sell it to a shady dealer." When they heard it could fetch $1,000 or $2,000, the 4 boys' eyes lit up. In a flurry of grabbing hands, they all lunged for the watch. Jason got shoved out of the circle. Rubbing his wrist, he noticed a pale mark where he'd worn the watch for years. While the 4 older boys were admiring their prize, Jason quietly slipped away and headed home. Another day escaped from Roman. If the magic ever wore off and Roman remembered him, Jason could at least honestly say he'd lost the watch. After all, Roman would never know what really happened. Janus Tower, top floor office. Roman had been staring at his phone screen for several minutes now. A string of notifications about the kid scrolled by. The kid activated his hideout in Crime Alley. The kid's account balance changed, -1,000. The kid's account balance changed, -1,000. The kid's watch has been removed. Roman stared at the screen a while longer, feeling like he understood every word. But at the moment, his mind was completely blank. Nothing about these messages was unreasonable. Everything made sense. And yet, something about them felt eerily off. Roman closed his eyes, leaned back, and tried to clear his thoughts. When he opened his eyes again, he had already forgotten the messages. Thinking about tonight's trip to the East End hideout for a pep talk and an inspection, Roman felt his mood lift. At 9 that evening, Jason waited in the shadows on the rooftop, watching for Batman. The view from here was perfect. He could keep an eye on the mouth of the alley at all times. He'd know instantly if Batman or the Batmobile showed up. The twins were at home. He told them to go to bed after watching TV and not to wait up for him. Half an hour passed in the chilly breeze, but there was no sign of Batman. Jason couldn't help but sigh. He pulled up his hood, bored, and fiddled with the drawstrings. It seemed the Gotham police had written him off as just another troublemaking kid. Jason almost wanted to complain, but after thinking about it, he realized his own antics did make him look like a bit of a rascal, so he let it go. After leaning against the water tower for another 10 minutes, he gave up and left the rooftop, disappointed. There would be no meeting with Batman tonight. The next day passed quietly. Jason took the twins on a bus trip to Apollo Seaside Park. The twins were delighted, building sandcastles in the playground. Jason watched over them, looking every bit the responsible older kid. It reminded him of the times he'd come here with Catherine. He played in the sand too, building castles. "Hello there, little one." Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke up. Jason turned to see a well-dressed, middle-aged man. But something in the man's eyes and smile struck Jason as sly and unsettling. "Hello, can I help you? Are you kids here on your own?" Jason had never liked this man from the start. The question instantly put Jason on his guard. He remembered the recent news stories about missing children. "Our parents went out for a walk. They'll be back soon," he replied. The man seemed a little disappointed, but quickly forced a smile. "Well, I'm actually a manager at a children's clothing company. I think you and your siblings are adorable, just the look our company is after. Here's my business card." Jason took the card and glanced at it. It was flashy and overdone. "My parents wouldn't agree to this," he said, handing the card back. The man gave an awkward laugh. "This is a chance to become a child star. You're too young to understand. How about I wait with you until your parents come home?" "I don't think so." Jason refused again. The man's smile looked sly and untrustworthy. "Well, when your parents return, please give them this and ask them to call me. We can talk then, all right?" "I already said no," Jason replied firmly, his tone righteous and unwavering. This man was really getting on his nerves. He just didn't know when to give up. Jason had already turned him down clearly, but the man kept pestering them. "Minnie, Tom, let's go home," Jason called to the twins. The twins looked reluctant to leave. With a strained smile, the man tried to hide his frustration, but Jason could see the anger simmering beneath his pleasant facade. Watching him closely, Jason felt even more certain that he disliked this man. He hurried the twins along. Although the twins dragged their feet, they obediently stood up, taking his hands, one on each side, as they left together. The man, still unwilling to give up, caught up to them. Becoming a child star is a dream for many. You can make lots of money, live in a big house, wear new clothes, he rambled. "From the looks of things, your lives must be tough right now, aren't they? What's it to you? You're really annoying. If you keep following us, I'll call the police," Jason said coldly, warning him. Seeing Jason's expression, the man realized this kid was not to be trifled with. Having run into a brick wall with Jason, he had no choice but to leave, grumbling under his breath. Once he was sure the man wasn't following them, Jason took the twins home. All the way back, he remained on high alert, carefully checking to make sure no one was tailing them. After everything that had happened over the past few months, he couldn't help but be cautious. And with the recent news of missing children in Gotham, he knew he couldn't let his guard down. He was afraid that before he could find the twins' father, he might lose them himself. Although Jason's skills weren't perfect yet, he could at least protect himself. But the twins were only 7, still just children, and they'd ended up in his home. That gave Jason a strange sense of responsibility. He felt he had to take good care of them. He couldn't let anything happen to them. At 1 in the morning, Jason arrived at the rooftop where he'd hidden the night before, using the shadows from the elevator machine room to conceal himself. This time, he'd come prepared, wearing a thick coat. Even though it was already summer, the nights in Gotham had been bitterly cold these past few days. He definitely didn't want to catch another chill and fall ill again so soon. The last bout had been miserable enough. Fidgeting with a small stone, he idly scratched lines and patterns into the ground, occasionally glancing toward the mouth of the alley. He hadn't been waiting long, just half an hour, when Batman arrived right on cue. The Batmobile looked impossibly sleek as it cruised down the empty, chilly street, its headlights cutting through the darkness and demanding attention. Batman jumped out of the car, scanning both sides of the alley, speaking now and then into his comm about the details of the recent robbery. Robin wasn't with him. Jason guessed Robin was either off handling another situation or staying back in the Batcave to coordinate communications. Or maybe he was out with Batgirl, working to take down crime elsewhere. Jason didn't reveal himself. Instead, he watched Batman from above, quietly observing his every move. He hadn't expected Batman to show up over 20 minutes early, though he supposed Batman was just as concerned about missing their meeting. Batman showed no sign of impatience. He must have realized he was early. After a cursory look around, he slipped into a dark, narrow alley and vanished from Jason's view. Jason let out a barely audible sigh of disappointment. He wasn't finished watching yet. How could Batman just disappear like that? He crept a few paces forward, hoping to catch another glimpse of the Dark Knight. That's when he heard the faintest sound behind him, triggering every ounce of his caution. He dropped into a crouch and rolled forward, narrowly avoiding an ambush, and instinctively flicked a small stone as a makeshift projectile. Batman hadn't expected the kid to react so quickly. Taken off guard, he was struck squarely in the chest by the little stone. Jason dusted off his hands and looked up at the man before him, the old soul attitude in his voice unmistakable as he teased. "Batman, is this how you usually say hello?" Yet, no matter how hard he tried to act mature, his young voice still carried the innocence of a child. Batman withdrew the hand he'd meant to use for a greeting, tucking it back beneath his cape. This kid was John Doe. He'd seen him once before after Zatanna's magic show, when the crowd was dispersing. The same kid who'd mistaken him for someone else. "John, Gordon already told me. Your information was spot on. Then why didn't you show up yesterday?" The question sounded a bit petulant, but Jason couldn't help asking. He knew Batman must have had his reasons for not coming. Besides, it might not have even been Batman's fault. "Sorry," Batman replied. "Gordon only told me about it tonight." He'd originally thought it was just a kid playing a prank to meet his idol, but out of caution, Gordon had still sent officers to stake out the jewelry store. Sure enough, they'd spotted Mrs. Gunn leading a group of teenagers in a heist. After Mrs. Gunn was apprehended, Gordon then relayed the information to him. So, once Batman had heard the story, he'd come straight to Crime Alley. The kid hid himself well. If Alfred hadn't told him there was someone on the rooftop, he might not have noticed for quite some time. "I paid $1,000 for this piece of information. Do you think the losses I saved Gotham from tonight are worth that much?" Batman paused for a moment. "They are. I'll bring you the money later." Was seeing me really just about the fee? That's just a side thing. Jason walked toward him. "Actually, I need your help with something." "What is it?" "Well, when I got home, I found a pair of twins at my place. Their father's been hiding them in my house for about 2 weeks. Batman listened intently as Jason spoke. "But their dad hasn't come back for 5 or 6 days now. Could you help me look for him? Can you take me to see the twins, John?" "Sure, but I have a condition." Jason continued. "Until we find their dad, you can't send them to child services or an orphanage. If something's happened to their father, if he's missing or worse," Jason's words trailed off, vague and uncertain, "you still can't send them away." Batman frowned, saying nothing. "I can handle it. My family can take care of them." Seeing Batman's silence, Jason added, "The reason I didn't go to the police is exactly this." "I can't make that promise," Batman replied. Jason looked a bit deflated. "Of course. If you have to take them away, I won't stop you. Come on, I'll show you." Jason led Batman back to his home. The twins were fast asleep in the bedroom. After checking on the twins, Jason quietly closed the door and discussed their situation with Batman in the living room, sharing everything he knew. When Jason finished, Batman said he'd get back to him as soon as possible and asked for a way to reach him. There was a landline in the house, so Jason scribbled a note for Batman with the number. Batman tucked the note away and casually asked, "Why aren't your parents home?" Jason wondered if Batman had picked up on something. At this hour, it did seem odd that his parents weren't around. "They're divorced. My mom moved to Florida, and my dad's away on business. He travels a lot." "So, you usually stay here by yourself?" "Oh no, not really. This is the old house. When my dad started making money, he moved us out. Since it's summer break and he's away again, I'm just staying here for a few days, visiting my aunt and uncle." Jason answered earnestly, making it clear he was being looked after. "How old are you now?" Jason tilted his head. "If you keep asking questions like that, you'll make me think you're a bad guy. My dad always tells me to be careful. Gotham's full of bad people." Batman chuckled softly. He glanced around at the furnishings, then kept the conversation light. "Your dad must be doing pretty well for himself, huh?" Jason frowned, feeling that if Batman kept interrogating him like this, he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Who could possibly keep their composure under Batman's questioning? Most people probably couldn't. Jason decided not to answer any more of Batman's questions. After all, he wasn't a real villain. Batman couldn't force him to talk. Then, Jason and Batman locked eyes for a second, each sizing the other up in silence. "I'm tired. My dad always tells me to get more sleep," Jason finally said. Batman nodded in a friendly manner. "As soon as I have any news, I'll let you know." Jason escorted him to the door. "You don't need to pay me for the information. Consider it my fee for asking you for help this time." Batman shot him a strange look. "I know money isn't a problem for you. Anyone could tell just by looking at your flashy Batmobile and all that high-tech gear, Jason added hastily. But business is business, right? I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Batman nodded, then took his leave. Jason watched as Batman jumped out through the fire escape window, then closed and locked the door behind him. He glanced at his own window, feeling a bit wistful. Why hadn't Batman used his window to make his exit? Window, you just missed your chance to get up close and personal with Batman, he joked. Jason yawned, washed up, and then sprawled out on the sofa to sleep. In the morning, as the first light of dawn crept through the window, Jason heard a faint noise and half opened his eyes. Suddenly, a dark figure startled him awake. He let out a shout and jerked upright on the couch. Once he realized that shadowy presence was Batman, he patted his chest, catching his breath. Batman, I'm just a kid. I can't handle you scaring me like that, Jason complained, feeling wronged by Batman's sudden visit. Batman said nothing. After Jason calmed down, Batman finally spoke. I'll be more careful next time. Jason glanced at the clock on the small table. It's barely past 6. Did you come because you have news? Yes. I found the twins' father, Batman replied. Jason's eyes lit up. Oh, where is he? In the hospital. Jason blinked, taking a moment to process the news. He had imagined that maybe the twins' father had gotten into trouble and was locked up in prison, which was why he hadn't been able to visit. Hearing the real story now, it felt almost unbelievable. But, thinking it over, it made sense. If he was simply in prison, the twins would have nobody to care for them. As their father, wouldn't he have at least notified the police? What happened? Burglary, Batman replied after a pause. He fell from the 3rd floor while being chased. He was out of immediate danger yesterday and woke up this morning, but his mind is still a bit foggy and he can't speak yet. Do you want to take the twins to see their father? Jason nodded, and Batman finished the thought for him. As soon as they wake up, you can go. Jason nodded vigorously, a bright, pleased smile tugging at his lips. Now then, let's talk about you, Batman said, his tone suddenly turning serious, his gaze sharp as a blade. Jason blinked, and the smile froze on his face. It seemed Batman, while investigating the twins, had taken the time to look into him as well. Was it too late to run now? No, he really should have bolted last night, right after Batman left. What do you want to talk about? He managed. This house belongs to Willis Todd, but he's dead. It's been his widow, Catherine Todd, living here all along. The house fees have been paid up for 100 years by a mysterious benefactor. Batman had uncovered that this mysterious figure was Roman, though Roman hadn't revealed his identity, and Batman had no intention of telling Jason either. Roman had renovated the place, renewed the trust, perhaps planning to use it as a hideout or a safe house. Batman pressed on, his tone still stern, laying out what he had discovered. But Catherine died over 4 months ago from a drug overdose. And John Doe isn't your real name, is it? You just wanted everyone to believe you're a nobody. Hearing Batman's words, Jason felt as if a series of explosions had gone off in his mind. His father had finally been declared dead. A sting rose in his nose, and tears welled in his eyes. Jason blinked hard, determined not to let them fall. Batman, seeing his expression, was moved despite himself. The harsh aura he radiated softened a touch. He realized he might have been too severe. After all, the boy in front of him looked no older than 8 or 9. You're right. I'm not John Doe, Jason admitted, voice tight with emotion. He decided to come clean. The truth is, I'm under a spell. Batman's demeanor eased, his voice gentler now. Tell me about it. Maybe I can help. Should he really let Batman help? Jason hesitated. He hadn't enjoyed his freedom nearly enough yet. He declared with determination, but this is still my home. Then he began to explain. Before the spell, you knew me too. At those words, Batman frowned. A memory charm? Jason nodded, voicing the conclusion he'd reached. Batman would understand. Actually, it's more like a spell of neglect. Remember the night you saw me at the theater? Batman nodded, urging him to go on. Before that night, anything related to my real identity was simply overlooked by everyone. Whenever the past came up, your minds would just skip over me, as if I never existed at all. He'd spent a long time figuring out how to describe it, and now, finally, he could use it. Telling Batman, he thought, might make him notice something was wrong. Telling Roman, well, Roman would probably just smack him for the 5th time. Telling Gotham would think he'd lost his mind. Jason made a mental note about Roman. Batman fell silent, weighing the possibility of such magic. Seeing Batman lost in thought, Jason stood up from the sofa, opened his laptop, and quickly pulled up the news report about Roman adopting him. Pointing at the photo on the screen, he asked Batman, "Who do you see here?" Batman, still uncertain, replied, "Roman." Jason's expression grew serious. "Then what does this article say? Can you repeat it?" "Breaking news, Roman," Batman began, echoing the first few words. Jason closed the laptop and looked at him even more intently. Batman met his gaze. They had just been discussing magic, and John had turned on the computer. He just didn't know why John was looking at him like this. Do you remember what I just showed you? Jason emphasized, I didn't lie to you. And the fact that you remember our conversation about magic is already proof enough of what I told you. He added, I didn't hypnotize you, and I haven't manipulated your mind with some crazy device like the Mad Hatter. On the surface, Batman remained calm, but inside he felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. I believe you. I'll help you sort this out. To be honest, I don't really want to fix this. I'm doing fine on my own right now. I actually like things this way, with everyone forgetting who I used to be. Batman hesitated, but you're still a child. You need someone to look after you. I really am doing just fine by myself, Jason insisted stubbornly. You can come visit me often, and I can help you gather intel from the streets. Batman shook his head. No, that's too dangerous. Leave the street work to me. The reason I'm telling you all this isn't just because you're smart. It's because I trust you. Jason continued negotiating, his tone unwavering. I like living in my own place, and I don't care when a magic wears off. I don't want to go to any children's services. He made his wishes clear to Batman. Batman fell into deep thought. After a while, Batman spoke. All right, I'll help you apply for a Wayne grant. Actually, I don't need it. I have enough money to last me a lifetime. Jason declined Batman's offer. You can probably tell that just by looking at how this place is decorated. At those words, something dawned on Batman, but then a wave of confusion passed over his face. Seeing Batman staring at him, Jason figured the detective had just remembered something else about him. Then, as the magic took hold, Batman would forget the truth he'd just uncovered. So, are we agreed? Jason pressed Batman for his word. Batman nodded. But you still need a guardian. Jason broke into a smile. I really don't think I do. He remembered the first thing he'd said to Batman when they met, and with a hint of mischief, he added, unless you let Bruce be my guardian. Batman fell silent for a moment. I'm just kidding. Jason meant no harm. He simply wanted to see Batman flustered. But Batman was wrapped up so tightly, you couldn't see his expression. Jason paused, but decided to speak his mind anyway. You must be really busy. You don't need to waste your time and energy on me. I can really take care of myself. I'll look into this. Jason forced a smile. Batman really did have a helpful streak. Just then, there was some noise from the bedroom. The twins had woken up. Jason called out, would you like to have breakfast with us? Before Batman could answer, Jason continued right away. You're here to take the twins to see their father, aren't you? Well, you might as well join us for breakfast. My sandwiches aren't bad. The twins really like them. Though to be honest, they're mostly made from convenience store stuff nearby. Such a sincere invitation, Batman agreed. Jason told him to wait in the living room, then cheerfully went off to wash up before heading to the kitchen to start breakfast. When the twins came out, they spotted Batman sitting on the sofa. Their eyes lingered on him, curiosity written all over their faces as they whispered to each other, realizing Batman was actually real and a little scary. Batman glanced at the twins and was about to greet them, but the two kids instantly fell silent, ducked in the bathroom, and shut the door tight. Batman kept a stoic face, occupying himself by fiddling with his fingers. Jason, ever the considerate one, explained, they've heard a bit about Batman in Gotham, but they're still young. They thought you were just a character from a storybook. I understand. The scent of frying eggs drifted through the room. How old are you? Batman asked. 10, Jason replied, sliding the eggs onto a plate. In just over a month, I'll be 11. You look a bit younger. Jason nodded in agreement. I've been eating better lately. I should catch up eventually. Then he muttered something under his breath. From the context, Batman figured Jason was hoping he wouldn't end up the shortest among his peers when he grew up. 10 years old or not, he was still just a kid. A faint smile tugged at Batman's lips. Breakfast made from semi-prepared food didn't take long. By the time the twins came out of the bathroom, Jason had already placed a plate of breakfast in front of each seat at the table. He'd even prepared a double portion for Batman, hoping he'd have enough to eat. The family table was round, and at mealtime, the twins nestled close to Jason, leaving a generous space for Batman. Jason took care of the two youngsters as they ate. Acting as the head of the household, he offered Batman an apologetic smile. Help yourself. There's only milk to drink, I'm afraid. Batman returned the smile, glancing down at his gloved hands. Jason noticed his hesitation. There are napkins on the table, he said. If you don't mind, you can wrap your sandwich with one. But Batman didn't take the suggestion. Instead, he removed one of his gloves, picked up the plate, and lifted the sandwich with his bare hand, taking a bite. It was just an ordinary, quickly made meal, but the cooking was actually quite decent. The egg was gently runny in the middle, and the mayonnaise was just right. He picked up a sausage with his fork. Jason noticed his hesitation and said, there are napkins on the table. If you don't mind, you can wrap your sandwich in one to eat. But Batman didn't take his suggestion. He simply removed one glove, picked up the plate, and, with his bare hand, lifted the sandwich and took a bite. It was an ordinary, quick meal, but the cooking was just right, the egg was perfectly runny, and the salad dressing was added in just the right amount. He speared a sausage with his fork and tasted it. The outside was crispy, the inside tender, and the flavor was just right. Not bad, he commented. Jason, keeping a close eye on his every move, beamed with pride at this praise. He began explaining to the two children beside him, who kept sneaking glances at Batman. This is Gotham's Dark Knight, Batman. He's a real hero who catches the bad guys. He's amazing, and he's real. Listening to his introduction, the twins' faces lit up with wonder and admiration. They no longer seemed so afraid of Batman. If my brother thinks he's good, then he really must be good, Minnie declared. Jason nodded with a warm smile. He really is a good person. Once you finish your breakfast, Batman will take you to find your father. Really, they asked. After Jason gave them a reassuring answer, joy lit up the twins' faces, and they began to eat faster. Jason sipped his hot milk. It had been so cold last night, he figured he deserved something warm this morning. He glanced again at Batman's unloved left hand and the way he used his fork. A thought crossed his mind. So, Batman really is Bruce. Those gestures, the way he ate. If Batman wasn't Bruce, he'd have to be Bruce's long-lost twin. Jason chuckled to himself. He had always been good at recognizing people by their posture and expressions. After 3 or 4 months of training and Benjamin's patient coaching, it was almost impossible not to figure it out. As he ate, he considered whether he should try to see if Black Mask was actually Roman next time. Seemed like a good plan. The more he ate, the happier he became. Batman noticed Jason grinning foolishly to himself. He didn't know what the boy found so amusing, but somehow, his own mood lightened as well. Even after a sleepless night, he felt surprisingly energetic now. After breakfast, Batman led the 3 children to the entrance of the alley, where a police car was already waiting to take the twins to the hospital. The twins spotted the Batmobile parked at the mouth of the alley and couldn't help exclaiming in awe, launching into an excited discussion about how cool Batman and his car were. Jason still looked a bit worried and asked Batman, "The child protection people won't take the twins away, will they?" "Volunteers will look after them for now," Batman replied honestly. "I can't tell you much at the moment, but once Sam wakes up, he'll be able to take care of the twins again. No one will take away his custody." That was a promise, and it set Jason's mind at ease. He thanked Batman, then got into the police car with the twins. In the hospital, the twins were allowed to visit Sam for half an hour, but they had to keep quiet. Sam was still recovering, not yet able to speak much, but at least he was considerably more lucid. As the twins softly called him Dad while gathered around his bed, tears welled up at the corners of Sam's eyes. The twins gently used the corners of their shirts to wipe away his tears, then began to quietly take turns talking. "Our kind brother cooks for us and even buys us new clothes." The two of them proudly showed off their new outfits, clearly delighted. Sam's gaze drifted toward the doorway, where Jason stood. He tried to speak, but only muffled sounds came out. Jason grinned, flashing a wide smile and giving an okay gesture, then closed the door and left. The police would explain everything clearly to Sam. For this half hour, the twins could fully enjoy reuniting with their father. After saying goodbye to Jason, the twins were taken to the Children's Welfare Center. From what Jason had gathered, Sam's outlook was positive. He would recover in a few more days. Considering Sam's special circumstances, the district attorney would not press charges and would allow him to be released on bail. However, as restitution for his theft, Sam would have to do 3 months of community service. There was more good news. Once Sam recovered, he would be allowed to reunite with his children right away. He wouldn't have to wait 3 months. The Wayne Foundation sent someone to assess the situation and determine if support could be offered. If approved, they could provide temporary housing and a grant. Of course, since Batman was Bruce and Bruce was Batman, Jason had no doubt the assessment would go through without a hitch. With the twin situation settled, Batman personally drove Jason home. Jason lounged comfortably in the Batmobile, savoring the rare chance to see it in daylight. He wondered how Batman planned to sneak back home afterward. Batman must have been exhausted after staying up all night. Now that Jason knew Batman's identity, and based on his days spent at Bruce's house, he knew that at this hour, 8 or 9 in the morning, if Bruce had nothing urgent, he'd usually be asleep. "Why haven't I seen Robin around lately?" "Robin's had other things to do. He's been busy." Jason replied with an "oh," and didn't press further. The Batmobile stopped at the mouth of the alley. Jason hopped out and waved at Batman. Batman waved back in farewell. Then, with a low roar, the Batmobile sped off and disappeared. By now, the street was already filling with passersby. When people saw a child getting out of the Batmobile, they couldn't help but steal a second glance. Riding home in a Batmobile was the kind of story that would make Jason the envy of any friend, a tale sure to be retold in every corner of the neighborhood. Jason paid it no mind. He pulled up his hood, turned, and slipped into the alley, weaving his way through finally arriving home. Thinking back to the truth Batman had inadvertently revealed that morning, the fact that Willis was already gone, Jason felt a pang of sorrow. The only family photo, the one of the three of them together, had been taken by Kathleen. Now, aside from this newly renovated home, Jason had nothing left to remember them by. Jason didn't dwell on the sadness. He picked up the twins' slippers, which they'd left at the doorway, and placed them neatly on the shoe rack. These two pairs of slippers would make nice keepsakes, too. He took a look around. Everything in the house was just fine, except that the single bookshelf looked a bit empty. The apartment wasn't spacious to begin with, so squeezing in a bookshelf had been no small feat. Jason picked up a pen and started jotting down a list of places to visit and things to buy that afternoon. Most importantly, he drafted a book list. All his books were still at the manor, and it wasn't practical to fetch them. He might as well hunt for some treasures in the used bookstore. He'd also need to buy some school supplies, and then head to the nearby supermarket for groceries and snacks. Above all, ice cream. Jason drew a bold circle around ice cream. Ever since coming back from Hawaii, Roman had even started rationing his ice cream. No more than 4 a week. Roman didn't care how many he ate in a single day, but there were only 4 in the freezer each week. Once they were gone, that was it until next week. Then, when Roman found out that while Jason stayed at Bruce's place, he'd been eating ice cream almost every day, he cut the weekly quota down from 4 to 3. Jason was pretty sure Roman had talked to Bruce about it after his own name was cleared. Now, no one was there to limit his ice cream. The thought made Jason draw several more circles around ice cream. That afternoon, Jason headed out. He first went to a second-hand bookstore 2 blocks away, a place he'd frequented back in elementary school, always on the lookout for cheap used books. 6th grade books no longer held his interest, so he picked up a 7th grade and an 8th grade math book. He browsed for a long time, eventually finding a slim beginner's French guide. He also grabbed a paperback copy of Pride and Prejudice. He'd read it several times before, but it was always nice to have one on the shelf to flip through whenever he liked. Then there was a hefty volume of The Count of Monte Cristo. He'd only just started it and hadn't finished yet. He picked out another 5 or 6 books, including a birdwatching guide, planning to read it during the summer. He would have bought a dozen more, if not for the hassle of carrying them all home. But what delighted Jason most was finding, tucked among a pile of battered old books, a first edition of Principles of Firearms. He skimmed a few pages, heart pounding with excitement. A first edition, and it covered firearms and ammunition, with solid content too. Images of Roman handling guns flashed through his mind. It was undeniably cool. Neither Benjamin nor Roman had ever taught him about firearms, probably thinking he was still too young for it. Now he'd found a book on the subject, perfect for a little self-study. Bursting with happiness, Jason carried his discoveries up to the register to pay. The shop was rather quiet. Since Jason had come in, he'd spent over an hour browsing the shelves, and in all that time there were only 2 or 3 other customers doing the same. The rest just popped in to buy their newspapers, magazines, or comics and left right away. "Owner, could you ring these up and wrap them for me?" Jason called out. The shop owner took the books and started tallying up the bill, looking a bit surprised. He glanced over at Jason a couple of times. "That'll be 53, he said, "but I'll round it down. Just give me 50. Most of the books were old stock that hadn't sold in ages. Having someone buy them at all was a win, even if it was just a little profit. Jason pulled out his small wallet and placed 5 $10 bills on the counter. As the owner counted the money and reached for some brown paper to wrap the books, he remarked, "Kids your age rarely pick out these kinds of books." At least, that was the case in this neighborhood. "It's just a little hobby of mine," Jason replied. "The selection is pretty broad, and the styles are all over the map," the owner commented as he wrapped the books, glancing at the covers. "Yeah, I read a bit of everything," Jason admitted. "That's great, really great," the owner said, repeating himself a few times as he praised Jason. "Books, they're the ladder of human progress." Jason grinned. Gorky. The owner always liked to quote that line to anyone who came in for books. Just as the owner was finishing up the wrapping, Jason took out another $5 and placed it on the counter. "Could you please deliver these to Parker's Pizza at the entrance of Crime Alley? Say they're for John Doe." The owner pocketed the money with a smile and agreed right away. Jason gave him a friendly nod and headed out toward the nearby supermarket. After picking up some things at the supermarket, Jason did the same. He left a tip and asked them to deliver his purchases to the pizza shop. After all, it wasn't much fun carrying around a mountain of shopping bags. Jason strolled home, enjoying an ice cream cone. As he passed by a clothing store, a red-hooded sweatshirt in the display case caught his eye. He felt an immediate urge to have it. He glanced down at his own shirt, then up at the gloomy sky. It was summer, but lately Gotham's weather had been drizzly and overcast. A hoodie would be just right. It'd be perfect for chilly days, too. He could pull up the hood to block the wind. Jason stood in front of the window, admiring the hoodie, finishing his ice cream before finally stepping inside. As soon as he entered, a friendly sales clerk greeted him. Did you have your eye on the one by the door? Jason nodded. I'd like one. Before he could finish, the clerk interrupted. Are you shopping for clothes on your own? Jason bit his lip. Yeah, my parents are both busy. I'm just out having fun by myself. The clerk smiled. That one's $188. It's not cheap. Wanting to call your parents to help you decide. So that's what they were worried about. You might not be able to afford it. Jason's gaze lingered on the red hoodie. It really did look great. He wanted it more than anything. Politely, Jason asked, could you please get me a children's medium to try on? The shop assistant took an item down from the shelf and handed it to him, then gestured to the rack nearby. You could also take a look at the clothes over there. There are plenty of good choices. Jason glanced over. It was the clearance rack, with an average price around $20. No, I just like this one. With that, he walked into the fitting room. The hoodie was great, fit him well, and felt comfortable. Even though $188 was a bit pricey, Jason still counted out the money from his small wallet under the shop assistant's surprised gaze. Would you like to see anything else? The assistant warmly asked if Jason wanted to look at anything else, like sneakers, pants, or small accessories. Jason wasn't interested in any of those. He asked the assistant to pack up his old clothes, took them, and left. Gotham might be shrouded in gray, but with this red hoodie on, Jason felt like the brightest kid on the street. He figured Gotham would look a little more lively thanks to him, though of course, most of the credit had to go to the hoodie. With that thought, Jason headed home with a light spring in his step. He stopped by the local pizza place near his apartment to pick up a delivery, and even ordered pizza for dinner. He had quite a few things to carry, and since the pizza would take a while, he divided his stuff into 3 small loads and brought the first batch home. By the time Jason had finished 2 trips and returned to the pizza shop, the clock on the wall read 6:30. The pizza was ready and packaged up, waiting just for him. He took the last small bag of supplies and grabbed the pizza box, ready for a pizza night at home. But as soon as he reached the bottom of his building, he saw the same 4 guys who'd snatched his watch last time, hanging around the entrance, scanning the area. As soon as he showed up, one of them nudged the others, letting them know he'd arrived. These 4 older kids had formed their own little gang, called themselves the Bang Bang Crew, and always used code names for each other. Boom Boom, Ping Ping, Pang Pang, and Boom. Jason felt a headache coming on. Had he been too flashy lately? Maybe showed off a little too much, and now they were after him again? With the staircase blocked, he couldn't go forward or back. Boom, the apparent leader of the group, spoke up. Hand over your cash, kid. The 4 of them started closing in on him. Jason began to assess whether or not he could take on all 4 at once. How much did you get for pawning my watch last time? Wasn't that enough for me to pay your protection fee? The 4 exchanged uncertain glances, looking a bit embarrassed. Cut the chatter. Pay up $2,000 this time. From now on, drop our names, and no one will dare mess with you. Jason saw they were trying to surround him, so he stepped back a few paces. That's over the line. I just paid you guys the other day. Don't you have any sense of fair play? Hurry up and hand it over. You've got more valuable stuff on you for sure. Or we'll rough you up. Ping Ping tried to coax him. Just think of it as a joining fee. After that, we'll let you hang out with us. Jason frowned. These guys were greedy. From past experience, he knew you couldn't trust even half of what these 4 said. I only have a few dozen bucks left on me, and I still need to get through the summer. That was actually the truth. The last 1,000 he withdrew was hidden at home, and he planned to give it to Jack when he found the chance. Hand it over. Whatever's missing, you owe us. You can pay us back slowly. A parade of question marks practically danced above Jason's head. Not only were they greedy, but totally unreasonable and without a shred of principle. He raised his voice in protest. I've already given you guys money once. Even if I had more, there's no way I'd pay you a second time. Dong Dong pulled out a folding knife, snapping it open. Are you looking for a beating, punk? Jason calmly set his things down on the ground. The others burst out laughing. That's more like it. Hand over the cash and leave your stuff, then you can get lost. Yeah, we'll let you off easy today. I'm not going to cry, Jason replied evenly, lifting his chin. But I can't say the same for you. Assessment complete. The 4 across from him were just arrogant cowards. They wouldn't listen to his warnings. He'd grown up on these streets and already knew how to handle himself in a fight. After 4 months of training, Jason figured he was at least top dog among the neighborhood kids. He squared up, and in a flash, swept Dong Dong's legs out from under him. With a yelp, Dong Dong toppled backward, crashing into Ping Ping behind him. The 2 tumbled to the ground in a heap. The other 2 snapped out of their stupor when they saw Jason make his move. Boom was the first to shout and swing a fist. Jason sidestepped, grabbed Boom's arm, and with a well-practiced throw, slammed him hard to the ground. Pang Pang had meant to jump in, but seeing how deftly Jason handled Boom, he lost his nerve and backed away a few steps. Dong Dong scrambled up, waving the folding knife and yelling as he lunged at Jason. Jason lifted his foot and kicked Dong Dong squarely on the wrist. Dong Dong's hand went limp, and the knife clattered to the ground. Without missing a beat, Jason spun and drove a punch into Dong Dong's chest. With a groan, Dong Dong collapsed again. Ping Ping charged at him, but Jason launched a flying kick, landing it right in Ping Ping's stomach. A moment later, Ping Ping flew a meter through the air, landing hard and curling up, clutching his belly in agony. Jason stooped down, picked up the folding knife, and tested its edge. Not bad. Would make a decent fruit knife. He snapped it shut and slipped it into his pocket, making a mental note that maybe he should start carrying something for self-defense himself. Apart from him, it looked like there was still one person standing. Jason turned to look at Pang Pang, who immediately sank to the ground in fright. Pang Pang stammered, trying to defend himself. I just hang around with him sometimes. Never really did anything. Out of the four, Pang Pang was the only one who hadn't tried to attack, and had even backed away. Jason yanked Boom up. Isn't it time for a change of leadership around here? Boom clutched his waist and nodded vigorously. You're the boss. You're the boss. Jason released him. Then, Jason walked toward Dong Dong. Seeing Jason approach, Dong Dong scrambled on all fours, desperately trying to get up. But his chest throbbed with pain. Jason's punch earlier had landed with the force of a sledgehammer. And now, his leg, the one Jason had swept aside, was starting to ache as well. Dong Dong struggled for a moment, but his limbs were too uncoordinated, and he fell again. He looked up at Jason in panic. Please, no more. I know I was wrong. Jason had been planning to do a dramatic chest stomp, just like on TV, but seeing the terror on Dong Dong's face, he hesitated for a moment. There was something about Dong Dong's expression. Was he starting to resemble the villains a bit too much? And, come to think of it, on TV, it was usually the cocky bad guys who stomped on the righteous heroes. For a split second, Jason's mind raced. Those crooks must look just this afraid when they face Batman. Yeah, he was here to punish evil and uphold justice. Strengthened by this thought, Jason gave himself a silent pep talk. If I find out you're still shaking kids down for protection money, or bullying anyone, I'll come back and give you another beating. He delivered his warning. All four of them hurriedly agreed, nodding and stammering their obedience. Jason grabbed his supplies and the pizza, heading upstairs without looking back. Once home, Jason sorted his groceries neatly, completely unfazed by what had just happened. Passing by the full-length mirror, he caught sight of his vivid red hoodie and found himself liking it even more. He checked himself out from every angle, admiring his reflection for quite some time. He felt like he looked better than ever today. Jason thought about snapping a selfie and posting an update, but, to his frustration, he only had an old-fashioned phone. The camera on his laptop wasn't any good, either. He jotted down a reminder to buy a smartphone tomorrow, then settled onto the sofa, turned on the TV, popped open a can of soda, and lifted the lid of the pizza box. His pizza night had officially begun. He'd grab a tub of ice cream later. Now that would really hit the spot. Meanwhile, Bruce got in touch with Zatanna. Hey, Shay. On the screen, Zatanna was getting ready for a performance. She spotted Bruce in his costume. Bruce, is something wrong? Do you remember this kid? Batman held up a photo of Jason. Edo, the boy who mistook me for someone else. Bruce wanted to argue, but faltered, his thoughts momentarily drifting. Zatanna noticed something was off, calling his name a few times. Bruce snapped back to the present and continued. That's what I need your help with. The kid's gotten mixed up in something mysterious. I've checked the records. There's nothing in the magical archives. I was hoping you could take a look. Zatanna called a quick word to someone backstage, then turned back. All right, it's almost my turn to perform. Wait until my show's over, then fill me in. I'll wait for you outside, she said. Zatanna nodded, ended the video call, took a moment to compose herself, and got ready to step onto the stage for her performance. Night was settling in. Jason stifled a yawn, feeling a bit sleepy, but he wasn't quite ready for bed yet. They were only halfway through the movie. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Jason quietly got up and moved toward the door. Mounted on the nearby wall was a video monitor, and on its screen appeared two figures, Batman and the magician Zatanna. He hurried to open the door and invited both of them inside. Zatanna followed Batman into the room. From the tabloids and the tidbits he'd picked up from Roman, Jason knew that Zatanna and Bruce had grown up together and shared a close bond. Wow, Batman, did you bring Zatanna here to investigate my case? This was just incredible. That's awesome. Can you teach me magic? Jason pressed his hands together in a pleading gesture, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Zatanna was amused by his childlike enthusiasm. Hello, John. I'm here at Batman's invitation to look into what's been happening to you. Jason was full of anticipation for the magic Zatanna was about to perform. He stood obediently, waiting for her next move. No need to be so formal, Batman said. Just have a seat. Taking his cue, Jason returned to the couch. This won't hurt, Zatanna explained gently. It'll just help you relax, so I can sense if there are any traces of magic on you. Jason grinned, full of sincerity. That's fine. I'm not afraid of pain. Zatanna reached out, holding her hand above Jason's head, beginning her magical examination. She already had a general idea of the situation from Bruce on their way over. But when she first met Jason, she hadn't sensed any magical energy from him. Not then, and not now. To Zatanna, it was as if she had stepped into a thick fog. No matter which direction she moved, the mist refused to lift, and the space seemed endless. She waved her wand and commanded, "Vanish, fog of confusion." But nothing happened. The fog remained. Frowning slightly, she picked a direction and started walking, leaving glowing markers along the way. She didn't know how much time had passed when, in the midst of the mist, a shadowy figure appeared. As she drew closer, Zatanna saw that the figure wore a dark blue robe and a jackal-headed mask. The stranger stood motionless until Zatanna approached, then spoke in a warm, reassuring voice. "Magician, don't waste your efforts. You will not be able to unravel the depths of this fog." Zatanna recalled records she'd seen in ancient magical texts and connected them with the recent exhibition of the Baltern relics at the Gotham Museum. She asked, "Are you the guardian of Baltern?" "Yes, I am the divine envoy, Ball. But didn't your kind leave this world over 2,000 years ago? When the underground palace was unearthed, our attention returned to this world. The gods willed it, so we came back." Zatanna hadn't forgotten why she came. What exactly happened to John? "He's an interesting man, that's all. He drew the attention of the gods, nothing more." A golden light flared a few steps away from Ball, and a figure appeared, dressed in radiant golden armor and wearing a gilded mask shaped like the head of a divine eagle. Zatanna recognized him at once. This was the god's messenger, Baal's partner, known as the Envoy Tern. Tern's voice was sharp, edged with warning. "All you need to know is that we're guardians. We will not harm him, but if you don't leave now, we'll have to remove you ourselves." Baal's gentle tone sounded once more. "Go back. This isn't magic you can unravel. His future lies with his destiny." The world around her grew dim. Zatanna felt the ground vanish beneath her feet. She tried to scream, but no sound came as she plummeted into a bottomless abyss. She understood. The envoys were casting her out. In that instant, she woke up. Zatanna's eyes snapped open, meeting Batman's steady gaze. She rolled her eyes sideways and saw Jason beside her, his face alight with curiosity. Jason had just shaken off the daze himself. It felt as though he'd lost consciousness for a moment, probably what Zatanna had meant by blanking out. "Sorry, Batman. I can't help you," Zatanna said, hesitating as if wanting to add more. Jason smiled at her, then turned back to the movie. It wasn't his problem to solve, after all. Still, he perked up his ears, listening in on their conversation. The gods of Baltern have taken a special interest in John for reasons of their own. The envoys didn't tell me much, but they promised they wouldn't hurt him. Baltern? That ancient, enigmatic kingdom from the Near East? I've read in the Book of Magic that their gods sent Bal, and Tern as envoys, to help found their nation. That's why they called themselves Baltern. Zatanna nodded in confirmation. "Is there any way to break the spell?" Zatanna shook her head. "If you want to break it, you'll have to find where they dwell, a place hidden deep in the cosmos." She paused, then added, "There is another way." This caught Jason's attention. He leaned in to listen. If the right conditions are met, the magic will unravel on its own. But no one knows what those conditions are. Jason sank back into the sofa. Who could ever figure that out? Batman's response was a low, thoughtful sound. "Let be, Batman." Batman glanced at Jason. "I'll help you." Jason sensed Batman was talking to him. He turned and saw Batman looking right at him, so he grinned back. "Get some sleep." Batman and Zatanna left together. Jason followed them to the door, said his goodbyes, locked up, and headed to the bathroom to get ready for bed. As they walked side by side out of the apartment building, Zatanna suddenly asked, "So, in the end, whose child might he actually be?" Batman was about to reply, but the distant roar of an engine tearing through the night shattered their train of thought. "Let me give you a ride home," he offered. Batman volunteered to take Zatanna home. "All right, you seem to have a rare free night. I've been working on the missing children case lately. Alfred's at home analyzing the clues, so I finally had a spare moment to ask you for help." As they chatted, the two of them walked to the mouth of the alley, where the Batmobile waited in silence. With gentlemanly grace, Batman extended his hand to Zatanna, helping her into the car. Zatanna took his hand without hesitation, using the leverage to slide smoothly into the passenger seat. "Maybe you should add a side door latch," she teased. "That way I wouldn't have to leap inside every time." Next model, for sure," he promised.